Chapter 1. Just crossed over, and I leap from the cliff. Jump! Hurry up and jump. The others are waiting. Jiang Xiaofei was urged by his companions from behind. Yet he found himself unwilling to take a single step forward. For just one more step would plunge him into an abyss, gazing at the unfathomable chasm before him. His legs had already turned to jelly. Behind Jiang Xiaofei stood a group of boys, all of similar age, their faces radiant with exuberance, their eyes glinting with anticipation as they looked towards the precipice not far away. Turning to face these intrepid youths, Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, convinced that apart from himself, there was not a sane person among them. They were all lunatics. Once, Jiang Xiaofei was a freshly admitted student at a prestigious university, embarking on a long-distance relationship with his girlfriend. Unable to endure the pangs of longing, he resolved to board a flight to the city where his beloved resided. With his heart filled with yearning, Jiang Xiaofei boarded the plane. Yet, he could scarcely have imagined that this would become his final journey by air. As the aircraft approached the city of his girlfriend, Jiang Xiaofei closed his Dragon Ball manga, envisioning their reunion. But then came the captain's voice. Ladies and gentlemen, due to weather conditions and a malfunction, the aircraft is unable to land as scheduled. We kindly ask for your patience. The cabin erupted into a cacophony, and Jiang Xiaofei could not help but curse aloud. Why was it so difficult to meet his girlfriend? He felt as if the plane was endlessly circling above the city, before finally plunging down towards the distant woods. This marked Jiang Xiaofei's last recollection of his former life. When he next opened his eyes to the light of day, he found himself in this strange new land. Indeed, he had crossed over. Before he could grasp the rules of this unfamiliar world, he was thrust to the edge of a cliff by a throng of people. Upon a smooth, massive stone, he beheld a figure clad as a priest, engaged in fervent prayer. The priest slowly turned to face Jiang Xiaofei and the others, bellowing, "My devoted followers, do you wish to become heroes like Kakarot? Do you yearn for a wife like Bulma?" "Yes, yes, yes," the impassioned youths shouted with fervor. Only Jiang Xiaofei seemed bewildered. "Kakarot? Bulma? Aren't those characters from the Dragon Ball series? Could it be that I have entered the world of Dragon Ball?" He glanced at the fervent crowd before him, shaking his head in disbelief. The priest continued, "Today, your moment has arrived. Guided by divine will, I have come here to offer your redemption. You are the chosen of the gods, bestowed with divine grace. Today marks the time for you to emerge from your cocoon and soar to great heights." As a successor of science, Jiang Xiaofei understood well what the priest was attempting to do. However, he refrained from voicing any objections. He feared being torn apart by the fervent youth surrounding him. "Follow the divine guidance and advance fearlessly. You shall gain immense strength and become warriors akin to Kakarot." The priest extended his hand, gesturing towards the nearby cliff. Thus, the group of youths spontaneously formed a line, bravely marching towards the precipice. One by one, vibrant young lives leaped off the edge. Witnessing this frenzied scene, Jiang Xiaofei felt a chill run down his spine, and soon it was his turn. Thus, the initial scene unfolded. "Coward!" A youth behind Jiang Xiaofei cast a disdainful glance at the trembling boy before him, then leaped over him to stand at the edge of the abyss, plunging into the unfathomable depths. Jiang Xiaofei collapsed onto the ground, astounded. He had seen people queue for meals, for games, but never had he witnessed a line form for death. At that moment, reason urged him not to jump without any safety measures. The priest squinted at Jiang Xiaofei, his lips curling into a peculiar smile, yet he made no other movement. "Coward!" One after another, youths leapt over Jiang Xiaofei, echoing the earlier taunt. Vanishing from his sight, Jiang Xiaofei felt a profound sense of humiliation as his rationality began to yield to impulsiveness. "I am not a coward. Today, I shall show you who the true coward is," Jiang Xiaofei declared, rising unsteadily to his feet, his trembling legs propelling him towards the cliff. All eyes were upon him as he took a leap, becoming a vivid spectacle at the edge of the precipice. With his eyes tightly shut, Jiang Xiaofei plummeted, the mountain wind howling in his ears. As rationality returned, regret flooded him. But it was too late to turn back now. In his previous life, he had read countless novels where protagonists, after crossing over, acquired extraordinary abilities that led them to the pinnacle of success. Yet what about him? As a fellow transmigrator, why had he encountered such a tragic fate upon his arrival? His journey in this new life was fleeting and dismal. Thinking of his beautiful girlfriend from his past life, Jiang Xiaofei's heart ached. But what could he do? All he could do now was leave his fate to chance. A foul odor invaded his nostrils, traveling down his respiratory tract and into his lungs and stomach. Before his brain could process the situation, he expelled the remnants of his last undigested breakfast from his mouth. The stench intensified, and as Jiang Xiaofei opened his eyes, he beheld a colossal dinosaur, its gaping maw poised to devour him. Damn. Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but exclaim, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. He certainly did not wish to become sustenance for this monstrous beast. Desperately, he glanced at the trees that had erupted from the cliffside, stretching horizontally, and flailed his arms in a futile attempt to halt his descent. Boom. Crack. Under the force of gravity, Jiang Xiaofei was abruptly severed mid-fall as he passed by a tree. Ding! At the moment his body made contact with a tree, another sound resonated in Jiang Xiaofei's mind, however. He paid it no heed amid the chaos. One tree after another was ripped apart by Jiang Xiaofei, leaving him with varying degrees of injury. Just as he seemed destined to plunge into the jaws of a menacing dragon, a tree finally caught his falling body. Jiang Xiaofei exhaled deeply, casting a glance at the dragon below, feeling a semblance of calm wash over him. "Come to my mouth." The dragon spoke human words, addressing Jiang Xiaofei, who was precariously hanging from branch. "I refuse to be your meal," Jiang Xiaofei retorted defiantly. "Roar." The dragon bellowed, its rancorous breath stirring turmoil in Jiang Xiaofei's stomach. Yet, his grip on the lifeline he clutched remained unwavering. "I will become a hero." An untimely voice emerged from directly above Jiang Xiaofei, freezing his expression in shock and distaste. Gazing down at the dragon, he noticed an unsettling smile stretching across its face, as if to suggest that this time, it would indeed devour him. A wave of nausea washed over him. The voice drew near, culminating in a collision with Jiang Xiaofei's body. A simultaneous scream erupted from both Jiang Xiaofei and the falling youth, as Jiang Xiaofei felt as though his very insides had been crushed by the impact. However, the reality was far from what Jiang Xiaofei had envisioned. As his fist connected with the forehead of the menacing dragon, no catastrophic collapse occurred. The anticipated critical hit failed to manifest. Instead, a disheartening sound of bone fracturing resonated from his tightly clenched fist. The intense pain jolted Jiang Xiaofei back to his senses, dispelling his earlier bravado. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 5 critical points. Your current strength has reached 50. Keep it up, chimed the system in his mind. Damn it, this wretched system, Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, feeling bewildered. Where was the promised critical hit? Yet, he could not afford to ponder the intricacies of the critical hit system, for the dragon below was already enraged, its roar reverberating to the point of nearly piercing his eardrums. Enduring the excruciating pain, Jiang Xiaofei sprinted away, determined to survive, no matter the odds. Yet, how could his speed possibly rival that of the dragon? The distance between them was closing rapidly. Driven by fear, Jiang Xiaofei quickened his pace upon spotting a small cave not far ahead. Without a second thought, he darted inside. The dragon, hindered by its massive size, could not enter the cave and resorted to violently slamming against the mountainside. Inside the cave, panting heavily, Jiang Xiaofei felt the pain in his arm dissipate. Slowly, he raised the arm he had used to strike the dragon, only to find it restored to its original state. This revelation filled him with ecstatic joy, yet he did not attribute it to his own abilities. Rather, his thoughts turned to the system. "You claim to be a reliable system. Where's the promised critical hit? You nearly got me killed." Jiang Xiaofei continued to grumble. Ding! Host's grievances detected. "How may this system assist you?" The system's human-like voice responded. "Sigh." Jiang Xiaofei sighed deeply. "What purpose do you serve?" This system is a critical hit system designed to enhance the host's strength through the experience of continuous critical hits. The more formidable the hits endured, the greater the accumulation of critical points, resulting in a substantial increase in strength. Jiang Xiaofei finally comprehended why his punch had been ineffective against the dragon. It was not about gaining the ability to deliver critical hits, but rather the ability to endure them. What if I cannot withstand the critical hits? He pondered anxiously, fearing an encounter with a formidable opponent who might deliver a devastating blow, leaving him lifeless. Would that mean the end? Rest assured, host. This system possesses unparalleled restorative capabilities. As long as you draw breath, you can fully recover within 30 seconds. Besides this, what other functions do you offer? Currently, the host's strength is insufficient and privileges are limited. It is recommended that the host enhances their strength to unlock additional privileges. You, Jiang Xiaofei, felt exasperated. How am I to defeat the dragon outside? The system recommends that the host elevate their strength to above 100 with the systematic guidance. Jiang Xiaofei found newfound motivation. Wasn't it merely a matter of delivering a critical strike? He unleashed his fist towards the rocky surface with determination. However, fearing the pain, he refrained from exerting excessive force. Ding! Increased by 0.001 critical strike points. It's effective. Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of satisfaction as he observed the changes on the system panel. Yet he realized that to escalate from 50 to 100, he would need to strike at least 100 times at this rate. Meanwhile, the ferocious dragon lingered outside, and he pondered how long the small cave could endure. With that thought, he instinctively intensified his efforts. Increased by 0.01 critical strike points. After multiple attempts, Jiang Xiaofei grasped the concept that the greater the damage he endured, the more critical strike points he accumulated, whether actively or passively. Moreover, he need not worry about his injuries with the system in place. His wounds were rapidly healing. Armed with this understanding, Jiang Xiaofei could finally proceed with boldness, and the rate of his critical strike points began to accelerate. In no time, a battered Jiang Xiaofei emerged, his critical strike points soaring to 95. He nodded in satisfaction at his progress. Throughout this ordeal, he distinctly sensed a transformation in his physique, and, as his strength grew, the acquisition of critical strike points became increasingly effortless. Outside the cave, the enraged dragon lashed out, its powerful tail crashing against the mountainside, causing boulders to tumble and the cave to begin collapsing. Panic surged within Jiang Xiaofei. Being buried alive in the cave was hardly preferable to being devoured by the dragon. A massive rock plummeted, landing squarely on his right foot. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have achieved a combat power of 100 revitalized. Jiang Xiaofei dashed towards the cave's entrance and delivered a punch to the flailing dragon. This time, he felt neither the shattering of bones nor intense pain. Instead, the dragon was sent hurtling backward as if it were a mere pebble after receiving his blow. Delightful! Jiang Xiaofei was ecstatic. All the pain he had endured moments ago felt worthwhile at that instant. He could finally unleash his pent-up frustrations. Forever imprinted in his memory were the dragon's disdainful sneers and mocking laughter when he had been ensnared in the branches. With a buoyant spirit, a gust of mountain wind swept past him, invigorating his senses. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei charged forward, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon the dragon. The once arrogant beast, overwhelmed by Jiang Xiaofei's tempestuous assault, roared in fury, desperate to retaliate, yet found itself with no opportunity to move. The dragon was thoroughly perplexed. Just moments before Jiang Xiaofei entered the cave, he had been nothing more than an insignificant insect beneath its feet. Yet now he had transformed into an adversary of formidable prowess. It was evident that the dragon sensed Jiang Xiaofei's strength surging exponentially with each strike. "How dare you look down on me? How dare you act so arrogantly?" Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, using all his might while not forgetting to express his indignation verbally. Observing the now motionless evil dragon, Jiang Xiaofei delivered another fierce kick and exhaled deeply. He had initially intended to emulate Son Goku from Dragon Ball, savoring the taste of dragon meat, but the malevolent actions of the dragon caused a wave of nausea to wash over him. It was time to depart. Jiang Xiaofei chose to disregard the fallen dragon and sought sustenance. Contemplating how he might escape this place, at that moment, two figures materialized before him. One was clad in yellow, exuding muscular strength, with hair that seemed to sway without wind. The other was entirely green, radiating an air of aloofness, and was holding a priest-like individual. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Jiang Xiaofei reassured himself, "Son Goku." Piccolo. To his astonishment, he truly traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. Chapter 3, Vegeta's Interest. "Hello, I am Son Goku." Son Goku beamed with a radiant smile as he addressed Jiang Xiaofei, while Piccolo remained silent beside him. Jiang Xiaofei promptly replied to Sun Wukong's words, unable to conceal the excitement surging within his heart. Jiang Xiaofei is an enthusiast of the anime realm, particularly captivated by fervent series such as Dragon Ball. He holds a profound admiration for Sun Wukong's persistence and dedication, and now that he stands before a living embodiment of this character, tranquility eludes him. As for Piccolo, Jiang Xiaofei remains indifferent. Having watched Dragon Ball, he is well aware of the nature of this figure. "Did you slay that wicked dragon?" Sun Wukong inquired, gesturing towards the malevolent creature beside Jiang Xiaofei. "It was merely luck," Jiang Xiaofei replied candidly, fully aware that Sun Wukong and Piccolo understood his true capabilities. "To think you possess such a constitution, capable of rapidly growing stronger through relentless combat," Sun Wukong remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Although Jiang Xiaofei currently appears weak, Sun Wukong is entirely convinced that, thanks to Jiang Xiaofei's unique physique, he will one day emerge as a formidable force, at which point they could engage in a thrilling battle. Jiang Xiaofei, of course, remains oblivious to Sun Wukong's thoughts. Yet, the intense longing reflected in Sun Wukong's gaze causes a flutter of anxiety within him. Suddenly, Sun Wukong produced a bean from his hand and tossed it in Jiang Xiaofei's direction. Jiang Xiaofei skillfully caught the beans, gazing at them with an even broader smile. Fairy beans? He mused. Indeed, Sun Wukong elucidated. They possessed the remarkable ability to swiftly restore one's vitality. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei consumed the celestial bean, and instantly, the weariness that had enveloped him dissipated. His previously empty stomach now brimmed with vitality. Now that the troubles here have been resolved, let us depart, Piccolo declared to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement and waved farewell to Jiang Xiaofei, saying, "Goodbye, my friend." The two were about to take flight when Jiang Xiaofei called out, "Wait, I seem to have lost my way. May I accompany you?" A hint of embarrassment colored his cheeks. Piccolo furrowed his brow slightly, while Sun Wukong maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Of course, if you have nowhere else to go, why not return with us? It would also provide an opportunity for some sparring." Jiang Xiaofei felt somewhat overwhelmed. Indeed, Sun Wukong was just as much a battle enthusiast as portrayed in the anime. I don't think I can. My strength is insufficient." Although Jiang Xiaofei was acutely aware that he could swiftly enhance his abilities through critical hits, he realized that facing Sun Wukong was an insurmountable challenge. His current strength was utterly insufficient. "Fear not. I possess various training facilities that can aid you in rapidly becoming stronger." Sun Wukong, being a magnanimous individual, not only welcomed Jiang Xiaofei but also offered him access to training locations. "Well then, I am grateful to you," Jiang Xiaofei replied, no longer refusing the offer. In the world of Dragon Ball, survival necessitated either formidable strength or a powerful ally, and Sun Wukong, as the protagonist, was undoubtedly the best choice. Under the guidance of Sun Wukong and Piccolo, Jiang Xiaofei arrived in West City. There, he encountered several familiar faces, including Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin, all gathered in a harmonious atmosphere. Observing these characters, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of trepidation. "You're back. Has everything been resolved?" Vegeta approached Sun Wukong. "It has," replied Wukong. "Kakarot, let us engage in battle." For Vegeta, the prospect of fighting Sun Wukong was exhilarating. Although his strength was slightly inferior to Wukong's, each battle allowed Vegeta to recognize the gap between them, driving him to grow stronger. "Do not be hasty. Allow me to introduce a new friend," Sun Wukong exclaimed, pulling Jiang Xiaofei forward. "This is Jiang Xiaofei, our new companion." "Hello." Jiang Xiaofei greeted everyone with a smile. Gohan and Krillin responded warmly, yet Vegeta remained indifferent. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of resignation. After all, Vegeta's character was inherently stoic, bearing a resemblance to Piccolo. "Do you not wish to battle? From now on, he shall accompany you," Sun Wukong said, gesturing toward Jiang Xiaofei as he addressed Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had fallen into a trap. Could it be that Sun Wukong had brought him here because of Vegeta? This notion filled him with skepticism. Vegeta glanced at Jiang Xiaofei, his mind brimming with confusion. "Kakarot, are you jesting with me? With such a feeble appearance?" Jiang Xiaofei, aware of Vegeta's forthrightness, could only feel helpless. However, in Vegeta's eyes, Jiang Xiaofei indeed appeared frail and vulnerable. It seemed that a mere flick of Vegeta's finger could extinguish him. "Do not be so hasty. If you are inclined to rage, please allow me to speak," Sun Wukong urged, restraining the explosive temperament of Vegeta. "His physique is quite extraordinary, sharing similarities with our Saiyan traits. He can rapidly grow stronger through relentless combat and possesses remarkable regenerative abilities, surpassing even our own." "Oh, is that so?" Vegeta finally expressed a modicum of interest in Jiang Xiaofei. "I have never encountered such a physique before. It resembles the legendary Super Saiyan God." Jiang Xiaofei felt a considerable sense of embarrassment. This was becoming quite serious. How could he possibly be compared to a Super Saiyan? "Come, follow me into the battle chamber," Vegeta asserted, firmly believing in Son Goku's words. He grasped Jiang Xiaofei's arm and led him toward the arena, with a sense of hopelessness. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at Son Goku, where he distinctly perceived a face brimming with schadenfreude. It appeared he was about to endure Vegeta's relentless onslaught and torment. After Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta entered the combat chamber, the two donned their battle suits. "Give it your all and attack me," Vegeta commanded Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei would never dare to make a move. "Surely you jest. Do you harbor a sense of disdain for me?" Vegeta seethed with anger. No, no. That is not the case. I am far too weak, unworthy of being your adversary. Given my lack of strength, it is prudent to remain modest. Jiang Xiaofei genuinely feared the possibility of being annihilated by Vegeta. Rest assured, I shall only employ a mere fraction of my power. Should you remain immobile any longer, I shall be compelled to strike. Seeing that he had no way out, Jiang Xiaofei summoned his courage and thrust his fist towards Vegeta. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's approach, Vegeta remained utterly unconcerned, not even bothering to channel his energy. He simply employed a single finger to meet Jiang Xiaofei's attack. At the moment when Jiang Xiaofei's fist made contact with Vegeta's fingertip, he was sent flying, his body feeling as though it had shattered into pieces. Yet his mind remained remarkably lucid, with waves of pain coursing through him. Wasn't it supposed to be only a fraction of a percent of power? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 points for a critical hit. Observing Jiang Xiaofei lying motionless on the ground, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly that weak? However, Vegeta soon found himself in a state of astonishment. Within mere seconds, Jiang Xiaofei's body began to recover rapidly, and after 30 seconds, he stood once more. With Vegeta distinctly sensing that Jiang Xiaofei's strength had multiplied several times. How intriguing. I wonder if this growth is temporary or permanent. Is there a limit to it? With a smile, Vegeta prepared to attack Jiang Xiaofei again, cautioning him, this time, I shall employ 1,000th of my power. Chapter 4. The Savage Growth of Strength. Jiang Xiaofei had yet to experience the elation that accompanied the enhancement of his own power when he was struck by Vegeta's words. A mere 1,000th. The infinitesimal fraction of power he had previously wielded had nearly cost him his life. How could he possibly withstand this new, formidable 1,000th? It seemed Vegeta was intent on ending him. Yet, within the confines of the combat chamber, escape was an impossibility for Jiang Xiaofei. He had no choice but to steel himself and advance. As Vegeta's fist surged toward him with alarming speed, Jiang Xiaofei raised his arms and crossed them resolutely before him in a defensive stance. Vegeta's fist collided forcefully against Jiang Xiaofei's arms, the overwhelming force reverberating through his trembling limbs and into his very being. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his body once again hurtling backward. Jiang Xiaofei's body collided with the wall of the combat chamber, enduring a second blow before finally coming to a halt. Slumped on the ground, Jiang Xiaofei once again heard the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1,000 critical points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 critical points. Vegeta stood firm, observing the changes in Jiang Xiaofei's physique. Indeed, just as before, Jiang Xiaofei's body rejuvenated within 30 seconds, and his strength escalated once more. Such remarkable recuperative power, more efficient than a Senza bean, Vegeta remarked, laughter escaping his lips. At last, I can truly unleash my strength. Come, let us continue. Vegeta suppressed his power to a mere 1,000th and charged once again towards Jiang Xiaofei. This time, however, Jiang Xiaofei did not choose to remain passive. He clenched his right fist tightly and met Vegeta's incoming assault head-on. Bang! Their fists collided, and unlike before, Jiang Xiaofei did not fly backward. The two locked eyes, with a glimmer of anticipation in Vegeta's gaze. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 critical points. Bang! 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 As their fists met, the intensity of their exchanges allowed Jiang Xiaofei's strength to gradually ascend. After several rounds, Vegeta realized that even his 1,000th power was beginning to falter. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei's strength continued to grow incrementally. Upon entering the combat chamber, Jiang Xiaofei had been a fragile figure, but after a few rounds, he had evolved to such a level. The pace of his advancement was more terrifying than that of Cell or Bu. Vegeta, ever the proud warrior, could not simply concede defeat. Thus, he intensified his onslaught. Feeling the force of Vegeta's strikes, Jiang Xiaofei gradually acclimated, and he seemed to relish the exchange of blows. In this clash of fists and legs, his power surged, and his understanding of the system deepened. When the disparity in strength between Jiang Xiaofei and his opponent was significant, the damage he endured was greater, resulting in more critical points. Conversely, when his power approached that of Vegeta's diminished strength, the critical points became increasingly scarce. Thus, in his quest to become a formidable warrior, Jiang Xiaofei understood that he must always seek those stronger than himself. In the world of Dragon Ball, such beings and deities were seemingly abundant. Boom! Jiang Xiaofei was once again sent flying by the intensified onslaught of Vegeta, who bore a grin upon his face. Haha! How exhilarating! Vegeta exclaimed to Jiang Xiaofei. Although he could not fully unleash his power, witnessing his opponent gradually grow stronger was a unique pleasure in itself. Jiang Xiaofei, you are indeed a commendable adversary. Lying on the ground, Jiang Xiaofei displayed no trace of disappointment. Instead, he reveled in the continuous flow of energy. His heart filled with profound reflections. In his previous world, he had never felt such strength. He had often fantasized about becoming as robust and indomitable as the characters he admired in anime, and now, it seemed that his dreams were slowly materializing. Once more, after fully recovering, Jiang Xiaofei rose once again, this time launching himself at Vegeta with a gaze brimming with a thirst for power. Naturally, Vegeta was more than willing to oblige, intensifying his attacks. The sound of their clashes echoed like steel meeting steel as Jiang Xiaofei was repeatedly sent flying. Yet, with each encounter, the duration of his resistance against Vegeta grew noticeably stronger. Both combatants experienced differing sentiments during their exchanges, particularly Vegeta, who felt an increasing curiosity about Jiang Xiaofei's physique. Outside the battle chamber, Goku and Piccolo were engaged in casual conversation, with Jiang Xiaofei becoming the focal point of their discussion. Do you think Jiang Xiaofei will be killed by Vegeta? Krillin inquired of Goku. Rest assured, that won't happen. Vegeta knows how to hold back. Besides, Jiang Xiaofei is not someone who can be easily defeated. You haven't witnessed his rare constitution, Goku reassured him. When Piccolo and I arrived, we saw him confront a dinosaur, and we could distinctly sense that his power was steadily rising during the battle. It bears some resemblance to my transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet it is distinctly different. Goku glanced towards the battle chamber, genuinely eager to see what level of strength Jiang Xiaofei would achieve upon emerging. Is it truly so astonishing? Krillin expressed skepticism, but Goku was not one to lie, and his intrigue regarding Jiang Xiaofei intensified. Inside the battle chamber, Jiang Xiaofei was struck once more by Vegeta's fist, moving back only a few steps before stabilizing himself and preparing to charge at Vegeta again. Stop! Vegeta gestured, halting Jiang Xiaofei's impending attack as he sat down, breathing heavily. Although he had been suppressing his power during their combat, Jiang Xiaofei appeared to be an inexhaustible warrior, growing bolder with each setback. Vegeta saw a reflection of his former self in Jiang Xiaofei. The current Jiang Xiaofei was even more combative than the Saiyan Prince himself, and Vegeta could clearly sense that Jiang Xiaofei had already tapped into a significant portion of his strength. How brief a time has passed since then. In less than half a day, Jiang Xiaofei has ascended to such a remarkable level, a feat that took him years, beginning from a humble start. Moreover, it appears that Jiang Xiaofei's progress is not only substantial but also stable, devoid of any adverse repercussions, with no sign of regression in his abilities. Vegeta, who once believed that Saiyans epitomized the pinnacle of excellence among races, found his perspective irrevocably altered upon encountering Jiang Xiaofei. A tinge of envy even crept into his thoughts. Had he possessed Jiang Xiaofei's physique, he might have been able to defend his home when Frieza ravaged his planet. Yet, such possibilities are now forever beyond reach. Nevertheless, as a warrior, Vegeta harbors his own sense of pride, observing Jiang Xiaofei's ferocious growth and strength. Vegeta feels a flicker of anticipation. To what heights will Jiang Xiaofei ascend in the future? As for Vegeta's contemplations, Jiang Xiaofei remains oblivious. However, feeling the power coursing through his body, he is filled with exhilaration. Although the world of Dragon Ball is fraught with peril, he is convinced that with diligent effort to grow stronger, survival is assured. Furthermore, with stalwarts like Vegeta and Son Goku by his side, his strength is bound to escalate at an astonishing pace. That will be all for today. You now possess 8/10 of my prowess, Vegeta declared to Jiang Xiaofei. Though this is without me transforming into a Super Saiyan, it is still a source of pride for you. Only 8/10? Jiang Xiaofei remarked, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone. Yet, he understood that Vegeta's 8/10 strength is the culmination of years of diligent training. While he himself has achieved this in a mere half-day, indeed, this could be deemed extraordinary. What? Are you not satisfied? Vegeta, observing Jiang Xiaofei's disheartened expression, added, my 8/10 strength is sufficient to obliterate most martial artists. If you remain unsatisfied, I could summon Kakarot to spar with you. He would be more than willing. Jiang Xiaofei was suddenly invigorated. He had the chance to battle against Sun Wukong. At this moment, he found himself harboring thoughts akin to those of Vegeta, eagerly anticipating the confrontation with Sun Wukong. Chapter 5. Jiang Xiaofei versus Sun Wukong. As the door to the combat chamber swung open, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta emerged. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Xiaofei felt no fear. He had attained an impressive 8/10 of Vegeta's strength, thus earning the right to engage in conversation with those present. Although he remained the weakest among them, this did not signify that he would always remain so. Should he engage in battle with Sun Wukong, Jiang Xiaofei was confident he could elevate his abilities to match those of Sun Wukong, provided, of course, that Sun Wukong did not transform into a Super Saiyan. In truth, Jiang Xiaofei was uncertain about the limits of the system. He wondered if, after Sun Wukong transformed, he could still rely on absorbing critical points to enhance his strength. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta exit, Sun Wukong promptly approached, a warm smile illuminating his face. How did it go? Any gains? Sun Wukong was genuinely curious about the growth Jiang Xiaofei had achieved during their time inside. At first glance, Jiang Xiaofei exhibited the essence of a warrior, but there remained a considerable gap between him and the others. You've truly struck gold. Before Jiang Xiaofei could respond, Vegeta interjected. He is a prodigious talent. No, a monster. Seeing the normally proud Vegeta bestow such high praise upon him brought joy to Jiang Xiaofei's heart. While Sun Wukong and the others were taken aback, it was the first time Vegeta had spoken so highly of someone, even in the presence of Sun Wukong and Trunks. Vegeta had never offered such commendation. The crowd's curiosity about Jiang Xiaofei intensified, especially for Sun Wukong and Krillin. Vegeta briefly recounted the events within the combat chamber, and upon learning that Jiang Xiaofei had achieved 8/10 of Vegeta's strength, astonished glances and a hint of skepticism were exchanged among the onlookers. Before Jiang Xiaofei's arrival, Sun Wukong was the fastest in terms of training, yet Jiang Xiaofei had reached this level in merely half a day. Many speculated whether Jiang Xiaofei had been feigning weakness initially. How could anyone attain such prowess in such a short span? Yet the evidence was undeniable, and they had no choice but to believe. Sun Wukong, ever the optimist, looked at Jiang Xiaofei and gave him a thumbs up. Not bad. I envy your physique. We should have a sparring session sometime. Grateful for Sun Wukong's proposal, Jiang Xiaofei readily accepted, knowing that only by enduring the blows of those stronger than himself could he rapidly enhance his abilities. As for individuals like Krillin, it would not be long before he surpassed them. There are plenty of opportunities ahead. Do you not wish to witness his strength now? Vegeta addressed Son Goku, expressing his anticipation to confront Jiang Xiaofei, to which Goku reacted with astonishment. While I am equally eager to engage in battle, he articulated. You have just arrived and have already subjected him to considerable torment. Surely, one must allow him a period of acclimatization. Let us postpone our sparring until tomorrow. Jiang Xiaofei nodded in agreement, taking this opportunity to become acquainted with his surroundings. Jiang Xiaofei had just arrived in the Dragon Ball world, yet he had yet to comprehend the current progression of the storyline. The malevolent dragon he encountered seemed familiar, having appeared in the realm before, albeit in a distinctly different manner. Given that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had reached a harmonious coexistence, it appeared that some crises on Earth had been averted. Taking a deep breath, he momentarily set aside these thoughts. Having stepped into this new world, he resolved to embrace it wholeheartedly. Under Sun Wukong's guidance, Jiang Xiaofei began to gain a rudimentary understanding of his surroundings. As night fell, he lay in bed reflecting on the day's events, sensing the surge of power coursing through him. Tomorrow, he would engage in battle with Sun Wukong. How much further would he grow? Boom. Jiang Xiaofei jolted awake in bed, and through the window, he beheld Vegeta engaged in a fierce battle with Goku. Their combat style was raw and unrefined, yet Jiang Xiaofei perceived a distinct disparity between them. In the training chamber, the power Vegeta displayed had already been overwhelming for Jiang Xiaofei. However, the current Vegeta had not only unleashed his full strength but had also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goku, too, mirrored this transformation, as their clashing energies caused the surrounding air to crackle and hum. The exhilarating skirmish brought a sense of satisfaction to both Vegeta and Goku. Vegeta, it's time for bed. Bulma's voice cut through the camaraderie shared between the two warriors. Both Goku and Vegeta, despite their straightforward natures, harbored a certain degree of fear towards their wives. Thus, their battle came to an abrupt end, leaving Jiang Xiaofei even more eager for a confrontation with Goku. The following day, as dawn broke, Jiang Xiaofei blinked his sleepy eyes open. Under Goku's guidance, he stepped into their opulent dining hall, and the sight of the sumptuous feast laid out before him nearly caused his mouth to water. Although he was aware of Goku's prodigious appetite, the sheer quantity of food astonished him. Observing Goku devouring his meal with reckless abandon, Jiang Xiaofei felt his own appetite surge, embarking on his breakfast journey. Once adequately prepared, Jiang Xiaofei and Goku ventured into a desolate mountainous region, accompanied by Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and others. The vast expanse of the mountains carried an air of desolation. Yet each face radiated joy, brimming with anticipation for the events that were soon to unfold. Jiang Xiaofei gently clasped his fist towards Sun Wukong, requesting leniency from his opponent. Rest assured, Sun Wukong replied. The two stepped back, creating some distance, while Sun Wukong restrained his power to approximately 80%. Thus commenced their battle. The sound of fists colliding resonated throughout the desolate mountain terrain. Vegeta and the others watched intently, eager to witness whether Jiang Xiaofei's strength would escalate while contending with Sun Wukong. The exchange between the two was spirited, with neither party being sent flying. However, it became evident that Jiang Xiaofei's combat prowess was gradually rising, subtly hinting at a desire to overpower Sun Wukong. Do not hold back your true strength. Unleash your full potential and let us engage in a thrilling fight, Jiang Xiaofei urged, unwilling to continue at such a sluggish pace. Very well. Prepare yourself, Sun Wukong responded. In an instant, his aura surged several levels higher, unleashing his full power and speed. Of course, this was Sun Wukong in his normal state, without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Nonetheless, Jiang Xiaofei felt the mounting pressure. The intensity of Sun Wukong's presence stirred excitement within him. He believed that enduring a few more strikes would enable him to harness the power of Sun Wukong himself. As Jiang Xiaofei assumed a combat stance, the figure of Sun Wukong vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before him. Without any superfluous movements, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick aimed at Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen. Struck by this blow, Jiang Xiaofei was unable to maintain his stance and was propelled towards a distant mountain peak. A human silhouette marked his position on the mountainside, where he lay gasping for breath, the intense pain bringing with it a peculiar sense of exhilaration as he felt a steady stream of power surging into his body. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a critical hit point. Those observing Jiang Xiaofei widened their eyes in astonishment as they sensed the influx of energy within him. In contrast to the astonishment surrounding him, Vegeta remained notably composed, having already witnessed Jiang Xiaofei's exceptional prowess in the combat chamber. Chapter 6, Kamehameha. As Jiang Xiaofei slowly rose from the mountainside, Vegeta felt a flicker of satisfaction. This time, there should be no doubts remaining. This individual is indeed extraordinary, surpassing even Kakarot. Should the battle continue, he may very well eclipse Kakarot and become the strongest warrior on Earth. Vegeta's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Yet, in light of Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, there were no objections to Vegeta's assertion. Still reeling from their shock, Jiang Xiaofei once more adopted a combat posture, exclaiming, "Come at me." Observing the spirited determination on Jiang Xiaofei's face, Sun Wukong's smile grew even broader. His figure vanished once again, racing towards Jiang Xiaofei's position. As Sun Wukong launched his powerful attack, Jiang Xiaofei remained fully focused, and all eyes were on the impending clash. Facing Sun Wukong's forceful kick, Jiang Xiaofei lifted his own foot to collide with Wukong's. In the center of their confrontation, an overwhelming force erupted, dispersing outward towards Vegeta and the others, causing the very air to vibrate with a resonant hum. Unlike the previous encounter, Jiang Xiaofei did not fly away. Instead, he merely took a few steps back before stabilizing himself. The transformation of Jiang Xiaofei could hardly escape anyone's notice, especially given the stark contrast between his two states. The combat prowess exhibited by Sun Wukong was strikingly similar to before, perhaps even exceeding it. However, Jiang Xiaofei did not soar into the air, but merely retreated a few steps, indicating that during this brief skirmish, his strength had surged once again. Closely approaching the power displayed by Sun Wukong, "You are remarkable," Sun Wukong remarked to the now steady Jiang Xiaofei. "If this trend continues, it won't be long before you surpass me. May your words bring me fortune," Jiang Xiaofei replied. "Yet, at present, my growth lies solely in physical strength and resilience, lacking the combat techniques and skills that you possess." He exhibited no false modesty, acknowledging his own shortcomings. Currently, Jiang Xiaofei's enhancement was purely in physical might. Whether in his battles against Vegeta or Sun Wukong, they relied on raw strength. However, confronting a genuine adversary transcends mere physical clashes. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the manipulation of ki becomes a pivotal factor in determining one's strength. For instance, Sun Wukong's mastery of the Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb hinges on precise control of ki, which is critical in the heat of battle. Do not rush, take your time. With your learning pace, I am confident you will grasp anything swiftly, Sun Wukong encouraged candidly. Understood, came a simple reply, and the two resumed their fierce exchange. Each impact carved deeper gorges into the desolate terrain. What is Jiang Xiaofei's origin to possess such a physique? Krillin voiced his curiosity. Having traveled the universe alongside Sun Wukong for years, he had encountered many diverse individuals. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei's ability to rapidly enhance himself during combat was unprecedented in his experience. Initially at a clear disadvantage, he not only recovered swiftly from devastating blows but also experienced a remarkable surge in strength, a phenomenon that seemed utterly incredible. I too encountered Sun Wukong by chance, but his true identity remains unknown to me, Piccolo answered truthfully, sharing his own curiosity about Jiang Xiaofei's origins. Although they sensed no malice from Jiang Xiaofei, if he hailed from another planet in the universe and posed a threat to Earth, they would prefer not to witness the emergence of such a formidable opponent. Over the years, they had encountered numerous extraterrestrial beings with sinister intentions towards Earth. While they had consistently managed to avert danger through their own strength, they maintained a healthy vigilance toward the unknown. It seems prudent for us to investigate his background. If he bears no ill will, we would naturally welcome him as an ally. If he has come to invade Earth, it is still within our control for now. However, if he has companions, it could become quite troublesome. Piccolo observed the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei, his expression growing serious. If he truly harbors malicious intentions, it becomes all the more intriguing. Meanwhile, Vegeta appeared eager, as if the opportunity to engage in a thrilling fight was of utmost importance to him. The sound of their physical clashes resonated in Vegeta and the others' ears, as the strength and speed of Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong continued to escalate. Jiang Xiaofei's power was now nearing that of Sun Wukong's current state, eliciting envious glances from Krillin and Piccolo. Among their group, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were the strongest, while Krillin and Piccolo were comparatively weaker. Nonetheless, their current strength was the result of years of diligent training and numerous brushes with death. In contrast, Jiang Xiaofei had achieved a level of power akin to Sun Wukong's normal state in a mere 2 days. Even a deity would likely find such an accomplishment daunting. What a thrill! Jiang Xiaofei seemed to be invigorated by Sun Wukong's enthusiasm, as smiles adorned both their faces throughout the battle. This palpable camaraderie between two equally matched warriors fostered a sense of mutual respect. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofei's once dormant heart felt reignited, burning fervently in this new world. A bolder idea began to take shape in his mind. Could skills also be acquired through the experience of critical hits? If Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave upon him, could he gain insight into the nature of energy? I wish to feel the power of your Kamehameha, he declared, driven by inspiration. Observing the sincerity and anticipation in Jiang Xiaofei's expression, Sun Wukong responded with fervor, then prepare yourself. Make sure you can withstand it. As they distanced themselves from one another, Jiang Xiaofei stood firm, meticulously observing each of Sun Wukong's movements. He had already mastered the posture required for Sun Wukong to execute the Kamehameha. As Sun Wukong engaged in battle with his adversaries, the Kamehameha technique invariably made its appearance. While it may not be his signature move, it undoubtedly ranks among Sun Wukong's most proficient skills, one he has mastered since his youth. However, when Jiang Xiaofei truly faced Sun Wukong unleashing the Kamehameha, a flicker of trepidation gripped his heart, for the palpable aura exuded by Sun Wukong proved overwhelming for this novice. With his legs spread apart and his torso bent, Sun Wukong positioned his hands before his abdomen, conjuring a luminous sphere that gradually took shape between them. The radiant glow illuminated Jiang Xiaofei's face, and as the dazzling orb expanded, the pure energy pulsating within became increasingly evident. Jiang Xiaofei could sense the formidable power residing between Sun Wukong's hands, as the surrounding air began to converge toward that very spot. For Vegeta and the others, Sun Wukong's actions were far from novel. They had grown accustomed to witnessing the Kamehameha in action and had felt its might firsthand. Yet, for Jiang Xiaofei, this was an unprecedented experience at such close quarters. At that moment, he began to regret the brevity of his training. Despite attaining a level of strength comparable to Sun Wukong's normal state through the system's capabilities, he found himself lacking in the application of certain techniques. His previous skirmishes had revolved solely around physical confrontations, but now he was to endure the assault of the Kamehameha. However, having reached this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong completed his charge, his bent arms thrusting forward as he propelled the tempestuous energy toward Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 7. I wish to be your disciple. Jiang Xiaofei found himself with no retreat. as the Kamehameha wave had been unleashed from Son Wukong's hands, its target being none other than Jiang Xiaofei himself. Confronted with such formidable energy, Jiang Xiaofei felt as though he were facing an atomic bomb. However, he had to withstand this onslaught. Otherwise, he risked being reduced to ashes beneath its overwhelming force. Should that come to pass, it would be a grave miscalculation. He had only just arrived in this world, and in the brief span of 2 days, he had endured immense hardships to acquire his current strength. To perish simply for seeking to experience the might of the Kamehameha would render all his previous efforts and tribulations utterly futile. While others only perceived Jiang Xiaofei's rapid growth, they remained oblivious to the sacrifices he had made for the sake of his power, a fact that weighed heavily on his heart. Should he manage to withstand the attack of the Kamehameha, it would not only grant him a surge of formidable energy, but also afford him the opportunity to showcase his prowess before others, and perhaps even elucidate the nature of his unique constitution. Jiang Xiaofei summoned the strength of every single cell in his body, channeling it into his hands. Bracing himself for the impending onslaught of the Kamehameha, the dazzling orb of energy, laden with cataclysmic power, loomed before him. The moment his hands made contact with the radiant sphere, an unprecedented searing sensation coursed through his fingers and into his brain. Even his fingers, embedded in steel, exhibited signs of decay at that instant. Moreover, the energy sphere not only exuded unbearable heat but also unleashed tremendous force. Under the impact of the Kamehameha, Jiang Xiaofei's figure was propelled backward at an imperceptible speed, his legs leaving deep imprints in the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired critical points in one of the Kamehameha skill. The familiar voice of the system echoed once more. Despite the excruciating pain, a smile unexpectedly graced Jiang Xiaofei's face. His conjecture had proven correct, facing the technique unleashed by his adversary. He could not only gain sufficient critical points, but also replicate the skill, albeit at a mere 1. Yet this was enough to preserve most of his strength. Perhaps when Son Wukong employed the Kaioken times 100, he would be able to fully master the Kamehameha skill. However, at this moment, Jiang Xiaofei certainly could not withstand Son Wukong's Kaioken times 100, a force capable of obliterating a planet. His frail form was far from qualified. Nonetheless, possessing even one of the Kamehameha skill left Jiang Xiaofei deeply satisfied. At the very least, he now wielded a skill, and a formidable one at that. The energy sphere continued to advance, engulfing him entirely. Vegeta and Son Wukong watched intently, showing no inclination to intervene. To them, this was a test for Jiang Xiaofei. If he could not withstand the Kamehameha's assault even with Son Wukong's standard strength, it would indicate a certain fragility in his own power. As the energy sphere dissipated, the residual energy still caused the surrounding air to hum, with 2 distinct ravines stretching into the distance, yet Jiang Xiaofei's presence was nowhere to be seen. Were it not for the faint fluctuations of his aura still detectable, one might have begun to doubt whether the Kamehameha had obliterated him entirely. A few beads of sweat appeared on Son Wukong's brow, his breathing becoming slightly labored, indicating that he had not held back and had granted Jiang Xiaofei the respect he deserved. This blow was indeed sufficient to test his limits. Piccolo maintained his usual stoic demeanor, his expression inscrutable, offering no hints of mockery or concern. If Jiang Xiaofei were to withstand such a powerful attack and then spring back to life within mere seconds, I might well find myself in a state of disbelief. Krillin, too, was filled with curiosity about Jiang Xiaofei. As someone who had experienced the Kamehameha's might firsthand, he understood its true power and recognized that if death were to occur, the Dragon Balls could still grant resurrection. Can you not sense Jiang Xiaofei's fluctuating aura? Vegeta reminded them. Piccolo and Krillin calmed themselves and attentively sensed the fluctuations of Jiang Xiaofei's aura once more. They exchanged glances, their expressions inevitably tightening with tension. What was that? His energy was rapidly intensifying. How could this be possible? He was barely hanging on. A radiant smile gradually emerged on the faces of Vegeta and Goku. I told you. He is a prodigy. Vegeta felt a surge of pride, uncertain whether it stemmed from his initial confidence or from the fact that he had finally encountered someone even more extraordinary than Goku. Although Vegeta frequently sparred with Goku, aspiring to surpass him, he was acutely aware that perhaps achieving such a feat was beyond his reach. Nonetheless, as the Prince of the Saiyans, he could not afford to relinquish his pride, especially in the presence of a lowly scion like Kakarot. Vegeta would never cease his pursuit of Kakarot. Even as the distance between them continued to widen, he had no intention of yielding. Now, with this new experience brought forth by Jiang Xiaofei's arrival, Vegeta glimpsed the possibility that Goku's position might be usurped. Of course, this was not born of jealousy, but solely from the deep-seated pride within him. Jiang Xiaofei lay serenely in the deep pit he had carved for himself, greedily inhaling the air of this world while gazing at the few white clouds drifting in the azure sky. I am alive. How wonderful it is to be alive. In truth, after being engulfed by the Kamehameha, Jiang Xiaofei had already realized that he could not possibly withstand it, and he had even prepared himself for death. Yet, after all was settled, the mere fact that he still drew breath offered the system a chance for rapid restoration of his bodily functions. This process took a little longer than anticipated, but Jiang Xiaofei could feel the immense changes within his body. Following the baptism of the Kamehameha, his physical form had once again enhanced its resilience against impact. He felt confident that should he face the Kamehameha again, he would not be left in such a wretched state as before. Overall, one could say that he had turned misfortune into fortune. Once his body had fully recuperated, Jiang Xiaofei promptly rose and proceeded in the direction of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Mere moments later, he appeared before the gathered crowd. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaofei's smooth skin, everyone was once again rendered speechless. Having endured such a tremendous assault, they had expected that even after recovery, he would bear some scars. However, it seemed that Jiang Xiaofei's complexion was even fairer and more delicate than before the battle. Jiang Xiaofei's regenerative abilities surpass even those of Piccolo and Majin Buu. Son Wukong has also readjusted his state and casually offered Jiang Xiaofei a fitting outfit. Remarkably, in such circumstances, you have achieved such a tremendous enhancement. Your physique indeed possesses extraordinary potential. Haha, merely a stroke of luck. Jiang Xiaofei would never disclose that it was the system aiding him. Otherwise, would they not consider asking Bulma to investigate the system in his mind? Observing Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong chose not to pry further, for everyone harbors their own secrets. As long as Jiang Xiaofei harbors no ill intentions towards Earth and his friends, he remains willing to forge a partnership with him. In truth, after experiencing the might of the Kamehameha, I too was profoundly impressed. I have a request, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Son Wukong, feeling somewhat bashful. Speak freely. If I can assist, I shall. Son Wukong, ever straightforward, encouraged him. It's not a significant matter. I wish to become your disciple and diligently cultivate under your guidance. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his thoughts. Chapter 8. God of Destruction. Beerus' Son Wukong stumbled slightly, responding, well, I am not particularly skilled at teaching. Vegeta would be a better fit. Perhaps you could consider Piccolo instead, as he is also quite suitable to be a master. Son Wukong, wary of complications, immediately sought to deflect the responsibility. Nearby, Piccolo and Vegeta, upon hearing Son Wukong's suggestion, felt a wave of apprehension wash over them. The potential of Jiang Xiaofei is undeniably evident. However, the pressure of being a mentor to such an extraordinary individual is immensely daunting. Moreover, the sense of accomplishment in nurturing such a prodigious talent into a formidable force seems rather elusive. Thus, when Jiang Xiaofei cast his gaze upon them, they hastily shook their heads. Among them, Son Wukong stands as the most powerful, endowed with the richest experiences. Most importantly, they share certain affinities, rendering Son Wukong the most suitable mentor for him. Even Jiang Xiaofei himself wholeheartedly agrees with this sentiment, for while watching Dragon Ball, his thoughts invariably shift in tandem with Son Wukong's fluctuating states. When Son Wukong unleashes his astonishing combat prowess, a surge of fervor courses through Jiang Xiaofei's veins. Conversely, when Son Wukong faces setbacks and severe injuries, a profound sense of sorrow envelopes him. Jiang Xiaofei turned his gaze once more towards Son Wukong, his eyes brimming with sincerity and a hint of grievance. He understood Son Wukong's character, a man of forthrightness and candor, and thus, he yearned to grow stronger under his guidance. Son Wukong, being an open-hearted individual, would share knowledge freely, allowing Jiang Xiaofei to gain much from him. This was perhaps a small selfish desire of his own. Although the individuals present treated each other with utmost sincerity, Jiang Xiaofei felt a particular inclination towards Son Wukong. Indeed, there was no necessity to become a disciple. Son Wukong, with a serious demeanor, remarked that their current relationship was quite satisfactory. They could exchange insights and spar at any time, and although they were not master and apprentice, they were comrades. And what is camaraderie if not the mutual achievement and growth of one another? Son Wukong's words were intended to dissuade Jiang Xiaofei from the notion of becoming his disciple. Jiang Xiaofei, being a newcomer, discerned the underlying message and did not cling stubbornly to the idea, as that would impose certain constraints on both parties. All right. Jiang Xiaofei readily agreed. Since I cannot be your disciple, I shall henceforth be your subordinate. Should you have any tasks, feel free to entrust them to me. There remains much I wish to learn from you." Once consensus was reached among the group, they returned to the western city to prepare for a significant event, the birthday celebration of Bulma. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the concept of money is not held in high regard. After all, Sun Wukong himself has little interest in wealth. His sole desire is to grow stronger. However, his wife, Chi-Chi, must consider their daily sustenance. If not for Chi-Chi's prudent management of Sun Wukong's winnings, their survival would indeed be precarious. The wealthiest among them is Bulma's family, a lineage centered around technology, whose innovations are ubiquitous across the globe, yielding substantial profits. Consequently, Bulma's celebration promises to be grandiose, with attendees of remarkable renown from around the world. Yet, an unexpected presence will arrive uninvited, bringing unparalleled astonishment. In the sixth universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, a deity resembling a cat opened its eyes. Each time this being awakens, it heralds calamity for planets and their inhabitants. With a mere snap of its fingers, it can utterly annihilate a celestial body, reducing it to cosmic dust. This is the god of destruction, Beerus. Upon his awakening this time, Beerus is inclined to eradicate some substandard planets, but there is another matter weighing on his mind, his dream. During this slumber, Beerus experienced a peculiar dream in which he encountered an individual capable of engaging him in battle. This prospect thrilled Beerus immensely, for in the sixth universe, he has reached the pinnacle of combat prowess. Since becoming a god of destruction, he has been devoid of the joy of battle. Yet, in his dream, he found himself in combat with such a person, rekindling a sense of exhilaration long forgotten. Thus, Beerus, upon his awakening, yearned to discover the individual from his dreams within the sixth universe. He inquired with the angel Whis and the prophetic fish, and it appeared that such a being indeed existed, further igniting Beerus's anticipation. Should he truly encounter this person, his restlessness would dissipate. Beerus's initial destination was the North Kai realm, yet he found no trace of this individual there. Consequently, with Whis' assistance, he set his sights on Earth. In the sixth universe, Earth is rather an inconspicuous planet, its level of civilization hardly worthy of Beerus's attention. Nevertheless, the warriors on Earth have garnered the interest of the Supreme Kai, rendering Earth a unique celestial body in a certain regard. One might ponder if such a humble planet could truly harbor someone capable of challenging him. Beerus harbored doubts, as he had never considered that a planet of such insignificance could yield a worthy adversary. We shall soon discover the truth of this matter, Whis remarked leisurely. Thus, the two deities, the mightiest entities of the sixth universe, traversed the cosmos, making their way towards the Milky Way, where Earth resides. Bulma's banquet was impeccably arranged, with a plethora of exquisite dishes that would undoubtedly delight the culinary enthusiast Goku. While Goku was not particularly adept at socializing, he found it impossible to resist the allure of gourmet food. It seemed that his life's creed revolved around savoring food and engaging in battle. At this lavish feast, Jiang Xiaofei encountered a new experience, indulging in the culinary delights of this realm, which was a uniquely gratifying experience. Among the revelers, he also met Satan and the ever-hungry Majin Buu. Observing Majin Buu, Jiang Xiaofei found him to be even more endearing than he had appeared on television. The current Majin Buu had adopted a benevolent demeanor and had formed a friendship with Satan, due to his own insatiable appetite. Majin Buu also struggled to resist the temptations of delectable cuisine. However, Jiang Xiaofei refrained from initiating conversation with them, fearing that a careless moment might lead to him being devoured by Buu, an outcome he deemed unacceptable. As he gazed upon this familiar scene, Jiang Xiaofei recalled elements of Dragon Ball, specifically Bulma's birthday celebration, where everyone was present and Majin Buu was indulging in pudding. Did this not suggest the unfolding of subsequent events? At this realization, a chill ran down his spine as he understood that the arrival of a being capable of determining the fate of Earth, no, a god, was imminent. Yet, something about the narrative felt amiss. Under normal circumstances, Goku should be training with the Supreme Kai at this juncture. Could it be that his very presence had caused a deviation in the original storyline? Jiang Xiaofei found himself in a state of uncertainty, left to await the unfolding events, pondering whether they would align with his expectations. While the others reveled in the joyous laughter of the birthday celebration, Son Wukong and Vegeta sensed an overwhelming aura approaching Earth, leaving them feeling insignificantly small, akin to a mere drop in the vast ocean. In unison, they lifted their gazes to the sky, where two figures gradually came into view, one tall and the other short. Chapter 9. Before engaging, let us savor Earth's delicacies as Jiang Xiaofei beheld the two figures illuminated by the sunlight. A tempest of emotion surged within him, for they were none other than the deities from the sixth universe, the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. They had indeed arrived on Earth for Bulma's birthday celebration, heralding the imminent events of Beerus's quest for the Super Saiyan God. However, with his intervention, the narrative was bound to shift. In the original storyline, Earth had faced its challenges without dire consequences, yet he wondered if his involvement would alter that fate. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei was uncertain, but there was no denying that Beerus had arrived, and no fighter present could hope to rival him. Even the Super Saiyan God would inevitably succumb. Aside from Jiang Xiaofei, another individual displayed notable anxiety, Vegeta. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta possessed a wealth of experience. Having recently received word from the Kaioshin that the god of destruction would be visiting Earth for reasons unknown, the only certainty was that should Beerus become displeased, Earth would face annihilation. The Kaioshin had also cautioned against any attempts to challenge the god of destruction, as such actions would only hasten the planet's demise. It was evident that this warning was directed at Son Goku, yet he seemed unfazed, gazing at the two deities in the sky. Vegeta felt beads of sweat trickle down his brow, while Son Wukong appeared eager for a challenge. The beings here possess such feeble combat prowess. Is there truly anyone on this planet capable of lifting my spirits? Beerus remarked, feeling the fluctuations of energy from Earth's inhabitants, void of any emotion. Whis emitted an unusual chuckle. Have you not noticed the energy fluctuations of those below? Following Whis, Beerus directed his gaze towards the location of Son Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei. As Beerus lowered his head, his fiery eyes locked momentarily with Son Wukong's intense stare, creating a palpable energy network that enveloped the surroundings. Seemingly provoked, Beerus vanished from beside Whis, only to reappear before Son Wukong in an instant. The assembled warriors instinctively assumed battle stances, ready to launch an assault. However, they found themselves unable to move a single inch. The uninvited presence had silently exerted dominance over them all. Not bad, but you still fail to meet my expectations. Beerus maintained his form at the same height as Goku, his piercing gaze fixed intently on him as he calmly articulated his thoughts. Goku, feeling the weight of Beerus' scrutinizing stare, sensed an intensified desire for battle within him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Oh, you are quite the formidable opponent. Despite the immense pressure emanating from Beerus, Goku boldly expressed his sentiments. Were it anyone else facing the might of Beerus, their fighting spirit would have long since dissipated, yet Goku stood as an exception. Beerus' already narrow eyes gradually narrowed into slits as he appraised this warrior brimming with combativeness, the surrounding aura of pressure steadily intensifying. Just as a clash seemed imminent, Beerus' nostrils twitched, and a blossom-like smile illuminated his face, a droplet of saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. The oppressive atmosphere vanished without a trace, and the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief, their curiosity piqued by the sudden change in Beerus' demeanor. With his keen sense of smell, Beerus shifted his gaze from Goku and swiftly zeroed in on a specific location, where Jiang Xiaofei stood. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei's heart raced vigorously as he became aware of Beerus' attention, noting that the deity was slowly approaching him. All eyes were fixed on Beerus' movements. And when he finally stood before Jiang Xiaofei, he lowered his head and took a deep whiff of the item in Jiang Xiaofei's hand. In that instant, stars seemed to twinkle in Beerus' eyes, a manifestation of sheer delight. This is the aroma I've been seeking. Beerus inhaled deeply once more, struggling to contain his excitement. What culinary delight is this? His gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei brimmed with an insatiable hunger for the delicacy. It is instant noodles, a delicacy unique to our Earth. Jiang Xiaofei replied earnestly. Instant noodles? Beerus mused, his eyes fixated on the noodles with contemplation. May I have a taste? Of course, Jiang Xiaofei offered, extending the bowl of noodles. These are freshly prepared. I hadn't yet begun to eat. Please enjoy. How could I possibly accept this? Though Beerus verbally expressed indifference, his hands eagerly accepted the bowl of instant noodles from Jiang Xiaofei. Upon receiving the noodles, he immediately indulged in them with insatiable greed. As the first mouthful entered his mouth, the exquisite flavor tantalized his taste buds, cascading down his throat and settling in his stomach. With that initial bite, a radiant demeanor enveloped Beerus, as this marked his first encounter with such delectable cuisine. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Beerus' transformation, however. Their vigilant hearts could finally relax. Observing Beerus' enjoyment, Whis joined in on the revelry, partaking in the delightful noodles as well. Vegeta cast a grateful smile towards Jiang Xiaofei, acknowledging that without him, the unfolding events would have been unimaginable. Upon recognizing Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei had promptly recalled a scene from the original series and prepared a bowl of noodles as an experiment, never anticipating it would capture Beerus's attention so effectively. The subsequent events promised to be straightforward. As long as they did not provoke Beerus, they would likely navigate this challenge unscathed. After savoring the noodles, Beerus began to wander through the various culinary offerings at the birthday banquet. A plethora of exquisite dishes greatly satisfied his culinary cravings, and a blissful expression remained etched on his face, causing everyone to forget that just moments prior, Beerus was a formidable presence dominating the scene. Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta refrained from disturbing Beerus, for they were uncertain of the words they might utter that could provoke his wrath. However, one individual lacked such awareness. While savoring exquisite cuisine, Beerus encountered a rotund figure indulging in pudding beneath the sunshade. This person possessed an adorably cherubic visage, yet Beerus held no interest in him. Rather, his desire was fervently directed towards the pudding in the individual's possession. In pursuit of this delicacy, Beerus, embodying the essence of a gentleman, respectfully requested a taste of the delightful pudding. The chubby and charming gourmand, equally enamored with food, was reluctant to share his treat. Consequently, he extended his tongue and swiftly launched an assault on the pudding, coating it with his saliva, thereby thwarting Beerus's aspirations for the dessert. Feeling humiliated, Beerus's once radiant gaze, reminiscent of twinkling stars, turned frigid once more. An invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Xiaofei, reveling in his meal, sensed this overwhelming force and thought to himself, "This cannot end well." Indeed, when he cast his gaze upon Beerus, the silhouette of Majin Buu materialized alongside him. Thus commenced an epic clash between the demon and the god. Chapter 10, Not a Fighter in Sight. The relentless surge of power emanating from the two adversaries clashed violently, their contrasting forces of destruction causing Jiang Xiaofei considerable distress. Having witnessed the unfolding drama before, he was acutely aware of the impending events. Yet he endeavored to avert such a calamity. Alas, fate proved to be an insurmountable force, and the confrontation between Beerus and Buu became inevitable. As the god of destruction, Beerus was accustomed to acting on his whims within the sixth universe. His visit to Earth was primarily to seek a worthy opponent. However, the allure of Earth's culinary delights momentarily distracted him from his true purpose. Jiang Xiaofei initially believed that he could satiate Beerus's battle fervor with the allure of culinary delights. Yet it has become evident that such hopes were nothing but a fanciful dream. Alongside the anxious Jiang Xiaofei, Vegeta and the others widened their eyes, yearning to intervene in the conflict between the two, yet lacking the courage to do so. The energy emanating from Beerus unmistakably conveyed his fury. Although it was merely a small pudding, Majin Buu's actions were a blatant affront to Beerus's dignity as a deity. Beerus felt compelled to make this intruder comprehend that some individuals, some gods, are not to be trifled with. Majin Buu appeared rather naive, a fellow gourmand. His penchant for food was evident during his fierce battles against Goku and others. However, in terms of social awareness, Buu seemed rather oblivious. Living a life of abundance alongside Satan, he was unaccustomed to the nuances of human interactions. Thus, when someone suddenly appeared to seize his delicacies, Buu instinctively reacted without regard for the identity of his challenger. Should a battle ensue, Buu was more than willing to engage, for he too was a formidable fighter on Earth. If anyone in the vicinity appeared composed, it was Whis, who remained immersed in the realm of gastronomy, seemingly indifferent to the clash between Beerus and Buu. Without uttering a word, Beerus launched an assault, sending Buu soaring into the sky, to which Buu responded in kind. The sound of their fierce collision echoed, akin to a solo performance in a grand concert, with a resounding crack. Jiang Xiaofei witnessed the plump form of Buu hurtling towards the ocean, ultimately creating a cascade of splashes. Emerging from the waters, Buu clearly exhibited signs of indignation, steam billowing from the hole atop his head as he charged once more at Beerus. Yet, Buu's ferocious attacks, in the presence of Beerus, lost their original lethality. Beerus hovered in the air, effortlessly restraining Buu with just one hand, his feet remaining utterly motionless. It was evident to all that this was a lopsided confrontation, with Buu possessing not a shred of hope for victory. Buu's inner turmoil teetered on the brink of collapse, his movements became erratic. Yet his power surged as he endeavored to breach Beerus's defenses, though he made no substantial progress. Beerus appeared to harbor no interest in the battle with Buu. The resentment over his stolen pudding gradually dissipated. If this continued, Beerus might truly drift off to sleep. Thus, he extended a hand, grasping Buu's lofty head, and began to spin rapidly above his own head before flinging him into the distance. Bu's figure diminished in the eyes of the spectators, eventually shrinking to a mere dot before vanishing entirely. After dealing with Bu, Beerus turned his gaze towards Goku and a few others of considerable fighting prowess, stretched languidly, yawned, and then descended to the ground. Truly, there isn't a single worthy opponent. It seems that my dream was, after all, just a dream. There exists no being in this universe capable of igniting my desire for battle, Beerus remarked lazily to Whis. Observing Beerus's waning interest, Whis refrained from comment, continuing to savor his culinary delights. Once we are satiated, let us obliterate this earth, Beerus stated as if it were a trivial matter, lifting a piece of pudding to his lips. The moment the pudding made contact with his mouth, its silky texture enveloped him in bliss. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Beerus lowered his head, his eyes bulging as the pudding slipped from his mouth. Do not cause a disturbance at someone else's birthday party. A woman's voice resonated in Beerus's mind. His body trembled, a murderous intent emanating from him as he lifted his head, glaring furiously at the woman who had struck him at the back of his head. This scene did not escape the notice of others. Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude, realizing that Beerus could not escape the fate of being slapped by Bulma. Vegeta, too, felt a pang of anxiety. After all, Bulma was his wife. She has now surprisingly confronted the god of destruction of Universe 6 without a moment's hesitation. Vegeta appeared beside Bulma, shielding her with his presence. In his hand, he held a delectable pudding, extending it towards Beerus with a broad grin. Yet, beneath Vegeta's cheerful facade, a profound fear had taken root within him. He could not afford to retreat. Behind him stood his wife. Should Beerus harbor any murderous intent, Bulma would stand no chance of survival. By remaining here, he might offer some measure of defense, however slim the odds. He had to step forward. Noticing the gravity of the situation reflected in Beerus's stern demeanor, Bulma quickly donned a welcoming smile, expressing her apologies to the god of destruction. Beerus continued to scrutinize the couple, his murderous aura still palpable. Slowly, he lifted his right hand, placing it across Vegeta's path. Beads of sweat cascaded down Vegeta's face, his legs trembling under the overwhelming pressure emanating from Beerus. Yet, he could not falter. His wife and companions were behind him. After a tense few moments, Beerus extended his hand and accepted the pudding from Vegeta. Thank you. As the oppressive aura dissipated, Vegeta exhaled in relief. I shall not disturb your culinary enjoyment then. With that, he took Bulma's hand and led her away from Beerus. Gazing at the pudding in his hand, Beerus's smile returned, eager at last to savor its flavor. With that thought, he brought the dessert toward his lips. Hey, you were just saying you would destroy the earth. Goku's energy surged, his eyes ablaze with fiery determination as he fixed his gaze on Beerus, who was preparing to relish the pudding. The earth is my home, and I will not allow anyone to ruin it, even if they are a god. Chapter 11. Goku battles Beerus. Interesting. Beerus set down the pudding once more, turning his attention to the one who had dared to challenge him. He appraised Goku with a curious glance, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. As I mentioned, if you can defeat me or at least provide me with a taste of the thrill of battle, perhaps I shall reconsider my intention to obliterate the earth. As a god of destruction, Beerus held no pretenses when it came to such matters. If a challenger were to truly arise, it might threaten his position of power. However, within Universe 7, apart from Whis, there seemed to be no one capable of overcoming Beerus. Goku, too, understood the gravity of the situation. The aura Beerus had exhibited during his recent battle with Majin Buu suggested that he was unlikely to prevail against him. Nevertheless, in this moment, Goku knew he had to step forward, because Beerus has just declared his intention to annihilate the earth. This is a fate that Sun Wukong will absolutely not allow to transpire. Although Sun Wukong was not born on Earth, he has lived here since his youth, and every blade of grass and every tree holds a deep emotional significance for him. Furthermore, his family and friends reside on this azure planet. They have faced numerous crises and have finally arrived at this moment. Thus, he cannot permit anyone to disrupt their harmonious home. Even if that individual is a deity, he must resist. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan first form. As he did so, the air around him became tumultuous, with friction generating small sonic booms that emitted a dazzling light. Vegeta intended to intervene and restrain the impulsive Sun Wukong, knowing that if a confrontation with the god of destruction ensued, it could result in dire consequences. However, it was too late. In his Super Saiyan first form, Sun Wukong charged towards Beerus, his fists capable of obliterating mountains, accompanied by a gale that surged forth as he approached. Beerus, unfazed, merely extended a single finger to collide with Son Wukong's fist. He did not budge an inch, effortlessly deflecting Son Wukong's ferocious assault, neutralizing its power. Unfazed by the lack of impact from his initial strike, Son Wukong launched a rapid series of punches, each imbued with the force to move mountains and surpass the speed of sound, rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye. Yet, despite the onslaught, Beerus remained unperturbed, continuing to block all of Son Wukong's attacks with the same solitary finger. As he observed the clash between Son Wukong and Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei's vision began to blur. He still struggled to acclimate to the rapid movements of their battle. Nonetheless, he could discern that Son Wukong was at a clear disadvantage. At present, Beerus was solely on the defensive, refraining from counterattacking. Son Wukong's relentless barrage of strikes was effortlessly neutralized by Beerus. In a moment of strategy, Son Wukong leaped back, creating distance between himself and Beerus. At this juncture, Son Wukong's energy began to exhibit signs of turbulence, while Beerus maintained a steady breath, appearing as if he had not engaged in battle at all. The disparity between the two was starkly evident. Nevertheless, Son Wukong was undeterred. Facing an opponent as formidable as Beerus only fueled his resolve. "You are slightly stronger than the previous one, yet still not worthy," Beerus remarked coolly, stretching lazily. "If this is all you can muster, I fear you will not be able to safeguard the earth under my dominion." The words spoken by Beerus instilled a profound sense of trepidation in Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. From the tone of Beerus, they discerned that his intention to annihilate Earth appeared to be unwavering. Yet they found themselves utterly powerless against him, for their strength paled in comparison to that of Beerus. Among them, the mightiest was Son Wukong. However, given his performance, it was evident that he could not triumph over Beerus, let alone the others. At this point, Jiang Xiaofei harbored no expectations for Son Wukong to engage in solitary combat. Instead, he fervently hoped that Son Wukong, along with Vegeta, Gohan, and others, could unite their powers as 5 Super Saiyans to summon the Super Saiyan God. For Jiang Xiaofei, who had witnessed the original saga, the emergence of the Super Saiyan God was the only hope to allow Beerus to experience a fraction of the joy of combat, thereby safeguarding Earth and fostering friendship with Son Wukong and his allies. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Son Wukong was once again stirred, letting out a fierce cry. His surge of anger transformed the atmosphere around him, heralding his ascension to the second form of Super Saiyan. The energy enveloping him continued to escalate, with the air around him becoming increasingly tumultuous, accompanied by the relentless sound of explosive energy. Transitioning to the third form of Super Saiyan, Son Wukong unleashed all the Saiyan forms at his disposal as his consciousness shifted from rationality to instinct. At this moment, Son Wukong embodied the essence of Earth's mightiest warrior. Even Vegeta would likely struggle to match his prowess. However, this was still insufficient to overcome Beerus. Son Wukong needed to further elevate his power, activating the Kaioken to its maximum capacity that he could endure. In this current state, Son Wukong held nothing back. The preliminary probing had concluded, and he recognized that Beerus was a foe he could not defeat. Yet, having reached this critical juncture, retreat was not an option. He must advance boldly, fighting for Earth and his homeland. Feeling the relentless surge of power emanating from within, Son Wukong gazed intently at Beerus. Observing Son Wukong's transformation, Beerus felt a flicker of interest, and a hint of anticipation for the ensuing battle began to stir within him. For a human to elevate themselves to such heights transcended the limits of ordinary capability, and Son Wukong, as a Super Saiyan, had achieved this remarkable feat through immense effort. However, this did not grant Beerus any reason to relent. With a flick of his finger, Beerus adopted a provocative stance towards Son Wukong, prompting him to launch himself into the fray once more. The intensity of their clash was markedly greater than before, with the energy waves generated by their physical contact beginning to affect the onlookers below. Had it not been for Whis intervening to create a protective barrier, the consequences for the ordinary spectators could have been dire. With a powerful punch, Son Wukong struck, piercing the heavens and causing Beerus to stagger backwards slightly. Beerus, regaining his balance and loosening his stiff neck, continued to engage in combat with Son Wukong. Under the relentless assault from Son Wukong, Beerus began to take the fight a bit more seriously. It must be noted that Son Wukong is a born warrior. He has never once shown a hint of trepidation in the face of Beerus. Aware of their inherent disparity, Son Wukong still stood tall, resolutely confronting his opponent. This unwavering spirit is something that Jiang Xiaofei greatly admires about Son Wukong, his unyielding determination to never concede defeat. Utilizing a moment of opportunity, Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha enhanced by the Kaioken. The surrounding energy converged around him, and Beerus, instead of obstructing Sun Wukong's actions, chose to observe what further surprises Sun Wukong might reveal. The formidable energy of the Kamehameha erupted from his hands, hurtling towards Beerus. Noticing the brilliant sphere of energy, Beerus found his interest piqued once more as he flicked his fingers, summoning a force of his own. When the two energies collided, rather than resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, they were annihilated at the point of impact. This was a deliberate act by Beerus. Had they not contained their powers, the Earth would have likely been obliterated by the mere clash. After executing the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong's energy became erratic, yet Beerus remained unperturbed. "You have lost," Beerus declared coldly to Sun Wukong. "No, I have not yet lost. As long as I am alive, you shall not lay a hand on the Earth," Sun Wukong bellowed, his resolve strengthening as he charged once more at Beerus. Chapter 12. The assault on Beerus in his prime. Sun Wukong could not match Beerus, and in his already diminished state, he stood no chance against the god of destruction. Without any suspense, as soon as Sun Wukong approached, Beerus sent him flying with a single kick. Yet, like an indomitable cockroach, Sun Wukong repeatedly surged back, undeterred by the blows he received. With each relentless charge, his energy began to wane. On the ground, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta watched with heavy hearts, striving to avert their gaze from this overwhelming battle. However, the sound of their clashes resonated deeply within their souls. "This is illogical. Beerus should be recognizing Sun Wukong's strength," Jiang Xiaofei murmured, shaking his head in disbelief. "Kakarot!" Vegeta shouted, his energy surging dramatically as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, racing towards the fray between Sun Wukong and Beerus. "Dad!" Gohan cried out, also transforming into a Super Saiyan and following Vegeta into the fray. Wukong. Though slightly delayed in their movements, Piccolo and Krillin swiftly rushed to the location of Sun Wukong. Son Goten and Trunks promptly opted for fusion, transforming into Gotenks. Vegeta and Gohan caught the rebounding Sun Wukong and administered a Senzu Bean, providing him with a modicum of restored energy. "You should rest. We shall fight in your stead and protect the Earth," Vegeta declared to Sun Wukong, shaking his head. Sun Wukong gazed steadfastly at Vegeta, asserting, "I am fine. I can continue to fight." "Very well. Then let us unite to safeguard the Earth and battle for its sake." Together, they encircled Beerus. In that moment, Sun Wukong's friends and family rallied, each in their own manner, offering encouragement to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at Weiss, who remained as ever, savoring the delicacies in his hands, displaying no other actions. After taking several deep breaths, Jiang Xiaofei steeled himself to join the fray against Beerus. Above in the sky, Beerus stood with his hands clasped behind his back, showing little regard for those encircling him. At his level of power, victory could not be attained merely through sheer numbers. Humanity's attempts to challenge the might of a god were ultimately akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree or a moth drawn to a flame. This truth was well understood by all. However, at this juncture, they found themselves with no alternative. Aware that they were entering a battle they could not possibly win, they nonetheless chose to fight on. This was their pride and honor as warriors, as well as their commitment to safeguard their home, Earth. Sun Wukong was the first to charge, channeling his energy to launch another assault on Beerus, followed closely by Vegeta and Son Gohan. Years of combat had fostered a tacit understanding among them, enabling them to unleash their full potential without the need for verbal communication. Yet, even so, in the face of the formidable Beerus, they seemed to gain no advantage. The collective effort of the few compelled Beerus to maneuver swiftly, executing defensive blocks. Throughout the encounter, Beerus remained in a state of passive defense. After a round of assaults, it became evident to all that even while standing still and absorbing their strikes, they were incapable of defeating Beerus. The disparity between God and man was starkly apparent. Did they truly believe that victory could be achieved through numerical superiority? Beerus remarked nonchalantly, paying little heed to those who dared to assail him. "This time, you should comprehend that the opponent you face cannot be overcome through mere numbers." Surveying the chaotic auras surrounding him, Beerus mused that with such levels of power, aspiring to protect Earth was a rather fanciful notion. Listening to Beerus's words, each individual's heart swelled with greater fury. Though small before him, they did not waver in fear. Even Jiang Xiaofei on the ground began to feel a surge of agitation. For Beerus wielded his status as the god of destruction to mercilessly devastate the homes of others. Indeed, in the original narrative, Beerus acted to eliminate certain blights within the universe to foster healthier development. However, since Jiang Xiaofei had arrived in the Dragon Ball world, certain events that were meant to unfold seemed to be shifting. While the timeline remained intact, the sequence of events had become increasingly tumultuous. In light of this, he genuinely feared for Earth's survival under Beerus's potential wrath. To ensure that Son Wukong and the others could protect their planet, Jiang Xiaofei joined the battle. Yet, with his current strength, he still failed to pique Beerus's interest. In a mere encounter, Jiang Xiaofei was flung back to the ground by Beerus, creating a vast crater upon impact. I have had enough. This farce must come to an end. Beerus has lost all semblance of patience. Even the collective presence of everyone present cannot evoke the exhilarating thrill of battle he experiences in his dreams. Unable to locate the god of Super Saiyans, he declares that they shall all descend into the abyss to seek clarity. Channeling the energy around him, Beerus moves with astonishing speed that surpasses even light, launching an assault on those nearby. This marks the first instance of Beerus initiating an attack during combat, a feat far beyond the capabilities of Vegeta, Goku, and the others. Coupled with their prior injuries, they find themselves utterly defenseless after a single onslaught from Beerus. Goku has succumbed to defeat, while Vegeta and Gohan lie motionless upon the ground. And Piccolo and Krillin are barely clinging to life, with Gotenks reduced to his original form. Jiang Xiaofei anticipated that they would unite to harness the divine power of the Super Saiyan, yet even in the final second, at the moment when Beerus was about to obliterate the Earth, there was still no response. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the egg-sized sphere of energy pulsating at Beerus's fingertips. The orb, brimming with destructive force, instilled a profound sense of dread in every observer. Within Son Wukong's eyes flickered a glimmer of defiance, but at this moment, he lacked even the strength to move, let alone thwart Beerus's impending cataclysm. Despite Jiang Xiaofei's remarkable resilience, the chasm between him and Beerus was insurmountable. His prowess was utterly incapable of thwarting Beerus's movements. The pulsation of the destructive energy sphere grew increasingly pronounced, tightening the tension in the hearts of all present. Wait, I possess a method that will allow you to unleash your full potential. Observing the surging destructive energy at Beerus's fingertips, Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward, eager to attempt his own approach to prevent Beerus from annihilating the Earth. However, Beerus paid no heed to Jiang Xiaofei. After several battles, he had lost all hope in the Earthlings and no longer anticipated a worthy clash with a dream adversary. There exists one individual who can undoubtedly satiate your thirst for combat, one who can engage in a truly exhilarating battle, just as you envision. Jiang Xiaofei, growing increasingly impatient, shouted directly at Beerus, imploring him for a chance. Yet, Beerus had lost all interest in Jiang Xiaofei's words. He merely yearned to swiftly dispatch the current nuisances and return to the realm of destruction for a well-deserved respite. Witnessing Beerus's indifference, Jiang Xiaofei was overwhelmed with fury and despair, his eyes bloodshot. Can you not simply listen to what I have to say? Jiang Xiaofei clenched his fingers tightly, an unceasing surge of power coursing through him. He leaped into the air once more, soaring towards Beerus with a clenched fist. Chapter 13. The astonishment of Beerus soaring through the sky. Jiang Xiaofei's body generated immense friction with the surrounding air, igniting his clothes in a blaze of fire. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei resembled a rocket, hurtling towards his target. Beerus cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, yet chose to disregard him. In his eyes, no matter how fiercely this group struggled, their efforts were futile, for he was the god of destruction, possessing an overwhelming power that rendered them utterly powerless. No matter how many times Jiang Xiaofei tries, he cannot escape the clutches of failure. Beerus raised his other hand and lightly pointed at the charging Jiang Xiaofei, expecting to effortlessly bring him down. However, Beerus had miscalculated. Jiang Xiaofei's speed surged once more as he charged towards the destructive energy sphere held in Beerus's hand. Even Beerus was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere mortal like Jiang Xiaofei would boldly confront a force capable of obliterating an entire planet. Below, Son Wukong and Vegeta were equally astonished, sharing Beerus's initial thoughts that Jiang Xiaofei would opt to battle him. They were acutely aware of Jiang Xiaofei's unique constitution, reminiscent of a Saiyan's, which allowed him to grow stronger through continuous combat. However, Jiang Xiaofei's rate of growth was even more accelerated. If he could harness this method to enhance his power, it was certain that after a few exchanges, his strength would significantly increase, making a confrontation with Beerus a conceivable reality, perhaps even safeguarding Earth. With hopeful expressions, they were unprepared for the revelation that Jiang Xiaofei's true target was, in fact, the destructive energy sphere in Beerus's grasp. Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a punch imbued with his utmost strength, striking towards the destructive energy emanating from Beerus's fingertips. Although he had yet to master the control of his ki, the power of his physical form had escalated to a terrifying degree. After enduring several brutal blows from Beerus, his resilience had notably intensified. He initially believed he could harness his strength to propel the sphere of annihilation away from Earth. However, Jiang Xiaofei had overestimated his own capabilities. Upon delivering his punch, the sphere of destructive energy remained unmoved, while his hand was rendered to nothingness beneath its overwhelming force. Jiang Xiaofei gazed helplessly at the looming sphere, its aura of destruction potent enough to devour one's very soul. With a mere flick, Beerus sent Jiang Xiaofei crashing back to the ground. Did he truly believe that such trivial means could safeguard Earth? Beerus found their naivety laughable. Whis, get up. I'm pressed for time and have no patience to play with this band of fools. Beerus exclaimed impatiently, directing his ire towards Whis, who was still savoring his delicacies. Fools, you say? Today, I shall make you understand that even a jester has his resolve. Jiang Xiaofei's voice resonated once more as energy storms surged beneath him. He slowly ascended from the depths, surrounded by a shimmering golden aura. Beerus narrowed his eyes, observing this seemingly indomitable warrior. A flicker of unease stirring within him, a sensation he had never before experienced, not even when confronted by the likes of Goku and Vegeta. Though fleeting, this feeling could not be dismissed, for it was instigated by the young fighter before him. Even Whis, who had been calmly indulging in culinary delights, paused to appraise the battle-ready earthling. Revitalized to some extent, Goku and Vegeta watched in awe as Jiang Xiaofei, the source of their repeated surprises, emerged anew, igniting a surge of fervor within them. They had assumed Jiang Xiaofei would succumb to the sphere of annihilation. It appeared they had underestimated his resilience. They had intended to join him in battle, yet the intense pain coursing through their bodies proved to be an unbearable burden. Following the erosion by Beerus's destructive energy, Jiang Xiaofei's internal systems were reawakened. Although his punch was an act of offense, it still bore the potential for critical strikes, the likes of which he had never envisioned before. Under the impact of this newfound critical point, his body was nearly overwhelmed. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaofei persevered, emerging with even greater strength. Should he encounter that destructive energy once more, he now possessed the confidence to withstand it. However, this experience had imparted a crucial lesson. His body had its limits when enduring critical strikes, and those limits would continue to be challenged as his power grew. Jiang Xiaofei raised his head, gazing at Beerus in the sky, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. In their shared gaze, the sphere of annihilation at Beerus's fingertips vanished. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The crisis on Earth had been temporarily averted, as Beerus had seemingly abandoned his intention to attack. Since you were so tenacious, let me witness the extent of your potential, daring to provoke me time and again. In his own universe, wherever Beerus roamed, he commanded reverence, with no one daring to oppose him. The destruction of a planet was merely a flick of his fingers. However, upon arriving on Earth, Beerus found himself unexpectedly thwarted. He had initially sought the Super Saiyan God for an exhilarating battle, only to be sidetracked by the planet's delectable cuisine. In his quest to indulge his palate, Beerus began to savor the culinary delights, yet a single pudding led to a provocation from Majin Buu, compelling him to take action. Easily defeating Majin Buu, he was then struck from behind by a seemingly powerless woman, followed by relentless provocations from a swarm of Saiyans. Now, he faced yet another unyielding adversary. At times, Beerus questioned his own patience, reflecting on how he had managed to refrain from annihilating this underdeveloped civilization despite their incessant provocations. Meanwhile, Whis, seated nearby, had long seen through the facade. Beerus's slumber was born from the tedium of existence in a universe he deemed unimaginative. Accustomed to the destruction of planets, Beerus yearned for a worthy opponent to alleviate his boredom. This time, his dreams were filled with combat. And according to the prophecy of the Oracle Fish, such a challenger seemed to exist. It was no wonder Beerus was filled with excitement. His repeated encounters with Earthlings were in pursuit of this prophesied individual. Otherwise, he would have obliterated the planet long ago. And Whis would not be so calmly enjoying his culinary delights. Jiang Xiaofei harnessed the surrounding energy, allowing his body to ascend gradually. A golden aura enveloping him while the sound of sonic booms resonated incessantly. Under the gaze of all onlookers, he halted at the same level as Beerus. I, too, wish to ascertain the true hardness of Lord Beerus's fists, to see if they can utterly shatter me. Chapter 14. Gaining recognition, Beerus gazed calmly at the audacious young warrior before him, experiencing for the first time such insolence from a human. He was the god of destruction. After all, in the entirety of the seventh universe, his prowess was unparalleled. Even the Kaioshians dared not speak to him in such a manner. Once, the cosmic tyrant Frisia had approached him with utmost reverence. Yet now, he found himself repeatedly provoked by a mere earthling. This was a first since Beerus ascended to his role as the god of destruction. However, rather than feeling overwhelming anger, he sensed a flicker of anticipation within. Although the civilization of Earth was of a lowly tier, the beings inhabiting it continuously surprised him, offering delightful moments worth cherishing. Let us wait and see. Beerus remarked to the shimmering golden aura of Jiang Xiaofei, his words imbued with confidence. Jiang Xiaofei struck first, and after enduring a series of relentless blows from Beerus, his resilience significantly improved, and his strength saw a remarkable enhancement. Even his control over energy exhibited notable refinement. All of this was acquired through the experience of being struck, and it appeared to be immensely worthwhile. With a fist infused with Jiang Xiaofei's fury, he delivered a powerful blow to Beerus's arm, producing a sound akin to steel colliding. Yet Jiang Xiaofei felt not a trace of pain. Beerus's gaze subtly shifted, for he sensed that Jiang Xiaofei's punch had demonstrated considerable progress compared to before, and he began to take an interest in this fervent young warrior. Jiang Xiaofei's fists relentlessly assaulted Beerus, their speed escalating with each passing moment. Initially, Beerus was able to deflect Jiang's strikes with just one hand, but as Jiang's velocity surged, Beerus was compelled to engage both hands in defense. The onlookers were captivated by the clash of these titans. Goku and Vegeta scrutinized Beerus's movements, and as they witnessed him utilize his other hand, a glimmer of hope emerged, a hope for the continued existence of Earth. The intensity of their battle heightened, and Beerus shifted from a defensive stance to an aggressive onslaught. Jiang Xiaofei, who had previously held the upper hand, found himself at a disadvantage. Beerus's speed had outstripped his own, and his strength began to overshadow Jiang's. Jiang was acutely aware of Beerus's transformation. The deity was amplifying his own power, though Jiang was also growing stronger in the heat of battle. His progression could not keep pace with Beerus's ascendance. With a resounding impact, Beerus's foot connected with Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen, causing his internal organs to jolt violently, and Jiang was sent hurtling back to the ground. Beerus did not relent. He extended a finger, summoning dozens of energy orbs in the sky above him, each pulsating with blinding light and immense energy. With a mere flick of his finger, the orbs cascaded down like a spectacular meteor shower, aimed directly at Jiang's position. Boom, boom. The energy orbs descended upon Jiang Xiaofei in a furious torrent, unleashing their tumultuous energy upon impact and creating a vast crater centered around him, the remnants of energy waves still pulsating in the air. Goku and Vegeta gazed at the glaring crater, their hearts heavy with concern for Jiang Xiaofei. While his body could rapidly heal, could he truly withstand such overwhelming assaults from Beerus? Beerus's gaze remained fixed on the cavernous pit, keenly sensing the fluctuations of energy within, seemingly unable to detect Jiang's presence any longer. It appears you are still no match for a god, nor do you fully pique my interest, Beerus's voice echoed, tinged with a hint of melancholy. He raised his right hand once more, gathering the destructive energy destined to obliterate Earth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired an ultimate critical strike point. Jiang Xiaofei, now completely unconscious, could not hear the system's notification, yet his body was rapidly regaining form. Just as Beerus coalesced his annihilative energy sphere, Jiang soared from the depths of the pit. Since Lord Beerus is still unsatisfied, shall we continue our battle? Jiang Xiaofei's voice, though not loud, resonated distinctly in the ears of everyone present. At that moment, Son Goku, Vegeta, and the other Earthlings were filled with excitement. Even Beerus gazed at Jiang Xiaofei in astonishment, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes. No one had anticipated Jiang Xiaofei's vibrant return, and it was evident that the aura emanating from him had significantly intensified. Earthlings, I acknowledge your tenacity, but no matter how many times you attempt it, you will never defeat me, Beerus declared, his gaze fixed on the approaching Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of joy within, for from Beerus's words, he discerned a shift in the deity's demeanor, indicating that he was beginning to regard him with greater significance, a most promising development. I understand, yet I must persist in my struggle, for the sake of Earth and my companions, Jiang Xiaofei explained to Beerus, casting a glance towards the ground where Son Wukong and the others stood. You have shown commendable strength, Thus, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can withstand this move of mine, I will spare both you and your friends, and I shall cease my intentions to obliterate Earth. Beerus, too, wished to refrain from completely annihilating Jiang Xiaofei, thus taking a step back. A smile graced Jiang Xiaofei's face. Is it true? He inquired. As a deity, how could I possibly be untrustworthy? Beerus emphasized. Very well. Jiang Xiaofei readily acquiesced. Do not rejoice too soon. Only if you withstand my strike will they be able to continue living, Beerus cautioned Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei was undoubtedly elated, for with the presence of the system. Although he could not conquer Beerus, it was nearly impossible for Beerus to utterly annihilate him. Moreover, Beerus' proposal of such conditions stemmed merely from a desire to avoid an interminable struggle. Jiang Xiaofei made a defensive gesture, bracing himself to confront Beerus's impending attack. However, Beerus's aura revealed minimal change. Only his right hand reached toward Jiang Xiaofei's forehead, gently tapping it. Jiang Xiaofei swiftly closed his eyes, yet when he opened them again, he found himself still beside Beerus. This time, it was Jiang Xiaofei's turn to be astonished. Was that all? He inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Ahem. Beerus cleared his throat, finding the encounter rather dull. Engaging with you mortals is somewhat exhausting. Today, I shall grant you a reprieve. Jiang Xiaofei's face instantly lit up with joy, and he could hardly contain the urge to embrace Beerus with a kiss. However, he restrained himself, fearing that such an action might evoke Beerus's displeasure, which would be utterly counterproductive. Jiang Xiaofei bowed deeply to Beerus, expressing gratitude for his mercy. There are so many delectable dishes on earth. I cannot bear to part with them. Beerus gazed at the culinary delights spread across the ground, and his attention was drawn to Whis, who was savoring the delicacies. Whis! Beerus exclaimed, his voice echoing as he vanished from Jiang Xiaofei's side, launching himself towards the exquisite feast. A wave of discomfort surged through Jiang Xiaofei's body, yet an overwhelming sense of joy propelled him to endure. Jiang Xiaofei returned to the group, nodding at everyone. An unspoken understanding passed among them, and smiles, long absent, graced their faces once more. Their planet had been safeguarded again. And this time, it was thanks to Jiang Xiaofei, their new companion. In that moment, Jiang Xiaofei's significance in their hearts was redefined. Chapter 15. The unparalleled qualities of Sun Wukong at the birthday banquet. In a corner of the culinary plaza, Whis and Beerus sat together, savoring the pudding in their hands. Upon tasting it, a look of bliss immediately illuminated Beerus's face. After being on Earth for so long, he had finally indulged in a delectable pudding. The velvety texture tantalized his taste buds, momentarily dispelling the fatigue brought on by relentless battles. Unable to resist the pudding's allure, Beerus devoured several more, eventually feeling a sense of satisfaction. You seem quite fond of Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong, Whis remarked, cutting straight to the chase, revealing Beerus's innermost thoughts. After such a long slumber, encountering individuals who could rejuvenate his spirit naturally called for some physical engagement. With the delightful pudding in hand, Beerus took another bite. Having refrained from combat for an extended period, he felt as though his body had grown rusty. This brief activity was merely a tantalizing taste. They were merely mortals. Yet their cultivation had transcended the capabilities of most advanced beings from higher planets. Even Frisia would likely find himself at a disadvantage against them, Whis explained. However, no matter how formidable mortals became, they still paled in comparison to the rulers of the universe. Beerus gazed at Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong, who were joyously celebrating their newfound vitality. Regrettably, they had been unable to find the so-called Super Saiyan God. Otherwise, a truly exhilarating battle would have ensued. The Super Saiyans of this universe had been nearly exterminated by Frisia, with the few survivors residing on Earth. Their strength, as you have witnessed, did not even approach that of the Super Saiyan God. Perhaps it was merely a legend, forever unattainable, Whis added. Although Beerus felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he recognized the futility of his feelings. Following this battle, he could not strike at Earth again, and he was genuinely intrigued by the potential growth of Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong. If they could continue to develop, perhaps one day he could once again experience the exhilaration of combat that haunted his dreams. Since the Super Saiyan God does not exist, we must cultivate our own, Beerus stated calmly, regarding the warriors on Earth as he spoke to Whis. Whis understood Beerus's intentions well. He too looked forward to the growth of these warriors, which promised to be a delightful venture. Meanwhile, in another part of the banquet, Jiang Xiaofei had become the center of attention. This was originally Bulma's birthday celebration. Yet who could have anticipated the multitude of events that would unfold on this day, culminating in a fierce battle for the defense of Earth? Fortunately, we had you by our side, or we would have been utterly incapable of safeguarding our planet, Sun Wukong expressed to Jiang Xiaofei, his words imbued with heartfelt gratitude. Having endured numerous crises threatening the Earth, Sun Wukong had believed his strength alone could protect their home. However, it became evident that he was far from sufficient. With a mere snap of his fingers, Beerus could obliterate the planet. Had it not been for Jiang Xiaofei's intervention this time, how might he have preserved his beloved home? Feeling slightly embarrassed by Sun Wukong's appreciation, Jiang Xiaofei realized that all the glory should rightfully belong to Sun Wukong. Yet, through a twist of fate, he had traversed into the Dragon Ball universe and acquired a rather burdensome system that altered the course of events. Although the outcome remained favorable, Jiang Xiaofei couldn't shake the feeling that he had overshadowed Sun Wukong's achievements. Earth is our home. Protecting it is a responsibility we all share, he declared, echoing his sentiments. Hearing Jiang Xiaofei's words, Sun Wukong felt a renewed sense of hope, as it signified that he had found another ally in the unified struggle, thereby fortifying Earth's defenses. Vegeta and Piccolo soon approached, expressing their gratitude to Jiang Xiaofei, who reciprocated their thanks. However, Jiang Xiaofei was not inclined to be the center of attention. Thus, he sought someone to assume the mantle of glory. This burden would likely fall upon Satan, who was no stranger to seizing accolades and recognition from others. Initially reluctant, Satan was apprehensive, especially since Beerus had already taken action against Majin Buu. After all, Beerus was a true deity, and to offend him could result in dire consequences. Nevertheless, after enduring countless accolades and applause, Satan ultimately acquiesced to the persuasion of his peers, agreeing to become the hero who vanquished the god and saved Earth. Once arrangements for Satan were settled, Jiang Xiaofei, alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta, made their way towards Beerus. Engrossed in his culinary delights, Beerus, along with Whis, sensed their approach. Upon reaching Beerus, the group bowed deeply in unison. "We sincerely apologize, Lord Beerus. Please forgive our ignorance and recklessness." Beerus chose to disregard their apology. Continuing to savor his meal, though inwardly he was amused, Whis nodded at Jiang Xiaofei and the others, conveying, "Lord Beerus has forgiven you. Henceforth, you must diligently train. For there may come a time when Lord Beerus whimsically decides to destroy the Earth again, and you must be prepared to defend it." Jiang Xiaofei and his companions exchanged glances, finding Whis' remarks somewhat amusing yet partially valid. Even if the ultimate destruction of Earth were to be caused by someone other than Beerus, they would nonetheless rise to protect their planet. Hence, following this battle, they were determined to intensify their training to confront the impending unknown dangers. Beerus shot a glare at Whis before turning his attention to Jiang Xiaofei and the others. "Who said I would forgive you? You have provoked me time and again. If I were to let you off so easily, it would tarnish my reputation as the god of destruction. Therefore, I shall still obliterate this planet." Beerus's words left Jiang Xiaofei and the others at a loss, further highlighting their exasperation with his temperament. Must they once again engage in a fierce battle against Beerus to safeguard Earth? Just as doubts filled the air, they witnessed Beerus extend his right index finger towards a rock formation on the ocean's surface, unleashing a dazzling beam of light that shattered the rock to pieces. "Well then, I have already commenced the destruction of Earth. For today, I shall forgive you," he declared. Beerus's actions left everyone utterly bewildered. Yet, upon reflection, he was a deity specifically, the god of destruction, the mightiest entity in the universe. If he truly wished to annihilate Earth, such theatrics would hardly be necessary. Jiang Xiaofei suddenly felt somewhat ridiculous. At that time, he had no idea what was happening and recklessly charged forward, completely disregarding the consequences. Reflecting on it now, he felt a tinge of fear. Had it not been for Beerus showing mercy first, he might have already vanished. He even entertained the notion of defeating Beerus in battle to protect Earth and promote himself. Casting a glance towards Satan in the distance, Jiang Xiaofei began to pray. It was said that Lord Beerus had come in search of the Super Saiyan God, a being that, regrettably, we Saiyans have never encountered. However, I know of one person who surely understands who the Super Saiyan God truly is. Goku bluntly stated this. Beside him, Jiang Xiaofei turned pale. Just when the battle had finally ceased, a single remark from Goku reignited the flames. Indeed, Goku possessed remarkable qualities. When Jiang Xiaofei turned his gaze back to Beerus, he noticed the latter's aura had noticeably intensified, with a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Chapter 16. The imposter Super Saiyan God. The primary objective of Beerus' journey was to locate the Super Saiyan God. Yet, after spending considerable time on Earth and engaging in multiple battles with Jiang Xiaofei and the others, he had been unable to sense the presence of the Super Saiyan God. Beerus had begun to lose all hope, but at that moment, Goku informed him that there was indeed someone who knew the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God. His once-dim heart reignited, and his concealed battle intent leaked out, leaving Jiang Xiaofei feeling overwhelmed. Tell me, who is this person? Beerus scrutinized Goku. With an innocent smile. Goku replied, Lord Beerus, do not be too excited. This person is not here, and technically, he is not even human. Bulma, quickly bring out the Dragon Balls. We shall summon the Eternal Dragon to inquire about the location of the Super Saiyan God. Goku's words startled Vegeta, Bulma, and the others. It turned out that he was contemplating the Dragon Balls. They were uncertain whether the Eternal Dragon truly knew the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God. After all, even beings as exalted as Beerus and Whis were unaware of this matter. Could a mere earthly dragon really possess such knowledge? However, given the circumstances, they had no choice but to press on. The Dragon Balls? Beerus pondered thoughtfully. The Dragon Balls are 7 orbs of identical size, each containing 1 to 7 different stars. Once all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, one can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant a wish, Goku explained. Oh, then let us summon him and inquire about the location of the Super Saiyan God, Beerus said with a calm demeanor. Lord Beerus is truly astute. Sun Wukong still wore a smile, while Beerus appeared somewhat embarrassed, choosing not to hold a grudge against him. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei's expression fluctuated between joy and despair. He had been aware of Sun Wukong's limited emotional intelligence even before his transmigration, and it seemed that his arrival had not significantly impacted Wukong's disposition. After finally dispelling Beerus's earlier intentions, Wukong's mere words reignited the God of Destruction's fervor. However, this time, Beerus resolved to remain a mere observer, quietly watching the unfolding events. After all, he no longer wished to annihilate the Earth. He simply yearned for an exhilarating battle with the Super Saiyan God. With the assistance of Goten and Trunks, Bulma had successfully gathered the Dragon Balls. The 7 radiant orbs were placed together, and as Wukong recited his incantation, their brilliance intensified, casting a shadow over the sky. Layers of dark clouds amassed, obscuring the azure heavens, preventing even sunlight from penetrating the thick shroud. A divine dragon emerged from the 7 orbs, soaring towards the clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning. Its serpentine form twisted and turned, until finally, a dragon head broke through the cloud cover, gazing upon its summoner, Sun Wukong. Why have you summoned me? Speak your wish, the dragon proclaimed, exuding an air of superiority. Yet, in an instant, the once mighty dragon faltered. It is not I who seeks you. Rather, Lord Beerus has business with you, Wukong clarified. Beerus? The dragon turned its colossal head, spotting the figure seated calmly beside Wukong, none other than the God of Destruction himself. Beads of sweat, the size of quail eggs, began to form on the dragon's brow. It lowered its demeanor, addressing Beerus with utmost respect, Lord Beerus. Though the dragon was proud, it understood the gravity of Beerus's power and the potential peril it faced should the god be displeased. Ahem. It is not a matter of great import. Merely an inquiry regarding the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God. Beerus articulated his thoughts. Please hold for a moment, Lord Beerus, the dragon replied earnestly. After a brief pause, it continued, I regret to inform you, Lord Beerus, that there is no known location for the Super Saiyan God in this world. What? Beerus's temper flared, and Wukong was equally taken aback. Even the dragon was unaware of the Super Saiyan God's location. How were they to proceed? Sensing Beerus's impending wrath, the dragon quickly added, Do not be angered, Lord Beerus. While I may not know the Super Saiyan God's whereabouts, I possess the means to transform into one. Then do not delay in sharing this information. Beerus suppressed his rising fury, and the dragon exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, the dragon nodded, stating that by uniting the powers of 5 Super Saiyans, one could briefly attain the level of a Super Saiyan God. Listening to the dragon's words, it was clear that this aligned perfectly with what Jiang Xiaofei had witnessed in the original footage, indicating that no unforeseen events had transpired. Is that all? Beerus inquired. Indeed. The dragon swiftly responded. Does Lord Beerus require my assistance with anything else? Not for the time being. Then I shall take my leave. The dragon bowed deeply to Beerus, its immense form dissipating into 7 dimly glowing stones that soared off in various directions. The sky returned to its clear state, and Son Goku appeared eager to take action. Now that the dragon had revealed the method to become a Super Saiyan God, they were determined to pursue it. However, they soon realized a grave concern. In this era, Super Saiyans were nearly extinct, with the surviving few residing on Earth, and only 4 were present at the scene. Son Goku felt overwhelmed. At Jiang Xiaofei's suggestion, they sought out Son Gohan's wife, Videl. Videl had now shed her former fierceness, blossoming into a soon-to-be mother. All right, now that we have gathered 5 Super Saiyans, the next step is to decide who will bear this power, Vegeta declared. Vegeta and Son Goku exchanged glances before their eyes simultaneously turned towards Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "What? I do not possess Saiyan blood." "We are aware," Vegeta explained. "Did the dragon not say that as long as we consolidate the powers of 5 Saiyans, we can summon a Super Saiyan God? It was never stated that this power must be infused into a Saiyan's body. Besides, your physique is more unique than ours. We might struggle to handle this power, whereas you would face no such issues." Vegeta elaborated. "Thus, after much contemplation, we concluded that only you are suited to accept this divine power and confront Lord Beerus." Listening to Vegeta's logical reasoning, Jiang Xiaofei felt he could manage it, yet something felt amiss. "I think Son Goku would be a splendid choice." Jiang Xiaofei voiced his thoughts. I wish I could, but I'm still not fully recovered, and I certainly wouldn't be able to withstand such immense energy." Son Goku scratched his head in response. "Very well, you shall bear this power," Beerus stated, pointing at Jiang Xiaofei, making a decision for him and the others. With the matter settled, Jiang Xiaofei felt too bashful to refuse, fearing that Beerus might obliterate him with a mere gesture. Yet, if he were to accept this power, would he not become a counterfeit Super Saiyan God? Upon reflection, the sensation of divinity must be rather splendid. Thus, the 5 Super Saiyans, alongside Jiang Xiaofei, clasped hands, channeling their innate powers toward him. A colossal surge of energy, akin to rivers converging into the sea, wildly accumulated within Jiang Xiaofei. He distinctly felt each of his cells fervently absorbing this energy. As he gathered the strength of Son Goku and the others, his aura transformed dramatically. If previously Jiang Xiaofei emanated the force of a vast ocean, in this moment, he radiated the might of the boundless stars. Whispers of commotion arose as piercing gazes directed towards the figure enveloped in chaotic energy, eyes shimmering with a mix of hope and trepidation. Is this the power possessed by a Super Saiyan God? A destroyer has already emerged, and now another seemingly ferocious deity has appeared. Can Earth truly withstand the turmoil of 2 gods? Chapter 17. The Battle of the Gods. Beerus narrowed his eyes, observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him, reminiscent of a dream he once had. A fierce battle spirit emanated from Beerus, colliding with the surrounding atmosphere, creating a violent friction that resulted in a deafening sonic boom. The 2 beings, not merely individuals, but gods, had yet to engage in earnest. And already the very fabric of space began to warp. Is this the might of a Super Saiyan God? Jiang Xiaofei mused, feeling the vigorous energy coursing within him. In the original saga, it was this very power of the Super Saiyan God that allowed Son Goku to engage with Beerus in a thrilling exchange, bringing a measure of satisfaction to Beerus, which ultimately led to Goku becoming his friend and gaining the opportunity to train in the realm of the destroyers. Now, with this power, Jiang Xiaofei felt he surpassed even Goku at his ascension to Super Saiyan God. He was confident that even in the face of a true Super Saiyan God, he possessed the strength to contend. As for Beerus, he would undoubtedly experience unprecedented exhilaration. That fellow certainly knows how to show off, Vegeta remarked with a hint of disdain, though he could not suppress a twinge of envy. If only his physical form were a touch more formidable, perhaps it could have been he who attained the status of Super Saiyan God. Alas, such is not the case. One day, we too shall reach that pinnacle. Son Goku's face radiated determination, his gaze fixed upon the power emanating from Jiang Xiaofei. Vegeta glanced at Goku, noting his unwavering confidence. Indeed, we shall. Inspired by Goku's fervor, a newfound confidence blossomed on Vegeta's face. Let us engage in a contest and see who can ascend to that level first. Goku proposed, accustomed to the spirited rivalry with Vegeta that fostered their mutual growth. Agreed. The two struck their fists together, sealing their pact. Jiang Xiaofei stretched his body, allowing himself to become more attuned to the immense power within him. Lord Beerus, this strength is overwhelming. Perhaps we should take our battle outside, Jiang Xiaofei suggested. Very well. Your wish shall be granted, Beerus replied, propelling himself forward and soaring toward the edge of the earth. Jiang Xiaofei swiftly followed, leaving a trail of sonic booms in his wake, as if celebrating the epic clash of the deities. Observing the departing Beerus and Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and the others tracked Jiang Xiaofei's energy signature, determined not to miss this divine confrontation. As Beerus and Jiang Xiaofei arrived at an isolated expanse, they beheld an uninhabited landscape stretching before them. Here, they could engage in battle and unleash their full powers without restraint. "Let the duel commence," Beerus exclaimed, his anticipation palpable as he sought to ascertain whether the so-called Super Saiyan God could truly stand as his worthy adversary. Jiang Xiaofei ceased his idle chatter and launched himself directly at Beerus. It must be noted that Jiang Xiaofei had undergone a remarkable transformation when he first arrived here. He was fleeing from a ferocious dragon. Utilizing the extraordinary abilities of the critical strike system, he engaged in relentless battles alongside Vegeta and Goku. After enduring several significant critical hits, his strength experienced an exponential surge. Now, empowered by the might of 5 Super Saiyans, he had ascended to the status of Super Saiyan God, initiating a divine confrontation with Beerus, the god of destruction, as Jiang Xiaofei's fist surged forth. A sonic boom echoed through the air as Beerus transformed his palm into a fist, colliding with Jiang Xiaofei's blow. Both combatants staggered back a step, and this initial probing strike catalyzed a more fervent exchange of blows. Unburdened by any reservations, they threw themselves wholeheartedly into the fray, reveling in the exhilarating thrill of battle. Their speeds intensified once more, each punch illuminating the sky and reverberating throughout the vast emptiness above. The timely arrival of Goku and the others prompted them to reflect on the clash between Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus. With the power of Super Saiyan God at his disposal, Jiang Xiaofei's speed had markedly increased, and his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. It was astonishing that someone who was not even a Super Saiyan could wield such power with such proficiency. Vegeta, observing the duel above, remarked, "Indeed, his physique is exceptionally unique, surpassing any opponent I have encountered. Perhaps this is fate." Goku, too, expressed his awe, pondering how long Jiang Xiaofei could withstand Beerus's might. "We shall see," Vegeta replied to Goku's musings. The two figures in the sky paid no heed to Goku and the others' remarks, fully immersed in the unprecedented ecstasy of combat. Beerus executed a swift hand strike that connected with Jiang Xiaofei's back, sending him hurtling downwards. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei quickly adjusted his posture, gathering energy in his hands and unleashing a ki blast towards Beerus. Beerus extended his hand, deflecting the ki blast into outer space. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei had already repositioned himself behind Beerus, delivering a flying kick aimed at Beerus's waist. Without a moment's pause, he condensed his power and struck at Beerus's face with a powerful punch. This time, it was Beerus who was sent flying, though he swiftly regained his composure, a long-lost smile gracing his face as he regarded the spirited Jiang Xiaofei. "You are quite impressive. This battle has brought me great satisfaction. Indeed, the prophecy fish has not deceived me," Beerus exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Surely, Lord Beerus has not yet unleashed his full potential. Does he believe that I am still unworthy of a truly exhilarating battle?" Jiang Xiaofei increasingly resembles Son Wukong, unexpectedly anticipating a further unleashing of power from Beerus. Beerus gazes at the individual before him, his eyes filled with admiration. "If that is the case, are you prepared to embrace the might of the god of destruction?" he inquires. "Come forth." The aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei intensifies once more as he launches an assault towards Beerus. However, this time, no fierce battle ensues. Under the watchful eyes of Son Wukong and the others, Jiang Xiaofei's powerful punch is effortlessly intercepted by Beerus with a single hand. Jiang Xiaofei yearned to break free, yet the fist of Beerus held him captive, rendering any attempt to escape futile, akin to prey ensnared by a mighty lion, devoid of any chance for liberation. If this epitomizes the entirety of the Super Saiyan Goddess power, I dare say the ensuing battle is rendered unnecessary. Beerus's voice bore an aura of submission, and as his strength unfurled, the essence of the god of destruction gradually permeated the atmosphere. Subsequently, like discarding refuse, Beerus cast Jiang Xiaofei into the distance. This spectacle instilled terror in the warriors observing the clash, for they felt an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from Beerus, although they had previously battled him. This iteration of Beerus was undeniably incomparable to the past. In his current state, a mere glance or a single finger from Beerus could effortlessly dominate them. Is this the true power of the god of destruction? Son Goku pondered, his heart racing. Suddenly, Whis, appearing almost invisible, interjected. If you believe this to be Lord Beerus's full strength, you are gravely mistaken. He is currently exerting merely 60% of his power. What? Only 60%? Whis' words tightened the strings of tension in everyone's hearts. The might of Beerus was indisputable, yet even in his transformation to Super Saiyan God, Jiang Xiaofei could not compel Beerus to unleash his full power. If Beerus was only utilizing 60% now, did that mean he had been employing but 10 or 20% against them previously? With astonishment etched on their faces, Son Goku and Vegeta gazed once more at the slender figure in the sky. Beerus' physique appeared unassuming to the naked eye. None would suspect that such vast energy resided within him. Yet this seemingly frail being continually expanded their horizons, quickening their heartbeats. It seemed this battle was devoid of suspense. Considering Beerus was merely tapping into 60% of his strength, while Jiang Xiaofei had likely exhausted all his capabilities, the disparity in their might was unmistakable. Yet Beerus offered no cessation, and none dared to halt the confrontation. Observing the somewhat despondent expressions of Son Goku and Vegeta, Whis wore a cheerful grin. There's no need for you to feel inferior. Throughout the entire universe, no one has compelled Lord Beerus to utilize 60% of his power in combat. This indicates that Jiang Xiaofei is truly exceptional. Perhaps in the near future, you too shall attain the strength of 60% akin to Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were keenly aware that Whis was offering them consolation and encouragement. However, they would never relinquish their ambition to grow stronger. Despite the daunting disparity in strength between themselves and the god of destruction, Beerus. Yet, given their current circumstances and resources, the path to further enhancement seemed exceedingly arduous. They perhaps required a new training environment. Everyone turned their gaze skyward, where Jiang Xiaofei had returned, his aura still radiating with explosive energy, his face alight with exhilaration. Just moments ago, after being hurled away by Beerus, he had distinctly felt the accumulation of energy within him. Although he was enduring the power of Super Saiyan God, Jiang Xiaofei's innate ability to grow stronger through adversity was still in effect. However, at this juncture, the impact of such adversity appeared less pronounced. Noticing the subtly intensified aura emanating from Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus was taken aback. Indeed, this Super Saiyan was capable of unlocking latent potential in battle and continually growing stronger. His gaze upon Jiang Xiaofei softened considerably. Jiang Xiaofei charged once more towards Beerus, an unceasing torrent of energy surging within him. His fists moved with the swiftness of a tempest, launching a fervent assault upon Beerus. With an air of assured victory, Beerus braced himself to confront Jiang Xiaofei's relentless onslaught, deftly parrying his strikes. What initially resembled the ferocious blows of a mighty tiger, upon contact with Beerus's form, seemed to have their very essence absorbed. Yielding no ripples of resistance, Jiang Xiaofei was deeply troubled. Despite possessing formidable strength, his opponent proved to be even more formidable. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaofei did not relent, employing not only his hands but also his feet in an attempt to inflict some damage upon Beerus. Yet, with a mere flicker of movement, all of Jiang Xiaofei's assaults were rendered futile. Suddenly, Beerus lifted one of his feet and aimed a kick directly at Jiang Xiaofei's face. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaofei was propelled upward, gazing towards the vast expanse of the sky above. The aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei began to diminish, and the presence of the Super Saiyan God also started to wane, giving rise to an overwhelming sense of helplessness from within. Although both beings were divine, a vast chasm still existed between the Super Saiyan God and the god of destruction. Despite this battle being merely a sparring session, Jiang Xiaofei found it difficult to come to terms with the reality. His opponent was the most formidable god of destruction in the entire universe, possessing absolute power. And yet he dared to rely on the strength of the Super Saiyan God to challenge him. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofei believed that with the aid of his system, he could continuously grow stronger after receiving critical hits from his adversaries, as had been the case against Vegeta and Goku. The benefits he reaped from these encounters were substantial. However, before Beerus, it seemed that his critical hit system had encountered a certain malfunction. While he could still earn critical hit points, they appeared minuscule in comparison to the overwhelming force of Beerus' strikes, even less than what he had garnered from Vegeta and Goku. Jiang Xiaofei could not ascertain the reasons behind such an outcome. Perhaps his system was not infinitely powerful, rendering him incapable of demonstrating its true potential in the presence of Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei's ascending body came to a sudden halt, and in an instant, he began to plummet rapidly. The power of the Super Saiyan God had entirely dissipated. His descent accelerated, yet Jiang Xiaofei refrained from employing his abilities to regain control, as he yearned to conduct an experiment. After relinquishing the strength of the Super Saiyan God, he wondered whether his critical hit system would revert to its normal state. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and even Beerus simultaneously directed their gazes towards the swiftly descending Jiang Xiaofei, none daring to intervene, for they did not believe he would descend unassisted. As Jiang Xiaofei passed by Beerus, the god of destruction observed the despondency etched upon his face. He understood that Jiang Xiaofei had completely lost his fighting spirit. With the power of the Super Saiyan God vanished, his interest had waned as well. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air as a massive crater formed in the barren ground. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixated on the site of the impact. Had they not still sensed Jiang Xiaofei's presence, they might have rushed forward. After several seconds, a figure emerged from the depths of the crater. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Son Wukong and Vegeta in the distance, a graceful smile gracing his lips. Indeed, his system had regained its functionality. The moment he struck the ground and created the crater, he received a notification from the system. Furthermore, having endured the power of the Super Saiyan God, his physique had once again transformed, allowing him to grasp and utilize energy with greater profundity. It was estimated that Jiang Xiaofei, having experienced all of this, now possessed strength equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan 3. Beerus descended from the sky, approaching Jiang Xiaofei, extending his right hand toward him, and inquired, "Are you willing to accompany me back to the realm of the gods of destruction? There, you will find training resources in an environment unattainable on Earth. And we may spar at any time." Upon hearing Beerus's words, the previously exhilarated Jiang Xiaofei found himself momentarily taken aback. The esteemed god of destruction was actually making a request of him. This was utterly astonishing. However, Jiang Xiaofei did not hasten to accept. Instead, he turned to Son Wukong and Vegeta, acknowledging that his current state was entirely due to the fortune he had garnered from them. Thus, if he were to venture to the realm of the gods of destruction, he could not forget about them. Beerus immediately grasped Jiang Xiaofei's intention and addressed Son Wukong and Vegeta. "Hey, are you willing to join me in the realm of the gods of destruction for training, to attain even greater strength?" Upon hearing Beerus's proposal, Son Wukong and Vegeta stood frozen, exchanging incredulous glances, questioning whether they had misheard. "He. Lord Beerus is asking if you wish to accompany him to the realm of the gods of destruction for training," Whis interjected. The two soon came to their senses and replied in unison, "We are willing." "Thank you, Lord Beerus." "Good." Beerus responded with a single word, then turned his gaze back to Jiang Xiaofei. "Thank you, Lord Beerus. I am also willing to venture into the realm of destruction for training." Under the guidance of Lord Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei bowed deeply in gratitude to Beerus. The latter, offering no superfluous words, took a few steps back and leapt into the air, floating high above as he summoned Whis, and together they set off towards the western city. At that moment, Whis' voice resonated, reminding them to prepare everything for their journey to the realm of destruction the following morning. With Beerus's departure, the battle between gods had reached its definitive conclusion, resulting in Jiang Xiaofei's narrow defeat despite his possession of the power of a Super Saiyan God. After Beerus and Whis left, Son Goku and Vegeta approached Jiang Xiaofei, their eyes betraying an unmistakable gratitude. They understood clearly that, had it not been for Jiang Xiaofei, they might never have received an invitation from Beerus. On Earth, they were exceptional, yet in comparison to Beerus, they appeared as mere fireflies against the full moon. Beerus would not concern himself with their aspirations or training. However, with Jiang Xiaofei present, Beerus took notice of them and extended an invitation for them to train in the realm of destruction. What extraordinary fortune Jiang Xiaofei possessed. In the original Dragon Ball universe, Goku and Vegeta's journey to the realm of destruction was not prompted by an invitation from Beerus. Rather, it was through their own entreaties to Whis and Beerus that they secured an opportunity. Nevertheless, for Jiang Xiaofei, such details had become inconsequential. Since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, numerous events had veered from their original trajectories, which perhaps signified a fortuitous turn of fate. Jiang Xiaofei's life was poised to be a novel experience. Had everything unfolded according to the established world, his presence might have held little significance. After all, the very fact that he had entered the Dragon Ball universe was remarkable in itself. However, in the presence of Goku and Vegeta, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of remorse, as if he had inadvertently usurped their fortune and rights. Thus, when the time came to journey to the realm of destruction, he ensured that both were included. For only then would his conscience find solace. As for whether similar circumstances would arise in the future, he could only take life one step at a time. Jiang Xiaofei is, by nature, an individual unencumbered by familial ties, thus his journey to the realm of destruction bears no burdens. In stark contrast, Son Wukong and Vegeta find themselves in a different predicament. Upon learning of Son Wukong's impending venture to the realm of destruction, Chi-Chi's heart was filled with reluctance. Observing Chi-Chi in her current state, Jiang Xiaofei felt a profound sense of nostalgia. In her youth, Chi-Chi was a girl who idolized heroes, harboring dreams of one day marrying a valiant champion. Over time, a beautiful bond blossomed between Chi-Chi and Son Wukong, igniting sparks of love that ultimately led them to the altar of matrimony. As a fervent practitioner of martial arts, coupled with the tumult of worldly affairs, their time together has been scarce, causing Chi-Chi considerable heartache. At times, she sincerely wishes that Son Wukong were not a hero, but rather a devoted family man. The weight of domestic responsibilities has fallen squarely on Chi-Chi's shoulders. She manages all household matters, from the mundane to the significant, while constantly worrying for Son Wukong's safety. While being the spouse of a hero affords a certain honor, it is often overshadowed by the burdens of daily life and the frustrations of helplessness. Nonetheless, having made her choice, she harbors no regrets. Jiang Xiaofei could not help but conjure the image of a delicate and enchanting face, that of his beloved girlfriend. The two had once shared an intimate bond, but their paths diverged when they failed to gain admission to the same university, leading to a long-distance relationship. He had believed that the convenience of modern transportation and communication would suffice to sustain their love. However, fate intervened unexpectedly during his flight, leaving him uncertain about whether his girlfriend was finding happiness in her life now. Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, pulling himself out of that stream of memories. They now belonged to two distinct worlds, and it seemed unlikely that their paths would ever cross again in this lifetime. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe, he resolved to wholeheartedly embrace this new life. Unlike Chi-Chi and Son Goku, the relationship between Vegeta and Bulma was devoid of such trivialities. In a certain sense, Vegeta was also under the influence of his wife. However, Bulma never imposed any unreasonable demands on him and was exceedingly supportive of his training. To this end, Bulma even crafted a training outfit for Vegeta herself. Furthermore, she understood that Vegeta aspired to surpass Son Goku, and the arrival of Jiang Xiaofei only intensified Vegeta's sense of urgency. Bulma frequently offered words of comfort, yet Vegeta remained unchanged. She ceased her persuasion and chose instead to silently support him. The night was eerily quiet, and Jiang Xiaofei had begun to adapt to life here, gradually developing an affection for its inhabitants. The following day, he was to leave Earth for the God of Destruction realm, which foretold even greater challenges ahead. On the appointed day, everyone was prepared, though Chi-Chi still wore an unwilling expression. Nonetheless, she refrained from obstructing Son Goku. With Beerus and was present, it was clearly inappropriate to express anger at that moment. "We're about to depart. During our absence, you will safeguard Earth," Son Goku said, looking at Piccolo and Gohan. "Rest assured, focus on your training. Everyone eagerly anticipates your next stage of growth." Piccolo reassured him. Bulma came rushing over, embracing Vegeta, and offering some delicacies to Beerus and Whis. "From now on, I will rely on you both." Seeing the abundance of food, Whis and Beerus were equally delighted. "Fear not, we shall frequently visit Earth in the future. I will undoubtedly treat you to even more exquisite dishes," Bulma responded. With preparations complete, the three, alongside the God of Destruction Beerus, placed their hands upon Whis. Whis' staff gently touched the ground, and in an instant, the five of them vanished before the eyes of the onlookers, soaring into the boundless cosmos beyond Earth. Whis' speed had long surpassed that of light, yet it did not impose a significant burden on Jiang Xiaofei's body. This was due, in part, to his enhanced physical resilience and the protective shield that enveloped Whis. As they glided through the universe, Jiang Xiaofei marveled at the countless celestial bodies racing past him, his senses overwhelmed. Previously, he had observed the wonders beyond Earth through a telescope, but now he found himself navigating the cosmos, though he could not fully discern the visage of each planet. The exhilaration within him was impossible to suppress. Time flew by, and soon, a colossal planet appeared before them. This planet does not exude the vibrant life that Earth does, yet it emanates a heart-stirring aura. This is the destination of Jiang Xiaofei, the realm of destruction. Chapter 20. The cleaning trio gazing upon the desolate expanse of the realm of destruction. One finds it largely barren, save for a modest palace that rises from the ground. The dwelling of the God of Destruction. Is there truly no one else on this planet? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Beerus cast a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong, while Whis, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked that they were once roommates. However, everyone could hardly endure Lord Beerus's temperament and eventually left this place. Over time, it became just me and Lord Beerus. Oh, and the prophecy fish? Whis, you are divulging too much. Beerus warned Whis. Jiang Xiaofei found it somewhat amusing that ordinary people often lived under the oppressive presence of the god of destruction, which indeed felt rather uncomfortable. Upon arriving at the palace of the god of destruction, a fish, accompanied by its aquarium, appeared before him. Jiang Xiaofei realized that this was the prophetic fish. As he observed the prophetic fish scrutinizing him, he felt a twinge of fear, worried that it might unveil his true identity. Are you the Jiang Xiaofei that Lord Beerus has summoned? The prophetic fish inquired, speaking with human words. Jiang Xiaofei, beaming with delight, declared, indeed. Excellent. Now that we are here, the responsibilities of this place will be entrusted to you all. After uttering these words, the prophetic fish returned to the vicinity of Beerus and Whis. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances. Work? Were we not here to cultivate? Observing the confusion etched on their faces, Beerus stifled a yawn. It seems I have lingered outside for quite some time. I shall take a brief nap. With that, Beerus vanished from sight, disregarding Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Jiang Xiaofei was rendered speechless. It was you who invited us here, yet upon our arrival, you have assumed the role of a negligent overseer, disregarding our presence. Is this truly appropriate? Whis, noticing the confusion among the group, maintained his cheerful demeanor and explained. You see, Lord Beerus has been in slumber for an extended period this time. He has merely gone for a brief nap. As for you, we shall arrange your forthcoming tasks. The three individuals perked up, eager to discern the significance of their presence here. In truth, the task was rather straightforward. Was commenced his telepathic transmission. As you have observed, this entire planet is inhabited solely by us. The departure of others has rendered it lifeless and overgrown with weeds. Therefore, your initial assignment is to assist me in clearing the weeds from the entire planet. Jiang Xiaofei found himself at a loss for words. It became evident that they were indeed here for work, and moreover, it seemed to be without compensation. He couldn't help but wonder if accommodations and meals were provided. Observing the silence among the group, Weiss continued, by the way, the patch of weeds in front of the palace appears to require daily tending. He gestured towards a lush expanse of grass not far off. After completing this task, there were various other minor chores to attend to, such as assisting the prophetic fish in cleaning its tank and preparing some distinctive culinary delights from Earth for us. The thought of Earth's delectable cuisine made Weiss pause in reminiscence for a few moments. There was also a matter of utmost importance, assisting Lord Beerus in changing his sheets and bedding. Weiss's tone shifted to one of gravity, emphasizing that this was indeed part of their daily responsibilities. Should there be any remaining time, he urged them to devote it to their training. Upon hearing Weiss's words, the spirits of Jiang Xiaofei and his companions immediately dampened. They had come to cultivate their abilities. Yet it was becoming increasingly clear that Weiss regarded them merely as unpaid laborers, tasked with domestic duties to serve both him and Lord Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei harbored an impulsive urge to lash out, yet he restrained himself. This was not due to an inherent kindness in his character, but rather the formidable strength of his opponents. Both Whis and Beerus were far beyond the current capabilities of Jiang Xiaofei. Goku and Vegeta, on the other hand, maintained a more favorable disposition, for they understood that their tasks were not merely obligations. Should time permit, they still had the opportunity to train. Thus, under Whis' guidance, Goku and Vegeta commenced their day's labor. Observing the unwavering confidence of his companions, Jiang Xiaofei chose not to dampen their spirits and joined their ranks. Thus, the trio, akin to caretakers of the god of destruction, officially began their duties. Their first task was to clear the rampant weeds that plagued the realm of destruction. Each wielded a scythe with a heavy basket strapped to their backs. As they deftly cut the weeds and placed them into their baskets, Vegeta noticed Goku's speed was slightly superior and quickened his own pace. Not to be outdone, Goku surged ahead once more, igniting a spirited competition between them. Watching this scene, Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, pondering how naive these two were to vie for supremacy in such circumstances. Despite his thoughts, he too found himself hastening his efforts. Thus, a grand contest of weeding unfolded. Whis and the oracle fish sat at a stone table nearby, indulging in delicacies brought from Earth. As they savored their culinary delights, they occasionally cast glances at Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. You brought these three here merely to subject them to toil? The oracle fish inquired, stuffing a pudding into its mouth. To have such potential individuals labor in vain is a waste of talent. Whis explained that the purpose of their initial labor was to temper their resolve. After all, the training that lay ahead would be exceedingly arduous. And this would also afford them a deeper understanding of the realm of destruction. Such promising talents must be nurtured with care. I hope they do not squander your and Lord Beerus's good intentions, the oracle fish added. The realm of destruction was vast, and the variety of weeds was abundant. Some seemed to possess a self-defensive instinct, as when Jiang Xiaofei's scythe descended, the weeds would suddenly extend thorny spikes from their stems and leaves. For an ordinary person, such an encounter would be fatal. Had it not been for Jiang Xiaofei's toughened skin, he too might have suffered. Jiang Xiaofei suddenly realized that this task of weeding was, in fact, a form of unconventional cultivation, subtly enhancing his concentration and discernment. With this thought in mind, he felt invigorated once again. Observing the two swiftly moving figures ahead, he began to quicken his pace, closing the distance between himself, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. If he was to be a janitor, he would strive to be an exemplary one. The trio, brimming with enthusiasm, managed to eradicate nearly all the weeds in the realm of destruction within just half a day. The domain was rejuvenated, now filled with laughter and joy. The prophecy fish gazed at the three of them, sensing that the realm of destruction would gradually become more vibrant. Lord Beerus ought to engage with them more often. Opportunities would abound in the future. Whis looked on at the so-called cleaning trio with satisfaction, his heart brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. Chapter 21. Changing bed linens is a high-risk endeavor. Whis rose and approached the cleaning trio. Not bad. You've exceeded my expectations in speed. However, this is merely your first task. The forthcoming duties will require even greater diligence. Wis's words caused the previously elated expressions of the three to falter. They had celebrated too soon. The weeding task in the realm of destruction was but a minor undertaking for the day, and a series of more challenging tasks awaited them. What shall we tackle first? Wis pondered, resting his chin on his hand. I've got it. Follow me. Under Wis's guidance, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions entered a spacious room, which appeared relatively tidy, free from thick layers of dust. There were no other cluttered items within. Yet, one thing dominated the entire space. Wis pointed at the numerous aquariums surrounding them and instructed Jiang Xiaofei and the others, these are the resting places of Lord Prophecy Fish. Each one requires meticulous cleaning to ensure both clarity and cleanliness within. Faced with the multitude of aquariums, Jiang Xiaofei felt overwhelmed. Though the area was smaller than that of the weeding task, it was by no means an easy job. Scrubbing the aquariums was indeed quite troublesome. Be sure to clean them carefully. If you break one, Lord Prophecy Fish will be displeased. Wis reminded them once more, handing each of them a cloth before departing. Left alone in the room with a disarray of aquariums, they felt exasperated. While one or two resting places would suffice for anyone else, Lord Prophecy Fish's excessive use of aquariums seemed quite unreasonable. Despite his diminutive size, he required so many, and now they were tasked with cleaning them. Jiang Xiaofei grumbled. Complaining would yield no results. Only by patiently completing these trifles could they focus on their cultivation. Vegeta comforted Jiang Xiaofei as he took the initiative to commence the task of cleaning the fish tank. Goku, with a cloth in hand, patiently wiped down the surface, thinking, "This isn't too difficult. We can finish this in no time." His optimism was palpable. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the room. Both Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta turned to Goku, who was now holding a shard of glass, while several other sparkling fragments lay scattered at his feet. Kakarot, how can you be so careless? You're so clumsy. Vegeta's voice rose a few decibels, though he was wary of attracting Whis and the prophecy fish. Goku, momentarily taken aback, reflected on the fragility of the fish tank. I barely used any force, and it shattered. Quick, let's clean this up. If the prophecy fish sees this, who knows what trouble it might stir. It would make our training even more difficult, Jiang Xiaofei warned the two. After tidying up the shards, both men approached the next task with heightened caution, fearful of breaking the fish tank again. The consequences of being unable to continue their training due to a mere fish tank mishap would be utterly regrettable. They broke your fish tank. Do you not feel sorrow? Whis inquired of the prophecy fish, already aware of everything. Alas, I concede, for they are indeed the ones you have chosen. The prophecy fish expressed its deep regret. Although the fish tank was not a limited edition, it had been a home of sorts, and thus held sentimental value. At last, after the three worked meticulously, every fish tank sparkled anew. Observing their handiwork, a sense of satisfaction washed over them. Stepping out of the room and approaching Whis, Jiang Xiaofei inquired, "Now we can train, right? Today, there is one final task, the most important one, assisting Lord Beerus in changing the bed linens and blankets. Once this is completed, you may commence your training," Whis stated, revealing the last condition. "What?" the three exclaimed in unison. "Could we perhaps switch to another task? Currently, there are no pressing matters. And Lord Beerus's bed linens must remain clean and tidy. Additionally, remember not to awaken Lord Beerus while changing the linens. The consequences could be dire," Whis kindly reminded them as he led them into Lord Beerus's room. At that moment, Beerus lay on a small circular bed, enjoying sweet dreams, with drool occasionally escaping the corner of his mouth. It seems Lord Beerus has encountered a feast in his dreams. Such a sight tarnishes the image of a destroyer. Whis teased, "Remember, do not disturb Lord Beerus." With that, Whis departed, oblivious to the expressions of the trio, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Beerus. The three began brainstorming various strategies. Goku suggested that two of them lift Beerus while the third swiftly changed the linens and blankets. However, before they could implement this plan, it was swiftly dismissed. As the slumbering Beerus was anything but tranquil, he tossed and turned restlessly upon the small circular bed. Lifting Beerus would undoubtedly awaken him, leaving them with no choice but to devise an alternative plan. "I must remind you of something," Whis's voice suddenly resounded, jolting the three individuals lost in thought. "Do not disturb those hourglasses. They will explode." With that, Whis's voice faded, and he vanished from sight. The trio resumed their observation of Beerus. However, the sight of the sleeping deity piqued their curiosity, particularly for Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku. In their minds, Beerus was a slender figure, yet harbored an astonishingly formidable energy, consistently exuding an icy demeanor. Yet, the sleeping Beerus presented an entirely different visage, breathing heavily and tossing about freely, nearly tumbling from the bed on several occasions. "Lord Beerus looks quite adorable while asleep," Son Wukong remarked as he scrutinized the slumbering deity. "Let us not squander any more time. We must quickly devise a strategy to complete our task," Jiang Xiaofei urged. Son Wukong exhaled softly, the breath grazing Beerus's skin. Without opening his eyes, Beerus instinctively lifted his foot and delivered a swift kick towards Son Wukong. The impact sent Son Wukong flying perilously close to the explosive hourglasses. Vegeta hastily took to the air and delivered a retaliatory kick to Son Wukong, who, upon being sent back, promptly expressed his gratitude. The three once again bore witness to Beerus's unusual nature, proceeding with utmost caution regarding the task of changing the sheets, learning the necessity of patience. They held their breath, intently observing Beerus's every movement, hoping to seize an opportune moment. However, Beerus's body offered no respite, continuously writhing on the bed in various positions. Just as the trio remained fully focused, the slumbering Beerus suddenly opened his eyes, causing Jiang Xiaofei and the others to shudder in unison, sensing a murderous intent emanating from his gaze. Before they could react, a massive energy sphere materialized at Beerus's lips, hurtling directly towards them. The colossal energy exploded upon contact, flinging the trio in different directions, and where they were destined to land lay the three hourglasses. With three thunderous crashes, they endured a second wave of injury. Surrounded by smoke and dust, staring at one another with grim expressions, bracing themselves for battle. Yet, after all this commotion, Beerus sank back into slumber once more. Dusting himself off, Jiang Xiaofei, exasperated by the unpredictable slumber of Beerus, lamented, "Being a caretaker has never felt so perilous." Before this moment, Jiang Xiaofei had never believed that changing bed sheets could be deemed a perilous endeavor. Chapter 22. The commencement of training in the presence of the slumbering Beerus. The trio remained exceedingly cautious, even suppressing their breaths. Beerus exhibited peculiar behavior, his erratic movements devoid of any discernible pattern, which left them quite perplexed. Completing the task of changing the sheets proved to be no simple feat. It appeared that they could only make one final attempt. Jiang Xiaofei spoke up, and both Vegeta and Son Wukong turned their gazes toward him. Given Beerus's unpredictable actions, Jiang realized that he must forcibly restrain Beerus's movements. However, should he take such a direct approach, a retaliatory response from Beerus would be inevitable, placing all three of them in jeopardy. Thus, they needed to select one individual for self-sacrifice, utilizing their own body to engage with Beerus and prevent him from going berserk. Jiang Xiaofei articulated his plan, a strategy he had gleaned from his recollections of a serious drama. With no better alternatives at hand, Vegeta and Son Wukong were inclined to give Jiang Xiaofei's proposal another shot. As for the sacrificial role, A show of hands resulted in both Son Wukong and Vegeta unanimously selecting Jiang Xiaofei. Their rationale was that Jiang Xiaofei's unique physical condition would allow him to endure a degree of harm without significant consequence. Jiang Xiaofei had anticipated this outcome. After all, who could blame his noble disposition? He was willing to embrace the mantle of a self-sacrificing hero. Thus, the three commenced their actions. Vegeta prepared the bedsheets, while Son Wukong held the bedding. Jiang Xiaofei meticulously observed Beerus's movements, ready to spring into action at the slightest sign of activity, positioning himself as Beerus's makeshift soft bed. When Beerus yawned and shifted to his right, Jiang Xiaofei seized the moment, lunging forward and making contact with the bed before Beerus could fully turn. Consequently, Beerus's body fell upon Jiang Xiaofei. As Jiang Xiaofei felt the warmth emanating from Beerus's form, his heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, he dared not make any extraneous movements. Should Beerus awaken at that moment, he would undoubtedly be the most unfortunate one. Son Wukong and Vegeta remained vigilant, but fortunately, Beerus showed no signs of stirring. Jiang Xiaofei proceeded with the next step, slowly elevating his body, and Beerus followed suit, lifting away from the small round bed. Once they had distanced themselves from the round bed, Vegeta swiftly tore away the old sheets, promptly replacing them with the new ones, executing the entire maneuver with seamless precision. Observing Vegeta's adeptness, Jiang Xiaofei surmised that Vegeta had frequently changed sheets at home. Jiang Xiaofei's body gently descended once more onto the circular bed. And what lay ahead was the most excruciating moment. He could only maintain a single posture, quietly awaiting the next rolling action from Beerus. Only when Beerus moved away from Jiang Xiaofei's form could the task of changing the sheets be deemed truly complete. As time ticked by, each second felt heavier. Beerus's breathing remained steady, yet there were no signs of any intention to shift. This, inevitably, caused a sense of urgency to swell within Jiang Xiaofei, who could feel cold sweat beginning to beat on his back. Jiang Xiaofei endeavored to empty his mind, striving to attain a state of nothingness. Only in this manner could he maintain his composure, preventing beads of sweat from soaking the sheets and rendering their previous efforts futile. After enduring several more minutes of torment, Beerus finally stirred once again. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei departed from the circular bed, while Son Wukong draped a blanket over Beerus's form. Upon rising, Jiang Xiaofei's entire being was suffused with a profound sense of ache. He had never experienced such discomfort even when transforming into a Super Saiyan God. He was astonished that merely changing the bed sheets could leave him feeling as though he were on the brink of collapse. Exiting Beerus's chamber, the trio inhaled the splendid air of the God of Destruction's realm, their spirits lifted as the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. The ability to breathe freely was a remarkable blessing. What brought them even greater joy was the realization that the remaining time would be dedicated to their training. Eagerly, they approached Whis, their faces radiating anticipation, urging him to commence their training now that their tasks were complete. Indeed, quite efficient, Whis remarked with a leisurely tone. During the process of changing Lord Beerus's sheets, did anything noteworthy transpire? The trio's expressions shifted subtly at Whis's inquiry. They were reluctant to revisit the harrowing experiences they had just endured. Observing their silence, Whis chose not to press further, for he was already well aware of the events that had unfolded. His query was merely to gauge their thoughts, and it appeared that the exercise had yielded its intended effect. Now, having accomplished these 3 tasks today, what insights have you gleaned? Whis rephrased his question. Upon hearing Whis's inquiry, Jiang Xiaofei realized this was an opportunity for a work summary. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke first. Indeed, today's experiences have been tremendously enriching. Weeding the God of Destruction's realm not only exposed us to a variety of divine weeds, but also honed our ability to discern them swiftly. The meticulous task of cleaning the fish tank taught us to be more attentive. Changing Lord Beerus's sheets tested each of our capacities to endure fear. In summary, our hearts and minds have undergone significant transformation through these tasks. Listening to Jiang Xiaofei's reflections, Son Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement. He. I merely asked a simple question. Yet you managed to draw such elaborate conclusions, Whis responded, causing Jiang Xiaofei's expression to darken. He had anticipated praise but instead received a hint of mockery. Enough of that. Let us proceed. I shall now guide you to your training grounds. Listening to Whis's words, the 3 individuals once again felt a surge of excitement. Is it finally about to commence? Their arrival in the realm of destruction was certainly not to serve as mere custodians, nor to act as caretakers for Beerus, but rather to engage in rigorous training. Goku and Vegeta had already established themselves as heroes on Earth, possessing strengths that surpassed the majority. Yet, upon encountering Beerus. They came to a profound realization: the journey of self-improvement knows no bounds. One must never cease in their pursuit of strength. This perspective, however, diverged for Jiang Xiaofei. He possessed a critical hit system, and his optimal method of enhancement lay in seeking adversaries stronger than himself, enduring their critical hits to accumulate critical points. For Jiang Xiaofei, training held little significance, yet he still looked forward to the forthcoming training regimen. He feared that one day the system might vanish, taking with it his accumulated critical points, rendering him an ordinary individual devoid of any exceptional traits. In contrast, the strength gained through training was undoubtedly more dependable. Here we are. This shall be your training ground. Was indicated towards an expanse of open land ahead. Jiang Xiaofei felt somewhat speechless, for the expanse ahead was the barren land they had left after clearing the weeds. It was devoid of any objects, let alone the presence of battle rooms or gravity chambers. Observing the perplexed expressions on the faces of the three, Whis found it rather amusing. With a gentle poke of his staff, the surroundings transformed instantaneously. A purple pathway materialized beneath their feet, and before Jiang Xiaofei lay 3 identical stone weights. Now, pass your hands through the weights and run around this planet twice. Son Goku and Vegeta were eager to try, lifting the weights with their arms. However, they soon realized the weights were far heavier than they had anticipated. With renewed effort, they finally managed to lift the weights off the ground, their steps laboriously advancing forward. Be swift, for this path will vanish, was kindly reminded them. Should you fall from the path, you will plunge into a different dimension, and even I would be unable to rescue you. Jiang Xiaofei did not linger any longer. Emulating the forms of Son Goku and Vegeta, he hoisted the stone pillar before him and pursued Son Goku. He was determined to avoid plunging into the alternate dimension, which would undoubtedly be a far more terrifying realm. Thus, the 3 of them commenced their training in the realm of destruction. Chapter 23. The first phase of training in the realm of destruction. Upon an endless expanse of purple road, 3 figures trudged forward, each bearing a stone pillar of weight comparable to that of a planet. Behind them, the purple road leisurely faded away, perfectly synchronizing with their pace. It was evident that this was all orchestrated by Whis. The 3 figures were none other than Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta. At this moment, the trio engaged in a competitive pursuit, with Jiang Xiaofei occasionally leading, at times replaced by Vegeta or Son Goku. Sweat, resembling pearls, cascaded from their brows, each droplet absorbed by the stone pillars, consequently increasing their burdens. Their battle attire was thoroughly soaked, and the ache in their bones began to manifest. Yet, none of them faltered. Their indomitable will propelled them onward. Despite the absence of a visible endpoint, each individual brimmed with determination, for this was their chosen path, and they must persevere. The surface of the purple road was smooth and unblemished, devoid of any material obstacles impeding their steps. However, beyond this spatial pathway, occasional spatial storms surged through, presenting perhaps the greatest challenge on their journey. Although Jiang Xiaofei grappled with a stone pillar as heavy as a planet, the spatial storms could not sweep them away, yet they undeniably hindered their progress significantly. Should the winds be favorable, they might rejoice, but fate was unkind, as each spatial storm they encountered was met with headwinds or crosswinds. The howling winds rushed past their ears, contorting their expressions in response to the sudden onslaught of the spatial storm. Their strides became reluctantly cautious. Each lift of the foot was executed with care, fearing that they might lose balance, drop the stone pillar, and be whisked away by the storm. The intensity of the spatial storm escalated, and Jiang Xiaofei endeavored to maintain his equilibrium. The situation for the trio was dire. A formidable obstacle lay ahead, while pursuers lurked behind. Whether they chose to abandon their advance or press on, immense challenges awaited them. Should they halt, they would face the disappearance of the road, plunging into the alternate dimension. Yet, if they continued, the forthcoming spatial storms would intensify, warping their very forms. Hold on. If we endure this stretch, we shall be safe, Vegeta encouraged each of them. At this moment, refrain from speaking, conserve your strength and strive to navigate through this spatial realm. Jiang Xiaofei reminded them. Silence enveloped the group, each individual gritting their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to resist the tempest of spatial turbulence, trudging forward with great difficulty. The beads of sweat that had once adorned their faces vanished in the fury of the storm, and their damp garments rapidly dried. This slight relief allowed them to endure. And after several excruciating seconds, the ferocity of the spatial storm began to wane. At that moment, their steps quickened, and the path behind them had vanished beneath their feet. Once they fully extricated themselves from the storm, the The trio felt as though they had been reborn, their bodies experiencing a fleeting moment of ease. They exchanged glances, boosting one another's spirits and instinctively quickened their pace as they continued down the seemingly endless road ahead. Vis and the prophesying fish observed the trio's performance through the screen, impressed by their endurance. Remarkably, they had managed to persist for such an extended period. Were they truly intent on circling the divine realm twice? The prophesying fish found it hard to believe. Although he could foresee certain events, he was nonetheless astonished by the trio's display. Indeed, they were commendable. Moreover, they had yet to exert their full power. This was merely their baseline capability, able to withstand the onslaught of the spatial storm repeatedly. Most crucially, it was their indomitable willpower that shone through. There was not a trace of despair upon their faces, which was of paramount importance. Vis could not help but praise the trio. As an angel with countless experiences and encounters, even having seen humans from other universes, he had never encountered individuals like Jiang Xiaofei and his companions before. He felt an increasing anticipation for their future growth. How about a competition to see who can circle the divine realm first? Son Wukong suggested enthusiastically, believing it to be a splendid idea. Humph, Kakarot. You shall not circle the divine realm before me. That honor will undoubtedly belong to me. After a series of events, Vegeta's competitive spirit had been thoroughly ignited, especially in the face of Son Wukong, making it impossible for him to relinquish his desire to win. Then let us compete to see who can circle the earth first. Although Jiang Xiaofei was not inherently driven by a desire to win, he found himself invigorated by the enthusiasm of his two companions, his blood boiling with excitement. The three figures, each carrying a stone pedestal, proceeded forward at a deliberate pace. Upon the violet path lay a unique vista, yet they had no mind for admiration. Their singular focus was to be the first to encircle the divine realm. Thus, the three individuals engaged in this friendly competition, pursuing one another with fervor. Sweat soaked their garments repeatedly, only to be dried by the relentless gust of the spatial tempest. The paths of your had vanished, and the spatial storms no longer posed a threat to them. Their singular aim was to complete this arduous training. At long last, after enduring 2 days and 2 nights, the trio successfully accomplished the task of circling the divine realm twice. Jiang Xiaofei finally cast off the weighty stone block that felt as heavy as a planet upon his arm, and in an instant, his body was liberated. He felt as though he could be lifted away with just a single breath. Lying on the patch of ground before the palace, which had once again become overgrown with weeds, he experienced the muscle soreness that resonated within his cells, and the three exchanged knowing smiles. They were exceedingly pleased with their recent training, and no one concerned themselves with who had been the first to complete a circuit around the divine realm. Congratulations on successfully completing your first training session. Although the time taken exceeded my initial expectations by half, it can still be considered a marginal success. Weiss reappeared in their sight. With a gentle tap of his staff, he alleviated their fatigue, filling their bodies with renewed vigor. The three expressed their gratitude to Weiss, who nodded in acknowledgement. Take a brief respite, then clear this patch of weeds once more. Only then can you proceed to the next phase of training. Heeding Weiss's words, the trio set about their task with familiar ease, their speed significantly enhanced compared to their previous attempt. When they once again stood upon the violet path, their confidence soared. Your training objective is to complete 2 circuits around the divine realm within a single day. Weiss outlined their timeline. With a clear goal in sight, the three, invigorated, lifted the stone block anew and embarked once more on their journey around the divine realm. Chapter 24. After a week of the first phase of training, the trio finally met Weiss's requirements. Their strength and speed had notably increased, even in their ordinary states. Should Son Wukong and Vegeta transform into Super Saiyans, their power would be even greater. However, in order to extend their limits further, they opted to train in their normal forms. For both Super Saiyan and fusion forms rely upon the foundation of their ordinary states. Only by enhancing their most basic forms could they better master the other transformations. Through the first phase of training, Jiang Xiaofei had gained immensely. His progress was entirely a result of his own efforts, rather than relying on the system's critical points. Moreover, he discovered that his aptitude for cultivation was not inferior to that of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Had it been otherwise, he would have long since fallen behind. The evidence was clear. With diligence, one is bound to reap rewarding outcomes. Now that they had achieved the standards of the first phase, further training would yield diminishing returns. And Weiss prepared to introduce them to a new method of cultivation. The most effective training approach involved sparring with opponents, allowing one to identify personal shortcomings in the process. Thus, their forthcoming training would be conducted by Weiss himself. As for Whis, even Sun Wukong and Vegeta found him inscrutable, let alone Jiang Xiaofei. In the presence of Whis, one cannot perceive any aura. However, this does not diminish his formidable strength. According to the estimations of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, to remain in the company of Beerus, Whis' power must be at least on par with that of Beerus himself. Jiang Xiaofei indeed perceived that Visby surpassed Beerus in strength, however, as an angel, Vis was also bound by certain limitations. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Vis's power undoubtedly eclipsed theirs significantly. With Vis as their sparring partner, they would assuredly become formidable in a remarkably short span of time. Within the realm of destruction, Vis wielded a staff, facing Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. The inaugural battle would see the three of them joining forces to confront Vis. Should you manage to grasp the hem of my garment, consider this battle your victory? Vis remarked with a cheerful smile. Jiang Xiaofei and his companions appeared somewhat exhilarated. Although they were no match for Whis individually, even when combined, they could not defeat him. However, the current contest was no longer merely a test of strength. Rather, it had transformed into a challenge of whether the three could brush against Whis' garment. A feat that seemed considerably more attainable. Nevertheless, they approached the impending battle with utmost enthusiasm. Given Whis' assertion, it was evident that this would not be a mere practice session. Thus, Sun Wukong took the lead, launching an assault directly at Whis. Though Sun Wukong's speed was commendable, it remained transparent to Whis. He stood there calmly, allowing Sun Wukong's attacks to unfold, yet none proved effective. All efforts ended in failure. Observing Sun Wukong's movements, Vegeta could no longer restrain himself and charged at Whis with fervor. The synergy between Vegeta and Sun Wukong was remarkable, garnering high praise from Whis. Yet this did not imply they could reach him. Their combined attacks were deftly evaded by Whis, and Jiang Xiaofei was utterly bewildered by Whis' evasive maneuvers. Not only did they fail to graze Whis' garment, but neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta had even managed to make contact with his form. Witnessing the battle unfold, Jiang Xiaofei felt an uncontrollable urge to join. Through days of training and coordination, he had developed a certain rapport with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Though it paled in comparison to their own bond, still, he felt increasingly adept. With Jiang Xiaofei's participation, Whis finally exhibited some movement with his staff, effortlessly fending off the trio's assaults. Surrounded by the three, Whis remained unperturbed as they attacked in unison, yet he continued to handle their efforts with ease. They had experimented with countless strategies, yet none could graze Whis' garment. That will suffice for now, Whis declared, halting the skirmish. Do you understand why I can effortlessly evade all your attacks? The three listened intently, eager for Whis to impart some valuable insight. It is because I am far superior to each of you, indeed, infinitely stronger than the three of you combined. Whis' words struck a nerve, provoking Jiang Xiaofei to the brink of expletives, yet there was an undeniable truth to Whis' assertion. As Whis' laughter subsided, he regarded the somewhat disheartened trio. In truth, the power and speed you unleash during battle are astonishing, yet you overlook one crucial element, your ki. Whis finally adopted a serious demeanor. As your strength rapidly escalates, your ki also intensifies, but this energy is chaotic and easily detectable, allowing me to react preemptively. If you could learn to harness and refine your ki, you might genuinely have a chance to brush against my garment. Speaking of ki, it was a concept with which they were all familiar. The Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb employed by Sun Wukong are both manifestations of energy manipulation. Whis effortlessly articulated these thoughts, much to the astonishment of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who stood nearby. While the Kamehameha was somewhat expected, the fact that Whis was aware of the Spirit Bomb was surprising, especially since Sun Wukong had never demonstrated it in Whis' presence. Observing their bewildered expressions, Whis reassured them, stating that there was no need for astonishment. Should he wish to know about the events unfolding around them, he would undoubtedly be well informed. The two warriors composed themselves as Whis continued, explaining that the mastery of energy is not an endeavor achieved in a single day. However, given their solid foundation, he believed that it would not pose a significant challenge for them. Encouragingly, he expressed his anticipation for the day they might brush against the hem of his garment. Following Whis' guidance, the trio held their breath and closed their eyes, embarking on the journey to control their energy as per Whis' method. Sun Wukong, possessing considerable expertise in energy manipulation, began to draw the energy surrounding him inward, causing his aura to diminish significantly. If one were not to pay close attention, they might not even perceive Sun Wukong's presence. This was precisely the outcome Whis sought. Sun Wukong was but a mere step away from a breakthrough. Vegeta, refusing to be outdone, gradually discovered his own technique, though slightly lagging behind Sun Wukong. His own energy began to coalesce as well. Jiang Xiaofei, however, was different. The aura surrounding him was the weakest. He had only recently arrived in this world and had learned about qi through his battles with Son Wukong. Under the guidance of Whis, Jiang Xiaofei began to experiment with controlling his own qi. Yet, there was little change in his energy. He was unfamiliar with the concept of internalizing qi. Observing the two individuals beside him, Jiang Xiaofei let out a deep sigh, acknowledging his lack of foundation despite his efforts. In a moment where talent and experience were paramount, he felt himself falling short. Nevertheless, it was impossible to crush Jiang Xiaofei's spirit. He continued to diligently adjust his breathing in pursuit of the elusive qi. As time passed, he lost track of how long it had been, until finally, a beam of light emerged in his darkened world, and his aura began to gradually retract inward. Chapter 25, 2 Ultra Blues. Whis was fully aware of the transformations occurring within the three individuals. The changes in Son Wukong and Vegeta fell entirely within Whis' expectations, as they already possessed a profound understanding of qi. What truly astonished Whis was the progress of Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei's mastery of qi is the weakest, yet he astonishingly managed to comprehend it to such an extent in a remarkably short period, which is sufficient to illustrate that Jiang Xiaofei is a prodigious talent in cultivation. No, he is a marvel. Moreover, he is the most extraordinary being that Whis has ever encountered. As for the praises from Whis, Jiang Xiaofei remains blissfully unaware. At present, he is entirely immersed in his own realm, no longer concerned with the happenings of the outside world. Jiang Xiaofei is still engaged in his cultivation. While the profound training of Son Wukong and Vegeta has reached its conclusion, Jiang Xiaofei remains exceptionally formidable. Despite having faced him a few times with the Kamehameha, he has now begun to extend his abilities outward. Vegeta cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei and remarked to Son Wukong, "He is truly a prodigy. Aside from him, when have you ever witnessed someone become so powerful in such a short span of time while retaining their true essence?" Son Wukong has always harbored unwavering trust in Jiang Xiaofei. Anything that transpires in his presence no longer surprises him. Observing the focused Jiang Xiaofei, they chose to depart quietly. Upon their exit, the two promptly reported their findings to Whis, who displayed no hint of astonishment. "You have taken longer than I anticipated," he stated. "As a consequence, your lunch duties are assigned to you today." "Hey, Whis, that's not fair. I can only eat, not cook," Son Wukong protested. As he had never been skilled in the culinary arts, throughout his life, he had always been the one to eat, never showing any interest in cooking. "Humph, I cannot." Vegeta's forehead throbbed with tension. Although he had dabbled in cooking, it was only under Bulma's insistence. Only Bulma and Trunks had ever tasted his cooking. Yet now he was expected to prepare a meal for an angel, a task for which his skills were woefully inadequate. While it was acceptable for Son Wukong and Vegeta to engage in battle or partake in meals, cooking remained their sole shortcoming. Seeing the two desperately trying to evade the task, Whis decided not to press the matter further. "In that case, we shall have to make do with some provisions brought from Earth." With a gentle sweep of his staff, a sumptuous lunch materialized before Son Wukong and Vegeta. As they beheld the delectable spread, Son Wukong abandoned all pretense and dove into the feast. Just as Son Wukong and Vegeta indulged in their meal, a figure clad in pajamas with closed eyes appeared before them. It was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. It turned out that the moment Whis unveiled the food, Beerus's keen sense of smell had already detected its aroma. However, he remained heavily drowsy, unable to resist the allure of the cuisine, relying solely on his instincts to arrive at the scene. The rich scent of the food tantalized Beerus's senses, and suddenly, he opened his eyes to behold the feast before him, disregarding all decorum as he began to gorge himself. Observing the actions of Son Wukong and Vegeta, Beerus felt a surge of irritation. How could they enjoy a delightful meal without summoning him? Now they dared to act so brazenly in his presence. The words of Beerus did not deter Goku and Vegeta from their actions. They had long been deprived of such delectable cuisine. Their insatiable greed only served to infuriate Beerus, who had only just awakened. Without any forewarning or preparation, he launched an attack on them. Despite their modest improvements in training, they were utterly unprepared for Beerus's onslaught, and were promptly sent flying, leaving the remaining delicacies for Beerus to relish alone. Whis, confine them within your staff sphere until they have adequately reflected on their actions. To my satisfaction, Beerus declared, his face a mask of indignation. Lord Beerus, this seems somewhat inappropriate, Whis began, but was swiftly interrupted by Beerus. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Let them train within. They may emerge only when they have earned the right to savor a meal alongside me, Beerus emphasized, his tone growing firmer. As Beerus's attendant, Whis complied with his wishes. With a gentle wave of his staff, the two, having just regained their footing, vanished from sight, reappearing within the confines of the staff sphere. Upon entering the inner sanctum of the staff sphere, the two of them let out a few cries. Yet Whis and Beerus paid them no heed, instead indulging in the pleasures of their feast. Goku and Vegeta absorbed Beerus's words with acute clarity. As long as Beerus remained silent, their escape was impossible. They could only watch as Whis and Beerus devoured the culinary delights, and with the allure of food dissipated, they fell into silence. In that moment, they realized that Whis's staff held a vast expanse, and the passage of time within this realm accelerated hundreds of times. Goku initially contemplated shattering the sphere with sheer brute force, but as his fist, capable of destroying planets, struck down, he heard no sound of destruction. Instead, his arm merely brushed against a sponge-like surface, with all of his strength absorbed completely. Observing Goku's astonishment, Vegeta followed suit, delivering a punch that yielded a similar result. With the prospect of escape seemingly futile, the two resolved to engage in combat training to pass the time. This marked their first encounter since arriving in the realm of the God of Destruction, albeit in an unexpected manner. Kakarot. Allow me to assess the results of your training here, Vegeta declared, charging directly at Goku. I was just thinking the same, Goku replied, his fighting spirit ignited. With only the two of them present, a battle was most fitting. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, and the force of the impact sent both of them stumbling backward a few paces. Humph. Kakarot, your strength has indeed increased significantly. You are not lacking either. Come, let us continue. Within the confines of the staff ball, the two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle for several hundred rounds, yet neither emerged victorious. Whis and Beerus, weary of the relentless duel, chose to selectively ignore the pair. Time flowed unnoticed until at last, the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta came to a halt. Gasping for breath, beads of sweat trickled from their pores, yet their expressions revealed an insatiable thirst for combat. Vegeta was the first to unleash his fury, his hair transforming into a brilliant golden hue, the surrounding air resonating with a golden roar. Observing Vegeta's transformation, Goku chuckled and followed suit, embracing a similar metamorphosis. Kakarot, is this the extent of your power now? Indeed, you have grown stronger, but if this is all you possess, then today I shall inevitably defeat you. Vegeta's interest was reignited. Did I mention this is our strongest form? I still have the capacity to elevate further, Goku retorted defiantly. Oh? Then let us engage with our utmost strength today, Vegeta proposed, and Goku readily agreed. Thus, the two ascended to a higher echelon, a realm they had never before touched. However, upon reaching this new height, they sensed no limitations. It felt as though their power had yet to fully unleash. Determined to fight with all their might, they ventured into the unknown. The two first reverted to their original forms before once again unleashing their energy. This time, the aura enveloping them was neither white nor golden, but a striking blue. Though the azure glow was not overwhelmingly intense, it exuded a sense of greater strength and danger. Chapter 26. Jiang Xiaofei's ultimate technique. Sensing the transformation in one another, Goku and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles. After days of rigorous training, their Saiyan forms experienced a new evolution, mirroring each other's progress. As the inexhaustible power surged within him, Goku felt an eerie familiarity. Back on Earth, he had sensed such power, though it had manifested in Jiang Xiaofei. Only Jiang Xiaofei truly understood the magnitude of that strength. Yet, having transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, Goku was now approaching, if not surpassing, that very power. A soft blue aura enveloped Goku and Vegeta, emanating an overwhelming presence. You have reached this realm as well, Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback. Throughout their training, Vegeta had consistently been the most diligent, and after countless attempts, he had attained this current state. Hey, I was well aware of your clandestine training. While you toiled, I too refused to rest. Son Wukong elucidated. As an exhilarating presence surged within him, he dashed forth to attack Vegeta. Vegeta mirrored his actions, and the two beams of azure light collided, erupting into an even more resplendent display of colors that illuminated the surrounding space, creating a picturesque tableau. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, both warriors had considerably restrained their auras. It was only at the moment of impact that one could truly sense the immense pressure of their power. It seems you have a profound understanding of Whis' words, Son Wukong remarked. Naturally, once one truly comprehends, it becomes evident that the power of a Saiyan is boundless. By restraining our auras, we can surprise our opponents even more. Wouldn't you agree? Vegeta replied. Both combatants were in a state of heightened exhilaration, as this was their inaugural confrontation in the Super Saiyan Blue form, and they could feel the fervent hearts of one another. A pinnacle duel was unfolding within the staff sphere, while outside, Whis and Beerus had already indulged in their feast. It was only at this moment that they remembered Son Goku and Vegeta were still confined within the staff sphere. When Whis gazed into the internal space of the sphere, blue light reflected upon his visage. Within the depths of Whis' eye sparkled a profound azure light. Lord Beerus, come quickly and see what I have discovered. What could it possibly be? Just two individuals engaging in a mock battle within your staff sphere. Beerus yawned lazily, not bothering to fully open his drowsy eyes. If this were merely a mock battle, then some of the previous encounters he had experienced were far less significant. Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus felt a flicker of curiosity and directed his gaze toward the interior of the staff sphere, where the two blue figures captured his attention. What is this? Beerus exclaimed, disbelief washing over him as his lethargy vanished. Super Saiyan God? He pondered, uncertain. The aura emitted by Vegeta and Son Goku indeed bore resemblance to that of the formidable Jiang Xiaofei during their previous battle, yet their forms differed. Indeed, however, they are not gods, they possess godly power. To be precise, they are Super Saiyans endowed with the might of a Super Saiyan God, was provided a more precise explanation. A Super Saiyan endowed with the might of a Super Saiyan God, Beerus repeated, his gaze unwavering from the staff sphere. Release them. We must clarify this matter. With a gentle gesture, Whis swayed slightly, and the two blue figures emerged from the confines of the staff sphere into the realm of destruction. Son Goku and Vegeta's battle abruptly ceased, their faces still adorned with expressions of exhilaration, yet they had not fully recovered from the intensity of their clash. Lord Beerus, why have you suddenly summoned us? Son Goku inquired, puzzled. What? Are you dissatisfied? I have stated that you would emerge when I deemed it appropriate. With a serious expression, Beerus gazed upon Goku, enveloped in a shroud of blue energy. It seems that during my period of repose, your training has not faltered. In fact, you appear to have made remarkable progress. Goku chuckled. Indeed, under Whis' guidance, our days have been exceedingly fruitful. Goku and Vegeta suppressed their energy, reverting to their normal states. Beerus nodded. Are you aware of the level you have just attained? Goku and Vegeta shook their heads, for they had never witnessed the emergence of Super Saiyan Blue. Nor had they even heard of it. You must have felt it. Upon transforming into Super Blue, an explosive surge of power emanated from within you, comparable to the strength of Jiang Xiaofei during our previous battle. In essence, you now possess the power of a Super Saiyan God. However, you are still not gods. You remain human. Thus, the Super Blue form embodies the power of a Super Saiyan God within a Super Saiyan. As Beerus spoke, the confusion on Goku and Vegeta's faces dissipated, replaced by exhilaration, although they had sensed the extraordinary nature of their newfound strength. Hearing it affirmed by Beerus carried a weight of significance. So, we are Super Saiyans possessing the power of a Super Saiyan God? Goku pondered the sensation of his recent transformation, realizing that they might indeed be able to excite Lord Beerus now. Well, I suppose that can be considered accurate, Beerus remarked. Somewhat taken aback by Goku's thought process, they were discussing their transformation into Super Blue, yet Goku had veered the conversation off track. By the way, why are there only the two of you? Where's Jiang Xiaofei? It suddenly struck Beerus that he had brought three individuals back from Earth. Yet now only Goku and Vegeta stood before him, with no sign of Jiang Xiaofei. Yes, over there. Whis pointed toward Jiang Xiaofei, who remained motionless at a distance. Recently, Whis has been guiding the three of us, leading us to deeper insights. Vegeta and I began to master the finer controls of our energy. But Jiang Xiaofei's comprehension is less profound, leading to a delay. He is still immersed in his meditative state regarding his energy. Goku explained Jiang Xiaofei's inactivity. I see. Beerus observed Jiang Xiaofei, whose eyes were tightly shut and body still. However, I no longer sense any energy emanating from him. Why does he remain so unresponsive? Beerus' words prompted Goku and Vegeta to quiet their minds and attune themselves to Jiang Xiaofei's energy. Indeed, there was not a trace of energy leaking from him. It was as if Jiang Xiaofei did not exist within the realm of the destroyers. Two individuals exchanged skeptical glances, their bewilderment regarding Jiang Xiaofei's actions palpable. Initially, they had been able to sense his aura. However, at that moment, despite Jiang Xiaofei's formidable strength and speed, his control over this energy remained rather feeble. Yet now, they could sense nothing at all. Was it possible that his aura had dwindled to such an extent that he could swiftly conceal it? Vegeta ultimately provided an explanation. Goku nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced that there was no more plausible rationale. No, that is not correct. Beerus furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the distant Jiang Xiaofei. His pupils now transformed into slits. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke, leaving Goku and Vegeta perplexed. Even when Jiang Xiaofei had first transformed into a Super Saiyan, Beerus had never exhibited such a loss of composure. Yet now, he wore an expression of utter disbelief. Beerus glanced at the others, swallowing hard to moisten his throat. Once more, he turned his attention to Jiang Xiaofei. That is the Ultra Instinct. Chapter 27. You are not my opponent now, though Beerus's voice was soft. Each word resonated with clarity in Goku and Vegeta's ears. However, the two could not grasp the true significance of Beerus's statement. Their expressions blank as they turned to Whis for clarification. At that moment, Whis had shed his previously playful demeanor, his focus now entirely on Jiang Xiaofei. Goku and Vegeta began to realize that the situation was far more complex than they had initially imagined, and they too directed their gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei's position. It was indeed astonishing. He had evidently never encountered this before, yet now the essence of Ultra Instinct seemed to manifest within him. This human is truly remarkable. Beerus muttered to himself, his eyes never leaving Jiang Xiaofei. No wonder he had spent so much time in contemplation. It appears he has achieved new insights and breakthroughs. How astute of Lord Beerus to have brought him from Earth to the realm of the gods. Whis added. Only Goku and Vegeta remained in a state of confusion. They had grasped the crux of the matter. Jiang Xiaofei had begun to engage with Ultra Instinct, a technique that even the god of destruction, Beerus, regarded with great importance. Yet what, precisely, was this Ultra Instinct? They could discern no other changes in Jiang Xiaofei. Could you elucidate this for us? What is Jiang Xiaofei's current state? Goku finally could not restrain his curiosity, pressing Beerus and Whis for answers, eager to uncover the nature of Jiang Xiaofei's extraordinary journey. Oh, it is not as significant as it seems. Whis feigned calmness in response. The outcome was met with disdain from Beerus, Goku, and Vegeta, yet Whis remained composed as ever. Jiang Xiaofei found himself in a remarkably peculiar state, wherein his body responded independently of his brain's commands, allowing each part of him to autonomously decide its subsequent actions. This ability is referred to as the Ultra Instinct. Whis provided some explanations to Goku and Vegeta regarding this phenomenon. The term Ultra Instinct, at first glance, seemed immensely formidable. Goku gazed upon it with admiration, a natural response. However, for an ordinary individual to master this skill through conventional training methods is virtually impossible. It was indeed unexpected that Jiang Xiaofei stumbled upon the threshold of Ultra Instinct by mere chance. Such a prodigious talent he possessed. Beerus pondered with profound reflection. Goku and Vegeta cast envious glances at Jiang Xiaofei. The three of them had journeyed to the god of destruction's realm together. Yet it was not Jiang Xiaofei who had exerted the most effort in training, but rather the two of them. Through relentless practice, they had finally grasped the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, gaining the power of the Super Saiyan God. However, upon learning that Jiang Xiaofei had already entered the realm of Ultra Instinct, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. It is noteworthy that the duration of Jiang Xiaofei's training was significantly shorter than theirs, yet he had already surpassed them, a testament to his astonishing growth. Is there a technique or mantra for this? I want to try. Goku expressed a hint of trepidation, fearing that he might one day fall far behind Jiang Xiaofei. Thus, upon discovering the existence of Ultra Instinct, he felt a surge of desire to learn it. I, too, wish to master it. Vegeta voiced his sentiments. Feeling increasingly agitated as he had already been overshadowed by Goku, and now a newcomer had also surpassed him. I have already informed you, ordinary individuals seemingly cannot learn it. Beerus reiterated emphatically. I understand that. But Lord Beerus, do we appear to be ordinary? Goku suddenly displayed a moment of brilliance. Beerus assessed Goku and Vegeta. Acknowledging the validity of his argument, yet he clarified that Ultra Instinct does not come with techniques or mantras, it must be comprehended individually. The essence lies in completely emptying oneself, allowing each part of the body to operate autonomously, free from the constraints of the brain's commands. This is so difficult. Goku scratched his head, striving to grasp Beerus's words, yet some aspects eluded his understanding. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his determination to master Ultra Instinct. If Ultra Instinct were so easily comprehensible, the seventh universe would have already ascended. Beerus remarked before turning his attention away from Jiang Xiaofei, making his way to his chamber. As Beerus departed, Goku resumed his contemplation of Whis. Whis, has Lord Beerus mastered Ultra Instinct? Naturally, Whis replied. Oh, What realm has he attained? Is he capable of wielding the flawless Ultra Instinct? Son Wukong pressed further. This still presents a considerable gap in comparison to Lord Beerus. Whis candidly spoke the truth, causing the weary destroyer god Beerus to stagger slightly. Whis, your words are rather excessive, Beerus admonished him. Whis nodded at the departing Beerus, signaling that he would refrain from revealing more about Beerus to Son Wukong and Vegeta. How splendid. It turns out that even Lord Beerus cannot employ the perfect Ultra Instinct. Son Wukong, filled with ambition, became even more fascinated by the Ultra Instinct. His words were perpetually captivating, leaving even Whis and Beerus at a loss. Not far away, Jiang Xiaofei remained immersed in his own world. Every cell in his body pulsated with vitality, rhythmically beating. They functioned as both independent entities and as part of a cohesive whole. In truth, before entering meditation, Jiang Xiaofei initially aspired to follow the paths of Son Wukong and Vegeta, but he soon abandoned that idea. His accumulation of energy was simply too meager, leading him to contemplate the Ultra Instinct. In the original narrative, Son Wukong consistently triumphed over adversaries by harnessing this extraordinary skill, becoming a legend across all universes. During this period, Jiang Xiaofei sought ways to endow each of his limbs with autonomous capabilities, and he has finally grasped the threshold. Jiang Xiaofei gradually opened his eyes, a radiant brilliance emanating from them. His aura enveloped the surroundings once more, and both Son Wukong and Vegeta could now sense his energy within the realm of the God of Destruction. Their attention was irresistibly drawn to Jiang Xiaofei, not solely due to his striking appearance, but primarily because of the overwhelming presence he exuded, coupled with the mastery of the Ultra Instinct he had seemingly approached. Noticing Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Whis gazing intently at him, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of embarrassment. He surmised that Whis had informed them of the events transpiring within him. For in the 7th universe, Whis was the only being capable of flawlessly executing Ultra Instinct thus far. You have all completed your training, Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, addressing Son Wukong and Vegeta. Indeed, you were the slowest among us, Vegeta retorted. My apologies. I seem to have held you back. Jiang Xiaofei scratched his unkempt hair, offering his apologies to his companions. No need for apologies. Since you have delayed us for so long, let us assess your training results, Vegeta insisted. Must we test my skills right after my training? Could I not have a moment to rest? Jiang Xiaofei was reluctant to engage, feeling the exhaustion weighing upon him. Enough of this idle chatter, prepare to make your move, Vegeta urged, his patience waning with Jiang Xiaofei's awakening. Son Wukong, too, was eager to join in. Seeing Vegeta already brimming with intensity, Jiang Xiaofei raised his hands in surrender. Very well, allow me to show you. However, he deliberately paused for a few seconds, adding, at this moment, you are likely no match for me. Chapter 28, Vegeta, the Living Target. Jiang Xiaofei's arrogant words struck a nerve in Vegeta, igniting a surge of blood within him. Such audacious claims. Have you forgotten how I bested you on Earth? It has barely been a moment. Yet you dare to speak to me in such a manner. Vegeta retorted fiercely. You mentioned that was on Earth. But now we stand in the realm of the God of Destruction, Jiang Xiaofei countered, and I have transformed beyond recognition since then. The two appeared less like allies and more like adversaries. With just a few exchanged words, animosity had reached its zenith. Meanwhile, Whis observed with narrowed eyes, noting the newfound arrogance in Jiang Xiaofei since his awakening. Surely he does not believe that mastery of the Ultra Instinct makes him invincible. Jiang Xiaofei, your words are rather excessive, Son Goku interjected kindly from the sidelines. Excessive? I fail to see any wrongdoing. If a battle is to commence, let it begin. What purpose do these idle words serve? Let actions speak for themselves. In truth, Jiang Xiaofei felt a flicker of trepidation. He hesitated to speak too freely, fearing that too many words might betray him. His brash proclamations were a ploy to elicit Vegeta's full power, allowing him to gauge his own current capabilities. He had initially intended to inform Vegeta and Goku directly, but apprehensive that they might not unleash their full potential, he resorted to provocation. As expected, Jiang Xiaofei's taunts ignited Vegeta's fury, and without a moment's hesitation, a faint blue aura began to emanate from him, transforming even his hair and eyebrows to a striking blue as the power of Super Saiyan God surged through him. Jiang Xiaofei was taken aback, in his recollection. Only Goku had attained the super blue state during their training in the God of Destruction's realm, while Vegeta seemed to lag behind. Yet, it appeared that this was no longer the case. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaofei felt no fear in the face of the super blue Vegeta, convinced of his ability to overcome the Super Saiyan God. Though his recent training had not yielded critical hit points, the insights he gained were solid and profound, surpassing mere numerical benefits. What? Are you not going to make a move? Are you frightened? Vegeta, now transformed into Super Blue, taunted Jiang Xiaofei, who remained still. It seems you still fail to comprehend the true essence of Ultra Instinct. Learning it in this lifetime is but a distant dream for you. Jiang Xiaofei delivered another verbal blow. Unable to contain himself any longer, Vegeta's fist, charged with blue energy, surged forward, aimed directly at Jiang Xiaofei. At this moment, Vegeta no longer regards the so-called camaraderie. He has been thoroughly provoked by Jiang Xiaofei. As he gazes upon the oncoming Super Blue Vegeta, Jiang Xiaofei tightly shuts his eyes. Attuning himself to the essence of his surroundings, he can distinctly sense the presence of Son Goku, and even Vegeta's aura is unmistakable to him. However, from Vegeta, Jiang Xiaofei also perceives an overwhelming intent to kill. Jiang Xiaofei's lips curled into a satisfied smile, for this was the outcome he desired. In the face of Vegeta's exceedingly serious and wrathful punch, Jiang Xiaofei offered no resistance and was struck squarely in the face. His body was launched backward, rolling several times upon the ground before coming to a halt. Why don't you fight back? Do you look down on me? Vegeta's fury intensified as he gazed at Jiang Xiaofei, feeling even more provoked by the sight of his opponent being sent flying. There's no need to rush. I fear that if I strike, you shall have no chance left, Jiang Xiaofei retorted, sensing that Vegeta needed further provocation. The paltry critical hit points he had received from the system indicated that his power was nearing Vegeta's level. Thus, he aimed to stimulate his rival once more, hoping for greater gains. Jiang Xiaofei. Vegeta's murderous intent surged, his formerly blue eyes now suffused with a crimson hue. Right here, Jiang Xiaofei responded to Vegeta. As a faint white aura began to emanate around him, Whis' gaze locked onto Jiang Xiaofei. Indeed, it is the Ultra Instinct technique. This time, Vegeta is doomed. How can this be? Goku exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. After all, Vegeta had just transcended to a new realm, possessing a far deeper foundation than Jiang Xiaofei. How could he so easily be surpassed? You do not comprehend the capabilities of Ultra Instinct. Just watch, and you will understand, was cautioned. Even you, in your current state, may not stand a chance against Jiang Xiaofei. Goku held Whis' words in high regard, yet he found it difficult to accept such a reality. He couldn't help but anticipate the clash between the two, particularly focusing on the Ultra Instinct that Whis had repeatedly emphasized. Amidst their conversation, Vegeta's assault had already reached Jiang Xiaofei's vicinity, still delivering that power-laden punch. However, this time, Jiang Xiaofei moved, evading Vegeta's attack with an astonishing maneuver. Vegeta, now on the ground, was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, feeling a shift within himself. He had not fully comprehended how Jiang Xiaofei had evaded his punch. At present, neither his vision nor his ability to sense energy allowed him to analyze Jiang Xiaofei's actions. Wow! Goku exclaimed from the side, echoing Vegeta's thoughts. He could hardly believe that Jiang Xiaofei had grown to such an extent. Jiang Xiaofei's body did not falter. He relied entirely on his instinctive prowess to engage in battle, launching a counterattack directly towards Vegeta. Before Vegeta could recover from his shock, Jiang Xiaofei's fist had already struck his abdomen. Feeling the force emanating from Jiang Xiaofei's blow, Vegeta was overwhelmed, as though his very stomach was being pierced. He descended into a frenzy, completely under Jiang Xiaofei's influence. Initially believing that his transformation into Super Blue had granted him a significant boost in power, enabling him to combat Jiang Xiaofei as he had before, he now realized how naive he had been. No, it was this world that was utterly chaotic. Particularly Jiang Xiaofei, whose monstrous abilities astonished him. The rapidity with which he had cultivated himself to such a level was truly enviable. However, the prospect of Vegeta conceding defeat so easily was utterly out of the question. The energy blasts in his hands were hurled forth, yet regrettably, none struck Jiang Xiaofei directly. While Vegeta's strength was formidable, he found himself unable to decipher Jiang Xiaofei's movements, relegated to passive endurance, which indicated that Jiang Xiaofei had secured an invincible position. Nevertheless, Vegeta was in dire need of an outlet for his pent-up frustration, and the target for that release was the very Jiang Xiaofei before him. Jiang Xiaofei has attained what he desired. Continuing down this path would only serve to further undermine Vegeta's confidence, a sight Jiang Xiaofei would rather avoid. Thus, he deliberately harnessed his cerebral faculties to modulate his physical movements, allowing himself to be struck by Vegeta once. Vegeta seemingly glimpsed a flicker of hope, yet sensed that something was amiss. Nonetheless, he persisted. Observing Vegeta's unwavering determination, Jiang Xiaofei contemplated ending the confrontation swiftly, but hesitated, fearing the fragility of Vegeta's psyche might render it irreparable. Consequently, he endeavored to play along with Vegeta's performance. Enough is enough. The outcome is clear. Prolonging the battle holds no significance. Whis' voice resonated, interrupting the clash between Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. The combatants ceased their hostilities, yet Vegeta found no joy in the cessation. Speak your mind. What compels you to provoke Vegeta? Whis directed his gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei scratched his head, a sheepish grin adorning his face as he said, "Hee. To be honest, I merely wish to gauge the extent of my own abilities. That is why I provoked Vegeta, urging him to unleash his full power against me." Jiang Xiaofei cast an apologetic glance at Vegeta, uttering, "I am truly sorry, Vegeta." Within Vegeta's heart lay a sense of devastation, feeling as though he had become a living target. Chapter 29, Frisia's Hellish Existence. Jiang Xiaofei, your arrogance knows no bounds, Vegeta exclaimed. His voice laced with fury as he regarded the apologetic Jiang Xiaofei. Proud and intellectually astute, he was not like the often oblivious Kakarot. Nonetheless, this time, he had been outmaneuvered by Jiang Xiaofei, leaving him understandably irked. "Kiki, I sincerely apologize, Vegeta. I admit, I was in the wrong this time. And I assure you it will not happen again. Should you have any requests, I shall fulfill them." Jiang Xiaofei lowered his stance, genuinely valuing Vegeta as a companion. "Humph. Who needs your assistance?" Vegeta retorted, hands on his hips, turning his head away to preserve the last vestiges of his pride and stubbornness. Yet, deep within, a flicker of guilt lingered. Although Jiang Xiaofei had instigated the provocation, had he not harbored jealousy, he would not have been so easily incited. He envied Jiang Xiaofei's mastery of the Ultra Instinct, especially during battle, where the true might of the technique became most apparent. "Hey, Vegeta, can't you be a bit more magnanimous?" Jiang Xiaofei had already humbled himself and apologized, and since it was merely a test of his training progress, why not forgive him? Sun Wukong interjected on Jiang Xiaofei's behalf. In Wukong's eyes, camaraderie was about mutual enhancement. Thus, Vegeta's momentary setback was inconsequential, given the circumstances. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofei, should you need to assess your training results next time, do not hesitate to inform us. We shall extend our full cooperation, so refrain from uttering any hurtful remarks again. Wukong warned Jiang Xiaofei. "It won't happen again," Jiang Xiaofei promptly assured, extending his finger towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta as a pledge. He then offered them 2 cups of warm tea. Well done." After the farce concluded, Whis finally spoke up. To achieve such proficiency in Ultra Instinct in such a brief time is indeed remarkable. All thanks to Whis' teachings. Jiang Xiaofei humbly acknowledged. "Indeed," Whis replied nonchalantly. "But it seems your comprehension does not quite match his." With that, Whis shifted his gaze to Vegeta and Sun Wukong, rekindling a sense of tension in the previously easing atmosphere. Jiang Xiaofei secretly cursed within, lamenting how Whis truly had a knack for opening old wounds. Vegeta let out a cold snort, while Son Goku wore an awkward smile. Compared to Jiang Xiaofei, they indeed fell short. Had they not elevated their powers to the Super Saiyan Blue level, they would have doubted whether the God of Destruction realm was suitable for their training. Very well. Very well. Time is on our side. Jiang Xiaofei's ability to touch the threshold of the Ultra Instinct technique was, after all, tinged with fortune. You too should take your time to comprehend it. One day, you too shall master the Ultra Instinct. Whis ceased to provoke them further. The God of Destruction realm once again fell into tranquility, and the lives of Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and the others returned to their former rhythm. The 3 trained together, sparred, and as Son Goku and Vegeta became increasingly adept at utilizing Super Saiyan Blue, Jiang Xiaofei's mastery of the Ultra Instinct progressed slowly. Occasionally, he would share his insights with Son Goku and Vegeta, aiding them in their quest to attain the Ultra Instinct sooner. In the 7th universe, on a planet at the edge of the Heavenly River Galaxy, Earth, here, day and night alternated, further divided into realms of mortals and deities. The living thrived in the realm of mortals, savoring their daily meals amidst breathtaking landscapes, while those who perished descended into hell. Some entered the cycle of reincarnation, while others were destined to be trapped in the depths of hell. Frisia, once the tyrant of the universe, led his Frisia force, rampaging across the cosmos, plundering planetary resources for the sheer joy of destruction. Having previously ravaged planet Vegeta and enslaved a host of Scions, he harbored a deep disdain for them despite their servitude. Ultimately, this villainous Frisia met justice, and upon his death, his soul was imprisoned in hell. In hell, a towering tree stood resolute. From one of its immense branches hung a long white strand, the end of which formed a cocoon-shaped cell. Within this cell, a solitary head protruded. Its appearance strikingly familiar. It was none other than the former cosmic emperor, Frisia. Now, Frisia endured excruciating torment, suffering the relentless erosion of his soul every moment. In this realm, devoid of conflict and destruction, he finds himself powerless, compelled to witness the unfolding events around him, which only intensifies his disdain for the monotony of life in hell. Beneath Frisia lies a world adorned with a sea of flowers, where each blossom is graced by a little fairy of hell. These fairies, inherently benevolent, were perpetual smiles that have the power to melt away the world's coldness and malevolence. Accompanied by a delightful entourage of animal companions, each one clutches a distinct musical instrument, harmonizing with the fairies' gestures and steps, reveling in a joyous dance amidst the floral expanse. Frisia, perched upon the branches, becomes the focal point of the fairies' attention. They invite him to each of their concerts, circling around him in an attempt to cleanse his wicked heart through their melodies. Yet, as he gazes upon their innocent, cheerful faces and listens to the cacophony of music, an overwhelming urge to obliterate them surges within him. However, bound by his weakened limbs and diminished power, Frisia can only endure in silence, each second a torment to be suffered. This encapsulates the daily existence of the cosmic tyrant Frisia in hell, where laughter and merriment intertwine with the profound struggle of a soul yearning to resist, yet rendered powerless. Despite enduring relentless suffering, Frisia never relinquishes the hope of rebirth. For every additional minute spent in this place fuels his hatred for the scions who brought about his demise and intensifies his resolve for vengeance. This determination serves as his reason to persist. In the vast cosmos, a spaceship drifts aimlessly. Once, they were a force that instilled fear across planets, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. They reveled in witnessing others kneel in submission, yet now their glory has faded. The immense universe has become devoid of their dominion. Each attempt to conquer other planets results in failure, transforming this once invincible army into pariahs. We must find a way to resurrect Frisia, proposed one of the minions aboard the ship. They long for the days when they wreaked havoc throughout the cosmos, reminiscent of their former might. However, they were acutely aware of Frisia's temperament. A slight misstep could lead to their own demise at his hands. Yet, they were weary of their life of evasion and concealment. In their quest to rise anew, they resolved collectively to seek out the Dragon Balls and resurrect the cosmic overlord, Frisia. Chapter 30. The Resurrection of Frisia at Present. The leader of Frisia's army is named Sorb, originally an advisor from the Third Star region. He assumed command of the entire Frisia army following the demise of Frisia and King Cold. However, lacking formidable subordinates, his attempts at planetary conquest had met with limited success. Thus arose the notion of resurrecting Frisia. Subsequently, the search for the 7 Dragon Balls commenced to bring Frisia back to life. Upon arriving on Earth, Sorb and his strongest subordinate, Tagoma, utilized advanced technology to pinpoint the location of the Dragon Balls. Curiously, the readings indicated that all 7 Dragon Balls were concentrated in the same vicinity, suggesting that someone had already gathered them, thereby alleviating significant complications. After all, the presence of scions on Earth posed a potential threat. Prolonged exposure could result in detection and an ensuing fierce battle, delaying their plans to resurrect Frisia. However, it now appeared that such troubles could be circumvented. Following the guidance of the Dragon Radar, Sorb and Tagoma swiftly located the 3 individuals in possession of the Dragon Balls, who were intent on using their wishes to become the world-renowned Pilaf gang. Though the trio possessed modest combat prowess, their ambition was boundless. Despite enduring numerous setbacks, they had never relinquished their aspirations and had somehow thrived until now, displaying remarkable fortune. "Hand over your Dragon Balls," Sorb commanded, his tone authoritative as he addressed Pilaf and his companions. "Who are you to act so brazenly before me, King Pilaf?" Pilaf retorted defiantly, stepping forward to confront Sorb and Tagoma. Sorb exchanged a glance with Tagoma, who advanced and launched a direct assault on Pilaf. With a single punch, Pilaf's form contorted slightly as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing against a massive boulder. "Master Pilaf," the other 2 members rushed to support him. "Quickly, surrender the Dragon Balls, or the next blow will be far more severe," Tagoma threatened ominously. Ultimately, the trio capitulated, obediently producing the 7 Dragon Balls. "Excellent. Summon the Eternal Dragon, and you may leave alive," Sorb declared. Yielding to the might of Sorb and Tagoma, Pilaf placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground and recited the incantation, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish." In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and a colossal dragon surged forth, appearing before Sorb and Taguma. Meanwhile, on Earth, individuals such as Bick and Krillin sensed the dragon's emergence, yet they paid it little heed. Their indifference would once again cast the planet into peril. "O divine dragon, grant the resurrection of Lord Frieza." Sorb proclaimed his wish. The dragon, however, did not act immediately, instead pondering for a moment. "Is there a dilemma?" Sorb inquired. Before his demise, Frieza's body was disassembled into numerous fragments, rendering him devoid of a complete corporeal form. Even if he were to be revived, his soul would lack a vessel, preventing him from existing as a normal being. This indeed posed a formidable challenge. Yet, we possess advanced technological devices. You may proceed with the resurrection of Lord Frieza. Your wish shall be fulfilled. Upon the dragon's utterance, several familiar fragments descended from the heavens, revealing the remnants of Frieza's dismembered body. The 2 individuals beside Pilaf watched in discontent as the dragon granted Sorb's wish. "Lord Pilaf, are we to stand idly by while they utilize the Dragon Balls we toiled to recover?" One complained. "Keep your voice down. If overheard, we shall face dire consequences. As long as we have our lives, we need not fear the loss of our ambitions. Follow me, King Pilaf. One day, your dreams will be realized. There are still 2 wishes remaining. Quickly articulate your desires," the dragon urged. Sorb fell into contemplation, deliberating with Taguma whether to resurrect Frieza's father. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals by Pilaf, unable to contain their impatience, blurted out, "Grant me 1,000,000 and a delectable ice cream." The 2 gifts plummeted from the sky, landing beside them. After fulfilling the wishes, the dragon once again fragmented into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the globe. Sorb and Taguma stood momentarily astonished. Yet time was of the essence. Observing the twitching fragments of Frieza's body on the ground, they marveled at the tenacity of Frieza's vitality. They collected the shattered pieces of Frieza's body and placed them within the latest technological apparatus. Boarding their spacecraft, they ascended beyond the confines of Earth. Within the spacecraft, the sophisticated technology operated rapidly, and all present held their breaths in anxious anticipation of Frieza's revival. A thunderous explosion resonated, shattering the technological device. An azure liquid splattered forth as a figure emerged from the apparatus. The figure was not tall, nor particularly robust. A strikingly bright purple bald head drew attention, with uniquely shaped horns flanking either side. The owner of this figure was none other than the cosmic sovereign, Frieza. "Welcome back, Lord Frieza." Sorb bowed his head and was the first to speak. Frieza, flexing his stiff body, emitted a voice reminiscent of machinery. He extended his elongated arm, fingertips brushing against the half-mechanical skin, evoking a sense of nostalgia as he felt the powerful heartbeat resonating within his body. Frieza erupted into hearty laughter. "Ah ha ha ha. This sensation is truly exquisite." However, his expression soon morphed into one of icy coldness. "Now, the filthy earthlings shall await my vengeance." An aura of malevolent intent radiated from Frieza, causing those behind him to break into a cold sweat. Trembling in fear of making a misstep or a single movement that might provoke Frieza's ire, potentially leading to their demise. Yet, there always exists an audacious soul. Taguma stepped forward, positioning himself before Frieza. "Esteemed Lord Frieza, I believe we should not be so eager to seek revenge on the Scions of Earth. Our primary objective should be the conquest of the universe." Taguma's voice, though soft, carried an unwavering conviction. Beside him, Sorb, upon hearing Taguma's words, resignedly shut his eyes. Frieza turned his gaze towards Taguma, dispensing with any unnecessary dialogue, and raised his right hand, launching an assault on Taguma's limbs. Under Frieza's onslaught, Taguma was utterly unable to withstand the force, collapsing to the ground with a cry of anguish. "Are you instructing me on how to act? Do not presume I am unaware of your true intentions. Is it not because you faced insurmountable opposition that you resurrected me?" Frieza's tone dripped with malevolence. "Now that I have returned, everything shall be under my command. Oh, by the way, to express my gratitude for your revival of me, you shall be rewarded by crawling before me henceforth." Woo-woo. Chapter 31. The God of Destruction of the Sixth Universe. Frieza twisted his somewhat rusted neck, contemplating the forthcoming act of vengeance. Surely, this time, no one would oppose me, would they? His chilling voice resonated, and all present bowed their heads, trembling in fear. Rather than being regarded as the Emperor of the Universe, it would be more fitting to call him a demon of the cosmos. We support Lord Frieza in his quest for revenge. However, there is a slight complication, though for you, Lord Frisia, it may not be much of a challenge? Sorb hesitated to articulate. Oh, do enlighten me. Frisia offered Sorb an opportunity, his right hand spinning incessantly. It is this, Lord Frisia, after your defeat by the Saiyans. Many events transpired. Even the wretched Majin Buu was vanquished by those detestable Saiyans. Sorb's body was now prostrated before Frisia. Such a development is astonishing. My dear father once cautioned me against provoking two entities in the universe, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and Majin Buu. I never anticipated that even Majin Buu would fall to those Saiyans. This is indeed a most intriguing matter. Frisia's tone revealed neither anger nor excitement, causing Sorb to feel increasingly uneasy. It seems I must dedicate myself to a rigorous training regimen for some time. After my diligent training, I am certain that the act of vengeance will become even more exhilarating. King Frisia shall undoubtedly achieve his revenge. He is invincible in battle. Sorb quivered as he spoke. Although it is evident that your words are steeped in hypocrisy, I must admit I find them quite delightful. Frisia gazed down at Sorb, who was prostrate before him. From the moment of my birth, I have been a prodigy, possessing the innate ability to dominate the celestial warriors of the universe without the need for rigorous training. Even the bellicose Saiyans tremble beneath my feet. Yet, to my astonishment, I was defeated by two Saiyans from Earth, enduring unimaginable torment in their universe. I refuse to accept this. Frisia's voice brimmed with fury. Thus, now that I have been resurrected, I shall ensure that those Saiyans on Earth experience a modicum of amusement. However, to render the affair more intriguing, I must engage in some training. Given my exceptional talent, I surmise that 4 months of dedicated effort will grant me an even greater power. Even if those two Saiyans unite, they shall not be my match. Frisia turned his gaze toward the azure planet outside the spaceship. Let them revel in their joy for 4 more months. I eagerly anticipate the scene that will unfold thereafter. Sorb, we must depart. Yes, King Frisia. Sorb, trembling, rose to his feet and issued the command for the spaceship to take off. In the vast expanse of the 7th universe, every corner holds the potential for captivating events, and amidst these myriad occurrences, a beam of light darted swiftly through the cosmos. Should Beerus and Whis behold this light, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for within it were two familiar figures, the god of destruction Kampa and the angel Vados. Hey, Vados. How much longer? I'm growing weary, Kampa lazily remarked. We shall arrive shortly, Lord Kampa. Vados replied with elegance. Hee. Soon, I will gather all the treasures. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. Kampa began to envision his splendid future. Indeed, Lord Kampa, is it truly appropriate for us to intrude upon the 7th universe? Vados inquired. Kampa's mood shifted momentarily. Vados, please do not ruin the atmosphere. We are merely passing through, not here to rob or steal. Lord Kampa, you are inadvertently confessing. Vados pierced through Kampa's self-satisfied demeanor. Vados, you must clarify which side you are on. Kampa's voice carried a hint of indignation. Very well, Lord Kampa. Vados maintained her calm demeanor, unfazed by Kampa's irritation. We have arrived, Lord Kampa. Listening to the words of Beerus, Kampa emerged from behind him. His appearance reminiscent of a portly version of Beerus, his body adorned with ample flesh. Hiki, we have finally arrived, Kampa exclaimed, gazing at the planet before him, radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Beerus, could you not take action yourself, Lord Kampa? Beerus responded playfully. Beerus. Kampa's voice grew slightly more intense, finding Beerus's demeanor rather mischievous. All right. With a gentle tap of his staff, Beerus unleashed a brilliant glow from within the planet, which ultimately coalesced and faded into the vastness of the cosmos, transforming the entire planet into cosmic dust with that single gesture. Sigh. Another mistake. Kampa lamented at the sight before him, for the planet had not yielded the treasures he had anticipated. Do not fret, Lord Kampa. We have many more targets. We shall approach them one by one, and surely we will gather them all, Beerus consoled. Let us proceed to the next destination. Kampa regained his confidence, for as a god of destruction, he bore the minor setback with merely a fleeting sorrow. However, just as they prepared to depart, two figures materialized at the side of the vanished planet. Hey, you too. Having destroyed my planet, do you think you can leave so nonchalantly? Kampa and Beerus turned to the source of the voice. Recognizing the familiar silhouettes of the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus, and the angel Whis. Sister, long time no see. Whis greeted Beerus. Hello, Whis. Humph. You scrawny monkey. I advise you not to stir trouble. Kampa confronted Beerus, his words brimming with hostility. Stir trouble. You ought to understand whose territory this is. You come here, So brazenly, destroying my planet without my consent, who is truly causing a ruckus, you fat pig. Beerus retorted defiantly. I merely passed by and inadvertently sneezed. Demolishing this lifeless planet. Is it truly necessary to be so petty? Kampa replied stubbornly. And what if I am petty? This matter cannot be resolved without a delicacy from the planet, Beerus declared, pointing a finger at Kampa. Humph. I advise you not to push your luck. It seems you are itching for a fight. Kampa began to roar. If it is a fight you seek, then so be it. Do you think I fear you? Beerus shot back, equally incensed. The two gods of destruction emanated an aura of intense energy, causing cosmic dust to dissipate into nothingness. Each determined not to relent until the other lay defeated. Yet, just as they were about to engage in battle, Whis and Beerus intervened, urging, Gentlemen, please refrain from throwing childish tantrums. Your battle here would endanger the lives surrounding us. Although they are the gods of destruction, they remain indifferent to the lives of planets. Yet, the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent will inevitably lead to the creation of karmic retribution. Humph. Bados, let us depart. Xiangpa, too, wished to refrain from wasting any more time, for there were far more pressing matters awaiting his attention. Sister Bados, Lord Xiangpa, since you are here, why not join us for a brief respite? Whis extended the invitation. We have other matters to attend to. Xiangpa hastily covered his mouth, realizing he had spoken out of turn. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Did you not claim you were merely passing through? What concern is it of yours? The tension between the two deities suggested an impending clash. We have prepared delectable dishes. Why not savor them together before taking your leave? Whis continued. Upon hearing the mention of exquisite cuisine, Xiangpa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Given Whis's enthusiastic invitation, he reluctantly agreed to stay for a while. Come, Bados. Humph, shameless, Beerus remarked, delivering a candid assessment of Xiangpa's behavior. Chapter 32. The Enchanted Bados. Under the guidance of Beerus and Whis, Xiangpa and Bados arrived in the realm of destruction. With a gentle tap of his staff, which transformed the previously barren table into a lavish display of culinary delights. The enticing aromas wafting from the array of dishes evoked an irresistible urge to partake. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiangpa lunged at the spread, hastily bringing the delicacies to his mouth. Delicious. This is truly exquisite. I have never tasted anything so delightful in my life. What is this called? Xiangpa inquired of Whis, his mouth smeared with cream and eyes brimming with anticipation. I shall not divulge that information. To seize my food without my permission is utterly shameless. Beerus interjected, preempting Whis from revealing the answer to Xiangpa. At that moment, the two gods of destruction exhibited a shared trait, showing no restraint in their pursuit of the culinary bounty before them. Their fervor for food undeniably reflected the bond of brotherhood they shared. Humph, what a miser. You act so possessively over a mere morsel. Xiangpa retorted defiantly at Beerus. Whis, he has already consumed a great deal of my food. Collect the remaining dishes, Beerus commanded. Casting furtive glances at Xiangpa, responding to Beerus's demand, Xiangpa hastened his actions, his mouth stuffed with an assortment of delicacies he had never encountered before. Xiangpa attempted to voice his thoughts, but his mouth was so full that no coherent sounds emerged. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis promptly complied, and the sumptuous array of dishes vanished, leaving only a pile of refuse scattered around the table. Once Xiangpa finally swallowed the morsels in his mouth, he exclaimed, Hey, must you be so stingy? Food should indeed be shared among us, especially since we are brothers. Kampa had already approached Beerus, draping an arm over his shoulder and speaking with a somewhat flattering tone. Humph, your previous actions have left me quite displeased. Even brotherhood holds no weight in the presence of delectable cuisine. Beerus shrugged off Kampa's arm, wearing a proud expression. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Might you reveal the food now? Tempted by the allure of the feast, Kampa sought to soften his stance. You desire to indulge in the delicacies? Beerus fixed his gaze upon Kampa, inquiring. Indeed, I have yet to satisfy my appetite. Kampa was candid in the face of culinary temptation. If you wish to partake, it is simple. Just disclose the true purpose of your visit to Universe 7, declared Beerus, revealing his intention. Well, I thought I had already mentioned. I merely passed through. Kampa's expression betrayed his intentions. Since you are unwilling to speak the truth, then so be it. Whis, escort our guest out. Beerus issued his dismissal. Kampa, reluctant, and with eyes fixed on Whis and Beerus, adhered to his principles and gradually distanced himself from the banquet. For the sake of future plans and to witness Beerus's astonishment, he endeavored to resist the allure of the feast. Oh, we have guests arriving. Jiang Xiaofei's voice rang out as he, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, approached after finishing their training, eager to request some food from Beerus and Whis for a well-deserved rest. Hello there. The trio greeted the two familiar yet unfamiliar figures with warmth. Why were they deemed both familiar and unfamiliar? Because Kampa and Beerus shared a striking resemblance. While Vados and Wisp wore similar attire, it was evident that they could very well be a god of destruction and an angel. However, in this universe, the god of destruction and angel were Whis, suggesting that the newcomers might hail from another universe. Yet Jiang Xiaofei was well aware that they were Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, and Vados, his angel. Greetings. Vados responded enthusiastically, observing the three warriors before her. Whis once again set the food upon the table for everyone to share. Vados picked up a strawberry, taking delicate bites while her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xiaofei, the radiant warrior who had captivated her deeply. Her face radiated youthful happiness, and even her heartbeat quickened with excitement. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at Vados, nodding politely with a gentlemanly smile. Upon receiving his acknowledgement, Vados felt a surge of agitation within her, hastily turning away to evade his gaze. Am I guilty, Lord Xiangpa? Vados wore a bashful expression. Yet, Lord Xiangpa was utterly perplexed. It was the first time he had encountered such a demeanor from Vados. What troubles you, Vados? I have fallen for a mortal. Vados spoke lightly, her sparkling eyes drifting towards the distant Jiang Xiaofei. Ah! Lord Xiangpa exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Vados, you are an angel. How could you possibly fall in love with a mortal? Surely, you jest. Shoo. Vados gestured for silence, revealing a more enticing side of herself. Please. Lord Xiangpa, refrain from raising your voice. I might become bashful. Her soft words sent a shiver down Lord Xiangpa's spine. You are an angel. He is but a mortal. How can an angel fall for a mortal? He admonished, lowering his voice. Though I know it is ill-advised. Do you not sense an inexplicable allure about him, Lord Xiangpa? Vados replied with a tender demeanor, as if a delicate bird nestled close. Vados, you must regain your composure. Lord Xiangpa urged, his impatience rising. If you continue down this irrational path, do not blame me for taking action. I doubt Lord Russ would object to the demise of a mortal. Vados discerned the gravity of Lord Xiangpa's words, and the atmosphere around them grew ominously cold. My dear Lord Xiangpa, you must control your emotions. Should you dare to harm him, I shall not show you any mercy. Faced with such fervor from Vados, even the god of destruction, Xiangpa, felt a chill. He was acutely aware of Vados' strength. Despite his divine status, he felt like a mere sibling in her presence. From Vados' demeanor, it was evident that Lord Xiangpa feared her wrath, knowing that it would ultimately be his misfortune. Instantly, he adopted a teary-eyed, pitiful expression, gazing at Vados. Vados, do you no longer love me? Vados reigned in her aura, donning a warm smile. How could I not love you, dear Lord Xiangpa? You are my beloved brother. She paused, her gaze drifting to the sunlit young warrior in the distance. And he is my true love. Ah, Vados, you wound me deeply. Lord Xiangpa could scarcely tolerate Vados' infatuation, grumbling as he voraciously devoured the delectable food before him. He sought solace in this manner, attempting to alleviate the pain in his heart and express his frustration towards both Vados and Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 33. The God of Destruction's Afterthought. As he savored the exquisite dishes, Lord Xiangpa scrutinized Jiang Xiaofei from afar. He could not fathom how such an unremarkable man could capture Vados' attention and earn her affection. In the 6th universe, there are indeed many prodigies. Yet Bardos pays them no heed, not even casting a glance in their direction. However, upon arriving in the 7th universe, it took little time for Bardos to become enamored with a mere mortal from another universe, which left Kampa, the god of destruction, in a state of disbelief. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water tower gets the moon first, yet no one has managed to capture Bardos' affections. And now he finds himself relegated to the role of a mere accessory. This has left him feeling dissatisfied and angry. He must devise a plan to make this audacious man understand that someone of Bardos' caliber is beyond his reach. Due to Bardos' influence, Kampa has become unwittingly entangled with Jiang Xiaofei, who has merely offered Bardos a gentlemanly smile all along. Hey, Beerus. How is it that 3 humans have found their way into your realm of destruction? They appear to hail from planets that are not of a superior nature. I am quite curious as to how these 3 individuals from such lowly origins are able to stand here unscathed. Shouldn't you have sent them away, given your usual demeanor? Or perhaps you have already obliterated their planets. Kampa's voice was not loud, Yet it reached the ears of Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. This was intentional on Kampa's part, as he too was intrigued by the presence of these seemingly ordinary individuals. Oh, them? I simply found myself bored and invited them over for some company. Plus, it's always nice to witness an entertaining battle, Beerus responded casually. An entertaining battle? Them? Kampa was further perplexed. As fellow gods of destruction, their strengths may vary slightly, but within their own universes, they wield absolute authority. The battles worthy of their attention are indeed rare. And yet Beerus claims that the combat of these three unremarkable individuals piques his interest, which intrigued Kampa even more. Hey, humans, why don't you three have a sparring match? I would like to see how you manage to capture the interest of Lord Beerus. Kampa began to direct his attention towards Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Lord Kampa, what are you doing? Bardos softly reproached him. Mind your own business. Kampa dismissed the angel, who was clearly smitten. Kampa. Beerus's gaze turned icy. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions looked at Kampa, feeling as though they were being treated like mere entertainment for the gods of destruction and angels. Naturally, they were unwilling to comply, standing firm and focusing their attention on Beerus and Whis. Hee, I mean no harm. I am simply curious. Kampa wore a mischievous grin. You better be speaking sincerely, or I fear you may never again indulge in such exquisite delicacies, Beerus warned, his gaze fixed on Kampa. Beerus, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that I should forego my culinary delights because of my previous remarks? I refuse to accept that. As the god of destruction, Kampa resembled a mischievous and playful child at that moment. What use is your discontent? The delicacies are in my possession, and I hold the authority over them. Moreover, these exquisite dishes are all sourced from their planet. Given your demeanor, how could I possibly allow you to indulge in such delectable fare? Beerus provided a rational explanation. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Beerus's words. Their planet? Kampa pondered. How could that be? What is the name of their planet? Our planet is called Earth. Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Kampa, pride shimmering in his eyes as he uttered the name of his homeworld. Bados observed Jiang Xiaofei before her. This man exuded an undeniable charm, remaining unfazed even in the presence of the god of destruction. Earth? Kampa repeated, excitement evident on his face. Bados quickly ascertained whether there exists a planet named Earth in our universe. Kampa's expression brightened with anticipation, momentarily disregarding Jiang Xiaofei. The sixth universe and the universe of Earth could be considered twin universes, with most planets in both realms bearing striking similarities. If such a delectable planet existed in the seventh universe, it stood to reason that a counterpart would exist in the sixth universe as well. Indeed, Lord Kampa, Bados affirmed, gently waving her staff as the formation of the sixth universe rapidly unfolded within the sphere of her staff. Moments later, she had surveyed the stars of the entire universe. Regrettably, Lord Kampa, there is no planet named Earth in our universe, Bados stated with a hint of disappointment. How is that possible? It exists in the universe of Earth. How could it not exist in our sixth universe? Kampa expressed disbelief, yet he knew Bados would never deceive him. After all, Bados had always been forthright about her feelings for the previous Earthling. It is as follows, Lord Kampa. Initially, our universe did have an Earth. But during one of your celestial travels, you inadvertently sneezed, causing a collision with Earth, which resulted in the planet's transformation into cosmic dust, Bados clarified for Kampa. Very well. Such matters are beyond our control, Kampa replied, though internally he wrestled with conflicting emotions. The absence of Earth in the sixth universe meant he could not savor its culinary delights, but it also implied that Jiang Xiaofei from the sixth universe would not exist, which he found to be a rather favorable outcome. However, what he remained unaware of was that Jiang Xiaofei was unique within the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe. There existed but one Jiang Xiaofei. It seems you were quite fortunate, having escaped the fate of being whisked away by Beerus's sneeze. Kampa gestured towards the trio. Upon hearing Kampa's words, a sense of despondency washed over Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, they merely wished to live extraordinary lives. Yet their remarkable existence seemed a mere jest in the face of such overwhelming forces. Even a single sneeze could obliterate their planet and lives. Simultaneously, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions felt perplexed. They were clearly minor characters, so why did Kampa consistently exhibit such aggression in his words? Kampa, you have gone too far. Beerus began to express his dissatisfaction with Kampa's behavior. If Kampa's ire were directed solely at himself, he might comprehend it. However, his grievances were unjustly aimed at three mortals. which understandably incensed Beerus. Kappa is truly petty, remarked Vados, sharing her perspective. Indeed, Kappa is nothing more than a perpetual child, added Whis, joining the discourse. Why must you all conspire against me? Kappa lamented, feeling wronged. For the sake of a few humans, you treat me this way. Is there some hidden secret tied to them? Whatever you may think, if there were indeed a secret, why would I divulge it to an outsider like you? Beerus retorted, uninterested in explaining himself to Kappa. TCH, I have no desire to know, yet I have a fair inkling, Kappa boasted proudly. Oh, with your intellect, you can deduce that? I find it hard to believe. Beerus skeptically observed Kappa's self-assured demeanor. Haha, it's rather simple. The reason you two defend them so fiercely is that one of them is the replacement god of destruction, Kappa declared, pointing at Jiang Xiaofei among the trio, reveling in his own brilliance. As for Vados, Kappa huffed indignantly. Chapter 34. The astonished Kappa. Lord Kappa. Vados admonished him. Kappa chose not to press further. While he could spar with Beerus, he dared not provoke Vados, his supervisor who held the authority to instruct him. Most importantly, he was no match for her. Should a conflict arise, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Although Kappa felt somewhat emboldened today, he had not lost his sense of reason. Haha, you truly are exceedingly clever, Beerus exclaimed, giving Kappa an approving thumbs up. See, I told you that my insights cannot be overlooked. Aside from being the replacement god of destruction, who else could remain here? Kappa reveled in his self-satisfaction, only to soon realize something amiss, as everyone regarded him with looks of incredulity. Kappa finally grasped this realization. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Kappa's remarkably astute deduction, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him. A candidate for the god of destruction? It was perplexing to ponder what the god of destruction from Universe 6 was contemplating. Though he appeared somewhat lacking in intellect, his words served as a reminder. Beerus felt a flicker of gratitude towards Kappa. As the god of destruction of Universe 7, I have lived long enough. It is indeed time to consider a successor. Jiang Xiaofei is undoubtedly a commendable choice. Beerus cast a glance toward Jiang Xiaofei, one filled with approval. So it turns out he is not merely a candidate for the god of destruction. Kappa finally came to this realization, while it had not been the case before. From this moment onward, it would be so. Beerus decided unilaterally, without ever seeking Jiang Xiaofei's personal opinion. Jiang Xiaofei wished to express his thoughts. Yet a mere glance from Beerus conveyed to him the unmistakable understanding that this was not the moment to disrupt the proceedings. This was, in fact, a method employed by Beerus to safeguard his own interests. Quite impressive. Kappa's irritation simmered beneath the surface. He felt as though he were the one being outmaneuvered. Yet, in this moment, whom could he blame for his frustrations? Beside them, Vados, listening intently to Beerus's words, regarded Jiang Xiaofei with an increasingly fervent gaze. Having become the candidate for the god of destruction, it seemed that the chasm between them had narrowed significantly. Lord Kappa, it would be wise to refrain from embarrassing yourself here. Perhaps you should simply savor your delicacies. If it comes to a battle of wits, I fear you may face a most dire defeat, Vados quipped, teasing Kappa. Vados, you've changed. You are truly not the same as you once were. What has happened? Kappa lamented, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. This time, he had no choice but to concede. Yet, when Kappa contemplated yielding, a surge of determination welled within him. To demonstrate that his intellect remained intact, he devised a plan that he found exceedingly satisfactory. Since you assert he is a candidate for the god of destruction, his strength must be formidable indeed. Why not allow me to test him in your stead? What do you think of this proposal? Kappa suggested, a newfound confidence radiating from him as he addressed Beerus. Beerus paused for a few seconds, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, seemingly torn in his decision. Fear not. I will hold back. I want to unleash my full power right away, as that would surely be fatal. I am well aware of my limits, Kappa urged once more. Humph. As long as I am present, you won't be taking his life. Beerus replied with unyielding conviction. Since you are so eager, let us proceed with this sparring match. Ultimately, Beerus acquiesced to Kappa's suggestion. The reason Beerus had hesitated was to capture Kappa's attention. He too wished to ascertain the current capabilities of Jiang Xiaofei, to see if he truly met the criteria of a candidate for the god of destruction. Truly a sagacious decision, Kappa exclaimed, expressing his approval of Beerus's agreement. Before turning to Jiang Xiaofei, come, let us engage in a friendly contest. Thus, the protagonist Jiang Xiaofei found himself orchestrated by two gods of destruction. Unable to mount any form of resistance, they arrived at a spacious arena, distancing themselves from one another. Lord Kappa, do restrain yourself. I am watching. Vados cautioned Kappa. then turned to Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei, should you find yourself overwhelmed, do speak up. I shall be ready to assist you at once. Thank you. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his gratitude to Vados, who wore a content smile. It is my duty. Hey, enough of this. It is time for battle. Do you understand? Stop chattering. Xiang Pa could no longer bear it and unleashed his power, gripping his hands tightly as he launched an attack towards Jiang Xiaofei. Faced with Xiang Pa's onslaught, Jiang Xiaofei swiftly reacted, yet the disparity between them was starkly apparent. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, and Jiang Xiaofei was propelled backward, only managing to stabilize himself after retreating several dozen meters. Not bad. You managed to withstand my punch without falling. You should take pride in that. However, your comfort ends here, Xiang Pa remarked with a hint of annoyance. Lord Xiang Pa, perhaps you are exerting too much force. Vados interjected once again. Xiang Pa felt a wave of frustration. My dear sister Vados, this is a sparring match. Applying a bit of strength is perfectly acceptable. If you continue to interrupt, this battle may truly come to a halt. Oh, is that so? Then let's not fight. Vados' surprising declaration left Xiang Pa in utter exasperation. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei, puzzled by Vados' actions, began to suspect that this celestial being harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she defend him so ardently? Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts. For if he misinterpreted the situation, he could very well vanish from the seventh universe, jesting about angels as romantic interests, a truly reckless endeavor. Our battle is far from over. This time, it was Jiang Xiaofei who took the initiative. With his aura contained, he entered a state of profound focus, acutely aware of every movement of his body. In an instant, Jiang Xiaofei vanished from sight, reappearing right before Xiang Pa. Stunned by the human's unexpected prowess, Xiang Pa found himself momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend that a mere human could reach such heights. Bang! Xiang Pa took a flying kick from Jiang Xiaofei head-on, staggering backward several meters. Is this the essence of ultimate freedom? Xiang Pa, still reeling from the shock, glanced towards Beerus and Whis, momentarily forgetting that he was in the midst of battle. Observing Xiang Pa's astonished expression, Beerus silently nodded in approval, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. The figure of Jiang Xiaofei reappeared, prompting Kampa to react hastily. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows and sustaining injuries. No more fighting, Kampa exclaimed as he flew backward, withdrawing from the clash, feeling it was pointless. He had intended to assert his dominance and make Jiang Xiaofei recognize his place, simultaneously warning him against harboring any malicious intentions. However, it became evident that his noble aspirations were unattainable, for he could not easily overpower Jiang Xiaofei. This individual was undoubtedly an extraordinary talent. Aha! Beerus, unable to contain himself, let out an ungracious laugh. How about that? This time, I've earned my place as a candidate for the God of Destruction. Chapter 35. Super Dragon Balls. Observing the captivating figure, Vados was equally astonished. She had already held Jiang Xiaofei in high regard, but witnessing him battle Kampa using the still imperfect Ultra Instinct filled her with immense joy. This only reinforced her belief that she possessed discerning judgment. Jiang Xiaofei's vigor diminished as the state of his ultimate freedom technique was lifted. Throughout this encounter with Kampa, he absorbed a wealth of knowledge, and after enduring Kampa's fierce onslaught, he received positive feedback from the system, signifying that his strength had notably advanced. Should he face Kampa again, he felt confident that he could endure longer. However, Jiang Xiaofei was acutely aware that he was still not a match for the God of Destruction. Kampa had not employed his ultimate freedom technique during their battle, and his cessation of combat was purely a matter of personal whim. Beerus, you truly have struck gold, Kampa remarked, a tinge of envy flickering within him. Haha, thankfully. All is well. Beerus feigned modesty, though inwardly he was elated. This time, he had certainly saved face in front of Kampa. Don't get too carried away. I believe there are undoubtedly individuals of similar caliber in my universe. I simply have yet to discover them. Kampa concocted an excuse to preserve some semblance of dignity. Is that so? I genuinely look forward to that day. When it arrives, we can summon that warrior and savor Earth's delicacies together, Beerus declared, deliberately emphasizing the delights of Earth cuisine. Kampa, perceptive as ever in his calm moments, grasped Beerus's underlying message. Beerus, dare you challenge me to a contest across the cosmos? A pause ensued, followed by a resurgence of inspiration. A contest across the cosmos? Pray tell, elaborate. Beerus expressed a flicker of intrigue, as he was exceedingly bored while awake. And any semblance of amusement would be most welcome. Quite simple, really. You shall gather some warriors from the seventh universe, while I will procure some from the 6th universe. Let them engage in a contest of valor and see which side emerges victorious, Kappa articulated his proposition. Sounds promising, yet it seems to lack a certain thrill. Beerus concurred. Aha, I share that sentiment. Thus, to enhance the excitement of the competition, let's stipulate that the victorious party gains control over Earth in the 7th universe. What say you? Kappa's intentions were transparent, yet his demeanor remained unflinching. Oh, I see. But do you not perceive that this arrangement seems to be a disadvantage for our 7th universe? The astute Beerus readily identified the flaw in Kappa's proposition. Does it? Kappa feigned ignorance. Hey, surely you cannot be so foolish. Earth rightfully belongs to our 7th universe. Why should we wager it? Furthermore, it appears you have not presented any earnest collateral in return. What do you in the 6th universe intend to offer as an exchange? Beerus was forthright. Kappa had indeed set his sights on Earth's treasures, yet it appeared he possessed no noteworthy planets to offer in return. If we were to lose this match, I would reveal to you the true purpose of my arrival in your universe. Humph. I am utterly disinterested. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Kappa. Oh, you would be intrigued. If I divulged my intentions, you would undoubtedly be captivated, Kappa asserted with confidence. Oh, is that so? Your self-assured demeanor has piqued my interest somewhat. However, if you refuse to disclose your purpose, I shall never consent to this match. Beerus held steadfast to his principles. To acquiesce so readily would render him somewhat foolish, akin to Kappa's demeanor. Whis, fetch me some instant noodles. After all this talk, my hunger has returned. Beerus nonchalantly turned to Whis. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis retrieved a bucket of instant noodles from his staff. Beerus poured boiling water into the bucket, covered it. And after 5 minutes, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, tempting everyone present. Kappa gazed at the noodles on the table, feeling an overwhelming urge to snatch them. Yet he managed to retain his composure. Upon unveiling the noodles, a rich fragrance engulfed the room. Kappa's eyes fixated on the noodles in Beerus's hand as he expertly lifted a strand with a fork, delicately placing it in his mouth, followed by a fervent slurp that awakened a blissful sensation on his taste buds. Ah, I can't bear it any longer. Whis, is there another bucket? Kappa implored Whis, his eyes brimming with sincerity and eagerness. Whis feigned a moment of indecision. Do you wish for instant noodles? Beerus inquired knowingly. Kappa nodded fervently. Very well, but only if you divulge your purpose. Then I shall allow you to savor the noodles. Beerus laid out his terms. Splendid. Kappa, unable to resist the allure of gourmet delights, acquiesced. Vados, having seen through the entire exchange, merely shook her head, despite being gods of destruction and siblings. Kappa's intellect paled in comparison to Beerus's. In truth, my visit to the 7th universe is to seek the Super Dragon Balls. Kappa finally revealed his intentions. Now, may I have the noodles? Super Dragon Balls? Beerus pondered, then commanded Whis, give him a bucket of noodles. After receiving the noodles from Whis, Kappa mimicked Beerus's earlier actions, allowing the noodles to steep for 5 minutes before indulging. Are you referring to the Super Dragon Balls crafted by the dragon god Zalama? Beerus inquired once more, receiving a nod from Kappa in response. As Kappa placed the instant noodles into his mouth, a wave of tantalizing flavors surged forth, enveloping him in a blissful euphoria that seemed to erase all his previous discontent. Could such a delightful delicacy truly originate from that distant planet known as Earth? While indulging in the noodles, Kappa inquired, his mouth full and the noodles swaying about. Indeed, Beerus replied, beaming with pride. If you are interested, we can continue our competition. But both sides must have something at stake. I propose Earth on my side, and the Super Dragon Balls you have collected on yours. What do you say? Beerus, do you take me for a fool? Kappa retorted, his expression one of indignation. If I were to relinquish the Dragon Balls I painstakingly sought after, would that not be unjust? If I were to gather the Super Dragon Balls, I could easily wish for the creation of an Earth myself. Why would I come here to seize yours? Kappa's displeasure was evident. Oh, I see. In that case, there is no need for a competition. Besides, your Super Dragon Balls are likely still incomplete, are they not? And judging by your demeanor, those Dragon Balls must exist within my 7th universe as well. Thus, I have no choice but to issue you an ultimatum. As for the Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe, I fear you shall find them unattainable, Beerus declared confidently, holding the upper hand over Kappa. Witnessing Beerus's smug expression ignited a desire within Kappa to retaliate. From the beginning, he had been the one ensnared in this elaborate scheme. Chapter 36. An Angel's Secret Affection. Kappa suddenly felt akin to a jester since his arrival in the 7th universe. He had yet to find the Super Dragon Balls and instead encountered Beerus and Whis, Upon entering the realm of the god of destruction, although Kampa savored exquisite culinary delights previously unknown to him, such delicacies did not exist in the sixth universe. This meant that once he departed from this realm, he would be unable to relish such delectable fare again. He had hoped to wager with Beerus, engaging in a cosmic contest. Yet once more he had fallen victim to Beerus's cunning. His carefully devised plan for quiet development had also been discovered by Beerus. What troubled him most was the presence of Vados, who had inexplicably developed feelings for a mere mortal upon her visit to the realm of destruction. While he acknowledged that the mortal possessed great strength and potential, how could Vados, an angel, be so enamored with a human? Kampa found this perplexing. For Kampa, it truly was a dismal day. However, having reached this juncture, in order to pursue his plans, he must make certain concessions or compromises. Bah! Beerus, you treacherous scoundrel! Kampa exclaimed in frustration, you have ensnared me time and again. Haha! Kampa, how can you say such a thing? It is merely your own folly. How can you accuse me of deceiving you? Beerus retorted, amusement dancing in his eyes. Furthermore, everything I have stated is simply the truth. Beerus regarded Kampa with keen interest. For thousands of years, it was the first time he had witnessed Kampa suffer such losses. Indeed, he had to credit Jiang Xiaofei and his companions for this turn of events. I am resolute. This match must proceed. The earth is mine. And so is the Super Dragon Ball. Kampa, in a state of exasperation, remarked, so, you have acquiesced to my proposal, wagering the Super Dragon Ball in your possession? Beerus was internally elated. Acquiring the Super Dragon Ball from Kampa would undoubtedly be a cause for celebration. Humph. Do not revel too soon. The outcome remains uncertain. Do you believe you are the only one here with mastery over Ultra Instinct? Kampa cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Haha. So there exists a human in the sixth universe who has also mastered Ultra Instinct. This makes the upcoming battle even more exhilarating. Beerus held unwavering confidence in Jiang Xiaofei. Goku and Vegeta. Even if there were indeed a human in the sixth universe with mastery over Ultra Instinct, could they possibly possess a prodigy like Jiang Xiaofei? The probability of that was nearly non-existent. The moment Jiang Xiaofei entered the fray, victory for Universe 7 was virtually assured, for Beerus had recognized Jiang Xiaofei's extraordinary nature. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Kampa wore a devious smile. Indeed, it is a prospect worth anticipating. With the assistance of Whis and Beerus, the two gods of destruction swiftly established parameters regarding the number of participants and the venue for this inter-universal contest. After finalizing the arrangements, Kampa prepared to return to the sixth universe to select the competitors. Beerus, it is time for us to depart. Kampa called out to Beerus. So soon? Beerus expressed reluctance, feeling as though he had only just arrived and had yet to engage with Jiang Xiaofei. Must we leave in such haste? Otherwise, do you propose we celebrate the new year here? Do not forget, we have just set the terms for our competition. Kampa felt a headache coming on due to the angel's insistence. He was well aware of Beerus's sentiments. Perhaps, Lord Kampa, you should leave first. I wish to linger here a while longer. After all, I have not seen my brother Whis in many years. Leaving so abruptly tugs at my heart. Beerus expressed her desire to stay, along with her reasoning. Kampa scrutinized Beerus, attempting to discern the true intentions of the angel. Beerus, do not provoke my ire further. And do not forget your responsibilities. If I depart and you remain here, it would be a dereliction of duty, and I assure you, the Grand Zeno will not overlook it. Kampa, feeling exasperated, had to invoke the Grand Zeno to quell Beerus. Upon hearing the name of the Grand Zeno, a shadow of gloom fell over Beerus's expression. She could disregard Kampa's thoughts, but the Grand Zeno was a formidable entity she could not afford to underestimate. Having witnessed the departure of Vis and Jiang Xiaofei, Vados was enveloped in reluctance. Yet, she ultimately chose to leave. For if the Omni King were to discover these matters, the consequences would not solely befall her, but would likely ensnare Jiang Xiaofei as well. After all, the Omni King's actions are notoriously enigmatic. Observing Vados return to her side with a heart full of reluctance, Xiang Pa could only sigh softly. Women in love, after all, often exhibit a singular focus. Fortunately, he possessed certain capabilities of his own. After entangling with Vis over some delightful earthly delicacies, under Vados' guidance, Xiang Pa finally departed from this sorrowful place. Once Xiang Pa and Vados had taken their leave, Beerus turned his attention to Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta. You heard the conversation that just transpired. This upcoming tournament is far more than a mere contest of skill. It concerns the very fate of Earth. Should you fail to achieve victory, You may find it impossible to remain within the earthly universe. The future of Earth lies entirely within your grasp, Beerus stated with utmost seriousness. In truth, he felt a pang of sympathy. If Jiang Xiaofei were to inadvertently lose, his future indulgence in Earth's culinary delights would hinge on begging Xiangpa. The thought of enduring Xiangpa's scornful jests and disdain made Beerus feel as though the sky were collapsing around him. Shaking his head, he quelled the troubling thoughts. Such a scenario must not come to pass. Are you not being rather reckless in your actions? Jiang Xiaofei questioned Beerus. To simply cast Earth aside seems rather excessive. It appears you have yet to grasp your position. In the seventh universe, I, Beerus, am the unequivocal deity. Every celestial body within the universe is under my dominion. And Earth is no exception. If you desire freedom for Earth, then strive to secure victory in this tournament, Beerus replied, unwavering in his stance. Jiang Xiaofei refrained from continuing the conversation, merely casting a glance at his companions, Son Wukong and Vegeta. Son Wukong appeared exceedingly exhilarated, for he would soon have the opportunity to engage in combat with formidable beings from other universes, a rare and thrilling contest. The mere thought of it sent a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Although Vegeta maintained a facade of calmness, his eyes were nonetheless alight with yearning. Sighing deeply, Jiang Xiaofei reflected on the relentless battle fervor of his two companions. For them, any opportunity to fight and elevate their prowess was an irresistible allure. Do not concern yourself with Earth. Perhaps you should worry more about your own well-being, Beerus remarked to Jiang Xiaofei, who was left somewhat bewildered. Had he committed some unrecognized transgression? What is it, Lord Beerus? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, feeling a twinge of apprehension, for such words from Beerus suggested that the matter at hand was of considerable gravity. You haven't noticed? Beerus responded, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Noticed what? The angel, Vados, harbors a secret affection for you. Can't you discern her obvious feelings? She has made her intentions abundantly clear. Beerus was thoroughly impressed by Jiang Xiaofei's obliviousness. Really? That cannot be true. She is an angel. How could she possibly be enamored with an inconspicuous mortal like myself? Surely, Lord Beerus must be mistaken. Disbelieve it if you will. You may inquire with Whis, Beerus replied. Dismissing the need for further explanation, Whis silently nodded in affirmation, adding, otherwise, do you believe Kampa's hostility towards you is without reason? Jiang Xiaofei contemplated the series of events and indeed found it to be true, feeling a complex mix of emotions within. What could it possibly feel like to be secretly adored by an angel? Chapter 37, The Frisia Force, Earth's Crisis. Jiang Xiaofei, though not long in the Dragon Ball universe, has garnered a fundamental understanding of its intricacies. The god of destruction reigns supreme over the cosmos, holding a position exalted above that of the Kaioshin, with strength that far surpasses the latter. The angels, dedicated solely to serving the god of destruction, possess power that eclipses even that of their divine masters. Moreover, there exists a cadre of beings even more formidable than the angels. Recently, Jiang Xiaofei was informed of an angel harboring romantic feelings for him, a revelation that left him utterly astonished. However, such matters are beyond his control. While he acknowledges that Beerus, with her graceful figure and striking beauty, aligns with his aesthetic preferences, the chasm between them remains vast. Additionally, Jiang Xiaofei is already in a relationship, albeit with someone he may never see again. The prospect of him swiftly shifting his affections is, without a doubt, implausible. The only silver lining is that Vados has yet to confess her feelings, suggesting that there remains room for maneuver. Perhaps once Vados returns to Universe 6, she might completely forget him. You, my friend, are indeed fortunate, Beerus remarked with a hint of admiration. The surprises Jiang Xiaofei brings are numerous, and now even a female angel cannot resist his charm. Lord Beerus, please, you jest. I am but a mere mortal. How could Vados possibly take a liking to someone like me? If it were true, it might merely be a fleeting curiosity that she would soon forget. Jiang Xiaofei scratched his head in modest disbelief. Listening to his words, Beerus nodded in silent agreement. You do possess a certain degree of insight. For someone of your ordinary status, it is indeed implausible to retain the company of an entity like Vados. Exactly. You exhibit a commendable understanding. Beerus continued, his excitement palpable. Now, focus on your training. Prepare for the battles ahead. We must ensure that Kampa and the inhabitants of Universe 6 comprehend that our Universe 7 is not to be trifled with. With that, Goku, brimming with enthusiasm, resumed his rigorous training, eagerly anticipating the day of the competition. Vegeta shared a similar sentiment, and together they intensified their efforts in the realm of the god of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei was not idle during this period. Rather, he delved deeper into his mastery of energy. Not only did he become proficient in the use of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, but he also grasped some nuances of the Spirit Bomb. The only regret was his struggle with the Kaioken technique, perhaps due to the influence of the system. Jiang Xiaofei felt no increase in his power when attempting to employ the Kaioken, and all his efforts proved futile. Ultimately, he had to relinquish this technique that could momentarily elevate his strength. From time to time, they would challenge Beerus, and in terms of individual prowess, Beerus remained the strongest. However, when the three of them joined forces, even Beerus had to exert himself to engage them seriously. After each battle, they felt that the time to surpass Beerus was drawing near. Inspired by the trio, Beerus seemed to train quietly, fearing that one of them, particularly Jiang Xiaofei, might truly surpass him. Nonetheless, he hoped that day would come slowly. Though Beerus's training may not match that of Goku and Vegeta, his progress was nonetheless rapid. Previously unable to fully master the Ultra Instinct, he had now grasped its fundamentals. With diligent practice, it would not be long before he could completely master it. Witnessing Beerus's advancement brought great joy to Whis. Each increment in Beerus's strength signified a significant enhancement, allowing him to live a little longer. Most importantly, the previously lethargic Beerus, who would either sleep, eat, or destroy planets, seemed to have genuinely found something worth pursuing. As Whis observed Jiang Xiaofei, Goku, and Vegeta, his fondness for them grew. They possessed a unique charm that captivated him. Through their acquaintance, Whis not only savored foods he had never tasted before but also helped Beerus find companions. The presence of these allies imbued Beerus's life with newfound significance, though he would never admit it. As time passed, and through their continuous sparring, the bond among the four deepened. Beerus considered the three of them as potential successors to the role of God of Destruction. As for who would ultimately assume the title, it was left to fate. In Universe 6, the God of Destruction, Kampa, had returned. Observing the still infatuated Vados, Kampa's mood improved somewhat. Vados, are you still enamored with that boy? Kampa inquired persistently. Lord Kampa, perhaps you should mind your own affairs. If we lose this competition, your Super Dragon Balls will be at stake. Vados attempted to change the subject. I am well aware. But I remain curious as to how you could be captivated by a mere mortal. Do you think we might find a man identical to Jiang Xiaofei in our Universe 6? Xiang Pa's words once again provoked Vados. A glimmer of realization illuminated Vados' mind. Indeed, such a possibility did exist. However, Vados felt that even if they were to meet, it was unlikely he would ever experience the same exhilaration he felt upon first encountering Jiang Xiaofei. Lord Xiang Pa, you should urgently seek out formidable allies. Otherwise, this time, you are bound to face defeat. We shall see. Xiang Pa refrained from providing further explanation, as it seemed his earlier appearance was merely an illusion, leaving Vados still ensnared in his unrequited affection. In the vast expanse of the seventh universe, around a planet at the edge of the Milky Way, a myriad of formidable figures gathered, each exuding an intimidating presence akin to seasoned debt collectors, their aura significantly more potent than before. Inside the spacecraft, Sorb gazed at the distant azure planet, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. My lord, ahead lies Earth, where your targets are likely honing their skills. At last, the day has arrived. After 4 months of relentless training, I feel my power has reached its zenith. I am confident I could defeat Majin Buu with a single strike. Now, it is your turn, detestable Saiyans. Standing atop the ship, Frieza surveyed the blue planet, igniting within him an insatiable desire to obliterate it. The moment the spacecraft touched down, Frieza unleashed his formidable aura, causing his subordinates to tremble in fear. Frieza's intent was to lure the Saiyans on Earth. Should the two Saiyans who had previously defeated him still be present, that would be even more fortuitous. Meanwhile, Piccolo, who had been training, immediately sensed an unusual and menacing energy. Without a second thought, he followed the source of the aura. Upon his arrival, he encountered a host of both familiar and unfamiliar faces. Frieza's army. Chapter 38. The death of Piccolo. As Piccolo beheld the figure seated upon the throne, beads of sweat trickled down his brow. The presence of this figure was overwhelmingly oppressive, particularly those piercing eyes, which Piccolo found impossible to meet. Frieza. Piccolo's heart raced uncontrollably. In his memory, Frieza had been vanquished, yet the individual before him was undeniably Frieza himself. With Piccolo's arrival, others soon followed, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and even Master Roshi, all drawn by the oppressive energy. Upon witnessing their foe, a wave of shock washed over them, for they had all witnessed Frieza's demise. Oh ho ho, you've arrived rather swiftly. Frieza cackled with an eerie laughter. Where is Sun Wukong? Has he sensed my aura and been frightened into hiding? Frieza wore an expression of arrogance. Frieza, are you not overly confident? Have you forgotten how you met your end? Though deeply shaken, Piccolo resolved to display sufficient courage. You are a Namekian, a friend of Son Goku. Since Goku is absent, I shall take my vengeance on you. Frieza spoke without any reservations. As the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza had endured a stifling existence in hell, and after returning, he had diligently trained for 4 months. Now, the time for revenge had finally arrived, only to find his 2 principal enemies absent from the scene. How could Frieza not be enraged? To celebrate my return, let us commence with a fireworks display. Upon uttering these words, Frieza extended a finger, gathering a purple orb pulsating with destructive energy, then pointed it towards a nearby city. Stop! Piccolo shouted in an attempt to intervene, but it was too late. The orb surged forth, creating a blinding beam of light that ultimately descended upon the city. Boom! The orb's impact unleashed a tremendous explosion, illuminating every face with its glaring brilliance. Frieza! Piccolo and Gohan cried out in fury, their apprehension towards Frieza intensifying. Clearly, Frieza's recent attack was significantly more powerful than before. They recognized that he had returned stronger than ever. Oh ho ho! What a beautiful sight! It has been far too long since I have beheld such a captivating view. Frieza exclaimed with a wicked tone, gazing at the city engulfed in light. The fireworks display had concluded. Now, the true revenge would begin. Since Goku is absent, I shall take my vengeance on you lot. Fear not. Once I have dealt with you, I will spare the earth for Goku to have a place to exact his retribution. It won't be long before he comes to join you. Frieza! Gohan stepped forward, ready to strike, but Piccolo restrained him. Wait, I shall confront him first. You all need to contact Goku, Piccolo stated. Gohan nodded slightly, dialing Bulma's number, for only she could reach Whis, ensuring that Jiang Xiaofei and the others could return swiftly. Piccolo slowly ascended from the ground, declaring, Frieza, you shall regret coming to Earth for revenge. You dare provoke Lord Frieza? You overestimate your abilities, taunted Tagoma. Stepping forward beside Frieza. Who are you? Piccolo inquired. With a haughty demeanor, Tagoma replied, I am Tagoma, a trusted subordinate of Lord Frieza. As a Namekian, let me demonstrate the terror of Lord Frieza. Tagoma charged directly at Piccolo, who heightened his energy in response to the impending attack. Bang! The collision of their bodies resonated with a violent sound. In that brief clash, Piccolo sensed Tagoma's formidable strength. Accelerating his speed once more, Piccolo's power surged. Heh, don't waste your efforts. In a private chat group, the exchange unfolded. You lack strength, you're no match for me. Taguma's mocking laughter echoed. You talk too much. Piccolo retaliated with a punch, yet this time, Taguma effortlessly blocked it. Piccolo's fist remained trapped beneath Taguma's palm, unable to withdraw. Gradually, Taguma raised his other hand and, in an instant, struck down towards Piccolo's arm. Ah! Piccolo cried out in agony, swiftly retreating to Gohan's side. Observing the severed arm held by Taguma, the onlookers grew increasingly uneasy. If Frieza's subordinate was this formidable, how powerful must the Frieza on the throne be? Particularly for Krillin, now bald, memories of facing Frieza resurfaced, causing beads of sweat to fall uncontrollably. He lacked the courage to even face Frieza, consumed by overwhelming fear. Enduring intense pain, Piccolo utilized his regenerative abilities, growing a brand new arm. Taguma, you've taken too long to deal with a mere minion. Frieza's voice rang out. Directed towards Taguma. My apologies, Lord Frieza. I shall conclude this battle at once. Taguma replied respectfully. It seemed he needed to accelerate his pace, however. Before Taguma could finish his sentence, a piercing scream erupted, echoing Piccolo's earlier cry. Taguma was sent flying, clutching his lower body, his frame trembling uncontrollably. After 4 months of grueling training, his body had become harder than steel. Even Piccolo's assault rarely inflicted pain upon him. Yet it appeared his lower body had not received the same rigorous training. The onlookers beheld the young assailant, Gotenks. Hey, are you planning to destroy Earth? Did you consult me, the invincible Gotenks? Just as he finished speaking, Gotenks glimmered brightly, transforming into 2 diminutive figures. Frieza's gaze swept over the 2 small beings before him. His expression twisting. In those children, he discerned the silhouettes of Goku and Trunks. His arrival on Earth was to seek these 2 individuals, only to find them embodied in children. Cybermen? Haha, how intriguing. My revenge draws nearer. Goten, Trunks. Bulma called them over. What a waste. You delayed me for so long. Frieza seemed to be losing patience, his finger gleaming once more as a beam shot forth, aimed at Gohan. Gohan. With a mighty roar, Piccolo forcefully pushed Gohan aside, exposing his body to Frieza's devastating beam of light. In the next instant, the beam pierced through him, rendering his form unable to withstand the assault, and he collapsed onto the ground, his breath growing faint. Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 39. Gohan's Fury, the return of the trio Ha. With such feeble strength, you dare to boast before me? Truly, you are oblivious to your own insignificance. Frieza sneered, gazing at the fallen Piccolo, whose life force was diminishing. Krillin, paralyzed by fear, found himself unable to move, trapped in Frieza's malevolent grip. Gohan cradled Piccolo in his arms, overwhelmed by an indescribable anguish. Yet, the Gohan of now was no longer the fearless warrior he once was. His innate talents had long been exhausted. Faced with the overwhelming might of Frieza, Gohan understood that he was no match for him. Even as his uncle Piccolo lay gravely wounded because of him, he could not rush forward for vengeance. For in Frieza's presence, Gohan felt utterly powerless. Gohan, be strong. In his dying moments, Piccolo continued to show concern for Gohan. Do not attempt to challenge Frieza. You are no match for him. Find a way to bring your father back. Only when Goku returns can you survive, and only then can Earth be saved. After uttering these words, Piccolo's frail breath could support him no longer, and he finally closed his eyes in Gohan's embrace. No, Uncle Piccolo, wake up, please. Don't sleep. Gohan's anguished cries were heart-wrenching, but Piccolo could not hear his desperate summons. Ah, what a profoundly moving scene. Rest assured, I shall not allow him to depart alone. Soon enough, you shall be reunited, in the afterlife. At the thought of hell, Frieza's expression twisted. Recalling a past he wished to forget. Gently, Gohan laid Piccolo on the ground, straightened his back, and fixed his fiery gaze upon Frieza. Determined to bore into him with a look so fierce that had it the power to kill, Frieza would have been vanquished long ago. Such a delightful expression. At this moment, are you not filled with the desire to slay me, to avenge your Uncle Piccolo? Come now. I am here, come and kill me. Frieza taunted, exuding arrogance, seemingly emboldened by his perceived superiority. Look at the cowards behind you. They are already trembling in fear. How pitiful. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Frieza's eyes, as if his thirst for revenge had lost some of its pleasure. Listening to Frieza's mockery, Krillin and Tien, unable to refute his taunts, felt their confidence shattered as they witnessed Piccolo's demise unfold before them, powerless to intervene. Frieza, today, I shall avenge my Uncle Piccolo. With a deafening roar of fury, Son Gohan struck terror into the hearts of those present. Krillin and Tien Shinhan were acutely aware of Gohan's wrath. Reminiscent of the last time he was so enraged, when his father was defeated by Cell. Oh, the fire ignites. Indeed. It seems that your Uncle Piccolo has thoroughly awakened your latent potential. Shall I slay a few more souls to stoke your enthusiasm? Frieza remained utterly indifferent to Gohan's fury. Frieza, I will end you. Gohan was consumed by his rage, exuding the ferocious aura of a Saiyan, his power surging dramatically. Super Saiyan. Ha, how intriguing. Let me witness the extent of your transformation. Rather than obstructing Gohan's metamorphosis, Frieza observed with keen interest, seemingly awaiting the ultimate eruption of Gohan's might. In the God of Destruction realm, the battle between Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku raged on. Now, in his Super Saiyan Blue state, Goku could maintain a stable output. And with the addition of the Kaioken technique, his power ascended to new heights. Vegeta and Whis stood nearby, keenly observing the clash. Whis sensed a call beckoning him, and he produced his staff. A brilliant light emanated from the staff's orb, revealing Bulma's figure. At that moment, Bulma appeared anxious and somewhat disoriented. The scene within the staff shifted, and from the orb, Vegeta beheld Piccolo lying on the ground, with Krillin and Tien Shinhan sweating profusely, as well as Gohan, transformed into a Super Saiyan out of sheer fury. Finally, the vision within the orb crystallized upon a figure seated upon a throne. Frieza. Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly as he uttered that name. Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku. Cease your battle. The Earth is in peril, Vegeta implored, addressing the two combatants engaged in their fierce duel. Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong ceased their conflict, both witnessing the scene of the staff's fear. Particularly, upon seeing the fallen Piccolo and the enraged Gohan, Sun Wukong's fury began to boil over. Whis, quickly transport us back to Earth, Sun Wukong exclaimed, a sense of urgency in his voice, uncertain of Frieza's next move. It will take half an hour to return to Earth from here. Your instantaneous movement is far more practical. Whis expressed his opinion. Indeed, Overcome by rage, Sun Wukong took several deep breaths, striving to regain his composure. He placed his hand upon his forehead, endeavoring to sense the energy emanating from Earth. After numerous attempts, he finally detected the surging aura of Gohan. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta placed their hands upon Sun Wukong's shoulder, their figures vanishing only to reappear on Earth the next moment. At the instant of Sun Wukong's arrival, the exhausted Son Gohan had already depleted his energy, his body sagging, and was supported by the rushing Wukong. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, an overwhelming urge to weep surged within him. "Forgive me, father. Do not blame yourself. You have performed admirably. Now, allow us to take over," Sun Wukong reassured, gently patting Son Gohan's shoulder. Approaching Piccolo, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission once more to relocate him, and upon returning, he turned his gaze towards the eagerly anticipating Frieza. "Haha, Sun Wukong, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, you might have found that there was no one left here to greet you," Frieza sneered. His eyes fixed on the one he despised most, his teeth clenched in anger. "Hey, Frieza, if you seek vengeance, come at me. Why trouble them?" Sun Wukong appeared remarkably composed, showing no signs of rage over Piccolo's demise. "Trouble? Not quite. I merely seek to pass the time. They merely provide a bit of amusement to my revenge, nothing more." In Frieza's eyes, none of those present were worthy of his attention. He only yearned for the clash with Sun Wukong. "Oh, is that not Prince Vegeta? As my former servant, you failed to pay your respects upon seeing your king." Frieza's tone dripped with sarcasm, leaving his intentions shrouded in mystery. "Humph. Frieza, you would do well to depart. Otherwise, you shall surely come to regret it." Vegeta maintained his proud demeanor. "Haha, I never imagined you would dare speak to me in such a manner. It seems you have forgotten the past," Frieza retorted, his fingers twitching once more, this time targeting Jiang Xiaofei beside Vegeta. Chapter 40. Frieza's devious trick. A sphere of destructive energy shimmered at Frieza's fingertips, hurtling towards Jiang Xiaofei with great speed. Throughout the encounter, Frieza's gaze never once wavered to Jiang Xiaofei. All his attention was fixated upon Vegeta and Sun Wukong. In Frieza's estimation, amongst all the Earthlings present, only Sun Wukong and Vegeta posed a modest threat, while the others were mere insects, expendable fodder. Vegeta observed Frieza's actions without intervening, secretly reveling in the unfolding events. He had never anticipated that Frieza's first target would be Jiang Xiaofei. After all, among the three of them, Sun Wukong had previously defeated Frieza, while Vegeta had defected, leaving Jiang Xiaofei with no vendetta against him. They had never even met. Yet, obstinate Frieza chose to strike at Jiang Xiaofei. Beyond the smirk on his face, Vegeta refrained from further action. Convinced that Frieza's seemingly simple attack could not possibly annihilate Jiang Xiaofei. Could Frieza's strike truly surpass that of a god of destruction? This is, of course, impossible. Observing that neither Vegeta nor Goku showed any intention of intervening, Frieza found the situation increasingly intriguing. His gaze shifted slightly towards Jiang Xiaofei. An astonishing spectacle unfolded before Frieza's eyes. The strike that effortlessly pierced through Piccolo landed upon Jiang Xiaofei's body, causing him to be propelled backward instantaneously. However, the intense sphere of light did not penetrate Jiang Xiaofei's form. After sliding several dozen meters across the ground, he finally stabilized. Feeling a twinge of pain at the position of his heart, nothing more. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a critical hit point. Once he regained his footing, Jiang Xiaofei looked skyward at Frieza. In the next heartbeat, he unleashed a burst of speed, soaring into the air, and in an instant, Jiang Xiaofei appeared before Frieza. Without uttering a single word, he struck, each punch imbued with the force of a tidal wave, crashing against Frieza's face, followed by a flying kick that sent Frieza tumbling from his throne. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Frieza's subordinates in disbelief. As if they were dreaming, Vegeta found the scene somewhat amusing. A figure like Frieza was bound to stumble one day. Why provoke anyone else when he could incite the mightiest? Frieza was undeniably a genius, yet even he had to yield before a prodigy like Jiang Xiaofei. Why provoke me? Of all people, Jiang Xiaofei mused as he regarded Frieza from a distance. After enduring Jiang Xiaofei's fierce onslaught, Frieza began to take this adversary seriously, for otherwise, he would be the one at a disadvantage. It seems my vengeance will become far more entertaining, Frieza mused as his aura steadily intensified, preparing to return the favor to Jiang Xiaofei. Suddenly, a figure obscured Frieza's line of sight, surrounded by a golden aura that caused the surrounding air to crackle. "Frieza, your opponent is me." The newcomer was none other than Goku. Haha. Looking at the unexpected arrival of Goku, Frieza erupted into laughter. Goku, have you finally reached your breaking point? I thought you'd wait until I had dispatched them all before intervening. Enough with the pleasantries, Frieza. Since you've been resurrected, why not simply behave? Is it necessary to court trouble? Goku's icy tone revealed his struggle to restrain his fury. Well, it seems I've heard the grandest of jokes. Goku, during my absence. You haven't dulled your wits, have you? You actually expect a cosmic emperor to behave? Is your brain made of mush? Frieza responded with feigned amusement. Humph. In the past, you had no choice, but now you remain obstinately ignorant. Don't blame me for denying you an opportunity. Goku's aura surged with increasing intensity. Very well. I am eager to see just how much you have refined your skills during this time. Frieza was utterly ignited. For it was only Son Goku who was his true rival. How splendid it would be if he could make Goku completely submit, only to then bring about his demise. Jiang Xiaofei, just watch, Son Goku said, turning to Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei nodded, taking a deep breath as he returned to the ground, standing shoulder to shoulder with Vegeta. Who do you think will win this battle? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, fully aware of the answer. Need you even ask? It will undoubtedly be us. Vegeta responded with unwavering confidence. Although Frieza had returned and grown even stronger, the training we underwent in the realm of the God of Destruction is beyond Frieza's imagination, and he could never reach such heights. Vegeta explained, yet his words were laced with a hint of blind self-assurance. Indeed, that makes sense. Jiang Xiaofei shared the same sentiment, knowing well that even if Frieza transformed into his golden form, he would still be no match for Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Moreover, with the two of them by his side, victory seemed assured. Alas, Frieza was yet to realize this truth. With a resounding roar, Frieza, enveloped in purple energy, gradually transformed. The two unsightly horns atop his head vanished, and his physique became taller and more imposing. His purple dome-shaped head gleamed under the sunlight, emanating an inherent aura of malevolence. Goku, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Frieza initiated the assault, launching a white-fisted strike directly at Goku's face. Goku, gripping his hands tightly, dodged while simultaneously countering. Bang! Frieza, lacking the skill to withstand Goku's punch, contorted his face in fury. His speed increased considerably, yet Goku continued to handle him with ease. It seems you've indeed improved significantly. But do you think that will be enough to defeat me? How naive. Frieza sneered down at Goku with an air of superiority. Allow me to spice things up. Suddenly, a luminous sphere formed rapidly in Frieza's palm and hurtled towards Krillin on the ground. Krillin, paralyzed by fear, could only scream in terror as the glowing orb approached, unable to move a muscle. Krillin! Goku swiftly turned, using instant transmission to appear in front of Krillin. Deflecting Frieza's energy ball, the sphere struck a distant mountain, exploding into a cloud of debris. Both Krillin and Goku took a deep breath, relieved to be alive. Frieza, you claim to be the Emperor of the Universe, yet resort to such petty tactics. Is this amusing to you? Goku seethed with anger, taken aback by Frieza's despicable actions. Oh ho ho, Goku, you utterly failed to pique my interest. I can only resort to such methods to awaken your potential. Frieza rationalized to himself. Moreover, as the Emperor of the Universe, I was born to rule. Trivial matters do not concern me. If they meet their demise at the hands of the great Frieza, is that not a stroke of fortune? How despicable. Sun Wukong had been provoked by Frieza's words, causing his attacks to intensify, leaving Frieza no opportunity to strike at those below. Now this is more like it. You've been suppressing your true power. How could I possibly enjoy myself? He declared. Let us accelerate the pace. Chapter 41. Golden Frieza. Observing Frieza's antics, Vegeta shook his head in disbelief. Frieza truly has a talent for self-destruction, he mused. In his earlier days of watching Dragon Ball, he viewed Frieza as despicable and unscrupulous, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. However, having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe, and especially after acquiring immense power, he now perceived Frieza's actions as nothing short of self-sabotage. If he is intent on self-destruction, then let him perish here today, Vegeta remarked, his gaze unwavering from the clash between Frieza and Son Goku. In the past, he had been at Frieza's mercy. But as time passed, particularly after meeting Son Goku, he realized that Frieza was merely an overhyped foe. Moreover, Son Goku had once defeated Frieza. Although Frieza had grown significantly stronger, who among them had not also improved? For Vegeta, the current circumstances afforded him the capability to overpower Frieza. However, he chose to remain an observer, wary of Frieza's treacherous tactics. In the sky, two figures moved swiftly, their battle resonating throughout the surroundings. The clash between Son Wukong and Frieza was particularly fierce. To the untrained eye, the combatants were mere blurs in the sky, their collisions creating dazzling flashes akin to lightning against the bright backdrop. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as Son Wukong, caught off guard, was struck by Frieza's maneuver, sending him hurtling toward the ground. Upon impact, the earth around him formed a vast crater, fissures radiating outward. Useless, Vegeta exclaimed, watching Son Wukong on the ground. He had high hopes for his rival, and witnessing his defeat at Frieza's hands was difficult for him to accept. The term useless slipped from his lips as a reflex. Beside him, Jiang Xiaofei sighed, accustomed to Vegeta's various remarks about Son Wukong. Yet, it was undeniable that Vegeta deeply cared for his comrade, a sentiment that rang true. Rising from the ground, Son Wukong gazed up at the radiant Frieza in the sky. Oh, impressive. Frieza, I never imagined your power would reach such heights. It seems you've been putting in some effort. He taunted, the sharpness of his praise seemingly provoking every fiber of Frieza's being. He is a prodigy, a genius capable of growing stronger without any training. However, after encountering Son Wukong, everything seemed to change. He even faced death once, gritting his teeth. Frieza ultimately managed to endure. You are quite impressive. I can sense that you have yet to exert your full strength. Be wary. If you are careless and I happen to eliminate you without you giving it your all, it would be rather unfortunate, Son Wukong proclaimed, as his body ascended from the ground, soaring towards Frieza's position. How fortunate indeed, Frieza replied, seemingly with a gentlemanly demeanor. Such words from Frieza's lips left Jiang Xiaofei feeling rather uneasy. After exchanging compliments, Vegeta could no longer restrain himself. He vanished from Jiang Xiaofei's side, reappearing between Son Wukong and Frieza, and without any unnecessary explanations, he launched a direct attack on Frieza. Although caught off guard by Vegeta's sudden strike, Frieza's reactions were swift and precise. Meanwhile, Son Wukong stood dumbfounded, feeling as though his joy had been snatched away by Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, this is my battle with Frieza. Please do not interfere, Son Wukong pleaded, refraining from joining the fray and merely attempting to dissuade Vegeta. Vegeta, separating himself from Frieza, retorted to Son Wukong. You are far too indecisive. While you two are engaged in combat and showering each other with flattery, he is intent on annihilating Earth. Vegeta's words seemed to awaken Son Wukong, as the mirth in his eyes vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. I understand now. Frieza, with an air of amusement, remarked, Ah, the former prince of the Saiyans, my former slave. Who would have thought you would take on the role of a teacher today? Humph. Frieza, even if Kakarot fails to defeat you, you shall not leave here alive, Vegeta declared vehemently, returning to the ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly something to look forward to. Frieza sneered, observing Vegeta's descent. All right, the warm-up is over. Let us immerse ourselves entirely in battle. No sooner had Frieza finished speaking than he charged at the individuals below, targeting none other than Gohan. In an instant, Son Wukong teleported to Gohan's side, shielding him from Frieza's malevolent scheme. Frieza, how despicable of you. Did you not promise to refrain from underhanded tactics? Son Wukong exclaimed, exasperated. Aha, Son Wukong, I never anticipated your strength to have increased so significantly. Yet your naivety remains unchanged. I am here for vengeance, and of course, I intend to make it as entertaining as possible. Besides, to you, I am the embodiment of evil. Is it appropriate to discuss martial ethics with a demon? The visage of Frieza incited an immediate desire in Jiang Xiaofei to strike him twice. However, he managed to restrain himself. Frieza. Son Wukong was thoroughly provoked by Frieza, his energy surging once more, an inexhaustible power manifesting. Oh, splendid. Observing the escalating aura of Son Wukong, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Frieza's eyes, his icy blood seemingly beginning to boil. The azure energy enveloped Son Wukong, exuding an aura of profound comfort, yet none could deny the undeniable truth. In this very moment, Son Wukong was far more formidable than the previously wild Saiyan he had been. Son Wukong, is this your latest form? Sensing the energy radiating from Son Wukong, Frieza felt exhilarated. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan Blue form, a Super Saiyan imbued with the powers of a Super Saiyan God. Son Wukong elaborated. A Super Saiyan endowed with the powers of a Super Saiyan God sounds rather impressive. Frieza echoed Son Wukong's words. Do not hold back any longer. Reveal your full strength so we may determine the victor. Son Wukong challenged Frieza, warning that if he did not, he might truly miss his opportunity. Even more ruthless and impatient than I anticipated. Very well, I shall grant your wish. A smile danced in Frieza's eyes. Ah, With a loud exclamation, Frieza, combining his purple hue with white skin, began to swell once more, an unending surge of power emanating from him, causing the surrounding air to convulse violently. Instantly reducing some of his minions to ashes, their existence obliterated before they could even register fear. This scene caused Jiang Xiaofei, who had been observing the battle, to grimace anew. Frieza was utterly merciless, even towards his own subordinates, displaying a level of cruelty beyond anyone's expectations. Ultimately, a layer of golden hue enveloped Frieza's entire being, bestowing upon him a semblance of true imperial majesty. As the onlookers beheld Frieza's transformation, an undercurrent of unease surged within them, for they sensed an unparalleled strength emanating from Frieza's new form. Sun Wukong, behold my ultimate state, Golden Frieza. Chapter 42, 3 against 1. Golden Frieza? Sun Wukong remarked with intrigue. It seems you have also dedicated yourself to rigorous training. Naturally, to exact my revenge. I have undergone 4 months of grueling training since my resurrection, growing stronger each day. With every increment of strength, my hatred for you intensifies. Sun Wukong, are you prepared for what lies ahead? Frieza said cunningly. Oh, so, your current power is, in part, a result of my influence? Sun Wukong replied, seemingly unfazed by Frieza's tone. Indeed, all of this is due to your grace. To express my gratitude, let us end this. Frieza spoke without a hint of emotion. A golden gas ignited fiercely, rendering the surrounding air somewhat thinner. Let us see if you truly possess this ability. Goku ceased his banter and launched himself toward Frieza. The blue gas enveloping Goku's attack lent it an exciting spectacle, while Frieza, devoid of the sanctity that the golden hue might suggest, instead exuded an even greater sense of malevolence. As the blue and golden energies collided, they immediately triggered a series of atmospheric shockwaves, creating a unique display akin to fireworks. In a matter of breaths, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows, yet neither side could claim the upper hand. Everyone on the ground watched this unprecedented battle unfold. When Krillin and Goku witnessed Goku transform into Super Saiyan Blue, they were taken aback, realizing that Goku had taken a significant leap forward while they seemed stagnant. Frieza's remarkable progress in just 4 short months was something they could not hope to match. In this conflict, it became evident that they could only serve as spectators, providing no substantial assistance, and would need Goku and Vegeta to protect them. In truth, they had become a burden. After yet another series of hundreds of exchanges, the figures of Goku and Frieza finally became clear to all. Not bad at all. Frieza's voice rang out, infused with a sense of exhilaration. This was the first time since his resurrection that he felt such a refreshing sensation, and it was brought forth by Goku. In fact, even in the absence of combat, Frieza had realized that overcoming Goku would not be an easy feat. While Goku may not possess the same innate talent, his perseverance and determination undoubtedly surpassed Frieza's. You are commendable, a worthy opponent for me to unleash my full potential against. In response to Frieza's praise, Goku replied, had Frieza not come seeking revenge or intent on destroying the Earth, they might have become allies. However, that possibility was now utterly out of reach. Persuading Frieza to abandon his malevolence was akin to reaching the heavens. After a moment of catching their breath, Goku once again engaged Frieza in battle, countless energy blasts emanating from their clash. Remarkably, the two seemed to share a mutual respect. Jiang Xiaofei stood alongside Vegeta, observing the duel, and jested. Boring. Vegeta appeared disinterested, yet his gaze never strayed from the fierce confrontation between Goku and Frieza. Jiang Xiaofei could naturally discern the insincerity in Vegeta's words, yet he chose not to expose it. He had grown accustomed to Vegeta's demeanor, which was merely a manifestation of his pride. Krillin and Son Gohan had already approached Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei, their expressions of astonishment causing them to forget the imminent danger surrounding them. Vegeta, with the level of training Goku has achieved, can you also reach such heights? Krillin inquired, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. What do you mean? Do you believe I would fall short of Kakarot? Vegeta retorted, a flicker of anger evident in his tone, perceiving it as an unfair comparison. No. I am simply intrigued by the state. Krillin hastily shook his head, flustered in his explanation. Humph. It's best to keep it that way, Vegeta replied, his tone returning to normal as he redirected his gaze towards the battlefield above. Beside them, Jiang Xiaofei found the situation somewhat amusing. Despite having become a father, Vegeta had not shed his old habits. Suddenly, a blinding light shot towards them, prompting Vegeta to act swiftly. He extended his fist, channeling his full strength to redirect the incoming energy sphere away. Frieza, Vegeta exclaimed, irritation seeping through his voice, as these provocations deeply unsettled him. Frieza, Son Goku shouted as well, his eyes ablaze with fury. Frieza, with a nonchalant demeanor, raised his hands and replied, I mean no harm. I merely wish to alleviate their boredom and invigorate them. So, I should thank you for your kindness. Son Goku glared at Frieza, his expression far from amiable. That is unnecessary. After all, you have already provided me with immense amusement, Frieza replied with a self-satisfied smirk. Frieza, let me give you one last warning. If you dare to strike them again, do not blame me for being ungracious, Son Goku cautioned him firmly. Oh, even now? You still extend courtesy towards me? That simply won't do. We are sworn enemies. It seems I must provoke you further, Frieza declared, a pulsating energy sphere dancing at his fingertips, instilling unease. Frieza, Son Goku shouted once more, propelling himself towards the villain. However, Frieza appeared to be prepared for Goku's approach, as he cast his energy sphere before Goku could reach him, aiming it at everyone below. Upon witnessing the descending sphere, Son Goku immediately utilized instant transmission. Colliding with the energy ball, he braced against its force, striving to compress it with his hands, gradually diminishing its size. Not bad. But what if I were to throw another sphere? How would you handle that? Frieza taunted, conjuring yet another energy ball and sending it hurtling toward the crowd. Frieza, Son Wukong could only cry out, yet the issue at hand remained unresolved. Vegeta was the first to act, as a similar aura and form to that of Son Wukong manifested directly upon him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta charged toward the sphere of light, bracing himself against its immense pressure. Oh, remarkably, there was still combat power. Thus, I shall persist. This time, a relentless cascade of light spheres descended, resembling a shower of meteors from the heavens. Jiang Xiaofei sprang into action, targeting the remaining orbs of light with relentless determination, striking each one with powerful fists. His strength had indeed surpassed that of both Son Wukong and Vegeta, sending the oncoming spheres hurtling into the vastness of space. Meanwhile, Son Wukong and Vegeta efficiently neutralized the orbs in their possession. Once all the spheres had been dispatched, the three warriors turned their gaze toward Frieza, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. After briefly surveying the safety of those on the ground, Jiang Xiaofei could no longer contain his furious temperament. What are we waiting for? Let us strike together and punish him, he declared, and in that moment, his aura transformed dramatically, eclipsing even that of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei was the first to strike, launching an assault against Frieza, closely followed by Son Wukong and Vegeta. Thus commenced a fierce battle of 3 against 1. Chapter 43. Until you submit. Frieza, who had initially worn a jovial expression, suddenly found his demeanor tense as he faced the onslaught of 3 formidable foes. The situation before him seemed to spiral beyond his control, for the energy emanating from the trio was equal to his own. Particularly striking was Jiang Xiaofei, whose power surged with a distinct intensity, setting him apart from Son Wukong and Vegeta, yet exuding an even greater aura of oppression. Frieza was taken aback. He had never anticipated that on this seemingly insignificant planet Earth, 3 beings of such immense strength would manifest simultaneously. In that moment, he realized he had once again underestimated his adversaries. No, it cannot be. Frieza struggled to fathom the reality before him. Why are you all attacking together? Jiang Xiaofei interjected. Are you still unaware? You have repeatedly sought to provoke us, treating it as mere amusement. Jiang Xiaofei paused momentarily, scrutinizing Frieza's expression. Do you not crave an exhilarating battle? How about a 1 against 3, or perhaps we 3 against you? Such a confrontation would surely be far more thrilling. The mere thought of it sends a rush of excitement. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at Son Wukong and Vegeta beside him. Without further ado, my companions, let us commence. The 3 figures launched into action simultaneously, their patience with Frieza having worn thin. This was primarily due to Frieza's despicable nature. Allowing such a being to continue living posed a significant threat to innocent Earthlings, potentially leading to injury or even death. Thus, they resolved to conclude this swiftly. And the most expedient method was undoubtedly to unite their strengths, a harmonious collaboration that Frieza could not hope to withstand. In truth, both Son Wukong and Vegeta, proud as they were, would have previously shunned the idea of teamwork, each desiring to confront a formidable opponent alone. However, during their time in the realm of the God of Destruction, they gradually acclimated to fighting side by side. When faced with Whis, none of them stood a chance, each being thoroughly overpowered. Yet, As they learned to combine their efforts and coordinate their attacks, their endurance against was noticeably increased. Over time, they seemed to develop an affinity for this triadic combat style. Of course, their confrontation with Whis was against a deity, while Frieza, no matter how formidable, remained merely immortal. Despite his peculiarities, he could not be equated to a god or angel of Whis' caliber. The three stood at different angles surrounding Frieza, effectively encircling him. For the first time in his life, Frieza felt the urge to retreat. His gaze drifted to the ground, where the weak human fighters were situated. At that moment, he genuinely contemplated rushing down to capture them all, using them as leverage against the trio. Frieza was acutely aware that if a confrontation ensued, escaping would become increasingly complicated. Any attempts at subterfuge would be futile. Breaking through their encirclement was nearly impossible, and using the humans as pawns would likely hasten his demise. Jiang Xiaofei discerned Frieza's intentions at a glance and issued a direct warning. Haha, it seems I have no choice but to charge forward. Frieza's demeanor returned to its previous state, as if he had resigned himself to fate, ready to embrace the chaos. He once again heightened his golden skin to its utmost potential, preparing to withstand the onslaught of the three. As long as he could endure their assault, there remained a chance for him to break free. Boom! Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a powerful punch that struck Frieza squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away, directly towards the position of Sun Wukong. In Sun Wukong's hands, a radiant sphere of blue and white light took form, propelling itself towards Frieza with unwavering intent. The luminous orb engulfed Frieza's body, and agonizing cries echoed forth, sending a shiver down one's spine. Vegeta was not idle either. As the energy of the sphere dissipated, he soared into action, delivering a flurry of punches that left Frieza utterly defenseless. As the trio's assault came to a halt, one could discern bruises forming on Frieza's golden skin, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Witnessing the fierce battle unfold in the heavens, Krillin and Gohan exchanged astonished glances. When did these three achieve such impeccable synergy? Krillin stammered. I cannot say. I have never seen my father and Vegeta coordinate so seamlessly. It must be thanks to Jiang Xiaofei. Gohan speculated, and Krillin nodded in agreement. Since Jiang Xiaofei's arrival, their lives seemed to have transformed, particularly for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It appeared that the bond among the three had grown significantly closer. One could not help but wonder if Frieza would withstand this onslaught. Krillin gazed at the trio in the sky, one exuberant and the other somewhat disheveled, and remarked, "We should simply continue to observe. This battle is beyond our involvement." Sun Wukong replied wistfully. Krillin silently concurred. The chasm between him and Sun Wukong had widened considerably. In the beginning, Krillin had diligently trained, striving to keep pace with Sun Wukong. However, as time passed, he realized that the distance between them was not narrowing, but rather expanding, especially after marrying Android 18. It became evident that he and Sun Wukong were no longer of the same world. Frieza, now seething with rage, declared, "I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. How could I possibly stumble in the same place twice?" His visage contorted in a grotesque snarl, his voice thunderous. He teetered on the brink of collapse, his rationality slipping away. For the sake of revenge, I have languished in hell. For revenge, I sacrificed my precious time, training tirelessly for 4 months. I cannot possibly lose like this. Frieza summoned his energy once more, the golden aura intensifying. "You shall all perish. Die," he bellowed. As spheres of light coalesced at his fingertips, Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a powerful punch, striking Frieza squarely in the abdomen, causing the nascent sphere of light to dissipate instantaneously. "Before me, you still resort to such petty maneuvers. It appears you truly underestimate us. Or perhaps you have overestimated your own capabilities," Jiang Xiaofei began to mock coldly. Jiang Xiaofei seemed to have grown accustomed to this manner of speaking, believing it instilled within him a sense of omnipotence. The trio launched yet another round of assaults upon Frieza. This time, Frieza offered a modicum of resistance, yet it only provoked a more ferocious onslaught. While his physique could withstand the ravages of energy blasts, it struggled against the force of Jiang Xiaofei's fists. Suggesting something profound, a single blow from Jiang Xiaofei could potentially obliterate half a planet. As the attacks momentarily ceased, Frieza's neck could scarcely uphold his regal head, causing it to droop in defeat. His limbs hung limply. How could this be? "I am Golden Frieza." The tone conveyed his lingering defiance. Jiang Xiaofei wore a countenance of gleeful schadenfreude. "This is for the best. It allows us to make it abundantly clear that your quest for vengeance has, indeed, brought you to the wrong place," Sun Wukong added. "Humph, you reap what you sow," Vegeta succinctly remarked. Frieza offered no retort, seemingly lost in contemplation. Hey, Frisia, do you concede? Jiang Xiaofei inquired. Yet, the response was a defiant glare, filled with an overwhelming fury, albeit tinged with a hint of impotence. Commendable courage. But do not forget the current predicament. I believe that after a few more rounds, you shall find yourself back in hell once again. I shall never repeat the same mistakes. Just wait. Frisia summoned the last remnants of his strength, preparing to unleash the wrath of the Cosmic Emperor, Frisia. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at the unyielding golden Frisia and remarked softly, "Since you refuse to concede, I shall compel your submission." With that, he soared towards the obstinate visage once more. Chapter 44. Feigned surrender. Frisia hastily lifted his feeble hands, hoping to withstand Jiang Xiaofei's ferocious blow. Boom. The forceful punch shattered Frisia's defenses, sending his hands flying apart, yet the speed of the strike remained undiminished as it barreled towards Frisia's contorted face. A scream erupted as Frisia's features contorted once again, the searing pain rendering him nearly desensitized to the agony, accompanied by the ominous sound of bones fracturing in his neck. The onlookers, witnessing this horrifying display of brutality, instinctively touched their own faces, contemplating the sensation they might endure had such a punch connected with them. "Remarkable," exclaimed Sun Wukong, observing Jiang Xiaofei's prowess. "I never imagined you retained such strength while battling us." Are you implying that we are any less than Frisia?" Vegeta interjected, expressing his thoughts. "Not at all. It is only in the face of my adversaries that I exhibit such force. I could never unleash it upon you." Jiang Xiaofei's explanation fell on deaf ears. "Once this battle concludes, we shall engage in a duel, utilizing your current power," both Sun Wukong and Vegeta declared in unison. Their conversation resonated clearly in Frisia's ears. It was evident that the three had long since dismissed him, a humiliation that weighed heavily upon the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe. Though he lacked the strength of his three opponents, this affront was unbearable for Frisia. "You lot are utterly intolerable," he bellowed, disregarding the pain coursing through his body. The golden aura surged around him, igniting Frisia's fury once more. He was unwilling to accept defeat. Ever since Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei had joined the fray, it had devolved into a one-sided massacre. His golden form had yet to be fully unleashed, yet he was already on the brink of ruin. Intolerable? Frisia, you must understand. It is you who sought to ravage our beloved Earth. We are merely defending our rightful home, yet you dare accuse us of oppression. Jiang Xiaofei denied Frisia any opportunity to regain his footing. This time, either you submit completely, or you shall return to the depths of hell. Should you dare resurrect, I shall strike you down each time I encounter you. Jiang Xiaofei's words were fervent, yet they exuded an undeniable confidence. Why not face me in a duel? Frisia realized that Jiang Xiaofei would not relent. Thus, he turned to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, attempting to provoke the competitive spirit inherent in their scion blood. "Frisia, do not squander your breath," they replied dismissively. "Your words are feeble and lack any persuasive power." Jiang Xiaofei abruptly interrupted the exchange between Frisia and Sun Wukong. "Since the three of us stand here, it is to decisively resolve this predicament of yours. Attempting to assail us with mere words will likely prove futile." Observing that neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta made any move, Frisia realized he had once again failed. He lowered his head, his hands raised in a gesture of surrender, the golden aura surrounding him dissipating as if he had relinquished all resistance. "I concede." Frisia's voice, though subdued, was audible to everyone present. As the Cosmic Emperor, Frisia was notoriously proud. The fact that he was now yielding under the pressure of three individuals was nothing short of unprecedented, yet they heard him clearly. In response to Frisia's declaration, Jiang Xiaofei maintained a skeptical demeanor. He was well aware of Frisia's treacherous cunning. This individual was undoubtedly feigning surrender, necessitating a heightened state of vigilance. Following Frisia's utterance, the expressions of everyone relaxed, some even revealing long-lost smiles. In such a scenario, their guard was at its lowest, making it highly likely that Frisia would seize the opportunity to strike unexpectedly. "Hey, Frisia, your words had better ring true. Do not attempt any tricks," Sun Wukong warned him. "I have already been thoroughly beaten by you. What tricks could I possibly employ?" Frisia lowered his posture further, striving to gain their trust. "Very well. I shall tentatively believe you. However, should you dare to make any other moves, you will remain here permanently." The azure energy enveloping Sun Wukong began to fade as he approached Frisia cautiously. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, recognizing that Sun Wukong remained too naive. It was utterly insufficient to expect a demon to turn back simply based on this minor display of power. If the demon was not entirely subdued, its retaliation would undoubtedly be fearsome. Kakarot. Vegeta called out to Son Wukong. Are you still so gullible? How can you so easily trust the tricks of this fiend? With Vegeta's warning, Son Wukong halted, his eyes now filled with caution, wary of a sudden assault from Frieza. Yet, throughout, Frieza maintained his lowered head, exhibiting no superfluous movements. The three exchanged glances. Could it be that Frieza had truly been subdued? Even Jiang Xiaofei entertained this notion momentarily before swiftly shaking his head, his vigilance unwavering. I have already been beaten to this extent. How could I still harbor thoughts of resistance? Frieza's eyes reflected an unprecedented sincerity as he gazed at Son Wukong. I wish to avoid returning to that repugnant hell. I would rather live. Rest assured, I shall never return to Earth. I will go to other planets. To further convince Son Wukong, Frieza made a solemn promise. Son Wukong took a deep breath, then go. Take your subordinates with you. Son Wukong's form opened a passage for Frieza, and he declared, I hope never to see you again. Frieza nodded gently, slowly making his way toward the space that Son Wukong had cleared. All eyes were fixed upon Frieza, and a palpable tension lingered in the air as everyone harbored concerns about a potential sudden attack from him. Only Son Wukong appeared somewhat unperturbed. As Frieza's body soared beyond the encirclement of three individuals, he gradually lifted his head and turned towards Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. Frieza acknowledged them with a deep, respectful bow. A faint smile blossomed on his face, hinting at the delight of having executed his cunning scheme. Suddenly, Frieza's aura transformed dramatically. His body enveloped in a golden glow as he charged fiercely towards Krillin below. To express my gratitude, I shall take him with me, Frieza proclaimed. Frieza, Son Wukong shouted, his form erupting with an overwhelming azure energy as he instantaneously teleported to shield Krillin. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta simultaneously launched their assault towards Frieza. Chapter 45, The Misfortune of Frieza. Just when everyone believed that Frieza's offensive was on the brink of failure, he abruptly pivoted his body and directed his attack towards Bulma, who was not far away. In Frieza's grasp, a violet sphere of annihilation materialized, hurtling directly towards Goku. Jiang Xiaofei and his companions gritted their teeth, having taken every precaution against Frieza. Yet, Frieza, ever cunning, deceived them all. Beside Bulma, there was not a single capable ally in sight, and it seemed that Frieza was about to capture her. In the next moment, everything on Earth appeared to come to a standstill, and the movements of everyone present slowed to a crawl. In that instant, time stretched infinitely, rendering Frieza's actions thousands of times slower than that of a snail. Jiang Xiaofei and Son Wukong could only observe the unfolding events, rendered powerless to intervene. Frieza, your behavior is exceedingly impolite. The figure of Whis descended from the heavens, his staff radiating brilliance. Behind Whis appeared the god of destruction. Upon seeing Beerus, the god of destruction, Frieza's expression morphed into one of exaggerated shock, beads of sweat surfacing involuntarily from within him. He had not anticipated that such an inconspicuous planet would summon both Beerus and the angel Whis simultaneously. Furthermore, Frieza distinctly felt the flow of time slow, a phenomenon intricately linked to Whis, for in this realm, only Whis and Beerus remained unaffected. Whis and Beerus positioned themselves before Bulma, and the tempo of time resumed its normal pace. However, Frieza's charge toward Bulma was abruptly halted. Lord Beerus, how is it that you find yourself here? Frieza exclaimed, a visage of trepidation etched across his face, fearful that a single misstep might lead to his annihilation at Beerus's hands. Years prior, his father had warned him never to provoke two entities in the seventh universe, Majin Buu and the god of destruction, Beerus. Now, confronted by Beerus, Frieza could only perceive an unfathomable strength, an intensity he could not gauge. Frieza, you are truly despicable. To lay hands on a defenseless woman. Had I not arrived, would you have unleashed your malice upon Lady Bulma? Beerus's tone was grave, his ire palpable at Frieza's previous actions. Lord Beerus, it is not as you perceive. I merely sought the protection of this lovely lady. Frieza hastily defended himself. Humph. I care not for your intentions now that I am here. Do not even think of harboring ill will toward Bulma. You may pursue your other ambitions, but should you dare to harm Bulma, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Beerus's stance was resolute, leaving Frieza astonished, perplexed as to how Bulma had garnered Beerus's protection. Is it true? Lord Beerus, you truly will not partake in this conflict? Frieza questioned, skepticism lacing his voice, for Beerus's demeanor suggested an alignment with Son Wukong's faction. Humph. Do you doubt my words? Do you wish for me to extinguish you on the spot? Beerus replied, a hint of annoyance in his tone at Frieza's inquiry. No. I believe in Lord Beerus' words. Frieza bowed deeply, then turned his gaze to Son Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei. My apologies, everyone. I was merely indulging in a little jest. Frieza wore a brazen expression. Frieza, your words have lost all credibility. Your repeated betrayals have rendered you utterly untrustworthy. Today, you shall meet your demise here. Son Wukong has been thoroughly provoked by Frieza. Humph. I have long asserted that individuals like him deserve no chances, for they will not value them. Vegeta, too, appeared utterly exasperated. Thus, let us unite our efforts to make him comprehend that he has truly crossed our threshold this time. Upon finishing his declaration, Jiang Xiaofei surged forward, launching a flurry of strikes before Frieza could even react. Despite Frieza's transformation into Golden Frieza, he remained unable to withstand the ferocity of Jiang Xiaofei's assault. Each blow inflicted upon him brought unparalleled agony. Jiang Xiaofei unleashed another kick, propelling Frieza towards the position where Son Wukong sat. Transformed into his Super Saiyan blue form, Son Wukong gathered the Kamehameha wave. As Frieza approached him, the radiant white sphere surged forth, engulfing the golden figure. The anguished cries of Frieza echoed as the golden hue faded away, nearly obliterated by Son Wukong's Kamehameha. I concede. This time, I truly admit defeat. Can you grant me another chance? Frieza pleaded, but no one paid him any heed. After the Kamehameha, the battered Frieza fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted, too fearful to make any sudden movements. Hey, Frieza, do you think this is where it ends? Vegeta exclaimed, recalling the bitter memories of when Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta. Anger surged within him, and he charged once more at the barely conscious Frieza, delivering blows that elicited cries of pain. No one intervened. To them, Frieza deserved every bit of this retribution. He had successfully incited deep hatred from everyone present. In the end, all that remained of Frieza was his labored breathing, unable to utter another sound. He had never envisioned such a fate for himself. Initially, he had come with fervor to seek vengeance and to obliterate Earth. Yet now, despite having grown significantly stronger, his opponents offered him no opportunity to display his prowess. The combat abilities exhibited by Jiang Xiaofei and his companions had surpassed even his wildest expectations. Although Frieza was a genius capable of rapid advancement within 4 months, so too were those three, and their progress had far exceeded his predictions. With a face ashen and filled with despair, Frieza gazed at Vegeta, once his subordinate, a flicker of bitterness crossing his eyes. You have all forced my hand. Then let us descend into hell together. Upon the grotesque visage, a pair of malevolent eyes emerged. Frieza summoned all his might, channeling it into his arms, and struck deep into the very core of the earth. Chapter 46, A Woman Not to Be Provoked. Two torrents of immense energy collided within the earth's depths, coalescing into an even more formidable force of annihilation, instantly shattering the planet into fragments. Waves of destructive energy erupted from the earth's interior, and Jiang Xiaofei yearned to intervene, yet it was already too late. Despite meticulous calculations, they had failed to foresee Frieza's ruthless determination to sacrifice himself, opting for mutual destruction. It appeared that while Frieza possessed a cunning nature, he also harbored a sense of pride. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei was engulfed in regret. Having been privy to the script, he should have grasped the unfolding narrative and its inevitable conclusion. Yet, he did not act in time to avert the catastrophe. Initially, he had approached Frieza with utmost caution. But as their battle progressed, he felt an exhilarating thrill in subduing the arrogant Frieza. In his fervor, he lost himself, forgetting the ferocity of Frieza's impending retaliation. Alas, it was too late. At the moment the earth vanished, Jiang Xiaofei's gaze shifted to Whis and Beerus. From that point, their only hope lay in their ability to reverse time. Moments later, the earth had been reduced to cosmic dust, and Frieza's presence had utterly dissipated. On the surface of the planet, only a small patch of land remained intact. Beneath the feet of Whis and Beerus, it stood unscathed by the forces of destruction. Bulma's pupils had dilated beyond recognition as she stared in disbelief at the scene before her. The earth, just like that, it was gone? Bulma struggled to comprehend the reality unfolding before her. The once whole earth had vanished into the vast expanse of the universe in an instant. Trunks, Dad, Mom. Thoughts of her loved ones flooded her mind. They were still on Earth, yet now, they were nowhere to be found. She collapsed helplessly onto the last remnants of solid ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, and Vegeta were engulfed in inner turmoil, burdened by profound guilt. The dire circumstances they faced were intricately linked to their own actions. How cruel this truly is. Witnessing the unfolding events, Whis could not help but reflect. Whis, Is there any way to remedy this? Sun Wukong inquired with urgency. Well, I can reverse time by 3 minutes. However, the question remains whether you can seize the opportunity, Whis replied candidly. Rest assured, this time, we shall not falter nor allow Frieza any chance to exploit our hesitation. Sun Wukong declared, his eyes radiating an intense loathing for Frieza. Very well. Prepare yourselves. Whis instructed. With a few gentle taps of his staff, the surroundings transformed instantaneously. The land beneath them became whole once more, and mountains and rivers re-emerged. In that moment, no one took notice of the beauty around them. After 3 minutes had elapsed in reverse, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions fixated intently on the architect of their woes, Frieza. As Frieza materialized, the trio launched their assault without delay, having learned from their previous mistakes, denying Frieza any opportunity for retaliation or explanation. A relentless barrage of strikes ensued, leaving Frieza utterly defenseless. Frieza was acutely aware of the recent events. He had expended his last ounce of strength to obliterate Earth, perishing alongside the majority of its inhabitants. Now, confronted with a restored planet, he comprehended the implications of this miraculous revival. Thus, as Jiang Xiaofei and his allies unleashed their fury, Frieza refrained from any semblance of resistance. He recognized that this battle was irrevocably lost. Though Beerus and Whis claimed neutrality, their actions evidently favored Son Wukong and Vegeta. Otherwise, how could Beerus, who relished in the destruction of planets, permit Earth to exist once more? I have lost, Frieza uttered, though reluctant to admit it. A palpable sense of powerlessness enveloping him. Do you think we would still trust you, Frieza? You must perish here today. Only then shall we find peace. Jiang Xiaofei declared with a voice laced with fury. Kamehameha. The energy sphere formed in Jiang Xiaofei's hand, shimmering with a brilliant white light, encapsulating immense power. Frieza gazed at the energy ball, his eyes clouded with disbelief. He recognized that he stood no chance of surviving such a force. Slowly, he closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting the arrival of his fate. Memories of the Flower Fairy's dances and melodies in hell resurfaced in Frieza's mind, twisting his expression into one of despair. Yet he felt utterly powerless. The colossal energy surged from Jiang Xiaofei's hand, hurtling toward Frieza as everyone braced for the moment of his demise. However, just as the energy sphere was about to collide with Frieza, the silhouette of Beerus appeared. With a single hand, he gently flicked the menacing energy away into the distant cosmos. In that instant, all eyes widened, focused on Beerus, the savior of Frieza. Lord Beerus? They were perplexed by Beerus's intentions. Even Jiang Xiaofei found himself at a loss, uncertain of how the narrative would unfold. Frieza, too, was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Beerus would intervene to save him. Enough. This farce must come to an end. Beerus's voice reverberated in everyone's ears. To him, it was merely a spectacle that, if so, should cease at the appropriate moment. He sensed Frieza's despair, which, while not guaranteeing a turn from evil to good, at least offered a glimpse of ethereal hope. No, Frieza is utterly incorrigible. If he were to destroy Earth again, who would come to its rescue? Jiang Xiaofei's voice rang out, still unwilling to relent. Do you not understand what I am saying? Frieza's unwavering demeanor began to irritate Beerus. What is this all about? If there is something to discuss, why not just say it outright? Why must it always be so tense? Whis approached to mediate the situation. Indeed, the tournament between the Sixth Universe is about to commence, and we are in need of participants. Frieza would be an excellent choice. Therefore, we plan to take him along to compete in the contest between the two universes. Upon hearing Whis's explanation, the others ceased their objections. Frieza returned to his original position alongside Beerus, while Bulma glared at the approaching Frieza, her eyes seething with anger. With a sharp crack, a sound filled the air, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see Frieza clutching one side of his face, disbelief etched in his eyes as he looked at the woman before him. This woman, she actually struck me. Chapter 47. The Protector's Frenzy. Android 18 Jiang Xiaofei gazed upon the scene before him, an inexplicable sense of deja vu washing over him. Hadn't Beerus been struck by Bulma in a similar manner once upon a time? Bulma truly seemed to embody a divine presence, consistently targeting the most formidable adversaries. A veritable master of face-slapping. Frieza seethed with rage, the energy within him surging uncontrollably. With a grotesque visage, Frieza's heart brimmed with fury. Throughout his life, he had been the epitome of genius, never having faced a single slap across his face. He might have tolerated such an affront from someone of Beerus' caliber, but now it was a defenseless woman who stood before him. I shall end your life. Frieza's malevolent aura bore down upon Bulma. In a swift motion, Bulma retreated. Not far away, Vegeta witnessed this unfolding drama and hurriedly soared toward Bulma, positioning himself protectively before her, ready for battle. You have harmed the earth and jeopardized my family. I will ensure you pay for this. If you possess the courage, strike me down now. Even from behind Vegeta, Bulma refused to yield. Meanwhile, Beerus observed the commotion, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. As the god of destruction, it was rather trivial for him to intervene in such matters. Enough. You should calm yourself. Beerus gently patted Frieza's shoulder, his divine pressure enveloping Frieza and suppressing his violent aura. Frieza involuntarily shuddered, the wrathful energy dissipating entirely, beads of sweat forming on his back. Without uttering a single word, Frieza, under Beerus's restraint, ultimately complied. He feared not death, but the prospect of incurring Beerus's wrath was far more terrifying. Frieza, it would be wise for you to behave yourself during this period. Do not presume that our current reliance on you grants you the freedom to act without consequence. Should you dare to defy the established rules and agreements, do not blame me for my unyielding wrath. Beerus issued a stern warning to Frieza, urging him to refrain from any indiscretions. As you say, my lord Beerus, I shall remain utterly compliant during this time. Frieza adopted a somewhat docile demeanor, leaving everyone around him feeling disconcerted. However, the lingering question remained. Would Frieza genuinely forsake his malevolent ways? If not for Whis and Beerus's presence today, would their Earth have faced annihilation? Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of each other's thoughts. Enough, said Beerus, his tone commanding tranquility among them. For now, set aside your personal grievances. It is time to focus on the seventh universe and to protect Earth. The weight of Beerus's words settled over them. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta understood the gravity of his message. Soon, the competition with the sixth universe would commence, a contest that held the fate of Earth and the Super Dragon Balls in its balance. You must exert yourselves to the utmost. Success is imperative. Failure is not an option. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Beerus spoke, his voice laced with a somber tone. Super Dragon Balls? Frieza murmured, contemplating the power that might grant him strength surpassing that of the destroyers. Yet, he kept this thought concealed, knowing that revealing it could spell his doom. Furthermore, only the mightiest warriors of the universe would participate in this contest. I have one of the strongest already. The rest shall be gathered by Sun Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei. He was reluctant to expend excessive energy on trivial matters and thus delegated the task. Upon hearing of the universe's strongest, Jiang Xiaofei immediately recognized who Beerus referred to. However, he was acutely aware of that individual's true capabilities, realizing it was merely a tactic to provoke Sun Wukong, an ordinary person at best. Of course, Jiang Xiaofei chose not to expose this, as it would ruin the fun. After Beerus finished speaking, he paid little heed to the others, following Whis and departing with Bulma to embark on a culinary adventure. Watching his wife being taken away, Vegeta felt a surge of frustration, tempted to confront that man. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. Although he could transform into Super Blue, he was still no match for his rival. Clenching his fists, Vegeta vowed that one day, he would deliver a resounding slap to him, just as Bulma might. Humph. Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong approached Vegeta, gathering alongside everyone else, their gazes fixed upon Frieza. Oh ho ho. What is the matter, Sun Wukong? Do you still wish to engage in combat here? Frieza remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm. Frieza, you would do well to behave yourself during this time. Even if you are merely pretending, you must uphold that pretense to the very end. Otherwise, I fear there will be no refuge for you in the entirety of the seventh universe. Sun Wukong warned Frieza in a tone imbued with authority. Thank you for the reminder. I shall not engage in any foolishness. For now, I suppose I shall be a bother to you all. Frieza replied, wearing an infuriating expression. Jiang Xiaofei truly wished to deliver a few blows to Frieza, yet he restrained himself. Engaging in battle at this moment would merely serve as a provocation to Beerus, and he had not yet descended into such madness. Frieza, I shall spare you this time, but do not forget our unresolved grievances. Vegeta would eternally remember how his homeland was ravaged by the very person before him and the extent of the enslavement he once endured. Haha. Vegeta, it seems there has been some misunderstanding between us. Frieza's laughter was painfully shrill. Vegeta dismissed Frieza entirely and, alongside Jiang Xiaofei and others, made his way homeward. You lot. Wait for me. Frieza taunted, finding amusement in their inability to retaliate, relishing the opportunity to provoke them instead. At Bulma's residence, the atmosphere grew lively once more. As all the formidable warriors on Earth gathered, under the divine healing of the Supreme Kai, Piccolo had fully recovered, observing the joyous scene before him. Frieza recalled the depths of hell, yet he now felt an inexplicable sensation, distinct from that torment. In a corner of the yard, Android 18 was playing with her child. Upon seeing Krillin approach, a captivating smile graced her lips, instantly dispelling the clouds of despair in Krillin's heart. Was everything smooth sailing this time? Android 18's gentle voice inquired. I wasn't much help. Krillin sheepishly rubbed his bald head. It's all right. Just do your best. Android 18 consoled him. Krillin felt an indescribable warmth. His wife's tenderness left him both astonished and grateful. He did not conceal anything from her, recounting the events that had transpired. Android 18's expression darkened as she glanced at the purple-headed figure not far off, a fierce anger igniting within her. Gradually, she approached the unsuspecting Frieza and delivered a swift flying kick, sending him hurtling away. It is you who has bullied my husband? Chapter 48. Earth women are not to be provoked. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the sight of Frieza being propelled backward. Jiang Xiaofei found the situation somewhat incredulous. He was aware of the profound bond between Android 18 and Krillin, and he acknowledged that Android 18's power far surpassed that of Krillin. However, there remained a considerable gap between her strength and that of Frieza. Yet, the evidence lay before him, compelling him to accept the reality. Frieza, having been kicked away, felt a surge of indignant fury within him. After all, he was the emperor of the universe. Following his resurrection, his strength had seen a colossal enhancement, and in his golden form, he was more than capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue. However, upon arriving on Earth, his fortunes seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. He was initially subjected to a relentless onslaught by Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta in succession, and later received a stern warning from Beerus. What was even more infuriating was that he had now been bested by a woman from Earth. Frieza believed he had demonstrated sufficient restraint, yet the humiliation of being repeatedly outmatched by Earth women ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. I will kill you. Frieza, fueled by rage, transformed once more into his golden form, launching a direct assault on Android 18. Unfazed, Android 18 had resolved to avenge her husband and was fully prepared for battle. Faced with Frieza's attack, she unleashed her full potential. Recognizing that her opponent was no mere adversary, but one capable of annihilating the planet. Just as their confrontation was imminent, Whis appeared, interjecting with a calm demeanor. It is currently a time for rest, and disturbances are strictly prohibited. He effortlessly intercepted the attacks from both combatants, rendering them momentarily immobile. Frieza, you have provoked someone else's husband. It is time for you to offer an apology. Whis continued. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could not grasp the gravity of the situation. Apologizing? Was this some sort of cosmic jest? Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong approached, standing beside number 18. Frieza surveyed the surroundings and let out a deep sigh, reflecting that a true hero does not suffer immediate losses and a man of dignity knows when to bend. This time, he chose to endure. I apologize. It was my fault initially. I seek your forgiveness, dear lady. Frieza transformed into a figure of courtesy, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman. Number 18 remained silent, her gaze fixed on Frieza, her heart still brimming with anger. However, out of respect for Whis, she refrained from expressing her fury. Very well. Let us all continue to enjoy the feast and relish this joyful moment. Whis's voice resonated once more. Krillin, cradling their child, joined number 18's side, and at last, she felt at ease. The family of three departed in search of a delightful place to savor their cherished time together. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Android 18, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the presence of beautiful women is scarce, and even the number of female characters is limited. Yet, Android 18 and Bulma undeniably stand out as the epitome of beauty within this universe. However, both characters are already claimed, and in his heart, such pairings seem rather incongruous. Particularly the union of Android 18 and Krillin. How could they possibly be together? Is it merely because Android 18 has a penchant for bald heads? Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, pondering the possibility that it was perhaps the reckless abandon of his past. Frieza, the transgressions you have committed on Earth are truly innumerable. It is only natural that you face disdain. However, should you dare to engage in any further outrageous acts, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Jiang Xiaofei cast a warning glance at the capricious Frieza. Mr. Jiang Xiaofei, I understand. To avoid disrupting your refined enjoyment, I shall seek a quiet place, Frieza declared. Striding away alone, Passing by a food stall, he casually grabbed some delicacies, curious to discover what type of cuisine could entice the gluttonous Beerus and wish to linger. Watching Frisia depart, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of sentiment. Do you think there will ever come a day when Frisia truly forsakes his malevolence for benevolence? Perhaps. He has indeed changed significantly. Sun Wukong remarked with innocent optimism. Humph. Kakarot, you remain far too naive. Convincing a notoriously villainous cosmic emperor to abandon his wicked ways is no simple feat, Vegeta scoffed. Isn't that just like you? Sun Wukong teased Vegeta. Kakarot. Are you looking to provoke a beating? Vegeta was instantly ignited by Sun Wukong's jest. Only if you are capable of besting me, Sun Wukong countered. Their competitive spirits igniting a potential clash. Amidst this brewing storm, Jiang Xiaofei felt overwhelmed. How could these two still be such relentless warriors after all this time? Both of you, quiet down. The voices of two women resonated sharply in the air. The previously fervent battle spirit of Sun Wukong and Vegeta was instantly extinguished. The enchanting quality of the women's voices left them no room for defiance. The trio looked up to see Bulma and Chi-Chi approaching. Chi-Chi stood before Sun Wukong, firmly grasping his ear in front of everyone. Why do you love fighting so much? Can't you learn from Gohan and become a family man? At that moment, Chi-Chi resembled a distressed spouse, likely burdened by the weight of familial responsibilities, having long since shed her former temperamental demeanor. Moreover, with Sun Wukong's perpetually innocent and carefree nature, often appearing somewhat foolish, Chi-Chi found herself perpetually concerned. Bulma had it somewhat easier with Vegeta, yet she too began to scold him, leaving the proud Saiyan prince without a word of retort. Observing the two couples, Jiang Xiaofei politely excused himself. He had no desire to involve himself in their affairs. Not far away, Frisia, captivated by Earth's culinary delights, observed Sun Wukong and Vegeta with disdain. Humph. To be a warrior of such stature, yet so subservient before women. It seems you are still far beneath me, the cosmic emperor. Frisia muttered to himself as he lifted a piece of roasted meat to his lips. A look of bliss illuminating his face. How fortunate he was to be alive. Otherwise, how could he savor such exquisite flavors? Prior to this moment, he had never dared to believe that such delectable delights could exist within the vast cosmos. Jiang Xiaofei approached Frisia, and the two exchanged glances. Do you not find them both rather cowardly? Jiang Xiaofei remarked, gesturing towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Aha, I certainly did not harbor such thoughts. Frisia concealed his true feelings. Is that so? Regardless of your thoughts, there is one thing you ought to understand. Jiang Xiaofei paused momentarily, while Frisia regarded the man before him with keen interest. Women from Earth are not to be trifled with. Otherwise, even if you are a god of destruction, you cannot escape the fate of being slapped. Jiang Xiaofei assumed an enigmatic demeanor. Frisia pondered his own experiences, seemingly grasping the plight of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, before casting a glance towards Beerus, who was not far off. Chapter 49, The Supreme Warrior. Monaka? This Earth truly is an intriguing place. Frisia mused. The level of civilization on Earth is undeniably low, yet individuals like Sun Wukong and Vegeta exist among its inhabitants, though they are not native to this planet. Their emotional connection to it is unmistakable. Moreover, there are women on Earth, though they possess rather mundane combat abilities. They render even the two universe-class Super Saiyans powerless in their presence. Most importantly, the cuisine on Earth is a marvel of the cosmos, a rarity that captivates Frisia. Few things in this universe stir his heart, yet the delicacies of Earth are undoubtedly one of them. Even Beerus and Whis extol the virtues of Earth's food. Frisia shook his head once more, grateful that he had not truly destroyed Earth. It appears that he may indeed delve deeper into the wonders of this remarkable planet. Do you not feel that this planet is filled with the extraordinary? Jiang Xiaofei seemed to see through Frisia's thoughts and inquired. Haha. It is merely a planet with a low level of civilization. What could possibly be extraordinary about it? Frisia feigned indifference. Well, no matter what you say, I believe that once you truly come to understand this planet, you might very well fall in love with it. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei appeared particularly sincere. Since Frisia was intrigued, he decided to go along with it. Is that so? Then let us wait and see. A glimmer of longing shone in Frisia's eyes. Sometimes, anticipation can invigorate the spirit. Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally escaped the clutches of Chi-Chi and Bulma, making their way to Jiang Xiaofei's side. What were you discussing that brought such joy? Vegeta inquired, suspecting that Jiang Xiaofei might be falling under Frisia's influence. It was nothing. Merely a conversation about the magnificent landscapes and splendid vistas of Earth, Jiang Xiaofei replied, gazing at the deep blue sea in the distance. Is that so? Vegeta expressed some skepticism, yet he still placed his trust in Jiang Xiaofei. Certainly. Do you really think I would converse with Frisia to devise destruction? Jiang Xiaofei jested. Haha. You're not afraid of being dealt with by Beerus and Whis, so feel free to give it a try. Son Goku interjected. Presently, even when Son Goku and Vegeta exert their utmost strength, they cannot guarantee victory over Jiang Xiaofei. This fellow is purely a prodigy, and coupled with his unique constitution, he truly poses a headache. Especially after mastering part of the Ultra Instinct, Jiang Xiaofei has swiftly surpassed them. Why don't you give it a shot? Jiang Xiaofei clenched his fist and gestured towards the two. Who do you look down upon? One day, I shall surpass you. Son Goku retorted, somewhat indignant, hurling back a bold proclamation. I eagerly await that day. Jiang Xiaofei replied with a beaming smile. Observing the interactions among the three, Frisia felt an unexpected urge to draw near. As the Emperor of the Universe, he had always maintained a lofty demeanor towards everyone, never considering treating anyone as an equal. Yet, watching the camaraderie of these three, he could not help but feel a tinge of envy. Alas, joyful moments are fleeting. The celebration of survival concluded, and life returned to tranquility. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the competition between the two universes approached. As for the participants, Beerus had already selected one. According to him, this individual is the strongest in Universe 7, second only to Beerus himself. Upon hearing this news, Son Goku immediately displayed an expression of excitement. He has always yearned to witness the prowess of strong adversaries and engage in a friendly exchange. Even Vegeta, standing nearby, felt a surge of enthusiasm. Frisia, however, remained indifferent. He had traversed much of the universe in the past, yet had never heard of such a figure. Not even his father had warned him to be cautious of a third entity, aside from the god of destruction and Majin Buu. Thus a hint of doubt crept into Frisia's mind. Could it be that after his years in hell, a super strong individual has suddenly emerged? After all, the universe is vast and filled with wonders. To gain Beerus's recognition is undoubtedly no trivial feat, and this so-called strongest seems to align perfectly with Beerus's tastes. Jiang Xiaofei was quite aware that the so-called strongest warrior was merely a puppet meant to provoke Son Wukong and Vegeta, a mere ploy by Beerus to stir their spirits. However, it seemed that he would have to be included now. As for the strength of this so-called strongest, Jiang Xiaofei had a thorough understanding. Beerus had carelessly chosen someone from a distant planet to masquerade as the strongest, igniting a fervor among everyone to boost morale. Naturally, Jiang Xiaofei would never expose Monaka. Doing so would only cause Beerus to lose face. Even if Beerus did not retaliate immediately, what would happen after the tournament? Jiang Xiaofei was uncertain if Beerus would seize the opportunity for vengeance. Whis descended upon Earth once more, this time to escort Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, and others to the tournament. This time, not only competitors were invited, but also their families, which included Son Wukong's family, Vegeta's family, and Krillin among others. Once everyone gathered, Son Wukong and Vegeta emerged from the time chamber, eager to enhance their skills, especially since their opponents hailed from the sixth universe, a matter that would ultimately determine the fate of Earth. They could not afford to be complacent. However, there were always those who faltered, such as Majin Buu and Frisia. Following his previous battle with Beerus, Majin Buu had succumbed to a bout of depression, indulging in excessive eating, yet he could not alleviate the turmoil within. Eventually, under Satan's gentle persuasion, Majin Buu fell asleep. Once he slumbered, awakening him would be solely up to him. Outsiders had no means to rouse him. As for Frisia, he had simply vanished, leaving behind a mocking expression, clearly abandoning them. It was evident that a rift still existed between him and the others. This was a battle to defend Earth. What right did Frisia have to participate? Just moments ago, he was intent on its destruction. Fortunately, their ranks were sufficient, otherwise, it would have posed a significant headache. While everyone could understand Frisia's actions, one could only ponder how Beerus would feel upon learning of this. After all, Frisia was someone Beerus had personally saved. Departing at this juncture, did it imply a lack of respect for Beerus? Chapter 50, Slapping Zuno with Whis' Assistance. Jiang Xiaofei and the others embarked on their journey to the God of Destruction's realm. The journey from Earth to the realm of the Destroyers took 30 minutes even at Whis' speed. To pass this brief half-hour, they engaged in a new pastime, barbecuing. The ability to enjoy the pleasures of grilling while traversing the cosmos was undeniably exquisite. It was certainly something to boast about. Why was it taking so long? The voice of Beerus resonated from the God of Destruction's palace, instantly capturing everyone's attention. From the grand entrance, two figures emerged. Due to the lighting, the onlookers could only discern a tall and a short silhouette, both appearing somewhat indistinct. Beads of sweat began to form on each person's forehead as they braced themselves for the immense pressure. Yet Jiang Xiaofei remained remarkably composed. However, when Beerus and Monaka fully revealed themselves, the anticipated oppressive aura was conspicuously absent. The figure of Monaka, with his red skin and a comically vacant expression, bore an air of malnourishment. He appeared rather unremarkable. Vegeta remarked sarcastically from the side, "Do not underestimate him. Have you forgotten that we have faced misfortunes before in the presence of such powerful beings?" Goku, unusually cautious this time, harbored a suspicion that Monaka was concealing his true strength. If he could elicit no reaction from the crowd, could it not imply that Monaka possessed extraordinary power? With a leap, Goku approached Monaka, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "You must be Monaka. I've heard from Lord Beerus that you are the strongest in the universe. It is a pleasure to meet you." Goku extended his right hand, awaiting a handshake. Yet, Monaka's expression remained unchanged. After holding his hand up for an eternity, he received no response, leaving Goku to awkwardly scratch his head. Beerus appeared, positioning himself between Goku and Monaka. He is not adept at communication, so refrain from asking too many questions. "What truly matters is your performance in the arena," Beerus warned in a tone that suggested he was trying to conceal something. However, Goku, being the single-minded individual he was, failed to comprehend Beerus's intentions and merely nodded in agreement. Yet, Goku's upper body had already surpassed Beerus, gazing at Monaka behind him. With a swift kick, Beerus sent Goku sprawling to the side. "I have already warned you. Are you seeking trouble?" "Ouch! Lord Beerus, your kick is a bit too forceful. If you injure me, how can I participate in this competition?" Goku complained while rubbing his backside. "Humph. Those who disregard advice deserve to be punished. Have you gathered any information about the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls?" Beerus, eager to shift the focus from Goku's antics regarding Monaka, immediately turned his attention to Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta exchanged glances before turning their attention to Bulma beside them, their thoughts drifting back to a recent moment. Upon learning of the Super Dragon Balls, they began devising ways to locate the last remaining orb. Under the guidance of Jack, Bulma and the trio arrived at the planet inhabited by Zuno. It is said that Zuno is an omniscient being, with inquiries directed at him scheduled years in advance. Were they not connected, they too would likely face a similarly lengthy wait. However, to seek Zuno's counsel, one must offer a contribution as a condition of equitable exchange. Zuno's demand was rather simple, a mere kiss. To illustrate, Jack took the initiative, gently placing a kiss upon Zuno's cheek, which granted him the privilege to pose a question. Initially, Jack intended to inquire about certain matters concerning Bulma, yet upon noticing the intimidating presence of Vegeta beside him, he reconsidered. Clearly, risking his life merely to uncover Bulma's secrets was not worth it. Thus, Jack opted to ask about Bulma's age instead. Zuno's response was indeed impressive, as he provided Bulma's age with astonishing precision down to the very second. Yet, at that moment, Bulma's expression was far from pleasant. With a loud thud, Jack collapsed to the ground. Vegeta had remained motionless throughout. Observing Bulma's furious demeanor, both Zuno and his attendant felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that her wrath might be directed at them. "Ladies, it is now your turn," Zuno's voice rang out as he forced himself to regain composure. Jiang Xiaofei took a step forward, only to be halted by Bulma. With a smile adorning her face, Bulma slowly approached Zuno. "My dear Lord Zuno, might there be alternative means to acquire some information?" she inquired. "Huh, woman, there is none," Zuno replied emphatically, enunciating each word with a deliberate cadence. "Rest assured, I harbor no interest in someone of your age, with a less than desirable physique and certain sagging attributes. Therefore, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts," Zuno elucidated. As Zuno spoke, Bulma's smile deepened, albeit in a manner that sent chills down one's spine. A sudden wave of coolness swept through the space behind Zuno's imposing figure. In an instant, Bulma raised her right hand high and swiftly struck Zuno across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the air, leaving a vivid red imprint of 5 fingers on Zuno's ample cheek. The attendant nearby, initially poised to retaliate, immediately wilted upon witnessing Bulma's expression. Even Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei stood in bewilderment, their faces reflecting utter confusion. When had Bulma become such a force of violence? It seemed that ever since she had struck the god of destruction, she had spiraled into a tempest of uncontrollable fury. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at Vegeta beside him, pondering whether Vegeta's future days would also be dictated by Bulma's whims. This thought sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. Vegeta, naturally oblivious to Jiang Xiaofei's musings, nonetheless sensed the mirth in his expression. As for Bulma, Vegeta contemplated intervening, recognizing that one's demeanor towards another, especially when one is in need, should not be so harsh. However, upon witnessing Bulma's demeanor, he hesitated, unwilling to become a second Zuno. Bulma's feelings towards Zuno were entirely understandable. After all, the desire for beauty is intrinsic to all, especially for women, who does not wish to remain eternally youthful and alluring. Yet, it appeared that Zuno had transgressed against both of these ideals in Bulma's eyes. Thus, Zuno's punishment was indeed well-deserved. My dear Zuno, one wonders if you ever anticipated being struck by a woman well past a century in age? Bulma wore a mischievous smile as she regarded the dazed Zuno, who was clutching his cheek. Chapter 51. The True Power of Monaka. Observing the incongruous smile on Bulma's face, Zuno found himself compelled to acquiesce. Although he possessed knowledge of the universe's myriad wonders, the intricacies of a woman's heart remained inscrutable to him. Coupled with his own lack of strength, he deemed it unnecessary to retaliate. It was evident that the two men accompanying this woman were formidable adversaries. With a resigned shake of his head, Zuno addressed Bulma. My dear Lady Bulma, please, feel free to voice any concerns. I assure you, I shall answer candidly. Seeing Zuno relent, Bulma's smile transformed into one of genuine sincerity. It seemed that Zuno was indeed quite amenable to dialogue. In that case, I do have a few minor queries that I hope you can clarify for me. She inquired regarding the Super Dragon Balls, and Zuno provided her with thorough answers. Thank you, Master Zuno. Rest assured, we shall keep today's event strictly confidential and not whisper a word to outsiders, Bulma promised earnestly. I am sincerely grateful to this elegant and dignified lady, Zuno flattered in response. Subsequently, Jiang Xiaofei and Bulma, among others, departed under Zuno's cordial farewell. From that moment on, whenever Zuno encountered women akin to Bulma, he would weigh his approach carefully, wary of a potential repetition of this tragic episode that could irrevocably tarnish his reputation. Returning to the present, after hearing Bulma's account, Beerus nodded thoughtfully, gaining a deeper understanding of the Super Dragon Balls. Well then, it is time for us to embark on our journey to the planet of 5 stars. Beerus addressed the crowd, then was the first to step forward, heading towards the cube, with Monaka closely following. As Monaka passed by Son Goku, he lifted his gaze, his white eyes piercing through with black pupils, locking onto Son Goku. Goku, bowing his head, observed this supreme champion of the universe, Beerus's secret weapon, feeling an irresistible urge within. Goku's right hand moved almost as if detached from his consciousness. After several movements, it gradually coalesced into a fist the size of a sandbag. In a swift motion, the fist shot forward, striking Monaka, who was passing by. The sound of air being sliced open resonated as Beerus sensed something amiss and turned around, but it was already too late. Goku's powerful punch landed squarely on Monaka's face. Remarkably, while Monaka's body remained unmoved, his face contorted grotesquely, his nose and mouth caving in from the force of the blow. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaofei couldn't contain his delight, though he truly felt for Monaka, the actor. Monaka, on the other hand, was engulfed in trepidation. Beerus had summoned him for this performance. Yet the stakes were perilously high. He contemplated striking, but knew that defying Beerus would yield far graver consequences. Mama, I want to go home, Monaka silently lamented within. To maintain his facade, he endeavored to keep his composure, revealing no signs of distress. However, the intense heat radiating from his face ultimately caused him to shed a tear. Beerus swiftly approached, delivering a punch to the back of Goku's head. I told you not to engage in private combat. Why did you strike? Beerus scolded, his concern growing that Monaka might not withstand the charade. After being reprimanded, Goku merely rubbed his head, lamenting, I thought he would evade my sudden attack. Who knew he was completely unprepared? He turned to Monaka, offering an apologetic glance. Silence was Monaka's only response, leaving Goku perplexed, as Monaka appeared enigmatic. In truth, Monaka wished to avoid further confrontation with Goku. Although the latter had not exuded an overwhelming aura, Monaka feared a whim from Goku could lead to another punch, and he might truly be unable to maintain his guise. Observing Monaka depart, Goku felt bewildered and approached Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. Monaka is indeed elusive. It seems he truly is a formidable powerhouse, which makes the anticipation all the more thrilling. Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but laugh, while Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Goku. Goku, you believe that Monaka possesses extraordinary strength, yet I assert that he is merely an ordinary person, Jiang Xiaofei stated bluntly. How could that be? Just look at his composed demeanor. How could an ordinary person achieve such poise? Goku, of course, found this hard to believe. Consider Krillin, when faced with Frieza. He was nearly paralyzed with fear. Now observe Monaka. Do you still regard him as an ordinary individual? Goku continued to elaborate. Not far away. Krillin heard this and his expression darkened, while Android 18 glanced over at Goku. Goku, if you wish to speak, then speak. But why drag me into this? Krillin expressed his dissatisfaction. I apologize, Krillin. I was merely drawing a comparison, Goku replied, somewhat remorseful, yet still speaking the truth. Humph. I feel as though you were deliberately targeting me. Krillin huffed. Android 18 gently embraced Krillin, her husband, taking it upon herself to offer comfort. I truly did not mean it that way, Goku said, feeling somewhat helpless. Haha. Jiang Xiaofei laughed aloud. All right, it's time for us to set off. Since you believe Monaka is a super strong warrior, then so be it. Jiang Xiaofei also offers a reminder as for whether Son Wukong believes. It ultimately rests upon his own judgment. However, Jiang Xiaofei can discern that Vegeta is aware of Monaka's true strength. It seems that, in terms of intellect, Son Wukong still lags behind Vegeta. The group, aboard Whis' cube, prepares to embark towards the nameless star. Savoring delicious roasted meat along the way and relishing their fleeting moments of leisure, Jiang Xiaofei and the two companions took the initiative to sit beside Monaka. However, throughout the journey, Monaka remained utterly silent, not even tasting a morsel of the delectable roasted meat. On Monaka's other side sat Beerus, who, while relishing the flavors of the barbecue, felt compelled to keep a vigilant eye on Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, particularly on Son Wukong, fearing any slip that might lead to embarrassment. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at the nameless star, where 6 Dragon Balls, each comparable in size to planets, shimmered with a radiant crimson glow. Jiang Xiaofei gazed in awe at the enormous Dragon Balls, his heart brimming with astonishment. They happened to pass directly above the Super Dragon Balls, feeling insignificantly small in their presence. Given the extraordinary powers of the Dragon Balls on Earth, one could only wonder how much more exceptional these Super Dragon Balls might be. Jiang Xiaofei, however, was acutely aware that these Super Dragon Balls had the capacity to recreate even the Earth itself. Chapter 52. The Aesthetic of the God of Destruction above the nameless star. A robust and vibrant deity was admiring his own masterpiece. Directly beneath him lay the arena for the competition, and he was none other than Kampa, the God of Destruction of the 6th universe. Bardos, we need to make some adjustments here, Kampa commanded, pointing to a corner of the arena. As Kampa's attendant, Bardos complied with his wishes, making modifications to the arena. Subtle changes occurred, and Kampa's smile grew more pronounced. Ah, excellent. And there, on either side of the arena, placed 2 enormous portraits engraved with the likenesses of myself and Beerus. Make me look handsome, but as for Beerus, well, that's inconsequential. Kampa expressed his desires once more. Understood, Lord Kampa. Bardos gently prodded her staff, and 2 massive portraits materialized above the arena, depicting the figures exactly as Kampa had requested. Marvelous. Absolutely perfect. Kampa admired his handiwork with satisfaction, envisioning the astonished reaction of Beerus when he beheld this arrangement. A sense of pride washed over him as he mused about it. Ah, Kampa, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Beerus' voice rang out as he spotted Kampa not far away. Kampa swiftly turned around, and the 2 gods of destruction exchanged glances once more. Heh, Beerus. My early arrival is, of course, for a purpose. Look, Kampa proudly gestured towards the arena on the nameless star. What do you think? This is my meticulously prepared arena. Are you not astounded? Oh, so it was your preparation? It's quite ordinary, really. Just passable for use, Beerus replied, casting a disinterested glance at the arena below. What? Ordinary? This is my carefully designed arena. And you dare to call it ordinary? The pride that Kampa felt swiftly dissipated, replaced by a surge of anger. Vados, Kampa exclaimed. Vados appeared somewhat dazed, as she was within Whis' realm, searching for the handsome warrior. Master Kampa, what is the matter? Vados' gentle voice resonated. What is the issue? Beerus claims this arena is merely passable. What do you propose we do? Kampa addressed Vados directly. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei and others, under Whis' guidance, also arrived. Observing the arrangements on the nameless star, Bulma and her companions began to voice their opinions. Wow, the setup of this arena is so outdated, especially those rigid benches. How can we expect the audience to sit on those? Hearing this, Kampa felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Meanwhile, Vados paid no heed, for her gaze was fixed upon Jiang Xiaofei. Whenever she looked at him, she felt a refreshing breeze. Particularly captivated by his exquisite features and the pure smile that seemed irresistible. Indeed, how can anyone sit on such hard benches? Beerus silently thanked Bulma, hoping to find a flaw, and lo and behold, she appeared. Very well, Lord Beerus. With a gentle wave of his staff, Whis made the hard square benches vanish, replacing them with 4 enormous circular cushions, complete with soft sofas and dining tables for indulging in delicacies and drinks. Exactly. This is the proper way to enjoy a match. Bulma's voice echoed once more. Kampa's face had turned a deep shade of anger as he glanced at Vados. However, Vados remained oblivious, her bright eyes fixated on Jiang Xiaofei in the distance. This scene only exacerbated Kampa's fury. Vados, snap out of it. Why didn't we design it this way from the start? Kampa began to reproach Vados. Unfazed by Kampa's admonitions, Vados slightly lowered her gaze. Master Kampa, if we create something you cannot comprehend, it would only lead to greater confusion. Haha. Vados makes a valid point. With your taste, you could never appreciate such things. Beerus was in a jovial mood, relishing Kampa's thunderous expression. Humph. My taste is lacking, yet yours is any better? Beerus, if it weren't for Whis at your side, you would likely spend your days in slumber. Kampa refused to concede. What a pity. Whis will always be by my side, Beerus remarked, glancing at Whis beside him. Indeed. Lord Beerus, I shall accompany you until the next god of destruction appears, Whis affirmed without hesitation. Ah, you both engage in mere banter. Just wait, Beerus. Once the match begins, you may find yourselves unable to smile. Kampa declared resolutely. Vados, let us depart. He was unwilling to waste any further time here. In the chat group, the time had come. He realized that when it came to sheer eloquence, he was no match for Beerus. What was even more infuriating was that even his good sister, Bardos, seemed to side with the outsiders against him. As Bardos listened to Kampa's words, she withdrew her gaze from Jiang Xiaofei, joyfully following Kampa back to the ranks of Universe 6. You all heard that, right? Kampa intends to showcase the might of Universe 6 on the arena. Everyone must be on their toes and not bring me disgrace, Beerus declared to Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, Vegeta, and the others. Of course, with Monaka around, victory is assured, Son Goku replied thoughtlessly. Bang! Beerus extended his fist and struck Son Goku's nape once more. Relying solely on Monaka, why don't you just step up and take on 5 opponents at once? Humph. In the upcoming match, you will be the first to take the stage. Beerus huffed as he stormed off, with Monaka closely trailing behind. Ah, Lord Beerus. Son Goku felt both helpless and exhilarated. He had not anticipated that he would be the first to ascend the stage in such a manner. Make sure to perform well, with your strength. Defeating 5 opponents should not pose a significant challenge, provided you don't act recklessly. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his confidence in Son Goku. He had a fair understanding of the strengths of the individuals from Universe 6. Apart from Hit, none stood a chance against Son Goku. However, Son Goku's penchant for recklessness often led to unforeseen complications during matches. Kakarot, you are truly fortunate. Humph. Perform well and don't give me any openings, Vegeta said as he clasped his hands together and departed alongside Jiang Xiaofei. You all. Son Goku felt speechless, deciding to speak less in the future. Just wait and see my spectacular performance. Chapter 53. Can the universe's best fumble the written test? With everyone in position, the competition between the 2 universes commenced. Beginning with a written test aimed at assessing the participants' grasp of fundamental rules and their comprehension abilities. Under the guidance of Vados, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions made their way to the written examination venue. Vados led the way, with Jiang Xiaofei trailing closely behind. Vados felt a flutter of excitement within her. Was this not an indication of pursuit? She yearned to glance back at Jiang Xiaofei, yet she restrained her impulses, reminding herself that she was, after all, an angel. It was essential to appear somewhat elusive. Upon their arrival at the examination venue, the representatives from Universe 6 were already seated, awaiting their competitors. Goku and Vegeta gazed at the 5 participants from Universe 6, their hearts racing with anticipation. For these were their adversaries. However, upon recognizing 2 individuals among them, Goku and Vegeta's excitement surged even higher. Frieza? I can't believe Universe 6 has a Frieza too, Goku exclaimed, but received no response from the other party. From the ranks of Universe 6, Kappa stepped forward to address Goku and Vegeta. Are you 2 the Scions from Universe 7? He inquired. Indeed, and you are a Scion from Universe 6? Vegeta responded, intrigued by Kappa's appearance. Kappa, notably shorter than Goku and Vegeta, displayed a slightly lower level of composure. Which planet do you reside on? Vegeta continued to probe. We live on planet Salad. Cabba answered honestly. Planet Salad. Vegeta's demeanor visibly brightened, as a sense of nostalgia for his homeland washed over him. Yes, that's correct. And you? Cabba reciprocated with curiosity. We initially resided on planet Salad as well, but due to the Scion's bloodthirsty and combative nature, the planet met its demise, forcing us to relocate to other worlds. Ultimately, we were destroyed by individuals resembling your companion over there. Vegeta gestured toward the Frieza-like figure in the distance. How could Scions be bloodthirsty and combative? How could they seize others' planets? Moreover, Mr. Frost is held in high regard on our planet. Cabba expressed his confusion. Is that so? One can only hope. Perhaps this is where the similarities and differences between our two universes lie. Vegeta offered an explanation. Should the opportunity arise, I would love to visit your planet. Vegeta said with an enthusiastic smile. You're always welcome. Cabba responded with a friendly grin. All right, everyone, the greetings can cease. Our written examination is about to commence. So please return to your designated seats. Batos's gentle voice resonated. As everyone settled into their seats, Batos, seated in her proctor's position, waved her staff lightly, causing a test paper to materialize before each participant. This is your written examination content for today. Please be diligent and meticulous. Failure to achieve a score of at least 50 will result in immediate elimination. Bardos issued a warning to everyone. Glancing at the examination paper before him, Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of joy within. In his previous life, though not a top student, he had nonetheless navigated the rigors of the college entrance examination and successfully gained admission to university. Faced with these questions, he was confident in his ability to master them effortlessly. This time, he intended to be the fastest contender. With that resolve, Jiang Xiaofei picked up his pen and began to inscribe his answers upon the paper with a flourish. Bardos observed Jiang Xiaofei's movements, his imagination swirling. Even the act of writing appeared so elegant and dashing. Finished. As Jiang Xiaofei's voice faded, he picked up the test paper and strode directly towards Batos. Instantly, all eyes converged upon him, each individual harboring the same thought. This man is truly remarkable in his speed. Batos, observing the approaching Jiang Xiaofei, felt an inexplicable joy swell within her, and her heart fluttered with renewed excitement. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at the others who were still fervently scribbling away, feeling no concern for the competition at hand. Even the anxious Son Wukong was destined to succeed. Monaka, who had been hailed as the universe's foremost warrior by Beerus, looked down at the examination paper in his hands and then surveyed the towering figures surrounding him. A wave of desire to flee began to swell within him. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. This battle did not belong to him, and he had no place here. Most crucially, the god of destruction had summoned him to play a role without even mentioning compensation. Were it not for Beerus's overwhelming power, he would have long since rebelled. Furthermore, he received neither a stipend for lost work nor any injury compensation. The last time he had been injured by Son Wukong, Beerus had not even uttered a word of consolation. Contemplating these matters, Monaka's internal turmoil intensified, feeling utterly wronged, and he wished to evade this group of monsters. He longed to escape. At last, the written examination concluded. Batos gently waved her staff, and the papers naturally returned to her hands. In an instant, the results were revealed. First and foremost, let us congratulate the 5 contestants from Universe 6 for successfully passing the written examination and advancing to the next round. Batos announced after glancing at the papers. Now, how did Universe 7 fare in the written test? She teased their curiosity. Mr. Jiang Xiaofei, full marks. Batos exclaimed with excitement. Although this was merely a standard written test, achieving a perfect score was no easy feat, yet Jiang Xiaofei had accomplished it. Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances with Jiang Xiaofei, impressed. Not bad. Just standard procedure. Jiang Xiaofei remained modest. Son Wukong passed. Vegeta passed. Piccolo passed. Monaka. Batos's voice abruptly halted, and everyone felt their hearts freeze in anticipation. Monaka, 10 points. The crowd was incredulous. How could such a simple test result in failure? This was unexpected. He was supposed to be the strongest warrior in our universe. How could he only score 10 points? Surely, there must be a mistake. Son Wukong expressed his doubts to Batos. Mr. Son Wukong, please do not question the judgment of a professional examiner. Batos firmly stated. There is absolutely no possibility of error. For Monaka's paper was entirely blank save for this one question. She provided an irrefutable explanation. Son Wukong fell silent, and Jiang Xiaofei turned his gaze toward Monaka. who wore an expression of apology. My sincere apologies, everyone. These questions were far beyond my grasp. I will have to rely on all of you in the upcoming battles. Ah, it's all right, Manaka. I will fight alongside you and carry your share. Sun Wukong comforted Manaka, while Jiang Xiao, gazing at Manaka's apologetic smile, seemed to grasp something profound. You sly one. It's intentional, isn't it? All this talk of exceeding the syllabus. You're simply afraid of taking the stage and facing the consequences. Chapter 54. Is this the weakest Sun Wukong? Huh. A mere 10 points. This is hilarious. One person has been eliminated. What a thrill. Seeing Manaka, who barely scored 10 points on the written test, even Kappa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh. Beerus. I hear he is your strongest warrior from Universe 7. Who would have thought he couldn't even pass a simple written exam? It seems your intelligence is indeed concerning. Kappa clutched his belly, fearing he might laugh too hard. Beerus, visibly exasperated, recalled how he had casually searched for a participant, having never conducted an intelligence test. He had anticipated Manaka's lack of strength, yet he never imagined Manaka would be eliminated in such a straightforward written segment. Humph. I simply didn't want him to bully you. If he steps onto the stage, your Universe 6 fighters wouldn't stand a chance against him. What would be the point of the competition then? Beerus insisted, attempting to justify his actions. Well, I never expected your audacity to be so remarkable. Even now, you manage to concoct such excuses. I must concede defeat. Kappa was naturally skeptical of Beerus's pretext. Humph. Nonsense. Even if we are reduced to just 4 fighters, we still fear you not. You will lose. So don't shed any tears. Beerus retorted defiantly. Though facing 1 against 4 might be daunting, it was not impossible. Fine. Let's see how long you can maintain this facade. Kappa, unwilling to continue the banter, sensed he might end up at a disadvantage. To make the competition more interesting, I shall send forth our weakest fighter. You better be ready to catch him. Don't let our weakest take you down 5-1. Beerus grew increasingly animated, fully aware he was speaking boastfully. You. Very well. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Be cautious of being struck back. Kappa fumed. Humph. We shall see. Beerus glared at Kappa. From the eyes of the 2 gods of destruction, sparks of intensity flew, and across the arena, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Beerus and Kappa simultaneously unleashed their energy blasts, striking the gong on the arena, signifying the official start of the competition. In the arena, Sun Wukong had taken his position. As he watched the opponent from Universe 6 enter the stage, he felt a surge of excitement. At last, he would witness the prowess of adversaries from other universes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the confrontation between Universe 6 and Universe 7. I am your referee and commentator for this thrilling match, the referee announced. Prepare yourselves. The match begins now. Hey, I hear you're the weakest from your side. Is that a slight against me? Bodhidharma spoke with an air of arrogance. Hee. If you can defeat me, you may indeed stand a chance against the others. However, if you cannot even best me, do not harbor hopes of overcoming anyone else. Sun Wukong regarded the stout, ball-like figure of the great yellow bear before him and chuckled. Haha. I hope you won't be so easily vanquished. Bodhidharma, spurred by a certain provocation, appeared even more rotund than before. His feet sprang like springs, bouncing around the arena, while Sun Wukong quietly observed Bodhidharma's movements. Bodhidharma accelerated his jumps, covering a wider range, transforming the entire stage into his playground. He then charged directly at Sun Wukong. Due to Sun Wukong's overconfidence and his inability to decipher Bodhidharma's combat style, he found himself quickly retreating toward the edge of the stage under a relentless barrage of attacks. With a few wobbles, he managed to stabilize his footing and avoid elimination. Hey, weakling. If that is all you can muster, I suggest you surrender promptly. Lest you waste my time, Bodhidharma taunted arrogantly. That was merely a warm-up. You have yet to ignite my true potential. Sun Wukong retorted. In the audience, Kappa observed Bodhidharma's performance and resumed his mockery of Beerus. Beerus, if your fighter possesses such limited prowess, it would be wise to concede quickly, lest you suffer a humiliating defeat. Humph. Kappa, perhaps you should tend to your own affairs. If our weakest cannot best yours, now that would be truly embarrassing. Beerus shot back, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Sun Wukong, what are you playing at? Be careful, or I shall obliterate you. Beerus bellowed toward the arena. Nearby, Jiang Xiaofei felt a pang of anxiety. The whims of this destroyer were indeed unpredictable. Sun Wukong glanced in Beerus's direction before turning back to Bodhidharma. In that case, let us quicken the pace, he declared, perfectly in tune with the challenge. Bodhidharma took the initiative, conjuring a blue energy orb that surged forth from his hand, hurtling directly towards Sun Wukong. With agile movements, Sun Wukong evaded the energy blast with ease. At last, my spirit ignites, he proclaimed as the atmosphere around him vibrated with newfound vitality. Now, I shall engage earnestly. Sun Wukong transitioned from defense to offense, charging directly at Bodhidharma. His formidable punch, capable of shattering mountains and rivers, landed heavily upon Bodhidharma's abdomen. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Bodhidharma did not budge. He remained steadfast, his feet planted firmly. Lowering his head, he regarded Sun Wukong with a face full of derision. Undeterred, Sun Wukong intensified his strikes, but each blow felt akin to hitting a sponge or rubber, as if the force dissipated entirely upon impact. "Ha! Your attacks cannot harm me. Even if I stand here and let you strike, I could exhaust you," Bodhidharma declared, exuding an air of confidence and inexplicable assurance in his own resilience. "Oh dear, this is indeed a headache." Sun Wukong paused, scratching his head in contemplation. However, such efforts to thwart me are utterly futile. With that, Sun Wukong's aura surged once more, an unending torrent of energy coalescing into his fist. With a swift and unembellished motion, he struck Bodhidharma's lower abdomen again. This time, the force was not entirely deflected. It surged into Bodhidharma's internal organs, causing a tumult within. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Bodhidharma's mouth as he stared at Sun Wukong with disbelief. "No, this cannot be," Bodhidharma exclaimed. And at last, his body tilted backward. "There is nothing impossible here. When I unleash a force your body cannot withstand, how can you hope to negate it fully?" As Jiang Xiaofei listened to Beerus's words, he was left speechless. This was a direct affront to Sun Wukong's intelligence. Goodness, did he just imply that his father is somewhat dim-witted? Sun Wukong's voice echoed innocently. Beside him, Chi-Chi's veins bulged with rage. Had it not been for Bulma and Android 18 restraining her, she might have rushed over to slap Beerus. "Do not act impulsively. Lord Beerus is merely jesting out of rivalry with Kampa, nothing more." Whis, perceiving Chi-Chi's agitation, offered words of comfort, stating that Lord Beerus holds great fondness for Sun Wukong and is simply engaging in playful banter. However, since it was Lord Beerus's words, he must take responsibility. Thus, he presented a treasure trove to her. With a gentle wave of his staff, an array of exquisite jewels appeared before Chi-Chi. As she gazed at the sparkling treasures, her expression softened. "Humph, I shall forgive you this time," she declared, hastily gathering the jewels. Bulma and Android 18 exchanged glances, slightly embarrassed. It seemed that for Chi-Chi, wealth held considerable allure. "Humph, don't get too smug, Beerus. We have not yet conceded." Kampa, dismissing further chatter, bellowed, "Bartamo, rise." Confronted by Kampa's roar, the beleaguered Bartamo, racked with pain, struggled to stand, trembling as he managed to rise. "Oh, not bad at all," Sun Wukong exclaimed, unable to suppress his praise at Bartamo's effort. In the next moment, Sun Wukong struck again, sending Bartamo crashing to the ground once more. After several repetitions, the once proud Bartamo was engulfed by despair. Caught between Kampa's furious shouts and Sun Wukong's relentless assaults, he truly wished to vanish into the ground. "Hey, are you still able to stand? My fists are growing impatient." Sun Wukong eagerly awaited Bartamo's resurgence. Yet, these words utterly provoked Bartamo, causing a surge of blood to rise, and he fainted on the spot, witnessing Bartamo's unconscious form. The referee promptly declared Sun Wukong the victor. Kampa, filled with frustration, tugged at his ears, gazing at the innocent smile on the arena stage, contemplating taking matters into his own hands, truly wishing to strike him down to prove his point. "What now, Kampa? It's still not too late to concede," Beerus retorted. "Humph, what is there to gloat about? It's merely a single victory, just an appetizer." Kampa feigned indifference. "Indeed. After all, you still have 4 more to contend with." Beerus observed Kampa's serious demeanor, extending his hand to strike a gong, signaling the commencement of the second match. As Sun Wukong gazed at the competitors stepping onto the stage, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, for this opponent bore an uncanny resemblance to Frisia. "Greetings, Lord Wukong. I am Frost, and I apologize on behalf of my teammate Bartamo for his arrogance." Frost's voice resonated, momentarily leaving Sun Wukong in a state of astonishment. It's quite all right." Sun Wukong's mind was utterly blank. This was entirely different from his expectations. Wasn't Frisia supposed to be exceedingly malevolent and arrogant? Yet, the figure before him was so courteous. Frost turned to the audience, bowing at a perfect 90 degrees, expressing his gratitude to the gentlemen and ladies for taking time out of their busy schedules to witness this match. "This is merely a friendly contest. I shall adhere to the principle of friendship first and competition second, and I will not take any lives. Is this really Frisia? Bulma began to doubt her own ears and judgment. The sixth universe is a twin universe, yet it possesses its own unique differences, perhaps in the sixth universe. Frisia is indeed a gentleman. Chi-Chi chimed in. Listening to the ladies' conversation, Jiang Xiaofei's head was already shaking like a rattle. What do you think of this Frisia? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, glancing at Vegeta. Humph. Regardless of his demeanor, he shall lose this match today. Vegeta declared, arms crossed, maintaining his air of superiority. Oh, that's true. Jiang Xiaofei thought, recalling that in the original Dragon Ball universe, Frisia had indeed been defeated by him. Do not underestimate this Frisia. He is certainly not as simple as he appears. He might be just like our Frisia from the seventh universe. Jiang Xiaofei cautioned once more. The words of Jiang Xiaofei reached the ears of Bardos, who had been observing him intently, filling her heart with waves of astonishment. This man not only possessed striking good looks, but his intuition was remarkably sharp as well, truly captivating. Of course, this was her private sentiment. As she maintained her angelic demeanor on the surface, Player Frost had led peacekeeping forces, assisting numerous planets and resisting foreign invasions and dedicating himself to post-disaster reconstruction, earning him 3 Cosmic Peace Awards. The voice of the referee rang out, seemingly aimed at undermining Jiang Xiaofei. Wow, he is truly exceptional, far surpassing our universe's Frisia. Bulma paid no heed to Jiang Xiaofei's words. Jiang Xiaofei refrained from providing excessive explanations. As someone who had experienced it all, he merely observed in silence. To his surprise, you are still a guardian of universal peace. My apologies. Son Wukong on the arena also expressed his regrets. It's nothing. Now, Mr. Wukong, let us commence our match. Frost replied. With the referee's call, Frost made the first move, his agile form swiftly advancing towards Son Wukong. Before Wukong could react, Frost had already closed the distance between them. However, instead of a direct confrontation, Frost cleverly ensnared Wukong's head with his legs, executing a rapid spin that culminated in a forceful slam of Wukong onto the ground, swiftly retreating to create distance once more. Ouch! A wave of pain surged through Wukong's body. Rising from the ground, he regarded Frost with admiration. Quite impressive. My apologies. It seems our differing physiques inspired such a strategy. Frost's courteous demeanor left Wukong at a loss for how to proceed in battle. No matter. Yet I sense you possess untapped strength. Are you merely testing me? Wukong inquired. Your perception is indeed keen. Frost did not deny Wukong's assertion. In that case, you should swiftly transform into your ultimate form. This way, we can truly enjoy our duel. Wukong stated plainly. Having battled against Frisia, Wukong was well aware of Frisia's transformations, and it was evident that Frost was holding back. Very well, I shall oblige Lord Wukong's request. Chapter 56. The oblivious Son Wukong. Frost leaped back, creating some distance between them, then ascended into the air. A series of roars erupted from Frost's lips as his body began to undergo transformation. Below, Wukong watched Frost's metamorphosis with anticipation. Ultimately, Frost revealed his new form before Wukong, his head elongated to a sharp point, and his visage resembling that of a sea monkey. Lord Wukong, you must be cautious now, Frost warned, gazing down at him. Bring it on. Wukong assumed a combat stance, his aura fluctuating, clearly intrigued, though it did not ignite the passion within him to transform. Frost's speed had significantly increased compared to his previous form, and his strength had soared as well. Each collision with Wukong resonated with power. However, even in his current form, Frost could not breach Wukong's defenses, nor could he exploit any openings. What is Kakarot doing? Hadn't he been warned before the match? Do not be reckless. Defeat your opponent with utmost swiftness. Observing Son Wukong struggle, Vegeta felt a growing sense of urgency within. Kakarot, show your true prowess. Vegeta could not help but shout at Son Wukong. Son Wukong glanced towards the audience where Vegeta was seated, but Frost did not relent. Seizing the opportunity to strike Son Wukong down to the ground. Well executed, Frost. Compa exclaimed, his eyes inadvertently drifting towards Beerus nearby. The pent-up frustration within him finally found an outlet. Son Wukong, what are you doing? This is a battle arena. Cease your hesitation and finish this fight at once. Observing Compa's smug demeanor, Beerus also felt a stir of impatience and issued a command to Son Wukong. Still reeling from the previous blow, Son Wukong was urged on by the shouts surrounding him. With a somersault, he regained his footing. My apologies, Lord Wukong. My last attack was too fierce, and I could not pull back in time. Frost wore a hint of remorse on his face. It's of no concern. Such minor injuries are inconsequential to me. Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. However, you are quite cautious. After a brief pause, he continued. What do you mean, Lord Wukong? Frost maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Well, how shall I put it? After our encounters, I have a lingering feeling that you have yet to unveil your full strength. You must be concealing a more advanced form. Perhaps saved for a later moment? Sun Wukong squinted at Frost. Haha. Indeed, Lord Wukong, your instinct as a combat genius is remarkably astute. Yes, I possess a more powerful form, but I will not employ it lightly. Frost's gaze grew distant, as if lost in recollection. I have previously unleashed my ultimate form. But in that state, I could hardly contain the ferocious power. Once, I even accidentally took the life of an innocent. From that moment on, I vowed never to use that form unless absolutely necessary. So such an incident occurred. But rest assured, you may harness that power without fear of consequence. Sun Wukong expressed a mixture of regret and anticipation. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Wukong. Frost smiled calmly. I shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, Frost's aura shifted once more, waves of energy cascading around him, transforming his physique anew. Upon completion of his transformation, Frost's form bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Frisia from Universe 7. This is my ultimate form. Henceforth, Lord Wukong, you must proceed with caution. Frost intentionally reminded them. Sensing the surge of power from Frost, Sun Wukong felt the blood within him begin to boil. It was precisely this sensation. Sun Wukong also let out a mighty roar as golden waves of energy surged around him, and in an instant, his dark hair transformed into a brilliant gold. At that moment, everyone in the sixth universe, including the god of destruction, Kappa, widened their eyes in astonishment. The Scions could actually transform. Hey, Gabe, can you Scions really transform? Kappa, unwilling to believe the spectacle before him, inquired of Gabe. Gabe lowered his head, apologizing. My lord Kappa, we are not yet able to. A hint of melancholy flickered in Gabe's eyes as he gazed at the golden figure in the arena, tinged with envy. TCH. Kappa's mood plummeted to its nadir. Are you finally going to get serious? Vegeta observed Sun Wukong in his transformed state, his eyes widening in anticipation. To him, Sun Wukong's transformation signified that the battle was nearing its conclusion. I didn't expect Lord Wukong could transform as well. Frost exclaimed in surprise. Haha, merely a stroke of fortune. Now, let us engage in a fierce battle, Sun Wukong declared, inviting Frost to fight. Frost, shedding his pretense, charged directly at Sun Wukong. With a tightly clenched right fist, he aimed for Sun Wukong's face, but unfortunately, Frost's small stature and short arms meant that just as he was about to strike, Sun Wukong's arm easily blocked the blow. Unwilling to concede, Frost launched an attack with his left hand, yet it was effortlessly thwarted by Sun Wukong once more. The two engaged in rapid movements, their collisions resonating throughout the arena. Sun Wukong delivered a sidekick to Frost's abdomen, propelling Frost backwards until he stabilized himself at the edge of the stage. Is this truly your strongest power? Sun Wukong inquired, a touch of disappointment in his gaze. If this is all you have, I advise you to concede. Hearing Sun Wukong's suggestion to surrender, Frost's body trembled slightly as he lifted his head to meet Sun Wukong's gaze, forcing a strained smile. Thank you for your concern, Lord Wukong. But I have my reasons to continue. For the sake of universal peace, I must achieve victory today. Thus, our battle must go on. I respect your ideals. But continuing this fight will lead to no favorable outcome. Sun Wukong persisted in his plea. However, Frost disregarded him, charging once more at Sun Wukong. Observing Frost's desperate tenacity, Sun Wukong gently raised his right hand, perfectly intercepting Frost's incoming punch. Give up. You cannot defeat me, Sun Wukong stated, his voice calm. Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt darkness cloud his vision, his legs faltering beneath him, trembling and swaying. A perfect opportunity. Chapter 57. The true face of Frost. An opportunity presented itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Frost extended his foot and executed a swift sidekick, sending the dazed Sun Wukong tumbling off the stage. As Sun Wukong fell to the ground, the golden aura surrounding him dissipated, revealing his original form, yet he found himself immobilized. The arena fell into an immediate silence. Initially, Sun Wukong had held the upper hand. But a grave error on his part had granted Frost the chance to triumph, ultimately leading to Sun Wukong's defeat. Bravo. Well done, Frost. Maintain this momentum and show them the might of our sixth universe. Kappa, once again, was filled with excitement and provoked Beerus. At that moment, Beerus was seething with rage. His teeth clenched, yearning to confront Kappa directly. However, he restrained himself, knowing that engaging with Kappa would serve little purpose. Let us extend our congratulations to the 6th universe. As Mr. Frost secures victory in this match, the referee's voice rang out, officially declaring the result of the contest. Wukong, Chi-Chi, concerned for her husband, leaped down from the spectator's platform and rushed to his side. Wukong, are you all right? Ouch. I was careless. I inadvertently stepped out of bounds, awakened by Chi-Chi's words. Son Wukong rubbed his head, a smile adorning his face as he looked at his worried wife. Thank goodness you're okay. Chi-Chi sighed in relief. Let us head back. Son Wukong grasped Chi-Chi's hand, returning to the spectators' area. Humph. I told you not to let your guard down. How does it feel to suffer a setback this time? Vegeta scoffed at Son Wukong. You faltered at a crucial moment. Vegeta, must you disparage me so? I truly did not anticipate such an outcome. Son Wukong sought to salvage some dignity, yet he recognized that this was indeed his own fault. Humph. Fool. Watch how I deal with him. Vegeta volunteered to take the stage and confront Frost. Wukong, at the moment your palm collided with Frost's fist. Did you not feel as though a bee had stung you, leaving you disoriented and unsteady on your feet? Jiang Xiaofei observed Son Wukong calmly. Oh? How did you know that? Son Wukong gazed at Jiang Xiaofei in astonishment. That fellow employs a venomous sting, likely concealed within his very being. Jiang Xiaofei revealed the truth directly. With someone like Son Wukong present, perhaps the explanation would be more readily accepted. How is that possible? Were we not forbidden from using weapons? Moreover, someone as forthright as Frost would surely disdain such underhanded tactics, wouldn't he? Son Wukong continued to defend Frost. Sigh. You were simply too naive. Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, observing the grinning Frost in the arena. Indeed, he was a rogue, but his cunning was well concealed. So what shall we do now? Should we directly inform Lord Beerus? Son Wukong realized that his intellect was no longer sufficient. To coax such a villain into revealing his true nature, one must strike when he is most inflated with pride. In this match, let us see if Piccolo can confirm our suspicions. Everyone acquiesced to Jiang Xiaofei's suggestion, and Beerus offered no dissent. As the gong resounded, Piccolo's form gradually descended onto the arena stage. Greetings, I'm Frost. May I inquire as to your name? Frost remained impeccably polite. Piccolo was Piccolo's succinct reply. Your Excellency Piccolo, I must first apologize to your companion, Lord Wukong. Had we managed to restrain our powers, perhaps we could have engaged in a more extended battle. Frost seemed to express contrition, but Piccolo was indifferent to such sentiments. Let the match begin. The referee's voice barely faded when Frost had already summoned countless flickering crimson energy spheres. These orbs possessed a cataclysmic force, harboring unimaginable power. The scarlet spheres were released with ferocity, hurtling toward the verdant Piccolo. From the moment he entered the arena, Piccolo had placed a hand upon his brow. A golden energy sphere flickering at his fingertips, albeit in an unformed state. He was compelled to evade Frost's onslaught. Yet, ultimately, Piccolo's movements were too sluggish. Unable to evade the barrage of energy spheres, and his legs suffered under the assault. Your Excellency Piccolo, you are no match for me. It would be wise to concede now. Frost's voice rang out, attempting to persuade Piccolo. Humph. The outcome remains undecided. Piccolo's golden sphere gleamed more brilliantly, causing Frost to sense an impending threat. Frost swiftly maneuvered, delivering a powerful strike to Piccolo's abdomen. A wave of weakness surged through Piccolo's limbs, causing the golden energy sphere to dissipate, his body succumbing to fatigue. Frost executed a flying kick, swiftly eliminating Piccolo from the contest. Frost. Well done. Xiangpa cheered, exhilarated by 2 consecutive victories that allowed him to bask in glory once more. Frost, however, bowed deeply to all present, acknowledging their admiration. Beerus kept his eyes firmly shut, seemingly disinterested in the unfolding events, as though this match bore no relevance to him. Did Piccolo share a similar sentiment to Son Wukong? Jiang Xiaofei inquired of the returning Piccolo. Piccolo nodded faintly, suddenly feeling a sensation akin to being bitten by insects in his abdomen, swiftly sapping his strength. His consciousness began to blur. Now, you must believe what I have said. Everyone silently nodded in agreement. Shall we expose him? Piccolo proposed. Such an endeavor would lack intrigue. We must ensure he suffers a complete and utter defeat, one that leaves him in absolute despair. He must comprehend that in the face of overwhelming strength, any underhanded tactics are futile. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his innermost thoughts. Very well. In the next match, I shall make him understand the essence of despair. Vegeta concurred with Jiang Xiaofei's proposal, and none of the others voiced any dissent. Go for it. However, do exercise caution during the battle. You must not be harmed by the poisonous needles in his possession, Jiang Xiaofei reiterated. Humph. Those tricks of his are still far from sufficient. Vegeta confidently gazed at Frost, who wore a smile upon the arena. This guy looks utterly repugnant. One feels an overwhelming urge to deliver a beating. Haha. There will be ample opportunity. Suddenly, I find our Universe 6 Frieza to be preferable. At least he embodies his malevolence openly, whereas this fellow is merely a cunning, deceitful scoundrel. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at Frost, concluding his thoughts. The next match would pit Vegeta against Frost. Chapter 58. The assertive Vegeta. Vegeta soared into the air, landing elegantly upon the stage. I apologize for the injuries suffered by your two companions. Frost maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Humph. Spare me your charades. Your vile tactics have been exposed. Vegeta's hands were firmly positioned before him, his gaze radiating icy intensity. Pardon? What are you saying? I fail to comprehend. Frost remained composed, though the genial smile on his face began to fade. Haha. I must admit, in terms of intellect and disguise, you do surpass our universe's Frieza. Yet, a person like you is all the more detestable. Your mere presence is enough to induce nausea. Vegeta displayed his disdain and anger. Frost inhaled deeply. My dear sir, is there a misunderstanding? In such a public forum, how could I possibly harbor any schemes? Humph. At this juncture, your calmness only suggests that such deeds are not foreign to you. That so-called Universe Peace Award you received thrice was likely obtained through unscrupulous means. Vegeta spoke bluntly. Frost, do not presume you can deceive everyone. Are there not toxic weapons concealed within your arms? Do you not fear that we might report you, rendering you unburied? Vegeta asserted, confident that both Kappa and Beerus would be more than willing to see such a fate befall him. Frost narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the one who had unveiled him. Haha, you are indeed astute. Yes, I have employed certain tactics, but they are all in pursuit of ultimate victory. To provide a better home for those displaced children, I must secure Kappa's support. Only through triumph can those unfortunate souls hope for a brighter future. Frost spoke with fervor, tears welling in his eyes. Humph. Do not attempt such sordid methods in my presence. They are futile. Vegeta remained utterly unfazed, the aura surrounding him steadily escalating. He was genuinely provoked by the despicable wretch before him. Ah, Lord Vegeta truly possesses a heart of stone. Frost, concealing his feigned expression, spoke with a chilling tone. Indeed, all of this has been a performance orchestrated by me. However, I believe that Lord Vegeta stands here with the intention of vanquishing me decisively. Discarding his disguise, Frost revealed a haughty and aloof demeanor, the malevolence and treachery of the king unmistakably exposed in that moment. Humph, you needn't goad me intentionally. Indeed, I stand here openly to defeat you, to make you understand that all schemes and tricks appear grotesque when confronted with absolute power. Vegeta's assertive voice resonated, imbued with an undeniable conviction. Oh ho ho, it seems you are quite confident in your abilities. Then for our forthcoming battle, I hope your strength matches your bravado. Frost's eyes narrowed, the chill deepening, as he conjured a crimson energy sphere, hurling it directly at Vegeta. Truly despicable and shameless. As the energy sphere approached, Vegeta cursed vehemently. Yet, there was no trace of panic in his gaze. Rather, it was filled with determination as he regarded the crimson sphere and the distant Frost. You have thoroughly enraged me. Accompanied by Vegeta's thunderous roar, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. With the surging energy, Vegeta radiated vitality, his hair transforming to a brilliant golden hue. Surrounded by cascading waves of energy crackling with white lightning. The moment the crimson energy sphere collided with Vegeta's golden aura, it erupted in a blinding flash. This spectacle was truly breathtaking, capturing the attention of all, as the crimson energy was ultimately engulfed by the golden waves, merely augmenting their potency. Vegeta leaped into action, charging towards Frost with ferocity. In response to Vegeta's onslaught, Frost's movements quickened, launching a barrage of energy spheres aimed at the advancing warrior. However, all of Frost's projectiles were effortlessly deflected by Vegeta's golden shield, dissipating into nothingness. Vegeta had closed the distance, arriving at Frost's side, and with no flourish, he delivered a powerful punch directly to Frost's abdomen. Frost's pupils dilated in shock, feeling the overwhelming force surging into him, his slender tail involuntarily straightening. Humph, this time, you should comprehend the vast chasm that exists between us. Vegeta's voice reverberated within Frost's mind. Yet, Vegeta's relentless assault continued unabated, landing blow after blow upon the same vulnerable point of Frost's body. Frost's form had already begun to cave in, the excruciating pain enveloping him, inducing a profound sense of humiliation. Boom. Defenseless, Frost was sent flying by Vegeta's might. Rather than pressing his advantage, Vegeta awaited Frost's next move, stabilizing himself. Frost was racked with violent retching. The agony in his abdomen radiated throughout his entire being, gradually eroding his rationality, his grimace resembling that of a ferocious beast. Vegeta, I will kill you, Frost declared, channeling an energy beam aimed at Vegeta. However, after his transformation, Vegeta's power and speed had surged tremendously, despite the beam's velocity. He effortlessly evaded it. Despair gnawed at Frost's heart, yet surrender was not an option he would entertain. If you do not utilize your secret weapon soon, you may find yourself out of the ring. Vegeta charged at Frost once more, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. In this instance, Frost finally succumbed to madness, the savage beast within him launching a mindless counterattack. The pain coursing through his body ceased to deter him. Disregarding all else, Frost lunged at Vegeta after regaining his footing. From Frost's arm emerged a slender, nearly imperceptible sharp object, its tip glinting ominously with cold radiance. Vegeta had anticipated this moment, ever vigilant against Frost's underhanded tactics. As Frost's fist approached, Vegeta extended his robust right hand, seizing the murderous arm intent on striking him. A fierce roar erupted, and the atmosphere around Vegeta intensified further. The arm he grasped began to contort within his grip. Is this your final struggle, weakling? Chapter 59, Vegeta's moment of glory in the stands. Every spectator bore witness to this scene, the sharp object on Frost's arm unmistakably visible. Kampa's eyes narrowed to slits. He could accept defeat in a fair fight. But victory achieved through such despicable means was utterly unacceptable to him. Kampa cast a glance at the previously silent Beerus, his conviction strengthening that Beerus was well aware of Frost's foul play in the arena, yet had chosen not to intervene. Kampa even suspected that Beerus might view Frost's actions as a result of his own encouragement, and he felt compelled to demand an explanation. Hey, Beerus. I was completely unaware of Frost's underhanded tactics, otherwise, I would never have allowed such scum to take the stage. Xiangpa's confidence was evidently lacking, as it stemmed from his previous oversight. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, refraining from uttering a word. Witnessing Beerus's gesture only fueled Xiangpa's anger further. However, he could not afford to unleash his wrath upon Beerus. With his gaze fixed on Frost in the arena, Xiangpa slowly raised his right hand. Such scum ought not to roam the cosmos. The other contestants from Universe 6 sat upright, anxious that Xiangpa's fury might extend to them. Bardos, observing Xiangpa's flustered demeanor, sought to provide him with an avenue for retreat. Lord Xiangpa, there is still Vegeta in the arena. It would be unfortunate if you were to inadvertently harm him. You say it's all because of you. Xiangpa retorted, resembling a petulant child before Bardos, his tone growing mischievous. If you continue to speak this way, you shall surely hurt his feelings. Bardos feigned a sense of grievance. If it weren't for you bringing such scum here, how could I possibly be in this embarrassing position? Xiangpa expressed a sense of injustice. However, when Lord Xiangpa commanded me to find someone, there was no stipulation regarding their character. I was merely instructed to find someone capable of fighting, without any other considerations. Bardos articulated Xiangpa's directives, at a loss for words. Xiangpa conceded, there is no other option. To atone for my mistake, he must simply vanish. He lifted his right hand once more. Very well. Let us continue to observe the match. For now, we shall set this matter aside and allow them to determine a true victor. Beerus finally spoke, neither condoning nor condemning Xiangpa's actions. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Xiangpa realized that Beerus would not pursue the issue further. For now, I shall let this scum go free. After the match, I shall see how to deal with him, Xiangpa declared indignantly. In the arena, Frost struggled desperately, yet he remained ensnared by Vegeta's powerful grip. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta raised his right foot and delivered another fierce strike to Frost's abdomen. The relentless barrage of attacks rendered Frost completely unconscious, as Vegeta discarded him from the stage like refuse. This transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the referee no time to react before witnessing Frost lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Vegeta did not rush to have the referee declare victory. For if Frost dared to resist, he would ensure Frost understood the insurmountable gap between them, one that could not be bridged by mere tricks. Lying on the ground, Frost reminisced about his self-staged moments of glory in Universe 6, and recalling Xiangpa's promised treasures, he could not help but laugh maniacally. Vegeta, our paths will cross again. There will surely be another opportunity, at which time I shall reclaim everything I have lost today. Frost struggled to rise, his steps unsteady as he descended from the arena. No one would concern themselves with a failed endeavor. Even if the individual were deemed worthless, he would attract little attention. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei was among the rare exceptions. The outcome of this bout declared that Vegeta from Universe 7 emerged victorious. The referee's proclamation signified that the glory Frost had brought to Universe 6 had dissipated into mere vapor. In the next match, Vegeta of Universe 7 faced off against Gabe from Universe 6. Observing Vegeta, who radiated a golden aura upon the stage, Gabe's eyes were filled with envy. Though both were Saiyans, while Vegeta could transform, Gabe and his kin remained unaware of how such power could be harnessed. As Gabe approached the arena, he bowed deeply to Vegeta. "I sincerely apologize for my previous thoughts," he expressed. Vegeta, gazing at Gabe, felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. Perhaps it was their shared heritage as Saiyans or a reflection of his former self within Gabe. "It's nothing. Such scum will inevitably deceive." Discerning the truth is not an easy feat, Vegeta reassured him. "Thank you." Gabe replied with a relieved smile, adopting a combat stance. Deep down, Gabe understood that he was no match for Vegeta, especially since he lacked the ability to transform. When faced with a transformed Vegeta, his defeat would likely be swifter than Frost's. In a secluded corner beyond the arena, Frost's figure emerged, his gaze surveying the enthralled crowd, seemingly unnoticed. He diverted his attention to a nearby mound of gold and jewels, accompanied by a cube capable of soaring through the cosmos, an artifact belonging to Kampa. With a graceful leap, Frost stealthily approached the cube, his eyes gleaming with hope. "Hey, you best skedaddle and refrain from any antics." Jiang Xiaofei's voice reached Frost's ears. Following the sound, Frost spotted a handsome visage. "Oh ho ho, friend. You would do well to vanish quickly and not disturb me. These treasures rightfully belong to me. With them, I shall continue my reign across the universe." Frost's face twisted into a sinister expression, his greed impossible to conceal. "Humph. Rubbish is merely rubbish. I've seen enough to feel nauseated." Jiang Xiaofei had no desire for prolonged interaction with a creature like Frost. With a sudden disappearance, he delivered a singular, forceful punch that struck Frost directly. Frost was unable to respond or defend effectively. This blow was more powerful than any he had felt from Vegeta. "I have yet to settle the score for the harm you caused my companion," Jiang Xiaofei whispered in Frost's ear. Chapter 60. The Sharp-Tongued Vegeta. The contorted face of Frost, twisted in agony, filled him with remorse. Was it not better to relish his games in the 6th universe? Why partake in this contest that threatened to obliterate his hard-earned reputation? Most troubling was the caliber of adversaries he faced, such formidable beasts. He had even resolved to flee, avoiding confrontation with these monstrosities, yet, at the last moment, he was struck down. This opponent appeared even more fearsome than Vegeta. This scene unfolded before the eyes of Beerus. This man possessed not only immense strength, but also remarkable intellect. Such an exceptional individual was indeed a worthy match. Beerus chose to remain unseen, quietly observing the developments. "Your Excellency, let us negotiate. Spare me, and I shall grant you anything you desire." Frost ultimately capitulated, recognizing that surrendering to an insurmountable foe seemed his sole chance of survival. Negotiate? Very well. Jiang Xiaofei had no intention of driving Frost to his demise. After all, this was a battleground of two universes, with gods of destruction and angels present. An incident resulting in loss of life would be difficult to justify. In that case, surrender the wealth you have amassed over the years. Jiang Xiaofei's voice echoed in Frost's mind. Frost's immediate reaction was that this individual was driven by greed, which made matters simpler. Beerus, equally astonished, wondered if such an attractive man could also be ensnared by wealth. Yet, it was understandable. A gentleman does seek wealth through righteous means, and Frost's riches were ill-gotten. Extorting them seemed justified. Without hesitation, Frost produced a small portion of his assets. His face contorted in pain, even more so than when he had endured that previous blow. "Here it is. Although I know this is but a fraction, I shall let you off this time, given your compliance." Jiang Xiaofei was quite pleased with Frost's response. "Thank you ever so much, Your Excellency." Frost sighed in relief, finally able to escape this predicament. "Too polite, truly too polite." Jiang Xiaofei replied with a congenial smile. "Ah, the one hiding behind the rock. How long do you intend to remain concealed?" "My matters are concluded. It is now your turn." Jiang Xiaofei shouted towards a stone slightly taller than a human figure, positioned not far behind Frost. Startled, Frost turned abruptly, fixing his gaze upon the stone indicated by Jiang Xiaofei. But Beerus stumbled, believing her presence had been discovered. Just as she contemplated whether to reveal herself, a familiar silhouette emerged from another stone. Hit, the assassin from the 6th universe. Hit's gaze was icy and composed. He cast a fleeting glance at Frost before directing his attention to Jiang Xiaofei. Oh, please do not regard me with such a look. I am merely passing through. By mere coincidence, Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed as he propelled himself into the air, casting a glance at the ground below. He nearly plummeted from the sky upon spotting Beerus behind yet another stone. Beerus lifted her head, beaming brightly as she made a shushing gesture towards Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei feigned calmness as he soared towards the audience of the 7th universe. Frost glared at Hit, baring his fangs once more. Hit, release me. Should you ever find yourself in peril, I shall undoubtedly come to your aid. Hit, however, paid him no heed, instead fixating on the cube before him. Was it not your intention to take it away? As a killer, it was not one for many words. His voice echoing like a specter returned from the depths of hell. It belongs to me. Since you wish to take it, then let it remain here. Without further ado, it materialized behind Frost and struck with a swift blow. A wave of dizziness washed over Frost's head, and he subsequently lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. It seems my intervention is no longer required, Bardos remarked as she returned to Kampa's side, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei across the arena. Upon the stage, Vegeta had reverted to his normal form, yet despite this, Cabba remained no match for him. Throughout their skirmish, Cabba could distinctly sense the immense power residing within his opponent's being. Each of Cabba's attacks was effortlessly neutralized by Vegeta. A look of disappointment gradually settled on Cabba's face. Though they were both Saiyans, their strengths were not even remotely comparable. Humph. To display such dismay after merely encountering a minor setback. You are unworthy of the noble Saiyan lineage. Vegeta's words struck deep into Cabba's soul. We Saiyans grow stronger through battle, becoming braver with each defeat. You, a pitiful weakling, are hardly deserving of the name Saiyan. And no, that's not true. Cabba feebly countered, intensifying his strikes. Yet, to Vegeta, they remained mere pinpricks. Such feeble fists. Why did Kampa choose you to compete? Is this not an insult to the Saiyans? Vegeta, indifferent to Cabba's emotions, continued with his sharp tongue. Are all Saiyans in your 6th universe as weak as you? Mere fodder? Vegeta's taunts escalated, his aura growing fiercely potent, causing Cabba to be sent reeling backward. No, that's not the case. We are not weaklings. Cabba was on the brink of collapse, thoroughly provoked by Vegeta's words. The staggering gap in their powers plunged him deeper into despair. He had come here to bring honor to the Saiyans. Yet he never anticipated encountering a Saiyan from the 7th universe, whose might was so formidable. To his astonishment, Vegeta's power after transformation was beyond comprehension. Not weaklings? Is that all you can say? From your demonstrated abilities, you are even less than worthless. Your existence is a disgrace to the Saiyan name, tarnishing our noble bloodline. Vegeta's words were fierce, showing little regard for Gaby's fragile psyche. Gaby's eyes were already reddened, yet his anger surged with an astonishing velocity. The fury within his pupils seemingly intent on tearing Vegeta apart. You madman, today I will demonstrate whether I am truly worthless. A never-before-experienced aura enveloped Gaby. And at that moment, every cell in his being was infused with an unprecedented power, his blood coursing rapidly, unleashing formidable strength. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta felt a surge of elation within his heart. Chapter 61, the first Super Saiyan of Universe 6 in the audience. Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku exchanged dry smiles at Vegeta's actions. This fellow had taken on the role of a teacher in the arena, deliberately provoking the Saiyans of Universe 6 to ascertain whether they possessed the ability to transform. As Vegeta's closest ally, Son Goku could easily see through his intentions. Indeed, it is as you say. I never anticipated that Vegeta could display such a side. Jiang Xiaofei mused, reflecting on how, as the proud Prince Vegeta, this was the first time he earnestly guided another. Hey, what do you mean by that? Our Vegeta is quite gentle, you know. Bulma retorted with dissatisfaction upon hearing Jiang Xiaofei's remarks, raising her right hand in emphasis. Jiang Xiaofei dared not retort, fearful of being struck down by Bulma. Uncertain of whether Gabe would succeed, he fervently hoped not to disappoint Vegeta's earnest intentions. In truth, Goku was also anticipating Gabe's growth. He would surely achieve it. Even if he faltered initially, mastering the nuances would undoubtedly lead to success. After all, did they not all traverse that very path? Jiang Xiaofei remarked to Goku. Kiki, that sentiment bears wisdom. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Goku firmly believed that diligence would ultimately yield rewards. Indeed, I had asserted that the Saiyans of our 6th universe possess the ability to transform. It appears the forthcoming battles will be increasingly captivating. Kampa, captivated by Gabe, had long since forgotten the recent incident involving Frost. On the arena, Gabe's aura continued to rise, immense energy overwhelming his body, yet the surge felt inexhaustible. Relentlessly striving for greater heights, Vegeta stood proudly, harboring no intention to intervene, as he too awaited Gabe's transformation. Upon seeing Gabe, an inexplicable warmth stirred within Vegeta, especially upon hearing of the Sixth Universe's planet Salad, which touched him profoundly. However, in the Sixth Universe, Scions were a comparatively gentle race, lacking the knowledge to harness their physical abilities. Vegeta sought to provoke Gabe, curious if anger could empower him to transform into a Super Saiyan, just as they had. Evidently, this provocation bore fruit, as Gabe began to progress towards the Super Saiyan state. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, yearning for a miracle to unfold. Yet, at the most critical moment, Gabe's transformation faltered, the shackles unbroken, reverting to his original form. In his gaze lingered a tinge of despondence, but more so, an exuberance. Despite the failure, he seemed to have forged an extraordinary path, one never before attempted by the Scions of the Sixth Universe. When Gabe looked at Vegeta again, the previous animosity and ire had dissipated. He appeared to grasp Vegeta's genuine intentions. Gabe bowed deeply to Vegeta, expressing his apologies and gratitude. Do not become too complacent. You have not yet succeeded. To conquer me is an impossibility. Vegeta crossed his arms, wearing an air of arrogance. Gabe, however, remained unfazed, for he understood that this individual exemplified a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. To undergo transformation, one must experience boundless rage. No one can assist you in this endeavor. Ultimately, you can rely only on yourself, for all else is of no consequence. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Gabe gradually closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sensation of his first transformation. A breathtaking aura emanated from Gabe once more, as the cells within him stirred to life, sending an unceasing flow of power coursing through his veins, infusing his entire being. Accompanied by Gabe's resounding cry, the air around him began to collide, even producing arcs of white lightning. The vibrancy of his cells surged again, and Gabe's hair underwent a transformation as he approached the threshold of his initial barrier. He did not relent. Instead, he continued to harness his fury, allowing the power within him to swell even more fervently. With a thunderous boom, it felt as if something had shattered, and the aura irradiating from Gabe instantly transformed him beyond recognition. Everyone gazing upon Gabe felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Silently repeating the words Super Saiyan, Vegeta couldn't help but smile knowingly. Indeed, after numerous attempts, Gabe had finally succeeded in his transformation. Overwhelmed with joy, Gabe exclaimed to Vegeta, "Master, I did it." Vegeta did not dismiss his accomplishment outright. To him, having such a disciple was quite commendable. Don't get too cocky. You still have a long way to go if you wish to maintain this state for an extended battle. With that, Vegeta unleashed his own transformation into a Super Saiyan, showcasing true mastery. Observing Vegeta's display, Bulma felt an overwhelming admiration for his current charisma. Isn't Vegeta just a tad ostentatious? An out-of-place voice interrupted, causing Bulma to furrow her brow as she glanced at Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong. Jiang Xiaofei felt a chilling sensation, instantly silencing himself. In his heart, he silently recited that a true gentleman should not engage in conflict with a lady. Surely, he could vent his frustrations within his thoughts. I knew it. Our scions from the universe can indeed transform. This time, it has come to fruition. With a proud gleam in his eyes reminiscent of Kampa, he felt quite triumphant. Nevertheless, gratitude must be extended to Vegeta from Universe 7, as Bados interjected. Kampa cast a sidelong glance at Beerus and snorted disdainfully. Why should our scions from Universe 6 express gratitude to them? Well, under the astute guidance of contestant Vegeta, contestant Gabe has also mastered transformation. The referee announced. From my experience and knowledge, it appears that contestant Gabe is indeed the first Super Saiyan from Universe 6. What an esteemed status. Let us extend our congratulations to contestant Gabe, and also express our thanks to contestant Vegeta for his insightful guidance. Upon hearing the referee's words, Kampa's fury ignited. Which fool appointed this referee? Bados had never failed to disappoint Kampa. After all, this was a selection made by you, Lord Kampa. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Kampa sat back down, continuing to savor the delicious food. Now, the match shall proceed. With the referee's command, Gabe, transformed into a Super Saiyan, assumed a battle stance once more. He yearned to ascertain how his strength compared to Vegeta's after his transformation. Chapter 62. Hitmaster Vegeta, I humbly seek your guidance. Gabe unleashed all his might, charging towards Vegeta. Having just learned to transform, you aspire to soar to greatness. You are rather naive. Vegeta observed Gabe rushing towards him, swiftly springing into action himself. In truth, Vegeta was eager to gauge Gabe's current strength. Despite both being Saiyans, there were stark differences in their personalities across the two universes. Would this affect their ability to transform into Super Saiyans? As the two powerful punches collided, the entire arena was enveloped in a golden radiance, with white lightning crackling as waves of energy surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Of course, Vegeta merely chose to block passively, refraining from launching an attack. Otherwise, Gabe would not have been able to endure for such an extended period. Estimating that enough time had elapsed, Vegeta had assessed Gabe's performance post-transformation and deemed it unnecessary to continue the battle. Thus, Vegeta leapt into the air, creating distance between himself and Gabe. Indeed, to sustain such a duration after your first transformation into a Super Saiyan speaks volumes of your innate talent for training. Vegeta gazed at Gabe from a distance, pride swelling within him. Although they had not formally established a master-disciple relationship, Gabe had recognized Vegeta as his mentor, and Vegeta held his student in high regard. Hiki, in comparison to my master, I still have a long way to go. Receiving praise from Vegeta fills Gabe's heart with joy. Humph, at least you possess some self-awareness. As for the Super Saiyan transformation, you are merely at the threshold. A long journey lies ahead. Remember, our Saiyan growth knows no bounds. Vegeta's voice, tinged with sternness, resonates as if he were reprimanding his own disciple. Yes, master. I will strive diligently and one day catch up to you. Gabe reassures himself. No, you must surpass me. Vegeta corrects him. Gabe is taken aback, his confidence wavering. What? Is that not achievable? You must remember, we Saiyans are born with pride and are meant to continually surpass ourselves. Vegeta imparts his philosophy once more. Yes, I will surely surpass Master Vegeta. Gabe clenches his fists, recognizing the immense challenge ahead. Humph, that's more like it. However, I will not allow you to surpass me. A rare, elegant smile graces Vegeta's lips. In that moment, Gabe comprehends that his master has been nurturing his confidence and potential all along, having become a Super Saiyan. He is destined to reach even greater heights. Haha, I never expected Vegeta to take on the role of a master so gracefully. What a rarity. Jiang Xiaofei observes Vegeta on the arena, feeling a sense of contentment. Indeed, it's quite a rarity. Son Wukong remarks, stroking his head as he gazes at his rival. Hey, are you two still going to fight? Xiangpa languidly gazes at the arena, speaking in a languorous tone. Faced with such a master-disciple bond, it is somewhat tedious. Yet, no one pays Xiangpa any mind, leaving him feeling rather disheartened. As a god of destruction, he finds himself in such a predicament. Since you have already mastered the technique of transforming into a Super Saiyan, this battle should come to an end. Vegeta states gravely, focusing on Gabe. Hiki, master. I will not concede easily this time. Gabe exclaims with enthusiasm. Is that so? But this is not entirely up to you. Vegeta, not continuing to take a stance, declares that before concluding, Gabe shall once again experience the might of a Saiyan. Ah, Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, and the surrounding aura surged forth once more. Yet this time it bore a distinct quality. The energy radiating from Vegeta was undeniably potent, yet it exuded a gentler intensity than before. A tempest of energy swept across the entire arena, compelling the transformed Super Saiyan, Gabe, to reflexively shield his eyes with his arm. When Gabe lowered his arm and gazed upon Vegeta again, he beheld a figure ablaze with a pale blue flame, standing resolutely beneath this cerulean silhouette. Gabe felt an overwhelming sense of his own insignificance. Even the audience was taken aback, particularly those from Universe 6, who had not anticipated that the Saiyans could transform consecutively. Hit, too, opened his tightly shut eyes to observe the blue figure, realizing that these Saiyans seemed to grow stronger merely by shouting. It seemed like a pattern had emerged. Was this yet another manifestation of Saiyan transformation? Gabe's eyes brimmed with envy and longing. You have lost. Vegeta's voice reverberated, snapping Gabe back to reality as he realized he had already stepped beyond the ring. Thank you, master. Gabe smiled faintly and bowed once more to Vegeta, preparing to turn away. Remember, the power of the Saiyans is boundless. With diligent effort, you too can reach such heights. Vegeta spoke again. Gabe turned back, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination, a reflection of his fighting spirit. I hope that when we meet again, you will surprise me even more. Vegeta deactivated his transformation, gazing at Gabe. I certainly will. Gabe clenched his fists, a resolute spirit rising within him. Indeed, Vegeta truly steals the spotlight, and he has gained an enthusiastic admirer. Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of joy for both Vegeta and Gabe. Absolutely. They are both remarkable. Son Wukong chimed in with delight. In this match, the contestant from Universe 7, Vegeta, emerges victorious. The referee declared with finality. In the stands of Universe 6, Kampa tugged at his prominently elevated ears, his mood growing increasingly irritable as both matches had ended in defeat for his universe. The sight of Vegeta's ultra-blue form left Kampa astounded. He was particularly sensitive to his pride, especially in the presence of Beerus, whose smug expression he found particularly irksome. Hit. You are next, Kampa commanded, prompting Hit, who had been in deep meditation, to slowly open his eyes. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing atop the arena. The moment Hit entered the fray, an invisible pressure enveloped the arena, casting a shadow of intimidation over the entire stage. Vegeta, observing Hit from across the ring, felt a tightening in his chest. This opponent was undoubtedly a formidable master, stronger than anyone he had faced before. Son Wukong immediately made a judgment. This is their trump card. Jiang Xiaofei felt a tinge of confusion. The usual sequence should have been Vegeta, followed by Cabba, and finally Hit. However, after Vegeta's victory over Frost, the order of appearances seemed to have shifted once more. Could it be that in this Dragon Ball universe he inhabited, Vegeta was stronger than Hit? Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, swiftly dismissing the thought. In this match, the contestants were Hit from Universe 6 and Vegeta from Universe 7. With the clang of the gong, the fierce battle commenced anew. Chapter 63, Vegeta's utter helplessness faced with Hit, Vegeta dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, fully aware that he must be on high alert against an opponent like Hit. Although the two had yet to officially engage, Vegeta sensed an immense pressure emanating from Hit. His eyes never left Hit, and his body remained in a state of heightened vigilance. Battles between formidable foes were always like this. One moment of carelessness could lead to defeat. Now turning to Hit's posture, both hands tightly clenched and forearms slightly bent, he presented a stance ready for combat. Such a simple gesture revealed no vulnerabilities, which was one of the reasons why Vegeta regarded Hit with such apprehension. This fellow is indeed remarkable. Observing Hit on the arena, Jiang Xiaofei offered a succinct assessment. Indeed, his defense is impenetrable. Son Wukong narrowed his eyes, assuming a serious demeanor. It appears that Vegeta is in peril this time. Jiang Xiaofei spoke the truth, only to be met with Bulma's disapproving glance from a distance. Nonetheless, her grip tightened slightly. Though Bulma was not a warrior, she could discern the atmosphere on the stage. It was evident that Vegeta was far more serious and meticulous than before. Both combatants hesitated to strike, waiting for the other, as it seemed that whoever acted first would be more prone to making a mistake. Son Wukong added, "You are right. However, judging by their performances, Vegeta appears to be at a disadvantage." Jiang Xiaofei continued. From a psychological standpoint, Vegeta clearly does not match Hit. Although he is a tenacious and unyielding warrior, he is still somewhat outmatched against a killer like Hit. Do you really have such little faith in Vegeta? Bulma stood up, beginning to defend him. It's not a matter of lack of faith. It's just that achieving victory against an opponent like Hit is exceedingly challenging. Jiang Xiaofei reiterated his explanation. Whoosh. Bang. Vegeta could no longer contain himself, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Hit. For an ordinary individual, facing Vegeta's onslaught would undoubtedly incite panic. However, standing before Vegeta was Hit. From Hit's expression, there was no sign of trepidation. Even as Vegeta's fist approached, it failed to elicit any reaction from Hit. This alone attests to his prowess as a top-tier assassin. To the onlookers, it seemed impossible for Hit to evade Vegeta's heavy strike this time. Yet, in the next moment, all were left agape. Even Jiang Xiaofei, who was aware of the unfolding narrative, widened his eyes in disbelief. Vegeta's attack proved futile. Instead, Hit's right index finger made contact just beneath Vegeta's nose, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the bewildered Vegeta flying. Hit's hand returned to its original position, and this singular, effortless motion astonished everyone. I could hardly discern how he executed it. Son Wukong, astonished by Hit's maneuver, sought to comprehend the intricacies of Hit's technique through his own eyes. However, discerning the subtleties of his movements was nearly impossible. Jiang Xiaofei concluded that to withstand such an assault, one must learn to anticipate, predicting Hit's next action in an instant, a critical juncture indeed. Anticipating the opponent's moves, Son Wukong suddenly understood. Yet, while this notion seemed straightforward, its actual execution proved to be an entirely different endeavor. After all, the opponent was the premier assassin of Universe 6. If one could react and counter his moves in mere moments, that title would surely be undeserved. Vegeta, sprawled on the arena floor, gazed incredulously at Hit, feeling a searing pain radiate from beneath his upper lip and nose. Yet, he remained unable to accept the reality of being struck down by Hit, as he had not even glimpsed how Hit had launched his attack. Rising from the arena, Vegeta regarded Hit with increased caution, making adjustments to his combat strategy. As he launched himself into another assault, his speed intensified, aiming to surpass Hit's velocity. However, despair struck anew, just as Vegeta was about to make contact with Hit. He was struck on the forehead once more, sent reeling backward. "Surrender. You are no match for me." The chilling voice of Hit reached Vegeta's ears, laced with a mockery that pierced through him. Vegeta, with his teeth clenched, could never concede as the proud prince of the Saiyans. Observing Vegeta's unwavering spirit, Hit lowered his raised hands and casually slipped them into his pockets. The scene before him seemed to push Vegeta to the brink of madness, as Hit's demeanor unmistakably conveyed disdain. With a fierce roar, Vegeta's aura surged once more, propelling him into a reckless charge. He unleashed a flurry of attacks. Yet each punch seemed futile. Despite his speed, Hit effortlessly evaded. Hit retaliated with what appeared to be a simple punch, striking Vegeta squarely. Instinctively, Vegeta executed a series of flips, creating distance between them. In the midst of Hit's assault, Vegeta sensed a peculiar pause within his own body, though he could not fathom the cause. This phenomenon was known as the time skip ability, allowing Hit to halt time for a mere 0.1 seconds, during which he executed precise counterattacks. Observing the one-sided battle from the sidelines, the King of the Galaxy spoke up. Goku, too, was acutely aware of the unfolding situation, as the expressions of those around him grew grave. To halt time, even for a fleeting moment, could shift the tides entirely for an assassin. "It seems you were right. To thwart him, one must anticipate his actions a mere 0.1 seconds ahead," Goku remarked to Jiang Xiaofei. "Let us hope for the best." However, "It appears Vegeta may no longer have such an opportunity," Jiang Xiaofei replied, surveying the dire circumstances on the arena. Under the relentless barrage from Hit, Vegeta was already gasping for breath, yet he still struggled to perceive Hit's movements. It must come to an end. Hit's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear, his fist crashing into Vegeta's abdomen with tremendous force, sending him sprawling onto the arena floor, trembling until he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Hey, referee. Isn't there a rule against killing in the arena?" Hit reminded the referee, who had been momentarily stunned by the turn of events. Chapter 64. Goku's battle against Hit. Only then did the referee regain composure, raising the microphone high. "In this match, the contestant from Universe 6, Hit, emerges victorious. Haha. Truly, Hit is the premier assassin of our Universe 6. What of the Super Saiyan? What of transformation? They remain no match for Hit," Compa declared with a smug expression, casting a glance at Beerus. While Beerus felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the clash between Vegeta and Hit, there was little he could alter. In the face of Xiangpa's taunts, Beerus chose to remain indifferent, although Xiangpa felt a tinge of disappointment at Beerus's disregard. The sight of Hit still standing resolutely in the arena made him confident that the Earth of Universe 7 was already within his grasp. "Haha, Beerus. Why not concede defeat and hand over the Earth to me? It would save you from further embarrassment," Xiangpa retorted, inflicting verbal wounds once more. "Humph. Do you truly believe he is invincible?" Beerus could no longer contain himself, narrowing his eyes as he glared at Xiangpa. "At present, it appears so." Xiangpa's spirits soared again, relishing the prospect of finally avenging himself against Beerus. "Surely you do not believe anyone can breach Hit's time-skip technique? Is that so difficult? Goku, show him how it's done." Beerus commanded Goku, directing a steely gaze at Xiangpa. Goku, brimming with excitement, relished the idea of battling a formidable opponent. After witnessing Hit's clash with Vegeta, he had been itching for action. Alas, hasn't he already been eliminated? Why must he step back onto the stage? "Beerus, do not disrupt the rules." Xiangpa felt a pang of anxiety as he observed Goku. He even entertained doubts about whether Goku could truly counter Hit's time skip. "It was your universe that first broke the rules. Naturally, he can continue to fight," Beerus clarified. "Humph. If you possess the ability, then demonstrate it." Xiangpa glanced between Hit and Goku, his skepticism growing. Goku collided his fists together a few times, leaped into the air, and landed on the stage with a beaming smile directed at Hit. Vegeta struggled to rise, passing by Goku. "Do you have any good advice?" Goku inquired. "None." Vegeta replied tersely, his mood visibly dimmed, before retreating to the audience. "Truly indifferent," Goku remarked, officially facing off against Hit. In the audience, Jiang Xiaofei offered a few simple words of comfort to Vegeta, but their impact was minimal. You are strong. This was Goku's assessment of Hit. In response, Hit maintained his icy demeanor, fists clenched tightly before him, ready for combat. Hee. Then let us engage in a thrilling battle. Goku, eager for action, exclaimed. With a mighty roar, Goku drew the surrounding energy towards him, a soft blue glow enveloping him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan Blue once more. Yet, this still failed to evoke any emotion from Hit. Son Wukong was the first to strike, unleashing a ferocious whirlwind of punches aimed at Hit, seeking an instant kill. Undoubtedly, Son Wukong had endured what Vegeta had experienced. At the moment of their impending clash, he too was sent flying by Hit's time-skip technique. However, Son Wukong did not relent. His figure surged forward once more. It must be said, in terms of resilience, Son Wukong indeed surpassed Vegeta. Yet, the onlookers from Universe 7, witnessing this somewhat suffocating battle, had all but lost hope. Heh. It seems your predictions, Beerus, might not come to pass. Champa appeared to sense the dawn of victory. Do not jump to conclusions until the final moment. Beerus replied nonchalantly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Son Wukong. Oh, still holding on to the hope for a miracle, are we? Champa turned to look at Hit on the arena, his expression brimming with anger. Hit, swiftly dispose of this bothersome scion. Hit glanced upwards at Champa, then back at Son Wukong. It appears our game is nearing its conclusion. Haha, is that so? I feel as though it has only just begun. Son Wukong's face radiated excitement as an idea sparked within him. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he charged towards Hit once more. To the spectators, this attack seemed no different from his previous attempts. Hit appeared to handle it effortlessly, his expression reflecting victory, particularly on Champa's face. However, in the next moment, silence enveloped everyone once again. On the arena, Son Wukong used his elbow to block Hit's punch, while his other hand transformed into a fist, striking Hit's abdomen with tremendous force. This blow caused Hit to wince in pain. The faces of everyone were filled with disbelief. Even Hit looked astonished, while Champa, who thought victory was within reach, began to sweat profusely. How is this possible? How did he manage that? Such questions echoed in the minds of all. Haha. So, what do you think? I told you the battle had just begun. Now you believe me, right? Son Wukong beamed with joy at having blocked Hit's attack. Indeed. He is more formidable than I had anticipated, but this must be mere coincidence. Hit could hardly believe the spectacle before him. He felt compelled to attempt once more. Thus, he deliberately distanced himself from Son Wukong, taking the initiative to strike. He unleashed his time-skip technique again, yet the outcome mirrored the previous encounter. Son Wukong effortlessly thwarted Hit's assault and countered with remarkable precision. Hit's body was sent hurtling backward, but instead of despair, a fervent fighting spirit ignited within him. In Universe 6, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of overcoming his time skip, but today he had met such an opponent. The once dormant heart within him stirred with renewed vigor, even kindling a desire for greater strength. You are impressive, but defeating me will still prove quite challenging. Hit conceded after enduring several setbacks against Son Wukong. Emulating Son Wukong and Vegeta, Hit let out a fierce battle cry. Everyone anticipated that Hit would transform. Yet after his shout, he exhibited little change. The two combatants clashed once more, exchanging blows with neither side gaining a definitive advantage. However, the spectators remained keenly observant. As the battle wore on, it appeared that Son Wukong began to falter. With a resounding thud, another powerful punch landed. And this time Son Wukong was unable to withstand Hit's onslaught. I never expected you to be holding back. A stabilized Son Wukong remarked, his expression brimming with anticipation. No. I have merely grown stronger while fighting you, declared Hit, his voice not loud, but resonating clearly with all present. Grow? Son Wukong pondered, somewhat perplexed. Yes, growth. Unlike you Scions, I cannot continuously elevate myself through battle or harness rage to transform. However, I can achieve remarkable growth in a short span of time, Hit elucidated. Oh, is this truly the Hit I know? He is capable of speaking so much. The Universe 6 champion, Kappa, marveled at Hit's newfound eloquence, his pride evident in both his words and demeanor. That sounds quite impressive, Son Wukong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. This is the kind of battle I strive for. With renewed vigor, Son Wukong surged forward, the blue flames of his aura elevating his spirits. He charged toward Hit, who remained vigilant, fully aware of the necessity to maintain utmost alertness. This was not merely instinct as an assassin, it stemmed from an insatiable curiosity towards Son Wukong. While Hit could grow, Son Wukong was undoubtedly a prodigy in battle, adept at swiftly identifying weaknesses and devising countermeasures. With a thunderous clash, their fists met, unleashing a colossal shockwave that sent the nearby referee tumbling and even sent ripples across the protective barrier. It seems your growth continues. In the moment when Sun Wukong confronted Hit, he could distinctly sense the terrifying pressure emanating from Hit, which continued to intensify. Indeed, it is evident that victory in this battle eludes you. Hit, unfazed, responded, "Oh, that only heightens my anticipation." In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows hundreds of times. Bang! Another resounding impact echoed as Sun Wukong was once again sent flying by Hit. What just transpired? I distinctly felt the sensation of time standing still. In the audience, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Hit on the arena. Is this the result of that fellow's growth? Vegeta lowered his hands, his tightly clenched fist reflecting an insatiable desire to grow stronger. Although he is powerful now, it seems that both combatants on the stage surpass him, and the presence of Jiang Xiaofei beside him is an unbearable affront to his pride. One day, you shall all find yourselves unworthy adversaries. Jiang Xiaofei seemed to grasp what Vegeta was saying. He merely pressed his fingers against his brow and continued to focus on the match. Hiki, it appears your time skip technique has indeed been extended. Sun Wukong showed no signs of surprise. Indeed, throughout this journey of growth, I have enhanced my time skip from 1 seconds to 2 seconds. Should I reach 5 seconds, you would undoubtedly stand no chance against me, no matter how formidable your strength may be. It remained calm. Yet the fervent battle spirit in his eyes was difficult to conceal. Before encountering you, I had never contemplated this dilemma. In my universe, I never needed to resort to such methods to vanquish my foes, yet you are different. Although I cannot wield lethal techniques against you, I must still employ this strategy if I wish to achieve victory. I am rather looking forward to seeing you grow to 5 seconds. However, my body seems to be nearing its limits. Sun Wukong touched his numerous wounds, all of which were the result of Hit's time skip prowess. Since you are exerting yourself so diligently, I too must demonstrate my capabilities. Sun Wukong stretched his body, easing it into a relaxed state. This was originally a technique prepared by myself and my companions to confront Lord Beerus, yet it has never been realized until now. It seems today I will first seek your guidance. As Sun Wukong spoke, he cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei before turning his attention back to Hit. With a mighty shout from Sun Wukong, a crimson aura gradually manifested above the blue energy enveloping him. The red flames blazed fiercely, illuminating the faces of all present. And in that moment, Sun Wukong's power surged forth. What is this? The Kaioken. Among the audience, those familiar with Sun Wukong understood precisely what he was doing. Yet they were left in disbelief. The Super Saiyan Blue already possessed the strength of a Super Saiyan God, which was an unparalleled force in itself, however. The fact that Sun Wukong could integrate the Kaioken into this was an act of sheer madness. Feeling the power radiating from Sun Wukong, Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. That bastard, secretly honing such an ability behind my back. You can't possibly be unaware. Vegeta turned his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei awkwardly scratched his head, his actions speaking volumes. Two scoundrels. You. Alas. Jiang Xiaofei felt aggrieved, yet found himself at a loss for words. Hit. Take advantage of his transformation and swiftly deal with him. Do not dawdle. Xiangpa from the 6th universe grew anxious. The power emanating from Sun Wukong instilled within him a sense of impending crisis. It glanced at Xiangpa, then at Sun Wukong, raising his fists high as if preparing to strike. Yes. Act quickly. Xiangpa urged once more. However, in the next moment, Hit retracted his movements, quietly awaiting the arrival of Sun Wukong's Kaioken. Witnessing Hit's defiance of orders, Xiangpa felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate him. 1 times. 2 times. Krillin silently began to count the multipliers of Sun Wukong's Kaioken. No, it's 10 times Kaioken. The red aura surrounding Sun Wukong's blue flame surged, enveloping the arena in an instant, the formidable power crashing forth. This fellow, he has truly succeeded. Everyone let out a sigh of relief for Sun Wukong. After a long wait, Hit, I hope you do not disappoint me. Hit readied himself for battle, eager to witness just how formidable Sun Wukong was beneath the tenfold Kaioken. However, just as Hit assumed his stance, he sensed a powerful energy wave behind him. Before he could activate his instant transmission, he was struck from behind by Sun Wukong. The blue flame, carrying the red aura, pierced through the arena like a sword, and no matter how Hit tried to evade, he would be hit. At that moment, Hit's instant transmission also lost its effectiveness. Is this what power suppression feels like? Hit murmured. Hey, Hit, unleash your full strength. I cannot maintain this form for long. I hope we can have a thrilling battle. Sun Wukong was straightforward, observing this pure warrior of intertwining red and blue. Hit felt a genuine desire to engage in combat for the first time. Chapter 66, Instant Kill. Faced with Sun Wukong's relentless assaults, Hit let out another roar as purple energy surged, causing his aura to swell once more. The 0.2-second instant transmission is of no use to you now, but I can still continue to grow. Hit stood with a fierce determination. Kiki, I look forward to your growth. Sun Wukong, enveloped in the red and blue energy, brimmed with fighting spirit. It was unexpected that Hit could endure for so long under Sun Wukong's onslaught, and it seemed he could continue to grow. This was not good news for Sun Wukong. Clin felt a twinge of concern. He initially believed that with the enhancement of the Kaioken, Sun Wukong would secure victory. However, it now seemed that uncertainty loomed large. What was most worrisome was the aftereffects of the Kaioken on Sun Wukong. He feared that he might not be able to endure for long. Jiang Xiaofei brought forth an even more critical issue. If Sun Wukong were to fail, there would be no one left on our side but you. Can you feel the immense pressure bearing down? Vegeta jested. Pressure? Nonsense. Even if Sun Wukong cannot triumph over Hit, it is unlikely that Hit will have much stamina left. Defeating him should not pose a significant challenge. Jiang Xiaofei's words. The clouds are light and the wind is gentle, indeed reflect a certain prowess. While this statement holds some truth, there remains one individual yet to take the stage. Vegeta cast a glance at the imposing figure of the giant from Universe 6, resembling a metal barrel. He might not even possess strength exceeding yours. What do you mean by that? The proud Vegeta bristled at the remark. It's nothing. Just focus on the match. One day, I shall surpass all of you. Upon the arena, the sacred clash of red and blue energies intertwined with the enigmatic purple aura, causing the once sturdy platform to become utterly ravaged by the ferocity of the battle. What a thrill! Goku, whose body had begun to operate beyond its limits, distanced himself once again from Hit. It seems this contest is nearing its conclusion. Goku's voice carried a hint of regret, and even Hit nodded in agreement. Although you have gained the upper hand this time, I firmly believe I can defeat you next, Goku declared as he leaped down from the platform. I shall not yield easily either, Hit called after Goku's retreating figure. I am already looking forward to our next encounter. Goku waved his hand. Returning to the audience, a sudden, intense pain coursed through his body, a remnant of the King's fist technique. The exhilaration of battle is fleeting. My body is bound for the crematorium, Jiang Xiaofei remarked, observing Goku's disheveled state with a playful tone. Still throwing around quips, you're next, Goku retorted. Alas, there is no choice. If you cannot win, I must resolve this predicament myself. When did you become so narcissistic? Vegeta scoffed. This is not narcissism, it is confidence. Jiang Xiaofei declared proudly, chest out, just watch how I dominate the arena. Without waiting for anyone to respond, Jiang Xiaofei vanished from the crowd's side and descended to the stage. Do you think he can best Hit? That should be manageable. It appears we must intensify our training. More and more individuals have surpassed us. Goku reflected, observing the two formidable figures on the platform. Hit studied the composed Jiang Xiaofei, and as an assassin himself, he felt a twinge of admiration. The aura emanating from Jiang Xiaofei was evidently weaker than Goku's, yet his countenance radiated tranquility. The match between Hit of Universe 6 and Jiang Xiaofei of Universe 7 has commenced. At the referee's signal, the two combatants instantly entered a state of battle. Hit, give him a thorough lesson. Zampa's voice echoed once more. Whenever he sees Jiang Xiaofei, Zampa is inexplicably irked. Lord Zampa, you are being a bit excessive. Bardos voiced her discontent regarding Zampa's behavior. This is a competition. I naturally wish to express my stance. Furthermore, shelve your infatuation for the moment. Should he be brought to tears by Hit, do not allow your anger to surface. Kompa seems quite confident in Hit, does he not? Have you forgotten what Beerus stated? Jiang Xiaofei is indeed the god of destruction's candidate. Bardos harbors immense trust in Jiang Xiaofei. What significance does being a candidate for the god of destruction hold? In the presence of Hit, it remains utterly trivial. Kompa turned away, refusing to engage with a woman ensnared by love. HM, are you not a scion? There is not a trace of the essence shared by Son Goku and Vegeta emanating from Jiang Xiaofei. Indeed, I am merely an ordinary individual from Earth. Today, I fight for the planet, for the 7th universe. Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed with fervor, adopting a battle stance. Having learned from Son Goku's experiences, he would never underestimate any opponent. And he always sensed an elusive quality about Jiang Xiaofei. Without a moment's hesitation, Hit lunged at Jiang Xiaofei, executing a lethal strike, his time-skip technique activated instantaneously. As his fist hurtled toward Jiang Xiaofei's visage, bang! Hit's expression shifted slightly, for just as his fist was about to connect with Jiang Xiaofei's face, Jiang Xiaofei stepped back and deftly used his elbow to deflect the blow. How is this possible? You can move freely. Hit found this hard to believe. While Son Goku's ability to anticipate his moves fell within the realm of normalcy, Jiang Xiaofei before him could seemingly move freely within his own time. Nothing is impossible. Once you learn to surrender your body to instinct in battle, perhaps you will come to understand this truth. Jiang Xiaofei did not perceive this as a significant matter. As Jiang Xiaofei spoke, a white aura gradually emanated from him, ethereal and dreamlike, imbuing the atmosphere with a sense of the divine. This aura conveyed an insurmountable presence, as if he had already brushed the realm of the divine. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, the assassin Hit felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. While he could still contend with Sun Wukong, facing Jiang Xiaofei rendered all his tactics seemingly ineffective. Reluctant to succumb, Hit charged at Jiang Xiaofei once more, this time abandoning any pretense of caution, unleashing all his might. He sensed that if he continued along this path, his defeat was inevitable. Jiang Xiaofei closed his eyes, surrendering entirely to the instincts of his body. His breath allowed him to acutely perceive every fluctuation in his surroundings, with each movement of Shi Te resonating within every cell of Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei swiftly unleashed a punch, as if the very fabric of space had been delicately torn. Boom! Its figure was sent flying, crashing directly against the barrier, his consciousness gradually fading. Chapter 67. Xiangpa's Target, the Supreme Self-Understanding Technique. Never did I anticipate that within such a brief span, this individual would have evolved to such an extent. Xiangpa abruptly rose, gazing at the still towering figure on the arena, his words tinged with a hint of solemnity. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaofei employ the Supreme Self-Understanding Technique, Xiangpa realized that victory was unattainable in this battle. Nevertheless, the thought of letting Jiang Xiaofei off so easily stirred a persistent frustration within him. One may lose a match, but this indignation must be addressed. Hey, Beerus, have you not violated the rules? Xiangpa directed his weapon towards the god of destruction of Universe 7. Xiangpa, are you plotting something again? Beerus had tolerated Xiangpa for quite some time, yet this only fueled Xiangpa's defiance. Plotting something? I dare say it is you who is instigating trouble. Xiangpa retorted, clearly agitated. That fellow, he has already brushed against the realm of a god of destruction. Why permit him to enter the fray? Xiangpa pointed furiously at Jiang Xiaofei on the arena. Everyone, including the deities, was taken aback by Xiangpa's proclamation. What? This individual has ascended to such heights? Vegeta clenched his fists, his inner discontent reignited. He has merely grazed the surface. He is not truly a god of destruction. Beerus attempted to clarify. Yet he is a candidate for the position of god of destruction, and allowing such a person to compete disrupts the balance of the match. Xiangpa remained resolute. Disrupting the balance of the match? Xiangpa, it seems you are merely nitpicking, truly seeking conflict. Beerus's eyes sparkled with cold intensity as he advanced towards Xiangpa, unyielding. Xiangpa's bulky form soared into the sky, and above the nameless star, the two gods of destruction from opposing universes resumed their extraordinary exchange. Xiangpa, this match was proposed by you. Now that you see defeat on the horizon, you wish to resort to deceit. Beerus boldly exposed Xiangpa's intentions. Defeat? Do you truly believe I fear you? We have yet to reveal our final contestant. On what grounds do you assume our loss? Xiangpa declared, refusing to concede. Since you are unafraid of losing, simply send your last contestant into the arena. Why come here to stir trouble? As two deities of destruction engaged in verbal hostilities, their limbs were far from idle, as an intense battle unfolded above the nameless star. Were it not for the protective barriers set by Whis and Beerus, it is likely that all present, including the Supreme Kai, would have suffered dire consequences. The rampant energy of annihilation enveloped the once tranquil nameless star beneath the overwhelming might of the two formidable gods. Standing on the stage, Jiang Xiaofei gazed at the clash between the two deities, feeling somewhat bewildered, yet he could not shake the impression that Kampa's actions seemed directed against him. My lords, continuing this conflict will yield no resolution. Whis and Beerus interjected, attempting to halt the tumultuous skirmish. Stand aside. Today, I shall show this slender monkey what it means to bask in the sun. Kampa's fury remained unabated. You, A bloated pig? Dare to bellow before me? Have you any sense of your own strength? Beerus retorted, brandishing his claws. Very well, my lords. If this continues, we risk waiting an eternity for a conclusion. Perhaps we should resolve this in the simplest manner, suggested Beerus, offering a pragmatic proposal. The two deities turned their gaze towards Beerus. Why not settle it with a game of rock, paper, scissors? It is indeed a method that is both peaceful and expedient. Beerus could not help but boast. Truly, I am an angel blessed with both beauty and wisdom. Agreed. If I lose, this match will be counted as a victory for your seventh universe. If I win, I demand to face that fellow in combat. I wish to see just how formidable your successor really is, Kampa declared. Beerus pondered for a moment and replied, Fine. Just to not shed any tears afterward. Humph. Cry? Spare me the nonsense. Let us begin. Kampa was already eager to teach Jiang Xiaofei a lesson. Rock, paper, scissors. Aha. I win. Beerus, now witness how I shall torment him. Kampa laughed heartily, vanishing from sight, only to reappear on the stage. Hey, Whis, reinforce the barrier. Do not let this fellow escape. Kampa commanded Whis. With a furrowed brow, Whis expressed concern for Jiang Xiaofei, yet he discerned no trace of panic on the latter's face. Lord Kampa, as a deity of destruction, is it not somewhat inappropriate to strike at beings from other universes? Whis inquired. Whis, we had already reached an agreement. Your current objections are quite embarrassing for me. Kampa responded, somewhat at a loss for words. Lord Kampa's dignity has long been lost, has it not? Whis continued, wishing to elaborate further. It matters not. I willingly accept the challenge against Lord Kampa, though I hope he will show some mercy, Jiang Xiaofei interjected. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his thoughts. In truth, he was well aware that he still fell short of the Destroyer God, yet with the system at his disposal, there existed a possibility for him to turn the tide. If he could attain the critical point of the Destroyer God, it would undoubtedly yield a tremendous enhancement. The audience in the seventh universe erupted in excitement. Has Jiang Xiaofei lost his mind? He dares to challenge the Destroyer God. Goodness, this fellow is indeed fearless. Humph. He is not the only one of his kind. Whis stood ready to assist at any moment. Although Beerus harbored some confidence in Jiang Xiaofei, he still heeded Whis's counsel. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei is not as fragile as we imagine. Hey, did you all hear that? He proposed this himself. Do not worry. I shall treat you well. Kampa's mood instantly brightened. Since he had come willingly, he should not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Very well. In that case, I hope you all know your limits. Beerus ceased to dissuade him. Leaving the arena, Beerus kept a vigilant eye on the match from the audience, prepared to intervene should Jiang Xiaofei find himself in peril. Lord Kampa, there is something I do not quite understand. Jiang Xiaofei addressed Kampa. What is it? Kampa inquired. Gazing at Jiang Xiaofei, it is just that I often sense, after our meeting, you have been somewhat intentionally targeting me. Jiang Xiaofei voiced his thoughts. Targeting you? Are you perhaps overestimating yourself? At that moment, Kampa could not concede this point. As a Destroyer God, how could he possibly target someone of your stature? Referee, why have you not announced the commencement of the match? Kampa swiftly diverted the conversation, thinking, targeting you? So what? Today, you will learn that I, Kampa, am not to be trifled with. Chapter 68, Jiang Xiaofei versus Kampa. The match began. At the referee's command, Kampa's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before Jiang Xiaofei. Boom. A swift and decisive punch struck Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen. Without any form of defense, Jiang Xiaofei was sent flying amidst Kampa's bizarre exclamation. This Kampa is somewhat unscrupulous. Sun Wukong remarked naively, observing the scene on the arena. What did you say? Be careful, or I shall obliterate you. Kampa angrily pointed at Sun Wukong, his face contorted with rage. Hey, Kampa, you had better fight fairly and not resort to such petty tricks. Beerus cautioned as well. Lord Kampa, your actions truly tarnish the dignity of the Destroyer God. The gentle voice of Vados chimed in. Faced with the scrutiny and criticism of all, Kampa felt as though he were the one being targeted, and by everyone at that. A sense of grievance welled up within him, as he cast an increasingly furious glare at Jiang Xiaofei. I am indeed the god of destruction. How could I resort to such despicable means? All of this is your doing. Today, I shall make you understand that the majesty of the god of destruction is not to be trifled with. An uncontainable fury surged around Xiang Pa, emanating the aura of destruction, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and reveal faint fissures. The arena, too, began to disintegrate under the sheer force of this unadulterated essence of annihilation. Stabilizing his form, Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Xiang Pa in the distance, his heart a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, A jarring voice echoed within Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a divine critical point. You have obtained the power of destruction. Huh? Jiang Xiaofei felt perplexed. In the past, after being struck by formidable power, he received critical points. Now, he had attained a certain power instead. Had the system undergone some form of evolution or enhancement? Yet, in that moment, he could afford no time for contemplation. For he was facing the god of destruction from the sixth universe. Jiang Xiaofei held his breath, his entire being enveloped in a sacred white aura. A manifestation of the supreme skill of Zizai Gong. The radiant white flame entwined with the destructive energy emanating from Xiang Pa, creating an even more resplendent display of sparks upon the arena. Jiang Xiaofei cleared his mind, entering a state of self-forgetfulness, surrendering his body entirely to instinct. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, Xiang Pa narrowed his eyes slightly. It was this very power that Jiang Xiaofei had wielded to vanquish Sight. And now he intended to confront him again. Humph. To think that with such mere techniques, one could hope to defeat me is utterly inconceivable. Jiang Xiaofei's eyes, radiating a luminous white light, gazed at Xiang Pa, who was enveloped in an aura of destruction, responding with his actions. The astonishing speed he exhibited left everyone present in awe, for the strength Jiang Xiaofei displayed now surpassed even that of his battle against Zit. A powerful gale, imbued with a sacred white hue, surged forth, and Xiang Pa immediately countered. A fist capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet confronted Jiang Xiaofei head-on. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided, unleashing a ferocious shockwave. The energies from this encounter exhibited signs of annihilation. The violent impact rendered the arena incapable of withstanding the force, with most of the area reduced to mere rubble. The referee, witnessing the spectacle and feeling the overwhelming force, trembled in fear. At the moment of contact between their fists, two figures, one white and one purple, swiftly retreated, re-establishing their distance. This collision retained an essence of experimentation. As Xiang Pa felt the pain radiating from his fist, disbelief filled his heart. During their initial clash, he had not experienced such a sensation. Yet now, even as the god of destruction, faced with Jiang Xiaofei in a state of supreme mastery, he found himself compelled to exert every ounce of his strength. Jiang Xiaofei was equally astonished. After acquiring the power of destruction, he endeavored to integrate this formidable force into his combat techniques. However, in comparison to the sheer destructive might of the god of destruction, there appeared to be a significant disparity. With a thunderous roar, the aura surrounding Xiang Pa surged once more, shattering the barrier, which had succumbed to the overwhelming power of destruction. The unleashed energy surged toward the audience of the two vast universes, prompting Whis and Beerus to swiftly wield their staffs, erecting a more robust defensive barrier around them. The destructive force spread across the nameless star, and under the immense divine energy, the already fractured realm was further ravaged. Lord Xiang Pa, your temper is indeed excessive, Beerus exclaimed, his staff swaying slightly as a luminous shield began to rise at the edge of the arena, counterbalancing the energy erupting from Xiang Pa, enveloping the arena once more in a protective barrier. Sensing the destructive energy emanating from Xiang Pa, Jiang Xiaofei remained steadfast, an undercurrent of exhilaration coursing through him. A faint urgency pulsed from every cell, as if yearning to collide once more with this formidable force. Following the instinctual reactions of his body, the white aura around Jiang Xiaofei surged dramatically. In the next moment, two incredibly swift figures clashed once again. They darted across the arena at a speed so great that the naked eye could scarcely perceive their movements. Only the cacophony of fierce combat and the flashes of lightning born from their clashes could be heard. I never anticipated he would grow to such an extent. With his keen senses, Sun Wukong could perceive the fierce battle between the two figures. Consequently, he could not help but marvel at Jiang Xiaofei's rapid development. The boy who once sought a master had long since surpassed both of us. Vegeta, too, had to concede that he and Kakarot were no longer a match for Jiang Xiaofei. Haha, now this is intriguing. If he can grow stronger, then surely we can as well. Sun Wukong's expression was devoid of despair or uncertainty, filled instead with a fervent desire for power and pursuit of strength. Indeed, as proud scions, we shall always strive forward. One day we shall undoubtedly surpass him. Vegeta radiated a fierce and indomitable spirit, for he had always been a person who refused to yield. Bang, bang, bang. The arena reverberated with increasingly intense and terrifying sounds of collision, as two figures manifested in every corner of the luminous barrier. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Xiaofei and Xiang Pa had engaged in countless clashes, each impact unleashing cataclysmic power. The white and purple energies separated once more, their distinct layers clashing violently atop the arena, still brimming with residual force. Xiangpa felt a twinge of frustration. During his battle with Jiang Xiaofei, he could distinctly sense that Jiang Xiaofei resembled an unyielding wolf, relentlessly scrutinizing every subtle movement he made. Even more aggravating was the fact that the power emanating from Jiang Xiaofei's white form did not wane with the passage of time. Rather, it intensified, making it increasingly arduous for him to withstand. Xiangpa's pupils dilated as the destructive force swirled within his violet gaze, striving to pierce the veil of the warrior from the seventh universe before him. Yet, the more he attempted to comprehend, the more he was enveloped by an unfathomable strength. When had the seventh universe birthed such a formidable individual? Was he perhaps nurtured by Beerus himself? Doubts plagued Xiangpa's mind. Could he genuinely be the next destroyer god? Only a destroyer god could contend with another destroyer god, rendering Xiangpa's skepticism entirely reasonable. I care not what abilities you possess today. You shall lose this battle. Xiangpa's icy voice echoed in Jiang Xiaofei's mind, an undeniable and unyielding command. In response, Jiang Xiaofei's aura surged even higher throughout the confrontation with Xiangpa. His physical prowess had grown more formidable, now comparable to that of a destroyer god. Thus, the power Xiangpa unleashed was insufficient to inflict any harm upon him. Moreover, as the battle progressed, Jiang Xiaofei acutely felt that the critical points he was gaining from Xiangpa were dwindling, indicating that the gap between them was narrowing, while he grew ever stronger. Conversely, Xiangpa increasingly found himself outmatched. Each engagement allowed Jiang Xiaofei to transcend his limits and surpass his previous self. Observing the rising white flames surrounding Jiang Xiaofei, Xiangpa refused to concede defeat and summoned every ounce of destroyer god power within him. To him, this was no mere arena battle, it was a struggle to uphold his dignity. He, the destroyer god of the sixth universe, would today wield his strength to defend his honor. Jiang Xiaofei and Kampa moved in unison, their fleeting shadows dissolving amidst the clash of two colossal energies. The terrifying sound of their collision reverberated throughout the space, while the sparks ignited by the impact illuminated the pitch-black world, flickering across the faces of all present. These two individuals truly exhibited an unwavering tenacity, Beerus remarked languidly. For him, the outcome of the battle had become inconsequential. He had witnessed Jiang Xiaofei's prowess, which was more than sufficient to designate him as the god of destruction for the seventh universe. Moreover, aside from Jiang Xiaofei, there were two other promising talents. Beerus glanced at Son Goku and Vegeta, who stood not far away. He felt a sense of relief that he had not obliterated Earth at the first opportunity. Otherwise, he might have faced an even more formidable opponent. Contemplating this, Beerus shook his head, astonished that such thoughts could arise within a god of destruction. Hey, watching the exhilarating battle on the arena, Son Goku's enthusiasm was completely ignited, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to train. Humph, Kakarot, mind your surroundings. Vegeta admonished Son Goku. In truth, he too yearned for swift training, however. As the Prince of the Scions, he felt compelled to uphold his dignity. Vegeta's gaze shifted once more to the two rapidly moving figures on the arena. Enveloped in the aura of destruction, Kampa's mood gradually soured. Confronted by the seemingly indomitable Jiang Xiaofei, Kampa truly wished to obliterate him with a single strike. Yet at this moment, such a feat was beyond Kampa's reach. Jiang Xiaofei's prowess has far surpassed Xiangpa's expectations. Even when Xiangpa exerts all his might as the god of destruction, the damage inflicted upon Jiang Xiaofei diminishes increasingly. The fact that you can exhibit such astonishing combat power without a shout and without transformation truly astounds me. Xiangpa must concede that Jiang Xiaofei is formidable. Heh. Compared to Lord Xiangpa, I am still somewhat lacking, Jiang Xiaofei humbly remarked. Humph, are you mocking me? Currently, Xiangpa could not tolerate a single word from Jiang Xiaofei. The energy of destruction surged, initiating a ruthless, indiscriminate assault. The lone referee clinging to life in the arena could no longer withstand it. Had it not been for Whis and Beerus intervening, he would have surely perished. The referee, now removed from the arena, trembled at the sight of the furious figure before him. Upon Xiangpa's right index finger, a violet orb composed of pure destructive energy spun rapidly, drawing the surrounding divine essence towards it. If you can withstand this move of mine, I will acknowledge that you are stronger than I, Xiangpa declared, glancing momentarily at where Beerus and Whis stood. Really? At such a critical moment, Lord Xiangpa is still preoccupied with this, Beerus exclaimed, his concern evident as he observed the pulsating violet orb atop Xiangpa's fingertip. Heh. If he can withstand it, then naturally this planet will suffer no harm. A sinister grin spread across Xiangpa's face. At that moment, he truly embodied the essence of a god of destruction. Beerus refrained from further comments. Instead, turning to Whis and Beerus, and the three gods nodded in unison, poised to counter that terrifying destructive energy. Sensing the destructive force at Xiangpa's fingertip, Jiang Xiaofei felt an overwhelming desire surge within him. A white aura erupted once more, its fluctuating energy subtly surpassing Xiangpa's destructive power. The blazing white aura enveloped the entire arena, permeating the protective barrier and causing the once dominant destructive energy to wither instantaneously. Even the violet orb at Xiangpa's fingertip lost some of its vibrancy. This spectacle did not escape the watchful eyes of a god of destruction and two angels. Beerus's expression shifted. Jiang Xiaofei's strength had far exceeded his expectations. However, should Jiang Xiaofei persist, it would plunge Xiangpa into an abyss of madness. This was undoubtedly a catastrophic unraveling of destruction. The sheer might of an uncontrollable god of destruction is beyond imagination. Thus, Beerus cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Xiaofei. Understanding the implication in Beerus's gaze, Jiang Xiaofei realized that this battle could not persist. Otherwise, Kappa, as the god of destruction, would indeed reach a breaking point. Should Kappa's fury remain unvented, it would ultimately be the beings of Universe 6 who would suffer. The terror of an unhinged god of destruction is unimaginable, and it is a fate they are keen to avoid. Originally, a force that transcended the power of destruction, under Jiang Xiaofei's precise control, was instantaneously diminished, becoming merely subordinate to the destructive force. Kappa could naturally sense the shift in Jiang Xiaofei's aura, mistaking it for an unstable enhancement. The destructive energy at his fingertips had quietly taken form, poised to strike towards Jiang Xiaofei. Let me see, just how much power does this substitute god of destruction possess? As he felt the stillness of the purple orb brimming with destructive energy, Jiang Xiaofei experienced a twinge of regret. In his effort to provide the god of destruction with a graceful exit, he may very well meet his own demise. Chapter 70. The arrival of the Omni King Jiang Xiaofei felt that the cost was rather substantial, yet when he sought to rise in defiance, he discovered that he was utterly powerless to act. He could only watch helplessly as the violet orb engulfed and submerged him. In the audience of the 6th and 7th universes, everyone stood in unison, their faces illuminated by the radiance of the violet sphere, filled with dread. The destructive force emanating from the orb reverberated through each person's psyche. Bulma and Chi-Chi's mouths hung agape, while Goku and Vegeta shared concerns about whether Jiang Xiaofei could withstand such a blow. In stark contrast, Beerus, Whis, and Bardock appeared remarkably composed. To them, Jiang Xiaofei's confrontation with Kappa's full-force attack was hardly a matter of significance. In truth, they had already contemplated this scenario, perceiving Kappa's assault as a trial for Jiang Xiaofei. Should he survive the onslaught of such pure and immense destructive power, it would affirm that Jiang Xiaofei possessed strength rivaling that of a god of destruction, perhaps even surpassing some. Conversely, if misfortune befell him, it would merely indicate that he was still lacking in maturity. In such a case, utilizing time reversal to go back 3 minutes, they could still save Jiang Xiaofei. This was the source of their unwavering confidence. Naturally, Jiang Xiaofei remained unaware of the divine being's thoughts. The violet orb, brimming with pure destructive energy, had completely consumed him. Under the immense surge of energy, Jiang Xiaofei's body seemed to be on the verge of disintegration. He exerted every ounce of strength within him, striving to counteract the overwhelming force of the rending pull. A chilling scream escaped his lips, sending shivers down the spines of all who bore witness, while Xiangpa looked on with a malevolent grin, reveling in the unfolding chaos. As Jiang Xiaofei's anguished cries echoed, Kappa's heart swelled with delight. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to defy the divine. In Kappa's gaze, the violet orb ultimately vanished from this realm, taking with it the sound of Jiang Xiaofei's lamentations. Suddenly, Kappa's expression grew grave, his aura gradually mellowing as he attuned himself to the fluctuations of the surrounding energies. TSK, I warned you. Why must you, a mere human, exhibit such stubbornness? Alas, what a pity. Kappa's voice dripped with regret, yet his heart reveled in satisfaction. Beads of sweat glistened on Sun Wukong and Vegeta's foreheads, their expressions filled with terror and disbelief. Jiang Xiaofei's presence has vanished. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they gazed at Kappa, who remained upright and panting on the arena. They wished to teach the god who had harmed their companion a lesson, yet the disparity in power was insurmountable, as he was a god of destruction who regarded them with disdain. For the first time, they felt the grotesque nature of a god of destruction. He was even more despicable than Lord Beerus. Bulma's voice rang out. Although she could not contend with Kampa, she could not bear to witness such behavior. Upon hearing her words, Beerus stumbled slightly. If you're going to insult someone, do it without dragging me into it. Nevertheless, Beerus paid no heed to Bulma. His gaze fixated on the spot where Jiang Xiaofei had vanished. The aura of the god of destruction was palpable, yet it could not uncover Jiang Xiaofei's whereabouts. Alas, it seems it was still a bit too early for him. Beerus sighed deeply, speaking to himself. Whis, it falls upon you now. Very well, Lord Beerus. At this juncture, only the reversal of time could save Jiang Xiaofei. Observing Whis's movements, Kampa suddenly had a realization. He leapt forward, positioning himself before Whis and Beerus. What do you intend to do? Do you not understand that reversing time violates the cosmic laws? Kampa's voice rang out, seeking to thwart Whis's actions. Kampa, you must have had your fun by now. If there is nothing more, you are free to depart. Beerus's tone was frosty, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his heart regarding his brother. Humph, my fate is not yours to dictate. Besides, did our match not just conclude? And it seems I emerged victorious, thus the Earth of Universe 7 belongs to me. Kampa disregarded Beerus's warning, continuing on his own path. The mere thought of Earth's delectable cuisine made his mouth water. Huh, what audacity you possess to claim victory. Beerus's agitation grew, his words turning sharp. Had I not allowed Jiang Xiaofei to save face, it would likely have been you who vanished. You? What do you mean by that? Kampa seemed to grasp something yet was reluctant to pursue the thought further. Humph, what do you mean? Can you not perceive the aura emanating from Jiang Xiaofei just before the final strike? And what of it? The inability to exert complete control renders it but a fleeting moment. A fleeting moment? How dare you utter such words? As the god of destruction, you are undoubtedly the most shameless among us. Beerus was undeniably exasperated. Let me clarify, it was I? To preserve your dignity as a god of destruction. It was I who signaled Jiang Xiaofei to restrain his power. Beerus nearly roared these words. No, this cannot be. Beerus's declarations, laden with lethal intensity, instantly obliterated the exhilaration that had once filled Kampa. Alas, I never anticipated that Lord Kampa would be such a petty god of destruction. My heart is shattered. Beerus's companion, Vados, lamented softly to Kampa. Kampa gazed upon the assembly of gods, an overwhelming sense of despair washing over him. No, the narrative should not unfold this way. I am the victor. Alas. Whis, what are you waiting for? Make your move. Beerus urged Whis, disregarding Kampa entirely. Immediately, at once, Whis lifted his staff, poised to utilize the power of time reversal. Oh, how lively it is here. What are you all doing? A voice, youthful and naively innocent, echoed in the minds of all present. Subsequently, a figure materialized before them. Beerus and Kampa's expressions shifted instantaneously, all prior displeasure evaporating, replaced by a fear governed by power. Zeno, the two gods of destruction exclaimed in unison, uttering the name that instilled terror within them. The other Supreme Kai, upon witnessing this, trembled, their legs quaking even more than under the pressure exerted by the two gods of destruction moments ago. Beads of sweat had already pooled into a sea, and without hesitation, the two gods of destruction desperately lowered their postures, like arrows released from their bows, one stout and one slender, prostrating themselves before this figure. We welcome the arrival of the Omni King. Chapter 71. The Tournament of the 12 Universes. Whis and Vados dared not exhibit any negligence, both hastening to stand before the Omni King. Inclining slightly, we pay our respects to the Omni King. A voice, sweet and childlike, resonated, devoid of any emotional undertones. Looking at the other gods, none could be seen standing. They all lay prostrate on the ground, welcoming the arrival of the esteemed Omni King. Others, however, found themselves at a loss in the face of this spectacle. Wow! Who is this child that can command the utmost respect from Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa? Son Goku's voice rang out, reaching Beerus's ears. Beerus immediately became agitated, his pupils dilating and his tail lifting. In a flash, he vanished from his spot, appearing before Son Goku, anxiously covering his mouth. If you wish to survive, then be silent. With that, Beerus directly seized Goku and brought him before the Omni King, pressing Goku's head to the ground. This child is disrespectful and has offended the esteemed Omni King. I humbly beseech your punishment. Beerus maintained a lowly posture, his words imbued with utmost humility. Fearful of inciting the wrath of the Omni King, not a matter of concern, the Omni King appeared utterly indifferent to the situation, prompting Beerus to exhale in relief. Oh, I knew it. Goku exclaimed, rising with a carefree demeanor and beaming at the Omni King. The two guards flanking the Omni King immediately flickered into action, poised to obliterate Goku in an instant. You too. The Omni King's voice halted their advance, compelling them to return to his side as guards once more. Hee. Goku grinned foolishly. Who are you? The Omni King inquired, eyeing Goku with curiosity. I am Goku, hailing from the Earth of the 7th universe. It is a planet brimming with delectable delights. Goku spoke animatedly. Indeed. And what brings you here? At the Omni King's question, both Beerus and Kappa lowered their heads even further. Their dignity as destroyers utterly diminished in that moment. Why? It is a competition. Goku's eyes sparkled with memories of the thrilling battles that had just transpired. His heart tinged with longing. A competition? He continued, yes. Lord Beerus and Lord Kappa have summoned warriors from their respective universes to engage in a contest here. Goku. Assuming the Omni King lacked understanding, Veli elaborated. Oh, I see. The Omni King circled around Goku, casting his gaze upon Beerus and Kappa. At that moment, both destroyers were enveloped in despair, utterly perplexed as to why Goku stood before them. Are you two conducting private activities here? Have you fulfilled your duties as destroyers? The Omni King's tone remained unchanged, soft and childlike, yet it instilled in Beerus and Kappa a palpable sense of trepidation. Yes. Bang. The brothers forcefully bowed their heads to the ground. Observing the embarrassment of the two destroyers was added fuel to the fire rather than destruction. Lord Beerus is far more enamored with slumber and gourmet cuisine. Whis' gaze briefly flicked toward the nearby Vados. Lord Kappa is also neglectful of his health, indulging excessively. And his physique has begun to suffer. Vados feigned a pitiful expression. The remarks from the angelic siblings left the two kneeling destroyers in a state of shock. I see. The Omni King seemed to enter a contemplative state, while Beerus and Kappa endured the agonizing wait for his judgment. Then, perhaps we should consider appointing a different destroyer. Beerus and Kappa's heads instantly perked up as they exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's despair. The Grand King gradually raised his hand, and neither Beerus nor Kappa put up any resistance, seemingly awaiting the Grand King's decree. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense, and the other gods dared not utter a word. Whis and Vados maintained their usual composure, appearing entirely unconcerned about Beerus and Kappa. As the Grand King's palm surpassed his head, the previously tranquil space-time suddenly surged with energy. Crack! A colossal rift in the fabric of space-time manifested above the gathered deities, filled with chaotic energy capable of obliterating any matter it encountered. Observing the sudden emergence of the rift, Goku attempted to interject, but found himself utterly immobilized. Thus, in the grave ambience, the gods awaited the Grand King's ultimate judgment. Thud. Oh no. The somber atmosphere was abruptly shattered by this untimely sound. Drawing the attention of the gods to its source, a familiar figure quietly emerged. Jiang Xiaofei. He is still alive. This revelation seemed even more astonishing than the Grand King's arrival. Gazing at that familiar and handsome visage, a radiant smile blossomed on Vados' face. The Grand King's hand slowly descended, causing the rift to vanish, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped them. Beerus and Kappa opened their tightly shut eyes, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. I have thought of something even more entertaining. Beerus and Kappa swallowed nervously, awaiting the Grand King's next directive. Since you so enjoy competitions, why not engage in a contest among the 12 universes, with all participants competing simultaneously? That would surely be far more interesting. Beerus and Kappa were at a loss for words. Really? That sounds absolutely marvelous. Goku exclaimed, shattering the awkward silence as he approached the Grand King. When can we compete? I can hardly contain my excitement. Soon. The Grand King replied cheerfully. Thank you so much, Your Majesty. Goku exclaimed, grasping the Grand King's hand and shaking it enthusiastically. Beerus couldn't help but cry out, convinced that Goku's current behavior was nothing short of reckless and would inevitably involve them all from Universe 7. The two guards beside the Grand King also appeared ready to spring into action. It's all right. It's all right. The Grand King reassured everyone. Make sure to find your team members. I look forward to your performance. With that, the Grand King extended his hands, and the two guards politely grasped his small hands. Let us proceed then. Farewell, Your Majesty. Beerus, Kappa, and the other gods bowed deeply. Whoosh. The figure of the Omni King vanished, taking with it the immense psychological terror that had gripped them. Son Goku. Beerus bellowed in exasperation, even contemplating the drastic measure of eliminating Son Goku. Do you have any idea what you just did? You nearly jeopardized our entire universe. Oh, it can't be that serious, can it? Son Goku scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Beerus took several deep breaths, striving to regain his composure and dismissing this single-celled organism from his mind. Kappa too felt a swell of frustration, sensing the impending complications. Just as Kappa was embroiled in his thoughts, he seemed to recall something significant, his brow furrowing in concentration. I can't believe you are still alive. Kappa directed his gaze towards the not-so-distant figure of Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 72. The Seventh Super Dragon Ball. Upon hearing Kappa's words, everyone finally felt a sense of psychological relief from the departure of the Omni King. Surprised? I'm just as taken aback, Jiang Xiaofei admitted, unclear about the events that had transpired. Weren't you supposed to perish under my destructive power? Why are you still here? Kappa remained confrontational. Although he no longer harbored the fury he once did, the sight of the living Jiang Xiaofei still irked him considerably. Jiang Xiaofei felt that he should remain silent at this moment. Clearly, the opportunity he extended to Xiangpa had gone entirely unnoticed. Consequently, he turned his gaze towards Beerus and Whis, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Beerus, naturally, comprehended his sentiments, for it was he who had orchestrated this scenario. Had it not been for Beerus's intervention, Jiang Xiaofei might not have taken a step back. Is it not apparent? Facing Xiangpa, Beerus recognized the necessity to rouse him from his stupor. What do you mean by that? Do you still wish to claim he was merely conserving his strength? Xiangpa responded dismissively. It seemed he remained skeptical. If he were not withholding his power, why would Jiang Xiaofei now stand before him? That is because Xiangpa still wishes to contest this notion, yet he appears unable to articulate his reasoning. This is quite straightforward, Beerus interjected suddenly, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei. During your final confrontation, a disturbance in the fabric of time and space occurred. The overwhelming force unleashed led to a rift, and it is highly probable that Jiang Xiaofei was drawn into this temporal fissure. Beerus's words resonated in everyone's minds, seemingly making perfect sense. This also elucidated why they could not perceive Jiang Xiaofei's aura. The assembly nodded in silent agreement. But shouldn't he remain eternally trapped within that rift? What accounts for his sudden reappearance? A question lingered in Xiangpa's mind. Have you forgotten the arrival of the Omni King? Beerus lamented the existence of such a troublesome god of destruction. When the Omni King decreed your annihilation, he personally intervened, tearing through the fabric of time. In truth, his intention was to extricate Jiang Xiaofei from the temporal rift. Beerus's revelation left Xiangpa enlightened, once again astounded by the Omni King's power. The ability to effortlessly obliterate an entire universe surely rendered rescuing an individual from the depths of time trivial for him. The assembly nodded in unison. The Omni King was indeed omnipotent, and anything occurring in his presence seemed entirely plausible. After hearing Beerus's explanation, even Jiang Xiaofei found it exceedingly reasonable. For after embracing the power of destruction, he had indeed been drawn into the rift. Had his physical form not been sufficiently robust, survival amidst that endless void would have been impossible. Even if you have triumphed this time, do not rejoice prematurely. In the forthcoming tournament of the 12 universes, we shall undoubtedly claim victory, Xiangpa declared, no longer entangled in such matters, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus as he spoke resolutely. Alas, competing against someone like you is utterly tedious. Beerus seemed utterly disinterested. You? What do you mean by that? Xiangpa was incensed by Beerus's remarks. What is unclear? After a single match, you have already encountered countless issues. It is evident you cannot bear to lose, even as the god of destruction. He unleashed his wrath upon our contestants. Beerus's words struck a chord deep within Kappa, leaving him engulfed in a sense of shame. Upon reflection, Kappa realized that there was indeed some truth to it. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly. It was merely a straightforward competition. However, once Jiang Xiaofei became involved, an inexplicable anger ignited within him. Was it jealousy? Or perhaps a matter of appearance? Kappa shook his head, pondering that as the god of destruction of Universe 6, what merit was there in quarreling with a mere mortal? Although Kappa had come to this realization, the prospect of offering an apology was utterly out of the question. It was simply a matter of my inability to control my own power. That was merely an oversight. Do you understand? Kappa insisted vehemently. As a god of destruction, failing to manage one's own abilities truly constituted a dereliction of duty. Beerus interjected with a sharp remark. Kappa, you. Forget it. I shan't say more. Kappa ultimately relinquished his resistance, his gaze once again settling on Jiang Xiaofei. Very well. We shall no longer hold this against you. I hope you will reflect on your actions moving forward. Furthermore, this victory in the match means that the 6 Super Dragon Balls now belong to us, Beerus declared, directly demanding them, lest Kampa attempt any further trickery. Here, they are all yours. Kampa replied with a hint of impatience, yet resolutely stated, however, I shall not forget today's events. Jiang Xiaofei, we shall spar again sometime. Faced with Kampa's invitation, Jiang Xiaofei could only manage a wry smile. If you can temper your temper and prepare to take a beating, I would be more than willing. Wish chimed in. Humph. Vados, we are leaving, Kampa stated. His mood decidedly sour as he entered the cube of Universe 6, resolute in his decision to rigorously train his lackluster contestants upon his return. Then, until we meet again. Vados slightly bowed and entered the cube, her staff tapping lightly as she led the members of Universe 6 away. Finally, it's over. Jiang Xiaofei exhaled a sigh of relief. For some reason, facing Kampa always left him with a feeling of being bullied, even though he was clearly stronger than him now. No, I must shift this mindset. Next time we meet, I must decisively overpower him. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, what are you mumbling about over there? Beerus inquired, eyeing Jiang Xiaofei. It's nothing, I was merely pondering where the 7th Super Dragon Ball might be now that we possess these 6. That is quite simple. Leave it to us. Son Goku proclaimed confidently. Bulma, it's your turn to perform. Ugh, what a way to phrase it. All right, I'm already searching. Bulma responded to Son Goku. Her Dragon Ball radar beginning to flicker. Why is there no response? Why does it only display these 6 Dragon Balls? Bulma was filled with confusion. Can you magnify it and see if you can find anything? Jiang Xiaofei suggested from the side. When she magnified the view, it remained the same. And Bulma wanted to continue speaking, but upon further magnification, 7 twinkling points of light appeared before her. But there are clearly only 6 Dragon Balls here, Bulma exclaimed, gazing at the 6 radiant Super Dragon Balls before her. Could it be possible that this nameless star is, in fact, a Super Dragon Ball? Jiang Xiaofei pointed out. Chapter 73, Jiang Xiaofei's Wish. A statement from Jiang Xiaofei possesses a remarkable clarity, awakening those lost in confusion. In an instant, the bewildered Bulma comprehended the situation, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she gazed at Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Indeed, the location of the nameless star perfectly aligns with that indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. This implies that the nameless star is, in fact, the 7th Super Dragon Ball. An undeniable thrill permeated the entire cube. Whis. Beerus's voice resonated. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis responded, effortlessly grasping the essence of Beerus's intent without the need for further elaboration. Everyone, take your positions. Whis instructed, prompting the cube to once again distance itself from the nameless star. Within the confines of the cube, as they gazed outward, 6 resplendent Super Dragon Balls shimmered with a golden luminescence, reflecting in the eyes of each individual. Illuminated by the radiance of the 6 Super Dragon Balls, the 7th Dragon Ball, obscured by cosmic dust, became strikingly clear. In the cube, Whis gently waved his staff several times. Suddenly, formidable tornadoes began to form on the uneven surface of the nameless star. These swirling tempests rapidly engulfed the entire star, their immense force causing deep fissures to appear on the once sturdy surface. The nameless star became increasingly marred. As the tornadoes persisted, the cracks deepened, streams of golden light piercing through them, stimulating the visual senses of all present. Ultimately, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the true visage of the nameless star was revealed. Its heavy outer layer dissipating into cosmic dust, drifting through the vastness of space. Its brilliance rivaled that of the other 6 Super Dragon Balls, infusing the dark expanse of the universe with a newfound warmth. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the 4-star ball, exclaimed someone. The Super Dragon Balls have finally been gathered. As he beheld the magnificent spectacle, Sun Wukong felt a surge of longing within. This was undoubtedly a masterpiece of unparalleled craftsmanship. Each Dragon Ball could rival a planet. What manner of being was the Dragon God Salama? Vegeta, gazing at the golden glowing Super Dragon Balls, couldn't help but express his awe. The 7 Dragon Balls of Earth, in comparison, were mere trifles. Anyone who had encountered the Dragon Balls would share this sentiment. The impact of the 7 Super Dragon Balls, each comparable to a planet, was overwhelmingly profound. Aha! If Kappa were to discover that the nameless star is the 7th Super Dragon Ball, he would surely regret it, Beerus proclaimed, reveling in the sight of the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Indeed, Lord Beerus, it is time to make a wish. Whis reminded him. Oh, what kind of wish should I make? Beerus pondered, momentarily at a loss. I believe this wish should be made by Jiang Xiaofei. considering he nearly risked his life for this competition. Beerus gazed at Jiang Xiaofei, his expression serene as he spoke. Me? Jiang Xiaofei pointed at himself. Incredulity etched across his face. But I don't understand the language of the gods. To make a wish upon the dragon, one must summon it using the divine tongue and articulate their desire in the same sacred language. Alas, Jiang Xiaofei fell short in both regards. No matter. These tasks can be entrusted to Whis. Well, then. Jiang Xiaofei readily acquiesced, and to speak candidly, he was genuinely eager to experience the sensation of wish fulfillment. Yes. Speak. What is your desire? Do you seek greater strength, or perhaps a bounty of delectable delicacies? Acquiring a wife should pose no challenge. Jiang Xiaofei fell into deep contemplation. Let us grant the sixth universe an earth that mirrors the seventh universe in every way. Jiang Xiaofei ultimately made his decision. Everyone gazed at him in disbelief. For no one could have anticipated such a wish from him. Beerus wore a knowing smile. Is this truly your desire? Yes, indeed. Very well, Whis. All right, Lord Beerus. Whis stood atop the cube and recited an incantation in the divine tongue. In an instant, the 7 Super Dragon Balls emanated an even more dazzling radiance, prompting most to instinctively shield their eyes. Only the likes of Jiang Xiaofei, a formidable being, could swiftly adapt, his gaze fixed upon the Super Dragon Balls before him. A colossal dragon emerged from within the 7 Super Dragon Balls, its enormous maw capable of devouring the sun, moon, and stars, instilling a sense of trepidation. Its vast form could envelop the entire universe. The dragon soared into the sky, with countless galaxies appearing as mere flickering embers in its presence. The psychological impact of confronting such a behemoth was overwhelming. Have you truly made up your mind? Whis once again sought confirmation from Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei nodded nonchalantly. Whis turned his body and recited another incantation towards the colossal dragon. Moments later, 2 beams of crimson light shot forth from the dragon's sun-like scarlet eyes. The dragon's form vanished, and the 7 Super Dragon Balls retracted their golden radiance, dimming as they shot straight into 2 universes. Ah, it has come to an end. It is time for us to return. Beerus felt a sense of relief. Although he did not participate in this match, as one of the organizers, he remained deeply invested in the proceedings. Now, with all matters settled, it could be deemed a satisfactory conclusion. Upon the arena, Beerus observed the growth and progress of Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. In particular, Jiang Xiaofei astonished Beerus profoundly. He had never anticipated such a wish from him during the wish-making. Do you regret it now? Beerus inquired once more. What good would regret do? The wish has already been made. However, I do not harbor any regrets. Jiang Xiaofei's tone was resolute. You are commendable. As the god of destruction, Beerus had never praised anyone before, but Jiang Xiaofei was an exception. Oh, how rare indeed. I never imagined Lord Beerus was capable of offering compliments. Whis teased from the side. Focus on your duties. Understood, Lord Beerus. In truth, granting a planet to the 6th universe was not solely for the sake of allowing Kampa to savor delicacies, but also to fulfill a sentiment that resides within my heart. Jiang Xiaofei stated directly, regardless of the reason, your temperament is utterly incomparable to Kampa's. As a god of destruction, it is frankly disgraceful to lack such principles. Should he become aware of your desires, he would undoubtedly feel humiliated. Beerus laid bare Kampa's shortcomings. If he dares to treat you with such insolence again, you are entirely justified in letting him know that he is, in essence, nothing but a jester. Lord Beerus is indeed a formidable character. In the 6th universe, Kampa and Vados traversed the vast expanse of space. Suddenly, Vados' staff began to glow, revealing a cerulean planet within our sight. Chapter 74. The power of destruction. Vados' lively eyes sparkled as the azure planet emitted a distinct aura. Lord Kampa, look quickly. Vados exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Kampa, mired in gloom, turned toward the orb atop Vados' staff. The cerulean planet sent ripples through Kampa's senses. What is this? Kampa rubbed his eyes, fearing it might be an illusion, yet the planet continued to shimmer brightly. Earth? Indeed. Lord Kampa, this is the Earth of our 6th universe. Vados' melodious voice was enough to lift Kampa from his despondency. Really? Haha. At last, I can savor the delicacies of our own universe's Earth, Kampa exclaimed, saliva already pooling in his mouth. Now, I need not endure unpleasantness with Beerus over Earth's cuisine. Vados poignantly reminded him. Wait a moment. Hasn't our Earth already vanished? Kampa queried, somewhat perplexed. Observing her naive brother's bewilderment, Vados was at a loss for words. Is it so difficult to comprehend? Surely. Beerus and the others must have gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls, allowing the Earth of the 6th universe to attain a civilization level akin to that of the 7th universe. Really? Could he be so benevolent? Kampa mused aloud. Yet a warmth surged within him, and a smile crept upon his lips. This fellow truly loves meddling in others' affairs. Alas, in this regard, while both Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus are gods of destruction, they are still worlds apart in other respects. Vados could not help but remark. Vados, you ought to be aware of your own identity. Kampa retorted, flustered by her words. As a god of destruction, what noble sentiment should one expect? Alas, Lord Kampa, if you continue to treat me this way, one day, you shall lose me. Vados feigned a pitiful demeanor. Humph. Vados, you wish to leave, don't you? Seeking your little lover, perhaps? A few words from Vados caused the joy of Xiangpa upon returning to Earth to vanish in an instant. Xiangpa, how could this be? Where's the little lover? Vados would certainly not admit to it, her alluring and bashful demeanor captivating all. Humph. Next time I see him, I will ensure he understands why the flowers bloom so red. Xiangpa declared indignantly. Xiangpa remains so petty. There is no room for others. Vados feigned indifference. For in her judgment, when Xiangpa and Jiang Xiaofei met again, it would likely be Xiangpa who would suffer. In the 7th universe, on Earth, with the assistance of Whis, Jiang Xiaofei and the others had successfully returned to Earth. To celebrate their victory against the 6th universe, a grand banquet was underway. I can't believe you survived the mightiest attack of a god of destruction. Truly extraordinary, Son Wukong remarked, munching on barbecue while observing Jiang Xiaofei. Humph. This fellow should not be underestimated. To gain such formidable power in such a short time is no ordinary feat. Vegeta cast a gaze filled with envy and curiosity. Naturally, Jiang Xiaofei could not disclose the existence of his system. It was merely luck. He replied dismissively. Humph. You think you can deceive me? Your unique physique has already surpassed that of a scion. If it were solely luck, you would have become a deity long ago. Vegeta pointed at Son Wukong. I am curious. What prowess do you possess now? Son Wukong was unconcerned with whether Jiang Xiaofei was truly fortunate. He only cared about how strong Jiang Xiaofei had become. That is rather difficult to say. Jiang Xiaofei intentionally paused for a few seconds, suggesting that he might indeed be superior to both of you. Haha. Are you attempting to incite animosity? Son Wukong was acutely aware that he was no match for Jiang Xiaofei at this moment, yet he resolutely declared, I shall not be easily cast aside. Humph. Such brazen words. It seems your wings have grown strong. Vegeta, too, was unwilling to concede, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. I merely seek to inspire your advancement. Jiang Xiaofei replied playfully. However, his words bore an undeniable truth. He had indeed surpassed both Son Wukong and Vegeta by a significant margin. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, come here, commanded Beerus, who was enjoying a pudding not far away. Jiang Xiaofei bid farewell to Son Wukong and Vegeta, obediently approaching Beerus. Speak, then. What benefits did you gain from your battle with Kampa? Beerus idly toyed with the pudding in his hand, his tone unremarkable. Benefits? The benefit was witnessing the full force of a god of destruction's wrath, Jiang Xiaofei replied. Somewhat distracted. Fabricate, continue to fabricate. I sense a divine aura emanating from you, one that distinctly belongs to a god of destruction. Beerus, unwilling to engage in frivolous banter, bluntly interjected. Hiki. Nothing escapes Lord Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei grinned mischievously. So you dare to play your little tricks before me? Do you wish to be obliterated? Beerus's words dripped with menace. Hiki. You wouldn't dare. Jiang Xiaofei showcased his irreverent demeanor. Enough. Quickly tell me how you accomplished this. Beerus, intrigued, pressed on. The fact that a mere human like Jiang Xiaofei could possess the essence of a god of destruction was nothing short of astonishing. Very well. The truth is this. Jiang Xiaofei began to recount earnestly. In the final moments of my battle with Kampa, an immense destructive force emanated from that purple orb. This force disregarded all barriers, flowing directly through my hands into my being, shattering and crushing everything within me. That was undoubtedly the moment I was closest to death. Jiang Xiaofei reflected on that experience, a lingering sense of inexplicable fear still haunting him. Subsequently, under the weight of that power, I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself within a rift in space and time. In my attempts to escape the rift, I inadvertently discovered that I could harness the power of a god of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei came to a halt, leaving Beerus in a state of astonishment. Is this it? Indeed. Beerus pondered thoughtfully. It seems that you two have turned misfortune into fortune, ultimately acquiring the power of a god of destruction at the last moment. At this point, you can undoubtedly be regarded as a competent substitute god of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei had indeed relaxed considerably. His acquisition of the power of destruction was entirely due to the system, yet he could not disclose this fact and could only continue to argue his case. Now, let me see what kind of strength you possess as this supplementary destroyer. Chapter 75, a rematch with Beerus? This seems rather inappropriate. I was just teetering on the brink of life and death. I have yet to recover my strength. The mere thought of battling Beerus made Jiang Xiaofei's head spin. It was not his lack of prowess that troubled him, but rather his inherent aversion to conflict, particularly against a destroyer. Should he emerge victorious, he would not only incite the wrath of Beerus, but also endanger the universe to which the destroyer belonged. Conversely, a defeat would leave him feeling profoundly uneasy. Prior to this, he had just endured a confrontation with the destroyer, with Kappa serving as a living example of the stakes involved. While he believed Beerus to possess a slightly better character than Kappa, who could truly guarantee the outcome of a battle, do not feign ignorance before me. Can you not see that I can tell you have not fully recovered? If necessary, just consume a Sinzabine. The gleam of exhilaration in Beerus's eyes was unmistakable, evidently intrigued by the current strength of Jiang Xiaofei. Should Jiang Xiaofei genuinely possess the power of destruction, he would undoubtedly stand as the foremost individual in the seventh universe, second only to Whis. If he were to encounter Kappa and other destroyers again, he would have ample grounds for boasting. Most importantly, the emergence of another being endowed with the power of destruction would provide him with endless delight in combat. Following his encounter with the so-called Super Saiyan God, Beerus had yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Given Jiang Xiaofei's remarkable growth, it would indeed be a pity to squander such potential without a little practice. Yet, even if I were to fully recover, with my meager abilities, I would still pale in comparison to you. Jiang Xiaofei is truly averse to trouble, especially the prospect of being beaten. Spare me the excuses. I have witnessed the battle with Xiangpa clearly. There is absolutely no room for deception here. Beerus stated solemnly. If you do not engage in combat with me, I shall indeed take action to annihilate the earth. Lord Beerus, would you truly go through with it? Jiang Xiaofei coldly retorted. Enough of this prattle. Let us commence the battle. Beerus ceased his banter with Jiang Xiaofei, seizing him by the collar and soaring into the sky. Whis, keep up. How can one enjoy a fine meal under such circumstances? This truly dampens the mood, Whis remarked, albeit still following closely behind. In addition, Son Wukong and Vegeta also ascended, trailing behind Whis, for they could not possibly miss such a thrilling confrontation. Beyond Earth, in the boundless expanse of the universe, a sleek vessel traversed the myriad star systems at speeds surpassing light. The trio, accompanied by a deity, arrived at the God of Destruction's realm with utmost swiftness under Whis's guidance. All right, this shall be our battleground, Beerus announced. Here? Jiang Xiaofei queried, somewhat perplexed. But this is the God of Destruction's realm. Indeed, it is here that I can truly unleash my power without concern for other celestial beings. Only in this space can we engage in a battle of true significance. Is this truly wise, Lord Beerus? Why are you so verbose at this moment? Beerus's hands were already itching with anticipation. Observing the incessantly chattering Jiang Xiaofei, he instantaneously teleported and delivered a powerful punch to Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen. Caught completely off guard, Jiang Xiaofei was propelled backward by the force of the blow. A thunderous roar echoed from Jiang Xiaofei's back as stones shattered upon impact, the immense pain causing even the resilient Jiang Xiaofei to grit his teeth. And within Jiang Xiaofei's mind, a system notification resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the power of destruction. Within Jiang Xiaofei surged the unique power of the God of Destruction once more, purer than before, akin to the essence of Kampa. Ah, Lord Beerus, it appears you too can resort to stealthy strikes like Kampa. Observing this scene, Son Wukong couldn't help but express his thoughts. Humph, let us not forget. They are brothers, naturally sharing certain similarities. Vegeta, not one to be outdone, chimed in with his own commentary. Silence, you too. Otherwise, I shall deal with both of you. At this moment, an aura emanated from Beerus, embodying the distinctive essence of a god of destruction, surpassing even his previous encounter with the Super Saiyan God. A tremendous energy of destruction enveloped Beerus, as if he were the true god of destruction, capable of obliterating planets with a mere snap of his fingers. After stabilizing his form, Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Beerus from a distance, his own aura surging instantaneously. Having reached this juncture, a confrontation was inevitable, regardless of the outcome. He must face it. He was also eager to ascertain the heights of his strength after acquiring the power of destruction, and Beerus undoubtedly represented the ideal adversary. Within Jiang Xiaofei's being, an imposing presence surged at the cellular level, distinct from the energy he wielded against Kampa. In the perceptions of Son Wukong and Vegeta, Jiang Xiaofei now appeared even more enigmatic. Surrounding him was a pristine white aura, interspersed with strands of purple energy. The white aura exuded a sense of tranquility and weight, while the rare purple energy, though sparse, carried an overwhelming aura of devastation that was truly alarming. As Beerus observed Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, his eyes narrowed with intrigue. Indeed, you have mastered a portion of the God of Destruction's power. Furthermore, to apply it to such an extent in such a brief period is a testament to your extraordinary nature. Just how formidable can your strength become? Allow me to put it to the test. Such an opportunity is truly coveted. Every time Jiang Xiaofei expresses his interest in battle, he transforms into a different persona, exuding an air of arrogance, his overwhelming presence striking fear into the hearts of those around him. However, at this moment, Jiang Xiaofei faces the god of destruction, Beerus. From the 7th universe, two figures sprang into action simultaneously, and where they passed, a tempestuous storm erupted, plunging the once tranquil realm of destruction into genuine chaos. Beerus, with fists crackling with purple lightning, hurled his attack toward Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei, undeterred, unleashed his fists, shimmering white intermingled with enigmatic purple energy. Boom! The collision of their fists generated a cataclysmic energy storm, radiating outward from their point of impact, devouring all living things in its path. Even the stones shattered by Jiang Xiaofei were further obliterated, reduced to mere dust. The very fabric of the divine realm bore the signs of impending annihilation amidst this ultimate confrontation. Chapter 76. Beerus's ultra instinct was deftly twirled his staff, skillfully containing the destructive energy emanating from the two combatants within a reasonable scope. Wow, this energy is astonishingly immense. Son Wukong marveled at the clash, realizing with a hint of despair that this foe had surpassed him. I must continue my training. Vegeta, arms crossed defiantly, radiated an indomitable spirit. This is the essence of a destroyer god. Whis regarded him with admiration, astounded by Jiang Xiaofei's rapid advancement. To reach a level where one can contend with the destroyer god Beerus in such a brief span of time is no small feat. Mere talent is insufficient. Whis sensed that Jiang Xiaofei harbored a profound secret, one that even he, as an angel, could not decipher. Impressive. To withstand my destructive punch demonstrates your nascent understanding of the power of a destroyer god. Beerus's eyes gleamed with fervent ambition, clearly appreciating Jiang Xiaofei's displayed abilities. Hee. Before Lord Beerus, I am but a novice. Though Jiang Xiaofei spoke humbly, his actions and gaze betrayed an ardent passion. Both combatants retracted their fists, retreating at great speed. As the tumultuous energy of destruction dissipated into nothingness, the white aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei surged once more, intertwined with an even more radiant purple energy. This brief clash allowed Jiang Xiaofei to once again harness a portion of the power of destruction. Observing the transformation of Jiang Xiaofei's aura, Beerus wore a faint smile, filled with respect for such a formidable warrior. To express his acknowledgement, Beerus elevated his own godly aura, the purple energy beginning to disrupt the space around him. While white lightning flickered into existence, the two formidable auras clashed again, erupting in a more dazzling display of fireworks, with the ground beneath them already crumbling under their immense power. With a fierce roar, Jiang Xiaofei suddenly appeared before Beerus. A powerful punch surged forth, and Beerus extended a single finger to meet Jiang Xiaofei's ferocious blow. Upon collision, rather than unleashing a torrent of destructive energy, a sense of entanglement emerged between them. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze narrowed as he sensed the destructive force emanating from Beerus's fingertip. It was evident that Beerus had fully committed himself, utilizing a mere point to counter the might of Jiang Xiaofei's star-shattering punch. Do you see? This is the true power of destruction. Beerus spoke calmly, though his words carried an air of unparalleled honor. Hey, at last, I have witnessed it. I must say, Lord Beerus, you are far more formidable than your brother. Jiang Xiaofei's spirit soared, seemingly invigorated by Beerus's single finger. After his initial punch yielded no results, Jiang Xiaofei extended his other hand for another brutal strike. Yet it too was effortlessly blocked by Beerus's finger. Beerus maintained his composed demeanor, yet internally he was taken aback. The force emanating from Jiang Xiaofei's punches grew increasingly formidable, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure within him. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of punches generated fierce gusts of wind that raced past their ears, and with each collision, enormous pressure enveloped the entire space, while streaks of lightning appeared and vanished without a trace. Jiang Xiaofei, emboldened by his previous victories, pressed on with unwavering determination, while Beerus, having lost his earlier composure, was compelled to utilize his palm to counteract the force of Jiang Xiaofei's oncoming strike, empowered by the destructive energy of a god. At the moment of Beerus's transformation, Jiang Xiaofei seized the opportunity, swiftly lifting his right foot to deliver a devastating blow to Beerus's abdomen. Before Beerus's hand could meet Jiang Xiaofei's fist, his body bent under the impact, propelled backward. Such an opportunity was not one Jiang Xiaofei would let slip away. He pressed the attack with a relentless barrage of punches, striking fiercely at Beerus's midsection and face. Under the relentless assault, the expression on Beerus's face became one of grimace. Haha, what a spectacle! I never imagined Lord Beerus would find himself in such a predicament, echoed the voice of Son Goku, relishing the unfolding drama. Humph. It appears that even a god of destruction is not beyond reach. Vegeta, witnessing Jiang Xiaofei's formidable prowess, felt a surge of ambition to become even stronger himself. Dreaming of one day attaining such heights, not merely surpassing them. I recall the last time Lord Beerus was in such a disheveled state. It was during my training. How many millennia have passed since then? Seeing Beerus in this condition truly evokes a sense of nostalgia, Whis remarked, unable to resist the urge to tease at the scene before him. Clearly, witnessing the once untouchable god of destruction, the pinnacle of the seventh universe, in a moment of vulnerability was a source of amusement. After enduring countless blows from Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus's body began to react. As Jiang Xiaofei's fist surged forward once more, Beerus countered with an even swifter punch imbued with destructive force. Under the impact of this devastating blow, Jiang Xiaofei felt a cacophony of fractures resonating through his bones. Had it not been for his system's restorative capabilities, he might have been pierced through entirely. You thought you were having fun? Allow me to make this even more exhilarating for you. A tempest of relentless attacks descended upon Jiang Xiaofei, the destructive energy enveloping him in a bid to obliterate his very essence. Jiang Xiaofei soared into the air, performing several somersaults, swiftly distancing himself from Beerus. Noticing that Beerus did not pursue him, Jiang Xiaofei finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, upon meeting Beerus's gaze, his consciousness plummeted into an endless abyss of darkness. Those were eyes radiating an eerie purple glow, within which faint white lightning annihilated all. Beerus, unfazed, stood still, and his mere presence could revert the objects in the entire space to their primordial forms. Whis. Reinforce this layer of space. I shall now unleash my full power. Beerus commanded imperiously. Understood, Lord Beerus. Whis, well aware of Beerus's intentions, waved his staff, conjuring layers of resplendent shields that enveloped the entire realm of destruction, isolating it from the universe. I must admit, you are impressive to have forced me to such extremes. You are indeed worthy of standing tall among the entire seventh universe. Yet, to conquer me, you must exert even greater effort. Though Beerus did not gaze at Jiang Xiaofei, the latter felt as though he were under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Now, allow me to reveal to you my ultimate instinct. Chapter 77. The contest of ultimate instinct. With that declaration, the destructive aura surrounding Beerus swiftly retracted, and the purple radiance gradually dimmed into oblivion. The fluctuations in the atmosphere began to wane, particularly the destructive power unique to Beerus, which receded into concealment. Beerus pressed his hands against the golden collar around his neck, exerting force as resonating roars emanated from it. The golden light erupted, compelling Jiang Xiaofei and the others to involuntarily shut their eyes. Veins stood out prominently on Beerus's slender arms, visibly showcasing the destructive power surging within him. A thunderous roar erupted from Beerus's throat, his fingers tightly grasping the golden collar, straining to pull it outward. Yet, despite Beerus's might, the collar showed no signs of yielding. Witnessing this scene, Whis felt a tinge of anxiety. For Beerus, the collar was of paramount importance. Ever since Whis had been with Beerus, he had never witnessed the true extent of Beerus's power without it. A hoarse cry burst forth from Beerus's throat, his seething rage causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The land beneath him had transformed into a vast chasm. Beerus floated, undeterred, as the purple aura of destruction swirled around him, intensifying. In that fleeting moment, the collar between his hands began to warp slightly. Nearby, Jiang Xiaofei controlled his breath, quietly observing Beerus. Throughout the entire process, Beerus' expression was one of profound fury, Breaking free from his restraints was no simple feat. Break for me. Beerus roared once more, channeling the entirety of his destructive power into the collar. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the golden collar ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of the god of destruction. Under Beerus's sheer might, it shattered into two halves. At the instant the collar fractured, an invisible tempest of energy surged throughout the space, hurtling toward Beerus. From beneath his feet, a chilling white aura began to rise, enveloping his entire being in a frost-inducing shroud. At that moment, Beerus appeared imbued with an enigmatic quality. With a gentle exhale, he released a breath that mingled purple energy with a stark white, creating a murky haze. What a nostalgic feeling! Beerus slowly opened his clear eyes. A wave of cold swept over Jiang Xiaofei, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Well, this is truly spectacular, Jiang Xiaofei thought, astonished that Lord Beerus possessed such hidden strength. It was surprising that he had not revealed his true cards in their previous confrontations. Observing Beerus before him, Sun Wukong felt a surge of fervor. In the face of Beerus's current form, he finally sensed his own insignificance. What kind of power is this? Vegeta's pupils widened dramatically as he stared fixedly at Beerus. This is Lord Beerus's Ultra Instinct form. Whis' eyes sparkled with excitement, a blend of concern and anticipation evident in his gaze. Ultra Instinct form? I never imagined Lord Beerus could also master Ultra Instinct. Hiki. This time, Jiang Xiaofei is surely in for a challenge, Sun Wukong remarked. Glancing at the furrowed brow of Jiang Xiaofei, at the center of the energy storm, Jiang Xiaofei could distinctly sense the heart-pounding energy fluctuations emanating from Beerus. This was no mere destructive energy, it was infused with an indescribable force that resonated with his own aura, yet with an intensity far greater. To date, you are the second being to witness me wielding such power. Beerus's calm voice resonated, devoid of emotional inflection, yet his gaze glimmered with reminiscence. Is that so? Then I must consider myself fortunate. Jiang Xiaofei's competitive spirit was thoroughly ignited as he faced such a formidable opponent for the first time. He understood clearly that in combat against Beerus, his life would not be at risk, which made this duel all the more intriguing. Now, let us officially commence. While speaking, Beerus slowly raised one hand, and behind him, 6 purple orbs of light swiftly took shape, emanating the destructive power from within him. However, the exterior of these purple orbs was adorned with intricate white patterns, enhancing their resplendent allure. From the orbs themselves radiated an overwhelming force, evoking a sensation of being torn apart at a mere glance. Had Jiang Xiaofei not mastered the Ultra Instinct technique and possessed the destructive energy flowing within him, he might have truly succumbed beneath the brilliance of these 6 luminous spheres. Jiang Xiaofei dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence as he gazed at the rapidly spinning, resplendent orb. The breath in his hands fluctuated, coalescing into a formidable wall of energy. With a gentle gesture of his hand, Beerus directed 6 formed orbs of light, accompanied by a tempest, charging fiercely towards Jiang Xiaofei. As they advanced, 6 fissures in space materialized before the onlookers, revealing an endless abyss within. Take a moment to truly appreciate the ease with which a god of destruction can operate. Beerus's voice resonated once more, for he believed that Jiang Xiaofei was utterly incapable of withstanding the assault of these 6 luminous spheres. Do not succumb to defeat so effortlessly. I am far from finished. Jiang Xiaofei could hardly pay heed to Beerus's words, his full attention captivated by the 6 purple orbs, adorned with swirling white patterns, pulsating before him. These orbs continued to rotate and advance, cleaving through the fabric of space itself. Even the luminous barrier set by Weiss began to show signs of collapse under this formidable force, while the surrounding elements had long reverted to the primordial state of the cosmos. In an instant, the orbs reached the energy wall established by Jiang Xiaofei, and upon collision, unleashed an unending tempest of energy. Where they rubbed against one another, flashes of white and purple lightning erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Jiang Xiaofei's hair was tousled by the sheer force, as he summoned every ounce of strength within him to mitigate the onslaught of the 6 orbs. Yet, contrary to his intentions, the energy spheres did not weaken in his presence. Instead, they surged with even greater ferocity, as if experiencing a second acceleration, their intensity and velocity surpassing that of when they were behind Beerus. Confronted by these extraordinary orbs, Jiang Xiaofei felt a suffocating sensation. If he could not devise an effective countermeasure, this battle would inevitably conclude in such dire circumstances. Chapter 78, Standing shoulder to shoulder with the mightiest destroyer. The 6 purple orbs, encircled by white patterns, radiated with an even more brilliant light, their overwhelming impact inducing a sense of vertigo within Jiang Xiaofei. His consciousness was being torn apart by this immense energy, and had it not been for the wall before him, he might have been reduced to cosmic dust beneath the orb's might. Within Jiang Xiaofei's body, each cell responded to the energy's fluctuations, becoming fervent and agitated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the destructive power enhanced by the ultimate freedom technique. The system's voice resonated once more, jolting Jiang Xiaofei, who was on the verge of losing consciousness. Back to clarity. The previously insurmountable pressure diminished significantly, replaced by a gentle sense of relief emanating from within his cells. Buzz, surrounded by a resplendent white aura. Jiang Xiaofei adeptly harnessed the principles of the ultimate freedom technique, with each of his joints pulsating with destructive power. The source of this formidable force lay in the 6 luminous spheres before him, brimming with cataclysmic energy. The violet spheres, initially expanding at an alarming rate, began to collide fiercely against the wall of white aura, signaling a transformation in that very moment. Disturbed by Jiang Xiaofei's emanating energy, the once rapidly spinning violet spheres gradually decelerated, while the surrounding tempestuous winds began to wane. This diminishing energy did not vanish. Rather, it permeated Jiang Xiaofei's being, coursing through his bloodstream and disseminating to each cell within him. With this infusion of destructive and liberating energy, the activity levels of Jiang Xiaofei's cells surged to a terrifying degree. The radiant aura he exuded rivaled even that of Beerus. With a deft command over the luminous barrier formed by his white aura, he initiated a counteroffensive against the 6 spheres. The spheres ceased their rotation, their released energies fully absorbed by Jiang Xiaofei. Nevertheless, the energy entities, imbued with destructive potential, retained immense capacity for devastation. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei remained undaunted. The white barrier disintegrated and enveloped the 6 violet spheres, and amid the clash of powers, the colossal energy was ultimately absorbed into the very fabric of the God of Destruction's realm. Observing this spectacle, Beerus's eyes shimmered with a purple luminescence, deep and formidable. I did not anticipate this fellow could continue to grow stronger. That was an attack worthy of a God of Destruction and the ultimate freedom technique. Reflecting on Jiang Xiaofei's actions, Son Wukong found the scene increasingly perplexing. Beerus's onslaught had only just commenced. Jiang Xiaofei's ability to withstand such an assault spoke volumes of his formidable prowess. Vegeta also expressed his thoughts, his gaze brimming with anticipation for the ensuing battle. Truly, as a potential successor to the God of Destruction, Jiang Xiaofei's displayed strength was already on par with most of his kind. However, Whis' cryptic words sparked curiosity in both Son Wukong and Vegeta. Under the reign of the Omni King, there currently exist 12 universes, each governed by a God of Destruction who oversees certain laws and serves as the sovereign of their respective realms. Yet, the strengths of these 12 gods of destruction are not entirely uniform. A hierarchy exists among them. Among these 12 universes, which God of Destruction is the mightiest? Son Wukong harbored great curiosity regarding this matter, for Whis possessed a far more nuanced understanding than his own. Vegeta, too, wore an expression of eager inquiry. Well, Whis glanced at Beerus, pondering for a few moments. How to put it? Each God of Destruction possesses unique abilities, yet they share a common power, destruction. Among the 12 gods of destruction, the most formidable one is undoubtedly the individual standing before you. With a smile upon his face, he exudes an air of pride. Wow! Who would have imagined that Lord Beerus ranks as the most powerful among all 12 gods of destruction? The gaze of Son Goku towards Beerus is filled with anticipation. And Vegeta shares the sentiment. Naturally, there was a time when, well, let us not dwell on that. Whis' hesitation only amplifies the sense of frustration in both Son Goku and Vegeta. Hey, Whis, if you keep this up, you won't have any friends. Son Goku exclaims candidly. As an angel, I have never required friends. Whis retorts. Alright, let us focus on their battle. I'm truly curious about Jiang Xiaofei's abilities. Whis remarks with keen interest. Hehe, we've known that for quite some time. Son Goku responds, seemingly unfazed. When I first encountered him, he was merely a person being chased by a little dragon with almost no combat prowess. Yet, after a period of training, his abilities have now surpassed both mine and Vegeta's. Son Goku cannot help but marvel at Jiang Xiaofei's rapid progress. Oh, is that so? As a human, he has managed to grow so formidable in such a short span. Could he have employed a time acceleration training method? Even so, he is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Whis observes, his interest piqued. Humph. One day, I shall surpass him once more. Vegeta proclaims, his expression a mix of defiance, jealousy, and admiration. Amidst their conversation, Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus have engaged in countless exchanges, with each gaining the upper hand at various moments. The fierce aura emanating from their clash is potent enough to obliterate any substance. The swirling waves of energy create an atmosphere of intense exhilaration. Boom! Another collision of immense power erupts, and in that fleeting moment of lightning, all brilliance is extinguished. An energy storm quietly manifests, leaving the surroundings devoid of any material presence. Jiang Xiaofei soared into the air, executing several backflips before stabilizing his body. His eyes burned with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Beerus. Before long, Beerus slowly raised his right hand, and countless luminous orbs flickered behind him, swiftly hurtling towards Jiang Xiaofei in an instant. Jiang Xiaofei dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Concentrating his energy as a cascade of white energy surged forth, rushing toward the multitude of luminous orbs. Upon collision, they generated a tremendous wave of energy. Akin to a resplendent firework display, the entire realm of destruction began to tremble under this force, with fissures quietly manifesting in the ground as irrefutable evidence. Witnessing this scene, was swiftly waved his staff, gradually restoring the disintegrating realm of destruction. Ultimately, the two energies vanished without a trace. Lord Beerus, this battle is nearing its conclusion. Jiang Xiaofei has indeed attained power that rivals that of a god of destruction, and that is you. Whis' calm voice resonated, causing the atmosphere around Beerus to gradually become more tranquil. Chapter 79, Reluctance to Become a God of Destruction. The fractured golden collar, which had been absent for an unknown duration, reappeared around Beerus's neck. The white aura had dissipated entirely, as if it had never existed at all. In a remarkably brief span, Beerus regained his former appearance. Yet the lingering soreness emanating from his body served as a vivid reminder of the intense battle he had just waged against Jiang Xiaofei. Observing Jiang Xiaofei, who still radiated vibrant energy not far away, Beerus remarked coolly, "Hey, it's over now. There's no need to put on a brave front." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of relief wash over him, akin to a deflated balloon that suddenly lost its stiffness. A profound ache coursed through every cell of his being, a sensation even more intense than that experienced by Beerus. However, the physical agony only deepened Jiang Xiaofei's inner delight. Through this encounter with Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei gained a lucid understanding of his own capabilities. It is no exaggeration to assert that he now possessed the strength to rival the mightiest gods of destruction. The mere fact that Jiang Xiaofei was able to endure for such an extended period under Beerus's command without defeat underscores the complexity of his power. Should he encounter Kampo again, it is likely that Jiang Xiaofei would emerge victorious with overwhelming force. Of course, this is contingent upon his opponent revealing all their trump cards. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaofei would not easily claim triumph. As the ethereal white aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei dissipated, he reverted to his usual appearance. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures materialized before him, curiously observing this being capable of rivaling the mighty Beerus. "Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, are you concealing something from us? How have you become so powerful? You actually managed to hold your ground against Lord Beerus at full throttle?" Son Goku boldly inquired, for in his heart, there was no room for secrets among friends. "Ah, I assure you, I truly have not concealed anything." Jiang Xiaofei feigned a look of grievance, fully aware that the system's matters could undoubtedly be exposed. "Humph. No matter what you conceal, should you dare to act against the earth or harbor any untoward intentions, do not blame us for being unmerciful." Vegeta, disinterested in the plethora of inquiries, nonetheless issued a warning to Jiang Xiaofei. "Hey, don't be so presumptuous, Vegeta. Do you truly believe you can contend with Jiang Xiaofei?" Goku, standing nearby, innocently remarked, causing Vegeta's expression to fluctuate between light and dark. Although Goku spoke a harsh truth, his words struck a blow. Yet, Vegeta seemed accustomed to such remarks, quickly regaining his composure. "One day, I shall surpass you," Vegeta declared earnestly, gazing at Jiang Xiaofei. His fighting spirit had never waned, only slightly delayed. "I believe in you." Jiang Xiaofei uttered 3 words, yet they brimmed with unwavering faith. "Haha, if this were a competition, I would not fall behind." Goku waved his fists, indicating his determination to strive harder. Observing the trio before him, Beerus felt a surge of longing within. In the recent encounter with Jiang Xiaofei, he reminisced about his past, a time when he was not as formidable, yet still a force to be reckoned with. Since becoming the god of destruction, Beerus had relinquished certain aspects of himself while inheriting others. Now, to be acquainted with this trio could be regarded as a stroke of fortune. "Very well." Beerus's voice resonated, instantly casting a somber cloud over the previously jovial atmosphere. "Jiang Xiaofei, You are quite impressive. You align well with my tastes. Henceforth, I entrust you with the seventh universe. It is undoubtedly in capable hands. This, Lord Beerus. Might I decline the role of God of Destruction? After enduring a series of events, Jiang Xiaofei felt ill-suited for such a title. Though the mantle of God of Destruction had been thrust upon him, it was evident that Beerus and Whis intended for him to assume the next God of Destruction. Accepting this role would grant Jiang Xiaofei the power to govern the entirety of the seventh universe, a coveted aspiration for many. However, Jiang Xiaofei found little interest in such dominion. He preferred guardianship over destruction, just as when Beerus first descended upon Earth. Jiang Xiaofei was willing to engage in battle without hesitation. The primary duty of a god of destruction, however, was not to protect but to obliterate, while maintaining the universe's equilibrium. What? Repeat that for me. A trace of anger was unmistakably laced in Beerus's voice. Jiang Xiaofei's words unequivocally conveyed his rejection. I mean to say, I do not wish to become the god of destruction. Therefore, I hope Lord Beerus will exercise leniency and select another. Jiang Xiaofei deliberately elevated his voice by several decibels, casting a glance at the nearby Son Goku and Vegeta. In an instant, Son Goku and Vegeta comprehended the intent behind Jiang Xiaofei's actions and could not help but cast him glances laden with reproach. Aha, Jiang Xiaofei. Do you presume that now, having acquired powers akin to ours, you can oppose me? Are you not being rather naive? Lord Beerus mistook Jiang Xiaofei's words as a threat, considering that their strengths were now evenly matched. No, it is not so, my Lord Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei paused for a few seconds, gathering his thoughts. In truth, Lord Beerus, you must be quite aware that my intentions lie elsewhere, and there are clearly more suitable candidates for the role of God of Destruction. The selection of the God of Destruction is not for you to dictate. If you do not wish to assume the role of God of Destruction, that is acceptable. But it must await the day you can defeat Whis. Beerus, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Jiang Xiaofei, directly presented his terms. Defeating Whis would exempt one from the obligation of becoming a God of Destruction. Moreover, Beerus's interest in the position was indeed a fleeting whim, initially sparked to provoke Kampa. However, Jiang Xiaofei's astonishing progress compelled him to consider the prospect of truly making Jiang Xiaofei the God of Destruction. Is this demand not rather excessive? Jiang Xiaofei is acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by Whis, despite Whis's limited displays of action. The immense capabilities he exhibits remain elusive to Jiang Xiaofei at this juncture. Moreover, Whis's effortless cessation of their conflict, even in their most powerful states, further underscores the disparity between them. However, since Beerus has put forth a challenge, Jiang Xiaofei is resolute in his refusal to concede easily. Is it not merely a matter of surpassing Whis? With the system at his disposal, he need not fret over such a notion. Given time, he intends to engage in further sparring with Whis, enduring additional strikes, and he is confident that he will eventually eclipse Whis. Chapter 80. Whis's probe in the realm of destruction. Beneath a towering tree that has withstood the divine might of the destroyers, rests a modest table. The table is laden with a variety of delicacies from Earth, as Beerus and Whis indulge in this leisurely moment, after having just stretched his limbs. Savoring the exquisite foods before him and sipping a beverage from Earth is an experience that Beerus finds immensely pleasurable. As he lifts the cup to his lips, he inhales deeply before taking a hearty sip. The sweet flavor courses through his tongue and into his veins, revitalizing every cell within him and alleviating much of his fatigue. Ah, truly delectable. This is far more enjoyable than battle, Beerus exclaims as he sets down the cup, his praise evident. Indeed, however, one must admit that Lord Beerus is equally spirited during combat. Whis remarks as he indulges in a pudding, continuously feeding himself. Jiang Xiaofei, do you not feel exhilarated when facing Lord Beerus in battle? Whis inquires, glancing at Jiang Xiaofei, who is munching on potato chips. How should I put it? I wouldn't say exhilaration, but that battle was immensely enlightening, allowing me to grasp certain aspects of the power of destruction, Jiang Xiaofei responds, his spirits lifted by the harmonious interaction with them. Were it not for my mercy, you would likely be sprawled on the ground by now, Beerus interjects. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiaofei declined to become a god of destruction, which, in comparison to Beerus, is indeed somewhat regrettable. However, Beerus cannot forcibly compel Jiang Xiaofei, and given that Jiang Xiaofei's strength is now on par with his own, it is understandable that Beerus harbors a degree of dissatisfaction. It seems that Lord Beerus still holds a grudge against you, Whis remarked candidly, causing Jiang Xiaofei to feel somewhat awkward. Haha. The battle between you and Lord Beerus was the most thrilling encounter I have ever witnessed. If it weren't for Whis intervening, I would have rushed in myself," exclaimed Son Wukong, his mouth greasy from devouring chicken legs. "You? What use would your rushing in serve? Do you wish to become cannon fodder?" Beerus retorted coldly. "Alas, Lord Beerus, you are truly merciless." Son Wukong scratched his head in frustration. "Merciless? Given your current strength, do you believe you could prevail against him, or even against me?" Beerus pointed at Jiang Xiaofei, continuing his verbal jabs. "This is merely temporary. One day, I shall catch up to you and surpass you all," Son Wukong declared, clenching his fists tightly, expressing his stubbornness and refusal to yield. "Humph. Let us discuss it again once you truly surpass me." Beerus did not wish to harshly dampen Son Wukong's enthusiasm, as he perceived immense potential in Wukong's future. "I've eaten enough. This awakening has indeed drained considerable energy from me. I must take a good rest to replenish myself." Beerus slowly rose, stretched lazily, yawned several times, his eyes bleary, and flew towards his chambers. "Phew. Finally, I can leave." Jiang Xiaofei took a deep breath, and the pressure from Bai Lucy finally dissipated with his departure. "Oh, haven't you already attained strength comparable to that of Lord Bai Lucy? Why do you still appear somewhat timid in his presence?" Son Wukong teased, observing Jiang Xiaofei's demeanor. "Strength is one aspect, while mindset is another. If he were to be in a foul mood and unleash destruction, it would be others who would suffer the consequences." Jiang Xiaofei, lost in thought, remarked, "Are you implying that Lord Beerus is a capricious individual prone to unwarranted outbursts? It appears I truly need to remind him." Whis, observing Jiang Xiaofei, offered a pointed warning with an unkind gaze. "Ah, no. I absolutely did not mean that." Jiang Xiaofei quickly retorted, visibly flustered in the presence of Whis. "Haha, I was merely teasing you. Lord Beerus is simply still recovering. Given some time, he will naturally come to understand your perspective. However, if you wish to avoid the role of a destroyer, the journey ahead remains long," Whis insinuated. To which Jiang Xiaofei nodded in understanding. "Why are you so absorbed in your meal? Do you have nothing to say?" Son Goku inquired, turning his attention to the gluttonous Vegeta. Vegeta lifted his head, eyes filled with resentment and fury. "Humph. In this context, I suppose I lack the right to speak." "Ah, Vegeta, what is wrong? Do you seem unwell?" Son Goku sensed that Vegeta was speaking nonsensically, as he failed to comprehend the meaning behind Vegeta's words. "Haha, Vegeta, do not take it too much to heart. Everyone understands your desire to grow stronger. Yet, it is imperative to proceed with caution and not to entertain any dubious shortcuts." Jiang Xiaofei exuded an air of mastery. "Humph. The once feeble youth, who could barely swat a fly, now dares to impart wisdom upon me. I am well aware of my own affairs. I do not require your oversight." Driven by his proud and unyielding spirit, Vegeta would never lower his head. "I am satiated." Vegeta set aside his belongings, rose to his feet, and strode toward the training grounds, where the sound of thunderous roars soon echoed. "Oh dear. With Vegeta exerting himself so diligently, I certainly cannot lag behind." Son Wukong propelled himself into the air, heading in Vegeta's direction. These two truly are fervent practitioners of cultivation. Observing the commotion and the fervent shouts emanating from their vicinity, Jiang Xiaofei rested his chin on his hand, casually rotating the fruit he held. This metaphor fits rather well. However, their transformation is inextricably linked to you. Whis gazed intently at Jiang Xiaofei, a peculiar glimmer illuminating his eyes. "Haha, such is the way of things, after all." Jiang Xiaofei shrugged his shoulders, an innocent expression manifesting on his face. "In truth, my curiosity is piqued more by you than by the two of them. Among the three of you, you have devoted the least time to cultivation, yet it appears that you have emerged as the strongest of the lot." Vis's voice was unsettlingly calm. "Well, it might be due to my exceptional talent for cultivation." Jiang Xiaofei dared not meet Vis's gaze, for the latter was an angel, and any moment of distraction might reveal his secrets. "Oh, no matter how extraordinary one's cultivation talent, it is implausible to reach the level of a god of destruction in such a brief span of time, unless Whis chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he rose, observing the battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta before departing, leaving Jiang Xiaofei adrift in the wind, alone and disheveled. Chapter 81. The Great Priest in the Realm of the Gods of Destruction. A modest yet immaculate room near Beerus's quarters was meticulously arranged, every item placed with impeccable order. Whis, staff in hand, stood quietly within, ever attentive to the room's layout as its master. Opposite him, a prophetic fish meandered in a fishbowl. Do you find the lad somewhat peculiar? The prophetic fish inquired, referring naturally to Jiang Xiaofei. Indeed, his power is starkly mismatched with his intelligence and emotional quotient, Whis pondered. Yet, aside from him, was not Son Wukong also such a character? The prophetic fish raised its query but remained most intrigued by Jiang Xiaofei. Son Wukong is a quintessential warrior, fitting the Scion archetype. However, Jiang Xiaofei is different. Even I cannot discern his true intentions. Is he exceptionally adept at disguise? Or simply naive? Whis maintained a serene expression, revealing no traces of joy or sorrow. How could one who associates with Son Wukong and Vegeta possess such deceptive capabilities? The prophetic fish remarked nonchalantly, dipping its fin into the water of the bathtub. You are the prophetic fish. Surely you can unravel the mystery of Jiang Xiaofei's origins? Whis expressed his curiosity regarding Jiang Xiaofei's background. That question truly perplexes me. I have attempted to speculate and predict, yet the results remain insipid. He seems to have materialized from thin air, the prophetic fish replied with an expression of resignation. It could foresee matters regarding the Super Saiyan God. Yet Jiang Xiaofei eluded its understanding. Could it be that we are overthinking? Perhaps he is merely a simple Earth boy? No, it cannot be so straightforward. If he were merely an Earthling, he could not possess such monstrous regenerative abilities and combat prowess. Whis frowned, astonished that there existed a being so enigmatic that even an angel like himself could not decipher. I have encountered many Earthlings, yet none possess capabilities akin to his. Even when factoring in Son Wukong and Vegeta, the disparity is akin to that of a firefly to the sun. Though Whis's metaphor may seem somewhat exaggerated, he perceives it as a truth. Could he possibly hail from another universe? After all, under the reign of the Omni King, there exist 12 universes, each vast and boundless, making the emergence of such a talent statistically plausible. The oracle fish expressed its thoughts, its curiosity regarding Jiang Xiaofei confined to this notion. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Yet, what brings such a prodigy to Earth? Whis appeared to be ensnared in a cycle of contemplation, unable to fathom these matters. As an angel who has witnessed the myriad wonders of the cosmos, Whis is indeed a well-informed sage. However, the situation surrounding Jiang Xiaofei eludes his understanding, particularly during the battle with Beerus and Kampa, where Jiang Xiaofei initially found himself at a disadvantage. His strength soared after several rounds of combat as if propelled by a rocket. Had Jiang Xiaofei been concealing his true power? Whis entertained this notion. Yet Jiang Xiaofei's demeanor did not quite suggest such a possibility, especially when Whis observed Jiang Xiaofei wielding the power of a god of destruction. An inexplicable sense of vigilance surged within him. It is rather absurd for one who is not a god of destruction to harness such power. Jiang Xiaofei attributed everything to luck and his unique physique, yet Whis had investigated and found Jiang Xiaofei's constitution to be no different from that of an ordinary person, thus intensifying his curiosity regarding Jiang Xiaofei's strength and origins. As Whis sank deeper into his musings, the orb atop his staff began to emit a dazzling light. He hastily shook it, and a virtual projection materialized within the room. From the orb emerged a figure with striking white hair, elegantly styled, clad in a cerulean outfit, possessing a refined yet authoritative visage. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an undeniable aura of calm confidence. Though the figure was not tall, he imparted a sense of standing before a towering mountain. Even as a projection, the overwhelming pressure emanating from him was palpable. The figure was none other than the Grand Minister, the steward of the Omni King who governs the 12 universes. Upon recognizing the visage, Whis bowed slightly. Addressing the Grand Minister with respect, Your Excellency, I am at your service. What is your command? Whis. The Omni King has sent me to inquire about the current state of Universe 7. The Grand Minister's words conveyed a sense of warmth, while simultaneously forbidding any approach. I am grateful for the concern of the Omni King and Your Excellency. All matters in Universe 7 are progressing smoothly. That is good to hear. And what of your god of destruction, Beerus? Following the recent tournament, receiving the Omni King's condolences, Lord Beerus has had a moment of introspection, deciding to amend his ways. He is currently reflecting in his palace. Would you like me to summon him? The voice of Whis resonated with utmost respect. In that case, do not disturb him. There is a matter I must convey to you during this meeting. Your Excellency, High Priest, please feel free to command, came the response. Indeed. It is not of great significance. After witnessing your competition last time, the Omni King expressed interest, thus deciding upon the tournament among the 12 universes. On that occasion, the Omni King took note of an individual from your universe and personally intervened to rescue him from the rift in time and space. I see. So it was the Omni King who saved Jiang Xiaofei. His name is Jiang Xiaofei? inquired the high priest with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, it was he who battled against Kampa and became trapped within the temporal rift. Thankfully, the Omni King intervened and saved him. Whis maintained his respectful tone. Very well. This simplifies matters. The Omni King seems particularly intrigued by this Jiang Xiaofei and wishes for you to accompany him to the Omni Palace. While the high priest's words were an invitation, they carried an undeniable air of authority that brooked no dissent. Listening to the high priest, Whis felt a chill. It appeared the Omni King had taken a special interest in Jiang Xiaofei. However, the capricious nature of the Omni King left one wondering whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune for Jiang Xiaofei. I shall relay this to them. Chapter 82. Al. Are you polite? I am most grateful. The high priest's presence was refreshing, his face adorned with a warm smile. I shall await your arrival at the Omni Palace. With that, the high priest's figure began to fade into the ether. Whis bowed deeply to the vanishing silhouette until it completely dissipated. To his surprise, Jiang Xiaofei had caught the eye of the Omni King. Yet, Whis recalled that when the Omni King arrived, he had merely rescued Jiang Xiaofei from the rift without any further interaction. Confused, Whis pondered this but ultimately found solace in the grandeur of the Omni King. Given the summons from the Omni King, he could not afford to be remiss. The door to the room creaked open, and Whis stepped through the threshold, with the oracle fish trailing closely behind. At the entrance to Beerus' chamber, Whis and the oracle fish stood side by side, contemplating their next move. Beerus had just fallen asleep. Although his slumber would not be prolonged due to the upcoming tournament personally sanctioned by the Omni King, he had likely not yet entered deep sleep. Disturbing him at this juncture would undoubtedly provoke his morning ire. Alas, there was no alternative. Whis ultimately opened the door. Lord Beerus, there is grave news. Whis' expression revealed a hint of tension, stirring the drowsy Beerus, who looked bewildered and slightly irate. Grave news. Truly, this is serious. Whis, how dare you disturb my slumber? Beerus groaned, struggling to open his sleep-laden eyes, unleashing a torrent of growls and grievances towards Whis. My Lord Beerus, this is truly a matter of great urgency. One far more pressing than your sleep. Whis, undeterred by Beerus's demeanor, continued to express his thoughts. If you cannot elucidate what this monumental issue is, do not blame me for my lack of civility. With great effort, Beerus rose from his comfortably firm bed, crossing his arms and fixing his gaze intently on Whis. It concerns Jiang Xiaofei. That troublesome fellow again. What heinous act has he committed this time? Upon hearing the name Jiang Xiaofei, a wave of discontent washed over Beerus. My Lord Beerus, it is this. The Grand Minister has just arrived. What? Whis' voice was soft, yet Beerus felt as if struck by lightning. His eyes instantly widened, and his ears, along with his tail, perked up. Clearly, Whis' revelation had startled him. The Grand Minister has come? Whis, why did you not inform me sooner? Quickly, take me to see the Grand Minister so I can apologize. Panic seized Beerus, while he could dismiss Jiang Xiaofei. He was compelled to present himself as a docile cat in the presence of the Grand Minister. My Lord Beerus, please do not become overly agitated. Whis attempted to interject into Beerus's frantic thoughts. Agitated? It is the Grand Minister we are discussing. You may not value your life, but I have yet to exhaust mine. Beerus's demeanor was increasingly frenzied. My Lord Beerus, it is not the Grand Minister's true form that is visited, but merely a projection. Whis remarked calmly, observing Beerus's mounting anxiety. Whis, could you not convey your thoughts in one go next time? My poor heart can hardly bear such suspense. A flicker of composure returned to Beerus. Indeed. My Lord Beerus, always interrupting others, yet now you blame me. Sigh. You are indeed a difficult master to serve. Whis began to voice his own grievances. Enough of this melodrama. Simply tell me, why has the Grand Minister come, and what transgressions has Jiang Xiaofei committed? Beerus regained his usual composure, his expression turning stern as he demanded answers from Whis. Well, the Grand Minister has just informed us to bring Jiang Xiaofei and the others to the Omni King's palace. The specifics of the matter remain unclear. Whis succinctly relayed the information. What? Just as I had finally regained my composure, Beerus erupted once more. The Grand Minister wants us to take that fool Jiang Xiaofei to the Omni King's palace? In an instant, Beerus felt as though a thick cloud of despair had enveloped the entire realm of destruction. Indeed, that is the case. Whis observed Beerus's shifting expressions, having grown accustomed to the volatility. Although Beerus has existed for billions of years, his psychological resilience still leaves much to be desired. Each time he hears the names of the Grand Priest and the Omni King, he becomes flustered, losing his rational judgment. This is troubling. Jiang Xiaofei truly is an unsettling individual. With a furrowed brow, Beerus pressed his right hand against his forehead, striving to regain clarity. Wait a moment. The Omni King and the Grand Priest have never encountered Jiang Xiaofei. Why would they summon him? Are you attempting to deceive me? Beerus cast a wary glance at Whis. Since Lord Beerus harbors doubts, I shall escort Jiang Xiaofei and his companions to the Omni Palace. If the Omni King inquires, I can only respond truthfully, Whis replied calmly. Well aware of Beerus's temperament. Humph. You wouldn't dare just about such matters. Let us go and check on that fool. With that, Beerus levitated into the air, heading beyond the chambers. In the realm of destruction, amidst a landscape in ruins, 3 figures were engaged in battle. 2 blue figures were repeatedly struck to the ground by a warrior emanating a white aura. Yet, the blue figures possessed indomitable spirits, rising again and again, each assault growing increasingly fierce. The 3 figures grappled fiercely, rendering the space around them even more desolate. Upon the arrival of Beerus and Whis, they surveyed the scene before them, uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. Hey, you 3, cease your fighting. I have an announcement to make. Beerus, gazing at the single white and 2 blue figures, unleashed the commanding aura of a god of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, and Vegeta synchronously ceased all movements, their bodies soaring through the air towards Lord Beerus. One wonders what directives Lord Beerus may have for them. Jiang Xiaofei was the first to speak. Humph. I have no desire to converse with you. Whis, you take the lead. Beerus turned his body, allowing Whis to express his thoughts in his stead. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis stepped forward, addressing the 3 individuals. Indeed, the Grand Minister has just conveyed a message, requesting that Jiang Xiaofei and the others proceed to the Palace of Zeno. The great Zeno has summoned you. What? A wave of doubt washed over Jiang Xiaofei. Could it be that his identity had been exposed? He was perplexed as to why a mere insignificant being like himself would attract the attention of the great Zeno and the Grand Minister. Is it true? Has Zeno invited us as guests? Son Wukong grinned widely, looking at Whis and Beerus with enthusiasm. Zeno? Who is Zeno? Chapter 83, Journey to the Palace of Zeno. Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of embarrassment. He could easily discern the significance of the name Zeno. He was the one who stood at the pinnacle of the 12 universes, capable of obliterating any universe with a mere flick of his fingers. However, Jiang Xiaofei chose to remain silent, observing the unfolding events with quiet contemplation. In his view, allowing Beerus to gradually acclimate to the nickname Son Wukong had assigned to Zeno was ultimately beneficial. Zeno? Zeno is the little fellow who appeared before us last time, urging us to host the tournament of the 12 universes. Son Wukong explained to Beerus with an innocent expression. Zeno? Little fellow? The great Zeno. Beerus was thoroughly bewildered. He found it hard to fathom how Zeno would respond to Son Wukong's words. Without any hesitation, Beerus materialized in front of Son Wukong and delivered a sharp blow to his head, causing Son Wukong to immediately drop to the ground, cradling his head in his arms. Ouch! Lord Beerus, why did you suddenly strike me? Son Wukong lamented, feeling quite wronged and confused by Beerus's abrupt action. How dare you even ask? That is the great Zeno, the one who governs the 12 universes and holds the power to determine the fate of any being within them. You dare to refer to the great Zeno as little fellow? If that leads to the destruction of the 7th universe, you won't even have the chance to regret it. Lord Beerus, are you being too extreme? Zeno isn't that petty, is he? Son Wukong still failed to comprehend the source of Beerus's fear. Bang! Another sharp sound echoed as Son Wukong covered his head once more, groaning in despair. Still calling him little fellow? It seems you truly are naive. The temperament of the great Zeno is utterly unfathomable, and do not even attempt to speculate. Otherwise, the misfortune will be yours alone. In a tone laden with foreboding, Beerus addressed Son Goku, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei as well. Did you truly believe there were only 12 universes from the very beginning? Is it conceivable that others exist? Naturally. Initially, there were 18 universes, but 6 of them, driven by their unruliness, offended Lord Zeno with a mere utterance, leading to their annihilation. As Beerus recounted those harrowing days, a profound dread lingered within him. Humph. Now you comprehend the formidable nature of Lord Zeno, do you not? Beerus regarded Son Goku with disdain, deeming him exceedingly foolish. I understand, but what does this have to do with me referring to Zeno as Quan? Son Goku scratched his head, wearing an expression of bewilderment. If it were not for Whis intervening, Beerus would have annihilated Son Goku on the spot. The relevance is inconsequential. In any case, you are henceforth forbidden from calling Lord Zeno Quan. Do you understand? Beerus issued his final warning. Very well. Very well. I shall remember. Observing Beerus's intent to obliterate him, Son Goku acquiesced verbally. Jiang Xiaofei, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head, fully aware that Son Goku would never relinquish the nickname Quan so easily. However, Jiang Xiaofei was not so foolish as to address Zeno in such a manner, for he was not Son Goku. He could not emulate that innocence and charm. Vegeta, why are you so silent? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity regarding the taciturn scion. What is there to say? It is merely a matter of meeting Zeno. I truly wish to witness what is so extraordinary about the man at the pinnacle of the 12 universes. Vegeta finally spoke, but his words nearly provoked Beerus into silencing him. You scions. No, wait. None of you three are a source of peace. Beerus lamented, feeling a pang of regret for associating with such peculiar individuals. Given the opportunity, I would genuinely wish to make you all vanish from my sight immediately. Beerus pressed his fingers to his temples, overwhelmed. Whis, prepare the shuttle cube. We shall depart. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis, who had been observing the spectacle, spoke, though he felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Thus, the 5 legendary figures of the 7th universe embarked on their journey to Lord Zeno's palace. Traversing through a multitude of universes in Whis's shuttle cube, experiencing one-dimensional space after another. Jiang Xiaofei was already dazzled. As an astronomy enthusiast, he had never imagined that he would experience such a splendid day. However, contemplating such events would become commonplace for him in the future, allowing Jiang Xiaofei's emotions to finally settle. After an indeterminate passage of time, the traversing cube suddenly came to a halt. Jiang Xiaofei looked up, and a rather unimpressive grand hall appeared before his eyes, its doorframe unmistakably shaped like the character. Jiang Xiaofei instantly comprehended that he had arrived at the grand palace of the king, and upon traversing through the exquisite entrance, he would soon encounter the king himself. Although this was not Jiang Xiaofei's inaugural meeting with the king, a flicker of excitement stirred within him, not due to the king's formidable prowess, but rather because of his imposing stature and resonant voice. As Jiang Xiaofei descended from the shuttle, his feet touched the pristine ground beneath him. Your movements are indeed quite swift. A voice resonated from within the palace, and soon, Jiang Xiaofei beheld a well-groomed figure approaching through the doorway. Upon recognizing the individual, Jiang Xiaofei's pupils constricted slightly. The person before him was none other than the king's steward, the Grand Minister of the 12 universes. An enigmatic powerhouse whose strength surpassed that of any present, potentially rendering them all impotent in comparison. The king has summoned you. One must not exhibit the slightest negligence. Beerus hastily advanced, deeply bowing to the Grand Minister while elucidating the inquiries posed by him. You are too modest. The Grand Minister assisted Beerus to his feet. Yet his gaze shifted toward Jiang Xiaofei. Are you Jiang Xiaofei? Faced with the Grand Minister's unexpected question, Jiang Xiaofei's heart raced, yet his countenance remained composed. Indeed, that is I. It is an honor to meet you, Grand Minister. Jiang Xiaofei dared not breathe too loudly, for the Grand Priest's temperament was akin to that of the Omni King. Let us proceed, he declared. Allow me to guide you in paying homage to the Omni King. Chapter 84. Little Feifei under the Grand Priest's guidance. Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong entered a realm of purest white. A sacred and inviolable aura enveloped them, leading their gaze to a resplendent glow, the solitary throne within the palace of the Omni King, the one and only seat of power. The throne bore no grandeur nor ostentatious embellishments, yet its singularity spoke volumes of its nobility. The sole being worthy of occupying this throne was none other than the Omni King himself. Upon the throne sat a figure of diminutive stature, resembling a 6-year-old child. This entity played an unknown game with both hands, and the sound of innocent laughter resonated clearly in Jiang Xiaofei's ears. The scene, somewhat comical, was juxtaposed by the unchanged expressions of 2 strangely formed guards flanking the throne. Confronted by this familiar sight, Jiang Xiaofei felt an unsettling uncertainty within. The unexpected summons from the Omni King instilled in him a sense of trepidation, as his origins remained shrouded in mystery. Compounded by his recent audacity and the unsettling notion of being subjected to scrutiny, he felt ill at ease. Greetings, Omni King. Beerus was the first to speak, his body yielding to the ground in submission, his head bowed low in reverence. Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong, along with others, politely performed a grand bow before the Omni King. The Omni King's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the crowd beneath the throne. At last, you have arrived. His form was light and ethereal, as he gracefully descended from his throne to approach the assembled individuals. In the forefront stood Beerus, who, upon sensing the presence of the Omni King, felt a profound sense of dread rise from the depths of his being, a tremor that originated from his very soul. In the face of the Omni King, the imposing demeanor of the god of destruction dissipated entirely, as he feared that a single misstep could lead to his obliteration. However, the Omni King did not linger before Beerus. Instead, he advanced towards Jiang Xiaofei. Feeling the weight of the Omni King's gaze and aura, Jiang Xiaofei found himself unable to meet his eyes, aware that he did not belong to this realm. The thought that the Omni King could effortlessly annihilate him was not lost on him. "Are you Jiang Xiaofei?" The youthful voice of the Omni King resonated within Jiang Xiaofei's mind. "Yes, my lord." Jiang Xiaofei exhibited remarkable humility, possessing a keen awareness of when to assert himself and when to bow his head. From your presence, I sense a warm and inviting aura, which prompts my visit today. I seek to uncover the truth." The voice of the Omni King remained unchanged. Yet it struck fear into the hearts of those surrounding him, particularly Beerus. The revelation that Jiang Xiaofei shares a connection with the Omni King is astounding. If this information were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Especially if it reached the ears of Kappa, what kind of situation would ensue? Would Kappa regret engaging in battle with Jiang Xiaofei? It is no wonder that the Omni King effortlessly intervened to rescue Jiang Xiaofei during the tournament. Jiang Xiaofei was utterly astonished. He could not fathom the significance of the words spoken by the Omni King. Indeed, he was an extraordinary existence. He did not belong to the Dragon Ball universe, possessing a unique system. Yet, the Omni King claimed that there was an aura emanating from him that felt both familiar and comforting, leaving even Jiang Xiaofei himself in disbelief. Before he could offer any explanation, the Omni King extended his hands and grasped Jiang Xiaofei's hands directly. Instinctively, Jiang Xiaofei felt the urge to resist. But he soon realized that the power within him was utterly ineffective at that moment. Before the Omni King, he seemed to be nothing more than an insignificant insect. A profound sense of despair welled up within Jiang Xiaofei, for he was utterly uncertain whether the Omni King would uncover his system and his true origins. The Omni King gradually closed his bright eyes, his inner aura swirling as he began to probe within and around Jiang Xiaofei. Witnessing this scene, Beerus was overwhelmed by an unparalleled sense of panic, while Goku and Vegeta, in stark contrast, were filled with curiosity regarding the unfolding events. "What is Achian up to? I cannot comprehend it." Goku scratched his head, wearing a perplexed expression. "I am equally in the dark. Could it be that Jiang Xiaofei shares some connection with the Omni King?" Vegeta speculated. He attempted to elaborate further, but Beerus swiftly covered his mouth. "Loose lips sink ships, especially in the territory of the Omni King," Beerus cautioned, maintaining his meticulous demeanor as he silenced Vegeta. No wonder Jiang Xiaofei's strength had escalated so rapidly. It appears he is connected to the Omni King. I must strive even harder. Goku felt a swell of pride in his insight and aspirations, only to be met with a sharp rap on the head from Beerus. "Everyone, quiet down. Do not disturb Lord Omni King." Beerus's voice was low yet brimming with suppressed fury. Meanwhile, the Grand Minister and the two attendants of the Omni King observed the exchange without interjecting, though the attendants slightly furrowed their brows. The Omni King slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding illuminating them. "So that is how it is." His excited and youthful voice rang out once more, and then he took Jiang Xiaofei by the hand, leading him toward the throne. Jiang Xiaofei, however, was utterly bewildered, unaware of what the Omni King had truly grasped. Yet, at this moment, he possessed no capacity to resist. Under the gaze of all present, Jiang Xiaofei was escorted to the base of the throne by the Omni King. The Omni King turned to face the assembly, an unmistakable joy sparkling in his eyes. Everyone was utterly perplexed, unsure of the Omni King's next move. "Now, I would like to formally introduce to you all this individual beside me." The Omni King endeavored to adopt a serious tone, yet his voice retained a childlike quality. However, the expressions of Beerus, Whis, and others grew solemn, for they understood that whenever the Omni King spoke in such a manner, a significant event was imminent. "Jiang Xiaofei, he shall become my friend." As the Omni King spoke, he looked towards Jiang Xiaofei. "Xiaofei, do you wish to be my friend?" Hearing the Omni King's words, Jiang Xiaofei had yet to recover from his shock, but his head, seemingly of its own accord, nodded vigorously. "That would be splendid. Little Fei Fei, shall we play a game together?" The Grand King grasped Jiang Xiaofei's hand, leading him to a broader expanse, leaving behind a group still reeling from their earlier astonishment. "Little Fei Fei, friend?" Beerus murmured, his mind a blank. How could Jiang Xiaofei's status undergo such a significant transformation in such a brief span? Did this imply that Jiang Xiaofei would no longer be bound by the constraints of the seventh universe? Reflecting on some unpleasant encounters with Jiang Xiaofei, a sense of despair welled up within him. Chapter 85. The Superhuman Water. Alas. Beerus sighed deeply, the unpredictability of life weighing heavily upon him. Quan's actions truly eluded comprehension. Sun Wukong, observing the departing figures of Jiang Xiaofei and the Grand King, could not suppress his own exclamations. It seems that the Grand King has uncovered some secrets about Jiang Xiaofei. Weiss, who had remained remarkably composed, softly remarked, "Indeed. Jiang Xiaofei is indeed a person of great fortune. To establish friendship with the Grand King is a remarkable honor." The Grand Priest stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of profound mystery. Moreover, his companions are brimming with infinite potential, he added, casting a glance at Son Wukong and Vegeta. That is quite true. Weiss was well aware of the strength of Son Wukong and Vegeta, and he nodded in agreement with the Grand Priest's praise. On the other side of the Grand King's palace, Jiang Xiaofei had been led to an expansive area. At that moment, a flicker of despair lingered in Jiang Xiaofei's heart, as the current events were as shocking to him as his sudden transposition to this realm. He had contemplated meeting the Grand King, yet he had never envisioned such a scenario, nor anticipated that the Grand King would take the initiative to befriend him. "Little Fei Fei, what game shall we play?" The Grand King inquired in an exceedingly endearing voice, addressing Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei fell into deep contemplation. There exists a myriad of game genres, yet the two of them had indeed played but a scant few, and his repertoire was even more limited. After a moment of inner turmoil, Jiang Xiaofei resolved to engage in a simple game that Sun Wukong had played with the King of All in the original work. Jiang Xiaofei extended his trembling hand and gently clasped the hands of the King of All. The ensuing game was remarkably simple. He then effortlessly lifted the King of All. Thanks to the significant disparity in their heights and the King's light weight, the swiftness of the motion provided the King with an unprecedented experience. Thus, Jiang Xiaofei treated the King of All as a delightful toy, raising and lowering him repeatedly, causing joyous laughter to resonate throughout the palace. This was indeed the first time the king had experienced such happiness. There was an undeniable charm about Jiang Xiaofei. The pleased expression of the high priest indicated his satisfaction with Jiang Xiaofei's performance. As long as the king was happy, that was what mattered, Vados concurred. Listening to the king's laughter, Beerus and Son Goku felt a weight lift from their hearts. Time flew by, and the joyous moments shared between Jiang Xiaofei and the King of All came to an end, culminating in a bittersweet farewell. Before the time-traveling cube, the king, reluctant to part, grasped Jiang Xiaofei's hand, exclaiming, "Xiaofei, my friend, are you really leaving now? Can you not stay a little longer? I haven't had enough fun yet." Looking at the king's expression, one could hardly imagine that this small being possessed the power to erase the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. Those familiar with the king, however, pondered the nature of the individual capable of eliciting such a response. In light of the king's inquiry, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of regret. "I am truly sorry. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention, so I must depart for now. I promise to return with even more delightful experiences in the future." "Very well. It's a promise," they agreed. After bidding farewell to the king, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions finally boarded the time-traveling cube, setting their course for Universe 7 under Vados' guidance. Universe 7, Earth. After a lengthy journey, Jiang Xiaofei found himself back in the familiar surroundings of his home. Although his time in the Dragon Ball world had not been extensive, he had already come to regard this Earth as his own. Moreover, having previously lived in a place also named Earth, his emotional connection to this realm was particularly profound. "Lord Beerus, want you stay a little longer? There are many delectable dishes awaiting your enjoyment," Bulma invited. "Humph. I have no desire to linger. I need to return and rest well. When I have the time, I shall certainly come to savor the delicacies," Beerus replied. Ever since the connection between Jiang Xiaofei and Quan Wang was established, a sense of melancholy has persistently enveloped Beerus. Unable to provoke Jiang Xiaofei easily, he finds himself in a state of considerable frustration. Without lingering too long under Whis' guidance, Beerus departed from Earth and returned to the realm of the gods of destruction. What could be the matter? Has Lord Beerus endured some sort of setback? It seems that even the allure of delectable cuisine no longer tempts him. Bulma is utterly perplexed. What extraordinary events could have transpired in recent days to render a gourmet indifferent to food? Perhaps Lord Beerus has experienced yet another peculiar dream, Jiang Xiaofei reluctantly explained. omitting any mention of the matter between himself and the king. Humph. I shall retreat to my training. Vegeta, too, was disinclined to elaborate at this moment. The pursuit of mastery was of utmost importance. If he did not exert himself relentlessly, he feared he might truly be unable to keep pace with Jiang Xiaofei. Wait, Vegeta. I am coming too, exclaimed Son Goku, his mouth stuffed with roasted meat. After hastily consuming a few pieces, he hurriedly followed Vegeta. Humph, Kakarot. Could you refrain from bothering me? The proud Vegeta re-emerged. Oh dear, must you be so unkind? We shall progress more swiftly if we train together. Son Wukong attempted to place a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. In a swift motion, Vegeta evaded Wukong's gesture and departed the area at an even greater speed. Observing their departure, Jiang Xiaofei felt a pang of solitude, yet he found solace in the abundance of delectable food that accompanied him. Only through indulgence in culinary delights could he momentarily forget all his discontent. Earth, a cerulean orb, brimming with infinite possibilities and untold power. Above this planet, the arrival of several unwelcome guests shattered the fleeting bliss of Earth. Is this truly Earth? I have heard whispers of formidable beings residing here, particularly those Saiyans, who are reputedly astonishingly powerful. One of the dark purple, translucent figures revealed a gleaming white smile and addressed another of his kind. Perfect, we shall capture them all. This will hasten our dominion over the universe. A malevolent grin spread across the faces of the two dark purple figures. Let us commence. As Jiang Xiaofei relished his meal, he suddenly sensed two extraordinary auras, unlike any he had encountered before. Setting aside his food, he pursued the source of these energies, determined to uncover the identity of those who dared intrude upon Earth unannounced. Chapter 86. Jiang Xiaofei vs. Superman Satan. Two dark purple figures soared through the skies above Earth. This is indeed a planet that knows how to indulge, remarked one of the primary dark purple figures, marveling at the vibrant and colorful scenery of Earth. Boss, have you noticed? There is someone here widely celebrated for saving the Earth countless times. Could he possibly be among the Saiyans? The subordinate, observing various promotional displays throughout the city, analyzed the information with his scanning device. Aside from this possibility, there seems to be no other explanation. The primary figure made his judgment. Scan and locate this individual named Satan. Found him. The subordinate pointed toward a nearby location. There it is. What are we waiting for? Haha. We are one step closer to our goal of universal domination. The entity emitted a triumphant laugh, accelerating once more towards the abode of Satan. Meanwhile, within Satan's home, he basked in the warmth of the sun, oblivious to the presence of his companion, Beerus, who had succumbed to slumber. The two black and purple figures approached without arousing any suspicion in Satan. It is he. One minion confirmed repeatedly, urging caution to avoid alerting him. They needed to strike decisively. A droplet of black-purple liquid detached from the entity, slithering across the ground towards Satan. In an instant, the droplet adhered to Satan's body, enveloping him at a visibly rapid pace. Although Satan attempted to resist, he lacked the strength to fight back, and was ultimately mercilessly expelled from the liquid. The liquid, now resembling Satan perfectly, merely bore a black-purple hue. We've succeeded. The two figures were exhilarated by the scene before them, astonished that events had unfolded so smoothly. After all, he was one of the mightiest beings on this planet. With such power, universal domination was within reach. However, something felt amiss. The entity quickly discerned a discrepancy. It sensed no overwhelming power emanating from the newly formed black-purple Satan, even less than that of his slumbering companion, Beerus. What had gone awry? With a doubtful gaze, the entity turned its attention to Beerus, who lay nearby in deep sleep. The energy radiating from Beerus was far more potent than that of the imposter. No matter. The priority was to subdue him first. Another droplet of black-purple liquid split from the entity, racing towards Beerus. Just as the liquid was about to make contact with Beerus' rotund form, a brilliant white orb descended from the heavens, colliding with the black-purple liquid. Under the force of the white orb, the liquid was instantaneously obliterated, vanishing from sight. The three black-purple figures gazed skyward, where they beheld a handsome face, none other than Jiang Xiaofei. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Xiaofei quickly grasped the situation. The black-purple figure was unmistakably Super Water. Yet he was perplexed. Wasn't Super Water supposed to be on the fire-boiling star? How had he arrived on Earth? Nevertheless, the immediate concern was to resolve the trouble at hand. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at the figure of Satan, now replicated by the Super Water, and then glanced at the peacefully slumbering Beerus, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Had the Super Water targeted Beerus from the outset? The ensuing battle might have posed a greater challenge. However, it appeared that the situation was not as dire as it could have been. As long as he could deal with the three dark purple figures before him, Satan would surely be restored. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Jiang Xiaofei, the main super water was left utterly bewildered. How could another even more formidable being have appeared? Wasn't he this individual supposed to be the strongest? Why was it unfolding this way? Jiang Xiaofei could not afford to concern himself with their thoughts. Swiftly addressing the threat posed by the superhuman water was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Without a moment's hesitation, he descended from the heavens, meticulously controlling his own power to maintain a reasonable scope for the battle. Yet, this restraint did not diminish his speed. In an instant, he stood before his subordinate, delivering what appeared to be a simple punch, yet it was imbued with boundless destructive force. At this juncture, Jiang Xiaofei no longer needed to rely on the ultimate skill of free control to harness the god of destruction's power within him. This profound realization was largely thanks to his encounters with Beerus. Without their confrontation, he would not have attained such deep insights. Although his strength as a god of destruction still paled in comparison to Beerus, he was more than capable of obliterating the dark purple subordinate before him effortlessly. The power of destruction is not something that can be resisted by just anyone. It is pure and absolute annihilation. The entity of superhuman water, upon witnessing this figure descending like a harbinger of doom, was gripped by fear and began to contemplate retreat. He also sought to replicate this harbinger's prowess at the opportune moment. Thus, he commanded the newly birthed superhuman water Satan to launch an attack against Jiang Xiaofei, while he prepared for his own escape. In his estimation, superhuman water Satan could buy him some time, yet his assumptions were ultimately overly naive. Observing the approaching Satan, Jiang Xiaofei moderated his force even further. After all, Satan and he could be considered old friends. However, even though Jiang Xiaofei's intensity had lessened, it was still beyond Satan's capacity to withstand. Under the force of Jiang Xiaofei's punch, the super water Satan began to show signs of fracture. Before the fist of super water Satan could even graze the hem of Jiang Xiaofei's garment, its form had already become ethereal. Ultimately, succumbing to the zenith of Jiang Xiaofei's power, it shattered. Subsequently, in the incredulous gaze of the main body of super water Satan dissipated into nothingness, and a droplet of super water fell into Jiang Xiaofei's grasp. This droplet, a deep violet hue, attempted to envelop Jiang Xiaofei's body. Yet it soon realized that it could not escape the confines of his palm. Casting a glance at the still unconscious Satan, Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of relief. As he toyed with the super water in his hand, he found it to be exceedingly fascinating. However, the current super water possessed its own consciousness. If he could vanquish its main body, rendering the super water into an unconscious substance, could it be refined into something akin to a magical weapon, much like those in the realm of cultivation? With this thought in mind, Jiang Xiaofei cast a hostile glance toward the rapidly fleeing main body of super water. Chapter 87. The Cat and the Mouse. At this moment, the main body of super water harbored no desire for combat. Its sole intent was survival. From Jiang Xiaofei, it perceived no glimmer of hope for victory and had abandoned any notion of seizing his power through ambush. Instead, it was engulfed in profound terror. Fully aware that the droplet of super water in Jiang Xiaofei's hand signified its doom, once ensnared by Jiang Xiaofei, there would be no favorable outcome. In the grand scheme of universal dominion, preserving its own existence took precedence. After all, only by surviving could it aspire to rule the cosmos. Yet, could the main body of super water truly survive this ordeal? Jiang Xiaofei gazed at the fleeing super water, a surge of greed welling up within him. However, acquiring the super water was not an endeavor to be taken lightly, for it possessed its own consciousness. Given the peculiar nature of super water's thoughts, should it indeed siphon away his powers, the consequences would be dire. To claim super water entirely as his own, one must obliterate its current will, which entailed locating the core crystal of the super water. For Jiang Xiaofei, this was not a particularly daunting task. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, a faint lavender glow emanating from his hands, imparting a chilling sensation. He then delivered a straightforward punch at the retreating super water. Although the blow did not damage the core crystal, the portion of super water tainted by the aura of destruction was evidently beyond restoration. Super water's eyes widened in astonishment. Its speed had reached its zenith, yet it could not shake off Jiang Xiaofei. Instead, it was struck hard by him. Had it not hidden the core crystal, that punch could have been its undoing. Without a trace of doubt, super water chose to abandon its vessel to protect its essence. severing the tainted portion from its main body to halt the spread of destructive energy. Observing Super Water's maneuver, Jiang Xiaofei revealed a captivating smile as the detached fragments effortlessly fell into his grasp. These remnants, corrupted by the power of destruction, appeared to resonate even more harmoniously with Jiang Xiaofei. Crucially, these shards of Super Water had entirely severed ties with its main entity, their form now dictated solely by Jiang Xiaofei's intent. With a mere flick of his thoughts, a shimmering water gun, glistening with a cold light, began to whirl in his hands. In its rapid rotation, it sliced through space itself, while a faint lavender aura of destruction coursed at its tip. As Jiang Xiaofei guided the spinning water gun, it sped towards the core of Super Water with unparalleled velocity. Bang! With no resistance, the water gun effortlessly pierced the already liquid form of Super Water, drawing away even more of its essence. The portion tainted by the aura of destruction only amplified the weapon's might. Super Water grimaced, seething with a desire to rend Jiang Xiaofei into pieces. Yet its body showed no signs of slowing down, maintaining its utmost speed in its escape. Witnessing Super Water's desperate plight, Jiang Xiaofei experienced a thrilling sense of exhilaration, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. At this moment, he seemed unhurried in locating the core crystal. The cold, lavender-glowing water gun quietly turned back, once again charging towards Super Water. Upon seeing the menacing weapon, Super Water felt a tightening in its chest and hastily adjusted its course, fleeing at high speed towards a direction devoid of Jiang Xiaofei and the water gun. However, how could the quarry marked by Jiang Xiaofei escape peril so easily? The water gun, seemingly equipped with a tracking function, pursued the Super Water entity under Jiang Xiaofei's deft control. This time, the velocity of the water gun intensified, slicing through the air with a resonant hum, accompanied by brilliant flashes of light. Bang! Once again, a precise strike landed, and the Super Water entity was hit anew. Jiang Xiaofei's heart soared with delight. He relished this moment, as his advantage appeared strikingly evident. After being toyed with repeatedly by Jiang Xiaofei, the fear in the Super Water's eyes had dissipated, replaced by a chilling resolve. His gaze no longer fixated on the escape route or on Jiang Xiaofei and the water gun's position. Instead, it turned toward the bustling crowd below. A palpable aura of murderous intent began to swirl around him, and the Super Water entity had made a decisive choice. His eyes bore an unwavering determination that instilled fear in those who beheld him. However, at that moment, there was no one in the sky besides Jiang Xiaofei. The Super Water entity split into two and advanced toward the crowd. He had realized that if he continued to flee as a conspicuous target in the sky, he would inevitably fall prey to Jiang Xiaofei's relentless antics. Thus, he resolved to engage in a more audacious gambit. Blending into the throng below, not only would this yield more replicas, but it would also disrupt Jiang Xiaofei's tactical plans, facilitating his own escape. Yet, he remained uncertain whether he could reach the ground unscathed. He was gambling, wagering that Jiang Xiaofei would not be able to eliminate them all in such a brief span. Observing the sudden shift in the Super Water's demeanor and glancing at the clamorous crowd below, Jiang Xiaofei seemed to grasp the situation. The icy brilliance of the water gun spun with renewed fervor, shredding the surrounding space into fragments. In Jiang Xiaofei's palm, the tip of his index finger glimmered with a white light, and simultaneously, the water gun and the luminous beam shot forth, targeting the two Super Waters advancing toward the crowd. Since you have grown weary of this game, it is indeed time to bid farewell. Jiang Xiaofei's voice, tinged with a hint of indifference, had barely faded when a piercing scream shattered the air. The water gun and the radiant white light struck their respective targets almost simultaneously. A crisp sound echoed from within the Super Water, reminiscent of something shattering. At that moment, the humanoid form of Super Water completely collapsed, reverting to its original state. The Super Water hovered in the sky, showing no signs of descending. The dark purple hue gradually became transparent, ultimately transforming into a soft lavender. Observing the lavender liquid suspended in the air, Jiang Xiaofei gently waved his hand, causing the liquid Super Water to swiftly move towards him. The rapidly spinning water gun returned to its original form, ultimately merging with the liquid Super Water to create a complete version of Super Water. The only distinction was that the Super Water now before Jiang Xiaofei lacked a core, devoid of its consciousness. Its shape and function would henceforth be dictated by Jiang Xiaofei's will. He felt a profound satisfaction at the sight of the delicate lavender liquid before him. Chapter 88. The return of Frisia. Having resolved the predicament posed by the Super Water, Jiang Xiaofei returned to Satan's residence. At this moment, Satan had awakened, and he had no recollection of having his powers seized by the Super Water. He only possessed a vague sense that something extraordinary had transpired within him. Jiang Xiaofei offered little explanation, believing that maintaining an air of mystery surrounding Satan is preferable. Although Satan is ostensibly a global hero, his combat prowess is indeed a cause for concern. Jiang Xiaofei cast another glance at Bu, who remained deeply immersed in slumber not far away, and let out a long sigh once more. Jiang Xiaofei felt that the most unreliable aspect of this world was Bu. Every time an emergency arose, Bu was invariably found slumbering. Had the super water directly targeted Bu this time, the ensuing chaos would undoubtedly have been far more extensive. At present, Jiang Xiaofei harbored no expectations of Bu's assistance. He merely hoped that Bu would not falter once the tournament of the 12 universes commenced. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Satan, Jiang Xiaofei departed and returned to Bulma's residence. Currently, he did not possess a home of his own and could only stay temporarily in this lavish abode. For Bulma's family was indeed affluent and would hardly mind accommodating an additional guest. Jiang Xiaofei did not seek out Son Goku or Vegeta, but rather chose to find a training room on his own. A liquid materialized above Jiang Xiaofei's right hand. This Superman water now entirely belonged to him. Although he could not embed his consciousness within the Superman water as one might in the realm of immortals, establishing certain prohibitions that only he could unlock posed no challenge at all. Gazing at the Superman water in his hand, Jiang Xiaofei was uncertain whether it retained its original properties. Should it lose its core, the replication ability of the Superman water would indeed be a significant loss for him. Imagine, in the heat of battle with an adversary, if Jiang Xiaofei were to summon the Superman water for a surprise attack, although it might lack honor. A successful ambush would grant him access to the full extent of his enemy's power. Consequently, eliminating his foe would become a trivial matter. However, two pivotal questions loomed. First, would the Superman water still possess its replication ability without the core? Second, when the Superman water replicates an opponent's abilities, would their personality also be imitated? And how could this be addressed? If the adversary were an exceedingly arrogant individual, harboring deep-seated animosity and lethal intent towards Jiang Xiaofei, then even if the Superman water successfully replicated their abilities, it might very well turn against him. To unravel these two queries, Jiang Xiaofei needed to find a suitable test subject for verification. Yet, how could he locate an appropriate candidate? He pondered the individuals around him. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were still immersed in their training, making them clearly unsuitable. Jiang Xiaofei even contemplated Bulma, yet he was concerned about her frail constitution. If she were to possess the ability to replicate, her true self might struggle to endure it, rendering the endeavor futile. The ideal candidate must exhibit formidable combat prowess and a distinctive personality. After much deliberation, Jiang Xiaofei failed to identify a suitable individual. He certainly could not experiment upon himself. Moreover, it appeared that the super water lacked the capacity to replicate his physique. Even Jiang Xiaofei was uncertain as to why this was the case. Seated in the empty training room, with the super water morphing into various shapes in his hand, Jiang Xiaofei found himself missing Frieza. In terms of strength and character, Frieza was undoubtedly the optimal specimen for experimentation. However, Jiang Xiaofei had no inkling of Frieza's current whereabouts. With no progress on the super water experiments, he hastily concluded his training after familiarizing himself with several forms of the liquid. Once outside the training room, a sense of ennui enveloped him. Without the companionship of Vegeta and Son Goku, he felt like a solitary figure, contemplating a visit to the God of Destruction's realm for some diversion. He quickly dismissed the thought, mindful of his relationship with Beerus. In a state of utter boredom, Jiang Xiaofei retreated to his quarters, preparing to indulge in a restful slumber. Beyond Earth, in the vast expanse of the seventh universe, myriad events perpetually unfolded. A spacecraft traversed the interstellar void, leaving a trail of resplendent hues in its wake. Upon the spacecraft, a tall yet unassuming figure stood, gazing through the screen at the infinite cosmos, imbued with a glimmer of hope. "Your Majesty, what is our next destination?" inquired an unnamed subordinate with reverence. "Humph, do I need to remind you?" Naturally, it is that alluring azure planet radiating irresistible allure. The figure's thoughts appeared to drift into reminiscence. Once, he had dominated the universe, but after provoking individuals associated with Earth, his unfortunate journey commenced. Time and again, he sought vengeance, even launching assaults on Earth, yet each endeavor culminated in failure, culminating in a near-fatal encounter. Had he not relied on his cunning to escape disaster, he would not be here now. Nevertheless, as a former cosmic sovereign, he possessed an indomitable spirit. Having faced setbacks on Earth multiple times, he was resolved to rise again from that very place, and this time, he was brimming with confidence. During this interstellar voyage, he had encountered individuals of even greater intrigue. With this thought, he cast a glance towards another chamber of the ship. With his presence, the scions on Earth posed no threat whatsoever. Humph. How truly exhilarating this prospect is. Son Goku, Jiang Xiaofei, Vegeta, I hope that during this interval, you have grown even more formidable. From the depths of the figure's gaze, a glimmer of cold light erupted, filling his heart with an overwhelming sense of humiliation towards the three individuals before him. Accelerate. For I am increasingly eager to reunite with my old friends. As the words fell, the spaceship surged forward with renewed speed, racing towards the Azure planet. Since arriving in this world, moments of such leisure have been exceedingly rare for Jiang Xiaofei. Yet, he now seems to have developed a fondness for the thrill of combat. Though he remains uncertain whether this is a result of the influence exerted by Vegeta and Son Wukong. Just as Jiang Xiaofei began to feel a twinge of boredom, a familiar aura suddenly piqued his interest. Jiang Xiaofei stepped out of his abode, gazing upwards at the cerulean sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. Frieza, you have returned at last. Chapter 89. Super Water Frieza. Jiang Xiaofei's body gradually ascended, ultimately halting at a height equal to that of Frieza. Within his gaze lay an unmistakable joy at Frieza's arrival, akin to the feeling of anticipating one's arrival just as they appear. Not long before, Jiang Xiaofei had contemplated Frieza, and now he stood before him. Indeed, the heavens seemed to favor him. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's beaming smile, Frieza, suspended in the sky, felt a wave of disdain. Yet, a subtle smile lingered on his face. I sincerely apologize, Your Excellency Jiang Xiaofei, for my abrupt departure. Frieza placed his right hand on his abdomen while his left hand rested behind him, bowing respectfully towards Jiang Xiaofei. This gesture was ostensibly one of contrition. Yet his tone conveyed a sense of entitlement, as if he believed his actions were justified. Nonetheless, for Jiang Xiaofei, the current demeanor of Frieza elicited no surprise. After all, Frieza had dared to engage in petty antics even before Beerus, let alone in their presence. Jiang Xiaofei's anticipation for Frieza's appearance was not born from an expectation of reform, but rather from the necessity of his own experimental endeavors. Frieza had become an indispensable subject in his research. These matters are trivial. There is no need for concern. We harbor no resentment. Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, conveying his perspective. Yet, I remain curious, despite our prior agreement, why did you ultimately choose to depart without a word? This perplexity also confounded Jiang Xiaofei, who could not conceive a more compelling rationale. Pride. Frieza succinctly responded, and everything fell into place. As a former cosmic sovereign, Frieza's pride had suffered a significant blow during his battles with them. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, but upon reflection, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. Under the influence of his wounded pride, Frieza opted to leave in search of a means to rapidly enhance his strength, and it seems he has now discovered it. Ah, I understand. Is your return also aimed at reclaiming your lost pride? Jiang Xiaofei's gaze shimmered as he regarded the diminutive figure before him, reaffirming his thoughts. Hee. Your Excellency Jiang Xiaofei, you truly understand me well. Alas, if it were not for the Earth and Son Wukong, perhaps we could have forged a friendship. For you exude an irresistible charm. Frieza sought to win over Jiang Xiaofei while simultaneously attempting to ensnare him in a web of confusion. Well, in that case, I shall grant you an opportunity to reclaim your so-called dignity. Jiang Xiaofei pointed at himself, declaring, defeat me, and you shall fully reclaim your self-respect. Ah, how fortunate I am to express my gratitude to Your Excellency Jiang Xiaofei for this opportunity. However, this time, your adversary is not I, Frieza. With a cryptic smile gracing his lips, spoke in a tone laced with playful mockery, revealing all of this. Oh, has your absence during this time led you to discover a formidable ally? This indeed piques my curiosity. What manner of being would choose to align with the malevolent emperor of the universe? Jiang Xiaofei, however, sensed the presence of two unfamiliar auras aside from Frieza. Yet, the fluctuations emanating from them were utterly inferior to Frieza's. Jiang Xiaofei regarded himself as merely a subordinate to Frieza and thus did not pay them much heed. However, after Frieza's remark, he found himself somewhat intrigued by the identity of that underling. Nevertheless, there was still a matter of greater significance that required your assistance. As Jiang Xiaofei spoke, a delicate lavender liquid danced between his fingers, its silky texture vividly depicted. Ah, how intriguing. Lord Jiang Xiaofei seeks my assistance. Should I be capable, I would willingly impart my knowledge. Frieza's mood instantly brightened. The thought of humiliating and tormenting Jiang Xiaofei during his moment of desperation would be all the more delightful. Frisia paid little heed to the lavender liquid in Jiang Xiaofei's grasp. For you, it is truly a trifling task. All you need to do is stand there. Without any further movement, Jiang Xiaofei made a demand to Frisia, releasing a pale purple liquid that surged toward his position. As Frisia listened to Jiang Xiaofei's words and observed his actions, his mood plummeted to freezing depths. He felt utterly humiliated. In response, Frisia instinctively adopted a defensive stance, fearing that the pale purple liquid might be a formidable weapon. However, when the luminous purple substance made contact with Frisia's arm, nothing extraordinary occurred, leading him to believe that Jiang Xiaofei was merely jesting with him. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei realized that after losing the crystal core, the unique properties of the superhuman water had completely diminished, rendering it suitable only for ordinary weaponry. As he contemplated retracting the superhuman water, a further transformation unfolded. Frisia, attempting to rid himself of the superhuman water, found it swiftly coursing over his body instead. The originally concentrated luminous purple light began to spread across Frisia's form, ultimately enveloping him entirely. Before he could seek assistance, Frisia was rendered utterly voiceless. Witnessing this familiar scene before him, Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of confidence. Could it be that the replicative capabilities of the superhuman water still persisted? Observing Frisia, who was struggling within the liquid, Jiang Xiaofei pondered whether the superhuman water could completely replicate all of Frisia's abilities. In an instant, the superhuman water expelled Frisia's form as if discarding refuse. Although Frisia remained upright, disbelief filled his eyes as he gazed at his trembling hands, realizing his once mighty power had vanished. Slowly lifting his head, he gazed at the peculiar liquid, which had now transformed into a replica of Frisia, radiating a brilliant purple glow. Success. Jiang Xiaofei's fist involuntarily began to move, achieving success on his first attempt, which indicated that the power of the super water had been perfectly preserved. This was undoubtedly a cause for celebration for Jiang Xiaofei. From his perception, the super water Frisia, while not fully embodying Frisia's strength, had attained an impressive level of 80%. Gaining 80% of his opponent's power was indeed a staggering figure, a formidable weapon in his arsenal. Next, he would conduct a personality test on the super water. Chapter 90. Frisia's assistant. The Frisia manifested from the super water appeared pale, his eyes filled with astonishment. He was utterly bewildered by the events that had just transpired. Yet he could distinctly feel the draining of his own power. All of this was a consequence of the pale purple liquid released by Jiang Xiaofei. Gazing at the super water Frisia, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, and sensing the power that had once belonged to him, Frisia found himself in a state of deep turmoil. What have you done? Frisia was engulfed in rage. Without his strength, how could he hope to conquer the universe? The possibility of incurring the wrath of his enemies loomed large, and even his subordinates might turn against him. Observing Frisia on the brink of madness, Jiang Xiaofei's expression remained largely unchanged. Do not be like this. I am merely conducting an experiment. Jiang Xiaofei spoke with a calm demeanor, yet it was impossible to conceal the excitement brewing within him. He could distinctly sense that the super water Frisia remained under his control. From the faintly lilac body, he detected no emotional fluctuations. Moreover, this form, replicated by Frisia, seemed devoid of the capacity for verbal expression. In essence, the super water Frisia before him was merely a puppet endowed with 80% of Frisia's power. This was undoubtedly advantageous for Jiang Xiaofei. He need not concern himself with the complexities of the super water's personality post-replication, as he could directly manipulate it in battle. The limits of the super water's capabilities were yet to be determined. Observing the gradual shift in Jiang Xiaofei's expression, Frisia's heart swelled with rage. Though his physical strength appeared insufficient to match his furious emotions, Jiang Xiaofei, it seems I have underestimated you. I never imagined that within such a brief span of my absence, you would resort to such despicable tactics. Hey, Frisia, do you think I am like you? I have already informed you beforehand that I require your assistance. Jiang Xiaofei spread his hands, expressing his own sense of grievance. Humph. Spare me your feigned pity. What right does one who resorts to ambush possess to act aggrieved before me? In light of Jiang Xiaofei's expression, Frisia remained unfazed, fully aware that it was Jiang Xiaofei who had surreptitiously usurped his power. Oh dear, Frisia, must you be so petty? I have already informed you that this is but a minor test. Observing Frisia's slightly haughty and indignant demeanor, Jiang Xiaofei's tone softened. Petty? A test? Then may I inquire? Your Excellency, Jiang Xiaofei, has the test concluded? Frisia suppressed his ire, managing a most reluctant smile. Well, it seems we are nearly there. Jiang Xiaofei responded candidly. In that case, I kindly request, Your Excellency Jiang Xiaofei, that you return my power. For Frisia, a vessel devoid of power is a most terrifying prospect. One he alone truly comprehends. Look at you, so anxious. Here you go. Jiang Xiaofei gently waved his hand, and the previously Frisia-formed super water transformed once more into an amorphous shape, vanishing from Frisia's sight as it flowed from the tip of Jiang Xiaofei's fingers. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, a powerful and radiant aura erupted from Frisia's body. His eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance as he clenched his fists tightly. Savoring the surge of formidable strength, his heart instantly filled with satisfaction. Ah, this sensation is indeed unparalleled. Shaking off his previous despondency, Frisia returned to his former self. TSK. Who would have thought that even King Frisia could display such a captivating expression? Observing Frisia, Jiang Xiaofei could not help but jest. Jiang Xiaofei, do not revel in your triumph. Had it not been for your cunning scheme, that mere substance would never have come close to me. Naturally, Frisia would never concede defeat. Yet, his words held a kernel of truth. The primary application of the super water in Jiang Xiaofei's possession relied on surprise and unpreparedness. If the opponent anticipated it, its intended effect would be rendered moot. This time, Jiang Xiaofei chose not to counter Frisia's assertion but instead shifted the topic. Frisia, you once chose to flee. And now you've returned. Could it be to seek contrition? We might forgive you, but I fear that Lord Beerus would not let you escape so easily. Contrition? As the illustrious Emperor of the universe, do I require your counsel for my actions? As for Lord Beerus, I am well aware of my standing. Frisia's laughter echoed, as if he had just heard the grandest joke in the cosmos. Jiang Xiaofei, I concede, you are indeed powerful. Even Son Goku and Vegeta cannot match your prowess. However, this time, I have returned to demonstrate that as the Emperor of the universe, I am ultimately beyond your defeat. As Frisia spoke, the volume of his voice rose, amplifying his imposing presence. Oh, now it was Jiang Xiaofei's turn to express curiosity. Have you forgotten how, prior to this, we thoroughly bested you? I distinctly remember how the so-called Emperor of the universe pleaded for mercy before us. Jiang Xiaofei exhibited no mercy, targeting Frisia's scar with a precise strike. Indeed. As Jiang Xiaofei recounted past events, Frisia's expression darkened, even contorting with rage. Jiang Xiaofei, do not revel in your triumph. My return is solely for vengeance. I shall repay the humiliation you inflicted upon me in full. Frisia's voice grew frantic and malevolent, as if a hellish beast were raging within him. Haha, Frisia, surely. You jest? In response to Frisia's furious outburst, Jiang Xiaofei furrowed his brow momentarily, yet his expression swiftly reverted to its usual composure. Vengeance. You have uttered that word more than once, and each time, your attempts at retribution have culminated in failure, increasingly disastrous with each endeavor. Therefore, I would advise you to adopt a more prudent approach. It would serve you well. Jiang Xiaofei, this time, I shall not falter. I need not lift a finger. All shall tremble beneath my feet. Oh, are you suggesting that you have summoned allies? Jiang Xiaofei was indeed curious about the mysterious allies lurking behind Frisia. Come forth. My proud warrior. Frisia declared with a wicked grin, his gaze intensely fixed upon a distant spaceship. As the hatch opened, a tall and imposing figure emerged before Jiang Xiaofei. This so-called warrior, robust and muscular, exuded an aura of agility, particularly accentuated by the striking black hair that captivated Jiang Xiaofei's attention. Upon witnessing this formidable presence, Jiang Xiaofei's eyes narrowed, and he felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Chapter 91, The Legend of Broly, the Super Saiyan. In his heart, Jiang Xiaofei murmured, harboring a certain understanding of the legendary warrior before him. Broly, Vegeta, and Son Goku are all Super Saiyans, yet their destinies diverge dramatically. Born on the same day, Broly possessed an astonishing combat power of 10,000 at birth, a mere aura that reduced the low-class Saiyan Son Goku to tears. Due to Broly's exceptional talent, King Vegeta harbored fears that Broly might threaten Vegeta's claim to the throne, leading him to harbor murderous intentions and ultimately exile Broly. Thus, Broly's childhood was spent in a desperate struggle for survival. However, this could not obscure Broly's innate gifts, or the legendary bloodline coursing through his veins. Now, as Broly stood before Jiang Xiaofei, it was evident that Frisia had located him and brought him to Earth. Broly moved to Frisia's side and bowed slightly, a gesture of respect. Though he appeared rugged and robust, he exuded an air of politeness. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei was fully aware that if anyone provoked Broly, the irrational fury that would unleash would be terrifyingly chaotic. In that moment, Broly would become a mindless beast, driven solely by primal instincts of combat. Frieza gazed at the towering figure of Broly with admiration and satisfaction. "Allow me to present my greatest discovery of this journey," he declared, his voice imbued with pride, clearly reveling in the acquisition of such a formidable fighter. "This is Broly, and even more thrilling, he is also a Saiyan. Isn't it fascinating?" Frieza glanced at Jiang Xiaofei, eagerly anticipating the events to unfold. Regrettably, Son Goku and Vegeta were absent. Had they been present to spar with Broly, it would surely have been a battle to remember. Frieza, too, harbored lingering thoughts about Son Goku and Vegeta. Standing beside Frieza, Broly uttered not a single word. Nor did he even spare Jiang Xiaofei a glance. However, Jiang Xiaofei was indifferent to this. Should a confrontation with Broly ensue, it would inevitably spell disaster for Earth. Yet, it appeared that such a battle was now unavoidable. He was, in fact, eager to witness the true might of the legendary Super Saiyan. "This challenge awaits me. But this locale is unsuitable for combat. Let us seek a desolate place." Jiang Xiaofei's words were imbued with tranquility, seemingly unfazed by the impending challenge. I did not anticipate your willingness to comply so readily. This indeed surprises me. However, such a splendid scene cannot be allowed for Jiang Xiaofei alone to relish. Let us summon both Son Wukong and Vegeta to experience the despair of being overwhelmed by Broly, a fellow Saiyan. Frieza's voice rose in volume, his pupils dilating, exuding a blind yet formidable confidence. "To deal with him, I am more than sufficient." Observing Frieza's frenzied demeanor, Jiang Xiaofei felt reluctant to dampen his spirits. Yet Frieza's penchant for provocation left him with little choice. "Jiang Xiaofei, you are quite confident. Yet I hope you will not end up weeping later." As Frieza's patience waned with the prolonged absence of Son Wukong and Vegeta, he found himself in dire need of a victory to alleviate his impending collapse. Jiang Xiaofei did not engage directly but led Broly, Frieza, and others to a suitable battleground. It was a realm where pure white and deep blue intertwined. Within this space, a powerful chill permeated the atmosphere at all times. Were it not for the continuous training that Jiang Xiaofei and his companions had undergone, they would find it challenging to endure in such an environment. In contrast, Frieza and Broly remained impervious to the biting cold. "This icy expanse shall serve as our arena for combat." After Jiang Xiaofei spoke, a surge of energy began to rise around him. Although he did not choose to employ the technique of Zizai Gong, even in his normal state, Jiang Xiaofei's combat prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary fighter. Observing Jiang Xiaofei gathering energy, Frieza initiated his own actions, but this time, it was Broly who would take the lead instead of Frieza himself. Jiang Xiaofei had anticipated this outcome long ago. As he focused on accumulating energy, Broly also sprang into action. While Broly may have lacked in strategic thinking, his reflexes and capacity for combat growth were undeniably extraordinary. Surrounding Broly, a subtle yet palpable energy began to ripple, not overwhelmingly strong, yet still capable of instilling a sense of dread. The two forces, centered around Jiang Xiaofei and Broly, began to collide. Neither had made any overt movements. Yet the atmosphere crackled with tension. Frieza, witnessing Broly's transformation, felt a surge of excitement. With Broly present, others seemed insignificant. As the energy intensified, Broly's consciousness teetered between confusion and fury, driven by an intense surge of power within him. Observing Broly's transformation, Jiang Xiaofei felt a tumult of emotions, primarily due to Broly's overwhelming destructive potential. The clash of their energies further propelled Broly's advancement. Without uttering a single word, Broly launched himself into action, unleashing a devastating punch aimed directly at the mountains. In Jiang Xiaofei's gaze, there resided not a trace of panic. Even in the presence of the legendary Super Saiyan, he remained undaunted. Transforming his palm into a fist, Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a seemingly ordinary punch, yet the force it carried was formidable. When their fists collided, an even more intense energy erupted forth, casting brilliant fireworks across this realm. White lightning danced around the space between their fists, lingering and pulsating within the atmosphere. Not a single observer retreated, indicating that the two were indeed evenly matched. However, this outcome was not what either desired. Their auras surged once more, and the very fabric of space bore faint signs of fracture at the precipice of their clashing energies. Jiang Xiaofei's speed was evidently swifter, unhesitatingly charging directly towards him. Boom. Bang. Once again, a straightforward and forceful punch was thrown, yet this time, Broly's figure plummeted from the azure sky like a kite severed from its string. Jiang Xiaofei did not cease his assault, A series of energy orbs materialized and descended from the azure sky, targeting the rapidly plummeting Broly. Chapter 92. The Growth of Broly. Boom. Bang. The radiant white energy orb struck Broly's robust form, forcefully slamming him onto the ice below. Yet, Broly's descent remained unimpeded. Crack. The once pristine ice surface was shattered by Broly's powerful body, creating a vast, deep crater. Unfrozen seawater surged forth from the depths, creating spectacular waves that danced in the air. Observing this spectacle, Frieza's eyes brimmed with anticipation. This was merely the beginning. Both combatants had already displayed astonishing might. As the Emperor of the Universe, he was reluctant to concede, yet the power unleashed by both was now on par with his own. What was even more infuriating was that Jiang Xiaofei and Broly's battle had only just commenced, promising even greater excitement ahead. Jiang Xiaofei, are you satisfied with this opponent? Frieza gazed up at Jiang Xiaofei in the sky, unable to conceal his exhilaration. One must admit, Frieza, you possess a keen eye. However, if you perceive Broly merely as a pawn, you are gravely mistaken. Be wary, for it may be you who ends up injured in the end. Jiang Xiaofei felt a hint of forewarning. In his recollection, Frieza had been utterly vanquished by the ferocious Broly, even in his golden form. Frieza could not withstand the unrelenting onslaught of Broly in his berserk state, who exhibited a one-sided massacre. Amidst their conversation, Broly, having been plunged into the depths of the icy sea, surged upward once more, radiating a golden brilliance that exacerbated the fractures in the ice. With an even more formidable energy coursing through him, Broly ascended towards Jiang Xiaofei, who lingered in the clouds above. The palpable energy waves emanating from Broly unmistakably indicated his enhanced strength. Sonic booms reverberated around him, and his increasingly irrational gaze seemed to narrate Broly's defiance and resilience. He was, without a doubt, the epitome of a perfect warrior. Frieza, who had remained a mere spectator, relished the captivating spectacle before him and spoke once again. A haughty scoff escaping his lips, Jiang Xiaofei let out a cold snort, fully aware of Broly's situation. To possess the ability to surpass the Super Saiyan Blue form in merely a day during battles with Son Wukong and Vegeta is a growth rate that is astonishingly more terrifying than his own. Despite having a system, Broly's remarkable prowess is entirely attributable to the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline that appears only once every 1,000 years. Presently, Broly's performance merely signifies that his journey of growth has only just begun. The aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei surged fiercely once more, unyielding in the face of the ferocious Broly. As the two clashed again, the collision of their energy waves created a dazzling display akin to fireworks, illuminating the heavens above. Their speeds escalated progressively throughout the confrontation. Influenced by his bloodline, Broly experienced a rising tide of intense unease and agitation during his battle with Jiang Xiaofei. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Broly still found himself unable to gain the slightest advantage. A thunderous roar erupted, propelling Broly's energy to new heights. He grew once again. The damage inflicted by his fists had evidently increased significantly, yet before Jiang Xiaofei, he remained at a distinct disadvantage. It is worth noting that, at this moment, if Jiang Xiaofei unleashed his full power, he could effortlessly defeat Broly in a single strike. After all, Jiang Xiaofei now possessed strength rivaling that of the mightiest god of destruction, Beerus. However, Jiang Xiaofei harbored no desire to do so. He understood that Broly's nature was not inherently malevolent. It was rather the misguided teachings of his father, Paragus, compounded by the influence of his Saiyan bloodline, that had instilled in Broly a sense of brutality and bloodlust. If Broly could learn to master his thoughts and intentions, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional warrior, rather than a mere mad and consumed by rage. Yet, such transformation would not occur overnight. Unleashing Broly's latent potential was the immediate priority. This also served as preparation for the forthcoming tournament of the 12 universes. With Broly's participation, the likelihood of victory for Universe 7 would significantly increase. In a training room within the Western City, two azure figures moved rapidly, exchanging blows. Goku and Vegeta had been engaged in relentless combat for an extended period, exhibiting an unyielding tenacity. Their garments had long since tattered under the relentless assaults, yet neither showed the slightest concern. Each clash brought them immense satisfaction, invigorating their spirits. Just as they were reveling in the intensity of their training, both Goku and Vegeta's gazes abruptly narrowed, instinctively focusing on a singular direction. "Did you sense that?" Goku inquired, his tone laced with curiosity as he addressed Vegeta. "Indeed. 3 formidable auras. One belongs to Jiang Xiaofei and another to Frieza. But the third?" Vegeta pondered, grappling with disbelief. There's another presence akin to ours, yet distinctly different. Could it be that Frieza has brought others to create chaos? Goku asserted decisively. Let's go. We shall uncover the truth shortly, Vegeta replied. Determination etched on his features. Vegeta spoke as he placed his palm upon Goku's shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku sought the essence of Jiang Xiaofei, employing instantaneous movement to arrive at the battlefield where Jiang Xiaofei and Broly clashed. Once again, Broly's fierce punch surged towards Jiang Xiaofei, yet he effortlessly evaded it. Oh, Jiang Xiaofei, engaging in battle here without informing me, Goku exclaimed, observing the combat. Goku, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you both for quite some time. Before Jiang Xiaofei could utter a word, Frieza interjected, Indeed, it is you. Frieza, the last time I showed mercy, you now dare to disrupt again. Have you forgotten the lesson from our last encounter? Aha, such a lesson is certainly not forgotten. Otherwise, how could I possibly find myself here again? Frieza declared. Goku, this time, to commemorate my return, behold whom I have brought along. He gestured towards Broly, who was entangled with Jiang Xiaofei in the distance. Who is that? Goku inquired, gazing at the unfamiliar figure, feeling a vague sense of familiarity, yet nothing more. Prince Vegeta. A sudden voice rang out as another scion appeared by Frieza's side, none other than Broly's father, Paragus. Broly, eliminate him, Paragus commanded, pointing at Vegeta. His expression contorted with malice as he issued a frenzied roar at his son. Chapter 93. The Clash of Three Super Saiyans. Broly, who had been engaged in battle with Jiang Xiaofei, immediately retreated upon hearing Paragus's call. Yet, the golden aura surrounding him did not diminish, rather, it intensified as he charged towards Vegeta. Faced with Broly's onslaught, Vegeta would not remain passive. He transformed into Super Saiyan 1 to counter the attack. However, within moments, the might of Super Saiyan Vegeta was overwhelmed by Broly's relentless power. The force emanating from Broly's fist possessed tremendous destructive capability. As their fists collided, Vegeta was sent flying, hurtling towards the icy surface and the sea below. Bang! The impact with the ice was fierce, causing the already fractured ice to shatter further. And the water churned violently at Vegeta's arrival. Vegeta, Goku, witnessing this from the sidelines, shouted in alarm, his gaze shifting towards the furious aura radiating from Broly. Just as he was about to intervene, Jiang Xiaofei, who had approached him, restrained him. As a proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta's noble blood could not bear the humiliation of being thrust into the sea by another Saiyan, Broly. Fury, an overwhelming rage coursed through Vegeta's veins, igniting his blood. In a surge of power, he transformed again. From beneath the sea, an endless blue light erupted, illuminating the shattered ice, which glimmered brilliantly in its glow. The already tumultuous surface of the sea intensified under Vegeta's formidable aura, each splash of water sparkling with a soft blue radiance. Whoosh! A figure, radiating a pale blue light, broke free from the confines of the sea, soaring into the sky, charging towards Broly. This figure was none other than Vegeta in his Super Saiyan blue form. Boom! The sheer force erupted from Vegeta's fist, sending Broly's body crashing into the distant iceberg. Yet, despite the ferocity of the blow, Broly sustained minimal damage. Emerging from the shattered ice, his aura surged with a more ferocious intensity, the brilliance in his eyes dimming rapidly. With a gust of wind at his back, Broly charged once more at Vegeta, their golden and azure energies colliding, igniting the already frigid landscape into a fiery tempest. However, after several exchanges, the transformed Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta found himself gradually at a disadvantage. Observing the fierce clash between the two Saiyans, Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but marvel at Broly's remarkable growth. What a splendid spectacle! What a melodious sound! Frieza, enraptured, reveled in this Saiyan battle. As the ruler of the universe, he had to concede that the ally he had procured this time was indeed extraordinary, overshadowing even his own prowess. Frieza's talents were already exceptional, having attained his golden form in just 4 months, rivaling the Super Saiyan Blue forms of Goku and Vegeta. Yet Broly had achieved the capacity to dominate Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta in merely half a day. Such a terrifying rate of growth was unparalleled, even with his own system. Jiang Xiaofei felt humbled in Broly's presence. Kakarot, are you not going to intervene? Pressured by Broly, Vegeta, in desperation, called out to Goku for assistance. Upon hearing Vegeta's plea, the eagerly awaiting Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and joined the fray. Witnessing this familiar scene, Jiang Xiaofei shook his head and moved towards Frieza's position. With Goku's entry into the battle, Vegeta appeared to regain his composure, turning the previous disadvantage into an advantage. Under the onslaught of both Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, Broly found himself once again at a disadvantage. As he teetered on the brink of madness, Broly unleashed a thunderous roar, waves of energy surging forth and clashing intensely with the two blue auras. The land shattered, colossal waves rolled, and scalding steam billowed from the ocean as underwater volcanoes erupted, shrouding the azure sky in thick smoke, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Yet this did not hinder Broly's relentless assault. The collar around his neck trembled violently, showing signs of imminent fracture. Goku and Vegeta unleashed their full power, radiating a divine pale blue aura that offered a glimmer of hope amidst the doomsday-like surroundings. The sounds of fierce combat reverberated in everyone's ears. And despite the dual onslaught from Goku and Vegeta, Broly continued to fight back fiercely. Wild energy dispersed in all directions. It appears that anger truly empowers the Saiyans. Frieza remarked with a hint of amusement, yet his gaze shifted towards Paragus beside him. Hey, Frieza, do not engage in such petty tricks with me. Jiang Xiaofei spoke with an icy demeanor, cautioning Frieza. In Jiang Xiaofei's recollection, it was Frieza's heinous act of slaying Paragus that plunged Broly into utter madness, transforming him into a mindless Saiyan solely bent on destruction. Frieza waved his hand dismissively, donning a semblance of helplessness, since he could not eliminate him. He would have to rely on himself. What are you still doing here? Do you truly wish for me to take your life? Frieza glared at the oblivious Paragus, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Paragus stumbled, hastily collapsing to the ground, holding his breath. A graceful smile crept across Frieza's lips, which soon contorted into a grotesque grimace as he bellowed towards the heavens, where Broly was fiercely battling. Broly, your father has been slain. He was killed by their energy blasts. Frieza's performance was steeped in emotion, tears streaming down his face, and his anguished demeanor would compel anyone to believe him. If not for Jiang Xiaofei's awareness of the truth, he too might have fallen victim to Frieza's deception. One could not help but admire Frieza's theatrical prowess. Meanwhile, Broly, engaged in a fierce struggle above, was struck by Frieza's words, causing his fury to surge, erasing any semblance of clarity from his eyes. With a thunderous roar, a tempest of rage enveloped Broly, his golden aura morphing into an unprecedented shade of green, while his once black hair transformed in an instant to a vibrant green. Under this overwhelming energy, the boundaries between seawater and molten lava became indistinguishable, as fierce flames engulfed and melted the colossal icebergs obliterated by his aura. At that moment, Broly's displayed power surpassed even that of Vegeta and Goku in their Super Saiyan Blue forms. Chapter 94, Broly's loss of reason in this instant. Broly had succumbed entirely to madness, a violent green energy coalescing within him. The already turbulent sea of magma was ravaged by terrifying whirlwinds, expanding their devastation across an even greater expanse. Once a realm of extreme cold, the icebergs had now transformed into a fiery ocean of lava. The rising heat was capable of consuming all. Yet, Broly remained undeterred by the chaos surrounding him. His relentless, frenzied roars continued unabated as green light surged skyward, shattering the thick clouds of smoke and directly piercing the cosmos. A nearby asteroid, struck by this immense green beam, was obliterated into fragments, vanishing into the vastness of space. Jiang Xiaofei immediately took action, enveloping himself in an unbreakable barrier. Otherwise, the mere aura emanating from Broly would be sufficient to ensure that Paragus, who was already feigning death, would bid farewell to this world entirely. Faced with such energy fluctuations that made the very heavens tremble, even Paragus, despite his remarkable acting skills, could not help but feel a surge of fear. He instantly rose from the scant ground beneath him, his eyes filled with terror, repeatedly muttering, "It's over. It's over. Broly has completely lost control. He will annihilate us all." Paragus attempted to utilize the collar around Broly's neck to restrain him, but upon searching, he discovered there was no activation mechanism to be found. "Humph, wretch, how is it that you have such an extraordinary son?" Observing the panicked Paragus, Frieza felt a wave of revulsion, and the activation device in his hand crumbled to dust. Paragus collapsed onto the ground, despair consuming him, fully aware that everything had spiraled beyond redemption. With a crack, accompanied by a surge of green energy, the collar around Broly's neck shattered. His pupils were replaced by a ghostly pallor, and golden lightning danced through his emerald hair, as blood coursed through Broly's veins at an alarming rate. In that moment, Broly resembled a resurrected demonic deity. Simply standing there exuded a pressure capable of obliterating everything. In the face of this colossal green energy storm, Vegeta and Goku's Super Saiyan Blue forms appeared diminutive in comparison. confronted with Broly's irrational transformation. Goku and Vegeta wore expressions not only of disbelief but also of sheer horror. Before that overwhelming energy, they felt as insignificant as ants. Yet, they understood that they could not falter. This was the last vestige of Saiyan tenacity, when the two blue figures charged recklessly towards the heart of the green energy. A torrent of energy erupted forth. Regrettably, Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan blue forms were trivial in the presence of this legendary Super Saiyan. In just one exchange, both were cast into the abyss by Broly. The explosive energy waves tore at their seemingly indestructible bodies, eliciting anguished roars from Goku and Vegeta. The tide of battle shifted. The irrational Broly caused the very earth to quake, leaving Goku and Vegeta battered and bruised. Ah, what a splendid scene. It truly stirs the excitement within. Observing the unfolding drama, Frieza's delight was palpable, and he praised his own performance. Excited? Do you wish to partake in this battle as well? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, glancing at Frieza, whose face was adorned with malicious amusement. Jiang Xiaofei, do not provoke me. It is futile. Frieza's tone turned icy, as he refused to meet Jiang Xiaofei's gaze. Jiang Xiaofei remained silent, his gaze once again fixed upon the two Super Saiyan blue figures, utterly powerless against Broly's relentless onslaught. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan was formidable. In a mindless frenzy of battle, he reveled only in destruction, attacking all in sight. He was far from a worthy warrior. Bang! Thunderous roars echoed as Goku and Vegeta plummeted from the shadowy heavens, their bodies engulfed by the molten sea. Without hesitation, Broly charged into the searing magma, intent on locating Goku and Vegeta's whereabouts. In his frenzied state, Broly eschewed any semblance of strategy or technique, his overwhelming power manifesting in brutish assaults that exuded sheer arrogance. However, when Goku and Vegeta re-emerged, they found themselves at Jiang Xiaofei's side. It turned out that in the instant they had submerged into the sea. Goku had grasped Vegeta's hand and utilized instant transmission to seize upon Jiang Xiaofei's energy signature. Meanwhile, the disoriented Broly resembled a wild beast, rampaging indiscriminately. As everything around him succumbed to his might, he must be stopped. If this continues, the Earth will meet its demise. Observing Broly's reckless behavior, Goku's tone grew increasingly urgent. Do not fret. Just provide him with a diversion, and the Earth shall remain unharmed. Jiang Xiaofei spoke as he extended his right foot, effortlessly sending the exhilarated Frieza flying beyond the barrier and directly into Broly's path. By the time Frieza realized what had transpired, it was already too late, and his mind was besieged by a torrent of chaotic thoughts. Confronted by this irrational green beast, Frieza dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. In an effort to prolong his survival, he transformed into his golden form. With the golden transformation, Frieza believed he could exchange blows with Broly for a while. However, as soon as they engaged, Frieza quickly became a mere target, a living plaything in Broly's hands. As he was tossed around like a rag doll, anguished cries escaped Frieza's lips. Jiang Xiaofei found himself silently wishing for Frieza to endure just a little longer. Nevertheless, this spectacle was undeniably a feast for the eyes. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, if you don't intervene soon, Broly will tire of playing with Frieza, and then it will truly be Earth's turn, Vegeta remarked, seemingly indifferent to Frieza's predicament at the hands of Broly. Jiang Xiaofei pondered momentarily. There exist two methods to vanquish him, the first being my direct intervention, employing the form of the ultimate freedom technique to subdue him. The second involves your fusion, transforming into Gogeta, which would also suffice to suppress Broly. Is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Vegeta, let us fuse. Son Wukong extended an invitation to Vegeta. Would it not be swifter for Jiang Xiaofei to act directly? Vegeta harbored some reluctance in his heart. Oh, Vegeta, consider this. We were just ruthlessly defeated by him. Now, we finally have the chance to regain our dignity. And it is only natural for us to take action ourselves, Son Wukong encouraged from the side. Hey, have you reached a decision yet? If you don't decide soon, I might truly be incapacitated. From a distance, the voice of Golden Frieza echoed amidst the battle. Chapter 95, The Victory of Gogeta. Following the sound, one could see Frieza in Broly's grasp, wearing a visage of agony. His golden skin was marred with wounds, and crimson liquid occasionally spewed from his mouth. Frieza, are you not renowned for your resilience? You have only endured a few minutes. Unleash the pride of your cosmic reign. Jiang Xiaofei stood nearby, offering encouragement to Frieza. Severely battered, Frieza glanced at the one who had cast him out and now mocked him, a surge of defiance igniting within him. A colossal golden aura emanated from Frieza, striving to break free from Broly's grasp. Yet, no matter how hard Frieza exerted himself, Broly effortlessly restrained him with a single hand. Within the barrier, Goku and Vegeta had begun their attempts at fusion. However, this fusion seemed far from seamless. After an extended battle, they had forgotten the nuances of merging, prompting them to try anew. Fusion. The word escaped their lips simultaneously as they leaned towards each other, their fingertips brushing. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, a misalignment in their stances prevented their fusion from achieving an ideal state. Suddenly, a rotund figure appeared before Jiang Xiaofei, his expression somewhat comical, eliciting an involuntary laugh from him. Meanwhile, the beleaguered golden Frieza was left dumbfounded by the sight, his breath momentarily faltering. This was chaos. In such a form, let alone the frenzied Broly, even Frieza in his normal state could vanquish this figure with a mere finger. The situation grew increasingly dire after merging. Goku and Vegeta could not separate voluntarily for 30 minutes, only able to attempt fusion anew once the effect dissipated. This meant that Frieza would have to endure Broly's relentless onslaught for at least 30 more minutes. A look of desolation washed over Frieza's face at that moment. A flicker of regret surfaced within him. Had he been less theatrical or shown more restraint from the beginning, perhaps Broly would not have succumbed to madness, and he would not be on the receiving end of this brutal beating. Yet it was all too late. Frieza's regret came too late. For Frieza, what should have been a brief 30 minutes felt like an eternity. Every moment, every part of his body endured Broly's relentless torment and violation. His spirit had long since shattered, his pupils dilated, a fierce resolve blossoming within him. The instant Broly's hand relinquished its hold on him, Frieza seized the opportunity, charging towards Jiang Xiaofei and the others. He could not be the sole victim of this torment. He intended to draw the ire away from himself. As Frieza approached, Jiang Xiaofei erupted in a torrent of curses. However, Frieza remained indifferent to these matters. Just moments after Frieza advanced a few dozen meters, Broly's ominous hand once again grasped Frieza's right leg, followed by a stunning shoulder throw. Frieza's figure was propelled in the opposite direction of Jiang Xiaofei. As he watched Frieza being flung away, a surge of pity unexpectedly welled up within Jiang Xiaofei. Yet, in the next instant, his expression darkened. After casting Frieza aside, Broly did not pursue him. Instead, his fierce and wild gaze was now fixated upon Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. The green aura grew increasingly menacing, and his brutal fist struck directly against the barrier. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at the two individuals who had yet to revert from their transformed states. I will hold them off for a while. You all keep up the good work. Jiang Xiaofei bestowed upon them an encouraging glance, and a white aura enveloped them instantaneously. Jiang Xiaofei extended a hand to meet Broly's mindless punch. As their fists collided, an endless whirlwind erupted, intertwining green and white hues, with vibrant lightning weaving through the chaos. Even in his frenzied state, Broly, confronted with the unyielding white figure before him, grew increasingly enraged, his green aura intensifying. He sought to launch another strike. But before he could act, Jiang Xiaofei effortlessly lifted Broly with a single hand, spinning him above his head a few times before hurling him towards Frieza's position. Frieza, who had momentarily relaxed, was suddenly overwhelmed by excruciating pain, yet his fleeting moments of bliss were cut short as Broly's figure reappeared before him. With dilated pupils and surging blood, he endured the agony and fled in panic. Broly's massive form came to a halt, with Jiang Xiaofei swiftly following suit. The two clashed once more, yet every attack from Broly was easily deflected by Jiang Xiaofei, failing to inflict any substantial harm. As time ticked away, Broly, like an unwearied puppet, continued his relentless assault, growing stronger with each exchange. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta finally seized the opportunity to fuse once more. This time, their focus was unwavering. Fusion. Their fingertips met flawlessly, causing their bodies to radiate brilliance as a powerful aura surged forth, shattering the barrier. At the center of this radiance stood a more handsome and statuesque figure, with elegant muscle contours that spoke of his immense strength. This was none other than Gogeta, the new form born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Without hesitation or pause, feeling an unprecedented surge of power, Gogeta ascended to Super Saiyan and charged towards Broly, seamlessly taking over the battle from Jiang Xiaofei. However, the confrontation between Gogeta and Broly unfolded differently than that between Jiang Xiaofei and Broly. Jiang Xiaofei fought with great caution, while Vegeta was wild and free-spirited, battling in a manner that was entirely dictated by his comfort and enjoyment. In the display of Vegeta's combat prowess, he perfectly exemplified the principle of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Under Vegeta's relentless assault, Broly found himself utterly incapable of resistance. At that moment, Broly resembled the recently subdued Golden Frieza, completely overwhelmed. Vegeta's speed of attack increased exponentially, his strength surging as he transitioned from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan Blue. Although this state could not be sustained for long, it was more than sufficient to dominate Broly. Under the immense pressure of such overwhelming power, Broly's ferocious aura gradually calmed. The green hue fading away, and clarity returned to his eyes. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's final strike sent Broly crashing heavily into Frieza, leaving him motionless. Chapter 96. The placement of Broly. Contrarily, Frieza, having endured Broly's tremendous impact, succumbed to a wave of excruciating pain, rendering him unconscious. His hatred towards Son Goku and Vegeta intensified even further. What a thrill! Vegeta erupted into a frenzied laughter, ultimately splitting into two, becoming Son Goku and himself. Well done! Observing the two beside him, Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of happiness within. Jiang Xiaofei, do you feel a sense of superiority? Having effortlessly subdued an opponent that required the combined strength of the two of us? Vegeta remarked sharply, eyeing the grinning Jiang Xiaofei. Not at all. I seem to have lost interest in such matters now. Jiang Xiaofei also attempted to provide a forced explanation, however, for him. Both Broly and the fused Gogeta are merely defeated adversaries. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are acutely aware that Jiang Xiaofei's power has far surpassed their own, even when combined. They remain no match for him. After all, Jiang Xiaofei now stands on par with the god of destruction, Beerus, while they are still far from reaching that level. Nevertheless, they have not relinquished their aspirations. With a goal in sight, they are determined to strive for greater strength. Although they may lack the innate talent that Jiang Xiaofei and Broly possess, their journey has been characterized by relentless perseverance. Alas, how should they handle the two? Sun Wukong gazed at the unconscious Frieza and Broly, feeling overwhelmed. They absolutely cannot remain in their midst any longer. The unpredictability of these two is simply too great. Vegeta, despite his desire to battle Broly daily, finds the latter's behavior after succumbing to madness exceedingly alarming. Their home and Earth cannot endure such tumultuous upheaval. Yet, they cannot allow them to roam freely beyond the universe. If Broly were to be properly nurtured, he could indeed become a valuable ally. However, they must not permit Broly to follow Frieza alone, for he would surely lead him astray. Sun Wukong has no trust in Frieza's character. This so-called Emperor of the Universe is nothing short of a master of deception, and someone as naive as Broly would be utterly incapable of navigating such treachery. Thus, they have no choice but to send them to the realm of the gods of destruction, where Whis and Beerus can personally guide and supervise them. Jiang Xiaofei ultimately proposed. This idea is quite commendable. Not only can we keep an eye on these two restless individuals, but it also allows us to engage in continuous sparring. Truly a win-win situation. Without further ado, Jiang Xiaofei, along with two others, approached Broly and Frieza. While Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission to transport them to the realm of the gods of destruction. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus had just recovered from the matter concerning Jiang Xiaofei, indulging in the delightful cuisine of Earth. Suddenly, 5 figures materialized before him, startling the god of destruction. Upon recognizing Jiang Xiaofei, his previously uplifted mood soured once more. What brings you here? Beerus inquired coldly, eyeing Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Lord Beerus, we have a small favor to ask of you, Sun Wukong's voice rang out. Not a chance. Beerus replied curtly, turning his head away. Oh dear, Lord Beerus. How chilly you are. If you could lend us your assistance, I promise to bring you even more delicacies next time, Sun Wukong offered. That does sound appealing. What is it you wish to discuss? Upon hearing about the food, Beerus's demeanor softened slightly. We would like them to stay in the realm of the gods of destruction for training. Sun Wukong gestured towards the unconscious Frieza and Broly. Frieza? This one? A scion? Beerus contemplated the two individuals before him, pondering in silence. Hiki. Lord Beerus. This scion is named Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Oh, the legendary Super Saiyan? Beerus seemed somewhat intrigued. Indeed. Although Broly has not learned any combat techniques, his growth rate during our battles is astonishing. Even I and Vegeta in our Super Saiyan Blue forms cannot best him. A deeper look of skepticism appeared on Beerus's face. This is true, Lord Beerus. With Whis' guidance, I believe his growth would accelerate even further, and surpassing you could indeed become a reality. As Sun Wukong's words echoed, Beerus's expression fluctuated between contemplation and skepticism. Surpass me? Just how does he intend to achieve that? Beerus's pride was evidently at stake, having already dealt with the defiant Jiang Xiaofei. Now he was being told someone could surpass him, which naturally bruised his ego. So, does this mean Lord Beerus consents to their stay? He may, but he cannot. Beerus pointed at Broly and Frieza, respectively. It was clear that Frieza was deemed undesirable. Indeed, Lord Beerus. It was actually Frieza who played a crucial role in locating Broly. As Sun Wukong explained, he hoped that Frieza would also choose to stay. Humph. No need to say more. Is this fellow the one who sought out Broly and then troubled you? Beerus was well aware of the events that had transpired between them. Hiki. It seems that nothing escapes Lord Beerus' notice. Sun Wukong scratched his head, displaying an innocent smile. Humph. Enough already. As I've said, Broly can remain. Frieza. You should take him away. Beerus asserted firmly, adding, this fellow fled during the previous competition, leaving me high and dry. I'm afraid I might lose my temper and eliminate him. As Beerus spoke, he approached the unconscious Frieza and delivered a merciless kick, sending him flying. Observing this scene, no one intervened, for they believed Frieza had brought this upon himself. Furthermore, it was evident that Frieza's character left much to be desired. Since Beerus was unwilling to retain Frieza, the only option was to escort him back. However, with Jiang Xiaofei present, perhaps Frieza would not be able to stir up trouble. In the future, making a few more visits to the God of Destruction's realm with Frieza would suffice. After leaving Broly in the God of Destruction's domain, Jiang Xiaofei and the others hurriedly departed. Watching them leave, Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. In truth, Beerus' reluctance to harbor Frieza stemmed from his desire to see whether Frieza could still exert his influence in front of Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 97, The Battle of Future Timelines in the 7th Universe on the planet Earth. Jiang Xiaofei, under the guidance of Sun Wukong, has returned to the Western City, where Frieza has also been brought. Upon seeing Frieza, a sense of wariness arose in the hearts of the crowd. For them, Frieza's past actions were deeply etched in their memories, and even though he lay unconscious before them, they could not suppress their simmering anger. Moreover, from the conversations with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, they learned that not long ago, Frieza had brought Broly to Earth, nearly plunging the world into chaos once more. Consequently, they were reluctant to approach Frieza. His malevolence seemed to permeate his very being. When the group heard that even Lord Beerus was unwilling to offer refuge to Frieza, they unanimously agreed that he should be exiled beyond the cosmos to fend for himself. Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong also concurred with this sentiment. However, the reality was far from simple. Frieza's recent escape had introduced them to a legendary Super Saiyan like Broly. If Frieza were allowed to roam the universe unchecked, it was uncertain what kind of threat he might unleash next. After experiencing repeated failures, Frieza's heart was undoubtedly filled with resentment. Neglecting him could lead to dire consequences. After all, their universe was rife with malevolent beings. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to keep Frieza close, remaining vigilant to thwart any of his schemes before they could take root. No, there is another solution. We could eliminate him, allowing Yama to pass judgment, Bulma proposed. Pointing at Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, the three exchanged glances, then promptly shook their heads. Although Frieza was undeniably a villain, there was an inexplicable hesitation in them when it came to the notion of killing him. Since annihilation was not an option, they resolved to keep Frieza nearby. The remaining question was where Frieza would reside and who would guard him. Among those present, only these three could possibly contend with Frieza. Bulma continued her analysis. Vegeta and Sun Wukong are both married, and given their talents are inferior to Jiang Xiaofei's, they must strive harder in their training. Therefore, the responsibility of overseeing Frieza must fall solely on Jiang Xiaofei. As Bulma's reasoning resonated with the others, they nodded in agreement, while Jiang Xiaofei alone voiced his dissent. It was disregarded. Amid his sighs of resignation, Sun Wukong handed Frieza over to Jiang Xiaofei. Then I leave Frieza in your care, Sun Wukong declared before he and Vegeta retreated to the training room to continue their rigorous training. Jiang Xiaofei is a perceptive individual, and he believes that only he has the capability to keep Frieza in check. Carrying the unconscious Frieza, Jiang Xiaofei entered his room, reflecting on the day's events. He felt a renewed sense of hope for the days to come. In the dead of night, Frieza, deeply unconscious, opened his hazy eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaofei before him, he immediately leapt up, launching a powerful energy blast towards him. Jiang Xiaofei's reaction was, of course, beyond the capacity of Frieza to harm. He extended his palm, and the energy blast disintegrated upon contact. Subsequently, he launched an attack on Frieza with a simple yet formidable punch, one that Frieza could hardly withstand. observing Frisia's newfound compliance. Jiang Xiaofei withdrew his assault and gestured for Frisia to sit beside him. The two engaged in a heartfelt conversation, during which Frisia gleaned some understanding of the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. The look in Frisia's eyes softened, revealing a hint of newfound camaraderie. In the future timeline of Earth, amidst the rapid advancement of technology, human life blossomed with vibrancy and color. The city's nightlife, adorned with neon lights and pulsating with a heady atmosphere, was a dazzling spectacle, while towering skyscrapers gleamed brilliantly. In a spacious plaza, a one-armed man clashed with a swordsman in an intense duel. Their exchange was dynamic and intricate, a display of skill that those familiar with them recognized as their customary sparring. As the two fighters reveled in their bout, the starry sky above was suddenly shrouded by thick, ominous clouds, rendering even the city lights impotent against the enveloping darkness. In an instant, the towering edifices collapsed, and the once thriving urban landscape was engulfed by a raging inferno. The anguished cries of the populace, including the heart-wrenching wails of mothers and infants, resonated through the air. The one-armed man and the swordsman exchanged alarmed glances, instinctively directing their gaze towards the cloud-laden sky. A dark figure emerged from the depths of the clouds, surrounded by crackling golden lightning. From beneath the obscuring veil, a violet beam erupted, casting its gaze upon the shattered remnants of the world, accompanied by a voice that resonated with a fervent intensity. What a magnificent scene it is! The one-armed man and the swordsman soared into the sky, confronting the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. Who are you? Is this destruction you're doing? The one-armed man's voice thundered with rage, his eyes wide open, betraying no attempt to conceal his fury. I didn't expect to encounter a scion so soon. This truly heightens my excitement. The figure cloaked in black regarded the two individuals before him, as if engaged in a soliloquy or perhaps responding to the one-armed man's inquiries. The conversation did not progress further, and the one-armed man, with a sense of exhilaration, charged directly at the cloaked figure, accompanied by the sword-wielding companion. With a thunderous roar, a golden light radiated around them, amplifying their aura significantly. Yet, for the black-clad figure, this spectacle seemed wholly anticipated, evoking no sense of surprise. A dark purple energy sphere coalesced in the black-clad figure's hand, hurtling towards the one-armed man and the swordsman. The one-armed man gathered energy with a single hand, as golden gas converged, and in the next moment, a golden energy sphere was also unleashed. When the golden sphere collided with the purple one, a dazzling display erupted in the sky, resembling a vibrant fireworks show, scattering in all directions. The immense energy threatened to shatter the heavy clouds above. As the brilliant fireworks burst forth, the swordsman closed in on the black figure, his long sword enveloped in a piercing golden light, mercilessly slashing towards the cloaked figure's arm. Intense purple energy clung to the black figure's arm, sharp as a blade, fierce as a sword, treacherous as a hook. The golden sword met the purple light in a clash, birthing yet another exquisite display of fireworks. However, the onlookers were not captivated by its splendor. Their sole concern was the outcome of this fierce confrontation. Chapter 98. The one-armed Gohan's battle against the black figure. The clash persisted for half a minute, with the purple light intensifying, overpowering the swordsman in sheer momentum. The black-clad figure did not falter. He swiftly lifted his leg, delivering a powerful kick infused with purple energy that struck the swordsman's abdomen. The swordsman's body plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the devastated ground, creating a deep crater, as if the earth itself had trembled in response. A cry of anguish resonated from the ground, and the golden aura surrounding the swordsman diminished slightly. Trunks, the one-armed man shouted, racing downward to assess the condition of the swordsman amidst the rubble. I am fine, Gohan. Trunks, having been driven near the Earth's surface, erupted with renewed energy, his golden aura flaring brightly once more, as he stood once again beside Gohan. The two exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their attention to the black figure cloaked in purple light, their eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit. Unable to discern the figure's true identity, Gohan and Trunks found themselves at a loss. Who are you? Why have you come to wreak havoc upon the Earth? Gohan unleashed a furious roar, an even more intense aura emanating from his being. Yet, in the face of Gohan's explosive rage, the figure clad in black remained utterly motionless. The ground was shrouded in smoke. Those who once relished a life of ease suddenly found themselves bereft of their cherished homes, transformed into survivors fleeing for their lives. Hearing the wails and cries for help surrounding him, Gohan's heart grew tumultuous. This adversary would likely prove difficult to vanquish in the immediate future. Troubled, Gohan, as a warrior of Earth, could not bear to witness such a tragic scene. Trunks, gather our forces and assist everyone in reaching the shelter. But Trunks, gazing at the formidable figure in black, felt a twinge of apprehension for Gohan. No buts. At this moment, we must act methodically to ensure humanity's survival in this battle. Mustn't we? A resolute smile graced Gohan's face. Yet, to Trunks, this smile bore an undertone of sorrow. Nevertheless, he understood Gohan's words, for the future of humanity. They needed a well-structured plan. The figure before them, even upon first encounter, was recognized as an entity they could not defeat together. For humanity to attain ultimate victory, it would undoubtedly be a prolonged struggle. They must preserve a glimmer of hope and a spark for survival. The thought of leaving Gohan to confront the black-clad figure alone pierced Trunks' heart like a knife. Well, how are your discussions progressing? My patience is limited. A chilling aura emanated from the figure in black. Boom. The distant sound of buildings collapsing into ruins echoed once more. Trunks, this is not a time for hesitation. We must make a choice. Hurry. The sooner you depart, the more lives you can save. Observing Trunks' lingering indecision, Gohan raised his voice, forcefully pushing Trunks aside as he charged towards the figure in black. Gohan's single arm, imbued with the might of a dragon, unleashed a punch that resonated with a thunderous dragon's roar, reverberating throughout the realm, the powerful breath of the dragon stirring the very soul. All who heard this furious, earth-shattering roar found clarity within their hearts, beginning to orderly enter the underground shelter. Trunks, racing forward, felt tears welling in his eyes, yet at that moment, he clenched his fists tightly. The figure in black, shrouded beneath a dark cloak, had purple eyes swirling with a white aura. Above him, dark clouds swirled rapidly, forming a colossal black vortex entwined with serpentine lightning. In response to Gohan's furious punch, the figure raised his palm, a vibrant purple light pulsating fiercely, mirroring the swirling black vortex above. Roar. The thunderous dragon's roar sought to rend the pitch-black sky as chaos erupted. Boom. Bang. As the fury fist collided with the evil palm, the entire sky resonated with a heart-stopping sound. A formidable wave of energy clashed, causing a cataclysmic collapse. A blinding radiance erupted between the two forces, casting a glimmer of light upon a world shrouded in smoke. Yet, amidst this illumination, an even more terrifying and despairing scene unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. Thick clouds filled the sky, swirling into a vortex that expanded outward, resembling tornadoes as they descended towards the earth. The already ravaged world appeared even more shattered within this tempest. You are indeed powerful, but you cannot hinder me. My plan has only just begun, and there is no way I will cease now. The chilling laughter of the cloaked figure conveyed a disquieting rhythm. You cannot stop me, nor will I retreat. From Son Gohan's visage, the cloaked figure discerned no hint of fear, only an unwavering spirit brimming with defiance and resistance. Is that so? The grip of the cloaked figure tightened around Son Gohan's fist, radiating an even more intense violet glow. Son Gohan's pupils dilated as he struggled to free his fist from the clutches of the cloaked figure, yet his efforts were in vain. In the other hand, the cloaked figure conjured a sword of violet light aimed directly at Son Gohan's vital points. In a frantic attempt to evade, Son Gohan found himself unable to escape due to the iron grip on his arm. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal strike, he was nonetheless pierced by the violet blade. Crimson droplets cascaded from the wound, adding a splash of color to the obsidian sky. Ouch! That missed. The cloaked figure seemed to toy with him, thrusting the violet sword repeatedly towards critical points, yet Son Gohan managed to evade each time. However, several gruesome gashes now marred his robust frame. Are you not here to stop me? Yet look at you now. It seems you are utterly powerless, lacking even the strength to break free from my grasp. A playful smirk flickered beneath the black cloak, though Son Gohan remained oblivious to it. A look of resolute determination emerged on Son Gohan's face, embodying an intangible resistance. This flicker of defiance even stirred a subtle emotion within the cloaked figure. In the next moment, Son Gohan's struggle ceased. He executed a swift maneuver, and with a crack, his lone arm broke free, allowing him to ghost behind the cloaked figure. His legs ensnared the figure's midsection, while his teeth, like steel nails, pierced through the black cloak into the figure's shoulder. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the cloaked figure could not suppress a cry of anguish. Hee. From the lips of Sun Wukong emerged a muffled, yet profoundly mournful laughter. Chapter 99. The Fallen One-Armed Wukong and the Wrathful Trunks. Since I am unable to defeat you, let us meet our fate together and settle this once and for all. Due to the misalignment of his jaw, Sun Wukong struggled to articulate each word clearly. However, the essence of his message was unmistakably conveyed to the cloaked figure. Sun Wukong was determined to perish alongside the mysterious assailant. A piercing cry escaped the dark figure, further solidifying Wukong's resolve. Madman! No, you cannot. The cloaked figure's words became incoherent, revealing a flicker of fear of losing his own life. Yet, in the next moment, his countenance transformed into one of unsettling calmness, a sinister smile creeping upon his face. Are you truly so naive to believe you can perish with me? You are far from capable. Sun Wukong remained oblivious to the true intentions of the black-clad adversary, but having made his choice, there was no turning back. The atmosphere around him surged violently, pure energy flooding his being, causing an expression of excruciating pain to contort his features. An immense force rampaged within him, filling every cell with energy, racing through his veins, and even causing them to rupture at that moment. A cry of agony escaped Sun Wukong's lips. What a delightful sound. How goes your preparation? The cloaked figure reveled, clutching the arm that Sun Wukong had forcibly torn from him, spinning it with delight as if undeterred by Wukong's energy gathering. Having lost both hands, you still wish to immobilize me? It appears you remain unaware of your circumstances. With a swift motion, the cloaked figure exerted force, brutally severing Sun Wukong's arm. The unending torment caused Wukong's clenched teeth to momentarily slacken before he resolutely tightened his jaw once more, mentally urging himself, just a bit more. Hurry. Faster. Truly tenacious. The arm in the figure's grip was mercilessly cast down from the skies. A surge of violet-black energy erupted, manifesting as blades of purple light upon his hands. The violet gleam sliced through Sun Wukong's legs, exposing gruesome flesh and pulsating veins. The once surging energy within him began to wane. Give up. You cannot even perform the most basic of energy gathering or self-detonation. How could you even dream of dying together? Sun Wukong's only response was to clutch his legs tighter in desperation. TSK. Humanity is ultimately so foolish, failing to assess the situation and obstinately resisting. It is all in vain. It seems, indeed, that my plan to eradicate humanity must continue. The cloaked figure's monologue sent chills through Sun Wukong. The words echoing ominously, the plan for human eradication. Isn't it true that he aims to annihilate everyone? Time is running short. Your companion should have already secured that group of monkeys. However, fret not, for I can ensure that the entire earth accompanies you to the grave. Now, I kindly request that you descend and pave the way for them. Oh, wait. After their demise, they may not even leave behind a soul. The words of the cloaked figure reverberated in Gohan's ears. Suddenly, a radiant platinum light erupted from Gohan's chest. He could no longer afford to delay. Even if his self-detonation could not vanquish the cloaked figure, it must inflict severe damage, granting Trunks the opportunity to slay him or seek rescue. TSK. It seems you still do not comprehend. The purple glow in the cloaked figure's hand this time did not waver, piercing through Gohan's chest with precision. Gohan's vitality instantly vanished, and the surging energy dissipated in nothingness. I warned you that you might not even be capable of self-detonation. This time, do you believe it? Gohan, filled with resentment, felt the tendrils that had entwined the cloaked figure's legs fall limply as his body began to plummet from the overcast sky. Yet, his clenched teeth remained unwavering. As his body descended, his teeth inadvertently dislodged the cloak draped over the cloaked figure. Once the cloak fully fell away, a familiar silhouette emerged before Gohan's eyes, inflicting yet another tumultuous blow to his already shattered heart. Father. Unbelievable. Inconceivable. A heart-wrenching agony. At this moment, as Gohan's life force rapidly waned, a torrent of emotions overwhelmed him. His gaze fixated on the figure before him. Observing Gohan's rapid descent, the cloaked figure, revealing his true visage, emanated a purple glow, and a sly smile graced his handsome face. How do you find this appearance? A flash of purple surged forth, again hurtling toward Gohan's body. Gohan, Trunks, who had been tirelessly organizing human refuge, never took his eyes off the two battling figures in the sky. Witnessing Gohan's rapid descent, Trunks could no longer contain his fury. A golden aura enveloped him, and the sword in his hand hummed with energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Trunks soared into the air, charging toward the purple beam aimed at Gohan. Bang! The purple light collided with the sword, vanishing entirely from existence. Trunks swiftly turned, catching Gohan as he plummeted. Gohan! The urgency in Trunks' voice could not conceal the tears welling in his eyes. When Trunks beheld Gohan's empty arms, the gaping wound on his chest, and the scars adorning his legs, he felt as if he had gone mad, his aura surging once more, intent on confronting the cloaked figure looming in the sky. Yet Gohan grasped Trunks tightly. No, do not act impulsively. He is my father. You are no match for him. Listening to the fragmented words of Son Gohan, Trunks was equally astonished. He lifted his gaze once more to the sky, and amidst the clashing thunder, he discerned the figure clad in black, none other than Son Goku. Trunks was overwhelmed with shock, realizing that his father had reduced his elder brother Gohan to such a state, and a pang of sympathy surged within him for Gohan. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps this figure was not truly Uncle Goku, but merely someone who bore his likeness. Trunks spoke, attempting to comfort Son Gohan. Gohan, you must hold on. Together, we will uncover the truth. Trunks' voice was somewhat hoarse, as he sensed Gohan's life force waning. Gohan shook his head. He too had considered this possibility, yet at this moment, the truth held little relevance for him. Whether that figure was indeed the real Son Goku mattered not. What was crucial was the path Trunks must take henceforth. If there existed even a glimmer of hope, it would be to seek aid from another dimension. With his last ounce of strength, Gohan uttered these words, only to have his life force extinguished completely thereafter. Chapter 100. Trunks across time and space now. A hoarse cry erupted from Trunks, his voice strained with desperation. His aura became chaotic, and the rubble around him shattered in an instant. Gohan's departure plunged Trunks into a state of madness. His eyes, brimming with hatred, fixated on the sky, on the entity that bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku. The surging energy around him caused the unfallen raindrops to evaporate instantaneously. Gently, Trunks laid Gohan on the ground, while he himself brandished a longsword, advancing towards the foe that had slain Gohan. Futile, wretched monkey. The dark Goku unleashed a surge of violet energy towards the charging Trunks. Buzz. The two forces collided with a resounding hum. The flames of fury surrounding Trunks intensified, and his movements quickened. Bang, bang, bang. In a fleeting moment, there had been countless clashes. Yet, Trunks had not managed to inflict even a scratch upon Dark Goku, who maintained an undeniable advantage. I have already told you. It is futile. Next, I shall reunite you with your friends below. The taunting voice of Dark Goku pierced Trunks' ears, laced with merciless derision. In the face of such mockery, especially upon hearing the word friends, Trunks was consumed by a mix of rage and humiliation, transforming his sorrow into motivation, and his anger into strength. Trunks' aura surged once more, and his longsword seemed to yearn for something. With unparalleled sharpness, he swung the sword anew. This time, the blade met no resistance. The violet energy beneath the sword shattered and dissipated. The longsword grazed the abdomen of the Dark Goku, a drop of vibrant liquid cascading from its blade, eliciting a grimace of fury from him. Ah, despicable, truly despicable. You wretched monkey. Today, I shall ensure your demise here. A violet-black aura surged around Dark Goku, while the lightning above the ominous clouds roared with intense wrath. A longer sword of purple radiance materialized, imbued with the power of lightning. In his other hand, several orbs of violet-black energy, pulsating with a sense of destruction, coalesced. The sword of purple brilliance clashed once more with the long sword held by Trunks. Under Dark Goku's command, the violet-black energy orbs launched a relentless assault towards Son Gohan, who lay upon the ground. Trunks swiftly turned, desperate to intercept the incoming barrage. Yet, the speed of the energy orbs surpassed his own in an instant. The earth surrounding Son Gohan transformed into a massive crater amidst the explosion, his form dissolving into nothingness. No, a thunderous roar erupted, engulfed by profound hatred. Trunks' eyes blazed with fury, his energy surging as the golden aura around him swirled, yearning to break free from the abyss of darkness. Faced with the malevolent grin of his adversary, Trunks was determined to rend him asunder. The violet-black energy orbs continued their indiscriminate assault, while Trunks' longsword danced ceaselessly, slicing through the orbs with fervor, either cleaving them in two or sending them careening away. In the next moment, Trunks reappeared before Dark Goku, his sword radiating with brilliant light, fueled by his overwhelming rage, and struck down fiercely upon Dark Goku. Like a phantom, Dark Goku evaded the fury of the sword. Confronted with Trunks' reckless determination, Dark Goku began to struggle, yet he showed no signs of retreat, launching his own violet energy towards Trunks once more. The two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, their silhouettes flickering in the shadowy sky engulfed by clouds. With a swish, the dense clouds were forcefully torn apart by their formidable energies, creating a vast rift. Dark Goku's figure slipped into the depths of the clouds, with Trunks in hot pursuit. Their collision intensified the lightning within the clouds, which surged powerfully down upon the ruins below. A resounding boom followed. A golden figure broke through the shroud of dark clouds, descending from the heavens with a long sword trembling ever so slightly in hand. The battered Trunks seemed to regain some clarity, realizing, as Gohan had foretold in his final moments, that the malevolent Goku before him was beyond their capacity to defeat. To save this world, they must seek assistance from other timelines. Abandoning his obsession with vengeance and combat, Trunks sought refuge under the cover of the night's shadows and the ruins, striving to mask his presence as he flew low. Emerging from the dense clouds, the dark Goku, upon noticing Trunks' vanishing silhouette, felt an inexplicable surge of rage. Although it was he who had sent Trunks plummeting from the sky, the impact had left a deep scar upon his own arm. Damn that monkey. Do you think hiding will keep you safe from me? In Goku's grasp, countless purple-black energy blasts erupted in every direction. Thunderous roars echoed as crumbling skyscrapers succumbed to the onslaught, billowing smoke rising uncontrollably. Amidst the flashes of light erupting from the explosions below, Goku sought Trunks' whereabouts. Yet no matter how fervently he searched, he could not unearth the concealed warrior. One day I shall find you. I will crush you with my own hands. With that, Goku vanished, venturing into broader territories, for the eradication of humanity was not limited to this corner of the world. Upon returning to the shelter, Trunks immediately contacted his mother, Bulma, in this timeline. At that moment, Bulma was in her secret base, engaged in a monumental research endeavor. The time machine, a device capable of traversing the fabric of time. Even before this calamity struck, Bulma had begun her work on the time machine. Now, with the dark Goku wreaking havoc on Earth, the only hope lay in utilizing the time machine to seek aid from alternate timelines. However, the time machine had reached a critical juncture. Only by gathering sufficient time liquid could its normal operation be ensured. This meant that, during this period, the world would suffer under Goku's relentless assault, leading to a protracted struggle. As the foremost warrior of this realm, Trunks emerged as the first line of resistance against Dark Goku. Enduring numerous setbacks, Trunks gradually grew stronger through his encounters with Goku. Yet, he remained outmatched, as humanity on Earth was nearly eradicated by Goku's hand. At long last, the day arrived when the time machine was successfully completed. Trunks sat atop the time machine, as the device emitted a resonant hum, unleashing searing flames that seemed capable of melting everything in their path. This scene was witnessed by the Dark Goku from a distance, who, upon arriving swiftly, beheld a familiar figure. The silhouette aboard the time machine vanished in an instant under the blinding radiance, leaving behind only the fury and murderous intent reflected in its gaze. Chapter 101. The encounter of two beings from different timelines. The Dark Goku's eyes widened in rage as he strained to cinch Trunks' energy. However, he discovered that within this realm, he could feel no trace of Trunks at all. Even the residual energy had dissipated into the ether with the passage of time. The ability to vanish between these timelines was indeed an impressive feat for humanity, heightening his disdain towards them. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Since you have chosen to flee, I shall allow this realm to descend into utter ruin. With those words, Dark Goku cast his gaze downwards at Bulma. The purple-black energy sphere in his hand was mercilessly hurled towards her. There was no struggle, no pain. Bulma's form was engulfed in a blinding brilliance, disappearing completely. If one day you return, you shall find that everything you hold dear has turned to naught. As he gazed at the vibrant fireworks illuminating the ground, a twisted smile played upon Dark Goku's lips. In the current timeline, Jiang Xiaofei and Frieza had just engaged in a warm-up battle. Their conflict was not fierce, yet it was undeniably brutal. Despite transforming into his golden form, Frieza could not reclaim the dignity befitting a cosmic emperor under Jiang Xiaofei's relentless assault. With wounds covering his body, Frieza glared at the composed Jiang Xiaofei, feeling a pang of frustration. You truly leave no room for survival. Frieza gritted his teeth as he addressed Jiang Xiaofei. Your lack of skill is laughable, yet here you are, lamenting your fate. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Frieza, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction within. If everyone were as monstrous as you, this world would surely descend into chaos. Although Frieza is indeed a genius, he cannot help but acknowledge that the Jiang Xiaofei before him is even more extraordinary. Have you forgotten about Broly not long ago? Let us disregard what I just said. Jiang Xiaofei, Frieza, are you still contemplating escape this time? No more fleeing. With you here, even if I wish to run, the opportunity eludes me. Feeling the tumultuous fire within, Frieza lamented bitterly. This time, he intended to employ his old tricks, seeking a stealthy exit in this place. He found himself devoid of any semblance of freedom, let alone the ability to wreak havoc. To reclaim his status as the cosmic overlord, departure was imperative. However, just as he took to the skies, poised to flee, Jiang Xiaofei had already locked onto him, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Although it appeared to be a duel, it was, in truth, Frieza enduring a one-sided thrashing. This was indeed the wisest course. It would be prudent for you to remain here in compliance. Do not forget, there exists an unresolved debt with Beerus that must be addressed. Jiang Xiaofei specifically reminded Frieza. Do not take pride in your position. Do not assume I am unaware of your standing with Beerus. You are not exactly a favored individual there. He hesitated, pondering whether this mutual animosity was truly beneficial. Jiang Xiaofei wished to merely keep a watchful eye on Frieza. Just know it. Frieza felt a slight lift in his spirits, believing he had finally managed to put Jiang Xiaofei in a slightly uncomfortable position. Such minor altercations had become quite commonplace between them, and Bulma and the others had grown accustomed to them. However, it was evident that Jiang Xiaofei was indeed steadfastly monitoring Frieza. The latter's ambitions to engage in nefarious deeds appeared to be thwarted for the time being. At that moment, the sky was rent asunder by a colossal fissure, a manifestation of space being torn apart. It surged with chaotic spatial energy, as countless particles raced through its speed surpassing that of light. Suddenly, a vessel resembling a spacecraft emerged from within, unmistakably the time machine piloted by Trunks. Who goes there? Jiang Xiaofei and Frieza immediately adopted a stance of vigilance, unprepared for the unexpected visitor that had appeared before them. Once the time machine stabilized upon the ground, a figure captured everyone's attention. The individual before them was both familiar and foreign. Familiar in that he bore an uncanny resemblance to young Trunks, yet foreign in the obvious fact that this man was significantly older than the young warrior. However, some among them were quite acquainted with this figure, such as Jiang Xiaofei and Bulma. This man was, in fact, an alternate version of Trunks from another timeline. Upon observing the scars adorning Trunks' body, Jiang Xiaofei's heart sank. Instantly comprehending that the calamities of the future timeline were still unfolding, Black Goku and Zamasu were relentlessly executing their plan to eradicate humanity. Despite his awareness of this dire situation, Jiang Xiaofei refrained from disclosing the truth to the others, though he had already prepared himself for what was to come. The arrival of Trunks indicated that it would not be long before Black Goku manifested in this timeline. Jiang Xiaofei estimated that, given his own strength, there was a significant possibility of keeping Black Goku trapped within this realm. Upon learning of Trunks' arrival from the future timeline, Son Wukong and Vegeta momentarily ceased their training to inquire about the events transpiring in the future. Yet, the moment Trunks laid eyes on Son Wukong, an overwhelming impulse surged within him. His aura intensified severalfold as he disregarded his fatigue and pain, charging directly at Son Wukong. The unexpected aggression left everyone momentarily bewildered. However, it became apparent that Trunks, in his current state, could not possibly harm Son Wukong. After being subdued by Son Wukong and receiving explanations from Jiang Xiaofei and Bulma, Trunks finally grasped that he had misjudged the situation. Trunks then began narrating the events that had transpired in the future timeline. As his tale unfolded, a somber cloud enveloped the hearts of all present. The revelation that Bulma from the future might fall victim to Black Goku's malevolent intentions caused Vegeta's breath to quicken noticeably. Kakarot. It seems we are destined for a clash between men. Hey, Vegeta, that was my doing. That person merely resembles me. Son Wukong was reluctant to engage in conflict with Vegeta at that moment. In the midst of their collective anxiety and urgency, the sky above quivered with the emergence of a spatial rift, pulsating with intense energy. A suffocating aura emanated from the fissure, and a figure, radiating with a resplendent purple glow, leaped forth from the rift. With violet eyes fixed upon the encircled Trunks, a sinister smile crept across the figure's face. So, you truly have hidden yourself here. Upon witnessing the purple silhouette, the astonishment among the onlookers reached an unparalleled magnitude, particularly for Son Wukong. This ethereal figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Wukong in both appearance and stature. Chapter 102. The Great Battle Against Black Wukong. Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with intensity as a colossal surge of energy enveloped him. Without uttering a single superfluous word or engaging in unnecessary dialogue, he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging fiercely towards the flickering purple figure that had traversed time and space. Black Wukong, equally intrigued by this version of Son Wukong from another timeline, radiated a brilliant purple aura, confronting the Super Saiyan without an ounce of trepidation. Boom. Bang. As the two collided, a massive wave of energy erupted from the point of impact. The few remaining clouds in the sky dissipated beneath the force of this tremendous energy surge. Bang. Bang. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong launched a series of relentless attacks, while Black Wukong adeptly countered each strike. Their forms danced across the sky, continuously shifting positions. The rampant energy fluctuations coalesced into a tempest, sweeping towards Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Jiang Xiaofei gently waved his hand, causing the energy storm to dissipate. To his surprise, Sun Wukong was incredibly eager this time. Humph! This fellow must have been provoked, seeing someone who bears an uncanny resemblance to himself. Surely he felt both astonishment and indignation, especially upon hearing Trunks' description of that timeline. This Black Wukong was truly deserving of everyone's wrath. Vegeta's gaze shone with a piercing intensity, his eyes never straying from the two figures engaged in fierce combat above in the sky. It was he. The tragic fate of the future was solely his doing. Even Gohan, the elder brother, Trunks, witnessing the arrival of Black Wukong from another timeline, felt a tumult of emotions surge within him, his blood boiling as he struggled to conceal the profound sorrow that lay deep within his heart. Gohan had been slain by him. Gohan, who had fought to protect me. To protect everyone. Trunks' voice quivered, his hatred for Black Wukong intensifying. Humph. Vegeta uttered not a word further, his aura immediately rising, enveloped in a faint blue light. With a leap, he soared into the air, heading straight for the two battling figures. The current Vegeta cared not for solitary combat. He simply wished to capture Black Wukong and make him pay for the heinous crimes he had committed. As he watched Vegeta ascend, Jiang Xiaofei revealed a mysterious smile. If they could confine Black Wukong here, perhaps the future world could be saved. However, upon contemplating this, Jiang Xiaofei was struck by a grave concern. For in the future timeline, aside from Black Wukong, there was another significant figure, Zamasu. The two of them were the root cause of the future's tragedy. Thus merely eradicating Black Wukong would be far from sufficient. It became evident that they must venture into the future timeline to resolve this crisis completely. Bulma, please put away the time machine and also explore how to manufacture fuel. Jiang Xiaofei addressed Bulma, who immediately complied. For she understood that Trunks' desire to return hinged upon the time machine. Ah, how fortunate I am not to have departed, lest I miss such a captivating spectacle. Meanwhile, Frieza, seeking to assert his presence, glanced at the tumultuous scene unfolding in the sky and remarked with a hint of jest. Frieza, you would do well to behave yourself and refrain from any nefarious intentions. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the 7th universe. Jiang Xiaofei warned Frieza. Your Excellency Jiang Xiaofei truly shows concern for me. Rest assured, I am quite adept at gauging the situation. Frieza replied with an air of indifference. Jiang Xiaofei refrained from unnecessary chatter, propelling himself skyward and joining the fray. With a resounding crash, the entrance of Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta rendered Black Goku unable to withstand the onslaught. His form was sent hurtling backward by a single punch from Jiang Xiaofei, landing heavily on a nearby hill, leaving a human-shaped crater in his wake. Hey, can you two refrain from meddling? This is my battle with him. The original fighter, Son Goku, expressed his discontent towards the intervening Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei. Kakarot, have you forgotten Trunks' description of that timeline? Do you truly wish to grant him a chance to return? Vegeta bellowed, his voice a tempest directed at Son Goku. Very well. If that is the case, let us unleash our full potential. The flames of battle ignited in Son Goku's eyes as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Haha, haha, how delightful. Black Goku, rising once more from the hill, felt a surge of exhilaration upon gazing at the three before him. Son Goku, to encounter you again in this timeline. It seems our connection is indeed profound. His words left everyone momentarily bewildered, even Son Goku himself, as the realization dawned that this foe was familiar with him. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude to you yet. Therefore, to convey my thanks, let us plunge this timeline into chaos. As Black Goku spoke, a brilliant violet aura enveloped him, and countless purple energy orbs materialized, launching towards Jiang Xiaofei and the others, as well as the onlookers below. Boom! Another thunderous explosion resonated. The once arrogant Black Goku was once again sent flying. The previously destructive and frenzied purple energy orbs disintegrated in an instant. Before us, he dares to act so brazenly. Jiang Xiaofei spoke, his body not lingering for a moment, but instead launching another fierce attack. Under the relentless barrage of Jiang Xiaofei's strikes, Black Goku found himself on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in stunned silence. Even the transformed Super Blue Vegeta and Son Goku were momentarily taken aback. Could this battle truly conclude in such a manner? If so, it would undoubtedly be their easiest fight yet. Bang! 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 The sound of flesh colliding echoed incessantly, accompanied by the anguished screams of Black Goku. At that moment, as Jiang Xiaofei pummeled him relentlessly, Black Goku's heart was filled with panic. Despite possessing the mightiest of bodies, why was he unable to withstand attacks from someone he perceived as an ordinary individual? Moreover, throughout all his experiences, there seemed to be no existence of such a figure. Jiang Xiaofei, however, paid no heed to Black Goku's thoughts. With each punch he delivered, the intensity increased. These are the debts you owe to those humans. Jiang Xiaofei's words echoed in Black Wukong's ear, declaring, "Now, I shall put an end to you, the scoundrel." A soft violet luminescence gathered above Jiang Xiaofei's outstretched hand, emanating the essence of destruction. Just as he was about to strike, a tremendous gravitational force erupted from the torn fabric of the sky, and the ring upon Black Wukong's hand emitted an unusual radiance. Subsequently, Black Wukong's figure was completely engulfed by that realm of time and space. Jiang Xiaofei hastily attempted to intervene, but it was too late. In that critical moment, Black Wukong vanished. Chapter 103, Speculations on Black Wukong's Origin. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jiang Xiaofei cursed vehemently as he beheld the vanishing Black Wukong and the subsequently closing rift in space-time. The destructive power he had amassed seemed futile in that instance. He had envisioned keeping Black Wukong trapped here permanently, yet fate had other plans. At the most pivotal moment, the rift in space-time underwent a sudden change, forcibly pulling Black Wukong back to his original timeline. This event was a manifestation of time's self-correcting nature. Unlike Trunks, who traversed time via a time machine, Black Wukong had torn through the very fabric of time itself. However, witnessing Black Wukong's abrupt return, Jiang Xiaofei discerned an important truth. In this Dragon Ball universe, the forces of time were enigmatic and unfathomable. Even a being as powerful as a god of destruction could not manipulate time at will. Although he had once battled the god of destruction, Kampa, and had unfortunately fallen into the realm of time, he still found himself bewildered by the intricacies of time's power. In this universe, it seemed only the Omni King possessed the authority to truly govern time. After all, the Omni King could obliterate universes with a mere gesture. If the universe were to vanish, so too would the concept of time. Should he one day grasp the nature of time and wield its power, it was likely that no deity would stand as his rival. Of course, such musings were merely speculative at this juncture. The immediate issue remained unresolved. To eliminate Black Wukong and Zamasu, they would need to utilize the time machine to journey into the future. The foremost task was to enlighten everyone regarding the origins of Black Wukong. In order to conceal his own identity, Jiang Xiaofei could not speak plainly. He could only guide them to understanding through indirect means. Son Goku and Vegeta had reverted from their transformed states and descended to the ground. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's despondency, Son Goku placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You cannot be blamed. Who could have foreseen that time would suddenly whisk him away?" Jiang Xiaofei revealed a relatively gentle smile. "What precisely is the origin of this Black Wukong, and does it bear any connection to you?" Upon being questioned thus by Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong appeared somewhat bewildered. "I came to console you, and yet you suspect I have ties to that Black Wukong. Humph. If there were no connection, how could you both bear such striking resemblance?" From the sidelines, Vegeta began to chime in with a sharp retort. "Oh dear. This is truly an outrageous injustice. I genuinely have no understanding of this matter." Son Wukong felt quite aggrieved, yet no one comprehended his plight. "Well, I believe you are indeed wronged. What I mean to inquire is, did the emergence of that Black Wukong perhaps leverage some of your abilities, such as your physique?" Jiang Xiaofei articulated his conjecture. "The body? How could that be possible?" Son Wukong's pupils dilated, reluctant to entertain the thought. Yet, what is truly impossible? Let us not forget that in this world, Dragon Balls do exist. If one gathers all 7 Dragon Balls and makes a wish to the Eternal Dragon, such a feat becomes effortlessly attainable. Moreover, did not Frisia's minions experience a similar fate? Jiang Xiaofei remarked that although there were certain discrepancies with the actual events, they still fell within a reasonable scope. Perhaps in some future scenario, an adversary, empowered by the might of the dragon, has usurped your body. Your words indeed suggest the possibility. But who could be so despicable? As Son Wukong spoke, he cast a glance at Frisia. "Son Wukong, what do you imply?" Feeling the hostile gazes from Son Wukong and Vegeta, Frisia's brow furrowed in apprehension. Among those present, it appeared he was the only one labeled as the villain. "Humph. It seems I must eliminate this nuisance entirely for the future to attain tranquility." Vegeta's aura fluctuated intensely, with a hint of murderous intent surfacing. You all." Frisia felt unjustly accused, Yet he found himself at a loss for a defense. As the Emperor of the universe, he was truly at a disadvantage. It should not be him. Amidst the suspicions of the crowd, Jiang Xiaofei ultimately expressed such a thought. If not him, then who could it be? Son Wukong struggled to keep pace with Jiang Xiaofei's line of reasoning. If it were indeed the doing of Frieza, he might even wish for a few more centimeters in height. Jiang Xiaofei offered an explanation. The crowd turned their gazes towards Frieza in unison, their eyes reflecting a hint of pity. Frieza felt a warmth rise to his cheeks, grappling with a complex mix of gratitude and resentment towards Jiang Xiaofei. Your point is indeed valid, he acknowledged, yet Son Goku refrained from elaborating further. If it were not for Frieza, he genuinely could not conceive who else might resort to such crude tactics. It was highly conceivable that this was not the work of humanity, but rather the influence of a divine being. Jiang Xiaofei presented a bolder conjecture. God? The more you speak, the more enigmatic it becomes. How could a deity possibly engage in such malevolent amusements? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In response to Jiang Xiaofei's assertion, Son Wukong quickly shook his head. For among the divine beings he was familiar with, there existed no such entity. That is because you lack understanding. In truth, our power has surpassed that of most gods. If there were a deity with ulterior motives, then perhaps such a possibility could indeed exist. Jiang Xiaofei continued, No, I still cannot persuade myself. If he truly is a deity, why would he act in such a manner? What if this deity does not wish for humanity to exist at all? The very act of seizing your body could be a means to harness your power to eradicate humankind. Does this not seem exceedingly plausible? Jiang Xiaofei's words plunged everyone into a state of profound astonishment. They had never contemplated such a notion. After all, as deities, their lifespans far exceed those of humans, and their powers, to a certain extent, surpass human capabilities. Yet, this possibility seems to exist and possesses a certain degree of rationality. How then shall we validate this hypothesis? Today, Son Wukong exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, raising the most questions. The solution is rather straightforward. Journey into the future and engage in battle once more with the Dark Wukong. Regardless of his identity, the truth shall inevitably be revealed. Jiang Xiaofei paused momentarily and added that if he had any other accomplices, they would undoubtedly make their appearance as well. At that moment, united in our efforts, we shall eradicate them entirely. And the future timeline will surely be restored to peace once more. A valid point. Therefore, what remains is quite simple. We shall board the time machine and venture into the future to uncover the truth. Son Wukong's face displayed a look of relief as he ultimately summarized the situation. Nevertheless, despite these assertions, Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Bulma, lost in contemplation. The production of the time machine's fuel would likely require a considerable amount of time. During this interval, we must endeavor to make the necessary preparations, striving to eliminate Black Goku and his accomplices in one fell swoop. Chapter 104. A discourse to Frieza with the departure of Black Goku. Life returned to its previous clamor. However, amidst this bustling atmosphere, an undercurrent of tension persisted. It stemmed from the future timeline. If they could ready themselves a day in advance, they might usher in peace for the future. Thanks to the miraculous senzu beans, Trunks had fully recovered, yet the feeling of loss lingered in his heart. If one were to measure emotional ties to the future timeline, Trunks undoubtedly held the deepest connection. Although Goku experienced profound turmoil upon encountering Black Goku, it primarily arose from his disdain for the latter's use of his visage. Compared to Trunks' animosity, Goku's feelings were significantly milder. Nevertheless, once a decision was made, no one would act impulsively. To annihilate Black Goku and his hidden cohorts, meticulous preparation, as Jiang Xiaofei advised, was essential. In their quest to defeat Black Goku, the synergy between Goku and Vegeta grew ever tighter. Goku sought to vanquish Black Goku to unravel his identity, while Vegeta's motivations were chiefly for the sake of his child and wife. Despite their differing perspectives, their ultimate goals were entirely aligned. To ensure a foolproof strategy, they commenced their fusion. It is worth noting that during their battle against Broly, Goku and Vegeta had utilized fusion to become Gogeta. In the presence of Gogeta, even the legendary Super Saiyan found himself utterly subdued. Although at that time Broly had not undergone professional training or guidance, his strength was undeniably formidable. From the current confrontation with Black Goku, it is evident that his power has yet to be fully unleashed. If there exists a more powerful entity behind him, they must possess some hidden techniques. On Trunks' side, after fully recovering his body, he did not rush into training but instead made his way to Gohan's home. In his future timeline, Gohan had already fallen victim to Black Goku. For Trunks, this represented an everlasting sorrow. Even if he could rely on the Dragon Balls to resurrect Gohan in the future, the timing remained uncertain. In this timeline, the Gohan Trunks encountered was different from the one in his future. In Trunks' memory, Gohan was a brave warrior, exuding a fierce aura. However, this version of Gohan had absorbed too much scholarly demeanor, becoming somewhat refined. Nonetheless, the mere sight of his elder brother Gohan stirred a warm tide within Trunks, bringing tears to his eyes. The bond between Trunks and Gohan erupted at this moment, transcending time and space, deeply ingrained within Trunks' heart. Observing Trunks before him, Gohan hesitated for a moment but quickly acclimated. Upon learning of Trunks' experiences, Gohan felt a profound respect for the version of himself from the future. After encountering the person he longed to see, Trunks also held a sense of reverence for this timeline's Gohan. Life inherently offers a multitude of experiences and choices, and he would not interfere with Gohan's path in this reality. After bidding farewell to Gohan, Trunks immersed himself in intense training. His world awaited his rescue, and he could not afford any distractions, lest he betray the memory of his brother Gohan and the mother who had ensured his safety. Soon, Trunks engaged in combat with Goku and Vegeta. Although Trunks could not transform into Super Saiyan Blue like Goku and Vegeta, the combat prowess he exhibited was entirely unexpected. Particularly after enduring such profound sorrow, his resolve had only strengthened, which could be beneficial for a Super Saiyan. Against Super Saiyan Blue Goku, Trunks was still able to exchange blows, which explains how he managed to survive under the relentless pursuit of Black Goku in the future timeline. While everyone was occupied, Jiang Xiaofei and Frieza remained remarkably at ease. Gazing at the three battling figures above, Jiang Xiaofei smiled softly. Frieza, why don't you join them for a spar? Me? Humph. I'm not interested. Frieza cast a glance at the battle unfolding in the sky before closing his eyes. He appeared to be enveloped in a sense of detachment, as if oblivious to the world beyond. Jiang Xiaofei, huh? I see you are afraid. Afraid? Jiang Xiaofei, clarify this for me. How could I possibly be afraid? Do you truly believe that they could instill fear in me? Your thoughts are rather naive, aren't they? Frieza, though aware that Jiang Xiaofei was being deliberately provocative, found himself compelled to retort every word that escaped Jiang Xiaofei's lips. Is it not evident? As the Emperor of the Universe, you have faced defeat time and again. Your innate pride can no longer tolerate further loss, hence your fear of failure in training. As Frieza's current guardian, Jiang Xiaofei bears the responsibility of enlightening him that some matters cannot be resolved through evasion. Humph. Frieza turned away, choosing to disregard this individual who constantly exposed his vulnerabilities. Frieza, since you have chosen to remain, you should endeavor to integrate yourself among us, rather than persistently isolating yourself. Jiang Xiaofei's tone abruptly shifted as he began to lecture Frieza. Humph. How I choose to act is my prerogative. Do I need your interference? Naturally. Frieza would not acquiesce to Jiang Xiaofei's sentiments. In truth, when I first arrived, I harbored similar thoughts. However, as I interacted with them, I discovered an unexpected joy. If you could regard us as friends, perhaps you would experience something entirely different. Jiang Xiaofei continued, as the sovereign of the universe, I have no need for friends. However, if you are willing to serve as my subordinates, I might consider it. Frieza cast another glance at the battle unfolding in the sky, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Friends? It seemed he had never truly experienced such a concept in his lifetime. But did he genuinely require companionship? He hastily shook his head, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. How could he entertain such a ludicrous notion? After all, he was the ruler of the cosmos, destined to dominate the universe. How could he possibly associate with such individuals? Disregarding Jiang Xiaofei further, Frieza hastened back to his abode, fearing that he might fall prey to Jiang Xiaofei's persuasive influence. Observing Frieza's demeanor, Jiang Xiaofei chose not to pursue or speak further. Instead, he soared into the air, joining the fray involving three combatants. Chapter 105, Jiang Xiaofei versus Trunks. Two azure figures and one golden-hued figure erupted in a dazzling display of colors amidst the sky. The surrounding clouds dissipated in the wake of their formidable presence. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at the three figures racing before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the fray. The already intense battle, brimming with vigor, became even more fantastical and vibrant with Jiang Xiaofei's participation. Jiang Xiaofei's figure darted swiftly among the three, effortlessly countering their assaults with each strike. This scene, witnessed by Trunks, intensified his astonishment. In his memory, Goku and Vegeta were already the epitome of strength. This was not his first visit to this timeline. He possessed a certain understanding of its combat prowess. However, He had no recollection of such a formidable individual existing. Moreover, the Super Saiyan Blue forms exhibited by Goku and Vegeta were evidently far superior to what they had demonstrated before, magnitude stronger than he could have imagined. Jiang Xiaofei's ability to maneuver effortlessly in the face of dual assaults is a testament to his prowess, which has evidently surpassed that of both Son Wukong and Vegeta. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's figure, Trunks felt an intensified surge of energy around him as he yearned for formidable strength. With absolute power at his disposal, he would possess the capability to vanquish Black Goku, safeguarding his time and the individuals he cherished. Uncle Wukong, father, may I engage in a battle with Mr. Jiang Xiaofei? Without any circumlocution, Trunks boldly articulated his desire. Upon hearing his words, Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles. Ah, it seems we have been underestimated. Son Wukong readily grasped Trunks' intentions. Among the three of them, Jiang Xiaofei undoubtedly stood as the most formidable, though not a Super Saiyan. He had, through unforeseen circumstances, assumed the guise of a counterfeit Super Saiyan God, thus possessing a certain understanding of Saiyans. What they could not deny was that fighting Jiang Xiaofei would expedite their growth more than battling against each other. After all, it is in dire straits that Saiyans exhibit their most terrifying potential for growth. Vegeta cast a glance at Trunks, then at the smiling Jiang Xiaofei, though internally displeased. He tolerated it for Trunks' sake. Humph. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta deactivated his Super Saiyan Blue form and gradually vacated the battleground, effectively granting them space. Vegeta, wait for me. Son Wukong also opted not to continue the fight, mirroring Vegeta's decision. The two most fervent individuals had now become mere spectators, eager to witness just how formidable Trunks could become under Jiang Xiaofei's tutelage. Watching the two depart, a hint of regret flickered across Jiang Xiaofei's visage. His initial intention was to create a lively atmosphere, yet he had not anticipated Trunks would proactively request a duel. As a good friend, Jiang Xiaofei could not possibly decline. Mr. Jiang Xiaofei, I humbly seek your guidance. After Trunks executed a remarkably courteous gesture, a powerful surge of golden energy erupted from his body, elevating his strength manifold in an instant. The sword in his hand vibrated with a hum as it sliced through the air towards Jiang Xiaofei. This was undoubtedly Trunks' ultimate strike. However, he was acutely aware that even his most formidable attack would likely inflict no harm upon Jiang Xiaofei. Mastering the art of combat against two Super Saiyans, Trunks recognized that his assault was trivial in Jiang Xiaofei's eyes. Nevertheless, fueled by determination, Trunks sought to harness greater power through this endeavor, confident that under Jiang Xiaofei's guidance, his missteps would be minimized. While a silvery luminescence did not emanate from Jiang Xiaofei, each of his cells brimmed with immense energy capable of overwhelming Trunks' incoming assault. A palpable aura of destruction and annihilation surged forth from Jiang Xiaofei, its scope limited yet imparting an overwhelming sense of dread to those who perceived it, as if taking a single step forward would lead to certain demise. When Trunks' golden glowing sword met this chilling essence of devastation, it faltered, showing signs of impending obliteration. Trunks' pupils constricted as he attempted to retract his sword. But Jiang Xiaofei would not permit such an opportunity. With a mere flick of his wrist, the sword in Trunks' grasp disintegrated into powder, unable to coalesce once more. Witnessing this spectacle, Son Wukong and Vegeta could not help but express their admiration, acknowledging Jiang Xiaofei as a formidable force. Trunks had relied heavily on his sword throughout his adventures, having saved countless lives from the clutches of Black Goku with that very weapon. Yet now, the once unyielding sword was rendered utterly shattered by a single glance from Jiang Xiaofei. Ah, Jiang Xiaofei truly is ruthless, without any forewarning. Such a terrifying scene unfolded in an instant. Son Wukong remarked that even during his time in the Kaishan realm, he had never witnessed anyone capable of destroying Trunks' sword. Humph. As long as it enhances his strength, employing ruthless measures is permissible, Vegeta stated, observing the confrontation between Jiang Xiaofei and Trunks with a grave tone. Yet, this did little to mask his concern for Trunks. Indeed, upon witnessing the shattering of his soul companion, Trunks' composure shattered as well. His aura intensified, now tinged with a hint of crimson, a presence more subtle than before, yet still undeniably felt. A tempest of fierce winds raged as Trunks, undeterred, charged once more towards Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 106. Super Saiyan God. Trunks. Before him lay a scene that left Son Wukong somewhat astonished. The intense waves of energy radiating from Trunks enveloped him in a sense of familiarity. The Kaioken? No, that was not quite right. His power enhancement was indeed formidable. Yet there lingered an unsettling feeling of incongruity. Could it be? Sun Wukong hesitated to delve deeper into his thoughts. The current Trunks was undeniably impressive. Beside him, Vegeta's eyes were also filled with astonishment as he beheld Trunks' transformation. Jiang Xiaofei narrowed his gaze slightly, surprised by Trunks' growth, yet he deemed it still insufficient. Jiang Xiaofei raised his right hand, and the surrounding violet radiance shimmered, countering Trunks' furious roar. With a resounding crash, Trunks' wrathful punch struck directly against Jiang Xiaofei's palm. In an instant, golden-yellow waves of energy, intermingled with hints of crimson and violet, coalesced into a vibrant torrent, radiating outward from the two combatants. The fierce gust, accompanied by a tremendous sonic boom, assaulted the eardrums of Son Wukong and Vegeta, causing their bodies to involuntarily recoil several steps. However, amidst the clash, Jiang Xiaofei remained undisturbed, fully immersed in the confrontation. Feeling the collision of energies, he was somewhat astounded by Trunks' capacity to unleash such power, especially since he had merely provoked Trunks with a simple taunt. Indeed, such strength could certainly provide a tickle. Yet, if this is all the power you possess, harboring dreams of defeating Black Goku and safeguarding your future would be nothing short of folly. Jiang Xiaofei spoke with an air of detachment, as if recounting an event entirely divorced from his own existence. However, the words he uttered resonated within Trunks, evoking an altogether different sentiment. The animosity towards Black Goku had permeated Trunks' very marrow. The darkness and sorrow Black Goku had inflicted upon his world was profound, and Trunks' utmost desire was to exact vengeance upon his foe. Yet, the present Trunks found himself devoid of the ability to safeguard his loved ones or protect his world, a reality that pierced his heart with anguish. In such dire circumstances, his despair intensified. A mournful and desperate roar escaped him, amplifying the aura surrounding him. As a tempest of raw energy surged forth, driving Trunks to launch a frenzied assault upon Jiang Xiaofei. Boom, boom, boom. The sound reverberated through the heavens, akin to the thunderous clash of titans, leaving no one to suspect that it was merely the collision of two corporeal forms. Trunks' speed and strength escalated, akin to a mindless beast unleashed, venting the tumult of emotions raging within him. Yet, in the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Jiang Xiaofei remained unfazed, effortlessly countering the assault. Is this truly the extent of your power? Indeed, you have shown improvement since before, but in your current state, you resemble a rampaging beast. How could you possibly triumph over Black Goku, who wields divine strength? Jiang Xiaofei continued to exert pressure, yet the force in his hands was palpably intensified. With a resounding impact, a powerful strike erupted from Jiang Xiaofei's fist, sending Trunks plummeting from the sky. Trunks' body was thrust into a nearby mountain range, causing massive boulders to tumble from the peak. Lying within the mountainside, Trunks gazed at the dazzling figure, and a sense of clarity washed over him. As a Saiyan, he indeed possessed the ability to harness his anger to augment his strength. Although this growth was boundless, for him, infinity did not imply that he could attain such heights. If he could not defeat Black Goku, a promising future eluded him, leaving him with no future at all. Jiang Xiaofei descended gracefully from the heavens, coming to stand beside Trunks, his face adorned with a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Would you like to experience a more formidable power? The light in Trunks' eyes sparkled with eagerness. He yearned for it. Yet, how could such enhanced strength possibly manifest in an instant? A shadow of despondency returned to Trunks' gaze. Observing the shift in Trunks' demeanor, Jiang Xiaofei's smile deepened. There exists a method to elevate your prowess in a short span, though such power is destined to be fleeting. You may wish to try it beforehand, as it could offer you a more profound understanding. Once again, a glimmer ignited in Trunks' eyes, his anticipation intensifying as he gradually rose to his feet. Might you enlighten me on the nature of this method? It is quite simple. One merely needs to concentrate the strength of several Saiyans into a single individual. Jiang Xiaofei did not provide a clear description, leaving Trunks in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Son Wukong and Vegeta arrived. You're not referring to the Super Saiyan God, are you? Son Wukong inquired. Indeed, it is the Super Saiyan God. Trunks expressed some skepticism during his battles with Son Wukong and Vegeta. He had come to understand that the Super Saiyan blue form was an expression of the Super Saiyan God, yet he felt he could not reach that height at present. As long as we can find 5 righteous Super Saiyans and harness their power, we can transform into Super Saiyan gods. Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed at Trunks. Is that true? Trunks felt a surge of excitement, if that were the case. He might truly become a Super Saiyan God. Absolutely. Besides, it seems we have more than 5 Saiyans here. Then let us begin. The group returned to the ground and shared their thoughts with the other Saiyans. Thus, Surrounding Trunks were Son Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Little Trunks, standing resolutely together. The five exchanged glances, then joined hands, forming a circle. Trunks could distinctly feel the power emanating from the other Saiyans as it began to flow into his body. The pure and tumultuous energy surged within him like rivers converging into the sea. Trunks sensed the layers of barriers and shackles within him quietly shattering at that moment. This energy did not repel him. Rather, it felt intimately familiar, as if he was always meant to possess such power. A tremendous aura erupted forth, illuminating the surroundings with a glimmer of hope. In that instant, Trunks radiated the unique essence of the Super Saiyan God. Chapter 107, Super Saiyan God Trunks battles Jiang Xiaofei. All eyes converged upon Trunks, his fiery red hair resembling a blazing inferno, igniting a warmth in every heart. The brilliance emanating from Trunks' eyes sent a jolt of energy through him. Everyone could distinctly perceive the overwhelming, ferocious energy radiating from Trunks. Yet it did not instill fear or panic. On the contrary, this seemingly wild energy evoked a sense of familiarity. Trunks lowered his head, observing the pulsating aura around him, and could not help but clench his fists, feeling an unprecedented thrill coursing through his fingertips. If Trunks were to confront Son Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan blue forms in this state, perhaps he would hold the upper hand. Certainly, this is Trunks' subjective experience, profoundly influenced by the overwhelming energy coursing through him. Do you not feel an inexhaustible reservoir of strength surging within your very being? Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Trunks' transformation with a smile. Trunks nodded vigorously, a fervent anticipation gleaming in his crimson eyes. Shall we continue our battle then? With an inquiring tone, Jiang Xiaofei gazed upon the current Trunks, his heart brimming with joy. Although he was acutely aware that even in his transformation into a Super Saiyan God, Trunks remained no match for him, the mere ability for Trunks to sense this divine power would undoubtedly benefit his growth. Jiang Xiaofei, how could you think this way? Trunks has finally transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Of course, he must engage in battle with us. Before Trunks could utter a word, Son Goku interjected eagerly. Observing Trunks, particularly feeling the pulsating energy around him, Goku could hardly contain his excitement. He simply wishes to showcase his abilities. Vegeta, without reservation, expressed his thoughts to Jiang Xiaofei. To be honest, I would prefer not to. However, if it truly comes down to a battle between you, determining a victor in a short span of time would be exceedingly difficult. Jiang Xiaofei's words once again provoked both Son Goku and Vegeta, as they discerned the underlying implication that their prowess fell short of his. Although both were eager to retort, the truth of Jiang Xiaofei's statement was undeniable. Even when transformed into Super Saiyans, their combined strength was insufficient to match him. Very well. Now, behold how I engage in battle with him. Jiang Xiaofei cast a fleeting glance at Trunks before ascending into the vast expanse above. Trunks bowed deeply to Vegeta and Goku, then swiftly surged towards Jiang Xiaofei's direction. Such a scene could hardly exist without my presence. Goku promptly followed suit, eager to witness the extent of Jiang Xiaofei's prowess when faced with Trunks in his Super Saiyan God form. Amidst the boundless ocean, Jiang Xiaofei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his feet suspended in midair, his gaze unwavering as he awaited the approaching Trunks. With no superfluous words exchanged, the moment Trunks arrived, a purple energy sphere in Jiang Xiaofei's grasp was unleashed towards him in an attack. Unfazed by the sudden onslaught, Trunks felt a thrill rather than fear. He was acutely aware of the destructive force contained within the purple sphere, yet he harbored no intention of evasion. A brilliant white light shimmered in Trunks' hands, enveloped by a faintly perceptible red aura. This white radiance coalesced into an equally sized energy sphere, which he launched to meet the purple projectile head-on. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, erupting in a shower of sparks that illuminated the deep blue surface of the sea. The clash of energies released a tremendous wave, rising like a towering wall towards Trunks. With his hand as a sword, Trunks swiftly slashed through the oncoming wave, unleashing a series of energy blasts that obliterated the towering wall, reducing it once more to mere water. As the tumultuous waves receded, Jiang Xiaofei's figure materialized directly before Trunks, his right hand aglow with purple brilliance, propelled by a fierce wind. In Trunks' eyes, a radiant light flickered as he hastily prepared his defense, but ultimately it was a moment too late. With a resounding impact, the confrontation reached its climactic point. Jiang Xiaofei's right fist struck heavily against Trunks' abdomen. In an instant, Trunks' figure was sent hurtling backward towards the tumultuous sea. Just as his body was about to make contact with the water surface, Trunks unleashed a surge of energy, causing the sea beneath him to part dramatically. Amidst this formidable aura, a colossal vortex emerged upon the water's surface, with Trunks at its very heart. Once he steadied his form, Trunks wasted no time and charged once more towards Jiang Xiaofei, while behind him, the whirlpool continued to expand. Bang, bang, bang. As the crimson figure collided with the violet silhouette, a myriad of resplendent fireworks erupted forth, their shockwaves cascading and intertwining. The clash of fists and the contest of energies imbued the heavens above and the sea beneath with an extraordinary aura. Countless points of light coalesced behind Trunks. And in the next instant, they surged towards Jiang Xiaofei with a piercing rush. Sensing the formidable energy, Jiang Xiaofei concentrated the destructive power within him, forming but a single energy sphere behind him. Yet the energy it harbored was enough to instill fear in the bravest of hearts. Even Trunks, though distanced, could perceive the soul-shaking fluctuations of that energy. The violet energy sphere darted through the void like a bolt of lightning, colliding with one of the myriad points of light. In the blink of an eye, a purple radiance erupted, radiating outward and engulfing all the white points of light in its immense energy. Subsequently, the violet glow receded at an astonishing speed, vanishing from this realm. As Trunks marveled at the spectacle before him, he was suddenly struck by a violent force. Jiang Xiaofei had inexplicably appeared at his side. Despite possessing divine powers and acute senses, he struggled to clearly apprehend the ghost-like presence of Jiang Xiaofei. At that moment, the purple aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei had dissipated, along with the overwhelming destructive force, yet the energy emanating from him had transformed into an even more terrifying wave. Chapter 108. Journey to the future time-space. Surrounded by a silvery white essence, Jiang Xiaofei exuded an air of sanctity. Even Trunks, as a Super Saiyan God, felt a tremor in his heart upon sensing the aura radiating from him. What astonished him further was the realization that, as a human, Jiang Xiaofei could simultaneously command two such potent energies, an utterly unfathomable feat. It is essential to note that Jiang Xiaofei now embodied two distinctly different auras. If the first energy represented destruction and annihilation, the silvery white aura that now enveloped him emanated a sense of tranquility. Vast as it was, it displayed no hint of ferocity. This was a transformation entirely distinct from the Saiyan energy enhancement. While they transitioned from their ordinary forms to Super Saiyan forms, their energy experienced a groundbreaking increase. Yet it ultimately remained a signature of their Saiyan heritage. Even when employing the Kaioken, it merely augmented their pre-existing energy, primarily manifesting as a change in strength. However, Jiang Xiaofei now exhibited the ability to effortlessly switch between these two disparate energies, a feat that left Trunks in awe. Even in his Super Saiyan God form, he found himself unable to achieve such versatility. Let the battle commence. The time you can sustain this is limited. From Jiang Xiaofei's lips emanated a heart-stirring aura. Yet Trunks displayed no sign of trepidation. He had journeyed to this moment solely to elevate himself. In Trunks' eyes, a fervent battle spirit radiated forth, and the fierce gale of his fists surged uncontrollably as he charged towards Jiang Xiaofei, whose serene, silvery aura glimmered with tranquility. Jiang Xiaofei maintained a serene smile, facing Trunks' powerful punch without a hint of panic. As the ferocious energy of the Super Saiyan God approached him, Jiang Xiaofei merely shifted his stance, causing Trunks' blow to miss its mark. Although this was but a simple evasion, it left Trunks utterly astounded. Indeed, he was profoundly astonished. Just moments ago, it seemed Trunks' fist was destined to make contact with Jiang Xiaofei's body, yet in that fleeting instant, Jiang Xiaofei's aura appeared to vanish. His movements were executed with such precision and elegance, devoid of any hesitation. It seemed as if his body, driven by instinct, responded without the mediation of thought. Achieving such a feat was incomprehensibly challenging for Trunks, who now found himself incapable of even grasping the basics. Observing Trunks' astonishment, Jiang Xiaofei offered no words. Instead, he inclined his body slightly and launched an attack against the bewildered Trunks. It was neither an even contest nor a mere advantage. It was something altogether different. Jiang Xiaofei's movements resembled a dragon dancing upon the water, decisively overpowering Trunks. Bang, bang, bang. Under the merciless barrage of Jiang Xiaofei, even the Super Saiyan form lost its former grandeur. Although his body brimmed with wild energy, it was suppressed by an even mightier force. Trunks had believed he could endure for several minutes under Jiang Xiaofei's onslaught, yet it was merely a figment of his imagination. If Jiang Xiaofei so desired, he could conclude the battle at any moment. However, he chose not to do so. His control over the intensity of his strikes was remarkably precise. Each blow inflicted pain upon Trunks, yet it was not enough to strip him of his fighting spirit. Jiang Xiaofei's objective was quite straightforward, to hone Trunks' abilities. The disparity in their battle prowess was utterly apparent. Observing the unequal confrontation in the skies above, Son Wukong touched the tip of his nose and remarked with a smile. Humph. Jiang Xiaofei merely comprehended the ultimate freedom technique earlier than I did. There will come a day when I shall surpass him in my own way. And you, Kakarot? Vegeta, brimming with pride, acknowledged that he was currently inferior to Jiang Xiaofei. However, he could not accept remaining beneath him indefinitely. What is wrong with me? Son Wukong queried, somewhat perplexed by Vegeta's words. I haven't provoked you. Humph. Kakarot, do not say I did not warn you. You have already begun to give up. The fervor you once possessed has diminished since Jiang Xiaofei revealed his overwhelming strength. Vegeta expressed his thoughts, clearly dissatisfied with Son Wukong's current state. Not at all. I am also putting in tremendous effort. It's just that Jiang Xiaofei is exceedingly formidable. No matter how hard you strive to catch up to him or even surpass him, you will find that the gap between you grows wider during battle. Thus, it was not that I had become complacent. Rather, Jiang Xiaofei's growth and progress were simply too rapid. Son Wukong gazed at the silvery figure in the sky, his inner resolve clashing with a hint of confusion. Enough talk. In our Saiyan lexicon, there is no room for such reasoning, only fists. Power is what we seek. Vegeta, with unwavering determination in his eyes, did not look at Son Wukong, but remained focused on Jiang Xiaofei. Boom. Whoosh. Hiss. Under Jiang Xiaofei's relentless assault, Trunks' Super Saiyan God form was abruptly undone, and his ordinary form plummeted uncontrollably from the sky. Feeling the wind rush past him, Trunks attempted to regulate his energy, but he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. In the gaze of the onlookers, Trunks' body descended into the sea. Vegeta's energy surged as he soared towards the direction where Trunks was falling. Jiang Xiaofei, descending from the heavens, landed beside Son Wukong. You were quite ruthless, Son Wukong exclaimed, taken aback. This guy truly refrains from striking unless he intends to go all out. I still held back. Jiang Xiaofei remained unconvinced, yet he recognized that this was indeed an opportunity for his growth. After all, the hidden abilities of that dark Wukong were not to be underestimated. As they conversed, they beheld Vegeta soaring into the sky, cradling Trunks above the surface of the sea. The expression on Trunks' face revealed a mixture of excitement and pain. Wonderful. The time machine has been repaired. Furthermore, the fuel is ready. You can embark to the future at any moment. Bulma's voice suddenly resonated, echoing in the ears of everyone present. It appears that we have little time left. Let's take a moment to rest and adjust, for we may soon be journeying directly to the future. Jiang Xiaofei addressed the crowd, and as his words resonated, a wave of tension and restlessness swept through everyone. Were they finally to confront Black Wukong and the mysterious forces behind him? Especially for Trunks, the momentary thrill he felt was swiftly replaced by a chilling resolve. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Chapter 109. Encountering Black Wukong. A piercing glint emanated from Trunks' eyes. Black Wukong. This time, I shall avenge my mother and my brother Gohan without fail. Son Wukong patted Trunks on the shoulder, sharing in his desire to dismantle Black Wukong piece by piece. He extended his hand, offering a senzu bean to Trunks. After expressing his gratitude, Trunks consumed the bean. The once incapacitated body that Jiang Xiaofei had rendered immobile was instantly revitalized, and his superficial wounds healed in an instant. It must be said, the senzu bean truly possesses boundless efficacy. Through this battle with Jiang Xiaofei, Trunks had gained immense insight, although he had been on the receiving end of the blows. Transforming into a Super Saiyan and enduring Jiang Xiaofei's dual forms of attack had significantly enhanced his physical prowess, ensuring he would perform better in the future. Most importantly, if Jiang Xiaofei were to venture into the future to confront Black Wukong, he would undoubtedly have the power to vanquish him. This realization struck Trunks profoundly during his combat with Jiang Xiaofei. Black Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei were simply not on the same level. Moreover, from Jiang Xiaofei's tone, Trunks was nearly certain that this time, Jiang Xiaofei would accompany him into the future. Thus, his journey to this time period was undoubtedly worthwhile, and the future would assuredly be liberated from Black Wukong's clutches because of his plea for help. Of course, these were matters for another time. As he remained unaware of the true nature of the entity behind Black Wukong, taking several deep breaths, Trunks collected his thoughts and turned to Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, and Vegeta. He would need the assistance of these three for his journey to the future. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to express his respect for them. Naturally, I am also very intrigued by this Black Wukong, he added. Son Wukong helped Trunks to his feet, his words laced with disdain for Black Wukong. Humph, this time, he shall learn of our might. Vegeta's spirit surged with agitation, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Black Wukong's actions. With us around, we shall undoubtedly save the people of the future. Jiang Xiaofei refrained from idle chatter, his gaze fixed intently upon Trunks as he spoke earnestly. Upon hearing the words of the three individuals, a warm surge enveloped Trunks' heart, and tears welled up in his eyes. With a firm nod, he affirmed his resolve. Everything was prepared. Gazing at the time machine that connected him to his companions in this timeline, Trunks' eyes shimmered with anticipation. Approaching Bulma, he enveloped her in a heartfelt embrace. Though they belonged to different timelines, the bond of mother and son remained profoundly strong. You can do it. The last time you accomplished a miracle. I believe you can save the future world this time as well, Bulma gently encouraged, patting Trunks on the shoulder. Indeed, I shall, Trunks replied, his eyes glistening with tears as he released Bulma and leapt onto the time machine. He cast one last glance at the assembled group, waving them farewell. Jiang Xiaofei, alongside Son Wukong and Vegeta, ascended into the time machine, the cramped space feeling somewhat congested. Rest assured, with the three of us together, we shall undoubtedly defeat Black Goku and rescue the future timeline, Son Wukong declared with unwavering confidence. Firmly believing that there was no challenge beyond their combined strength, at least none had yet presented itself. As the time machine's protective shield descended, a searing light erupted from below, propelling them skyward in an instant, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers and from this very reality. In the future timeline, Earth lay shrouded in an endless expanse of darkness, filled with the anguished cries of animals. Beneath the thick clouds, thunder roared and torrential rain poured down, washing away the sins and evils of this time. Amidst the smoky haze, an overwhelming sense of despair pervaded, with nary a patch of purity to be found. Among the crumbling ruins, one could occasionally glimpse a few feeble creatures clinging to life, their faces revealing a profound fear and confusion about their futures. They were uncertain whether they would ever witness the sun again illuminating the earth, or even if they would survive to the next moment. In this realm saturated with despair, pain, and sorrowful wails, one figure stood tall. Clad in black, this individual remained untouched by the relentless downpour. Their long, dark hair moved with an ethereal grace, and a faint smirk played at the corner of their lips, their piercing gaze assessing the fruits of their labor. Soon, my plan is nearly complete. The figure's cold, unfeeling voice echoed, almost as if in soliloquy. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed their mind, leading them to believe that the execution of this plan was not entirely flawless. Not to worry. I trust that you will return to this timeline for the sake of your so-called justice. At that moment, ha ha ha. The gleam in the figure's eyes sparkled with anticipation, for it was only by utterly eradicating humanity that their plan could achieve true perfection. This figure was none other than Black Goku, who had pursued Trunks into another timeline. With determination, Black Goku sped away, searching for any remaining humans in this timeline. Suddenly, amidst the pitch-black sky, illuminated by the flicker of lightning and its mournful brilliance, a more resplendent flash of light erupted, as if striving to pierce through the darkness and break through the dense clouds. Yet, the brilliance existed for but a fleeting moment. The shadow of Black Goku, swift and resolute, was drawn to the sudden appearance and abrupt vanishing of the light, and his gaze turned towards the spot where it had dissipated, revealing a machine before his eyes. This contraption was evidently the time machine that had aided Trunks in escaping to another time and space. Black Goku altered his course, hastening towards the time machine. The device descended smoothly upon the desolate ruins, its protective shield disengaging as the hatch gradually opened. For imposing figures emerged from within the time machine. As they surveyed the desolation surrounding them, an uncontrollable surge of energy emanated from the quartet. Subsequently, all four turned their gazes in unison towards a single direction, where the mocking smile of Black Goku flickered in their cold eyes. Jiang Xiaofei took a step forward, revealing a playful smile. He addressed the speeding Black Wukong, expressing a sentiment that stirred an uncontrollable urge to deliver a thrashing. Chapter 110, The Dual Warriors Clash with Black Wukong. What are we waiting for? I can no longer restrain myself. A golden aura enveloped Son Wukong's entire being, transforming even his hair into a brilliant gold. In an instant, he soared into the air, hurtling directly towards Black Wukong. Vegeta, too, did not halt his advance, mirroring Son Wukong's actions. Observing the two ascendants, Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but shake his head, noting their ever-impulsive nature. Trunks, standing aside, emanated a particularly intense energy. Yet he refrained from charging at the loathed enemy like Son Wukong and Vegeta. Instead, He sought to ascertain whether his companions still thrived in this timeline and if other humans were still alive. Of course, this was also rooted in his trust in Jiang Xiaofei and the other two. With them present, Black Wukong had no chance of escape. Trunks suppressed the sorrow within him, gesturing towards Jiang Xiaofei before heading towards a familiar location. Jiang Xiaofei certainly comprehended Trunks' actions. However, he chose not to follow him. This decision stemmed from his awareness that behind Black Goku loomed another divine presence, the god of destruction from Universe 10, Zamasu. Yet, thus far, Zamasu had not made an appearance. And within this realm of time and space, Jiang Xiaofei could not sense his aura at all. Although Zamasu, being a god of destruction, possessed the ability to conceal his presence, at Jiang Xiaofei's level of perception, discerning the unique aura of a god was not an arduous task. Jiang Xiaofei prudently retracted the time machine, safeguarding it from potential damage, for it is, after all, their vital instrument for traversing between two realms of time. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze once again turned towards the sky, shrouded in thick, ominous clouds. Two golden figures had commenced a fierce confrontation with the dark silhouette. With a thunderous roar, Black Wukong plummeted from the heavens. It was none other than Son Wukong and Vegeta, who had united their strength to deliver a crushing blow to Black Wukong's abdomen. Caught off guard, Black Wukong was unable to evade the strike and was sent crashing down. When his form collided with the already ravaged ground, a vast crater was formed, and the surrounding dilapidated structures could no longer withstand the impact, collapsing in a cacophony of destruction. Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances, then turned their attention to the figure of Black Wukong within the crater. They were acutely aware that such an assault would not inflict any substantial harm upon him. Consequently, a fist-sized sphere of white energy manifested in Vegeta's hand, shimmering with a brilliant radiance. Under Vegeta's command, these luminous spheres traversed the sky, tracing stunningly brilliant arcs before converging upon the figure of Black Wukong in the crater. Thunderous roars erupted once more. The already massive crater transformed into a more terrifying abyss under the onslaught of the white energy spheres. Initially believing that such an onslaught would inflict some damage upon Black Wukong, Son Wukong and Vegeta soon found their brows furrowing in concern. From their sensing of energy, it was evident that Black Wukong's aura showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, it appeared to be intensifying. Under the gaze of all, Black Wukong's figure emerged stealthily from the depths of the crater, without a hint of hesitation, launching himself towards Son Wukong and Vegeta at a velocity surpassing sound. Bang! Black Wukong's fist, imbued with a violet glow, collided with the golden fists of Vegeta and Son Wukong, erupting into a dazzling display of colors that momentarily illuminated the pitch-black night sky. Heh, did you truly believe that the two of you could defeat me? How naive! Black Wukong's chilling voice exuded an air of intangible confidence. Humph, you wretched fiend, regardless of the tricks you possess today, we shall ensure you remain here for good. Vegeta seethed, realizing that it was only through their combined efforts that they could barely hold their ground against Black Wukong. Enough with the chatter. Let us engage directly. In the heat of battle, Son Wukong, often guilty of underestimating his adversary by not unleashing his full power, resolved to go all out this time. With a swift motion, Son Wukong retreated, leaving Black Wukong to confront Vegeta alone. Haha, it seems I overestimated you. But you cannot escape. Once I deal with him, I shall come for you, Black Wukong remarked, watching Son Wukong withdraw from the fray. Although he did not genuinely believe that Son Wukong sought to flee, he spoke with the assurance of his own strength. Enough nonsense. Your opponent is me now. Vegeta spoke with fervor, his speed increasing and his strength intensifying. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding reverberated through the darkened sky. Yet, Vegeta distinctly sensed that no matter how powerful his punches were, Black Goku always managed to subtly suppress him. Heh, do you feel a sense of helplessness? Black Goku's mocking laughter filled Vegeta with unease. Humph, helplessness? Perhaps you overestimate yourself. With renewed vigor, Vegeta summoned his strength, momentarily overpowering Black Goku. However, this advantage was fleeting, as Black Goku soon regained the upper hand. In the midst of their intense struggle, Goku had already reverted to his normal form. With his eyes tightly shut beneath the thick clouds, he stood out prominently. Ah, ah. As Goku's powerful shout echoed, an immense aura surged around him, a faint blue glow enveloping him in a radiant light. Goku's gaze fell upon Black Goku, who was locked in battle with Vegeta, and an invisible force erupted forth. Without hesitation, Goku charged directly at Black Goku. Black Goku sensed the subtle transformation in Goku's demeanor, Yet his eyes betrayed no hint of fear. Instead, his smile widened. Bang! Black Goku delivered a swift kick to Vegeta's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Subsequently, Black Goku lunged toward Goku. Indeed, only you can truly challenge me. Hidden within Black Goku's words was a palpable admiration for Goku. If only you would join us. Together, we could upend this era and usher in a brand new future. Dream on. I told you. You will remain here today. A brilliant blue light erupted, and an overwhelming pressure descended, with the furious wind of fists howling toward him. Chapter 111. The arrival of Zamasu. Black Goku braced himself against the onslaught of fists, his face adorned with a smile, transforming his palm into a fist, striving to break free from the oppressive force. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the blue glowing fist struck mercilessly against Black Goku's loathsome grin. Whoosh! Before he could react, Black Goku's body plummeted from the sky, crashing down into the ruins below. Boom! The battered ground has once again endured a devastating blow. This time, without a moment's hesitation, Son Wukong surged downward the instant Black Wukong's body began its descent. A pale blue radiance sliced through the heavens, creating a resplendent spectacle. He is mine. At that moment, Vegeta, who had been sent flying by Black Wukong, transformed into Super Blue, soaring upwards in pursuit of the same trajectory as Black Wukong's fall. Bang! Bang! The swirling dust had long obscured the scene of their fierce battle. Ordinary individuals could scarcely discern the nature of the conflict. Yet who among those present could truly be deemed ordinary? From the outset, Jiang Xiaofei had no intention of intervening. In his view, a mere Black Wukong was hardly a match for Son Wukong and Vegeta, even if Black Wukong held back. With a sudden rush, Black Wukong soared into the dense, dark clouds, the roaring thunder and lightning having no effect on him whatsoever. Son Wukong and Vegeta immediately ascended into the sky, determined not to grant Black Wukong a moment's respite. You have pushed me to this, echoed Black Wukong's voice, resonating through this world shrouded in darkness. The rain had ceased at some point, but the tempest of thunder and lightning only grew more ferocious. A flash of peach blossom pink burst forth, breaking the confines of the clouds above, accompanied by the force of thunder and rolling waves of energy. Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances. They understood that Black Wukong was transforming, prompting them to accelerate once more in pursuit of that aura. As the two blue figures penetrated the thick clouds, they finally located the source of the pink hue. In their eyes, filled with disbelief, they witnessed Black Wukong's aura surging, seemingly boundless. Beyond the pink, a deeper crimson emerged, radiating an unsettling agitation. Son Wukong felt a surge of alarm. He and Vegeta comprehended that this was not merely a transformation. It was a transformation imbued with the Kaioken technique. Within Black Wukong's eyes burned a blood-red intensity, and the smile upon his face remained unwavering. This is my first attempt, and I never expected it to truly succeed. Black Wukong's words reached Son Wukong and Vegeta, leaving them momentarily speechless. Madman. Son Wukong's energy fluctuated as he expressed his opinion on Black Wukong's actions. Haha, a madman? I merely learned from you. I must admit, your body is indeed quite satisfying. As Black Wukong spoke, he clenched his fist tightly, his excitement intensifying. Who are you, really? Vegeta interjected, questioning the identity of the heart within the body that had usurped Son Wukong's form. My identity is of little consequence. If you're willing to join us, I would not hesitate to reveal the power behind me, a force beyond your imagination. While Black Wukong sought to determine their fate, he was aware that persuading Son Wukong and Vegeta to join him was nearly impossible. Join you? Dream on. Enough talk. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. With a surge of battle spirit, Son Wukong and Vegeta's energy soared once more. Alas, I have already granted you an opportunity, yet you fail to seize it. It seems necessary for you to witness what true despair looks like. As soon as Black Goku's voice faded, his figure flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear before Son Wukong and Vegeta. A chilling aura surged forth, compelling both warriors to involuntarily take a step back. Unbeknownst to them, two blades radiating a crimson light danced menacingly in Black Goku's hands, suddenly lunging towards them. An overwhelming sense of impending doom gripped Son Wukong and Vegeta, forcing them to instinctively attempt to thwart the oncoming attack. Yet, all their efforts proved futile. The blades effortlessly sliced through their defenses, aiming straight for their hearts. Hey, by extracting the hearts of both of you, we shall gain two formidable allies. Black Goku's arrogant voice reverberated, further tormenting the spirits of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Just as the blades were about to pierce their skin, the figures of Son Wukong and Vegeta abruptly vanished, reappearing beside Jiang Xiaofei. Hmm? How intriguing. Observing the trio, Black Goku expressed his thoughts in a mocking tone. It was evident that, in the face of peril, Son Wukong had utilized instant transmission to narrowly evade the deadly strike of Black Goku's blades. Jiang Xiaofei scrutinized the enigmatic figure of Black Wukong before him, a lingering sense of disquiet gnawing at him. Yet, at this moment, he could scarcely afford to dwell on such concerns. The formidable power exhibited by Black Wukong was sufficient to subdue the Super Saiyan blue forms of Son Wukong and Vegeta, even when employing the Kaioken technique. It was evident that Black Wukong's strength was extraordinary. While the Kaioken could temporarily amplify one's power, it also imposed a tremendous strain on the body. Did he not fear that once the enhancement from Kaioken dissipated, they might turn the tide against him? Jiang Xiaofei fixed his gaze upon Black Goku, uttering coldly, "Haha. I am well aware. Therefore, all I need to do is eliminate you before the enhancement of the King's fist dissipates." Meanwhile, Black Goku's eyes drooped, his tone growing even more frigid. "Do you truly believe that this battle is merely a 3-on-1 against me?" Upon hearing Black Goku's words, Jiang Xiaofei narrowed his eyes. Indeed, there were others lurking behind Black Goku, and this individual was likely Zamasu. Son Wukong and Vegeta hastily assumed defensive stances. Haha. Black Goku laughed heartily, then turned his gaze toward the pitch-black sky. "Hey, have you enjoyed the show? You may come out now." As soon as Black Goku's words fell, a beam of white light suddenly burst forth from the dense clouds, which parted willingly to reveal a figure enveloped in a radiant white aura, descending slowly from the crevice. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze suddenly widened. The visitor was none other than the king of the realm, Zamasu. Chapter 112. Jiang Xiaofei takes action. From Zama's eyes emanated a profound and chilling white light as he scrutinized Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, before directing his attention towards Black Goku. "With such unimpressive individuals, you have squandered so much time and still failed to eliminate them?" Zama's words dripped with disdain for Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, as well as dissatisfaction with Black Goku's actions. Having finally found such worthy adversaries, it is only fitting to indulge in this confrontation. Black Goku spread his arms wide, seemingly unfazed by Zama's remarks. If you continue down this path, you might jeopardize our master's plan." Zama's refrained from elaborating further, merely issuing a caution. Yet, even this brief warning sent a shiver down the spine of the imperious Black Goku. As for that master, he dared not entertain any thoughts of defiance, let alone delay the plans of such a figure. Alas, it is regrettable. For the sake of our master's scheme, I must exert all my strength to eliminate you. Black Goku turned to face Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, his tone icy to the core, yet still laced with a hint of mockery. Jiang Xiaofei and his companions listened intently to the exchange, their shock at the conversation they overheard immeasurable. While Jiang Xiaofei was not particularly taken aback by Zama's arrival, the identity of the master they mentioned was an enigma even to him, a man of extraordinary abilities. The uncertainty of the unknown is what breeds true fear. At the level of Black Goku and Zama's, the existence of a being powerful enough to command their obedience signifies that this so-called master possesses unfathomable strength. They could be akin to the god of destruction, Beerus, or perhaps even the Grand Minister and the Omni King. If it were the former, it would be manageable. However, if it were the latter, they might truly have encountered insurmountable obstacles this time. Yet, upon further reflection, if beings like the Grand Minister and the Omni King were indeed involved, how could they possibly regard a mere Earth as significant? The only recourse now is to extract the true identity of the master from the lips of Black Goku and Zama's. Is it not overly naive to think that the two of you alone can detain us three? Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Black Goku and Zamasu before him, a faint smile gracing his features. Behind him, Son Wukong and Vegeta exhibited an eager readiness, their spirits undeterred despite their recent setbacks. You are indeed verbose. If you intend to fight, then do so without delay. The azure aura surrounding Son Wukong surged as he charged once more at Black Goku. Vegeta, not to be outdone, surged forward alongside him. Two defeated foes dare to boast. Today you shall not escape this realm. The purple blade in Black Goku's grasp flickered ominously as he lunged toward the advancing duo. The three combatants soon became entwined in a fierce clash, the violet and azure energies colliding and erupting into a dazzling display of colors, painting the obsidian sky with vibrant hues. Observing their fierce struggle, Jiang Xiaofei turned his gaze towards Zamasu. "Was it not you who deemed us three to be unworthy?" Jiang Xiaofei's words were rather ordinary, while Zama's exuded an air of condescension, his eyes brimming with profound derision. To say that you are insignificant is already a compliment. You would do well to choose self-termination before me. Otherwise, when I take action, you shall truly regret not having done so yourself. Bang, bang, bang. As Zama's words echoed, darkness enveloped him, and countless celestial bodies swirled above his head. Humph. I have encountered those who boast, but I have yet to meet anyone as shameless as you. You dare suggest that I take my own life? You hardly deserve it. As Zama's plummeted, Jiang Xiaofei's fury surged within him, and he exclaimed indignantly. At the very moment he was about to hit the ground, Zama's regained his composure. Confronted with Jiang Xiaofei's sudden assault, Zama's was consumed by boundless rage. Ah, you filthy human! I shall end your life. Zama's roared, his eyes tearing, the once white irises now awash with crimson. This was his way of expressing the anguish that tormented his soul. Without a moment's hesitation, Zama's charged directly at Jiang Xiaofei. Sensing the fluctuations of Zama's aura, Jiang Xiaofei's smile widened. With such meager power, you dare to boast? It is nothing short of ludicrous. Jiang Xiaofei began to stir. A pure surge of violet energy emanating from his being, distinctly different from that of Black Wukong. The essence of Jiang Xiaofei was remarkably more unadulterated. Born solely for the purpose of destruction. Bang! Hum! At the moment when violet clashed with white, a tumultuous wave of energy surged around, wreaking havoc across the skies. This time, it was Zama's who found himself in disbelief. He had exerted all his strength, yet the scene he had envisioned did not materialize. Jiang Xiaofei did not vanish under his strength. He did not even retreat, and what lay ahead was even more terrifying. The stalemate between the two forces ultimately determined a victor. A dazzling yet restrained purple radiance devoured the white light entirely. A crisp sound of bone cracking emanated from Zama's arm. Ah, even as a deity. Zama's could hardly endure the pain coursing through his arm and let out a resounding scream. Is this truly the extent of your power? It's utterly inadequate. I cannot fathom how a being such as yourself can exhibit such arrogance. Jiang Xiaofei spoke as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches directly into Zama's chest. The sound of fists striking flesh echoed through the air, each blow driving deeper into Zama's torso, causing it to cave inwards. Zama struggled to maintain his stance, ultimately succumbing to gravity and crashing down once more. Meanwhile, Son Wukong and Vegeta collaborated seamlessly, combining their combat techniques to match Black Goku blow for blow. They remained acutely aware of the fierce confrontation between Jiang Xiaofei and Zamasu. Judging by the energy signatures, it was evident that Jiang Xiaofei stood in an unassailable position, while Zamasu was clearly the vanquished. It seems you two will find it impossible to thwart the three of us. Son Wukong remarked with a grin directed at Black Goku. In contrast, Black Goku maintained an impassive demeanor. The misfortunes of his allies did not seem to affect him in the slightest. Is that so? Are you so certain that your companion has emerged victorious? Black Goku countered, intensifying his onslaught. A flicker of doubt crossed Son Wukong and Vegeta's faces, but in the next moment, their own energy fluctuated dramatically. Chapter 113. Zamasu's immortality, a somewhat battered silhouette, slowly emerged from the depths of the ruins. The battle between Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Black Goku came to an abrupt halt as they turned their attention to the figure. A terrifying visage sent shivers down the spines of Son Wukong and Vegeta. The figure belonged to Zamasu, who had been utterly overmatched by Jiang Xiaofei. Moments ago, all present could distinctly sense Zama's energy dwindling to a near-extinguished state, but now, it appeared that the energy emanating from Zamasu had subtly surged, even surpassing the level he exhibited upon his initial arrival. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze scrutinized Zamasu, and he remained remarkably composed in light of the current situation, for he had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. Zamasu possessed immortality, a fact that remained unchanged in both this realm and the one he had yet to traverse. Jiang Xiaofei's initial strike was imbued with an element of probing. It has now become evident that Zama's immortality indeed exists, likely bestowed upon him by the Super Dragon Balls. If this is the case, completely resolving the issue of Zamasu would prove to be exceedingly arduous. The essence of immortality implies that he cannot be killed, even if one can overpower Zamasu in strength. It is far from sufficient. Only by attaining the realm of the Omni King, which transcends all rules, could one hope to annihilate Zamasu entirely. However, Jiang Xiaofei has yet to reach such heights. Nevertheless, he remains willing to attempt it. A chilling sound emerged from Zamasu's fearsome visage. Surprised, are you? You can never kill me. No matter how powerful you may be, you cannot bring about my demise. As he spoke, Zamasu's body swiftly repaired itself in an exceptionally unique manner. Upon hearing Zamasu's words, Jiang Xiaofei displayed no astonishment, while Son Wukong and Vegeta were left in shock. How about now? You should trust what I have said. Zamasu is immortal, which means he has been on the side of victory from the very start. Black Goku's words struck Son Wukong and Vegeta like a thunderclap. Immortal? The two exchanged glances, assessing Zamasu, then Jiang Xiaofei, and finally turning their attention back to Black Goku. But what of immortality? It remains utterly useless before us. Oh, you place unwavering trust in your friend. Then let us await the outcome. After Black Goku spoke, he swiftly moved towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. At this moment, the two could not afford to show even the slightest hint of complacency. Now that they were aware of Zamasu's immortality, they would unleash their full strength to contend with Black Goku, aiding Jiang Xiaofei in confronting Zamasu. Humph. It seems your friends have begun their final struggle. You would do well to prepare for your own demise. Fully restored, Zamasu gazed at Jiang Xiaofei from a distance, an air of arrogance emanating from him. As a god, how pathetic you are. Have you already forgotten how I pummeled you moments ago? Jiang Xiaofei paid no heed to the words of Zamasu, harboring a lethal intent towards him. Even if he could not extinguish Zamasu's life, he would devise a means to seal him away. It appears you still fail to comprehend the situation. Zamasu's eyes narrowed, growing cold once more. A chilling aura emanated from him, spreading outward like a wave. He vividly recalled the humiliation he had just endured. Were it not for his immortality, he would indeed be dead. Yet, this world is devoid of such hypotheticals. Even in the face of passive aggression, he would not be slain by Jiang Xiaofei. A beam of rapid, white light surged toward Jiang Xiaofei, who met it with a pulsating purple glow. Bang! Bang! An explosion of vibrant colors erupted once more. Yet amidst the clash of these two starkly contrasting luminescences, the purple prevailed over the white. Moments later, a white figure rushed down again. The faint sound of breath as if it could cease at any moment. Jiang Xiaofei did not hesitate, his body propelling towards Zamasu, determined to ensure that he would continuously endure the torment. Bang! Bang! A series of devastating blows struck Zamasu, hastening his descent with each impact. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei maintained the distance perfectly suited for his strikes, ensuring that during Zamasu's fall, he was relentlessly subjected to Jiang's ferocious onslaught. A tremendous roar erupted from the ruins below, a cloud of white dust swiftly enveloping the area, while streaks of purple light shimmered through the gaps in the dust. The space was filled with the sound of one-sided blows, occasionally interrupted by Zamasu's anguished cries. Just moments ago, you were so arrogant. Why do you not retaliate now? Jiang Xiaofei's voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of everyone present. Even the recently engaged Black Wukong, who had been promoting Zamasu, found himself somewhat moved. For the power that Jiang Xiaofei wielded now exceeded that of Zamasu by far. Had Jiang Xiaofei been pitted against him instead of Zamasu, it is likely that he would not have even left behind a corpse. The sounds from below suddenly ceased, and Jiang Xiaofei ascended into the air, his gaze unwavering from the shattered Zamasu. Under Jiang Xiaofei's watchful eyes, Zamasu's form began to mend, emanating an aura that remained defiantly proud. Truly, he was a formidable opponent. Jiang Xiaofei pressed his forehead, having dismembered Zamasu into 8 pieces, yet the latter's rapid recovery was indeed a source of vexation. Nevertheless, I find it exhilarating. A wicked smile crept across Jiang Xiaofei's face as he vanished, only to reappear beside the recently restored Zamasu. Bang! Another ferocious punch struck. Today, I shall make you regret possessing immortality. Chapter 114. The fusion of Black Goku and Zamasu as the violet radiance illuminated the desolate space amidst the swirling dust. The white light vanished from sight, and Zamasu's wails abruptly ceased, leaving him devoid of even his final breath. Meanwhile, the three combatants engaged in a fierce battle paused once more, their gazes fixated on Jiang Xiaofei's location. Jiang Xiaofei's fists continued to strike with relentless intensity, while Zamasu beneath him lay in a state of disarray. However, Jiang Xiaofei showed no signs of respite, although Zamasu appeared lifeless. His immortal essence rendered him impervious to such defeat. Despite the disfigurement of his body, Zamasu's consciousness remained intact, and Jiang Xiaofei aimed to impart to him the lesson that at times, possessing immortality is not a blessing. Bang! 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 Underneath Jiang Xiaofei, the divine form had become a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood, rendering the distinction of limbs utterly indistinguishable. Jiang Xiaofei inhaled deeply, propelling his body once more into the air, yet his gaze remained fixated on Zamasu. Indeed, as soon as Jiang Xiaofei ceased his assault, Zamasu's battered form began to coalesce once again. However, this time, the speed of regeneration was markedly slower, and amidst the gathering of his corporeal essence, some purple radiance was absorbed into Zamasu's being. Moments later, a new incarnation of Zama's materialized before the spectators, yet a flicker of fear was evident upon his visage. Although his body possessed the ability to continuously mend itself, Jiang Xiaofei appeared relentlessly tireless. With each restoration, Zama's would inevitably suffer another onslaught. The most lamentable aspect was that, despite being a deity, he was utterly overpowered by a mere mortal, rendered incapable of retaliating, a relentless one-sided domination. Nevertheless, the agony that surged through his body was palpably experienced by Zama's. "Are you beginning to regret your immortality?" The merciless taunt escaped Jiang Xiaofei's lips, and Zama's beheld as Jiang Xiaofei approached him once more. "Isn't it despairing and utterly helpless? I had warned you. At times, possessing immortality is not a boon. Now you understand." Bang! Zama's exerted all his strength to fend off Jiang Xiaofei's attack, yet it proved utterly futile. Before Jiang Xiaofei, Zama's felt as insignificant as an insect. His expression had long since contorted into a snarl, and the clarity of his consciousness birthed profound terror within him. Yet, no matter how fiercely he resisted, he was no match for Jiang Xiaofei. After being hurled into the abyss once more, a glimmer of ferocity ignited in Zama's eyes. Buzz! A resplendent white radiance enveloped the entire abyssal realm in an instant, as rampant energy surged forth, causing the very earth to tremble. "Did you not desire to torment me? Today, I shall let you experience the sensation of being violently propelled." Amidst the dazzling white brilliance, a faint purple glow shimmered, with Jiang Xiaofei's form nestled within. "You wish to inflict harm upon me through self-detonation? It appears you have overestimated your capabilities." At Jiang Xiaofei's fingertips, an exquisitely pure destructive energy flickered, coalescing into a violet sphere. This orb brimmed with annihilative power, and as the purple luminescence radiated, the surrounding white light began to dissipate. Jiang Xiaofei commanded the violet orb of light, directing it towards the epicenter of the white radiance. Whoosh! The violet sphere sliced through the fabric of space, leaving behind a trail of purple luminescence. Ultimately, the orb collided fiercely with the imminent self-destructing Zama's. Swish! Without any forewarning, the violet sphere effortlessly cleaved through Zama's rapidly expanding form, and in the next instant, the previously erupting white light began to retract swiftly. The assault of the violet orb was far from over. After severing Zama's body, it erupted with fervent intensity, the searing purple light igniting Zama's form in a blazing inferno. The white radiance was rapidly consumed by the violet flames. A haunting wail of agony escaped Zama's lips, intermingled with an overwhelming sense of despair. In that fleeting moment when the violet orb bisected his body, Zama's felt as though his very consciousness had been completely isolated by the purple glow. Yet, the excruciating pain emanating from his body was all too vivid. He had initially intended to rely on his self-destruction to eliminate Jiang Xiaofei, believing that at the very least, he would inflict some damage. After all, he was immortal and had no reason to worry about surviving after the detonation. However, all of this was merely a beautiful figment of his imagination. The reality proved to be cruel, and he ultimately underestimated Jiang Xiaofei's power. Consumed by bitterness and regret, Zama's body was entirely engulfed by the violet light, vanishing completely from Jiang Xiaofei's sight. In this realm, Zama's presence was no more. It appears your immortal friend will not be returning this time," Son Wukong remarked to Black Wukong, his face betraying uncontainable excitement. At that moment, Black Wukong's heart was already in turmoil. He considered himself no match for Jiang Xiaofei. With Zama's obliterated in this space, was he not next in line? And he lacked the immortality that Zama's possessed. Contemplating this, a chilling gaze overtook Black Wukong. Buzz! The rose-tinted light burst forth, unleashing a more ferocious assault upon Son Wukong and Vegeta. They barely managed to withstand the onslaught, but when they prepared to counterattack, Black Wukong's actions left them momentarily stunned. Whoosh! A flash of violet light zipped past Son Wukong and Vegeta. Bang! The fleeing Black Wukong was struck down to the ground by the figure of purple light, which was none other than Jiang Xiaofei himself. "You think you can escape before me?" A few simple words pierced through the air, chilling to the bone, leaving Black Wukong, now trapped in a deep pit, hesitant to make any sudden movements. Jiang Xiaofei plummeted swiftly, intent on vanquishing Black Wukong once and for all. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A familiar yet overwhelmingly potent aura suddenly enveloped the space, stirring both Son Wukong and Vegeta profoundly. In their hearts, the name that simultaneously emerged was none other than Zamasu. Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of solemnity, perceiving that Zama's was truly akin to an indomitable cockroach. This battle was far from over. Victory had not yet been attained. Zama's voice resonated from the cosmos, and a figure re-emerged before the onlookers. Subsequently, Zama's form descended towards the Dark Goku on the ground, and a brilliant radiance emanated, centering on the two. When Jiang Xiaofei cast his gaze once more upon Zama's and Dark Goku, the two had already merged into one. A fusion, perhaps? Chapter 115, The Great Battle of Fusion Zama's. Jiang Xiaofei, with his frigid gaze, beheld the resplendent figure and murmured softly. That luminous presence equally stimulated the senses of Son Wukong and Vegeta. In the very heart of the radiance stood a figure adorned with flowing silver hair and skin of a deep emerald hue. They were acutely aware that this was the manifestation of Zamasu fused with Black Goku. Fused Zamasu. Miserable humans. You dare to challenge my limits time and again, thwarting our plans. Today you shall pay for your transgressions. With the utterance of fused Zamasu, a potent and searing brilliance surged toward Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Without hesitation, fused Zamasu launched an assault upon Jiang Xiaofei. Naturally, he could not remain passive, confronting such a formidable adversary. A violet radiance flickered as a palpable aura of destruction enveloped him. Son Wukong and Vegeta, sensing the fluctuations of fused Zamasu's energy, braced themselves for battle, realizing that they too must exert their utmost. In an instant, fused Zamasu, aglow with light, had arrived before the trio, his palms shimmering with hues of peach and white. Unleashing intertwining beams of red and white light aimed directly at Jiang Xiaofei. The purple beam of condensed light in Jiang Xiaofei's hand was aimed directly at the oncoming red and white beam. With a resounding bang, when the two beams collided in this dim realm, they infused the darkness with a dazzling array of colors. Yet, this vibrant display offered no solace. The overwhelming sin of destruction rendered the very fabric of the space increasingly unstable. What does it matter if one merges, regardless of the form you assume today? It is of no consequence. Your scheme is fated to fail. Jiang Xiaofei, determined not to lose his momentum in words, exuded an air of profound depth beneath his distorted form. Humph. I concede that you are the strongest humans I have ever encountered, yet what does that matter? It does not alter the fact that humanity remains the most insignificant species within this realm, nor can it change their destined fate of extinction. The dual voices of the fused Zamas echoed in the eardrums of Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, and Vegeta. Whether humanity will vanish or not, I cannot say, but today, you shall undoubtedly cease to exist. Jiang Xiaofei spoke casually, yet his figure had already vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was standing beside the fused Zamasu. A pure and formidable destructive force coalesced in his fist as he unleashed a frenzied barrage upon the fused Zamasu. It must be acknowledged that after merging, Zamasu's power had indeed advanced significantly. In the face of Jiang Xiaofei's onslaught, he was occasionally able to evade some strikes, yet that was merely a fleeting advantage. Jiang Xiaofei's attacks were overwhelmingly relentless and imbued with tremendous strength. Although some blows missed their target, they constituted but a trivial fraction. Boom, boom, boom. The purple sonic booms reverberated again, scattering the radiant aura enveloping the fused Zamasu. Even his arms bore the marks of damage, yet Zamasu's expression revealed no concern. For after the fusion, he remained immortal. The damaged areas healed at an astonishing pace, and the fused Zamasu stood resilient once more, even as his strength continued to dwindle. Jiang Xiaofei was well aware that his single-handed punches showed no signs of halting, relentlessly battering the formidable body of the fused Zamasu. The destructive power gradually seeped into the body that had been damaged, yet was in the process of repair. Futile. No matter how many times you attempt this, the outcome remains unchanged. Though your strength surpasses mine, what of it? You can never kill me. And once you are utterly exhausted, I shall effortlessly bring you and your companions to their demise. The fused Zamasu sneered once more, casting a scornful gaze at Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, seemingly relishing the onslaught. Oh, is that so? You, a vanquished foe, dare to be so arrogant. I recall that before your fusion, you were immortal, yet you still knelt before me, begging for mercy. Faced with such an entity as the fused Zamasu, Jiang Xiaofei remained unscathed by mere words, only fueling his combat spirit further. Even in this dire moment, he remained within the bounds of control. As long as Zamasu did not reach an infinite state, he could easily manage the situation. Jiang Xiaofei was engaged in a tug-of-war with the fused Zamasu, contemplating the most effective method to obliterate Zamasu completely. Although he wielded the power of a god of destruction, his current strength was insufficient to eradicate the fused Zamasu entirely. From the previous dialogue between Zamasu and Black Goku, Jiang Xiaofei understood that there were other hidden forces at play behind the scenes. He needed to uncover who was orchestrating all of this in the shadows. The only breakthrough lay with the fused Zamasu. Humph. Human, you are formidable. Yet you fail to comprehend that within this time and space, there exist many beings you should not provoke. If you would consider aligning with us, I assure you, you would gain powers 100-fold, 1,000-fold greater than you possess now. Despite Zamasu's immortality, he still endured excruciating pain from Jiang Xiaofei's assaults, particularly from the purple glow imbued with destructive energy that incessantly eroded his form and assailed his will. Thus, he sought to entice Jiang Xiaofei. Securing his loyalty would undoubtedly expedite their plans. Do not waste your breath. I shall not join you. Furthermore, how can you be so certain that I fear provoking the powerful entities of this time and space? Can they truly surpass the Grand Zeno? Buzz. The pupils of the fused Zamasu dilated upon hearing the name of the Grand Zeno. He was finally stirred. Hiki. Aha. So it is as I suspected. Since you are aware of the Grand Zeno's existence, you must also recognize the chasm that lies between you and him. While those who stand behind us can rival even the Grand Zeno. Oh, it appears I have indeed provoked forces far beyond my reckoning. In that case, there is no alternative. To ensure my survival, I must regrettably bring about your demise. Jiang Xiaofei no longer wished to engage in futile arguments with Zamasu. Since he was a being comparable to the Omni King, the target had thus been considerably narrowed. In due course, there would be an opportunity to inquire with Beerus and Whis, or even the Omni King himself. The identity of this individual would undoubtedly become apparent. As for the current fused Zamasu, he could only be sent to rest in the jar for the time being. Hey, Goku, Vegeta, are you ready? Jiang Xiaofei suddenly shouted at Son Wukong and Vegeta, and his gaze fell upon two rather unrefined stone jars. Chapter 116, The Magic Sealing Wave. A chilling aura erupted from the two pale blue figures on the ground, unstoppable. Listening to Jiang Xiaofei's words, both Son Wukong and Vegeta directed their attention to the fused Zamasu opposite them, their lips curving into an elegant arc. Yet beneath this graceful curve lay a hidden sense of anxious anticipation. Come forth. They both echoed in unison, their hands and legs poised for the impending battle. As Jiang Xiaofei called out, the fused Zamasu naturally turned his gaze towards Son Wukong and Vegeta, the defeated adversaries. Instead of showing them disdain, the fused Zamasu felt a surge of trepidation, particularly upon noticing the two weathered stone jars not far from them, which instilled a sensation akin to plummeting into an abyss. His eyes narrowed slightly, and with a resolute heart, he charged directly at Son Wukong and Vegeta, unleashing a wave of energy toward the two mottled stone jars. Observing Zamasu's intentions, Jiang Xiaofei could easily discern his thoughts. There was no way he would allow Zamasu's attack to be effective. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a pulsating purple orb, its destructive aura surging forth, aimed squarely at the fused Zamasu. Zamasu did not falter in his assault. Although he could not withstand Jiang Xiaofei's attack, his immortal nature meant that even being struck by the purple orb would not kill him. With his formidable regenerative abilities, he could repair any damage in the shortest time possible, but he needed to eliminate Son Wukong and Vegeta first. At that moment, Son Wukong and Vegeta were preoccupied with the two powerful beams of energy launched by Zamasu, leaving them no time to react to the oncoming fused Zamasu. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaofei finally sprang into action, moving like a purple streak of light, appearing before the fused Zamasu in an instant. At that moment, Zamasu had just recovered from the impact of the purple orb. Faced with Jiang Xiaofei's sudden arrival, he had no choice but to halt his attack on Son Wukong and Vegeta, fully dedicating himself to countering Jiang Xiaofei's strike. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive impacts erupted at the point of their clash, causing further damage to Zamasu's form. Indeed, you filthy humans possess such power. It is simply intolerable to leave you be. A desperate roar erupted from Zamasu's twisted visage. Although he was uncertain about what would transpire next, his judgment proved to be astute. Judging by the reactions of Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, and Vegeta, the weathered stone jar posed an unequivocal and lethal threat to him. Humph. What of your awareness? Today, you shall comprehend the formidable strength and boundless potential of humanity. Even if I cannot bring about your demise, I shall ensure your confinement. You must remain here. Jiang Xiaofei's words were imbued with an icy demeanor and a lack of kindness. Concerning the fused Zamasu, he should have annihilated him completely. However, due to that bothersome immortality, he was compelled to resort to this desperate measure of sealing Zamasu entirely. This tempest of malevolence has been meticulously prepared for you. Jiang Xiaofei pointed at the two stone jars below, articulating each word with precision. As he listened to Jiang Xiaofei's utterances, Zama's once again felt the peril of life. No longer entangled with Jiang Xiaofei, his figure plunged downward once more. If he could shatter those two jars that instilled fear in him, the words spoken by Jiang Xiaofei would not come to fruition. Do you still have the opportunity to wreak havoc before me? Jiang Xiaofei launched a direct assault against Zama's. Enveloped by a formidable purple aura that cast an invisible shroud of annihilation over the surroundings. The figure of the fused Zama's momentarily froze, his pupils dilating, revealing signs of fracture, shock, panic, helplessness, a chilling dread. At some point, a shimmering purple energy lightsaber manifested upon Jiang Xiaofei's right arm. Under his command, the lightsaber shimmered with a silvery luminescence, enhancing its lethal edge. Depart now. Jiang Xiaofei raised the gas lightsaber high above his head and, with a fierce swing, struck down upon the amalgamated Zamasu, who was ensnared in an abyss of unending terror. The visage of Zamasu was one of utter despair as he beheld the imposing gas lightsaber, radiating an air of brutality that demanded reverence. In that moment, hope abandoned him, and his faith crumbled into frailty. Amidst Zamasu's helplessness and panic, the lightsaber descended, cleaving through him as effortlessly as a blade through parchment. The wound shimmered with a pulsating violet glow, while Zamasu's mind remained eerily lucid, desperately attempting to reassemble his bisected form. Yet, beneath the surface, Son Wukong and Vegeta had already braced themselves, having neutralized the threat of the gas lightsaber. Upon witnessing Zamasu's dismemberment at the hands of Jiang Xiaofei, they sprang into action. Chanting intricate incantations, their movements were fluid as they manipulated two stone vessels, unleashing a tremendous gravitational pull aimed directly at the severed Zamasu. At that moment, Zamasu's body was in a state of rapid fusion and restoration. However, Jiang Xiaofei's presence thwarted any chance of recovery. With the additional forces of the stone vessel suction acting upon his fragmented form, Zamasu experienced excruciating torment, unable to continue his restoration. The force of the suction intensified, becoming a considerable burden for Son Wukong and Vegeta, yet for Zamasu, it was a cataclysmic blow. The resistance against the pull generated a tremendous tearing force, warping the very fabric of space around them. Zamasu's mutilated body at that moment appeared grotesquely horrific. "Ah, you shall surely regret this. The Dragon God will not spare you," he cried out. "Filthy mortals, how dare you commit such acts against a noble deity?" Any semblance of resistance was in vain, as Zamasu's two halves, in a state of extreme reluctance and helplessness, were drawn inexorably toward the stone vessels, ultimately succumbing to their confines. Having expended considerable energy, Son Wukong and Vegeta sealed the stone vessels without hesitation, collapsing onto the ground to catch their breath. Jiang Xiaofei descended from the heavens, joining Son Wukong and Vegeta. The three exchanged glances at the stone jar, and then, as if on cue, erupted into laughter. Chapter 117, The Dragon God Salama Ah. At last, this bothersome fellow has been dealt with. Son Wukong exhaled deeply. Although fatigue enveloped his body, his spirits soared with delight. Vegeta's smile broadened, reflecting his heightened merriment. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at the two individuals before him, feeling a modicum of relief. However, an unsettling intuition lingered within him, suggesting that the matter was far from resolved. Behind Zama's, there undoubtedly existed an even more formidable being, most likely the Dragon God, Salama. In Jiang Xiaofei's recollections of the Dragon Ball universe, the Dragon God Salama was the creator of the Super Dragon Balls, a testament to his immense power. If the entity lurking behind Zama's were indeed the Dragon God Salama, the situation would become infinitely more intricate. Consider, for a moment, a being capable of conjuring Super Dragon Balls intent on annihilating all of humanity. Such a malevolent ambition would surpass even that of a destroyer, hinting at a far greater conspiracy lurking beneath this chaos. Jiang Xiaofei refrained from disclosing his thoughts to Son Wukong and Vegeta. At present, they, including himself, remained too feeble in the face of Black Goku and Zamasu. Only through their combined strength can they hope to prevail, while beings like Salamander could effortlessly subdue them with but a mere finger. Indeed, although Zamasu has been dealt with, we must not let our guard down. The next step is to determine a suitable location for storing these two stone jars. Jiang Xiaofei spoke, expressing his concerns that if the stone jar were to be improperly stored and accidentally overturned, it could release Zama's, resulting in disastrous consequences. Their current success in sealing Zama's was predicated on the fact that he was unaware of their strategies. Should a similar opportunity arise in the future, it would likely not be as effortless. Indeed, remaining in this temporal realm may prove unsafe. Perhaps we should transport him to our own dimension, where it might be more advantageous. Son Wukong gazed at the two mottled stone jars before him and shared his thoughts. The specific realm is less significant than who oversees it. The custodian is paramount. Entrusting him to the god of destruction, Beerus, could be a wise choice. Vegeta, with his arms crossed, exuded a hint of sagacity in his gaze. An excellent notion. With Lord Beerus and Whis as guardians, it would be utterly foolproof. And their domain is not overly populated. Truly, it is perfect. Son Wukong applauded, acknowledging that Vegeta's suggestion indeed carried substantial merit. Yet, would Beerus be amenable to this arrangement? Jiang Xiaofei appeared contemplative, aware that he still harbored some minor disagreements with Beerus. Given Beerus's proud nature, allowing such a character into their midst could prove troublesome. If Beerus chose to make things difficult for them, they might truly find themselves at a loss. Alas, Lord Beerus is not such a petty being. Son Goku did not believe Beerus had any valid reason to refuse their requests. As the three engaged in conversation, Trunks approached. He had been closely observing the battle. And when the ominous clouds in the sky dissipated, he understood that the conflict to safeguard their future had reached its conclusion. Thank you. Tears welled in Trunks' eyes as he deeply bowed to the three, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. It's nothing. This is what we ought to do. Vegeta stepped forward, grasping Trunks' arm. Although Zamasu has been dealt with, the challenges that lie ahead still depend on you. Vegeta regarded Trunks with earnestness, emphasizing that the reconstruction after the disaster would be the most arduous task. The plight of the displaced individuals seeking shelter posed a significant issue. Indeed, we will strive with all our might. Trunks' words conveyed a resolute spirit. They had already weathered the most trying days. As long as they remained alive, hope persisted. If they could summon the eternal dragon, they believed that Earth would swiftly regain its former prosperity. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Trunks, who interjected succinctly. Yet his words consistently conveyed an unwavering resilience. Very well. It is indeed time for us to depart, Trunks remarked, his eyes lingering on the three individuals before him. A hint of reluctance evident in his gaze as he produced the time machine. Jiang Xiaofei leapt gracefully onto the time machine, while Son Wukong and Vegeta patted Trunks on the shoulder, clutching two stone jars as they ascended aboard as well. The time machine soared into the air, leaving behind a trail of brilliant light before vanishing from Trunks' sight in a dazzling radiance, simultaneously disappearing from the continuum of time and space. Deep within a certain universe, in a dimension beyond comprehension, a colossal phantom opened its tightly shut eyes. A cascade of multicolored light erupted from its gaze, transforming the tranquil void into a tumultuous spectacle, even leaving traces of fractures in its wake. The vibrant hues surged through the vast universe like a torrent, shattering countless stars. The resounding breath of this entity resonated like thunder, obliterating all in its path. Truly useless wretches. A voice laced with anger and dissatisfaction echoed, causing the surrounding stars to crumble into cosmic dust under its overwhelming force. Humph. The eternal dragon has granted you immortal bodies, yet you still fail to astonish me. The apparition continued, yet not a single living being was in sight around it. Enough. I never expected much from you. Tasking you with eradicating humanity was merely a ploy to draw out the Omni King. It appears the scheme has failed. But who, I wonder, has the capability to vanquish you? Not dead yet. Intriguing. It seems I must make a personal visit. In an instant, the resplendent colors vanished, the resonant voice faded into silence, and even the massive phantom disappeared, as if it had never existed within this dimensional realm. Chapter 118. The Dragon God in the Perception of the Divine After a Lengthy Journey Through the Fabric of Time. Jiang Xiaofei and his companions finally returned to their own era on Earth, greeted by familiar faces. Bulma, upon seeing the trio, retained her anxious demeanor until Jiang Xiaofei reassured her that Black Goku and Zamasu had been dealt with, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing the two stone jars held by Son Wukong and Vegeta, her brow furrowed once more. What is inside those? Bulma inquired, her tone probing. Indeed. It contains Black Goku and Zamasu. Vegeta replied first. How could you bring them here? Bulma's voice rose slightly, clearly taken aback by their actions. Leaving them in the future would have been far more perilous. Only through proper handling can we ensure true safety. So, you already have a plan? Bulma surveyed the three, her troubled heart gradually settling. After much deliberation, we believe that placing the jars with Lord Beerus is the safest option, Son Wukong interjected. Lord Beerus? Would he even agree to this? Bulma expressed her doubts, thus she could only rely on your assistance. Me? What can I possibly do? Of course. You shall prepare a feast of the most exquisite delicacies for Lord Beerus. Upon grasping the intentions of the three, Bulma was pleased to contribute to resolving the issue with the stone jars. After a flurry of preparations, the most tempting cuisine in the world manifested within Bulma's residence. At her summons, Whis and Beerus, situated in the realm of destruction, beheld the aromatic delights emanating from the staff's orb, unable to suppress their envious drool. Without hesitation, they hastened to Bulma's abode, while Broly, an ardent practitioner, exhibited little interest in culinary pleasures and remained in the realm of destruction. Upon Beerus and Whis' arrival on Earth, Jiang Xiaofei and others had long been prepared. Observing the warm welcome, Beerus experienced a peculiar sensation. Meanwhile, Whis had already approached the delectable dishes, indulging in a hearty feast. Casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus snorted dismissively and began his own assault on the food. After a whirlwind of consumption, Beerus surveyed the nearly empty table, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes, complemented by a resounding belch. At that moment, Son Goku and Vegeta appeared before Beerus, each clutching a stone jar. Hee. We have a small matter to request of Lord Beerus. Son Goku's innocent smile illuminated Beerus's vision as he gazed at him with reverence. Hey, what are you all up to? Speak plainly. Beerus, known for his straightforwardness, had no patience for circumlocution. It's not a big deal. We merely wish to store these 2 jars in Lord Beerus's realm of destruction. Son Goku directly expressed his intentions. Beerus finally directed his attention to the 2 modeled jars, his previously calm gaze now exhibiting a slight tremor. What lies within? The gravity of Beerus's tone piqued Whis' interest as well. They are 2 nefarious beings we captured from the future, intent on wreaking havoc upon humanity, apparently. They are the Kaishin Zamasu from Universe 10. Son Goku succinctly recounted the events that transpired in the future, leaving both Beerus and Whis mildly astonished. Did they not mention who was orchestrating their actions? Beerus and Whis remained cautious regarding such matters, aware that if a significant figure was pulling the strings behind the scenes, vigilance was necessary. It seems they mentioned a being referred to as the Dragon God. Could the Dragon God they speak of be the one who created the Dragon Balls? What? The Dragon God, the Dragon God. How is this possible? The words of Sun Wukong pierced the eardrums of Beerus and Whis like a thunderclap on a clear day. As the god of destruction and angel of the 7th universe, they were acutely aware of the significance of the term Dragon God. The Dragon God, the creator of the Super Dragon Balls, is a figure shrouded in antiquity, possessing unfathomable power. Moreover, the former Dragon God had numerous encounters with the Omni King. However, it is unclear when he abruptly vanished from existence. Throughout all the universes, tales of the Dragon God, Salam, have faded into obscurity, leaving only the Super Dragon Balls as a testament to his once existent presence. Now, not only had they heard the name of the Dragon God, but even more astonishing was the revelation that he could command the current Supreme Kai to annihilate humanity. What greater conspiracy might lie behind this? Even Beerus and Whis dared not speculate. The mere mention of the Dragon God left them at a loss. For Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the true implications of the Dragon God were beyond their comprehension, yet Beerus and Whis understood the terror this entity embodied. Thus, they must swiftly inform the Omni King and the Grand Priest of the Dragon God's return. In the vastness of all universes, perhaps only these 2 could stand against him. We have matters to attend to, we must take our leave. As for these 2 stone jars, I shall guard them for you. Beerus spoke urgently, casually tossing the jars into the sphere of Whis' staff. Without further farewells, Beerus departed Earth under Whis' guidance, heading towards an undisclosed destination. Observing their hasty exit, Jiang Xiaofei furrowed his brow, sensing that what was to come was surely beyond their capacity to confront. With this thought, Jiang Xiaofei turned his attention back to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, resuming their training. Following their battle in the future timeline, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had come to the profound realization of their own inadequacies. Against formidable opponents like Black Goku and Zamasu, they found themselves far from achieving a decisive victory. Thus, eager to elevate their strength further, they were willing to challenge Jiang Xiaofei once more. Chapter 119. The Descent of the Dragon God. In the training room, 2 figures radiating blue light stood resolutely, their enchanting hue illuminating the space around them. Opposite them, a figure encircled by silvery light confronted the 2 blue silhouettes. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta each felt a burning resolve for battle igniting within their hearts. The spirited determination emanating from their gazes was utterly unmasked. This was a training session for warriors, and Jiang Xiaofei held nothing back, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta poured forth their utmost efforts. In terms of sheer strength, Son Wukong and Vegeta were no match for Jiang Xiaofei, especially in his state of ultra instinct, which rendered them utterly incapable of contending with him. However, they did not allow Jiang Xiaofei to suppress his power. Instead, they unleashed their full potential. Only in such a disparity of strength could these Super Saiyans awaken the limitless potential within their bodies, propelling them to unprecedented heights. With a surge of energy, Son Wukong vanished from sight, with Vegeta closely following. From the outset, they committed themselves entirely, and when they reappeared, it was right in front of Jiang Xiaofei, launching a fierce assault. It must be said that Son Wukong and Vegeta, as the elite warriors of the 7th universe, exhibited an unparalleled synergy, and each possessed combat prowess that reached the zenith of Earth's capabilities. Yet, despite the might of their fists, imbued with the strength to move mountains and fill seas, they could not even graze the hem of Jiang Xiaofei's garments. Even when they attacked in tandem, their strikes failed to reach him. In his current ultra instinct state, Jiang Xiaofei moved with a ghostly grace, able to anticipate their every move. Coupled with his innate reflexes and speed, this resulted in their inability to land a hit. However, this was not what Son Wukong and Vegeta desired. Jiang Xiaofei's evasion thwarted their potential growth, a fact he was acutely aware of. Thus, moments later, the power within Jiang Xiaofei erupted forth, crashing violently against Son Wukong and Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce clash of fists finally commenced. When the silvery light collided with the blue aura, it created a spectacle of dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire training chamber. The unleashed power was beyond imagination. Had this training room not been specially constructed by Whis, it would have surely succumbed to such overwhelming force. In the face of their combined assault, Jiang Xiaofei remained effortlessly in control. Crucially, he had not even exerted his full strength. Nevertheless, after hundreds of rapid exchanges, Son Wukong and Vegeta found themselves gasping for breath. From the very beginning, they had unleashed their entire might, resulting in considerable exhaustion, yet they could inflict no harm upon Jiang Xiaofei. Throughout this process, however, their abilities were gradually advancing, for they had never known compromise in the face of a formidable foe, nor would they easily concede, even in the context of training. Boom, boom. Son Wukong and Vegeta were both struck by Jiang Xiaofei's gravity kick, their figures instantaneously propelled backward. After tumbling several times upon the ground, they collided forcefully against the wall of the training room. The azure flames enveloping them dimmed, and they turned their gazes toward Jiang Xiaofei, their eyes brimming with a sense of discontent. Come, let us continue. Only through relentless combat can you truly unleash your potential. Jiang Xiaofei spoke, and both Son Wukong and Vegeta understood immediately. They exchanged a glance and rose from the ground. The once faint blue glow surrounding them blazed brilliantly once more, and the excitement on their faces filled them with boundless conviction. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta unleashed a dense sphere of blue energy towards Jiang Xiaofei, while Son Wukong swiftly propelled himself forward, charging at Jiang Xiaofei as well. Soon, the three radiant figures became entwined once again. Meanwhile, Beerus, accompanied by Whis, sat within the traversing cube, racing through the myriad of universes toward their destination, the palace of the Omni King. The name of the dragon god, Salama, echoed through time, a name so ancient that hearing it now was unexpected. However, it seemed that this dragon god had resurfaced, likely with intentions to annihilate the existing universe. What could be the reason behind this? Beerus scratched his anxious forehead, his words laced with confusion. This question could only be resolved upon meeting the Omni King and the Grand Minister. Whis replied to Beerus, his gaze fixed ahead. Indeed, this matter must be fully communicated to the Omni King and the Grand Minister. It would have been wise to bring Jiang Xiaofei and Son Wukong along. No matter. With the Omni King's capabilities, summoning them later would surely be a trivial task. Quite right. Let us hasten our pace, Beerus urged. And Whis gently tapped the traversing cube with his staff, increasing their speed. On either side of the traversing cube, countless stars zipped past. The stellar obstacles ahead did not slow their momentum. The cube adeptly maneuvered around them. So this is where you are. You have made it quite difficult for me to find you. Suddenly, a voice emerged in Beerus and Whis' minds. Imposing and irresistible, it carried an overwhelming presence. It is worth noting that Beerus is the mightiest destroyer, and Whis, an angel even more powerful than Beerus. Yet, upon hearing this voice, fear gripped their hearts, unsettling their very souls. In the vastness of the 12 universes, the only being capable of instilling such trepidation in them was the Omni King. However, the voice they heard was deep and resonant, with an unsettling quality that was far from the childlike tone they were accustomed to. Simultaneously, a name surfaced in the minds of Beerus and Whis, the dragon god, Salama. Without hesitation, Whis's staff flickered, and the traversing cube shot forth like a meteor. If it truly was the dragon god Salama, they stood no chance of resistance. Their only opportunity lay in flight, swift and decisive. Yet, how could a prey under the watchful eye of a top-tier hunter hope to escape so easily? The speed of the traversing cube is indeed unimaginable. Yet before the dragon god Salama, it pales in comparison. Now that I've found you, do not even think of escaping. As soon as the words left his lips, the traversing cube ceased to heed Whis's commands, its velocity abruptly halting. Before Beerus and Whis could recover from their astonishment, a shadow, as colossal as the stars, materialized before them. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the dragon god Salama. Chapter 120, The Great Battle with the Dragon God Shadow 1 Buzz. Even though they had suspected the identity of the figure, their hearts still trembled violently upon hearing it confirmed. The dragon god Salama, a being on par with the Omni King. Even now, what stood before them was merely a shadow, yet the oppressive force emanating from it was undeniable and suffocating. Ah, it is the esteemed dragon god. My sincerest apologies for any disrespect. I beg your forgiveness, Whis said with a smile, his body slightly bowing in a display of utmost respect. Despite the overwhelming pressure from the being before them, it was imperative that they did not show any sign of weakness. Moreover, having learned of the dragon god's intentions, Whis and Beerus understood that their survival hinged on buying time. At the moment they heard the dragon god's voice, Whis had already utilized his staff to succinctly convey their predicament to the Grand Minister, hoping for timely assistance from him and the Omni King to save their lives. Should they arrive too late, it was likely that they would meet their demise in the Star Domain. Oh, you are aware of my existence? The dragon god's shadow expressed surprise, for even he was close to forgetting his own identity. Naturally, the magnificent dragon god Salama, the creator of the Super Dragon Balls, how could I possibly be unaware of such a figure? Whis began to employ his acting skills to gain more time. Haha, it has been far too long indeed. I never imagined that after all this time, someone would still remember my name. The dragon god's shadow laughed heartily, dismissing Beerus and Whis with a mere glance. Humph, whether or not you recognize me, today you shall both meet your end here. The tone of the dragon god's shadow shifted, a chilling aura radiating outward, causing several nearby asteroids to crumble under the pressure, reduced to cosmic dust. Swish. A glint flashed in Beerus and Whis's eyes as they prepared to defend themselves against the impending assault. However, they had not anticipated the dragon god's unwavering resolve to eliminate them so decisively. An angel and a destroyer god. How utterly humiliating. After all this time, such a method of confrontation was profoundly disappointing. The shadow of the dragon god continued to speak, its claw wielding an overwhelming force that surged toward Beerus and Whis. Wherever the dragon's claw passed, stars were shattered and space itself was obliterated. Despite being merely an apparition, it exuded a palpable essence. In response to the impending assault of the dragon's claw, Beerus and Whis simultaneously sprang into action. At the tip of Beerus's finger, a violet radiance surged, swiftly coalescing into a colossal sphere of destructive energy, hurtling toward the shadow of the dragon's claw. Meanwhile, atop Whis's staff, pure white light flickered, as angelic power manifested into countless pristine light spears, each radiating a blinding brilliance, aimed directly at the heart of the dragon's shadow. As the sphere of destruction collided with the dragon's claw, an unfathomable force of devastation permeated the shadow, revealing signs of fissures within the claw itself. Elated, Beerus intensified his assault, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres from his fingertip, all targeting the dragon's claw apparition. The light spears conjured by Whis's celestial power also lunged towards the dragon's forehead and heart. However, just as the spears were about to make contact, they inexplicably vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of angelic essence behind. The seemingly disintegrating dragon's claw pressed downward relentlessly, prompting Beerus and Whis to abandon their traversing cube, stabilizing their forms within the starry expanse. With a resounding crash, the cube crumbled under the claw's relentless force, disintegrating into cosmic dust. Ultimately, the claw succumbed to the continuous erosion of destructive power, shattering into pieces. This fleeting moment of salvation stirred a glimmer of hope within the despairing hearts of Beerus and Whis, yet such relief was ephemeral, plunging them back into the abyss of despair. Before their smiles could even materialize, the once broken claw reassembled before their very eyes, intact and formidable. Humph! Ignorant fools! The voice of the dragon god echoed ominously as dark orbs began to manifest atop its claws. These were spheres of annihilation, a force even more terrifying than destruction itself. With a swift command, the dark orbs shot forth like arrows, hurtling toward Beerus and Whis. Whis, wielding his staff, conjured a radiant shield of pure angelic energy, fortifying their defenses against the oncoming assault. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions reverberated outside the shield, fissures spiderwebbed across its surface. We cannot remain passive in the face of such relentless onslaught. We must strike back. Beerus, resolute, felt the purple light flicker in his eyes as he gripped the collar tightly. With an unwavering spirit, he decided that evasion was no longer an option. They must resist with all their might. Beerus bellowed with all his strength, blood surging from his hands as he tore at the collar once more. Boom. A surge of destruction emanated from Beerus, enveloped in a seething violet aura, interspersed with a silvery luminescence. This was the form of the god of destruction's ultra instinct. Crack. Under the assault of the dark energy sphere, the white barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught and shattered. Without a moment's hesitation, Beerus once again concentrated the violet sphere in his hand, infused with silver brilliance, and collided it against the encroaching dark sphere. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, tearing apart the very fabric of the void. Beerus did not linger. He advanced directly towards the dragon god's spectral form, resembling a celestial body. Ultra instinct, is it? Quite commendable for a god of destruction. But what of it? To leave alive remains an impossibility. The immense dragon claw stirred once more, poised to strike at the approaching Beerus. In the state of ultra instinct, Beerus was far from easily overwhelmed by the dragon's assault. He deftly maneuvered, evading the strikes. Yet, just as Beerus was about to engage the spectral form, another dragon claw stealthily emerged from behind the illusion, striking Beerus forcefully and sending him hurtling away. Blood spurted from Beerus' mouth, and the silvery glow vanished. Whis rushed forward, catching Beerus. Humph. A feeble blow. Chapter 121. The Great Battle Against the Dragon God Spectre 2. A resounding voice reverberated, shaking the very essence of Beerus and Whis. Supporting Beerus with one hand, Whis' immaculate gaze was fixed upon the colossal dragon god spectre. Through mere exchanges, the disparity between them was already evident. Even with Beerus unleashing the full might of ultra instinct, he stood as the most formidable among the gods of destruction, yet against the dragon god Salama, he was still unable to secure victory with a single strike. Ironically, the dragon god before him was merely a phantom. What would the scenario entail if the true form of the dragon god were to manifest? Before this moment, the only entities capable of inflicting such harm were the Omni King and the Grand Priest. At this juncture, Whis glanced at the accompanying Beerus, having resolved to cease his entanglement with the dragon god's phantom and instead sought a means of escape. After all, in a battle characterized by overwhelming dominance, the outcome was devoid of suspense. Fleeing might be their sole opportunity for survival. With this thought, Whis harbored no further hesitation. Countless luminous points flickered, coalescing into sharp arrows of light that surged toward the colossal dragon god's apparition. Simultaneously, Whis propelled himself and the severely weakened Beerus in a particular direction. Although devoid of the traversing cube, as an angel, Whis retained the ability to navigate freely through this starry realm. The light arrows sliced through the void, aimed directly at the eyes and brow of the dragon god's phantom. Yet, as before, just as the arrows were on the verge of making contact, they vanished without warning. It seemed as though a mysterious force surrounded the dragon god's apparition, devouring all power and safeguarding the immense entity. Did it still entertain the notion of escape? The dragon god's phantom spoke once more, causing the surrounding stars to stir as they hurled themselves toward the fleeing Whis and Beerus. Some stars, propelled by tremendous velocity, exploded upon their trajectory, vanishing into the void. The resulting energy shockwave influenced everything in proximity. Whis sensed the celestial assault and refrained from retaliating, instead accelerating his pace. Yet he could not evade the stellar strikes. Ultimately, the stars manipulated by the dragon god's phantom erupted in a dazzling display within the boundless cosmos. However, this spectacle garnered no attention from Whis and Beerus, for amidst the pyrotechnics lay the demise of countless lives as they desperately sought to escape. The residual force from the exploding stars struck Whis. Had it not been for his angelic form, he would have long since been lost to the vastness of the cosmos. Observing this, the dragon god's phantom furrowed its brow. Its body, akin to the size of a star, began to move, pursuing the rapidly fleeing Whis and Beerus. The distance between them steadily diminished, while the dark orbs atop the Phantom's claws relentlessly bombarded Whis. He could only evade the attacks by continuously adjusting his position. Roaring with fury at Whis' unyielding speed, the Dragon God's Phantom unleashed a primal scream. With its claws outstretched, it suddenly clenched them tightly. In that instant, time itself seemed to halt, spatial fluctuation ceased, and everything was enveloped in an absolute silence. Under the Dragon God's Phantom's command, the bodies of Whis and Beerus came to a standstill. The dragon's claw struck fiercely against the bodies of Whis and Beerus, sending the two deities plummeting like uncontrollable vessels into the boundless void below, even with their divine forms. The force of the Dragon God's blow left Whis and Beerus in a disheveled state. The sound of their impact echoed through the cosmos as countless stars were pierced by their bodies, resulting in shattered cores and inflicting further harm upon them. Humph. These two audacious little brats dared to attempt an escape before me. The ethereal visage of the Dragon God mocked contemptuously, observing the vibrant fireworks that erupted before him. In his eyes, even the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, stood no chance of survival against his assault. Yet, out of an abundance of caution to ascertain their demise, the Dragon God did not vanish immediately but chose to patiently wait for the display of lights to conclude. As the celestial bodies ultimately faded away, two towering figures emerged before the Dragon God, alongside two others lying within a protective shield. Those prone figures were unmistakably the severely wounded Beerus and Whis. The towering silhouettes were none other than the god of destruction, Kampa, and the angel, Vados, from Universe 6. The Dragon God's visage revealed little surprise at the survival of Beerus and Whis, but the arrival of Kampa and Vados elicited a faint, peculiar smile upon his otherwise stoic face. More allies have arrived, but it matters not. Today, I shall indulge in a grand slaughter. No matter how many come, I shall annihilate them all. A chilling yet resounding voice emanated from the colossal visage of the Dragon God, who regarded the gods of destruction and angels as mere entities that could be obliterated at his whim. No sooner had the Dragon God's voice faded than his massive claws surged towards the location of Beerus and the others with unstoppable force. What is that monstrous entity? What kind of being have you provoked, Beerus? Kampa exclaimed, his composure faltering as he beheld the overwhelming dragon claw descending upon them. As a god of destruction, he could sense the sheer power contained within that claw. Even he felt an acute sense of peril, standing before such a formidable force, feeling as insignificant as an ant. Though Kampa muttered curses under his breath, he did not remain idle. Drawing upon all his destructive energy, he formed a colossal purple energy sphere and hurled it towards the dragon claw. Simultaneously, Vados' beautiful eyes shimmered with a strange light, her delicate hands wielding a staff that radiated brilliance, unleashing a barrage of radiant beams towards the descending claw. Dragon God Salama, Vados exclaimed, uttering the name of the formidable figure before them. As the scene unfolded, Kampa could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Although he had never encountered the Dragon God, he was well acquainted with the legendary Super Dragon Balls and their extraordinary nature. To conjure such magnificent artifacts, what manner of formidable being could this Dragon God be? Kampa found himself at a loss, perplexed as to why the Dragon God, Salam, would pursue Beerus and Whis with such fervor. After a fierce clash of energies amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, Bardos swiftly retreated with Beerus and Whis, eager to evade the ensuing chaos. Chapter 122, The Grand Minister's Arrival. The Dragon God's claw effortlessly dispelled the onslaught from Kampa and Bardos, maintaining its relentless momentum toward the fleeing quartet. Alas, how troublesome indeed. How could Beerus have drawn the ire of a being as formidable as Dragon God Salam? This was truly a matter of life and death. While fleeing, Kampa muttered curses under his breath. Had he known earlier, he would have preferred to remain a spectator rather than foolishly attempt to rescue his friend. Yet, he recognized that had he known the identity of his adversary beforehand, he would still have intervened. After all, Beerus was a dear companion, and he could not stand idly by while someone sought to take his life. The Dragon God's claw descended with a cataclysmic force, compelling Kampa and Bardos to summon their full strength once more. Destructive energy surged around Kampa, while an ethereal radiance enveloped Bardos, reflecting her angelic grace. With a resounding hum, their combined might surged forward, striking against the immense claw. This time, their assault finally slowed its descent. However, the overwhelming force emanating from the claw still left them breathless. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated through the air, sending Beerus and his companions hurtling backward. Kampa and Bardos coughed up blood, their gazes fixed upon the spectral form of the Dragon God, their eyes brimming with trepidation. Yet, Surrender was not an option. As a destroyer and an angel, they carried their own pride. Though their adversary was undeniably powerful, it would not sway them to abandon their fight. They were acutely aware that every strike from Dragon God Salam was aimed at their annihilation. And to yield at this juncture would only serve to make them a source of mockery. When did a mere destroyer and angel dare to challenge me? At this moment, you shall all perish together. The chilling voice of the Dragon God's phantom resonated once more in the minds of the four, causing them to shudder. In the next instant, a look of horror etched itself upon their faces. Unbeknownst to them, a black hole had manifested in their vicinity. Although its size was modest, the immense gravitational pull and tearing force emanating from it instilled a profound sense of impending doom, even in these divine beings. Gazing at the black hole before them, and then at the Dragon God's phantom, which appeared as grand as the stars, they realized that this black hole was undoubtedly a creation of the Dragon God's manifestation. At this moment, Whis and Beerus had regained some of their combat strength. Though it did not rival their peak capabilities, they had recovered about 70 to 80% of their power. Clearly, it was a time for desperate measures. It seems we have truly reached a point of life and death, Beerus said, his tone heavy, devoid of the usual banter he shared with Kampa. Oh dear. We have been fighting for our lives from the very beginning. Yet, our opponent is the Dragon God Salama, an entity that stands equal to the Omni King. If he so wished, he could annihilate us with a mere flick of his finger. Kampa expressed his anxiety to Beerus. If the true form of Dragon God Salama were to descend, could we have endured for this long? This is merely a phantom, incapable of unleashing Salama's full might. Hence, we are fortunate. If we give it our all, perhaps one of us might escape, Beerus asserted with unwavering resolve, as he sensed the pull of the black hole intensifying. Whis and Bados, join me in aiding Kampa's escape. As soon as Beerus finished speaking, he activated the Ultra Instinct technique once more. Despite the strain, he managed to maintain it. Whis and Bados responded with smiles of determination, channeling their angelic powers to counter the black hole's force. Witnessing this scene, Kampa felt momentarily lost, yet deeply moved, even on the brink of tears. Reflecting on the years spent bickering with Beerus, and the countless delectable experiences he had thanks to Beerus restoring Earth, Kampa steeled himself. If we are to go, let us go together. You wretched fiend, I shall fight alongside you today. With a fervent cry, Kampa recklessly charged toward the colossal Dragon God Phantom. Life energy rapidly drained from Kampa's being, while destructive force surged within him, indicative of his burning essence. At that moment, a dazzling purple light emanated from him, prompting a gentle sigh from Beerus. Such an unruly fellow. He too began to consume his life essence, launching an attack toward the immense Dragon God Phantom. How intriguing. Yet, a mere insect remains an insect. How can a mayfly hope to shake a towering tree? The merciless mockery emanated from the ethereal form of the Dragon God, as its claws lunged once more towards Beerus and Kampa. The dark currents surged forth, shattering the surrounding stars and leaving behind an abyss of nothingness. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding crashes echoed, as the figures of Beerus and Kampa plummeted like meteors into the endless void. The essence of life of the two destroyers rapidly dissipated, yet a faint smile graced their faces. This marked their first collaboration in battle, and more critically, under their assault, the Dragon God's claws began to flicker and fracture. In that fleeting moment of collision, they infused all their destructive power into the claws of the Dragon God, unleashing a wave of devastation that began to erode the colossal silhouette. A profound sense of reluctance enveloped them. They had yet to determine the victor. Kampa gazed at Beerus and remarked, "This time, you have triumphed." Beerus, bloody yet imbued with a long-forgotten weariness, articulated each word with deliberation. "TCH." Kampa turned his head away, refusing to meet Beerus's gaze, yet the two destroyers continued their rapid descent. Whis and Beerus naturally witnessed this spectacle, but they had neither the time nor the energy to divert their attention. Confronted by the black hole, they exerted every ounce of their strength. However, they found themselves unable to obliterate it. Instead, their angelic powers were swiftly diminishing. In the face of an ordinary black hole in the cosmos, their angelic prowess would have sufficed for its destruction. Though not effortlessly, it was certainly achievable. Yet the current predicament, a black hole conjured by the Dragon God Salaman, plunged them into peril. "You have performed admirably. Now, allow me to take over." At the moment of despair for both the destroyers and their angels, an unexpected voice emerged, offering warmth and solace. The gazes of the four deities, including that of the Dragon God's ethereal form, converged upon a singular point. In that void of nothingness stood an individual of modest stature, yet possessing an extraordinary aura, standing there with an air of tranquility. Your Excellency, the Grand Priest. Chapter 123. A single strike to vanquish the enemy. At this moment, Beerus, Kampa, Whis, and Batos found themselves enduring immense pressure, causing even their very bones to feel misaligned. However, upon catching sight of the Grand Minister, their faces instantaneously radiated with renewed vigor. The Grand Minister served as a calming balm for their troubled spirits, dispelling their earlier despondency. With a profound gaze, the Grand Minister cast his eyes upon the two angels and the two destroyers, gently beckoning them. The bodies of the destroyers halted their descent, and the angels extricated themselves from the dark void. With another subtle wave of his hand, the four deities were restored to their former selves, the traces of the previous battle vanishing without a trace. After these actions, a benevolent smile adorned the Grand Minister's face as he turned his gaze towards the distant shadow of the Dragon God. After countless eons, it was unexpected that our reunion would manifest in such a manner. The Grand Minister's voice was calm and devoid of any discernible emotion, akin to the tranquil surface of an ancient lake. Haha, I too did not foresee our meeting in this manner, revered Grand Minister of the myriad gods. During my absence across these countless millennia, I trust you have fared well. And what of that little fellow, Zeno? Is he not quite pleased with himself? The shadow of the Dragon God boomed with a voice that carried a hint of mockery, intertwined with a thread of indignation. Do not trouble yourself with my affairs. Heed my warning. Depart now, and perhaps you might yet retain a glimmer of hope for survival. Should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The Grand Minister's tone remained as serene as ever, yet no one could doubt the gravity of his words. Humph, courtesy? You showed none eons ago. My appearance in this realm is solely to avenge the grievances of the past. As the former Dragon God, the Shadow did not mince words. His presence here signified his readiness to confront whatever may come. Indeed, his confidence stemmed from the fact that this was merely a projection, not his true Dragon God form. The matters of you are not something Lord Zeno wishes to dwell upon excessively. If you continue to be obstinate, then I shall have no choice but to suppress you as I did eons ago. The Grand Minister refrained from elaborating further, for the presence of Salam's projection was already the best testament to the urgency of the situation. Moreover, Whis had already communicated his circumstances. Thus the Grand Minister's appearance was aimed at resolving the turmoil. Suppress? You would need to locate my true form to even attempt that. Grand Minister, do you believe I stand alone this time? Haha. The shadow of the Dragon God chose not to elaborate further, yet the implication was clear to all present. Hearing the words of the Dragon God's projection, Beerus and Kampa's expressions had long since changed, while Whis and Batos could not help but furrow their brows. Yet, the Grand Minister's demeanor and actions remained unchanged. And so what? As long as it lies within the 12 universes, it is of little consequence. Upon the utterance of the Grand Priest, both Beerus and Kampa nodded emphatically. Indeed, as long as it resides within the 12 universes, it matters not. For the Omni King can effortlessly obliterate foes with a mere flick of his wrist. Heh, is that so? Then let us await the outcome. After the Dragon God's ethereal form spoke, it began to grow indistinct. The Dragon God's apparition was acutely aware that, with the Grand Priest's arrival, he could no longer intervene to vanquish Beerus and the other gods. Thus, to conserve his strength, he had no choice but to retreat, preparing for future confrontations. Observing the fading figure of the Dragon God, the Grand Priest narrowed his eyes, a brilliant spectrum of colors igniting within his gaze. If you have appeared, do not be so hasty in your departure. His words remained calm yet brooked no dissent. As he spoke, the Grand Priest slowly raised his right hand, upon which shimmered a radiant orb of multicolored light. This sphere emanated a serene aura, yet none perceived it to be as innocuous as it appeared. The Grand Priestess' movements were decidedly slow, yet he executed a series of intricate actions in the blink of an eye, bestowing upon the colorful orb a purification spell. Subsequently, it shot forth like a keen blade, targeting the Dragon God's forehead. This time, the orb did not vanish as it had during the clash between Whis and the Dragon God's apparition. Instead, it struck with an overwhelming force, akin to a tempest, crashing into the Dragon God's brow. A harrowing cry erupted from the Dragon God's lips. Astonishingly, though merely a specter, he could perceive pain, an unfathomable phenomenon. The multicolored orb seamlessly merged with the apparition before erupting. In the next moment, the formerly nebulous Dragon God's figure seemed to solidify. Beerus and Kampa, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered utterly speechless. The Dragon God's apparition, which had caused them immense suffering and nearly cost them their lives, was now subjected to relentless wails at the mere gesture of the Grand Priest. You You will surely pay for today's transgressions. It will not be long before I return. The fragmented voice of the dragon god echoed. The Grand Priest paid no heed to the apparition's words, merely raising his right hand to snap his fingers. In that instant, a cascade of vibrant light erupted from the nearly solidified dragon god's form. Akin to a brilliant star. Bang! Boom! The fabric of space trembled, time wavered, and under the gaze of all the deities, the dragon god's apparition was consumed by the kaleidoscopic light, vanishing from this stellar domain. Awe, terror, reverence. Observing this scene, Beerus and Kampa could not help but swallow hard. With unwavering eyes, they gazed at the spot where the ethereal visage of the dragon god had vanished. That place had transformed into a void, the resplendent hues dissipating into specks of starlight, disappearing without a trace. The Grand Priest did not continue to focus on the dragon god's apparition. Instead, he turned his attention to the four deities of Beerus. This event was merely the inception. The dragon god Salamander had returned. In the days to come, we must adequately prepare ourselves for the impending battles. The Grand Priest's tone remained remarkably serene. Yet it compelled both Beerus and Kampa to nod gravely in agreement. Grand Priest, who exactly is the dragon god Salamander? Kampa inquired cautiously. He had heard of the name and was aware of the legends surrounding the creation of the Super Dragon Balls. Yet he was oblivious to the deeper truths and the reasons behind Salamander's profound animosity towards the Grand Priest and the Omni King. The Grand Priest cast a glance at Kampa, causing him to shiver involuntarily. You need not concern yourselves with such matters. Your only duty is to focus on your own responsibilities. By the decree of the Omni King, the Tournament of Power shall commence ahead of schedule. Chapter 124. The complete disappearance of fused Zamasu. The Grand Priest's tone remained astonishingly calm. Yet each word resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Beerus and Kampa simultaneously looked up at the Grand Priest, then exchanged glances. They were well aware of the Tournament of Power, a battle involving all the super warriors from the existing 12 universes, one that directly impacted the survival of their universe. However, following the incident with the dragon god Salamander, they initially believed that the tournament would be postponed. To their astonishment, not only was it not delayed, but it was also to be held sooner than anticipated. Did this imply that the forthcoming events would not only concern the survival of the 12 universes but also pose a threat to the Grand Priest and the Omni King? Despite their inner turmoil, they refrained from inquiring further, understanding that if the Grand Priest wished to divulge information, he would do so willingly. If he chose to remain silent, any questions posed would likely yield no answers, perhaps even a disapproving glance from him. Such a futile endeavor was not something Beerus and Kampa, as destroyers, would partake in. Release them. The Grand Priest directed towards Whis, disregarding the unspoken thoughts of Beerus and Kampa. Although he did not mention the lives of the two, Whis comprehended the implications fully. Consequently, he gently waved his staff, and two weathered stone jars materialized before the assembly of gods. Kampa, observing the jars with intrigue, glanced at Beerus, seeking a response, yet Beerus remained uncommunicative as he regarded the aged stone jars. The Grand Priest did not hasten to free the two fragments of Zamasu's body contained within. Instead, he meticulously examined the jars and the seals inscribed upon them. What marvelous power! It is astonishing that a group of humans could forge an entirely unique path and uncover such mysterious powers. As the Grand Priest, he is undoubtedly well-versed and knowledgeable, having witnessed the rise and fall of countless cosmic civilizations. However, the incantations before him were a novel experience. And this power was not of divine origin, but instead emerged from an unassuming human on Earth. One might think that the inhabitants of Earth, even the entirety of the seventh universe, could be effortlessly erased with a mere thought if the Grand Priest so desired. Yet, this seemingly insignificant being has conjured such fascinating spells. Intriguing. A subtle smile graced the Grand Priest's face, rendering Beerus and Kampa even more perplexed. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the talisman sealed within the stone jar appeared in his grasp, causing the jar to tremble violently. Both Beerus and Kampa instinctively prepared for battle. The weathered stone jar began to crack, with an array of red and white light seeping through the fissures, shooting forth into the vastness of the cosmos. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two deafening explosions, the stone jar ultimately shattered. Aha! Pathetic humans, I told you. You cannot confine me or slay me. Today, I shall ensure that you meet your end without a trace. Upon emerging from the jar, the fused Zamasu immediately began to boast, oblivious to the presence of those nearby. Overwhelmed with excitement at regaining his freedom and power, he exclaimed, "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Suddenly, The overly exuberant Zamasu's tone shifted as he finally beheld who stood beside him. The Grand Priest. As a former Kaioshin, he held a certain understanding of the rulers of all universes. Fear swiftly engulfed the heart of fused Zamasu, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. Well then, speak. What knowledge did you acquire from the Dragon God Zalama? The Grand Priest did not beat around the bush, but instead posed a direct inquiry. Already possessing a substantial understanding of the situation and deeming it unnecessary to waste time on trivialities. What are you saying, Grand Priest? I don't comprehend. The expressions of fused Zamasu fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, yet he still sought to conceal certain truths. The Grand Priest, however, could perceive Zamasu's intentions with ease. The reason for Zamasu's demeanor was rooted in a lingering sense of hope. He believed himself to be immortal. And perhaps even the Grand Priest could not vanquish him. Although this may seem like a question mark, he is still willing to take the gamble. For once he endures through these trials, when the Dragon God Salama officially descends, he will become an unparalleled entity, second only to none. And it will be a new world crafted by his own hands. The High Priest's eyes flickered with intensity as a beam of multicolored light surged forth, piercing directly into the sea of consciousness of the fused Zamasu. A cry of agony escaped his lips as the body of the fused Zamasu convulsed violently. This spectacle sent a shiver down the spine of the nearby Kampa. So that is how it is. A faint smile graced the High Priest's lips as he waved his right hand gently. The fused Zamasu, who still clung to a thread of life, began to disintegrate instantaneously into the most primordial form of the universe. Within Zamasu's heart, a profound sense of unease surged forth, momentarily overshadowing the torment of having his memories probed by the High Priest. No, impossible. I am immortal and indestructible. No. With the final protest of Zamasu, he vanished completely amidst the stars, never to reappear. Witnessing the dissolution of Zamasu before their eyes, all the gods exhibited an unusual indifference, for they had witnessed such events far too often. Well then, the matters here have concluded for now. Return to your respective universes and summon your warriors, awaiting the formal commencement of the Tournament of Power. Yes, the 2 angels and 2 destroyers offered a shallow bow to the High Priest. And by the time they raised their heads, the High Priest's figure had vanished without a trace. Phew, it is finally over. Hee, I lost to you last time. But this time I shall reclaim my honor. Kampa beamed at Beerus, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Humph, you couldn't defeat me the first time, this time. Do not harbor delusions. Beerus replied with a cold laugh, countering Kampa's taunt. Is that so? Then let us await the outcome with bated breath. Vados. Kampa stood behind Vados, and the 2 figures transformed into streaks of light, disappearing before Beerus and Whis. Watching Kampa and Vados depart, Beerus placed a hand on Whis' shoulder, glancing back at the battlefield where he had just fought the Dragon God, lost in thought. TCH, let us be on our way too. Chapter 125, Beerus' Challenge in the 7th Universe. On Earth, the battle among Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, and Vegeta had come to an end. Throughout this confrontation, both Son Wukong and Vegeta gained profound insights. Son Wukong adeptly wielded the Kaioken in conjunction with his Super Saiyan Blue form, while Vegeta seemed to have achieved a new understanding of the Super Saiyan Blue state. Coupled with their previous battle against Zamasu, they had reached a certain bottleneck. Yet continuing to break through would not prove to be an easy endeavor. To ascend to greater heights, one must shatter the confines of the bottleneck. As for the means to break through the bottleneck, they remain unknown, and one can only go with the flow, unable to force matters. Whoosh. Whir. Beerus and Whis arrived at the location of Jiang Xiaofei, who immediately went forward to greet them. Hey, Bulma, quickly prepare more delicacies. I need to replenish my energy. Beerus commanded Bulma, his right hand caressing his already famished belly. Oh dear. Just returned and already demanding food. Truly a glutton, Bulma exclaimed, though she would still comply with Beerus' request. Here, Beerus did not regard himself as an outsider, although he could not contend with the Dragon God Salama. His dominion over the 7th universe remained unparalleled, and the annihilation of Earth was but a trivial matter for him. Contemplating this, Beerus glanced at Jiang Xiaofei, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and the others. Lord Beerus, has Zamasu been dealt with? Son Wukong was the first to speak, wearing a cheerful expression as he looked at Beerus and Whis. Haha, it has been taken care of. He has completely vanished and will never reappear, Beerus replied. Ah, Lord Beerus is indeed formidable, Son Wukong exclaimed, giving Beerus a thumbs-up filled with admiration. However, it was not Lord Beerus who vanquished Zamasu, but rather the Grand Priest. Whis interjected, observing Son Wukong's adoration. Beerus's expression shifted, and he shot a fierce glare at Whis. You talk too much. He then turned his attention back to Sun Wukong, who, along with Vegeta, wore a puzzled look, utterly bewildered by the exchange between Beerus and Whis. Ahem. This incident has completely exceeded my expectations. Beerus recounted to Jiang Xiaofei and the others the details of his and Whis' departure from Earth, not concealing their encounter with the spectral form of the dragon god Salama. Though he refrained from elaborating on the extent of his own defeat. Wow, I never imagined that the dragon god Salama was so powerful. No wonder he created the Super Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with a fervent fighting spirit, as if eager to personally gauge the might of the dragon god Salama. What does it matter how powerful he is if he was still vanquished by the Grand Priest? Vegeta chimed in. Though he too secretly hoped for a chance to battle Salama. That was merely his spectral form. Should his true self appear, he would undoubtedly be even more formidable. I wonder if the Grand Priest could so easily overcome him then. Jiang Xiaofei also expressed his thoughts. Indeed, this implies that Salama is still alive, and we have a chance to meet him. Sun Wukong suddenly became exhilarated, his hands instinctively clenching in excitement, a surge of enthusiasm welling up within him. If you were to encounter Salama now, he could easily obliterate you with a mere flick of his finger. Observing Sun Wukong's fervor, Beerus clasped his hands in a gesture of restraint, casting a disparaging glance at him to extinguish his illusions. Yet, how could Sun Wukong be so easily disheartened? He chuckled. No worries. I shall train even harder, convinced that one day I will engage him in combat. Unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. The only one capable of battling him is me. Vegeta was equally unwilling to fall behind. Both of you, quiet down. Beerus, feeling a twinge of irritation over his previous encounter with the spectral form of the dragon god Salama, harbored an unyielding resolve to train and elevate his own abilities. Furthermore, there was one pressing matter. The tournament of power had been moved forward, leaving you little time for training, and this is now the most crucial concern. If we lose in the tournament of power, forget about meeting Salama. Your very survival may be at stake. Beerus, casting a stern look at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, spoke unfriendly words, then turned to Jiang Xiaofei and declared, Our last battle remains unresolved. Let us determine a victor this time. As for the selection of participants, we shall leave that to Whis and the others. Jiang Xiaofei was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and nodded in acknowledgement. Once Bulma had prepared the delectable feast, Beerus commenced his moment of indulgence. It must be said, the healing power of exquisite cuisine is truly remarkable. As Beerus savored the dishes before him, his initial negativity gradually dissipated, ultimately surrendering entirely to the allure of the food. Moments later, gazing at the empty plates on the table, Beerus felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Are you ready? He inquired once more of Jiang Xiaofei. Ready, came the response. Well then, let us begin. Without any hesitation, Beerus, with Whis' assistance, seamlessly entered the realm of the staff ball, with Jiang Xiaofei closely following. This time, I shall hold nothing back. Feel free to unleash your full potential. Jiang Xiaofei nodded in anticipation, eager for an all-out battle with Beerus. For it was only through such a confrontation that he could advance his own strength. A powerful aura of destruction emanated from Beerus, causing the very fabric of the space within the staff ball to become turbulent. Yet, Beerus showed no signs of halting. His entire being was enveloped in a radiant purple glow, transforming even his eyes to a deep violet. In this moment, Beerus embodied the true form of a god of destruction, capable of erasing the cosmos with a mere snap of his fingers. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Xiaofei sprang into action. His once jet-black hair had now transformed into a silvery hue, and a luminous silver aura enveloped him, bestowing upon him an ethereal presence akin to that of a celestial sage, while simultaneously exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. At this point, Jiang Xiaofei had mastered the application of the ultimate instinct technique, yet he sensed that this was not the pinnacle of his potential. He could still ascend further. And Beerus was the most formidable opponent for his current growth. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, a subtle smile graced Beerus's lips, before he morphed into a streak of purple light, hurtling directly towards Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 126. The perfect form of a god of destruction in the face of Beerus's assault, Jiang Xiaofei maintained a clear mind. Moving with deliberate grace. With a resounding impact, Beerus arrived before him, delivering a devastating blow infused with the power of a god of destruction. Striking forcefully against Jiang Xiaofei's right fist, the previously tumultuous space within the staff ball showed faint signs of vanishing with this singular clash. Where their two forms met, A dazzling spectacle erupted, with white and purple intertwining and merging, painting the entire space of the staff ball with vibrant hues. Jiang Xiaofei's body swiftly retreated, stabilizing his form only after 3 steps, mirroring Beerus's own reaction. In their initial clash of strength, it was evident that both were evenly matched. During the collision of their fists, Jiang Xiaofei distinctly sensed the formidable power emanating from within Beerus, which, albeit intimidating, proved beneficial for him, as he felt a surge in his own strength. However, the current system seemed rather unresponsive. Despite the magnitude of their clash, there was no indication whatsoever. Yet, this mattered little now. As long as he could land critical strikes to gain power, Jiang Xiaofei would not relent in his battle against Beerus. In Beerus's eyes, a palpable excitement flickered, clearly indicating that the confrontation with Jiang Xiaofei had stirred the destructive instincts inherent in the god of destruction. With a swift motion, Beerus vanished from sight, leaving only a faint purple glow in his wake. When he reappeared, he was already at Jiang Xiaofei's side. Faced with Beerus's sudden assault, Jiang Xiaofei remained unperturbed. His body instinctively reacted with keen judgment. As Beerus unleashed a punch imbued with destructive energy towards Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen, he swiftly sidestepped, witnessing a streak of purple light traverse through the space where he had just been. Without pausing his own assault, Jiang Xiaofei brought his hands together and aimed for Beerus's back. Realizing his attack had missed, Beerus's figure, akin to a wraith, vanished once more, reappearing behind Jiang Xiaofei. With a forceful kick, he caught Jiang Xiaofei off guard, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Beerus showed no intention of relenting. A pulsating purple energy sphere hovered above, hurtling towards Jiang Xiaofei, who lay on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaofei swiftly rolled aside, successfully evading Beerus's assault. The clash between the two unfolded in the blink of an eye. However, it was evident that Jiang Xiaofei found himself at a disadvantage in this encounter. The serious demeanor of the god of destruction proved to be exceedingly formidable. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei remained undeterred, as every cell within his body ignited with fervor. Jiang Xiaofei executed a flawless side flip, regaining his footing without a moment's pause, and charged towards Beerus. The purple orbs of energy forming at Beerus's fingertips surged relentlessly towards Jiang Xiaofei, yet he deftly evaded each one with ease. Boom! Their fists collided once more, unleashing an even greater force. However, this time, the energy did not dissipate but vanished the instant it appeared. Bang! Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei delivered a swift kick to Beerus's abdomen, sending the latter hurtling backward. Humph! Today, I shall let you witness the might of the strongest god of destruction in the 12 universes. As Beerus regained his stance, his expression twisted in fury. He let out a fierce roar. Purple streams of light erupted skyward like a cascading galactic waterfall. Within the 12 universes, the power of the gods of destruction is indeed ranked in tiers. Yet, when it comes to determining the strongest among them, a bout of sparring took place millennia ago, where the gods of destruction engaged in combat under the whim of the Omni King. This battle, however, bore no consequences for the universe's existence. It was merely for entertainment. Naturally, they dared not defy the Omni King's command, and thus, during that contest, every god of destruction participated with fervor, holding nothing back. They believed that a commendable ranking would not only earn them the title of the strongest god of destruction, but might also garner the Omni King's favor. It was through that very battle that Beerus emerged as the mightiest god of destruction in the 12 universes. However, once the skirmish concluded, the Omni King offered no rewards, and the matter faded into obscurity. Despite this, it could not alter the fact that Beerus was the strongest of his time. Yet, as the Omni King and the Grand Priest departed, the latter imparted a crucial piece of wisdom to Beerus. Though you appear to be the strongest, this is not the pinnacle of a god of destruction. Your form still has a considerable distance to perfect. The Grand Priest's words lingered in Beerus's mind, driving him to pursue that elusive power. However, in the 7th universe, apart from the angels, Beerus was already an invincible force, coupled with his tendency for lethargy. Millennia passed with little advancement, and he even began to forget the Grand Priest's admonition. Yet, following the ordeal with the dragon god Salama, Beerus's thirst for power intensified. He yearned to ascend further, and during his battle with Jiang Xiaofei, he often sensed that he was on the cusp of grasping a higher realm. Thus, this confrontation with Jiang Xiaofei transpired, but after each blow from Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus was overwhelmed by a fierce urge to obliterate everything. At this moment, Beerus's form suddenly expanded, his body brimming with an even more potent and refined destructive energy. Moreover, Within that sharp violet radiance, there enveloped a layer of silvery hue, which was unmistakably the emblem of the supreme mastery. Centered around Beerus, the destructive energy shrouded this realm of the staff orb, with purple and silver emerging as the predominant colors of this world. Gazing at the scene before him, Jiang Xiaofei felt an overwhelming sense of suppression. He yearned to resist, his gaze resolute, as the blood within him surged like untamed wild horses, his cells beginning to voraciously absorb the destructive energy emanating from Beerus. Crack. After an indeterminate passage of time, Jiang Xiaofei suddenly perceived a sound akin to something within him fracturing. Subsequently, an uncontrollable surge of destructive energy erupted forth, as violet light burst forth instantaneously, merging with the original silvery hue. The oppressive aura brought by Beerus dissipated, and within the entire space of the staff orb, the energy radiating from Jiang Xiaofei continued to expand. At that moment, he could distinctly sense the changes within each of his cells, and even the external world. If he willed it, not a speck of dust could evade his notice. Naturally, he was not oblivious to the transformations occurring within Beerus either. Chapter 127, Beyond the God of Destruction. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythmic sounds emanating from the vicinity of Beerus' heart resonated with startling clarity in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Jiang Xiaofei slowly turned his gaze towards Beerus, just in time to witness the latter enveloped in a radiant amalgamation of purple and white light, intently focused upon him. A faint, shared smile graced their lips, devoid of any spoken words. Whoosh, whoosh. In unison, they lunged towards each other, engaging in a fierce assault. The intertwining hues of purple and white illuminated the realm of the sphere, as Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus exuded a palpable aura of combativeness, seemingly entranced in a remarkable state. Bang, bang, bang. The collisions of their bodies unleashed an endless torrent of power, reverberating throughout the entire sphere. Like tireless perpetual motion machines, they exerted their full capabilities without reservation. For Jiang Xiaofei, this was no mere training battle. It was an elevation of self, the destructive energy surging within him, enhanced by the mastery of the ultimate instinct technique, appeared even more pristine. Beerus, too, was in a similar state, his own mastery reaching its zenith, with destructive energy being his very essence. Boom. In the final clash, both figures recoiled simultaneously, distancing themselves to approximately 5 meters apart. As the white and purple luminescence faded, Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus returned to their usual forms, yet smiles lingered at the corners of their mouths. This exchange had proven immensely fruitful for both. Congratulations! Beerus, of course, could sense the transformation within Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei's smile grew even more radiant, and he congratulated you. During the course of this battle, both individuals had simultaneously achieved the perfect form of a destroyer, signifying not merely a mastery over the life forces of one universe, but a profound understanding of the cosmos itself. In Beerus's heart, as a destroyer, there always resided a sense of pride. Thus, whenever he spoke, it was imbued with a divine sense of superiority. Of course, Beerus possessed the credentials to feel this way. Within the 7th universe, he was the mightiest entity, and even the Kaioshin ranked beneath him. When he first encountered Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta, he held them in contempt. However, as time passed and their interactions increased, their rapport became exceedingly harmonious. Particularly after witnessing the potential exhibited by Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus developed a genuine admiration for him, even considering him as a candidate for the next generation of destroyers for a time. Yet, this did not alter the innate superiority he felt within. Nonetheless, this feeling would soon dissipate with the conclusion of the battle. For now, although Jiang Xiaofei was not the next destroyer, his strength had reached a level comparable to Beerus's. Furthermore, Beerus was certain that this was merely a temporary state. It would not be long before Jiang Xiaofei's power would surpass his own. This was indisputable. Since the moment Beerus met Jiang Xiaofei, his growth and strength could only be described as monstrous. Therefore, it would not be long before Jiang Xiaofei would completely transcend him, becoming the most formidable being in the 7th universe. However, Beerus felt no jealousy regarding this, as he was acutely aware of Jiang Xiaofei's immense potential. And he knew that Jiang Xiaofei would not cease his relentless pursuit of strength. After all, there awaited a formidable adversary, the dragon god Salama, in the future. Beerus was well aware of Salama's prowess. No matter how hard he tried, he could not hope to match him, even if granted ample time. Yet, with diligent effort, the gap between them would inevitably narrow. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Beerus once again looked toward Jiang Xiaofei, who had not once sought to disturb him. It was time to depart. Beerus remarked to Jiang Xiaofei, who gently nodded in agreement. Thus, accompanied by 2 streaks of light, Their figures vanished from the realm of the staff ball, reappearing before Whis, Sun Wukong, and the others. What insights had been garnered from this battle? Upon seeing Jiang Xiaofei emerge, Sun Wukong immediately stepped forward to inquire. Given Jiang Xiaofei's uniqueness, Sun Wukong understood that each battle invariably propelled Jiang Xiaofei's strength forward. It is no exaggeration to say that they had witnessed his growth firsthand. It went well, as anticipated. Jiang Xiaofei responded to Sun Wukong's words with a hint of awkwardness. What is there to conceal? His strength has now reached a level comparable to mine. And it won't be long before he truly surpasses me. It seems that in the future, the annihilation of Earth will not be an easy task. Beside him, Beerus interjected, observing Jiang Xiaofei's demeanor. As soon as Beerus's words fell, a formidable aura emanated from Sun Wukong, leaving those around them in a state of disbelief. What? This is utterly outrageous. Beerus is the god of destruction, the mightiest being in the entire seventh universe. And yet, Jiang Xiaofei's strength can rival that of a god of destruction. Everyone found it hard to accept this reality, yet it was Beerus himself who had proclaimed it, leaving them with no grounds for skepticism. The most astonishing revelation was the latter part of Beerus's statement, that it would not be long before Jiang Xiaofei would surpass him. The crowd felt their minds were overwhelmed by such unbelievable news. Impressive, to reach such a level in such a short time. It seems I must double my efforts. Sun Wukong thought to himself, looking at Jiang Xiaofei. I will not relent. One day, I will surpass you. Vegeta, filled with determination, expressed his sentiments. Ho. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Frieza remarked, his thoughts remaining inscrutable. All the warriors present clenched their fists, silently vowing to train harder. The stronger Jiang Xiaofei becomes, the better it is for you. You should be aware of what is to come, Beerus stated, casting a glance at the group. Though he did not pose any questions. He understood that these warriors were to represent the seventh universe in the Tournament of Power. You will be facing opponents not from our universe, but from the other 11 universes. This battle will determine the fate of the entire cosmos. Chapter 128. The lineup of the seventh universe warriors. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they absorbed Beerus's declaration, leaving all warriors in shock. With the exception of Jiang Xiaofei, who remained composed. Initially, under the invitation of Whis and Sun Wukong, they were excited about the prospect of engaging in friendly battles with warriors from other universes, an opportunity that seldom arises. However, now learning from Beerus that this confrontation was not merely a friendly spar, but one that could dictate their very existence and that of the universe, none could maintain their calm demeanor. Beerus had anticipated this reaction, yet he chose not to conceal the truth, for doing so would serve no purpose. Moreover, conveying everything to them may enhance their fighting spirit, thereby increasing the likelihood of victory. Therefore, in this battle, you must exert yourselves to the utmost, unleashing all your prowess. Only thus can you hope to achieve ultimate triumph. Beerus gazed at everyone, instilling a sense of combat fervor. As for our opponents from other universes, we currently possess limited information, yet their strength is indisputable. After all, you have witnessed the might of certain warriors from Universe 6. Do not harbor any illusions. Overcoming Universe 6 does not guarantee your success against other adversaries. At this juncture, Beerus paused, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei beside him. Do not assume that with Jiang Xiaofei present, all will be well. The seventh universe may boast warriors on par with the destroyers, but it stands to reason that other universes may possess similar, if not superior, beings. The notion of warriors surpassing the destroyers left everyone astounded. Such a thought was beyond their wildest imaginings. Now that Jiang Xiaofei has attained a level of power comparable to Beerus, the emergence of warriors exceeding the destroyers in other universes seems plausible. Jiang Xiaofei was well aware of Beerus's assertions. Indeed, there exists a warrior who transcends the destroyers, Jiren, a fighter from Universe 11, who, through his own strength, surpasses the destroyer of Universe 11 and can contend with Son Goku, who wields the Ultra Instinct, without faltering. However, Jiang Xiaofei harbored no fear. The Dragon Ball world has transformed since his arrival. Furthermore, Jiang Xiaofei has now reached a level where he can rival the mightiest of destroyers. And when compared to Beerus, the destroyer of Universe 11 remains significantly inferior. Jiang Xiaofei had no intention of sharing this with others, for he himself was uncertain about what would transpire next. How delightful this unpredictability is. Sun Wukong's face beamed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming Tournament of Power. I hope you can still find joy when the time comes. Beerus shot an exasperated glance at Sun Wukong before turning his attention to the warriors participating in the tournament. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Frieza, Krillin, Android 18, Majin Buu. In Jiang Xiaofei. Upon noticing Majin Buu, Beerus couldn't help but furrow his brow. This character, is he reliable? I distinctly recall him dozing off during the battle against the Sixth Universe. Beerus voiced his concerns, and the expressions of those present fluctuated between apprehension and uncertainty. Rest assured, the last incident served as a lesson. This time, he will not falter, and his strength is formidable. Son Wukong assured Beerus while casting a glance at Majin Buu. Humph. If he fails again, he might as well cease to exist. Beerus acknowledged Majin Buu's capabilities, having witnessed them firsthand, and after offering a brief reassurance, he chose to remain silent. Wait a moment. Why are there only 9 participants? We are still one short. Beerus felt a twinge of frustration. The tournament of power required 10 warriors from each universe, yet they currently had only 9. If they could not assemble a complete team, they would likely be disqualified without even entering the fray. Where is Broly, who was training in the God of Destruction-S realm? Suddenly, it seemed as if Lord Beerus was not thinking clearly. Son Wukong remarked with a naive smile directed at Beerus. Are you seeking punishment? Beerus replied sternly, contemplating Broly's current strength. Since assigning Broly to the God of Destruction's realm, Beerus had allowed Whis to guide him only once, leaving Broly to train independently thereafter. However, it must be noted that Broly was one of the fastest learners he had encountered, second only to Jiang Xiaofei. Beerus glanced at the warriors standing before him and opted not to elaborate further. Instead, he called out to Whis. Whis, let us proceed to the God of Destruction's realm. With Beerus's directive, the group dispelled any lingering doubts and followed Whis toward the realm of destruction. The God of Destruction's realm. Thunderous roars echoed. A cacophony of landslides resonated through the air as Broly deftly navigated the tumultuous terrain. At this moment, Broly had mastered the formidable power within him. Tapping into the legendary bloodline of the Super Saiyan, his transformation was undeniably attributed to the invaluable guidance he received from Whis. Although it was but a single lesson, it imparted lifelong benefits to Broly. In his youth, Broly may have been unfortunate, but ever since his encounter with Goku, the pervasive aura of violence that once enveloped him had significantly diminished despite his daily battles, a remarkable progress indeed. Under Whis' stewardship, Jiang Xiaofei and the others successfully arrived in the realm of the Destroyers. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by a formidable presence. One they recognized all too well, it was the very essence emitted by Broly, their adversary from not long ago. Wow, this guy has improved at an astonishing pace. It feels as though he has far surpassed us. Goku exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, showing keen interest in the legendary Saiyan. Suddenly, a streak of green energy surged towards Jiang Xiaofei and the others, prompting most of the warriors to display expressions of confusion, fearing Broly had lost control. They braced themselves for combat. However, Beerus and Whis remained unfazed, and Jiang Xiaofei, with his acute sense of energy, paid it little mind. As Broly officially appeared before them, the green streak dissipated, allowing the warriors to regain their composure. Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, you have returned. Broly greeted them with a slight bow, also extending a warm welcome to Jiang Xiaofei and the others. The sight of Broly once more puzzled the onlookers. In their memory, he was a tempestuous individual, yet now, a profound transformation had taken place in his demeanor. He radiated warmth and brightness, his former ferocity supplanted by a gentle disposition. Beerus replied succinctly. Yet his heart brimmed with satisfaction regarding Broly's evolution. All right, the warriors of the first universe are officially assembled. Our next destination is the Void Realm. Let us depart. Chapter 129. Departure to the Void Realm at Beerus's command. Everyone positioned themselves behind Whis, who guided them towards the Void Realm. They soared amidst countless star systems, experiencing the interplay of light and darkness. Wait a moment. Goku suddenly interjected, prompting all eyes to turn toward him. If there's an issue, speak candidly. Beerus, I still closed in contemplation, replied without opening them. It's nothing major, Goku continued, but when we previously traveled to the nameless star, we used a shuttle cube. Why is it absent this time? With an innocent smile, Son Wukong gazed at Beerus and Whis. This involuntarily caused the expressions of the two deities to twitch. Even the usually composed Whis found himself in a somewhat awkward position. This is also to train you to swiftly adapt to the myriad complexities of the universe, ensuring you are perpetually in a state of exercise, Beerus forcefully explained. Wow, Lord Beerus's considerations are truly meticulous, Son Wukong remarked, stretching his body and commencing his training. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta stood beside him, one chuckling and the other scoffing. Ho ho ho. This fellow truly believes anything. Frisia observed Son Wukong's earnestness, finding it amusing. However, as soon as he spoke, he felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon him, rendering him breathless. Frisia promptly fell silent, mimicking Son Wukong's demeanor as he began his own training. Gradually, the intense pressure dissipated, allowing Frisia to breathe a sigh of relief. Ah, isn't that our Lord of Destruction? Beerus? As everyone fell into silence, a voice that was exceedingly familiar resonated, drawing all gazes in the same direction, including Beerus, who opened his eyes. The source of the voice was Kappa, who stood not far from them, wearing a broad smile as he looked at Beerus and his warriors. Beside Kappa was the angel Vados, whose eyes swiftly scanned all the warriors of Universe 7 in search of a familiar figure. Upon spotting Jiang Xiaofei, her previously restless heart became even more animated, and she quickly shifted her gaze elsewhere. Hiki. Beerus, where is your travel cube? Prolonged cosmic traversal without one can be detrimental to your health. If the warriors suffer injuries or lose their fighting capacity before reaching the Null Realm, Universe 7 will be in jeopardy during this competition. Kampa's voice boomed, echoing within the minds of every warrior from Universe 7. Buzz. Beerus's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, a formidable aura emanating from him. Clearly, Kampa's words had provoked him. Oh dear. Now you're angry. Why are you so quick to ire? Kampa relished the moment, showing no concern for Beerus's fury, though his hands were poised for battle. Esteemed Lords of Destruction, it is time to be on your way. Should your quarrel delay your arrival at the Null Realm and displease Lord Zeno, you must consider how to address that consequence. The voice of Vados resonated softly, reaching the eardrums of the two gods of destruction. Both Beerus and Kampa shivered simultaneously. They lacked the audacity to defy the king's orders and dared not be late in the slightest. The aura enveloping Beerus dissipated, and Kampa abandoned his playful demeanor. Observing the actions of the two gods, Vados smiled and suggested that Beerus's team join them. What? Vados, you cannot. Kampa immediately interjected, casting a glance at Beerus. Humph. I have no desire to share the same vessel with someone like you. Beerus retorted. My lord Beerus, are you truly unconcerned about the well-being of the warriors? Vados disregarded Kampa and addressed Beerus directly. Beerus glanced at Jiang Xiaofei and the others, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. Hiki, they may come aboard, but only on the condition that you agree to my proposal in return. Who? What condition? Beerus took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within. Quite simple. After this competition concludes, if we all survive, I want a culinary duel between your Earth and ours. Kampa's voice rose slightly, his face alight with culinary longing. Very well. I accept your challenge, assuming I am still alive. Beerus, momentarily taken aback, readily acquiesced. He too was eager to discover which Earth's cuisine would reign supreme. Then come aboard. Kampa instructed, making space for the warriors of Universe 6. Beerus and Whis no longer hesitated and proceeded to enter the dimensional cube. As Vados watched Jiang Xiaofei step into the cube, her heart raced, and she instinctively inched closer to him. Jiang Xiaofei also perceived the transformation in Vados, offering her a smile imbued with potent charm. Vados' delicate face flushed an instant crimson as she hastily averted her gaze, diligently maneuvering the shuttle toward the realm of nothingness. Once again, they met. Hito approached Jiang Xiaofei, extending his right hand toward her. Indeed, it was unexpected to encounter one another so swiftly. Jiang Xiaofei extended his right hand, clasping it with Shiti's in a firm handshake. Jiang Xiaofei could distinctly sense the formidable power emanating from Hit's palm, yet Hit's countenance remained remarkably composed. Jiang Xiaofei was acutely aware that Hit was testing him. However, rather than confronting him head-on, Jiang allowed the cells within his body to enter a state of absorption, fervently drawing upon Hit's power. Hit hastily withdrew his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. You truly bring endless surprises, Hit remarked before departing. And Jiang Xiaofei chose not to elaborate further. Hey, Frisia, did you see that? Is he not your biological brother? Jiang Xiaofei approached Frisia, gesturing towards a figure among the warriors of the Sixth Universe who bore a striking resemblance to him. Frisia followed Jiang Xiaofei's finger, his expression subtly shifting. Is this the individual who was caught off guard during the battle? Truly a disgrace. Furthermore, do not dare to compare such a person to me. He is unworthy. His voice resonated clearly among all the warriors present, while Frost's gaze locked onto Frisia, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Rein yourselves in. If you possess any skill, showcase it in the arena. Do not disrupt here. Otherwise, let him vanish. Beerus, already in a foul mood, delivered a terse command to all the warriors. The atmosphere within the Transcendence Cube fell into an immediate silence. Chapter 130, The Gathering of Warriors Across the Universe. As time ticked away, the warriors from the 7th and 6th universes remained utterly silent within the Transcendence Cube. Even Beerus and Kappa ceased their bickering. After an indeterminate period, the group arrived at a profoundly unique location. Here, the constraints of cosmic laws did not apply. Yet a mysterious power governed the realm. Is this the Void Realm? It is far larger than the nameless star. Goku exclaimed, gazing at the expansive arena below in astonishment. Humph. What a fuss over nothing. As the proud prince of the Scions, Vegeta had traversed the cosmos from a young age and was no stranger to various planets. In truth, upon witnessing the Void Realm, he too felt a stir within, yet he maintained an outward calm, unwilling to be perceived as a Navi bumpkin. After all, he represented not only himself but the dignity of the entire 7th universe, and even had his own disciple observing from the 6th universe. On one side of the Void Realm, rows of warriors stood resolutely, their faces reflecting determination and confidence. Jiang Xiaofei recognized them at a glance. They were indeed the illustrious team from Universe 11. Among them, a bald figure captured his attention. Jiren, an entity surpassing even the gods of destruction. A character who could hold his ground against Son Goku in the state of Ultra Instinct. Within the ranks of Universe 11, Jiren seemed to sense something. His gaze shifting towards Jiang Xiaofei. When their eyes met, an unspoken battle intent, born of their very bloodlines, resonated between them. Subsequently, Jiang Xiaofei chose to evade, and Jiren refrained from pursuing. After all, this was not the moment for their formal confrontation. However, both were confident that they would soon meet upon the arena. Oh, is that not Kappa and Beerus from Universes 6 and 7? A figure, seemingly amused, emerged from the main position of Universe 11. Beerus and Kappa simultaneously cast their eyes towards a peculiar character, akin to a clown, who was staring at them intently. Mamida, you arrived quite early. Are you perhaps fearful that Lord Zeno might eradicate you? Kappa shot back, visibly displeased. Humph, who will be eliminated? Let us wait and see. Mamida glanced at Jiren beside him, then turned back to Kappa, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, strength is the sole arbiter of truth. Whether one is a horse or a mule, the arena shall reveal all. Whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the dialogue among the 3 universes, 2 more beams of light descended upon the Void Realm, heralding the arrival of warriors and gods of destruction from Universes 10 and 9. Thus, warriors from each universe gradually made their way to the Void Realm. However, a sense of dread was palpable on the faces of the gods of destruction from each universe. They were acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding this tournament, and when their gazes fell upon Beerus and Kappa, an undercurrent of murderous intent flickered within their eyes. Beerus and Kappa, naturally, sensed the malevolent stares and understood the underlying reasons. Yet, having reached this point, there was nothing left to explain. It was instead Whis, standing nearby, who gleefully interjected, "Oh dear. The competition hasn't even commenced, and already you are being targeted." Among the 12 universes, both Lord Beerus and Lord Kappa are certainly not easy to deal with. Silence. Beerus roared, though Whis showed no inclination to cease his commentary. It seemed that this tournament would prove exceedingly troublesome. After the competition began, the 7th and 6th universes might find themselves besieged by the other universes. Beerus's expression shifted repeatedly. He had anticipated such a scenario, though he had refrained from voicing it. Now that Whis had laid it bare, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Ah, it appears that a battle is imminent. I am already filled with anticipation, Whis remarked, and Son Goku felt his bloodline stirring, eager for the impending conflict. If anyone harbors grievances or discontent, let them come, for I, Vegeta, shall unequivocally demonstrate whose fist reigns supreme. Vegeta's demeanor reflected an eager anticipation. Beerus pressed his forehead, feeling a twinge of exasperation at these 2 scions. Do you not comprehend the necessity of employing tactics in such confrontations? Tactics? There is no need for such convoluted strategies. They are approaching. All we need to do is vanquish them directly. Son Goku appeared somewhat perplexed. Alas, I lack the energy to elucidate this to you. You. Explain it to him. Beerus gestured towards Jiang Xiaofei, entrusting him with the task of clarifying the situation and the approach to combat. Naturally, Jiang Xiaofei, being personally summoned by Beerus, would accord him the utmost respect. Fists alone cannot contend with multiple opponents. Should we find ourselves besieged, the circumstances would be dire. Let us not underestimate the warriors from other universes. Facing elimination upon our entrance would be disastrous. Son Goku and Vegeta ceased their rebuttals, attentively absorbing Jiang Xiaofei's analysis. When the moment arrives, we must avoid engaging recklessly and learn to sidestep their most potent strikes. Of course, if you possess unwavering confidence in your own strength. Dispatching them one by one can indeed be a skill. However, do not let hubris lead you astray. On the battlefield, each of us must exert our utmost effort and persevere. This battle transcends personal stakes. It is for the honor of the seventh universe. Therefore, when we find ourselves on the field, we should strive to band together for mutual support. If someone is under siege, we can provide assistance. It is imperative that we avoid fragmentation and, in the early stages, seek out our allies to avoid isolation. Moreover, we should endeavor to familiarize ourselves with our adversaries because to know both ourselves and our opponents is to secure victory in every battle. Lacking specific intelligence, we must glean insights directly from the battlefield. Jiang Xiaofei merely recounted a few points, for the confrontations upon the arena are inherently unpredictable. The specific strategies can only be devised in the face of imminent crisis. The audience nodded in agreement with Jiang Xiaofei's words, yet their true sentiments remained known solely to themselves. Suddenly, a dazzling and magnificent light pierced through the darkness of the void, heralding the arrival of an overwhelmingly powerful and inviolable divine presence. It was the Omni King. All the gods of destruction and supreme Kais present regarded him with utmost reverence and devotion, bowing their heads and kneeling on one knee to welcome the Omni King. Chapter 131. The battle commences. We humbly welcome the arrival of the Omni King. The gods of destruction, supreme Kais, and angels from the 12 universes raised their voices in a harmonious and sincere chorus that resonated throughout the cosmos. A soft, childlike voice emerged from the Omni King, a stark contrast to his exalted status. Yet, none among the gods of destruction or supreme Kais perceived any impropriety, nor did anyone dare to mock. Even those encountering the Omni King for the first time found no fault in his demeanor, choosing instead to remain discreet in this moment. "Please rise," commanded the Grand Priest, his tone serene and commanding. Yes, everyone stood respectfully, returning to their respective places, while the Omni King and the Grand Priest ascended to one of the highest vantage points. Firstly, I extend my gratitude to all the universes for participating in this competition. The Grand Priest's voice flowed smoothly, capturing the attention of all present. Next, I shall relay the rules of this tournament on behalf of the Omni King. To commence, the duration of the competition will span a total of 100 taka. The towering pillar upon the arena serves as a marker. Its complete descent signifies the conclusion of the match. Thus, it is imperative that you remain mindful of this. Moreover, the use of any weapons is strictly prohibited. Any participant found cheating will be immediately disqualified. Falling from the arena also constitutes elimination, and no complaints shall be entertained. Should one lose the ability to fight or become incapacitated, they shall not be deemed defeated as long as they do not concede. Additionally, all forms of flight are forbidden, except for those with wings. Violators will face immediate expulsion. Lastly, the use of external forces to restore one's stamina is also prohibited, with violators facing instant disqualification. Most importantly, the Omni King retains absolute authority over all interpretations of these rules. Should there be any dissatisfaction from the Omni King during the competition, he possesses the right to eliminate participants without exception, including entire universes. These are the comprehensive rules governing this competition. Do any among you harbor objections? The High Priest surveyed the surroundings, yet not a single individual stepped forward or raised a hand to express their opinion. Perhaps they were truly afraid. Well, since there are no objections, let the competition officially commence. As the High Priest's voice resonated, the hearts of all the warriors began to swell with excitement. Son Wukong had long been rubbing his hands in anticipation, exclaiming, "Finally, it begins. Let me witness the prowess of the warriors from other universes." With a powerful leap, Son Wukong descended from the audience and landed firmly upon the arena. Ah, what a delightful and exhilarating contest this promises to be. Frisia's heart surged with anticipation for the forthcoming battles. Humph. This time, I shall make all the universes understand that the Saiyans are the most exceptional race. Vegeta followed suit, leaping alongside Son Wukong and Frisia. Truly, they are a fervent assembly of warriors. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at his companions, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration, before lightly descending onto the arena. As all the warriors from the seventh universe fully concentrated on the stage, fighters from other universes followed suit, leaping forth in succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Warriors from various universes transformed into radiant streaks of light, springing down from the audience and appearing in every corner of the arena. A hum resonated as distinct auras emanated from the stage, igniting the fighting spirit of all the warriors. Observing the fervent display upon the arena, The gods of destruction in attendance remained transfixed. Do you think we can achieve victory? Beerus inquired of Whis beside him. With Jiang Xiaofei present. The seventh universe stands a considerable chance. Even though other universes may harbor beings surpassing the gods of destruction, overcoming Jiang Xiaofei will undoubtedly prove challenging, Whis articulated his analysis. To which Beerus nodded in agreement. However, this did not preclude the possibility of unforeseen events, should another prodigious talent akin to Jiang Xiaofei emerge from another universe. The outcome would indeed be unpredictable. The previously jovial Beerus found his expression darkening upon hearing Whis' words. Whis, do you believe you are exempt from the fate of the universe, rendering you unconcerned? Oh dear. Lord Beerus, how can you say such a thing? However, as an angel, I am indeed unaffected by the universe's turmoil. Whis relished in dampening Beerus' enthusiasm and optimism, leaving Beerus at a loss for a retort. Beerus snorted, dismissing Whis and redirecting his gaze toward the first universe. In the audience of the first universe, its warriors sat upright, having chosen not to partake in this tournament of strength. The reason was simple. The civilization of the first universe had reached a level of advancement that rendered participation in such contests unnecessary. There were 4 universes like the first universe, the 5th, 8th, and 12th, meaning that 8 universes' warriors were competing in this power tournament. Sensing Beerus' gaze, the god of destruction of the first universe, Ivan, turned to him, offering a long-missed smile, which Beerus interpreted as mockery. Quickly, Beerus averted his gaze, focusing once more on the arena. At that moment, the warriors of the 7th universe did not rush to engage but opted to assess their adversaries. Strangely, the warriors from other universes also refrained from large-scale conflict. Although some had initiated their final clashes, the majority remained in a state of cautious observation. It is the 7th universe and the 6th universe. They are present there. It is because of them that we find ourselves engaged in this battle, placing our universe in jeopardy of destruction. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the warriors of the 9th universe, causing Jiang Xiaofei's expression to darken. Indeed, as the words of that warrior echoed, all ceased their combat. Yet the aura of hostility remained palpably intense, aimed squarely at the 7th and 6th universes. Chapter 132, targeted 6th and 7th universes, prepare for battle. With a commanding voice, Jiang Xiaofei ordered the warriors of the 7th universe to immediately adopt a battle stance, though they were not intimidated by combat. The overwhelming numerical superiority of their opponents loomed large. Hey, are you scared? Goku glanced at Gohan and Krillin beside him. Fear? Not a chance. I am eager to see what skills they possess. Gohan replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Despite having been overshadowed by Chi-Chi's teachings, Gohan's latent talent remained. If fully awakened, he would undoubtedly rival Goku. Over time, having learned about the tragic events of the future world, Gohan had embarked on intense training, resulting in significant growth in his powers. While he couldn't yet achieve the Super Blue form like Goku and Vegeta, he had mastered Super Saiyan 3. Alright, let us witness the prowess of these so-called strongest warriors from each universe. Goku exclaimed, transforming into Super Saiyan 1, his aura surging dramatically, his presence becoming more formidable. You bunch of scoundrels. I'll show you what kind of opponent you face. Vegeta, not to be outdone, unleashed his own transformation amidst a surge of energy. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Frieza cackled with glee, eyeing the warriors converging for an assault. Stay calm and composed, Piccolo cautioned, though he too wished to engage them. The disadvantage in numbers was undeniable. Meanwhile, under Hit's leadership, the 6th universe also prepared for action. Who is the fool causing trouble? Beerus, observing the clearly defined teams in the arena, was beside himself with frustration, envisioning the 7th universe's impending elimination. This is truly captivating. How will you respond now? Jiang Xiaofei? Whis' smile remained, tinged with amusement. I cannot allow this. Sidora, your 9th universe has no shame. The impulsive Kappa exploded in anger, gesticulating wildly at the god of destruction from the 9th universe. Sidora ignored Kappa's tirade, though his concealed fury was unmistakable. Wow, little Fei Fei is being targeted. What will he do next? I can hardly wait. At the highest seats of the audience, the Grand Priest appeared particularly exhilarated. Upon hearing the words of the Omni King, the initially enraged Beerus and Kappa found their tempers quelled, compelled to suppress their fury deep within. While they might engage in bravado with other destroyers, they would never dare to show the slightest disrespect towards the Omni King. Otherwise, they would find themselves vanishing before the eyes of their peers at an alarming pace. The gaze of all the deities shifted back to the arena, where 4 teams stood, Those of the 7th universe, the 6th universe, and a coalition of other universes. In addition to a rather unique team, that of the 11th universe. As proud warriors, they were well aware of the circumstances leading to this contest. Yet they held disdain for the notion of allying with other universes to vanquish the 6th and 7th universes. Nevertheless, they chose not to impede the efforts of others, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. Charge! A warrior from the allied team shouted fiercely, shattering the stalemate. The fighters rallied, rushing towards the positions of Jiang Xiaofei and hit. What should we do? We can't just wait idly. Krillin scratched his head, anxiety beginning to seep in. Humph. They think of us as easy prey. We shall make them realize that targeting us is their gravest error. Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly, you shall strike together. The rest of you remain steadfast, maintaining formation. Jiang Xiaofei formulated a combat strategy with precision. Among their ranks, the trio of Son Wukong, alongside his companions, represented the most formidable force, second only to him. In the face of their adversaries' assaults, they were undeniably capable of executing effective counterattacks. Excellent. That is precisely the affirmation I awaited. Without a moment's hesitation, the figures of Son Wukong and his comrades vanished from sight, soaring in 3 distinct directions. Boom, boom, boom. Resounding explosions echoed from each of their separate paths. The trio had officially engaged their opponents, and for the Saiyans, the mere presence of a foe ignited a fervor within their veins, unleashing an inexhaustible power from within. Jiang Xiaofei had another purpose behind his actions, to disperse the combat capabilities of the allied forces. With the prowess of Son Wukong and Vegeta, they would undoubtedly draw the attention of the most formidable warriors among their ranks, providing Jiang Xiaofei the opportune moment to strike. If the high-tier fighters were lured away, it would be the moment for Jiang Xiaofei to reap the rewards against the remaining warriors. Indeed, as the battle commenced, many fighters quickly recognized the sheer strength of Son Wukong and his companions, compelling them to deploy even more powerful warriors. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted in the direction of Son Wukong, who was now locked in combat with Beerus, a warrior from the 9th universe. Hee. At last, a worthy opponent has arrived. Son Wukong's face radiated an undeniable battle fervor, and the energy surrounding him surged with vitality. Without a trace of hesitation, he charged directly at Beerus. Bang! As their fists collided, an overwhelming force of energy erupted, radiating wildly in all directions. Some of the weaker fighters could scarcely endure the onslaught, their faces contorted in agony. Meanwhile, in the 6th universe, their fighters found themselves encircled, yet thanks to its presence, they managed to inflict some hardship upon their assailants. However, this could not alter the fact that they were gradually succumbing to the pressure. In the ranks of the 11th universe, Toppo and Jiren observed the tumultuous clash of warriors, remaining impassive. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei had a firm grasp on the rhythmic flow of the arena and had identified his targets for attack. Since this conflict had been instigated by the 9th universe, it seemed fitting that its warriors should be the first to fall. A sharp, violet-white radiance emanated from Jiang Xiaofei's eyes. Whoosh! Jiang Xiaofei's figure vanished from his original position, while the warrior from Universe 9, engaged in a fierce battle with Vegeta, suddenly found himself enveloped by an overwhelming aura of malevolence. His body instinctively dodged, creating distance from Vegeta, yet he felt the ominous presence drawing ever closer. Chapter 133, The Moment of the Hunt. Fear, unease, a sense of helplessness. At this instant, the warrior from Universe 9 was utterly at a loss. He could distinctly sense the murderous intent but could not discern its source. Show yourself. If you have the capability, prove your strength in battle. The warrior, gripped by inner turmoil, could not suppress his furious roar. Yet, the response he received was a chilling and palpable essence of malice. Beads of sweat cascaded down the warrior's face as he assumed a defensive stance, darting back and forth in trepidation, fearful of being struck in the next heartbeat. In truth, as a representative warrior of the universe, each one of them was seasoned in combat, possessing unique abilities and a formidable psychological fortitude. However, all of this was contingent upon facing an opponent of lesser strength or one of equal measure. If the adversary's prowess surpassed theirs by a significant margin, then the so-called psychological barrier would crumble to dust. This vulnerability was starkly evident in the case of the Universe 9 warrior. Every second spent under the weight of this immense fear felt like an eternity of torment. Come out. Show yourself. The psychological defenses of the Universe 9 warrior had completely shattered. Energy blasts erupted from his hands, aimed at the surroundings in a desperate attempt to force his unseen foe into the open. Yet, this was futile. and the blasts only attracted the attention of other warriors nearby. Vegeta cast a glance at the pitiful figure before turning away, fully aware that this unfortunate soul had nearly lost all capacity to continue fighting. Among the ranks of Universe 11, Jiren and his comrades were observing the chaotic melee. Jiren, possessing the keenest sense of aura, fixed his gaze upon the direction of the Universe 9 warrior. Sighing, Jiren witnessed the body of the Universe 9 warrior being sent hurtling backward. Bang! Without any flourish, a fist radiating a purple glow struck the warrior squarely in the abdomen. This was Jiang Xiaofei exercising restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, he could have easily dispatched his opponent. However, Jiang Xiaofei refrained, for the rules forbade such actions. And he was not one to take a life over trivial matters. The Universe 9 warrior, sent flying, wore an expression of disbelief. He could sense the murderous intent of his opponent, but was unable to pinpoint their location, left to endure the onslaught passively. Even more terrifying was the fact that, despite receiving a crushing blow from his opponent, he remained oblivious to their identity. The menacing aura that had oppressed him faded away, leaving behind a profound sense of helplessness and shame. This warrior of the 9th universe yearned to resist fiercely, yet he found himself devoid of a target throughout the ordeal. He had failed to discern who had attacked him. To make matters worse, as he attempted to summon the power within, he realized he had seemingly lost all strength. Slowly, he closed his eyes, engulfed by despair, allowing his body to drift beyond the arena, ultimately landing amidst the spectators. The first warrior of the 9th universe was officially eliminated. This spectacle was not only witnessed by Jiren, but also caught the attention of the gods of destruction seated in the stands. They discerned the identity of the assailant, a fighter from the 7th universe. Though they did not know his name, his formidable technique spoke volumes of his prowess. In the eyes of Sidra, the god of destruction from the 9th universe, a flicker of murderous intent surfaced, yet he dared not act, clenching his fists in frustration. Meanwhile, Beerus, who had previously been in a foul mood, now felt a tinge of satisfaction. Well done. Keep it up. And let the 9th universe realize they have misjudged their opponents. Beerus too clenched his fists, gesturing animatedly. Lord Beerus changes his mood with remarkable speed. Whisper not, Whis. In the audience of the 6th universe, the angel Vados, witnessing the unfolding scene on the arena, felt her heart race with excitement. Jiang Xiaofei's performance once again ignited her admiration. Truly, a warrior both striking in appearance and formidable in strength. Hey, my dear sister. Perhaps you should pay attention to our warriors from the 6th universe as well. Kampa, understanding Vados' sentiments, couldn't help but interject. Wow, Xiaofei is simply incredible. He dispatched his opponent with a single blow. The voice of the Omni King resonated, etching the name Xiaofei into the memories of all the gods of destruction. Unperturbed by the chatter among the spectators, Jiang Xiaofei had already resolved his strategy. With the battle underway, it was paramount to eliminate his foes with minimal expenditure of energy. Thus, after vanquishing the first warrior, he promptly appeared beside another fighter from the 9th universe, delivering another straightforward and brutal punch, once more striking with ferocity. Boom. The second warrior of the 9th universe succumbed in the same manner to Jiang Xiaofei's might. Bang, bang. The figure of Jiang Xiaofei moved with an ethereal grace, rendering it a rarity for any warrior to perceive his speed and actions. Under the ferocious and ghostly strike of Jiang Xiaofei, the 4 warriors of the 9th universe were swiftly eliminated from the competition. Gather. Quickly regroup. Bezel, engaged in battle with Sun Wukong, sensed an unusual shift and hastily distanced himself from Sun Wukong, soaring towards the position of the other warriors from the 9th universe. Sun Wukong pursued at great speed, unwilling to miss the opportunity to face an opponent who piqued his interest in battle. Whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing Bezel's call, the warriors of the 9th universe ceased their engagements and swiftly moved to join Bezel. Once they had assembled, all eyes were on their surroundings, wary of the slightest misstep that could lead to another elimination. Yet, after a few moments of anticipation, no threat materialized. As the warriors of the 9th universe regrouped, the fighters from other universes also returned to their respective formations, still haunted by the bizarre events that had just transpired, fearful of a similar fate befalling them. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei appeared among the ranks of the 7th universe. Meanwhile, the 3 Saiyans, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Broly, stood before the warriors of the 9th universe. So, it was you who proposed to jointly assault us from the very beginning? Vegeta's voice, laden with fury, echoed. And what of it? A fearless warrior beside Bezel retorted. What of it? then I shall kindly ask you to vacate this arena." As Vegeta spoke, his energy surged forth unabashedly. The brilliant blue aura of Super Saiyan illuminating the eyes of the warriors of the Ninth Universe. Chapter 134, The Crisis of the Ninth Universe. Humph. Are we to unleash our full power right from the start? Observing Vegeta's actions, Frieza, standing next to Jiang Xiaofei, remarked with a hint of regret. This group simply cannot withstand the entirety of Vegeta's might. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at the situation and formed a preliminary assessment of the strength of the Ninth Universe. With the combined might of the three Saiyans, they were entirely capable of vanquishing the Ninth Universe. What we must do next is to keep a vigilant watch on the other universes. Humph. Following this incident, the other universes would undoubtedly think twice before acting recklessly. Frieza surveyed the other universes with a hint of disappointment. This is merely a temporary state. It won't be long before chaos ensues once more. Therefore, we must conserve our strength, for the battles that lie ahead will be the true test of our prowess. Jiang Xiaofei cautioned everyone. Have you inadvertently led those three into a predicament? Frieza gestured towards Sun Wukong and his companions, his face adorned with an expression of amusement. How could that be? With their prowess, they need not exert excessive effort to vanquish the Ninth Universe. Could you refrain from such trivial chatter? If you are truly restless, you might as well challenge them to a duel. Jiang Xiaofei found Frieza's words to be rather excessive, beginning to cloud his judgment. Humph. If you wish to go, then go. Frieza leaped away from Jiang Xiaofei's side, yet instead of seeking trouble with other warriors from the universe, he chose a vantage point on slightly elevated ground to observe the unfolding spectacle. What a character! Jiang Xiaofei chose to disregard Frieza. Fully aware that although Frieza's prowess was not exceptional, his intellect was undeniably sharp. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei's task was to bide his time. Meanwhile, a fierce confrontation had already erupted between Vegeta and the warriors of Universe 9. Buzz, the warriors of Universe 9, centered around Beerus, unleashed a potent wave of energy that captured the attention of many fighters, albeit only for a fleeting half-second before chaos ensued among the others. The audacious warriors of Universe 7 should not presume that they could triumph over us with merely 3 of them. As the strongest warrior of Universe 9, Beerus held his pride. In response to Vegeta's arrogance, he was prepared to reveal his claws. Humph. Do not waste time here. It is time to engage. You all should come at me together. Vegeta remained defiantly proud, his hands itching for action. Beside Vegeta, Son Goku let out a resounding roar. Enveloped in the same blue aura as Vegeta, Son Goku had also transformed into the Super Saiyan blue form. And the energy radiating from the two caused the previously composed warriors of Universe 9 to lose their poise, with Beerus' expression turning particularly grim. Beerus had faced Son Goku before, utilizing all his strength, believing Son Goku was also giving his all. However, it now appeared that he had underestimated Goku. Had Goku unleashed his full power from the outset, Beerus might well have been eliminated. This was undoubtedly an ominous sign. With this thought, Beerus and the other warriors of Universe 9 turned their gaze to the last member of their team, Broly. Broly also unleashed a furious roar. And under the widening eyes of the Universe 9 warriors, began to amplify his own power. However, unlike Son Goku and Vegeta, Broly did not transform into Super Blue, which momentarily eased the tension among the Universe 9 warriors. Yet, the very next second, their hearts sank once more. Buzz, centered around Broly. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, leaving the warriors of Universe 9 with an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Indeed, this explosive power surpassed even the super blue forms of Vegeta and Son Goku, with Broly's green eyes reflecting a ferocity and brutality that stemmed from his very bloodline. The shock of Broly's power reverberated not only among the warriors of Universe 9, but also caught the envious gazes of Bell and Caulifla from Universe 6. As scions of Universe 6, they had finally mastered the transformation techniques under Vegeta's guidance, and witnessing Broly's surge in power, they found themselves redefined in their understanding of scion potential. Particularly for Caulifla, her excitement was palpable. There exists a lingering belief within me that I too could embody the might of Broly. Jiren's gaze shifted towards the 3 transformed Super Saiyans, his eyes reflecting a flicker of intrigue. Perhaps, in his perspective, only such warriors could truly stand as worthy adversaries. The time for hesitation has passed. Let us strike together and vanquish them completely. Observing the unfolding scene, the warriors of Universe 9, whose disadvantages were becoming increasingly apparent, finally succumbed to panic. Charge forth. For the honor and survival of Universe 9, we shall fight with all our might. Boom. The ominous wave of energy surged through this realm. As the warriors of Universe 9 spiraled into a frenzy, fully aware that had they not exerted their utmost from the outset, they would have no second chance to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless collisions commenced, with two warriors launching a joint assault on Vegeta, yet a smile remained upon his lips. Beerus and one of his companions targeted Son Goku, whose form darted like lightning, constantly shifting amidst the battle. Meanwhile, Broly's task appeared far simpler, facing the two assailants. His aura intensified once more, his fists exuding a mountain-like force as they decisively struck the warriors of Universe 9. Act! The cries of anguish echoed, and soon thereafter, the warriors of Universe 9 were sent soaring from the arena like kites severed from their strings. Those who witnessed this spectacle could not help but gasp in astonishment. Broly's attacks were indeed brutally straightforward, yet nearly impossible to defend against. This was an unequivocal domination. The outcome of the battle seemed devoid of suspense. Universe 9 was likely to be the first to face elimination. Observing the scene upon the stage, the spectators from the other universes expressed their opinions. Indeed, there is no room for dispute. They are correct, for Universe 7 poses a formidable threat. Only by eliminating them might the other universes stand a chance at victory. Listening to the discourse among the deities, the audience from Universe 9 grew despondent. Even the god of destruction appeared utterly disheartened, his countenance pale. He did not lack belief in miracles, yet at this moment, no miracle would unfold. They were destined to be the first universe to face elimination. And elimination signifies erasure by the Omni King. Chapter 135, The Elimination of Universe 9. Wow, that green-eyed warrior is incredibly powerful. The youthful voice of the Omni King resounded once more, drawing everyone's attention to Broly's movements. TCH, I cannot allow you to steal the spotlight alone. Vegeta, too, had keenly sensed Broly's onslaught. Consequently, the energy radiating from him surged with greater intensity as he launched an even fiercer assault on the two warriors from Universe 9 before him. At that moment, despair had already taken root in the hearts of the Universe 9 warriors. They were acutely aware that, regardless of the outcome, survival in this battle was utterly beyond their grasp. Even if they managed to vanquish their immediate adversaries, a multitude of cosmic fighters awaited their chance to strike. Yet, the notion of surrendering so easily was simply out of the question. The instigator of all this chaos was none other than Universe 7. Universe 7. Even if we are destined to fall, you shall not emerge unscathed. In the face of Vegeta's relentless assault, one of the warriors from Universe 9 had succumbed to madness, attacking without reason or strategy. Whoosh! This warrior propelled himself at breakneck speed toward Vegeta. In his fury, Vegeta regarded this frenzied opponent with no semblance of compassion. Boom! A fist imbued with terrifying energy struck squarely against the chest of the Universe 9 warrior. Yet, rather than being sent flying, this warrior grimly withstood the searing pain, clinging desperately to Vegeta's arm. No matter how Vegeta struggled, he showed no intention of relinquishing his grip. Move now, the warrior bellowed to his companions, fully aware that his endurance was dwindling. Whoosh! Another streak of light shot toward Vegeta, accompanied by a noxious gas emanating from it. Then let us descend together. Humph! You lack the qualification for such a fate. At some point, a blue luminescence flickered from the hand of the warrior from Universe 9 that had seized Vegeta, and subsequently, a blue orb of energy burst forth from Vegeta's palm, striking the unfortunate warrior directly. Bang! With the impact of Vegeta's blue energy sphere, the Universe 9 warrior could no longer maintain his grip, releasing Vegeta and hurtling backward, colliding with the approaching comrade. Influenced by Broly's presence, Vegeta showed no signs of hesitation. His body surged forward with remarkable speed, unleashing a series of elegant combination punches. Thud! Another resounding impact caused the chest of the Universe 9 warrior to cave in. The warrior, who had just launched an attack, became an unwitting cushion for his fallen comrade. Humph! I told you, you have no chance. From Vegeta's hands, countless energy orbs coalesced once more, hurtling toward the two unfortunate warriors. It seemed that this battle held no further suspense. Beside Jiang Xiaofei, Piccolo observed the scene unfolding, while remaining vigilant against other cosmic fighters. Do not celebrate prematurely. Once we eliminate Universe 9, we will only draw greater ire. Have you not realized this? The warriors of the 11th universe have yet to take action. Jiang Xiaofei offered a timely reminder, glancing towards the direction of Jillian. It seemed that at this power tournament, they were indeed formidable opponents. Thus, it would be prudent to conserve their strength and abilities beforehand. With Jiang Xiaofei as caution, The group turned their gaze towards the warriors of the 11th universe, perceiving a pride within them that rivaled even Vegeta's. Indeed, this group warranted vigilance. Should they assign someone to monitor them, ensuring they do not exploit any weaknesses? Perhaps not. Had they intended to strike during the initial ambush, they would have acted then, rather than waiting until now. After hearing Jiang Xiaofei's words, Piccolo nodded slightly, redirecting his focus to the warriors from other universes. Hold on. I shall come to your aid. Beerus encouraged his two companions, who were on the verge of being eliminated by Vegeta. You should focus on your own affairs. Observing the actions of Broly and Vegeta, Goku was equally determined, intensifying each of his attacks, while Beerus gradually found himself at a disadvantage. A howl escaped Beerus's lips, and the flow of his blood surged, causing his physique to expand slightly. A crimson aura emanated from his fur, signifying a surge of vitality, accompanied by formidable strength and agility. Hehe, do not grow complacent. Even if you manage to defeat us, can you endure until the end? Hehe. In a moment of desperation, Beerus resorted to verbal taunts, indicating that many other universes awaited the chance for retribution against them. Bang! While Beerus spoke, his body remained in relentless motion, disregarding the safety of his comrades as he launched a final, frenzied assault on Goku. Beerus soared into the air, unleashing countless red, oval-shaped energy blasts from his feet towards Goku. Yet, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, Goku exhibited no hint of fear. He deftly deflected the crimson blast with his arm. Once the blood-red energy was repelled, Beerus descended rapidly, his foot imbued with unbridled fury, propelled by speed that lent an air of madness to his attack. However, it was too late. Just as Beerus' body was about to make contact with Goku, Goku skillfully evaded, unleashing a Kamehameha that struck Beerus squarely. A piercing pain erupted within Beerus, eliciting a scream as his body was sent hurtling out of the ring. Meanwhile, the other warrior had already been unceremoniously tossed out of the arena by Broly, employing the simplest yet most effective method. Well, it seems the warriors from Universe 9 have already been eliminated. The voice of the Omni King resonated once more, plunging the entire void into an eerie silence. No cacophony disturbed the stillness. Everyone understood the gravity of the impending events. The warriors on the arena, alongside the gods of destruction and angels in the audience, focused their gaze toward the direction of the 9th universe. The god of destruction from the 9th universe appeared somewhat despondent, yet helpless, outmatched. He had no one to blame but himself. However, as he cast his gaze toward the 7th universe, an unmistakable fury flickered within him. Then let us fulfill the rules previously established, the Omni King proclaimed, slowly raising his right hand. A faint white light shimmered upon his palm, and all eyes fixated on that diminutive hand, which held the fate of the universe. Amidst the shock and terror of the onlookers, the god of destruction from the 9th universe was revealed. The warriors connected to that realm vanished without a trace within the white light. Completed, the Omni King declared, his voice imbued with excitement. Yet, the emotions of those present were profoundly complex. Although they had anticipated such an outcome, witnessing an entire universe obliterated stirred their hearts. Indeed, fear dominated their thoughts, a fear so paralyzing that it extinguished any notion of rebellion, for to entertain such thoughts would hasten their own demise. Is it truly over just like that? The warriors atop the arena seemed unable to comprehend the magnitude of what had transpired. Yet, the expressions of the divine beings in the audience affirmed the grim reality. The 9th universe had utterly vanished. Along with its disappearance, countless lives that existed within it were lost. All of this occurred at the mere whim of the Omni King. With a simple gesture, he dictated the fate of all. Beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of every warrior, uncertainty gnawing at them. What universe would be next to vanish? Would they survive? Even Jiang Xiaofei, who had foreseen the outcome, felt trepidation in the face of such an experience. The depth of the Omni King's power left him in awe. He recognized his own strength. Yet it paled in comparison to the zenith of this Dragon Ball universe. Very well. The 9th universe has perished. Now let our competition resume. The cold voice of the Grand Priest echoed, showing no concern for the 9th universe's demise, nor did it stir any emotional response within him. With the Grand Priest's declaration, the warriors snapped back to reality, awakening from the shock of the 9th universe's obliteration. Fight. Only by conquering can we survive. They rallied. Charge. Once again, chaos erupted across the void. In this tumultuous clash, the distinction of teams has dissolved. Every warrior from the various universes, upon encountering a fighter not belonging to their own, inevitably finds themselves embroiled in conflict. Throughout the course of this battle, new cosmic warriors occasionally join the fray, while some are overwhelmed and eliminated. in their struggle for survival. They exert every ounce of their strength, pushing the boundaries of permissible conduct to the utmost. It is indeed a frenzied melee. Observing the chaos before him, Topo of the 11th universe lamented. Though he harbors a distaste for combat, he is compelled to engage, dutifully upholding justice in his realm against the forces of evil. Now, amidst this turmoil, he steadfastly clings to his ideals of righteousness. With the 9th universe having vanished, others are destined to follow suit, all stemming from the actions of those 2 universes. Therefore, it is imperative that they be eliminated. The whiskers beneath Topo's nose quivered, and a flicker of anger ignited in his proud gaze, a fury that would be unleashed upon the warriors of the 6th and 7th universes. Very well, let us commence, declared Dispo, who stood beside Topo, before darting away like a streak of purple lightning toward the chaos. Topo glanced at Jiren beside him but refrained from speaking. Despite his elevated status and formidable power within the 11th universe, he found himself unable to rein in Jiren. Even the god of destruction, Vermoud, must heed Jiren's will. A formidable aura emanated from Topo as he made his way toward Goku's position. As he observed the departing warriors, Jiren remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaofei. Among all the fighters present, Jiren had scrutinized each one, yet Jiang Xiaofei eluded his understanding. He was confident in his ability to triumph over the majority of competitors. Yet in the face of Jiang Xiaofei, uncertainty clouded his mind. This prompted a desire to engage him in combat, but he restrained himself. Recognizing that this confrontation was not merely personal, it bore implications for the safety of their respective universes. Having arrived in this place, he understood the weight of such a responsibility. Jiren closed his eyes once more, dismissing the chaotic skirmishes around him. Suddenly, a beautiful warrior from the 2nd universe launched an attack in Jiren's direction, radiating an aura of sunlight. You seem quite relaxed here. Allow me to test my mettle against you. The essence of a radiant maiden enveloped the air, her dulcet tones reaching Jillian's ears. Yet, Jillian remained oblivious, failing to turn and acknowledge the beautiful warrior advancing towards him. Surrounding him, however, was an overwhelming aura of power. As the enchanting warrior approached, she found herself seemingly ensnared. The sunlight radiating from her transforming instantaneously into a wave of trepidation. Initially, she perceived Jillian as anything but formidable, believing that the aura emanating from him was even weaker than her own. The fact that he had not engaged in the fray led her to mistakenly assume he was merely a fortunate bystander, untouched by the chaos of battle. This delusion fostered the belief that she, too, was a stroke of luck, poised to seize an opportunity amidst the turmoil. Thus, her earlier bravado was born. However, upon confronting Jillian, the warrior comprehended the stark reality. The seemingly unassuming bald fighter before her was, in truth, extraordinarily powerful, far beyond her capacity to contend with. A wave of regret surged within her. She longed to escape, to flee from this place, but it was too late. The aura radiating from Jillian had completely subdued her, rendering her powerless to break free. He gently raised his right hand and, with a subtle flick of his fist towards her position, unleashed a tempestuous gust of wind, an energy storm that surged towards the maiden. A piercing scream erupted, and in an instant, the warrior lost all fighting spirit, succumbing to unconsciousness. Her body soared like a kite with severed strings, landing beyond the arena, reappearing amidst the audience of the 2nd universe. The entire episode transpired in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by most warriors, yet Jiang Xiaofei discerned the encounter, his gaze fixated on Jillian. Anticipation for their eventual clash swelling within him. Chapter 137, Sun Wukong vs. Torpo. Sensing Jiang Xiaofei's gaze, Jillian turned his attention towards him. In that moment of eye contact, a spark flickered between them, both recognizing that the other was their true adversary. Yet, they refrained from engaging, knowing the moment was not yet ripe. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was embroiled in combat with a warrior from his universe when suddenly, a colossal figure materialized beside him, launching a fierce punch. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's swift reflexes, which enabled him to block the attack with his arm, he might have found himself felled to the ground. The unexpected assault bewildered the warrior who had been battling Sun Wukong, momentarily stunned despite being accustomed to such chaotic scenes. Sun Wukong lifted his gaze towards the uninvited cosmic combatant, excitement gleaming in his eyes. From the recent blow, Sun Wukong could perceive the formidable strength of this warrior, igniting once more his fervent desire for battle. Pardon my interruption. It was not my intention to disrupt your duel. But in the name of the justice that resides within my heart, I kindly request that you seek another opponent. Tropa cast an apologetic glance at the bewildered cosmic warrior, yet his words brimmed with pride. Humph. Spare me your pleasantries. He is my adversary, so I implore you to withdraw. As a contender in this competition, he harbored his own sense of pride and would not concede to Trappa's request. You are not his match. Should this continue, you may find yourself bidding farewell to this arena. Trappa's words were blunt, causing the cosmic warrior to furrow his brow. Hey, do you all wish to battle me? No need to rush, one at a time. Son Wukong limbered up, ensuring he remained in a state of readiness for combat, though his remarks tested Trappa's patience. Humph. Since you refuse to leave, I am left with no choice but to personally escort you out. Without waiting for a response, Trappa launched his attack. Despite his imposing stature, Trappa exhibited remarkable agility, and coupled with his immense explosive power, his fists, charged with ferocious energy, struck the cosmic warrior with tremendous force. The cosmic warrior raised his arms to block Trappa's assault, but even a single punch rendered his arms numb. Trappa continued his relentless barrage, leaving the cosmic warrior utterly defenseless. Bang! Trappa amplified his strength, delivering a blow capable of shattering planets. The sheer force detonated upon the cosmic warrior's arm. Crack! A sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed as a scream followed, sending the cosmic warrior hurtling toward his designated audience in the cosmos. The entire episode transpired swiftly, and Son Wukong, observing the scene before him, felt an eagerness for the impending clash with Trappa. Trappa paid no heed to the warrior he had just sent flying but turned his gaze towards Son Wukong. I am Trappa, hailing from Universe 11. Today, in the name of my justice and pride, I extend this challenge to you. Trappa articulated each word with solemnity and detachment. Hey there, I am Son Wukong. From Universe 7, I accept your challenge. Son Wukong assumed a combat stance, preparing for the confrontation. Trappa narrowed his eyes slightly, his whiskers twitching. I hope you can endure a bit longer under my hand. Whoosh. As the sound of Torpo's voice faded, his figure vanished from the spot, replaced by a radiant, violet-hued aura that appeared behind him, targeting the formidable Son Wukong. Son Wukong, sensing the impending clash, surged forth with a powerful blue energy, charging directly at the oncoming Torpo. With a resounding impact, the fists of the two warriors collided, unleashing an overwhelming burst of light that enveloped the surroundings, infused with colossal energy. The already turbulent space crackled with dazzling flashes of lightning, a testament to the intensity of their battle. Torpo had finally made his move, determined to demonstrate to the arrogant scion what it truly meant to be beyond human prowess. In the stands of Universe 11, the god of destruction, Vermouth, watched with a sense of satisfaction as Torpo engaged in combat with Son Wukong. Although he held no personal grudge against Universe 7, the tournament had been instigated by them, and thus he harbored a modicum of disdain for their warriors. He was confident that Torpo would triumph over this scion, bringing glory to Universe 11. Beside Vermouth, the Supreme Kai concurred, affirming that with Torpo in the fray, victory was assured. Vermouth wore a smug expression, casting a glance towards the audience of Universe 7. At that moment, Beerus and Whis were also closely observing the battle between Son Wukong and Torpo. This warrior facing Son Wukong appears rather formidable, Beerus mused, scratching his head, though he remained relatively untroubled. Indeed, he seems to be on par with Son Wukong. However, this does not imply that Son Wukong cannot overcome his opponent. Even if he were to falter, there is still me, Whis remarked, glancing towards the yet-to-engage Jiang Xiaofei. That is true. Nevertheless, we must have faith in Son Wukong's capabilities. Beerus nodded in agreement, adding, Hee. Are you feeling anxious, Beerus? If that scion proves to be your universe's strongest warrior and Torpo defeats him, your Universe 7 should brace itself for elimination. Vermouth could no longer contain his eagerness and began his post-match speech, his expression brimming with pride. Humph, Vermouth. Is it not premature to draw conclusions? Moreover, we have more than just one scion among us. How can you so hastily assert that he is our universe's mightiest? Beerus retorted, unwilling to back down, and tossed out a smokescreen of his own. Is that so? Yet, the condition of the other two scions does not appear very promising, Vermouth replied, his gaze involuntarily shifting towards Vegeta and Broly. Their battle prowess was not to be underestimated. However, Vegeta was currently being restrained by Toei, while Broly was under siege by warriors from other universes. You need not worry about that. The outcome will soon reveal itself. Beerus dismissed Vermouth's concerns, his focus unwaveringly locked on the confrontation between Son Wukong and Torpo. Boom. Son Wukong was sent flying by a devastating punch from Tuapa, retreating several dozen meters before finally stabilizing himself. The thrill of victory made Wei Mei burst into laughter, exuding an air of confidence. Hehe. Not bad. Now, I shall take this seriously. Sun Wukong gazed at Tuo Po, his charming smile still present, yet an undeniable aura of intensity surrounded him. Chapter 138. Tuo Po's Destruction God Form as a Warrior of Justice. I bear the responsibility, the reason, and the duty to eliminate you on behalf of the countless beings across other universes. Observing the excited expression on Sun Wukong's face, Tuo Po spoke with unwavering conviction, his voice resonating with strength and righteousness. Around Tuo Po, a fierce aura also radiated, matching Sun Wukong's intensity. In the arena, the clash between these two was the most captivating spectacle, the most alluring confrontation at present, judging solely by the energy they emitted. It was clear that they were evenly matched. However, the true measure of strength would only be revealed through their battle. Justice Flash. From the 5 fingers of Tuo Po's right hand, golden energy orbs rapidly coalesced, enveloped in a layer of crimson energy, forming and launching towards Sun Wukong. Quick to react, Sun Wukong began a series of agile leaps to evade the blinding light. Boom. The areas struck by the Justice Flash were left with deep craters. Humph. Is fleeing all you can do? Watching Sun Wukong's continuous evasions, Tuo Po furrowed his brow. Though his attacks were powerful, they were rendered ineffective when they failed to connect with his opponent. Upon hearing Tuo Po's words, Sun Wukong, who had been dodging, abruptly halted. Tuo Po possessed his own pride, and so did Sun Wukong. Particularly in battle, he could not tolerate such condescension from his adversary. As the Justice Flash approached, Sun Wukong's anger ignited, causing the surrounding blue energy to surge, sending ripples through the previously still air. When Tuo Po's Justice Flash met the blue energy, it dissipated instantly. Heh. It's much more interesting when taken piece by piece. Sun Wukong chuckled at Tuo Po, yet the sight of Sun Wukong's face filled Tuo Po with disdain. Humph. Do not think that merely withstanding my Justice Flash guarantees your victory, Tuo Po declared, leaping into the air, his massive form soaring upward. While Sun Wukong's gaze followed Tuo Po's movements. Justice Strike. Tuo Po abruptly changed direction, reappearing beside Sun Wukong, his right fist clenched tightly, launching an attack directly at him. Fist of Justice. As the resounding voice of Tuo Po echoed, a colossal iron fist imbued with the power to shatter galaxies hurtled towards Sun Wukong's abdomen. In a moment of urgency, Sun Wukong raised his hands to block. But it was too late. Bang! The tremendous force impacted squarely against his midsection, sending him flying once more. Yet, this blow was insufficient to bring him down. Despite Tuo Po's formidable strength, injuring Sun Wukong proved to be a considerable challenge. Now, it was my turn to strike. Sun Wukong slightly bent his legs, cradling his abdomen with both hands, as a faint white light began to coalesce above them. Kamehameha! With a fierce roar, he summoned a massive sphere of white energy between his palms, the overwhelming energy fluctuation startling the surrounding warriors, even eliciting a flicker of concern from Tuo Po, who until now had underestimated the seriousness with which Sun Wukong approached this battle. Humph. A righteous warrior, in the face of evil's resurgence, is ever unafraid. Tuo Po maintained his righteous demeanor, while golden gas began to gather between his hands, enveloped by a crimson halo. Let me witness the prowess of a warrior capable of igniting cosmic battles. From Tuo Po's hands, a colossal energy cannon surged towards Sun Wukong, who simultaneously unleashed his Kamehameha wave in response. The collision of these two energies instantly elevated the temperature, causing the arena to crack under the strain. Bang! As the titanic forces clashed, a cacophony resounded, illuminating the faces of onlookers with vibrant hues born from their collision. All eyes were fixated on the confrontation of these two formidable energies. The splendid colors breathed new light into the dark void. Yet beneath this luminescence lay a serious confrontation between two dedicated warriors. Boom. Ultimately, the energies dissipated, vanishing from sight. However, both Sun Wukong and Tuo Po, positioned at the epicenter of the clash, felt the repercussions and staggered back, regaining their balance in unison. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong and Tuo Po exchanged a determined glance before launching their next assault, their fists and feet colliding once more. The aura emanating from their bodies manifested as tangible arcs of lightning, illuminating the arena. Indeed, this was a battle of equals. In the audience, the god of destruction from Universe 6, Kappa, observed the duel between Sun Wukong and Tuo Po and could not help but exclaim in admiration. Humph. Time is wasted. Beerus also expressed his thoughts, fully aware that Sun Wukong had not yet unleashed his full potential. However, this was the essence of Sun Wukong's fighting style. He would not reveal his true strength from the outset, which often led to unexpected setbacks during battle. Indeed, it seemed a waste of time to continue in such a manner. If this continued, the fight might never reach a conclusion by the end of the match. Therefore, it would be wiser to determine superiority swiftly. The God of Destruction from Universe 11, Vermouth, concurred with Beerus while keeping his gaze fixed on the two entangled figures on the arena. Hey Topo, stop wasting time. Use your full strength and let them witness the prowess of a God of Destruction candidate. Vermouth's voice resonated clearly in Topo's ears, prompting him to distance himself from Son Wukong once more. It appeared that he could not continue fighting in this manner, for the sake of his inner sense of justice. He had to make a choice. Son Wukong, prepare to see my true power. I shall cast aside my sense of justice and transform into evil. I will combat evil with evil. As Topo uttered these words, his tone shifted from righteous indignation to one laced with ferocity. Simultaneously, a faint purple glow began to envelop him, replacing his previous aura. Haha, finally, I've shed all restraint. Truly, a candidate for God of Destruction. Witnessing Topo's transformation, Vermouth felt an overwhelming sense of joy, for at that moment, Topo was undergoing a metamorphosis. The pale purple radiance fully enveloped Topo's form, revealing mysterious patterns across his abdomen and chest. Even his eyes emanated a piercing intensity. The violet glow imbued Topo with an air of superiority, as if he possessed the power to annihilate all that stood before him. God of Destruction form. Now, unveil your true strength. Chapter 139. Ultra Blue King S Fist vs. God of Destruction form Vermouth. His features contorted, watched as Topo exuded the aura of a God of Destruction, shouting out to rally the attention of every warrior around him to the transformed Topo. Even the gods of destruction in the audience could not help but furrow their brows. In this moment, Topo's strength was already second only to that of a true God of Destruction, having one foot firmly planted on the threshold of divinity. If Universe 11 had a future, Topo might indeed become a genuine God of Destruction. Seeing Topo's transformation, the warriors from various universes began to doubt their own abilities. Could they truly overcome such a formidable opponent? Did this battle even hold significance? Haha, Beerus, do you see this? Even the formidable scions appear as mere ants in the presence of a God of Destruction. The current V-Might is undeniably arrogant, as the warriors of his Universe 11 possess strength rivaling that of the gods of destruction, effectively securing their victory in this tournament ahead of time. It seems promising. However, Beerus refrains from elaborating further and instead directs his gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei. The God of Destruction form exhibited by Topo is indeed surprising. Yet such astonishment is not exclusive to Universe 11. Universe 7 can also shock all universes, perhaps even more than Topo does now. Nevertheless, Beerus does not rush Jiang Xiaofei, understanding that he has his own decisions to make and is likely aware that there may be warriors elsewhere who hold his interest more dearly. Haha, Beerus, cease your pretense of composure. Soon you will realize that all warriors are utterly powerless before the God of Destruction form of Topo. Topo, since we have reached this stage, let them witness your true strength. V-Might roared once more at Topo on the arena. At this moment, Topo was enveloped in a faint purple glow, emanating an undeniable aura of ferocity, the unmistakable essence of a God of Destruction. Topo cast aside the notions of justice and the beliefs he had steadfastly upheld, transforming into a force of malevolence, thus acquiring even greater power. This power incessantly eroded Topo's inner self, steering him towards the path of destruction. Topo glanced at V-Might before shifting his focus to Son Goku. Son Goku, a warrior from Universe 7 and one of the chief instigators of this cosmic conflict. Today I shall punish you, an arrogant human. Hehe. I acknowledge that you are formidable now. However, I have encountered humans stronger than you before, and to surpass him, I underwent rigorous training. Although I have yet to obtain the power to defeat him, Son Goku gazed at Topo with excitement, never imagining that beyond Jiang Xiaofei, he would encounter a warrior embodying the form of a god of destruction. Yet, Topo's form still pales in comparison to Jiang Xiaofei's. But I am also progressing in strength. Now, let me show you my power. As Son Goku's roar echoed, a red aura began to manifest around him. Mingling with the blue energy he radiated, the fluctuations of power emanating from Son Goku were several times more formidable than that of Super Blue. And this surge continued to escalate. Initially smug, V-Might could not help but display an expression of astonishment upon witnessing Son Goku's transformation. What is this? This fellow has concealed his power, and it seems the strength is still on the rise, nearing that of Topo. With a taste so exquisite it made him grit his teeth, he uttered words he had never anticipated. At that moment, all eyes shifted from Topo to Son Wukong. Gazing at the gradually brightening red aura beyond the blue, no one could overlook the formidable power of Sun Wukong. This was the Kaioken. To think that Sun Wukong could activate the Kaioken mode in his Super Saiyan Blue state, wasn't this placing his body under an extraordinarily overwhelming burden? Seated in the audience of Universe 7, the God of Destruction watched Sun Wukong's transformation with a hint of concern. It's all right. This was not the first time he had harnessed such power, and in this situation, failing to utilize it would likely lead to an even swifter elimination. Beerus remained composed. Having witnessed this power before, he recognized that Sun Wukong possessed boundless potential, and the speed of his growth was indeed beyond his expectations. Considering this, Beerus couldn't help but glance at Vegeta and Broly. If Sun Wukong demonstrated such prowess, what marvels might his fellow Saiyans Vegeta and Broly reveal? Observing Sun Wukong's transformation, Vegeta was far from tranquil. He was currently entangled with Dispo, and in terms of speed, this was the first time he had encountered someone like Dispo. Meanwhile, Broly was locked in fierce combat with the Saiyans of Universe 6. Amidst the astonishment of all, Sun Wukong's aura finally ceased its ascent. Yet the blazing red flame confirmed that none could disregard the present Sun Wukong. His radiance had even begun to subtly surpass that of Topo. Hehe. I cannot maintain this form for long, so let us engage in battle, Sun Wukong declared, foregoing further words as he charged directly toward Topo. Whoosh. A flash of red light zipped past, and when Sun Wukong reappeared, he stood before Topo. Since Sun Wukong had issued a challenge, Topo naturally would not be remiss, responding to Sun Wukong's onslaught with his most formidable power. Boom. The clash of their immense forces erupted instantaneously, and the arena around them crumbled. Engulfed by the chaos of their confrontation, even the God of Destruction in the audience was left momentarily dumbfounded by the violent energy. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their relentless collisions reverberated throughout the void, enveloping it in the echoes of their battle as the two figures continuously shifted directions, transforming the arena into their battlefield. Just as tornado. Suddenly, Topo's robust form began to spin at high speed, creating a powerful tornado centered around him, with a soft purple glow shimmering in its vicinity. Everything that came into contact with the tornado was rendered to nothingness, and Topo's target was none other than Sun Wukong below. Gazing at the tornado before him, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Dragon Fist. Sun Wukong concentrated his power into his right fist, and a faint dragon silhouette emerged above it, infused with the essence of the dragon's might, striking towards the approaching whirlwind. Chapter 140. Sun Wukong's defeat. A roar, ancient and profound, resonated clearly in the ears of all warriors, with Torpo, closest to Sun Wukong, feeling the impact most intensely. Within the tempest, Torpo experienced a surge of adrenaline. Had it not been for the whirlwind's barrier, that singular dragon roar might have caused him to spew blood. Yet, Torpo was not one to falter. In his God of Destruction form, he was already enhanced, and with the activation of his skills, his strength surged further. Though the dragon's roar momentarily caused him hesitation, it did not alter his target. The colossal whirlwind, bearing boundless destructive energy, surged towards Sun Wukong's dragon-infused fist. Boom. Countless energies disintegrated upon the collision of the whirlwind and the dragon fist, vanishing into nothingness. Even the surroundings erupted with visible white lightning, thrumming wildly through the space. The energy storm radiating outward wreaked havoc, obliterating all within its path. Both Sun Wukong and Torpo, at the epicenter of this explosion, endured immense pressure from the intertwining forces. Even the God of Destruction in the audience watched this fierce confrontation with gritted teeth, unable to tear their gaze away, all eagerly anticipating the victor of this battle. Jillian, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them at this moment, observing the chaotic energy fluctuations, his apprehension towards Universe 7 growing, while also yearning for the outcome of this clash. Regardless of the energy one possesses, under the destructive force of a god, all must be rendered to nothingness. Torpo's body seemed boundless as he unleashed more of his destructive energy into the whirlwind. Below, Sun Wukong continued his assault, but the dragon fist relied on explosive power, its duration fleeting. Upon witnessing the whirlwind's might expand, Sun Wukong swiftly evaded, creating distance between himself and Torpo. It appeared that in this confrontation, Torpo held the upper hand, making Sun Wukong's path to victory seem exceedingly arduous. The God of Destruction watching the spectacle shared his thoughts on the battle. Haha, Beerus, did you see that? While Sun Wukong is formidable, he still falls short compared to Torpo, who wields destructive energy. Victory will undoubtedly belong to Universe 11. Wymight, brimming with confidence, expressed his views to Beerus. Do not celebrate too soon. This is merely the beginning. The most intriguing part lies ahead. Beerus seemed unfazed by the current predicament, fully aware of Sun Wukong's true strength. You are indeed powerful, but I am not weak either. Aha! Sun Wukong intensified his output. The surrounding crimson energy blazed more fiercely, illuminating the faces of all present. Who would have thought this fellow could escalate further? A monster indeed. Observing Sun Wukong's transformation, a grave expression settled upon everyone's countenance. If the Sun Wukong who had just battled Tuo Po exuded tenfold energy, then now, from their perspective, it seemed to be 20-fold. Such an immense gathering of energy compelled all to scrutinize the unfolding battle. 20-fold Kaioken. Boom. The originally faint blue glow was now scarcely noticeable beneath the overwhelming red light. Yet it still persisted. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong had undeniably unleashed his Kaioken to a remarkable 20-fold level. However, in this state, his body had reached a critical threshold. This appeared to be the pinnacle of his combat prowess at present. Here I come. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong charged towards Tuo Po, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. For time was decidedly against him. The pain coursing through his body grew increasingly pronounced. Bang! An extraordinary surge of energy erupted from Sun Wukong's right fist once more, surpassing the ferocity of his previous dragon fist. The might of his punch shattered the rapidly spinning tornado, and Tuo Po's disheveled figure tumbled across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Humph! I never expected you possessed such strength, but I shall not be defeated. Tuo Po rose to his feet, raising his arms high above his head, where a sphere of radiant lavender light began to form. From this orb emanated a destructive energy, imbued with a sense of annihilation. This strike encapsulates all my energy. Should you withstand it, victory will be yours. If you falter, farewell. Tuo Po's voice betrayed no emotion. Yet one could feel the simmering anger beneath. Is that so? I find myself rather eager. Sun Wukong could certainly sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the lavender sphere. He had felt a similar force during his battles with Beerus and Jiang Xiaofei, yet he was now far stronger than before. Absorbing this energy ball would pose little challenge for him. Arrogant scion, prepare to pay the price for your actions. Tuo Po declared as he hurled the energy sphere towards Sun Wukong. As the destructive energy ball hurtled toward him, Sun Wukong concentrated all his energy into the Kamehameha wave forming in his hands. A beam of intertwined white and blue energy, suffused with red luminescence, surged toward the destructive energy ball. Boom. Bang. A dazzling array of colors erupted within the space, reflecting upon every face in attendance. Wow, how beautiful. The tender voice of the king echoed, reminiscent of a splendid fireworks display. Two forces clashed, each reciprocating, locked in a stalemate. At this moment, the intervention of a third party could potentially tip the scales, yet it appeared that none of the warriors were inclined to act. Suddenly, a profound change overcame Sun Wukong. The pain radiating from his body rendered him nearly incapacitated. His trembling hands swiftly lost their strength, and the energy enveloping him began to wane. This scene left everyone astonished, with some closing their eyes, resigned to the outcome. The battle concluded with Sun Wukong's defeat, as his physical endurance had reached its limit, while Tuo Po remained vigorous and unyielding. Farewell, Sun Wukong. It must be said that you are a commendable warrior, yet this matter concerns the very existence of the universe, compelling your retreat. Tuo Po's gaze harbored no trace of compassion, only a relentless suppression of Sun Wukong's energy. Chapter 141. Preparation for the Great Cleansing. The destructive energy sphere swiftly gained the upper hand, advancing towards Sun Wukong's form. At this juncture, Sun Wukong was already at his limits. The aura emanating from him had completely dissipated. The incessant pain coursing through his body rendered him incapable of sustaining his fighting spirit. Inflicting no damage upon Tuo Po, with a resounding explosion, the destructive energy sphere erupted at Sun Wukong's location, illuminating the surroundings in resplendent brilliance. Everyone understood, Sun Wukong had lost. The king's fist had entirely drained Sun Wukong's combat prowess and stamina. Yet in the confrontation with the god of destruction, Tuo Po, he ultimately succumbed to the constraints of time. As the dazzling light faded, Sun Wukong's figure vanished, while Tuo Po turned his gaze toward the audience of the seventh universe, who mirrored his own expression, fixated on the stands. What? Impossible. He did not appear. This cannot be. Under such circumstances, he could not possibly endure. His figure had clearly vanished. Indeed, Sun Wukong did not materialize in the audience of the seventh universe as everyone had anticipated. However, Tuo Po's assault was far from futile, and Sun Wukong's presence had dissipated from the arena. Most critically, in such a state, Sun Wukong was incapable of evading Topo's onslaught. Topo, standing atop the arena, was equally astonished. He could not fathom that Sun Wukong would perish beneath his strike. Yet the absence of Sun Wukong in the audience indicated that he still remained on the stage. Hastily, Topo spun around, scanning his surroundings in search of Sun Wukong. Yet, wherever he looked, Sun Wukong was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Jiren suddenly moved, approaching Topo. "Stop searching. He has been rescued." Jiren gazed towards a small mountain on the arena, but had no intention of continuing the fight. "What?" Topo exclaimed in astonishment. Given Jiren's assertion, he was undoubtedly convinced. What surprised him was the revelation that, in such a state, Goku could still be rescued by another, indicating that this individual possessed strength surpassing that of Goku. Even in his destroyer form, he might not be a suitable match for that person. It was unexpected to discover such formidable prowess within Universe 7. Clearly, we had underestimated them. From here on, it seems the burden will fall upon you. Topo understood that the Jiren before him was a being of greater power than himself. And defeating the one who rescued Goku would likely require Jiren's intervention. Yes, there is no rush. The arena is still rife with battles that need addressing. "My fight can wait," Jiren remarked, observing the chaos erupting on the stage. At the moment Topo unleashed his destructive energy, he vaguely sensed a figure appearing and directly rescuing Goku, and he was certain that the one who saved Goku was Jiang Xiaofei. In the stands of Universe 11, Waimai clenched his teeth in frustration, unwilling to accept the reality that Goku had been saved amidst such an onslaught. "Beerus, your Universe 7 certainly conceals its depths. No wonder you possess the audacity to challenge other universes, but do not presume that this will lead to ultimate victory." Waimai's gaze shifted back to Beerus, his demeanor remaining unfriendly. Beerus, however, was unperturbed. Now that events had unfolded in this manner, he could only let things take their course. During his interactions with Jiang Xiaofei, he had little faith that anyone could defeat him. Even the warrior by Topo's side appeared unlikely to overcome Jiang Xiaofei. Beerus had begun to suspect that this warrior might be Waimai's last hope, yet the battles on the arena would only grow more thrilling as they progressed. Behind a small mountain on the arena, Jiang Xiaofei looked at the incapacitated Goku and slowly exhaled in relief. Since the battle commenced, he had been biding his time. And now that the fighters from Universe 11 had finally made their move, it signified that the conflict would become increasingly exhilarating. Jiren would undoubtedly respond to this intervention. However, at this moment, many warriors from other universes remained on the stage, making it inappropriate to engage in a final showdown. Thus, he needed to consolidate the strength of Universe 7 to wear down the others. Goku could not be eliminated at this juncture, for he had yet to fully unleash his potential. Hence, at the critical moment, Jiang Xiaofei rescued Goku from Topo's grasp. Beside Jiang Xiaofei, Frieza and Majin Buu were also present. They are two formidable warriors with exceptional combat prowess in the 7th universe, and their forthcoming actions will undoubtedly rely heavily upon them. This time, Son Goku has sustained considerable injuries, and recovery may prove to be a rather challenging endeavor. Frieza, observing Son Goku's condition, turned to Jiang Xiaofei and remarked, "It matters not. Perhaps this battle will bestow upon him immense benefits. Henceforth, our course of action will be twofold: to await his awakening and to conduct a thorough cleansing of the warriors present upon this arena." The words of Jiang Xiaofei reached the ears of Frieza and Majin Buu, eliciting a look of astonishment from Frieza, while Majin Buu wore an expression of innocent curiosity. A great cleansing? Although Frieza comprehended Jiang Xiaofei's statement, he could not refrain from inquiring further. Indeed, the number of fighters on the arena has always been excessive. It is time for some to depart. Haha, you truly are an arrogant individual. Are you not afraid that among them lies a dark horse? And should that be the case, it is you who may ultimately suffer? Observing Jiang Xiaofei, Frieza could not help but deliver a subtle jab. Yet he understood that for other universes to give rise to a prodigy akin to Jiang Xiaofei was no simple feat if such an entity were indeed to exist. We could only lament our misfortune. Jiang Xiaofei paused momentarily before continuing. In truth, this battle hardly amounts to anything significant. My primary concern lies with the events that will unfold after the fighting ceases, particularly with the sudden emergence of the dragon god Salama. I have an unsettling feeling that it will not be long before Salama truly reveals himself. If that day arrives, I fear that beings like us will be of little assistance. Shouldn't such matters be the concern of the Omni King and the High Priest? Frieza, maintaining an air of indifference, left Jiang Xiaofei at a loss for words. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaofei understood clearly that the source of his power was quite straightforward. If he could elevate his strength to a higher level before Salama's arrival, perhaps he could indeed play a substantial role. Chapter 142. Jiang Xiaofei's epic battle against Topo. That said, should that fateful day truly come, and we find ourselves lacking the means of self-preservation, we would likely become victims. Which is something I wish to avoid. Enough of this idle chatter. It is time to attend to business. Frieza, you and Majin Buu shall remain here to protect Son Goku while I confront Topo. Jiang Xiaofei's aura pinpointed the location of Tuapa with unerring precision. Humph. Does he not fear that I might take immediate action and eliminate him? Frieza crossed his arms, exuding an air of arrogance. If you are unafraid of being utterly vanquished by Beerus, then by all means, make your move. As Jiang Xiaofei finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving Frieza and Majin Buu gazing at the still unconscious Son Wukong. Whoosh. As Jiang Xiaofei reappeared, he found himself before Tuapa, whose presence was infused with an aura of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei narrowed his eyes at the sight. Beside Tuapa, Jillian gazed intently at him. Are you finally unable to restrain yourself any longer? Jillian remarked to Jiang Xiaofei with an air of calmness. Hiki. The competition has been underway for quite some time. It is time to seek some amusement for oneself. Jiang Xiaofei locked eyes with Jillian, and in that moment of mutual gaze, white arcs of electricity began to clash. Humph. Were you the one who rescued Son Wukong? Tuapa stepped forward, the aura of destruction surrounding him once again surged with vitality as he directly inquired of Jiang Xiaofei. Indeed, it was I. Jiang Xiaofei's agreement was remarkably straightforward. Once he decided to act, there would be no hesitation. Will you both engage together? Or is it just one of you? Humph. Arrogant fool, allow me to witness the extent of your capabilities. As Tuapa spoke, the destructive energy around him surged to levels akin to those encountered in his battle with Son Wukong. Justice Fist. With a powerful shout, Tuapa vanished from his position, only to reappear before Jiang Xiaofei, his fist infused with formidable destructive energy. Bang! The destructive energy erupted mere centimeters from Jiang Xiaofei. Yet Tuapa's fist could advance no further. At that moment, an expression of disbelief flickered in Tuapa's eyes, no matter how forcefully he tried. The Justice Fist could not breach the short distance before him. Moreover, a faint purple glow radiated from his gaze, causing Tuapa to feel somewhat overwhelmed. The source of this intense sensation was none other than Jiang Xiaofei. Meanwhile, behind Tuapa, Jillian, who had remained passive, now exuded a long-lost fighting spirit. Destruction God form. Gazing at Jiang Xiaofei, Tuapa shook off his astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that within the 7th universe, there were beings who had achieved such a level. It seemed he had underestimated this group of culprits. Humph. Even in the Destruction God form, I shall make you understand that evil will ultimately vanish. Tuapa retracted his fist, leaping back several paces to distance himself from Jiang Xiaofei. In the audience, Wei Maida, witnessing Jiang Xiaofei in the Destruction God form, wore an expression of shock and astonishment, his fists clenched tightly. Beerus, I underestimated you. I didn't realize such individuals existed within the 7th universe. He must be a candidate for the Destruction God, right? Humph. Beerus shot Wei Maida a glance, showing no interest in engaging. As for why Wei Maida harbored such animosity towards their 7th universe, Beerus was well aware. This was not merely due to the tournament of power instigated by them, but also rooted in a battle they had fought tens of thousands of years ago, in which Beerus had utterly defeated Wei Maida and subsequently humiliated him as a powerful adversary. This had left Wei Maida with lingering resentment, leading him to constantly seek to overshadow Beerus. Humph. It seems Lord Wei Maida has misunderstood. The Jiang Xiaofei below is not a candidate for the Destruction God. Merely a warrior from our 7th universe, remarked Wisp beside Beerus, addressing Wei Maida's thoughts. Humph. What a deception. To possess destructive energy, yet not be a candidate for the Destruction God. How could Beerus be so benevolent? Delicious, naturally, does not believe what Weiss has said, suddenly shifting the conversation. However, it matters not, irrespective of whether he is a candidate for the God of Destruction, as long as he stands upon the arena. He will ultimately be vanquished by our warriors. As Delicious spoke, his gaze flicked towards Jiren. The existence that transcends the God of Destruction renders the notion of a candidate merely a jest, beyond the audience of the 2 primary universes. The other gods of destruction exhibited no such banner. With 2 warriors manifesting the forms of gods of destruction, could their fighters truly endure until the end? Thus, within the hearts of the other gods of destruction, there was a yearning for these 2 formidable warriors to suffer mutual defeat, preferably being eliminated together. Only then would they have a chance at victory. Amidst the discourse between the 2 gods of destruction, Topo once again engaged in battle with Jiang Xiaofei. The pale purple destructive energy ravaged the entirety of the arena, with endless arcs of electricity manifesting at every turn. Some of the less powerful warriors were directly eliminated by the residual force of their clash. As the spectators felt the intensity of their combat, 3 words resonated in their minds. Too powerful. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the 2 figures separated once more, but this time Topo was sent flying backward, while Jiang Xiaofei stood resolutely in the space, resembling an omnipotent force of annihilation. The onlookers were left in astonishment, based on the current outcome. It was evident that Jiang Xiaofei held the upper hand, while Topo, having previously battled Son Goku, would likely struggle to withstand Jiang Xiaofei's forthcoming onslaught. Observing Topo being hurled away, Jiang Xiaofei did not cease his assault, conjuring energy spheres brimming with immense destructive power in his right hand, which he swiftly directed towards Topo's trajectory. Thunderous roars echoed, and amidst the cacophony, Topo's aura began to wane, causing the warriors of Universe 11 to change expressions repeatedly. Could it be that Topo was being defeated in such a manner? This question plagued everyone's minds, accompanied by a sense of dread as they gazed at the figure radiating destructive energy in the sky. Jiren, why do you not make a move? Do you truly wish for Universe 11 to fail? Unable to contain himself any longer, Delicious shouted at the ever-observant Jiren in the audience. Should Topo be eliminated, Universe 11's combat strength would plummet, and their chances of victory would diminish accordingly, a scenario he wished to avoid. Chapter 143, The Chaotic Tournament of Power. Hearing Delicious' outburst, Jiren could not help but frown. 0, 5, 8, 5. He furrowed his brow slightly. He was truly reluctant to heed the words of Wei Mei. Yet he still stirred into action. For he was acutely aware of the implications of this tournament. He was confident that none of the participants present could rival him. Even considering Jiang Xiaofei's displayed combat prowess, he remained assured in his ability to defeat him. However, should Tuapa face defeat at this juncture and be eliminated, the warriors of the 11th universe would undoubtedly lose a measure of their confidence. Moreover, with numerous fighters still lingering in the arena, it was imperative that he conserved his strength and stamina. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jillian vanished from his original position and appeared beside Tuapa, stepping in to absorb Jiang Xiaofei's assault. Observing Jillian's intervention, Jiang Xiaofei halted. At this moment, there was no necessity to engage Jillian in a life-and-death struggle. Although he was entirely confident in his ability to eliminate Jillian, such an endeavor would indeed be rather tedious. Let us pause here. I shall first attend to some trivial opponents. As Jiang Xiaofei spoke, he cast a glance at the gravely injured Tispo, and then his figure vanished into the sky. Approaching Vegeta, he observed the lightning-fast movements of Tispo and unleashed a devastating punch imbued with destructive energy. Boom. The destructive force surged into Tispo's body. And after a few somersaults, Tispo finally came to a halt, completely unable to muster any speed, lying on the ground while gasping for breath. Ah, bastard. Vegeta's fury surged upon witnessing Jiang Xiaofei's sudden intervention. The blue aura surrounding him intensified, and with a fist charged with his wrath, he launched an attack towards Jiang Xiaofei. Bang! The faintly glowing blue fist struck Jiang Xiaofei's palm, yet failed to elicit any reaction from him. He did not even take a step back. Witnessing this, Vegeta's anger intensified, and he unleashed a flurry of punches, but the outcome remained unchanged. Why do you interfere in my battle? Realizing the futility of his efforts, Vegeta took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Though his eyes still burned with fury, he managed to restrain himself. He understood that such attacks could not inflict even a sliver of harm on Jiang Xiaofei. Rather, he was the one depleting his own strength. In truth, it was merely a desire to make this battle more entertaining. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Vegeta and spoke with deliberate clarity. Observe the arena, numerous warriors remain, each endowed with diverse abilities. If you continue to expend your energy solely against Tispo, you will miss the opportunity to witness the prowess of other formidable fighters. The essence of participating in this tournament lies in confronting the elite from other universes, does it not? Thus, it is unwise to squander excessive time on a single opponent. As Jiang Xiaofei's words sank in, Vegeta's fury gradually subsided. Humph. Even so, you ought not to act impulsively. Merely inform me, and I shall find a way to vanquish him. Vegeta cast a glance at Tispo, who was still catching his breath, struggling to recover from Jiang Xiaofei's onslaught. However, in Vegeta's eyes, Tispo no longer warranted being considered a worthy adversary. With that, Vegeta turned his attention back to Jiang Xiaofei. What are your plans next? Initially, were not the warriors from other universes besieging our 7th universe? It is now time to return the favor. Jiang Xiaofei gazed at the warriors on the arena, a glimmer of lethal intent flickering in his eyes, which elicited an involuntary surge of excitement from Vegeta beside him. How intriguing! Vegeta smirked with a devilish charm. Let the battle commence. Indeed. Now, proceed to engage the remaining 3 warriors from Universe 10. Jiang Xiaofei pointed at 3 warriors who were being cornered by the fighters of Universe 11 and declared, I am off to seek Broly. Humph. Hopefully, this battle will prove to be more intriguing. As Vegeta spoke, he vanished from Jiang Xiaofei's side, only to reappear before the warriors of Universe 11, plunging into the fray. Meanwhile, Broly was engaged in a fierce duel with Kale, a female scion from Universe 6, who also possessed the legendary Scion bloodline. Their combat intensified, and the exhilaration stemming from their shared heritage grew ever stronger. Bang! Jiang Xiaofei suddenly appeared, directly intervening in the fierce clash between the 2 combatants. Enough. Cease the battle for now and deal with some other warriors. Your fight can wait until later. Broly regarded this intruding warrior with a hint of displeasure. Yet he was acutely aware of Jiang Xiaofei's prowess and refrained from confronting him. With a mere glare at Jiang Xiaofei, he moved in the direction indicated. As for Kale, she looked at Jiang Xiaofei, reverting to her earlier demeanor of timidity. Jiang Xiaofei paid her little mind and vanished without a trace. Ah, Kale, what are you doing? Why let them escape? They should be obliterated. A woman named Caulifla appeared beside Kale, her voice laced with frustration. They're all very strong, and I fear I cannot contend with them, Kale replied, her voice trembling. Sigh. Kale, you are no less capable than any of them. During your skirmish with that man, you exhibited remarkable prowess, and I can sense the power within you awakening continuously, Caulifla reassured her, giving her shoulder a supportive pat. It's all right. This battle will continue, and you will have another opportunity to confront them. Kale clenched her fists, gazing towards Broly, lost in thought. In addition to these fighters from Universe 7, Jiang Xiaofei had orchestrated certain plans for the other warriors of Universe 7, resulting in increased chaos within the tournament. Jiren and Topo also took note of Jiang Xiaofei's maneuvers, realizing he intended to escalate the disorder. This guy is formidable, Topo remarked to Jiren, observing Jiang Xiaofei's position. Indeed, Jiren responded tersely, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaofei. The battle had finally descended into chaos, seemingly instigated by the clash between Universe 7 and Universe 6. Their previous assault had proven ineffective, and now they were poised to retaliate, though it mattered little. Jiren shifted his focus towards Hit's battle and vanished from sight. Chapter 144. Frost challenges Frieza at last. He is ready to strike. As he watched Jillian depart, Toppo murmured to himself. He was acutely aware that Jiang Xiaofei's actions had captured Jillian's attention as well. He harbored a sense that, in the climactic moments of this tournament, it would likely culminate in a confrontation between Jillian and Jiang Xiaofei. As for himself, he felt he was merely serving as a preliminary warm-up for the warriors from other universes. While others may have been oblivious, Toppo possessed a certain understanding of Jillian. As a warrior who transcended the god of destruction, Jillian was the strongest entity in Universe 11. Even the god of destruction was not a match for him, let alone someone like Toppo, who was merely a candidate for that role. The fact that Jiang Xiaofei could easily inflict injury upon him indicated that Jiang's strength far surpassed his own. Thus, the question remained, who was stronger, Jiang Xiaofei or Jillian? This could only be discerned after their battle. Nonetheless, Toppo found himself hoping for Jillian's victory, for it was only through such an outcome that Universe 11 could survive. He felt a vague anticipation regarding their impending clash. Simultaneously, as Jiang Xiaofei orchestrated his plans, an unexpected guest arrived at the location of Frieza and Son Goku. Upon seeing this uninvited guest, Majin Buu was taken aback. Buu rubbed his adorably small eyes in disbelief, staring at the 2 Friezas before him, utterly bewildered. You have arrived? Frieza did not even bother to regard Frost with a direct glance, yet his aura had already locked onto him. Did you know I would come? Frost inquired, his expression one of keen interest. Initially uncertain, I became convinced after witnessing your performance in the arena. Frieza's gaze fell upon Frost, filled with disdain. As the former emperor of Universe 7, Frieza had endured numerous defeats, yet his pride remained unscathed. Though he had undergone some transformation through his interactions with Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku, that arrogance had never waned. I didn't expect you to take an interest in me. Can you guess why I am here? Frost, not a simple character himself, showed no discomfort regarding Frieza's demeanor, though there was a hint of wariness in his words. You are indeed a figure similar to those from Universe 6. How could I possibly overlook you? As for your purpose here, I would advise you to leave promptly, lest— Frieza shook his head as he regarded Frost. What do you mean by that? If I refuse to leave, what will you do about it? Frost's eyes narrowed slightly, a wicked smile creeping across his face, his voice dropping to a low tone. You truly lack self-awareness. With your insignificant strength, do you believe you can stir up trouble here? You are hardly qualified. Frieza's voice lowered as well, the atmosphere around him growing tense. Not qualified? It seems you are indeed brimming with confidence. However, I wonder if you shall still utter such words shortly. Frost is not one to be swayed by Frieza's trifling remarks. He has come here specifically for the still-recovering Son Goku and Frieza. As for the nearby Majin Buu, he hardly warrants concern. A seemingly innocuous, rotund figure cannot possess significant lethality, can he? Formerly, Frieza was exceedingly arrogant, and now Frost exhibits a similar disposition. Do not be naive enough to believe that your trivial tricks can conquer me. I shall grant you 3 seconds to depart swiftly, lest you face the consequences. Yet, I suspect you will not comply. Frieza's tone dripped with sarcasm, yet his aura steadily intensified. Humph. I am eager to witness the true extent of your power from the 7th universe. Frost ceased his idle chatter and soared forward. A sphere of pulsating purple energy coalescing at his fingertip, aimed directly at Frieza's abdomen. Alas, truly a heedless insect, do not claim I did not afford you the opportunity. Frieza's voice grew increasingly subdued, causing the very atmosphere around them to seem to freeze. He then gradually raised his right hand, unleashing a beam of light towards the assaulting Frost. Whoosh! The beam sliced past Frost's shoulder, eliciting little change in his expression. Frost was not surprised by Frieza's counterattack. After all, he had initiated the confrontation, albeit his speed was evidently lacking compared to Frieza's. However, this did not justify Frost's retreat. He finally stood before Frieza, releasing the energy sphere into Frieza's abdomen. Are you truly so confident as to refrain from resistance? Frost, with a hint of mockery, observed Frieza. A faint sound echoed along Frost's arm, as nearly imperceptible poison needles surged toward Frieza's abdomen. Bang! The moment the needles made contact, it was as though they struck iron, producing a crisp sound. Frost's expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he distanced himself from Frieza, yet the fear lingered. Truly a despicable foe, resorting to such underhanded tactics. I find it amusing. Observing Frost's retreat, Frieza's visage radiated malevolence. Humph! Do not presume this is the end. Once more, Frost conjured dazzling spheres of light, hurling them at Frieza. It appears you still fail to comprehend the disparity in our powers. With a mere wave of his hand, Frieza made all the spheres vanish in an instant, as though they had never existed. Frost's heart raced. Could this truly be the chasm that separates them? He is undeniably powerful, yet before Frieza, he remains utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm. Do you comprehend? No matter how you strike, it is futile against me. For the chasm of power that separates us is insurmountable. Ultimately, you are simply too weak, so feeble that you fail to pique my interest in the slightest. I am devoid of even the desire to eliminate you. It is truly inconceivable how you managed to enter this battle. Furthermore, do not attempt to outsmart me. While I regard insects with disdain, should an insect dare to provoke an elephant, I would not hesitate to crush it beneath my foot. Frieza, with an air of condescension, mocked Frost. Humph! Did you truly believe I possess only such abilities? Frost, his expression contorted, gazed at Frieza. That was merely a test. I must also inform you that your countenance disgusts me, to the extent that I feel an urge to obliterate you entirely. As Frost spoke, his stature increased once more, and the energy surrounding him intensified, rivaling that of Frieza in the present moment. Chapter 145, The Complete Victory of Golden Frieza. I did not anticipate you concealing such power. I had underestimated you. Observing the shift in Frost's strength, Frieza felt a flicker of intrigue. Yet he remained unconcerned by the power Frost displayed. Humph! You are destined to pay for your arrogance. Prepare to meet your demise. With his power elevated, Frost brimmed with confidence, as the relentless surge of strength within him instilled an invincible sensation. Buzz! In an instant, his energy erupted, reducing the surrounding debris to mere dust. Vanishing from this space, in Frost's right hand, a colossal lavender energy sphere pulsated, surrounded by arcs of white lightning. You claim to be formidable? If you can withstand this strike, I shall concede your strength. There is no need for taunting. If I desired to evade, I would not be standing here. However, you, insect, have repeatedly provoked me, and today I shall ensure you comprehend that my might is beyond your comparison. Frieza observed the energy sphere in Frost's hand, sensing a wave of impending danger, yet he felt no threat to his life. With a mere exertion of effort, your so-called confidence will shatter completely. And it shall be a spectacle to behold. Frieza spoke, a hint of anticipation gracing his features. Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance. Perish now. Frost declared, hurling the lavender energy sphere towards Frieza, obliterating everything in its path. Yet Frieza did not even furrow his brow. 0, 5, 8, 5, 6. Without even a trace of movement, Frieza gazed upon the rapidly approaching energy sphere, raising his right hand, which was enveloped in a mysterious purple mist. Bang! The energy sphere collided with Frieza's hand, emitting a dazzling radiance that infused the arena with a hint of color. Haha, Frieza, I wonder how long you can endure. Frost exclaimed, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Frieza. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Did you not declare me an ant? Now, who is the helpless prey? With a menacing expression, Frost observed Frieza straining against the energy sphere as a white glow flickered on his arm, becoming even more resplendent under the pale violet light. Did you not claim my poison would have no effect on you? What say you now? As Frost spoke, he channeled his energy into the poison needle and launched it towards Frieza once more. Haha, the victory of this battle belongs to me. Frost's expression exuded triumph as he beheld the approaching poison needle. Alas, how pitiful, despite our similar appearances and almost identical physiques. How can our understanding of power be so vastly different? Frieza sighed deeply, casting a look of unwarranted pity upon Frost. What do you mean? At this juncture, what more can you possibly do? Hee. Spare me your lamentations and take a good look at your current predicament. Frost's eyes narrowed into slits, eagerly anticipating the moment the poison needle would pierce Frieza's skin. Boom. Suddenly, a formidable golden aura radiated from Frieza, enveloping the surroundings in a slightly sacred atmosphere, turning even Frieza's skin a brilliant gold. Clang. The poison needle finally made contact with Frieza's skin, but contrary to Frost's expectations, it bent instantaneously and fell to the ground, while Frieza's golden skin remained unscathed. Moreover, the energy sphere in Frieza's hand was obliterated in an instant, vanishing from sight. No, this is impossible. How can you still? Frost's face paled, his heart racing wildly, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Ha ha ha. Did you truly believe I had exerted my full strength? Did you think my previous form was my ultimate state? Did you think I was incapable of retaliating? All of this is merely your assumption. What you see now, this form, is my final transformation, my strongest state, a realm beyond your reach. At this moment, Frieza resembled a true emperor of the cosmos, scrutinizing the arrogant fool before him, who was blissfully unaware of his own insignificance. One must concede that Frieza's timing was impeccably precise. Just when Frost believed victory was within his grasp, Frieza struck with a powerful blow, shattering Frost's grand illusions and ruthlessly tormenting his psyche. I shall refer to this state as the golden form. Clenching his fist, Frieza reveled in the unending surge of power within him, his gaze emanating a fierce brilliance. How regrettable it is that I have squandered such an extensive amount of time with you. Your performance has indeed satisfied me, yet simultaneously filled me with embarrassment. Therefore, to avoid further inner turmoil, I bid you to surrender gracefully. What grandiose claims you make. Do you truly believe that merely altering your hue could enable you to vanquish me? It is utterly impossible. Frost bellowed at Frieza, hurling energy blasts in a desperate attempt to vent his frustration. Alas, how pitiful it is. As the embodiment of evil in the sixth universe, he is nothing but a short-sighted and utterly ineffectual wretch, evoking a sense of pity. Frieza did not employ any special defenses. However, as the energy blasts neared him, they were effortlessly extinguished by the barrier formed by his golden aura. With a swift motion, Frieza appeared before Frost, striking decisively with a powerful punch to his abdomen. You have long desired to attack my midsection. Now, savor the pain emanating from your own. As Frieza spoke, he delivered a crushing blow to Frost's head, sending Frost sprawling to the ground, utterly defeated. Throughout the entire encounter, Frost attempted to defend himself, yet his speed was insufficient, leaving him to passively endure Frieza's relentless assault. This farce must come to an end, Frieza declared, slowly raising his right hand, infused with pure energy, directed at Frost. In a dazzling display of brilliance, Frost's form vanished from the arena, only to reappear among the audience of the sixth universe. Chapter 146. Frost eliminated in the audience of the sixth universe, a voice lamented. Oh dear, truly a worthless creature. In the previous battle, you brought me disgrace, and now, before the Omni King and all the gods of destruction and angels across the universes, you have once again rendered me humiliated. How could I have chosen such a feeble being? Xiangpa glared furiously at Frost, unable to contain the ire simmering within him. Frost, seated in the audience, lowered his head, too ashamed to meet Xiangpa's gaze. Though his actions in the arena had been somewhat discreet, they were far from hidden from Xiangpa, particularly given his notorious past. How infuriating! They were, after all, of the same ilk, yet the disparity in their strengths was staggering. Xiangpa pointed at the golden-tinged freesia on the stage and then glanced back at Frost, his tone laced with disappointment. Indeed, there was no need for Lord Xiangpa to be so perturbed. It was hardly surprising that Frost fell short of freesia. After all, in the 6th universe, Scions were no match for those from the 7th, and it was only natural that other races would also be inferior. Even you, Lord Destroyer, are not on par with Lord Beerus. Vados, sitting beside Xiangpa, attempted to reason with him. Vados, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Who says I am inferior to Beerus? That is slander, pure defamation. Xiangpa's fury intensified in response to Vados' words. This is all your fault. It is you who has caused this. Unable to restrain his anger, Xiangpa's destructive energy surged at his fingertips, ready to unleash upon Frost. Ha ha ha, how dare you? A mere fool, lecture me when you are clearly incompetent? Do you truly believe that a destroyer can act without consequence? Do you think your power is formidable? Huh. If you wish to eliminate me, then by all means, proceed. After all, whether I perish or not, it matters not. We shall face demise together. With that, Frost launched his poisonous needles towards Xiangpa, his body swelling as he lunged at him. The sudden turn of events captured the attention of all destroyers and Supreme Kais in the audience, causing even the battle on the stage to momentarily halt due to Frost's reckless actions. As the target of the attack, Xiangpa felt a jolt of fear, his expression shifting dramatically. However, the moment Frost's poisonous needles made contact with Xiangpa, they disintegrated under the weight of his destructive energy. Haha, the mighty destroyer. Frightened by a mere jester. Truly unprecedented. Frost's body continued to expand, drawing closer to Xiangpa. You are indeed a pathetic waste. The already furious Xiangpa was further incited by Frost's taunts, and in a moment of rage, he unleashed his destructive energy towards the oncoming Frost. Ding! Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant, as both the destroyers and Supreme Kais, along with everything in that realm, were suspended in absolute stillness. Even their thoughts were momentarily crystallized. You truly are powerless to act so brazenly before the Omni King. Such behavior deserves obliteration. However, your fate is not within your own hands, but rather dictated by the All-King. The voice of the High Priest resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. Although time and space were suspended, and their thoughts momentarily halted, the essence of the High Priest's voice and emotion still permeated their beings. Ah, how delightful! A youthful voice echoed across the network, equally clear in its transmission to each ear. Within this stilled realm, it appeared that only the two of them retained the ability to move freely. How shall they be punished? Let me ponder for a moment. Ah, I have it. Given his mischievousness and his breach of the arena's rules, let him vanish entirely. As the All-King uttered these words, he raised his diminutive hand, and with a gentle touch, Frost, seated in the audience of the 6th universe, was instantaneously rendered void, completely obliterated from this realm, leaving no trace of his existence behind. As for the little elephant, I shall decree that he need not sleep. The All-King declared, as two glimmers of light entered the consciousness of the elephant. Everyone could sense the unfolding events, yet not a single ripple of emotion stirred within their hearts. Thus, the temporal restraints were lifted, allowing everyone to resume their movements. In that moment, a surge of powerful emotions erupted among the crowd. The All-King had personally eradicated that individual, and the unfortunate god of destruction, the elephant, faced the penalty of sleeplessness for provoking the All-King's ire. Compassion began to fill the gazes directed towards the elephant. The elephant, too, felt a wave of despair. However, upon reflection, he realized that the warriors of his universe would likely not endure until the end, unable to claim ultimate victory. Thus, the All-King's decree could merely delay his fate for a moment, and the elephant found a semblance of acceptance. Yet, thoughts of Frost ignited a tremendous anger within him. Humph! How infuriating! That wretched being has simply vanished, leaving a sour taste in one's mouth. But at this juncture, there was no means to exact his fury upon Frost. Indeed, it was an unfortunate interlude. The High Priest stood with his hands clasped behind him, surveying the warriors on the arena and in the audience, his voice booming with authority. All warriors may exert their utmost, yet must not contravene the rules, lest they witness the consequences as previously demonstrated. Now, let the competition resume. Unleash your combat prowess. The warriors on the stage each bore distinct emotions. They were not foolish like Frost. Yet they seemed to comprehend that this battle was but a brief extension of their lives. Surviving this arena match was exceedingly arduous, yet that did not deter their resolve. Boom. After a fleeting moment of tranquility, the arena erupted once more into a grand spectacle of combat. In one corner of the arena, Frieza gazed in the direction where Frost had vanished, a look of disdain etched upon his face. Truly, he was an oblivious to the heights of the heavens. Hey, Goku, how long do you intend to remain down? If you do not rise soon, the battle will come to an end. Frieza kicked the unconscious Goku, his words laced with barely concealed contempt. Boom. A resounding explosion captured Frieza's attention entirely. Following the sound, he beheld two bald figures engaged in a fierce clash. Surrounded by a sea of flames, yet, the two combatants remained undaunted, their fighting spirit unwavering. Chapter 147, Jiren vs. Hit. The two bald men were none other than Jiren from Universe 11 and Hit from Universe 6. Illuminated by the fiery inferno, their figures stood like monumental mountains, resolute and imposing. Although they were engulfed in flames, they remained untouched by the scorching heat, their steadfast faces betraying no sign of distress. From their eyes emanated an insatiable yearning for battle, their valiant and indomitable spirits burning brightly amid the conflagration. It was astonishing that they had crossed paths. Not far away, Jiang Xiaofei had been keenly observing Jiren, and to his surprise, he noticed that Jiren had intentionally sought out Hit. Was this encounter a response to him? Jiang Xiaofei believed that this was highly plausible. His previous actions had certainly been observed by Jillian. Now that Jillian had turned his attention towards the sixth universe, it was undoubtedly in preparation for the impending battle. At present, Jiang Xiaofei had no intention of provoking Jillian, for that individual was excessively formidable. Although Jiang Xiaofei was confident that he would not be defeated by Jillian, it was evident that revealing his full strength at this juncture was premature. After all, there were other warriors from different universes on the arena. Should he be caught off guard during his confrontation with Jillian, the consequences would be detrimental. Jiang Xiaofei, while closely observing the battle between Jiren and Hit, found himself embroiled in the conflict against the warriors of Universe 4. With a resounding crash, a single punch unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that sent the warriors of Universe 4 teetering on the brink of collapse. Had they been in any other circumstance, they might have willingly conceded. Yet, with the Grand Zeno as witness and the fate of their universe hanging in the balance, they felt compelled to endure. Do not be so arrogant. I cannot believe you think you can stand against the warriors of our entire universe. Let us join forces and vanquish this presumptuous fool. The warriors of Universe 4 bellowed ineffectively at Jiang Xiaofei. Returning to the clash between Jiren and Hit, the two combatants, after a brief moment of respite, once again collided with tremendous force. The ground shook with a deafening roar as the already shattered rocks around them were further pulverized into dust, disappearing from the arena. As an assassin, Hit was skilled at concealing his presence, yet during his confrontation with Jiren, he found this tactic less effective. No matter how he attempted to mask his energy, Jiren was capable of discerning his location with remarkable clarity, enabling him to mount effective defenses. However, it was not solely reliant on stealth. His prowess transcended mere concealment, which is why he had achieved the title of the strongest being in Universe 6. In a flash, he unleashed his signature technique, time skip. During the early exchanges of their battle, this ability proved somewhat effective. When Hit activated time skip, Jiren's movements momentarily faltered, allowing Hit to land a few meaningful strikes. Unfortunately, the duration of this advantage was fleeting. As a being who had surpassed even the gods of destruction, Jiren's strength ultimately overshadowed Hit's efforts. Typically a man of few words, Jiren wasted no time after Hit invoked time skip once more. In a stunning display, he shattered Hit's illusions with a single punch. Throughout the battle, it had begun to grasp the magnitude of Jiren's might, which compelled him to unleash his full power from the outset, believing that only then could he hope for victory. Yet, it became evident that he had underestimated Jiren. With each clash of fists, the disparity in their energies became glaringly apparent. Hit's momentum faltered against Jiren's overwhelming strength, and this was with Jiren holding back. Had he not restrained himself, Hit would likely have been unable to continue the fight at all. Jillian swiftly retreated, launching a crimson energy orb towards Hit. Hit hurriedly dodged, but it was too late. A relentless barrage of crimson energy orbs offered Hit no respite, with each successive attack more ferocious than the last, ultimately overwhelming him. The towering mountains behind Hit crumbled under the impact of the crimson orbs colliding with his body, sending debris soaring through the air, transforming what once stood majestically into mere flatland. Struggling to rise from the rubble, it gazed at Jillian, his eyes still reflecting an indomitable spirit. Yet the searing pain coursing through his joints and muscles made it increasingly difficult for him to persist. You are formidable. Among all the warriors I have battled, you rank as the second strongest. Hit's breath had become erratic as he offered his assessment to Jillian. Only second? Jillian turned his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei, who was single-handedly confronting all the warriors of the fourth universe. Initially, Jillian paid little heed to Hit's words, but upon hearing that he was merely the second strongest warrior Hit had encountered, he began to ponder. Indeed, your fighting style is unique. You are the only one, aside from him, who has ensnared me in such a predicament. Hit realized that this battle against Jillian would likely be his last on the arena, and he exerted all his strength, yet still fell short against Jillian. Hit's words were nothing but the truth, a testament to Jillian's prowess. Since you hold him in such high regard, I hope you can endure until I face him. For now, however, it would be wise for you to take your leave. Jillian spoke calmly. The aura surrounding him surged, and an immense pressure enveloped Hit, making it nearly impossible for him to maintain his stance. With a resounding boom, Jillian vanished from sight, delivering a simple yet brutal punch that struck Hit's abdomen. A dazzling and searing red light erupted between them, already at his limit. Hit could not mount an effective defense against Jillian's assault, and his body was sent flying backward, disappearing from Jillian's sight. When he reappeared, he found himself among the audience of the sixth universe. Jillian paid no further attention to the vanishing Hit, but instead directed his gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei. It won't be long now. Our battle is approaching. Chapter 148. Departure of the fourth universe. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze also turned towards his greatest rival. Yet neither of them chose to make a move at that moment. In the audience of the sixth universe, a wave of disbelief washed over Kampa. What? Defeated just like that? He stared at Hit, who had just descended from the arena, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Hit had actually lost. It was over. The sixth universe was devoid of hope. That fellow. At that moment, Kappa was consumed by chaos and frenzy, his eyes reflecting a fervent desire to tear Jiren apart. He understood that Hit's failure signified the impending eradication of their sixth universe. Kappa, give up. Jiren is not someone easily vanquished. The god of destruction from the 11th universe, Vermaud, smirked at Kampa, his gaze subtly drifting towards the audience of the 7th universe, where Beerus was seated. Upon hearing Vermaud's words, Kampa glanced at Hit, who, though reluctant to admit it, nodded in acknowledgement. TCH, what is there to gloat about? Do you truly believe no one can defeat him? Kampa, filled with indignation, refused to concede. Although Hit had lost, as a god of destruction, his aura could not falter. Isn't it premature to declare defeat? How can you be so certain that no one can triumph over him? Kampa shouted directly at Beerus. Be silent. They have their own fighting style. All you need to do is watch, Beerus replied with a serious expression. Beerus. It won't be long before you experience the turmoil that Kampa feels now. Jiren is not a force your warriors can contend with. Vermaud, feeling irked by Beerus, realized he was powerless against him, and could only watch as Beerus's universe faced tribulations. Beerus dismissed the notion of arguing with Vermaud, yet he remained vigilant towards Jiren. Although Jiren had not yet made many moves, his performance indicated that he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent for Jiang Xiaofei. Nevertheless, even if Jiang Xiaofei were to engage in combat with Jiren at that moment, Beerus harbored complete confidence in Jiang Xiaofei. He was well aware of Jiang Xiaofei's strength. For Jiren to claim victory, he would need to surpass the gods of destruction, indeed, to exceed even Beerus himself. Contemplating these matters, Beerus directed his gaze towards the direction of Jiang Xiaofei. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei was engaged in combat with the warriors of the fourth universe. Despite the overwhelming numerical advantage of his opponents, they seemed unable to subdue him. Amidst the onslaught of the fourth universe warriors, Jiang Xiaofei's figure moved with an ethereal grace, weaving through the gaps between several fighters. With deft strikes, he was able to injure them as he maneuvered. The expressions on the faces of the fourth universe warriors were filled with fury and astonishment as they beheld Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei's prowess is undoubtedly formidable, surpassing that of any individual among them. Thus, they dare not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Should Jiang Xiaofei seize the opportune moment to eliminate them one by one, the fourth universe would face the peril of annihilation, an eventuality they cannot permit to transpire. The battle over there has concluded. It appears I must hasten my pace. Jiang Xiaofei seemed to be conversing with himself, yet it also appeared as if he was addressing the warriors of the fourth universe. A powerful aura emanated from within him, and the fluctuations of his energy caused the warriors to change their expressions dramatically. Astonishingly, he was concealing even greater strength. During their battle with Jiang Xiaofei, they had exerted themselves to the utmost, even pushing beyond their limits, yet they could never have anticipated that he harbored additional power. The resolve they once clung to crumbled instantaneously upon witnessing his transformation. Flee. Quick. Escape. At that moment, the warriors of the fourth universe had lost the spirited vigor they once possessed, their expressions tense as they began to panic and scatter in all directions. What are you doing? Do not flee. The god of destruction of the fourth universe, witnessing the actions of his warriors, was filled with profound disappointment and bellowed in frustration. However, he was acutely aware that the warrior from the seventh universe they faced was extraordinarily formidable, perhaps even surpassing the god of destruction form of Tuatha, who had just battled with Son Wukong. Such a warrior was beyond the capacity of their fourth universe warriors to contend with. His roar was an attempt to salvage some dignity for their universe. Yet he secretly hoped that the warriors of the fourth universe would manage to evade Jiang Xiaofei's onslaught. Otherwise, total annihilation loomed as a real possibility. Should that occur, it would signify the obliteration of their universe, a fate he fervently wished to avoid. On the arena, upon hearing the desperate calls of their god of destruction, two warriors hesitated momentarily, their steps faltering, and were subsequently locked onto by Jiang Xiaofei. Why are you stopping? At this moment, fleeing does not bring shame. If you have chosen to halt, then I kindly ask you to leave the arena. Jiang Xiaofei's figure flashed like lightning, appearing instantaneously before the two warriors. A destructive energy enveloped his palm. Bang! Bang! Two crisp sounds emanated from his hand, reverberating through the body of the fourth universe warrior and reaching the eardrums of the god of destruction of the fourth universe. Subsequently, the two warriors, their faces etched with disbelief, vanished from their original positions, only to reappear in the audience section of the fourth universe. Wow! A lethal strike! How formidable! Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers could only utter these three words. This individual possesses such extraordinary abilities. It seems that only the warrior from the 11th universe could stand against this fighter from the 7th universe. Anticipation began to swell. No wonder Beerus appeared so unperturbed. Even after witnessing Jiren's power, he exhibited little astonishment. It seems there are indeed monstrous warriors in existence. However, do not be misled into thinking that this will suffice to contend with Jiren. Their strength does not reside on the same tier. Wei Mei gazed at Jiang Xiaofei on the stage, her eyes narrowed into slits. Since this individual is so powerful, let Jiren utterly obliterate him. Ignoring the gazes from the audience and others on the stage, Jiang Xiaofei's focus remained solely on his prey. Observing the fleeing warriors of the fourth universe, Jiang Xiaofei swiftly positioned himself in their path, employing the simplest yet most dominant means to defeat them all and send them packing. Chapter 149. The Crisis of the Seventh Universe Warriors. As the warriors of the fourth universe gathered, the god of destruction of the fourth universe felt a tumult of emotions. Yet at this juncture, he had no words left to express. However, when he cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, a flicker of sorrow and resentment was unmistakable in his eyes. Wow, they have all been eliminated. The Omni King, observing the dimmed figures of the fourth universe warriors on the panel, wore a remarkably vivid expression. The Omni King's words sent shivers down the spines of all the gods of destruction as they understood what was to come. Although they had witnessed such scenes before, their hearts remained tumultuous. Let us not waste any more time. Fourth universe, farewell. A smile graced the Omni King's face as he looked towards the location of the fourth universe. His cherubic hand gently raised and waved. A white light flickered from the Omni King's palm, and as the light swayed, the warriors and the god of destruction of the fourth universe vanished from sight in a swell of fear, along with their universe and countless lives. Has the fourth universe truly vanished? Alas! All warriors still possessing life found their hearts in turmoil. It is all because of them. It is all because of them. Otherwise, we would never have endured the cataclysm of cosmic annihilation. The warriors have once again ignited their hatred for the seventh universe and their dissatisfaction with Jiang Xiaofei. The disappearance of the ninth and fourth universes is solely attributable to this individual. He must be eliminated. Otherwise, it is highly likely that our universe will face elimination next. Yet, he is far too powerful. We are simply no match for him. He also has other companions, does he not? Indeed, I refuse to believe that he alone can protect all his allies. After witnessing the obliteration of 2 universes, the remaining warriors from the 3rd, 10th, and 2nd universes have once again banded together for warmth. They are acutely aware of Jiang Xiaofei's strength and have come to the grim realization that their own universe is destined for oblivion. However, before their inevitable demise, they must take action. It seems that the most prudent course of action is to eliminate the 7th universe. Yet, the 7th universe boasts a figure like Jiang Xiaofei, along with 3 formidable Saiyans. They must strike against the other warriors. Currently, the only universe that poses a threat to him is likely the 11th universe. However, it appears that the 11th universe has no intention of collaborating with us. No matter, their warriors are engaged in battle with those from the 7th and 6th universes. Are they not? There is no room for hesitation. The communication among the 3 major universe warriors is overt, and Jiang Xiaofei, along with the other warriors from the 7th universe, is keenly aware of it. Jiang Xiaofei understands that his actions have indeed stirred the ire of many, for it involves the annihilation of 2 universes, not merely the defeat of 2 warriors. Nevertheless, he remains unfazed, for he knows that once the tournament of power concludes, these vanished universes will return. Boom. The arena erupts into chaos once more, as the warriors of the 7th universe become the target of collective assault. Vegeta, Broly, Frieza, Majin Buu, Goku, and Jiang Xiaofei hold their ground, but the other warriors struggle against the onslaught from the remaining universes. At this juncture in the battle, no warrior harbors jealousy. Simultaneously, all warriors are experiencing fatigue. The warriors of the 3rd universe gaze upon Piccolo and Gohan, their eyes aflame with uncontainable fury, driven by an impulse to rend them asunder. It is because of you that we have arrived at this dire situation. You must pay the price. The warriors from the 3rd universe unleash a furious roar. Humph. This is decreed by Lord Zeno himself. If you have grievances, take them to Zeno, or demonstrate your strength to prove that you deserve to survive. Piccolo, undeterred by the opponent's wrath, immerses himself fully in the combat. Humph. Unrepentant. Let us see if you can withstand our fury. Boom. In a fierce confrontation, Bick and Sun Wukong found themselves besieged by the warriors of the 3rd universe, their wrath unleashed upon the 2. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaofei felt compelled to intervene, yet was obstructed by Jiren. It is best not to act impulsively, Jiren cautioned, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaofei. What do you mean? I must rescue my comrades, Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed. Humph. You have already vanquished warriors from 2 universes. Yet not a single fighter from your 7th universe has been eliminated. Is that not a bit excessive? Jiren maintained his stoic demeanor, showing no intention of yielding. Jiang Xiaofei circumvented Jiren, glancing at the predicament of Piccolo and Son Gohan before turning away. Humph. Even if they are allowed to leave, ultimate victory will still belong to the 7th universe. Let us await the outcome. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's reluctance to engage, Jiren's aura began to stabilize. Bang. Bang. Without Jiang Xiaofei's support, and under the relentless assault from all sides, the already fatigued Piccolo and Son Gohan could no longer withstand the onslaught. Their figures crashed heavily to the ground, vanishing from the arena, only to reappear in the spectator area of the 7th universe. Aha. This is the fate of those who oppose all universes. Next, it is your turn. The warriors of the 3rd universe, witnessing the disappearance of Piccolo and Son Gohan, did not halt their advance, but instead directed their gaze toward Frieza and Majin Buu. In that case, it seems unnecessary to remain idle. Let us proceed. Frieza has never feared threats, nor does he dread the warriors of the 3rd universe. Majin Buu may appear somewhat endearing, yet his combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Buzz. 2 formidable auras emanated from Frieza and Buu. Since you are so confident, let us see just how strong you truly are. Whoosh. Frieza and Majin Buu moved simultaneously, launching their assault toward the warriors of the 3rd universe. Energy spheres erupted from Frieza's hands, targeting the positions of the 3rd universe warriors. Bang. The resounding clash echoed as the warriors of the 3rd universe split into 2 groups, with 4 charging toward Frieza and Majin Buu while the other 2 advanced toward Son Goku, who stood behind them. Frieza abruptly halted his advance, glancing at the 2 warriors. However, by the time Frieza sensed something amiss, it was already too late. The attacks from the 2 warriors struck Son Goku, and amidst the astonished gazes of all, his figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 150. Buu eliminated. When Son Goku's form reappeared, he found himself in the spectator area of the 7th universe. At that moment, he awakened from his unconsciousness, and upon seeing the expressions of those around him, he realized his current predicament. Hee. I accidentally got eliminated. Son Goku wore an innocent smile, lightly scratching his head with his right hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he looked at everyone. However, Beerus wore an expression of deep displeasure. You fool! How could you be so reckless? To be eliminated in such a manner. Beerus was genuinely frustrated, unable to contain his temper despite his usual patience. My apologies, Lord Beerus. The previous battle against that destructive deity, Topo, had drained an immense amount of energy. In a moment of distraction, he was eliminated. Sun Wukong felt a profound sense of regret regarding his ousting. There were numerous warriors on the stage whom he had yet to challenge. Now, having been disqualified, the prospect of battling them seemed distant and uncertain. Foolishness. You couldn't even handle a handful of those opponents. What a disgrace. Beerus turned his head away, dismissing Sun Wukong entirely. There's no need for Lord Beerus to fret. Our team still includes Jiang Xiaofei, Vegeta, and Broly. Sun Wukong reassured Beerus. Casting his gaze once more to the arena, Beerus let out a cold huff, redirecting his focus back to the stage. You despicable lot. The current Frieza glared furiously at the warriors of Universe 3. As the Emperor of the Universe, he was accustomed to orchestrating the downfall of others. Yet today, a momentary lapse had allowed the warriors of Universe 3 to exploit his oversight, catching him off guard. In the midst of his intense concentration, they had launched a surprise attack, and the target was none other than Sun Wukong, whom Jiang Xiaofei had entrusted him to protect. The more Frieza pondered, the angrier he became, the aura surrounding him pulsating with intensified fury, radiant in its golden brilliance. If that is the case, then the game must come to an end. You shall all fall. Without a trace of hesitation and devoid of further dialogue, Frieza vanished like a streak of light, hurtling towards the two warriors who had bested Sun Wukong. The remaining warriors of Universe 3 attempted to intervene but were met with the formidable presence of Beerus, who barred their path. You dare harm Satan's friend? Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. White steam billowed from Buu's head, a clear manifestation of his anger. In an instant, Beerus unleashed his full speed, launching an assault against the other warriors. As they witnessed the overwhelming aura exuding from Beerus and Frieza, the expressions of the Universe 3 warriors shifted dramatically, beads of sweat cascading down their faces, while their backs were already drenched, only to evaporate before they could fall due to the oppressive heat. They had not anticipated the ferocity of the other warriors from Universe 7, aside from the few they had previously encountered. Yet, the situation had escalated to this point, and they steeled themselves for inevitable doom. Block him. Do not allow them to regroup. One of the Universe 3 warriors bellowed, evidently striving to buy time. However, how could they possibly withstand the full force of Majin Buu? With a resounding crash, when Majin Buu's figure loomed before them, the clash of energies rendered the very fabric of space chaotic. The warriors of the third universe hurriedly adopted a defensive stance, yet even with their utmost strength, they found it exceedingly challenging to withstand the onslaught of Majin Buu. The force emanating from Buu's fist landed heavily upon the bodies of the warriors. Enraged, Buu unleashed indiscriminate attacks upon them. And it was precisely this ferocity that rendered their defenses futile. Even when they managed to guard themselves, they still bore the brunt of immense impact. Bang! One of the warriors from the third universe, after enduring an assault from Majin Buu, could no longer maintain his stance and was sent tumbling away. Buu, relentless, offered no respite, darting towards the airborne warrior like a sword slicing through the air. Bang! A barrage of energy blasts erupted, swiftly eliminating the unfortunate warrior from the fray. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for effective defense. The warriors of the third universe were thoroughly bewildered by Majin Buu's relentless attacks. However, they quickly realized that if they continued in this manner, they would inevitably be vanquished. Without a moment's hesitation, they exchanged glances and summoned the mightiest forces within themselves, unleashing their most potent techniques upon Majin Buu without reservation. Though Buu was formidable, the opponents were the finest warriors of the third universe, seasoned by countless battles and exhibiting remarkable synergy, particularly in this dire moment, as they fully awakened their latent potential. Thus, when confronted with the onslaught from these warriors, Buu, who had previously held the upper hand, found himself momentarily at a loss. In that fleeting opportunity, a warrior from the third universe appeared before Buu, clinging tenaciously to Buu's corpulent form, refusing to relent despite the onslaught of punishment. Strike now! The warrior shouted to his comrades, and upon hearing his call, several energy spheres surged forth, bombarding Buu's body. Just as Buu was on the verge of erupting in fury, both he and the warrior who clung to him vanished from sight, returning to their respective spectator seats. The remaining warriors of the third universe, undeterred, charged directly at Frieza. At that moment, Frieza was engaged in combat with two other warriors from the third universe, and with additional adversaries joining the fray. The ease with which he had previously fought began to wane, causing his brow to furrow. Yet, within him, fear remained absent. Haha, you possess some skill. But this is where it ends. Frieza had completely lost his patience. The repeated provocations from the warriors of the third universe filled him with an overwhelming sense of disdain. As the battle progressed, all warriors, including himself, were experiencing significant fatigue. Thus, above Frieza's right hand, a colossal sphere of energy materialized. Hence, allow me to escort you on your journey. With a resounding boom, the moment Frieza's words echoed, the enormous energy blast erupted, engulfing the warriors of the third universe within its range, sending them hurtling beyond the confines of the arena. Frieza, despite enduring the tremendous force of the explosion, remained standing on the stage, though his body swayed precariously. Chapter 151. The consecutive elimination of universes. This spectacle, witnessed by the other warriors and the audience, elicited an inevitable exclamation regarding Frieza's actions. Such ferocity. This inevitably brings to mind the previously eliminated Frost. After his disqualification, Frost descended into madness, even contemplating self-destruction in front of the Omni King, wishing to perish alongside everyone else. Now, Frieza, with an audacious self-centeredness, has condensed a colossal energy sphere, detonating it without even casting it away, disregarding his own safety, or perhaps possessing unwavering confidence in his physical prowess. Observing the arena, where only Frieza remains, it seems he has indeed placed his bet wisely. The warriors of Universe 3, having succumbed to the earlier explosion, have been entirely eliminated by Frieza, illustrating the stark disparity in physical capability. This singular act by Frieza has effectively sealed the fate of Universe 3, which had resigned itself to inevitable doom. As the entirety of Universe 3 stands before them, the spectators' gazes converge once more, acutely aware of the impending events. Indeed, amidst the astonishment and dread of the crowd, the Omni King raised his divine right hand, and with a gentle wave, all warriors and deities of Universe 3, save the angel, vanished without a trace beneath that tender hand. Accompanying the disappearance of Universe 3 were countless lives, extinguished in an instant. Witnessing the obliteration of Universe 3, the hearts of those in Universe 10 began to crumble. With so few warriors remaining on the stage, and engaged in a fierce battle with a scion, they understood that their own universe was likely next to face elimination. Yet, even with this knowledge, they could devise no effective measures, unable to even cling to survival. From the current scenario, only 5 universes remain represented on the stage: the 7th, 6th, 10th, 11th, and 2nd universes. Among them, Universe 10 has the fewest warriors, making them the most probable candidates for the next elimination. The audience of Universe 10 has long lost their initial smiles, enveloped instead by a shroud of somber silence, as if they have foreseen their bleak future. Currently, Universe 10's combatants face Vegeta and Krillin. In truth, Jiang Xiaofei had long desired the elimination of Universe 10, but due to Jiren's interference, he could only sit back and observe, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Which universe do you think will be eliminated next? Jiang Xiaofei regarded Jillian with keen interest, inquiring. Humph, you truly seem unperturbed. No wonder you would personally intervene to send away 2 universes. Jillian, however, refrained from directly addressing Jiang Xiaofei's words, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction with his demeanor. In truth, Jillian harbored little concern for the fate of other universes. Yet, when confronted with their disappearance, even he felt a stirring within. Alas, there are certain matters beyond our control. All we can do is exert our utmost efforts to steer events in the direction we desire. Jiang Xiaofei spread his hands, indicating his helplessness. Jillian remained silent. Yet his gaze never left Jiang Xiaofei. He was acutely aware of the truth in Jiang Xiaofei's words. The Supreme King-S might surpass their wildest imaginations. The fate of the entire cosmos lay within the Supreme King-S whims. In their current state, they were merely instruments for the Supreme King's amusement. In essence, the matter was quite simple. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Jillian, then shifted his gaze to the battles unfolding on the arena. In truth, we both understand that the ultimate showdown of this tournament will undoubtedly transpire between the 7th and 11th universes, and more significantly, between you and me. Jiang Xiaofei harbored no secrets, yet his words exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. Listening to Jiang Xiaofei, Jillian found himself reluctant to acknowledge a bitter truth. Yet he could not escape its reality. Among the current warriors, only Jiang Xiaofei could stand as his rival. Otherwise, he would not remain so vigilant in observing him. As for the other cosmic warriors, their fate was sealed. Elimination was merely a matter of time. Despite this, they possessed the freedom to survive and the right to exist. Jillian retorted. Indeed, no one could strip them of their rights. However, that was the Omni King, the pinnacle of all existence within the universe. The rules of this contest were established by his own decree. No one, not even a deity, could contest them. You should be aware of the Omni King's power. The disappearance of the universe is but a fleeting thought for him. Jiang Xiaofei's tone suddenly turned serious. Jillian could not deny that, even with his formidable strength. He still felt like an insignificant insect in the presence of the king. After saying so much, what exactly do you wish to convey? Jillian fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiaofei, a trace of unease stirring within him. It's nothing. I merely wish to engage in conversation. There is no opportunity for battle here. Exchanging a few words should pose no issue, should it? Jiang Xiaofei smiled as he conversed with Jillian. Amidst their dialogue, the battle between Vegeta and Krillin against the warriors of Universe 10 had escalated to a fervent intensity, cloaked in a pale blue luminescence. Vegeta resembled an invincible deity of war, relentlessly pushing back the fighters of Universe 10. While Krillin had nearly assumed the role of a mere aide, such a struggle proved particularly arduous for him. You perpetrators, had it not been for you, we would still be relishing our lives in our respective homelands. It is because of you that we find ourselves amidst the looming threat of cosmic annihilation. You are the true demons, declared one of the warriors from Universe 10 towards Krillin and Vegeta. Spare us your worthless chatter. This battle is beyond our control. The matters you speak of have nothing to do with us. If you have the capability, go argue with the Omni King. If not, then focus on fighting. Only through victory can we survive. The warrior from Universe 10 initially hoped to exploit their plight and the sense of honor among the fighters to create openings for Vegeta and Krillin. But this tactic seemed to backfire, provoking even fiercer assaults from Vegeta. A glint of malice flickered in the eyes of the Universe 10 warrior as he abruptly launched himself at Krillin, ensnaring him tightly before soaring beyond the arena, ultimately vanishing from sight. The remaining warriors of Universe 10, their eyes ablaze with animosity towards Vegeta, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts aimed squarely at him. Yet, such feeble attacks could scarcely impede Vegeta's advance. With a decisive stride, he approached the gathered fighters, and without hesitation, delivered a powerful punch directly to their shoulders. Bang! With each resounding impact, another warrior from Universe 10 was eliminated. As the number of fighters on the arena dwindled, despair began to seep into the hearts of the remaining warriors. Boom! With the final blow struck, no warriors from Universe 10 remained on the stage, and the deities of Universe 10 felt their spirits plummet to an abyss of despair. Wow! Incredible! Exclaimed the youthful voice of the Omni King, waving his right hand, causing the audience of Universe 10 to vanish entirely. Synopsis: Jiang Xiaofei traverses into the realm of Dragon Ball and acquires a critical hit system. By constantly delivering critical strikes, he can rapidly grow stronger, embarking on the path of a formidable warrior. In his leisure moments, he cannot help but lament, this is hardly a critical hit system. It is clearly a system of suffering.